He, a corporate drone who died from the 996 work culture, is reborn into a world where magic reigns supreme. Yet, he inherits a naturally useless body, sealed from magic. Just when everyone, including himself, believes he is doomed to mediocrity, he discovers that his unique soul, forged in a world of science, is the one and only key to unlocking the gates of magic. Ah, it hurts so much. Jang Chen clutched his chest and shot up from his bed, gasping for air. Sweat soaked his clothes. He couldn't tell if what was on his cheeks was sweat or tears. Looking around, the room with its anime posters and stacks of textbooks was his old childhood home, a place he hadn't lived in for years. How did I get here? I remember. I was working overtime at the office, then a sharp pain in my heart. His memory ended there. He stood up and noticed a letter on his desk, a suicide note written by himself. The letter was filled with despair. His parents had just passed away, and he, tragically, had discovered he had no magic talent, not even a chance to pursue his dreams. Magic talent? Jang Chen was completely stunned. He rushed to the computer and, after 30 minutes of frantic searching, a picture of a familiar yet strange world formed in his mind. He, Zhang Lin, a glorious 996 corporate drone, had died from overwork and been reborn at the age of 16. But this world had a power called magic. Humans could sense elements and cast spells. The strong could even move mountains and fill seas. At the same time, the world was filled with man-eating demons. And the most chilling part was that the no magic talent mentioned in the note was no exaggeration. According to the fragmented memories of his predecessor, this body possessed a magic-sealed physique, unable to even sense elements, a natural-born piece of trash, rarer than a panda. It was because of this that his predecessor, under the double blow of his parents' death and his shattered dreams, chose to end his life. It's fine. Even if I'm handicapped, I can still make something of myself. Jang Chen comforted himself with a bitter smile, but his heart felt cold. No golden finger upon rebirth was one thing, but starting with such a top-tier debuff? Just as he was lost in thought, his door was knocked, and a crisp, unfamiliar female voice called out, "Zhang Lin, come out for dinner." Zhang Lin's hair stood on end. No one had visited since his parents passed. Who was this? The doorknob slowly turned, and a cute girl in a blue and white school uniform with a baby-faced look poked her head in, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Fragmented memories flooded his mind. This was his younger sister, Jang Shu, a younger sister who had never existed in his previous life but was now his only family in this one. At the dinner table, his sister urged him with a puffed-out face, "School starts tomorrow. Even if you don't have magic talent, you can't just give up. You still have to study." A warmth filled Zhang Lin's heart. The despair and pain of his predecessor felt like his own. He looked at his sister's innocent face, and the confusion and dejection in his heart were swept away, replaced by an unprecedented determination. "I know," he said, both to his sister and to himself. "I won't give up on my studies, and I certainly won't give up on becoming a mage. Watch me, foolish and cowardly past self. What you couldn't do, I will. The mage you couldn't become, I will be." The next day, at Ningjiang High School, Jang Chen sat in his old seat by the window in Class 3 and met his best friend since junior high, Chen Tianyue. A few moments later, a tall, aloof girl with a cool demeanor quietly sat in the empty seat next to him. It was Yin Ningjing, the top student, the rich girl, and the introvert from his memories. "Hello, my name is Zhang Lin." Yin Ningjing, the girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Jang Chen smiled brightly, a plan forming in his mind. Get on her good side, latch onto this powerhouse for magic tutoring. Just as he was about to press his advantage, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, walked in, a crystal ball with twinkling lights floating behind him. Time is tight in high school, and the tasks are heavy. The college entrance exam is in just over 1,000 days, so all of you better get serious. Teacher Yang was swift and decisive, using a 3D holographic display conjured by magic to vividly explain the origin of magic. After the ancient humans consumed the seed of hope, a mana core condensed within their souls. From then on, humanity grasped the power of civilization. After his explanation, Teacher Young announced the most important event of the day. "Now, students, come up to receive a seed of hope and awaken your magic." The class instantly buzzed with excitement. Waves stirred in Zhang Lin's heart as well. He knew this was the first, and most critical, turning point he faced since transmigrating. His predecessor was a magic-sealed physique because his soul was born of this world. But he, Zhang Lin, was different. His greatest distinction was his soul, one from a world of science. The mana core was rooted in the soul. This was perhaps his only chance to turn the tables. He calmly walked to the front, drew a speck of light from the floating orb, and returned to his seat. Looking at the faint light of hope in his palm, he hesitated no more, clutching it and instantly refining it. There was no tearing pain, only a strange sensation of a foreign object entering his body. Zhang Chen relaxed his mind, allowing the power to surge into the depths of his soul. In the endless darkness, a point of light appeared, then rapidly expanded, forming a translucent, crystalline sphere. The mana core had successfully condensed. Zhang Lin's eyes snapped open, and the entire world had changed in his sight. The air was filled with colorful specks of light, the very manifestation of elements. He, the one who was supposed to be a naturally useless, magic-sealed physique, had succeeded. After school, Jang Chen refused his friend's invitation to go online gaming and rushed home. He understood deeply that this world was patrolled by demons, and strength was the root of everything. After careful consideration, he chose the famously destructive, coolest, and most violent thunder element as the starting point for his path as a mage. Following the instructions in the textbook, Introduction to Universal Meditation, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. With his unique soul perception, he easily identified the azure thunder elements in the air and carefully drew them into his nascent mana core. Tiny droplets of a deep blue liquid began to gather at the bottom of the core. It was his very first wisp of thunder elemental mana. As night fell outside, Jang Chen was completely immersed in the wonderful sensation of cultivation, lost to the world. A path that was unheard of in his past life, and an impossible dream for his predecessor, was slowly unfolding. Jang Chen thought it was his sister who had returned, so he came from his room to the living room. Jiang Shu was indeed back, but she was followed by a man in a suit. Jiang Shu's expression was unfriendly, while the man wore a fawning smile. Jiang Chen recognized this man. In his previous life, he had come to collect debts on behalf of the bank. This life was basically the same. Their parents had passed away not long ago, and at that time, his previous self and Jiang Shu had been driven out by him. However, debt still had to be repaid, and he had come a few times since then. Jiang Chen and Jiang Shu could only negotiate with him about postponing the repayment, but as they were just students without any source of income, they couldn't delay for long. Hello, Jiang Chen, my dear brother, I'm back again. How have you considered what we discussed last time? The bank representative said, wearing a sincere smile that made him seem approachable. Professionals were indeed different. Currently, housing prices were on the rise, and ordinary people might not have noticed yet, but large institutions like banks had clearly begun to prepare. Therefore, rather than having this orphaned brother and sister repay their debts, it was evidently more profitable for them to sell their house to the bank. Their house was in a good location, with a nice layout, complete surrounding facilities, and very close to Ningjiang Middle School. Although Ningjiang City was not a first-tier city, under such conditions, the future price of the house would be quite considerable. The bank was even willing to offer a slightly higher price to acquire this mortgaged house. That amount would be enough to cover their debts and still barely support the siblings. Through college, of course, they would need to get into a subsidized school for a bachelor's degree or higher. Even so, life would still be tight. Haven't we said this many times? We will find a way to repay the money we owe you, so stop setting your sights on our house. We won't sell. Jiang Shu said coldly from the side, still managing to restrain her tone. I understand your desire to keep your parents' house, but you are still students. How can you repay the money? Are you going to stop studying? Your parents wouldn't be happy to know this, the bank representative, Xie Yinzhan, said with a smile, unfazed by Jiang Shu's tone. We have our own ways. Jiang Shu retorted. In reality, they had no way. Reaching out to relatives was out of the question. If they were starving, relatives would definitely help them, even supporting them through college. But lacking a house was another matter. The siblings simply didn't want to sell. Don't be so quick to refuse, take a look at this first. Xie Yinzhan said, opening his briefcase and pulling out a contract that had already been prepared. His movements were fluid and practiced, as if he had done this many times before. Jiang Chen took the contract and began to read. It was a standard acquisition contract, but the most significant difference from the previous one was that the amount offered was slightly higher. Jiang Chen wanted his sister to take a look as well, but she suddenly snatched the contract from his hand, shot him a fierce glare, and turned her head away. Xie Yinzhan smiled nonchalantly and continued, this amount is already very favorable. It was specially requested from the leadership considering your parents' passing and the difficulties faced by the two siblings. I've been here quite a few times. The leadership even thought I wasn't doing my job well and considered replacing me. If someone else comes next time, they might not be as easy to talk to. In his previous life, the debt collectors who came later were quite aggressive, and many unpleasant things happened. So, Xie Yunzhan's approach was a mix of a big stick and sweet dates, implying that the siblings shouldn't refuse the offer. You can come if you want, I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Shu replied. Defiantly, her tone already quite harsh, clearly on the verge of exploding, as she had understood the underlying meaning. Jiang Chen chuckled and patted his sister's shoulder to signal her to calm down. Can we step outside for a moment to talk privately? Both Xie Yunjian and Jiang Shu looked a bit puzzled. Jiang Chen. His sister was unsure of what he intended, her face showing some concern as she tugged at his sleeve. It's nothing, just a chat. Xie Yunjian followed Jiang Chen outside. Once Jang Chen confirmed that Jang Shu couldn't hear them. He spoke up, Mr. Xia, as you can see, my sister is quite emotional, so there are some things I won't discuss in front of her. As for the house, I've come to a decision, I can sell it to you. Just as a smile appeared on Xia Yunjian's face, he heard Jang Chen continue. However, I would like to add a condition. A condition? Yes, I hope to add a clause in the contract stating that after you receive the house, it cannot be sold for 10 years. You can rent it out, but when we decide to buy it back, you cannot refuse. Of course, the price at that time will be based on the future market value of this area. That's more than one condition, and what if the property value drops in the future? Although Xia Yunjian was slightly surprised by Jang Chen's words, his professional demeanor quickly brought him back to focus. How could your bank engage in a losing business? If it were a loss, would you intentionally raise the price to buy our house? Besides, I can help persuade my sister, otherwise, she's quite stubborn. Jang Chen mimicked Xia Yunjian, grinning widely. I can't decide this on my own, how about I go back and consult my superiors, and then we can set a time to discuss it further? Seeing progress in the conversation, Xia Yunjian didn't want to pressure the siblings too much. Sure. They shook hands, said their goodbyes, and after watching Xia Yunjian's figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, Jang Chen turned back inside. Losing land and people, losing both land and people, keeping people but losing land, keeping both land and people. This was Jang Chen's thought. Rather than holding onto a house that hinders his cultivation, it would be better to sell it directly, earn some resources for his path, and once his skills were perfected, buying it back would be a matter of minutes. But then there was his sister to consider. Jang Chen, what did you talk about outside? Nothing much, I scolded him a bit, really harsh stuff, didn't want you to hear. Ha? You were too impulsive. What if they come to retaliate against us? Didn't you hear how he threatened us just now? It's fine, we live in a society governed by magic now. Let's not talk about that. Which school of magic are you planning to study? Jang Chen intended to subtly persuade his sister to agree to sell the house, being too direct would clearly upset her, and he understood her feelings all too well. Earth magic, what's wrong with that? Huh, why earth magic? Sigh, such misfortune at home, such misfortune. Upon hearing this news, Jang Chen sighed, even forgetting to persuade her. No, what's wrong with earth magic? Jiang Shu glared at Jang Chen. You could learn something else. Earth magic is so rough, if you study it, won't you just end up working on construction sites? If you study light magic, you could become a doctor, or if you study mind magic, you could become a teacher, that would be great. Humph. I'm going to study it. I can't handle any other hardships. Mom studied earth magic, she even taught me how to cast earth spells. Jiang Shu said defiantly. Sigh, earth magic, sigh. Jang Chen shook his head. But studying magic costs a lot of money, not to mention college, we can barely afford meals. Jang Chen cautiously probed. We can earn money. We can take odd jobs. I asked Aunt Lu, who used to sell fruit, she's willing to hire me. Jiang Shu's expression seemed a bit naive. Fool. Even if we sold fruit for 10 years, we wouldn't be able to pay it off. It's fine, we can endure some hardship, and we'll pay it off soon. Jang Chen looked at Jiang Shu's innocent and energetic demeanor, as if he sought his past self, and smiled helplessly. Then what about studying? I still remember when Dad used to tell us to study hard so we could get into a good university in the future. You have to grab with both hands. Both hands must be strong. One step slow, every step slow. It's like that in learning, and even more so when you go out into society. Grabbing with both hands means giving up both. Jang Chen said with a smile. Jang Chen, what's wrong with you? Did that person outside say something to you? Jiang Shu reacted, her tone becoming sharp. It's nothing, I was just talking to you about the future, why are you so nervous? Jang Chen tried to pat Jiang Shu's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Jiang Shu swatted his hand away, her voice trembling with agitation. Don't touch me. He must have said something to you. You want to sell the house, right? Jiang Chen opened his mouth to explain, but his sister's words came like a storm. Don't think I don't know. Do you know how strange your smile was when that person took out the contract and pointed out the amount to you? You only talked for a few minutes? And now you're trying to persuade me? Did he give you a lot of benefits? Didn't we agree? We must keep the house left by Mom and Dad. I thought we were on the same side, you are my only family. How could you do this? How could you betray me? As Jiang Shu spoke, her excited tone turned choked, and hot tears streamed down her face. It seemed that after the loss of their parents and a series of life setbacks, Jiang Shu was under immense pressure, to the point that even a small provocation could push her to the brink. Jiang Shu, I talked to him, and after the bank acquires our house, they won't sell it right away. We can focus on studying first, get into a good university, and then slowly pay it back. Jiang Chen said helplessly. You just can't endure hardship, you're such a coward. If you're scared, I'll work and pay off the debt by myself. I don't need you. If you want to study so badly, then I won't go to school. I'll support you through college. Are you satisfied now? Jang Shu kept wiping her tears, but they kept flowing, her red eyes stubbornly glaring at Jang Chen. No, you must go to school and go to university, and so must I. Jiang Chen said flatly. Who do you think you are? Do you have any right to control me? Do you think you can face mom and dad? I'm telling you, the house cannot be sold. Otherwise, I won't have a home. I won't have a home. Jang Shu pointed at the clean memorial tablet of their parents, hysterically shouting. Jang Chen shook his head, walked in front of the memorial tablet, lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed. Dad, Mom, I'm unfilial and unable to keep the house you left behind, but I swear to the heavens that I will buy it back within 10 years. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Jang Chen turned to face his sister, spreading his hands out towards the memorial tablet, palms facing up, and made a gesture as if presenting a gift. See, Mom and Dad have no objections. Jang Shu was stunned, looking incredulously at the shameless Jang Chen. She screamed, "You bastard!" Jang Shu stomped back to her room, followed by the sound of a door slamming. Jang Chen sighed. Time had built a barrier in his heart. The pain of losing their parents had long been buried deep, turning into a scar that healed within. But the new wound in his sister's heart was now tearing open, each drop of blood carrying sorrow and pain. However, the boundary between adults and children is merely whether one considers the future. A person who ignores the future cannot be called mature. Jang Shu was not mature enough, but Jang Chen had to think about the future. Studying is the best way for ordinary people to change their fate. And university is the hall of magic, the shortcut to the highest realm. If they missed the golden age of cultivation and the opportunity for university, their future would only become more painful. He couldn't let his sister drop out to work, even though he had only known her for a few days. But since they shared the same parents and had the memories of a common life from their previous existence, she was Jang Chen's sister. For the future of both of them, selling the house was a done deal. If his sister dared to stop him, it would be a grudge against him, and he would try to persuade her again. What else could he do? Jang Chen sighed and returned to his room to cultivate. That night, Jang Shu still cooked for Jang Chen, but he didn't eat with him and didn't give him a good face. A week had passed since the siblings' argument, and Jang Shu unilaterally imposed a cold war on Jang Chen. Jang Chen wanted to talk to his sister, but it was basically like putting a warm face against a cold butt. If he accidentally brought up the house, Jang Shu would react even more strongly. As for his cultivation, Jang Chen felt he had already reached the limit of the first transition. Jang Chen sank his mind into the darkness within, and a crystal-clear sphere, glowing with a deep blue light, appeared in his perception, suspended in the boundless darkness. Compared to before, the outer layer of the magic core had a new crystal wall, making the sphere look like 2 concentric spheres, one large and one small, stacked together. According to Teacher Young and the textbook, when the outer layer of the magic core constructs a complete second crystal wall, forming a new magic core, it signifies reaching the limit of each transition. Once the limit is reached, the first crystal wall becomes a bottleneck, and only by breaking through this bottleneck can one continue to enhance the magic core. Then, the construction of the second crystal wall would begin again, and this cycle would repeat, making the magic core stronger and the mage's transition count higher. However, Jang Chen felt a bit confused because the progress seemed too fast. Even if he was more diligent than his classmates, it shouldn't be possible to advance this quickly, right? After careful observation, he found that most of his classmates hadn't even reached half of the progress, while geniuses like Qian Tianyue and Yin Ningjing had barely reached half of the second crystal wall, needing at least another week to reach the limit of the first transition. After asking the teacher, he was told that it generally takes 3 to 4 weeks to reach the peak of the first transition, and he was sternly advised not to aim too high and to stay grounded. Could it be that I am a natural magic body, a genius in cultivation? Yes, if heaven did not give birth to me, Jang Chen, the magic path would be eternally dark like a long night. Jang Chen thought to himself. Although he hoped that this was the case, he felt something was off. During this week of cultivation, every time he meditated, fragmented memories would appear in his mind. Those were the memories belonging to his previous self. At the same time, his cultivation speed also increased during the emergence of these memories. Moreover, he could cultivate for much longer than others. The construction of the magic core's crystal wall also required mental energy, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to keep cultivating continuously, while Jang Chen could cultivate for twice as long as others. Could it be that the previous self didn't die completely, wanting to seize the body? Well, this was originally his body. But jumping out so quickly was a warning for him to be on guard. After all, Jang Chen couldn't return the body to the previous self. However, the integration of these memories didn't even have an impact on him. Flipping through the previous self's memories was like reading a book. It was hard to assimilate on a mental level. After all, how could one become another person just by reading a book? Furthermore, they were originally the same person. The previous self was entirely him as a child, with highly consistent personality, behavior, and thoughts. But even if there was a risk of seizing the body, it was impossible for him to stop cultivating, not to mention that he hadn't seen any significant danger yet. If it's not seizing the body, then is it the fusion of my soul with his? My soul is constantly growing stronger, so my cultivation has accelerated accordingly? After thinking it over, this seems to be the only explanation. I estimate that if I continue to practice, I will eventually understand what's going on. As for why the soul fusion phenomenon only occurs during cultivation, compared to the idea of possession, Jang Chen leans more towards the belief that it is related to the wishes or obsessions of his previous self. So, should I do more things that satisfy the previous self's obsessions to promote the fusion of souls? But besides being a mage, what other obsessions does he have? For a moment, Jang Chen couldn't think of anything. If he couldn't think of it, he decided to set it aside for now. After all, what was happening now was a good thing, as it had increased his cultivation speed. At this point, to break through to the second transition, he needed time to accumulate power, and then make a concerted effort to break through the first crystal wall. This was a gradual process, likely taking another week or two. Alternatively, he might encounter some mysterious opportunity and have a sudden realization that would allow him to break through, but this usually happened to high-level mages due to their rich life experiences. The magic core has a mysterious connection with mages, and its crystal wall is also known as the Wall of the Heart, which is influenced by the mage's mindset, spirit, and soul. Since he had already reached the peak of the first transition, Jang Chen planned to try releasing magic. Basic magic could be learned just by reading, while higher-level magic had a complexity that increased exponentially, generally requiring scrolls, magic stones, and other aids for learning. Otherwise, learning a single spell could take 7 or 8 years, which would be better spent growing sweet potatoes at home. There were many spells in the textbooks, but currently, the only offensive magic he could learn was the first transition spell, Lightning Flash. Jang Chen began to study according to the textbook. What the heck is this textbook saying? What does it mean by it? Can be noted that substituting the agreed elements into the quantitative magic energy can yield conclusions. Proof complete? What does it is easy to see mean, following the above example obviously? And leave as exercise answers? What have I learned? At this moment, Jang Chen's lack of foundational knowledge was exposed. A first transition spell could be learned by an ordinary person within a week at the latest. However, Jang Chen lacked the relevant magical knowledge and had to start from scratch, which slowed down his progress. It was similar to someone who hadn't learned basic arithmetic trying to enter high school. Naturally, they would struggle. Although the memories of his previous self were continuously merging into his mind, accelerating the learning process, these memories were like finely chopped pieces, given to him bit by bit each time. Others might cultivate slowly but learn magic quickly. For him, it had turned into fast cultivation but slow learning of magic. This left Jang Chen speechless. However, he had a solution. That was to cling to someone else's expertise. Jang Chen grabbed Xian Tianyue's head and turned him to face him. Tianyue, what does element harmony mean? No way, SIR, isn't this elementary school knowledge? Don't shout, let me test you. This was Jang Chen extorting knowledge from Xian Tianyue. After squeezing knowledge from Xian Tianyue, Jang Chen moved on to the next person, pursuing a sustainable development path. Ningjing, how should this elemental magic energy be understood? Yun Ningjing's voice was too soft for Jang Chen to hear. If he hadn't seen her lips moving, he would have thought she was ignoring him. Class Monitor Tang, may I ask you a question? Jang Chen, why are you so eager to learn? Go ahead and ask. After hearing Jang Chen's question, that even elementary school students would know, Tang Yin said, isn't this elementary school knowledge? We're only in the first year of high school, we shouldn't be thinking about early romance. Tang Yin's ability to become class monitor was closely related to her cheerful and lively personality, as well as her warm-heartedness, though she was a bit naive and often thought others were interested in her. Teacher, please hold on. Jang Chen didn't let the teacher off the hook either. What's wrong? Is it a question? Do you really need to ask such a basic question? Teacher, my foundation isn't very good, please teach me. With the help of various training furnaces and the continuous emergence of the original body's memories about studying, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. The social skills honed in his previous life unexpectedly came in handy at this moment. The workplace is still pursuing me. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was Wednesday. Teacher, when can we go hunt demons? A student asked the teacher in class. Hunt demons? You look like a demon to me. You haven't even reached the third transition, are you going to slide around delivering takeout? Yongjian scolded him mercilessly. The classmates burst into laughter, filling the classroom with a joyful atmosphere. Just then, the bell for lunch rang. Time's up, time's up. No, wait, I mean class is over. Jang Chen, who had been studying so hard he was a bit dazed, snapped back to reality and invited his friends to eat. Let's go, time to eat at the cafeteria. If you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your mindset, Tianyue. Lin Gu, you treat us first. I don't know if it's because I've been studying too hard lately, but I'm always so hungry, it feels like my nutrition can't keep up. I think it's not that you're studying too hard, but that you're studying too hard at night. Get lost. Jang Chen chatted with Chen Tianyue as they walked to the cafeteria. Yesterday, I think I saw your sister selling fruit at the fruit store. Chen Tianyue scratched his head and said thoughtfully, if you guys are short on money, I have some pocket money saved up. Chen Tianyue knew about Jang Chen's parents passing away. Got it, Fugu, if we need money, we'll definitely ask you. Don't worry, we won't be short for long. I'll take care of Jiang Shu's situation. Seeing Jang Chen's expression, Chen Tianyue felt he wasn't trying to put on a brave face, but he also didn't want to say much more, so he changed the subject. When they arrived at the cafeteria, it was packed with people, the scene resembling a zombie siege at the food counter. The two queued up for their meals, and after a hard time, they found 2 empty seats. Just as they were about to sit down, 2 pretty girls walked over. One of the sweet-looking girls spoke in a sugary tone. Hey, little brothers, could you let us have this spot? We just finished gym class, and we're so tired and hungry, we can't find a seat, it's so pitiful. As she spoke, the sweet girl clasped her hands beside her face and blinked her eyes, looking incredibly cute. At least Chen Tianyue was mesmerized. Jang Chen placed his tray on the table, took his position, and mimicked the girl's pose, clasping his hands beside his face and blinking his eyes, cutely saying, No way, Junior, my stomach is growling. The cute smiles on the 2 girls' faces froze. Okay, Senior. Their voices lost their sweetness. The sweet girl quickly walked away with her tray, then whispered to her friend, Wow, this guy is so stingy, he won't even let the girls have a seat. And trying to act cute, how disgusting. At this moment, Jang Chen was happily starting to eat, thinking to himself that those 2 girls must be secretly cursing him behind his back, and he wanted to curse back. Who do you think you are? Am I your father? I'll make you understand what's what. Wow, they look so cute, and you didn't seize the opportunity. Also, how did you become a senior? Chen Tianyue said in frustration, as if he had dropped a few $100 but couldn't pick them up. Her voice was quite nice, I just wanted to hear her call me senior. If you want to pursue her, go ahead and chase her yourself. Right now, I'm focused on my studies and ignoring everything else, Jang Chen replied nonchalantly. You're really something. Jang Chen currently had no thoughts of dating, only focused on becoming stronger. Before long, it was time to get out of school. Since they had classes during the day to learn various subjects, there was no time left for students to cultivate. Therefore, high school students do not have evening self-study sessions. They are allowed to go home to practice and do their homework, and there is no requirement for them to practice at school. This is because there is a certain cultural difference between this world and Jang Chen's previous life. In this world, practicing is considered a relatively private matter, and practicing in public is seen as quite rude. Although Jang Chen found this unreasonable, he accepted it after realizing that many customs in the world are also unreasonable, and besides, this cultural practice is not particularly problematic. Students who live on campus can also apply for a special small room to practice. Some wealthier families buy items that can enhance practice efficiency for their children, and they cannot be forced to practice at school. Generally speaking, reaching the peak of the first transformation usually takes 3 to 4 weeks, but that is the ideal speed for someone who has never been lax. For the people in this world, magic is not rare, it is a natural part of the world. Even if they know that magic can change a person's fate, it does not mean they can be as diligent and serious as a dedicated practitioner. Just like in Jang Chen's previous life, everyone knows the importance of studying, but not everyone can persist. Resources, self-discipline, and the invisible barriers to practice have quietly appeared before everyone, filtering out the true strong. Jang Chen did not go home immediately. During lunch, Chen Tianyue mentioned that his sister was working, and he planned to go see her. He did not ask where Chen Tianyue had seen her. When she mentioned Aunt Lu during their argument, Jang Chen had already guessed where she was. Arriving at a fruit shop not far from Jang Chen's home, he indeed saw Jang Shu. Jang Shu had her hair tied in a short ponytail, wearing an apron with the shop's name on it, and underneath was the uniform of Ningjiang Middle School. She had rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, looking like a professional fruit seller. However, in contrast to her capable appearance, her work skills were quite amateurish. At that moment, she was flustered, handling customer inquiries while also helping to weigh and pack fruits for another customer, with a line of customers waiting for her to cut and pack fruits. She was the only one in the shop. Aunt Lu must have just stepped out. The small figure was busy in the shop, sweating profusely. Watching her as she held a plastic bag, continuously packing fruits into it, Jang Chen felt something was off. Sure enough, the next second, the handle of the plastic bag broke under the weight, and as the bag suddenly became lighter, Jang Shu's hand holding the fruit bag uncontrollably shot up, leaving her with only the handle while the fruits fell all over the ground. She muttered, I'm sorry, hurriedly bending down to pick up the fruits. A hand appeared in her line of sight as she squatted on the ground, helping to pick up the fruits. Thank you, how come it's you? Jang Shu looked up to see Jang Chen helping her gather the fruits. You don't need to help, she pouted, but she did not stop him. After Jang Chen picked up the fruits and handed them to his sister, he turned to handle inquiries from other customers. And Liang, this Tainong mango is sweet with fine fibers, perfect for making fruit puree. And we have the newly arrived Shualian mango from yesterday. Feel this fruit stem, isn't it fresh? Jang Chen lightly pressed the green fruit stem with his fingertip. A quick rebound indicates it's just right for ripeness. Would you like to try a sample? Jang Chen said with a business smile. Meanwhile, Jang Shu picked up the fruits, repacked them into the bag, and while apologizing, handed them to the customer, who also made a couple of sarcastic remarks. Little girl, these apples are all bruised, why are you putting them back in the bag? You're so careless. Yes, I'm sorry, I'll pick them out right away. Use 2 plastic bags, it's so heavy. If I carry it back and it falls again, your bags are of such poor quality. Alright. You've wasted so much of my time, give me a discount, or I won't take them. Well, I can't make that decision. How about you wait for Aunt Lu to come back? Jang Shu stood there, at a loss, her eyes slightly red. After all, the 16-year-old girl had been well protected by her parents. Jang Chen sighed and walked over. Uncle, our shop is a small business, we mainly serve the neighborhood, we hardly make any money. The few apples that fell on the ground just got a bit dusty, they can still be washed and eaten. Consider them a gift, no charge. How does that sound? Sigh, fine, it's 18 yuan, right? Seeing Jang Chen's capable demeanor, the uncle realized he wouldn't gain anything by arguing further and agreed. Jang Chen turned to Jang Shu and said, you go arrange the fruits, I'll help the customer with cutting. Can you do it? Jang Shu mumbled, saying one thing. But her body obediently started restocking the shelves with fruit. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. You want these cut, right? Do you want them in larger pieces or smaller? Jang Chen put on an apron, donned gloves, and picked up a knife, starting to cut. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but in no time, he was slicing the fruit with such speed that it was hard to tell he was a novice. In the end, he even carved a small rabbit shape out of the fruit for the customer's child, which made the customer, who had been waiting for a long time, look a little happier. After finishing a round of cutting, Aunt Lu returned. Jang Chen greeted her and helped out occasionally until Jang Shu finished her shift. After saying goodbye to Aunt Lu, the 2 siblings walked home, with Jang Chen carrying a bag of leftover fruit. Remember to thank Aunt Lu, she can handle everything without help, and you just make things harder. I know, she just started working, once she gets used to it, it won't be like this. Jang Shu replied dejectedly. The sky had darkened, and the streetlights illuminated the mottled shadows. Jang Shu followed behind Jang Chen, constantly stepping on his shadow. How come you're so good at cutting fruit? Learned it in my past life. Forget it then. The girl made cute faces at the back of the boy walking ahead. Can you keep up with your training and studies? By the time we get back, it'll be almost 10 o'clock. Not your concern. Perhaps feeling that Jang Chen had just helped her so much, she added, I'll train for a full 4 hours when I get back, I finished my homework at school. And then you'll doze off in class tomorrow, and sleep? Jang Chen said mercilessly, is this your idea of multitasking? Isn't it because you won't work with me? Jang Shu said softly. In her imagination, the 2 siblings were working hard to pay off debts and helping each other with their studies. Jang Chen was still thinking of saying something, when Jang Shu had already dashed past him, running home quickly to avoid hearing his nagging. Sigh, just a pure child. Jang Chen looked at his little sister's small figure, but with a strong personality, and sighed. Jang Chen returned home, put the fruit in the fridge, spent 10 minutes washing up, and went back to his room to open a book and start on the material he planned to finish tonight. Dinner was usually taken care of in the school cafeteria, and only on weekends did Jang Shu cook while Jang Chen washed the dishes. After staying up late studying until 1 or 2 in the morning, damn, failed again? Jang Chen looked at the arcs of electricity sparking from his hands, as if the voltage was insufficient, flickering brightly and then dimming, finally disappearing with a zzz sound. After a night of studying, he had hoped to cast his first spell tonight, and he let out a gentle sigh. It feels like I'm still a bit off, I understand the steps, but I just need to master the elements more skillfully. Keep it up. I'm going to become the king of magic. Jang Chen perked up, ready to try again. A knock sounded at the door. Jang Chen, are you asleep? What's up? It's late, and we have class tomorrow, Jang Chen replied as he opened the door, looking at Jang Shu, who seemed a bit shy. The girl's hair was still slightly damp, and she exuded the faint fragrance of shower gel, dressed in a cute rabbit-patterned pajama set. Jang Shu had her hands behind her back, avoiding Jang Chen's gaze, one foot tapping nervously on the ground, looking extremely bashful. I came to thank you, and also, I shouldn't have treated you so poorly last week. I'm sorry. Jang Shu pouted, feeling embarrassed saying such things. Alright, is that it? Hurry up and go to bed, don't stay up late, Jang Chen said impatiently, preparing to close the door. Hey, wait, I still have something to say. Jang Shu quickly pressed her hand against the door, pushing back firmly. What's this? You like your brother, huh? I've known that for a long time, Jang Chen teased. Go to hell, I'm not joking with you. Then, what is it? Have you finally figured it out, or is studying more important? Let's talk somewhere else. Jang Shu lifted her head, revealing a bright gaze filled with determination. Late at night, on the rooftop. The moon was bright and the stars sparse tonight. The moon in this world seemed much larger than in the past life, round and white. Yet, on this sweltering night, there wasn't a hint of a night breeze, making one feel a bit restless. Is there something that needs to be said on the rooftop? You really shouldn't think too much, Jang Chen said, feeling anxious about his sister's intentions. The residential building they lived in had a huge rooftop, with a large, raised square platform in the center, making the layout resemble a character. Ignoring Jang Chen's joke, his sister walked towards the raised platform, speaking gently. Jang Chen, it seems like our relationship hasn't been great since we were little, right? You always bullied me, took my toys, and gave me nicknames. But I often told Mom, making her beat you up, so we always fought and couldn't stand each other. As Jang Shu reminisced, a smile appeared on her face. The memories of their childhood discord now felt warm and endearing, especially since this family only had the two of them left. You were born just a few minutes before me, but you always acted like the older brother. I've never liked that. But then, after Mom and Dad left us, right after the funeral, Uncle San said we should sell the house to pay off the debts, and he would take us to live with him. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to sell the house, but I didn't dare to tell Uncle San. Then you said, I won't sell it, the house is the last thing Mom and Dad left us. I'd rather die than sell it. You can take Jang Shu to live with you. Jang Shu mimicked Jang Chen's tone from that time, bursting into laughter afterward. Jiang Shu stepped up, climbing onto the raised platform, continuing, at that moment, I stood behind you and felt for the first time that you were a real brother. Then I realized, you are my only family in this life. I want to improve our relationship and guard our home together. So I've been trying hard to learn how to cook. And I take household chores seriously. I've asked around for a job that a student can do. Every time I pour oil into the pan while cooking, I'm terrified. When I get kicked out while looking for a job, it hurts so much inside. After climbing onto the platform, Jang Shu continued to walk forward, while Jang Chen just watched his sister's figure grow more distant. But I can endure all of this. But that day, when you urged me to sell the house, I didn't know how to respond. It was just that I felt a sense of betrayal. If the house is sold, what should I do if my closest people don't stand by me? Jang Shu's tone was melancholic, as if she were speaking about someone else's situation. Jang Chen finally had the chance to speak. He advised, Jang Shu, I was a bit too eager and didn't consider your feelings. We can think of other ways regarding the house, but in life, there are more disappointments than not. If we don't strive for it now. Jang Chen felt something was off. He was already planning to rush over to hug his sister, to prevent her from doing something foolish, even though she was currently standing far from danger on the platform in the center of the rooftop. Jiang Chen. Jang Shu raised her voice. Of course, I know that selling the house is the best choice, just like you said. But the house is not just a house, it holds so many memories of us living with Mom and Dad. I clean their rooms every day, and the wall outside the kitchen still records our heights from childhood, along with the table Dad made for me and the room Mom and I decorated together. These things cannot be measured by money, do you understand? Jang Chen looked at his sisters back, listening quietly, and he realized something. You said you wanted to sell the house and then learn magic. I thought about severing ties with you and just working hard on my own, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was so happy today that you were willing to come help me sell fruit. If you don't give up on me, I won't give up on you either. Jang Shu stood in the center of the platform, turned around, and looked at Jang Chen seriously. So, come up here. Let's have a match. On the platform. If I lose, I'll listen to you and sell the house. But if I win, you have to give up your so-called future and work with me to pay off our debts. Be a qualified brother. Jang Shu's tone grew more resolute, and a yellowish light began to glow around her, the glow of magic. Her eyes seemed to burn with flames, filled with fighting spirit. Heh, I was wondering why this platform looked so familiar. It turns out to be a fighting arena.
But right now, I can't even use magic.
Jang Chen said lightly, as long as he didn't want me to jump off the building with him. In his past life, he had been puzzled about the purpose of this platform, but now it was a mysterious tool he would use. So, are you scared? Then let's go work together, Jang Shu said, feeling more relaxed after solidifying her thoughts, a slight smile on her lips. Working is impossible, I can never work in this lifetime. My foolish sister, even without magic, I can still beat you up, Jang
Chen slowly climbed onto the arena, each of them taking a side.
If you can do it, then come and try. Jang Shu's radiance grew even more dazzling, as if she had turned into kindling, burning with fierce flames.
Jang Chen began to think of a strategy. A first circle mage with a 1-2-3 transition wasn't much different from an ordinary person.
Although Jang Shu had awakened her magic before school started, her level was at most first circle now, and her mana could only unleash
a first circle spell once.
As long as he avoided her first spell, it would turn into a melee battle. Moreover, even if he got hit by a first circle spell, it wouldn't be a big deal. The power of a first circle spell could at most create a small
dent in the wall.
After becoming a mage, his body had also become sturdier, so he wouldn't die. Jang Shu must have calculated that I can't use magic right now, which is why she hurriedly called me up for a duel. Various thoughts flashed through
Jang Chen's mind. The battle between the siblings was about to begin. In the pitch-black night, a huge and bright full moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint silver glow on the arena, illuminating the figures of a man and a woman on it. Jang Shu was shining with a yellowish light, and a stone pillar, thin at the front and thick at the back, slowly took shape in the air beside her. This was a first-level earth magic, stone spike. Normally, the front of the stone spike should be sharp, but since this was just a sparring session between siblings, Jang Shu only intended to wake her brother up, not to kill him, so she adjusted the specific manifestation of the magic. The ability to change the form of magic at the first level indicated that Jang Shu had a good magical talent. Magic was like a piece of code. If the foundation wasn't solid and one wasn't very familiar with magic, making arbitrary deletions or modifications could lead to bugs in the magic. Even if the magic didn't collapse, strange issues could still arise. Give up, Jang Chen. Getting hit by my stone spike is no joke. With you unable to even cast magic, what makes you think you can fight me? TCH, I hope your magic is as powerful as
you say it is, Jang Chen retorted.
Although Jang Chen had little combat experience, especially in magic-related battles, he knew how to approach a melee fight against a ranged opponent. He charged towards Jang Shu's side, avoiding a straight line while quickly closing the distance.
Jang Shu kept her eyes fixed on her running brother, her right hand swinging forward sharply, causing the floating stone pillar beside her to respond to her movement, vibrating rapidly in the air.
Jiang Chen, closely watching his sister's actions, suddenly rolled his body to evade the attack.
However, Jang Shu was only feigning an attack at that moment. The classic fast-slow knife technique meant the stone pillar did not shoot out.
This small feint
directly caused Jang Chen, after rolling, to become stiff, and then the stone pillar underwent a noticeable acceleration, shooting out from slow to fast. The speed of the stone pillar after acceleration was extremely quick. By the time Jang Chen reacted, the stone pillar was already flying towards him. With a whoosh, Jang Chen instinctively sidestepped, but the stone pillar still struck his right shoulder, the immense force causing him to fall to the ground and roll twice.
Gritting
his teeth, Jang Chen got up, his right shoulder aching terribly, feeling as if he could barely lift his arm. But Jang Shu is out of mana now, so there's still a chance to fight. The core of magical energy in this world might be due to
its origin from an external source, the Seed of Hope.
Therefore, unless there were special circumstances, the amount of mana was fixed. Everyone had roughly the same amount, even after leveling up.
A first-level mage could only cast one first-level spell with their mana. A second-level mage could only cast one second-level spell or 10 first-level spells, and so on. Thus, Jang Chen believed his sister was just a first-level mage, and since she had just cast a first-level spell, she was now out of mana.
All he had to do next was to engage in close combat. Just as Jang Chen was thinking this, Jang Shu's body glowed with yellow light once again, indicating she was starting to gather magic again.
Jang Chen, give up, and then obediently come work with me. Heh, have you already reached the second level? But did you skip dinner tonight? Your magic doesn't hurt at all. I knew you were just all talk.
Taking advantage of the moment, Jang Chen suddenly charged forward. A second-level mage had enough magical energy to cast more than 10 first-level spells. He couldn't just sit back and wait. In the beginning, his lack of experience had allowed Jang Shu to gather her magic before the fight started, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still now. The time required to release magic depended on a mage's proficiency. For a novice like Jang Shu, being able to cast a first-level spell in 2 or 3 seconds was already quite impressive, possibly due to her current state of heightened energy. In the blink of an eye, Jang Chen had closed the distance to Jang Shu.
Even if she can instantly release Stone Spike now, it won't matter because without acceleration, the Stone Spike won't have much power. Looking at his sister, who was still fully focused on casting spells, Jang Chen smiled. Sister, you're still too inexperienced. At this moment, you should stop casting spells and come at me for a brawl. His sister's delicate, fair face was right in front of him, and Jang Chen threw a powerful left punch. He was the kind of person who believed in gender equality. In short, he didn't mind hitting women. With this punch, my cute sister will probably cry for a long time, right? However, his sister Jang Shu also smiled, and a wave of earthy yellow mist surged from her body. In an instant, it enveloped both of them and the entire arena. Jang Chen's punch hit the mist, but he felt no impact. Faced with this situation, Jang Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit tricky. Jang Chen, this is the magic mom taught me, came Jang Shu's voice from the side, and at the same time, a small fist struck Jang Chen's face, seemingly retaliating for his earlier action of hitting her. Oh really? I thought you were just farting, Jang Chen said, covering his injured face while continuing to talk. You. Then came another round of furious punches and kicks, and Jang Chen could only flee in embarrassment, as Jang Shu seemed to have the ability to see clearly even in the mist. What one-way smoke, not even pretending. Jang Chen complained inwardly. The attacks came in waves, with the girl wildly targeting his back, abdomen, and chest. While Jang Chen could only passively endure, his random counterattacks failing to even touch the hem of Jang Shu's clothes. If you don't surrender, I'm going to use magic. Jang Shu's giggling voice came from the mist. TCH, say that when you can hit me. Jang Chen began to run back and forth in the arena, dodging the incoming attacks while also being careful not to get hit by the stone pillars, feeling like a stray dog. Whoosh! A stone pillar broke through the mist and struck Jang Chen's right arm, sending debris flying. In contrast, Jang Chen had also grasped his sister's general position. The mist is definitely not infinite, it's already starting to dissipate. If I can't pinpoint my sister's location, I'll just have to dodge around her general area and hold out until the mist clears. Next, Jang Chen ran for his life in the arena, timing Jang Shu's spellcasting intervals, occasionally rolling or pausing for a moment, using plenty of feints to greatly increase Jang Shu's difficulty in hitting him. Jang Chen narrowly dodged several stone pillars, but there were some he simply couldn't avoid. So, when the mist finally cleared, Jang Chen was covered in injuries, gasping for breath in the arena. At this moment, his thighs, back, and right shoulder had all taken hits from magic, and he had also been punched by his sister, plus he had rolled around on the ground, picking up a lot of dust. He looked utterly disheveled, with his left hand pressed against his injured shoulder, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat and dirty. A solidified stone pillar once again floated beside Jang Shu, who stood at the edge of the arena, looking at the limping Jang Chen, and said calmly, Jang Chen, it's over. The stone pillar hovered, and his sister deliberately stood at the edge of the arena, keeping her distance from Jang Chen, giving him no chance whatsoever. You keep saying you want to study hard and get into a good university, but after all this time, you still haven't even learned magic? With such poor talent, you might as well come out and work with me. I see you're quite talented at cutting fruit, aren't you? Jang Shu's face wore a teasing expression as she mocked him. Impossible, I will definitely get into university and make something of myself, Jang Chen said expressionlessly, his tone flat. Getting into university isn't just about talking. Or do you really not want to work? Do you not want to stay with me and protect our home? Jang Shu looked at her stubborn brother, her eyes filled with anger at his lack of ambition. Always talking about university, but if our parents and family don't care, what's the use of getting into university? Jang Shu looked at the silent Jang Chen, his eyes glistening faintly. Forget it, we agreed on this anyway. I'll wake you up. Stand still, or else if the next stone pillar accidentally hits your head, you'll become a fool. Jang Shu began to raise his right hand. Jang Chen had already fallen into a disadvantage. Forget it, we agreed on this anyway. I'll wake you up. Stand still, or else if the next stone pillar accidentally hits your head, you'll become a fool. Jang Shu raised his right hand, the stone pillar beside him poised to strike. Jang Chen was trapped in absolute disadvantage. Childish. What? Jang Shu paused. I said you're childish, Jang Chen said flatly. How am I childish? His sister glared at Jang Chen, confident in her victory. She didn't rush to shoot the stone pillar. Every day talking about working to pay off debts, in the end, relying on others' charity to sell fruit, after a day's work, not even enough for food. That's still better than you, doing nothing at home. When the debt collectors come, you just say a few words and get scared enough to sell the house. Jiang Shu shot back. Yeah, you're so filial. When our parents passed away, you were so sad. Pretending to be all positive about paying off debts, working hard to wash clothes and cook, as if just because mom and dad are gone, you can still live well, right? You think I would praise you for that? Jiang Chen's words struck his sister like a storm. Before she could respond, Jiang Chen's next words came again. Jiang Shu, you're just a crybaby hiding behind your parents. After they died, you only dared to hide in the house like a turtle. You refused to face the reality of their passing, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, covering your ears and stealing the bell. It's truly ridiculous. I told you to study hard, and you just keep avoiding reality. Jang Chen spoke nonstop like a rapid-fire cannon. You. His sister's face turned pale from the scolding. What you? You say you won't study anymore, working to support me in school. Have you thought about what you'll do in the future? After selling fruit, will you wash dishes, pick up scraps, learn to fix cars, beg from classmates and teachers? Ridiculous. Are you taking responsibility for your own future? Is that how mom and dad taught you? Answer me. Jang Chen roared. Jang Shu opened her mouth, trembling slightly. She hadn't considered the future Jang Chen spoke of, but she had indeed thought about those jobs, and he had hit the nail on the head. What do you mean? You think selling fruit by the roadside is working? Childish. Working means 996, working means being a beast of burden, working means selling your life for a tiny bit of surplus labor value for the capitalists. With someone like you working, even if you work for 10 years and die from overwork, you still won't be able to pay off your debts. Past experiences kept flashing in Jang Chen's mind, waves of anger and humiliation surged in his heart. Do you think working to pay off debts is loving your parents? Yeah, when you become a beast of burden, during Qingming festival when you go home to sweep your parents' graves, if your boss demands overtime to revise plans, with a mortgage on your back, you can only timidly revise at the highway service area. In the end, you won't even be able to take care of your parents' graves. Then you'll be the person who loves your parents the most in the world. Working, I damn well hate working. Jang Chen's veins bulged, his fists clenched tightly, intense anger made his eyes bulge, his breath erratic, and he seemed to hear crackling sounds in his ears, like blood vessels bursting, or flames burning. If he continued down the original path of life, Jang Chen would face a decade of misery. Inferiority, degradation, cowardice, achieving nothing, and failed relationships. In his youth, he once thought that hard work would yield rewards, that effort would lead to progress. But reality? Reality distributes moral worth based on social status, and determines outcomes based on wealth. He also wanted to hold onto the memories of his parents. He also wanted to work hard and become a useful person to society. He also wanted to stand at the end of morality and say, why do you young people have no dreams? Why do you just lie flat? Why don't you work hard? Future, hope, ideals, beliefs, responsibilities, I have none of those. All I have is a heart full of anger. He was furious, he was unwilling, he wanted to shout, he wanted to resist, but Jang Chen, overtime tonight, please reply. Upon receipt. Received. The memory of that night when he suddenly died kept flooding back. In the face of the heavy burdens of life, what does it matter how unwilling he is? What does it matter how angry he is? These are merely the pains of his own incompetence. His sister, Jang Shu, was momentarily rendered speechless. The night wind quietly drifted by, and a brilliant blue light shone from Jang Chen, arcs of electricity flickering around him. He calmed his emotions slightly, adjusted his breath, and continued, don't let the memories of the past limit you, Jang Shu. Jang Chen's words were calm and firm. The world today is undergoing a great change not seen in a century. It is the time for our generation to strive hard, to fight for progress, and to look to the future. The house is gone, we will buy a bigger one. The memories are gone, you and I will create more memories. We have lost the past, but we can embrace the future. His sister finally came to her senses and said hesitantly, what are you suddenly talking about? What overtime on Qingming, as if you've really experienced it? If you can't even hold on to the current house, how can you talk about buying a bigger one? If you can't beat me, you just spout grand theories. Win against me first before dreaming your beautiful dreams. His sister angrily struck out, and the floating stone pillar let out a hum as it erupted with a force far greater than before, shooting towards Jang Chen. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot out, cutting through the night and striking the flying stone pillar. The pillar exploded with a bang, roaring loudly, smoke billowing everywhere, and the thunder shattered the pillar into pieces. Jang Chen's right hand still flickered with a few arcs of electricity, the residual glow of a first-tier lightning flash. His sister was shocked by the sudden appearance of magic. Has he already reached the first tier? How can he cast spells so quickly? Before she could figure out what was happening, Jang Chen continued, his eyes brewing with an inexplicable emotion. Jang Shu, I mean it, we will have a better future. I will make sure you get into a good university, and I will definitely get into Longdu University, then go to the Holy Land of Magic, Longdu. By then, as for the house, I will buy you as many as you want. And from now on, no one will be able to trample us underfoot. His sister still hadn't recovered from the shock of the magic, and hearing Jang Chen's lofty words again, she instinctively asked. Jang Chen recalled the various events of his past life. He had died once, without any value. And now that he was given a second chance, he understood what he wanted. He suddenly stepped forward, pointing his finger at Jang Shu, his face twisted in rage, as if he wanted to vent all his inner sorrow and unwillingness. He roared, "Because I want to stand out. I want to be above others. I want to become the most supreme mage. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, even you, I will trample underfoot one by one." Accompanied by Jang Chen's roar, the pitch-black night suddenly turned wild with wind. The fierce cold wind seemed to materialize from Jang Chen's momentum and will, violently dispersing the smoke from the shattered pillar, then crashing into his sister. The wind whipped her hair into a chaotic dance like wild snakes, her clothes clung tightly to her body, rustling loudly, forcing her to bend down and stagger back 3 steps. The will of the youth, along with his roar, soared with the wind, drifting towards the sky. Startled, the younger sister instinctively wanted to take a step back, but there was no way to retreat. To keep her distance while flying the kite, she had already stood at the very edge of the arena. Then, regaining her composure, she shouted defiantly, "Why are you shouting so loudly? So what if you mastered magic? Does shouting loudly even matter? You call yourself a superior mage, but you're just a mere first tier. I can crush you underfoot right now." The earthy yellow light flared up again, and under the pressure brought by Jang Chen, the speed at which she gathered her magic further accelerated. The stone pillar quickly took shape in midair, already entering the acceleration phase before launch. However, Jang Chen, who had just been in the distance, had somehow appeared right in front of Jang Shu. He roared, "Just because of you?" Jang Chen punched the stone pillar that shot out, shattering it to pieces, and with unrelenting force, his fist landed heavily on the younger sister's face. With a loud thud, Jang Shu was sent flying off the arena, crashing down below, her face contorted in pain. Jang Chen stood at the edge of the arena, blood gushing from his left hand, looking down at his sister who was covering her face. He crossed his arms, looking down from his elevated position, and said calmly, "You lost. I never said falling outside the arena means losing. As a first-tier mage, you can only cast 1 spell at most, and I can still keep fighting." Jang Shu shouted helplessly from the ground, as another stone pillar began to form in midair. At that moment, an electric arc crackled through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Jang Shu, sitting on the ground, suddenly looked up, her pupils constricting as she saw the enormous full moon hanging in the sky, its light cascading down like a waterfall, but upon reaching the arena, it was overshadowed by the more intense azure glow emanating from Jang Chen. With the silver moon as his backdrop, Jang Chen stood at the edge of the arena, arms crossed. He looked disheveled, his tattered robe soaked in blood, yet his expression remained calm. His left hand was covered in blood, while his right index finger was enveloped in crackling azure lightning, emitting waves of electrical shrieks. Jang Chen had actually gathered his first-tier magic faster than Jang Shu. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Jang Shu, as the electric arcs raged, while Jang Shu's stone pillar had barely formed halfway. In the next moment, the brilliance of the lightning surged explosively, filling Jang Shu's vision, causing her face to pale and her eyes to shut tightly. "It's over," the younger sister thought in despair. With a thunderous boom, the sound echoed throughout the rooftop. When Jang Shu opened her eyes again, she realized that the lightning had only scattered the stone pillar she had formed, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. "Do you want to keep fighting? That was your 10th spell. From now on, you can only fight barehanded," Jang Chen said in a flat tone. The younger sister's eyes were still filled with stubbornness, as if she wanted to continue fighting, but upon meeting Jang Chen's calm gaze, an inexplicable shiver ran through her body, making her tremble. She felt that even if Jang Chen was now covered in injuries, if they fought again, she would only end up losing. I concede," Jang Shu said, humiliated, lowering her head. "Then do you submit?" Jang Shu's face showed a struggle, then she relented, her eyes filled with resentment, but she sighed and said, "I submit." Only then did Jang Chen smile. "Good, then tomorrow we'll sell off the family assets to pay for your schooling." The younger sister puffed up her cheeks, wanting to say something, but when she saw Jang Chen's expression turn cold again, she was instantly frightened into silence. "And remember to call me brother from now on, no need to be so formal," Jang Chen said, laughing out loud, unable to maintain his pose as a master any longer. The younger sister immediately gritted her teeth, her face full of indignation. That little expression was truly deliciously infuriating. "I got it. But I have to remind you, you don't need to go to Longdu, because Longdu University is not in Longdu, bro." "Bro!" The last 2 words, "bro," almost burst out from Jang Shu's teeth. "Ha?" Jang Chen was dumbfounded. "It hurts. Be gentler. Who told you to be so reckless, smashing your fist against my magic?" Jang Shu grumbled, still easing his grip a bit. At that moment, the siblings were sitting on the sofa, with a small medicine box, alcohol cotton, bandages, and some medicinal liquor on the coffee table beside them. Jang Chen was bare-chested, covered in bruises, while Jang Shu was carefully disinfecting the wound on his left hand and then wrapping it with a bandage. To show off, Jang Chen had punched a stone directly, but fortunately, the stone pillar was made of magical energy and earth elements, so its strength wasn't very high. At that time, he hadn't completed the acceleration process for launching, otherwise, he would have definitely fractured something. As the loser, his sister only had a slight bruise on her face, which was practically nothing. What you just said about Longdu University not being in Longdu, is that true? Jang Chen asked, puzzled, as it was different from what he knew in his past life. Longdu University was one of the top 2 universities in the country he lived in during his previous life, and it was the dream school for all students. Yeah, you didn't even know that and you said you wanted to apply to Longdu University. Jiang Shu's tone was filled with resentment, feeling that her defeat was somewhat unjustified. Then where is it? Jang Chen was genuinely curious. At the same time, he secretly warned himself that this world was indeed different from his past life. If he blindly followed some methods from his previous life to make money, he might end up losing everything, even his underwear. But only strength would not betray him. In Confronting City. Ha? Where is Confronting City? Isn't that name a bit too fantastical? Jang Chen was even more confused. I'm not too sure either. It seems like the country invited forbidden spellcasters to design and build a land reclamation city, which is out in the sea. Many well-known universities and leading companies have relocated there or established branches. It was a big deal a few years ago. What a school city, but here it should be called a university town. Jang Chen thought to himself. Jiang Shu increasingly felt that entrusting the future to this unreliable brother was a mistake. She puffed out her cheeks and said, by the way, bro. The way Jiang Shu said bro was very quiet and super unnatural, fidgeting awkwardly. Have you advanced to the second tier? You hit it so well, I was foolishly fighting with you for so long. Jiang Chen laughed wickedly, as if Huang Ma was forcing his wife to call him husband. Don't call me bro, call me brother. Are you disgusting? Jiang Shu exploded. Again. I haven't advanced to the second tier, I'm still at the first tier. I only cast one spell and found out I still had half my magical energy left. Jiang Chen himself wasn't quite clear. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, a first-tier mage's mana would only be enough to cast one first-tier spell. This was a natural limitation of the magical energy core. If there was a spell that allowed a first-tier mage to cast several times, it should be a zero-tier spell, but such spells would likely be weaker than a child's punch, making them meaningless. Similarly, second-tier spells, or higher-tier spells, could only be cast once by mages of the same level, and they were basically used as ultimate moves. The classification of spells was generally based on their power. The more powerful the spell, the more magical energy it consumed. As for why the spell classification was set up this way, it could only be said that this world, including Xia country, adopted such standards. A unified standard was also more beneficial for the development of magic. Jiang Chen was able to release 2 first-level spells at once, and since his spells were no different from others, nor was their power, it could only mean that his magical energy was double that of others, at least at the first level. Jiang Chen voiced his speculation and cheekily said, brother, I might just be a gifted magical genius. As for you, Jiang Shu, you can only stay in the sewers, you can't overturn my rule. Jiang Shu was still bandaging him, and upon hearing this, she yanked the bandage tightly, tying a cute bow with a fierce tug. Ouch! Jiang Chen let out a wail reminiscent of Tom Cat. A genius, huh? A master, huh? Double magical energy, huh? Jiang Shu said fiercely while roughly applying medicinal alcohol to Jiang Chen's bruises, and it was hard to believe there wasn't some personal grudge involved. I was wrong, sister, be gentler. Jiang Chen was flexible in his responses. How can you promote blood circulation without some force? Take that. In fact, there was another discovery that Jiang Chen didn't share with Jiang Shu. The first time he released Thunderlight, it wasn't obvious. But during the second release, the speed at which the decisive Thunderlight condensed far exceeded the casting speed Jiang Shu had secretly practiced for a long time. Perhaps his better state at the time was one reason, but the situation was that when he cast the spell, it felt as if he suddenly had an extra pair of hands helping him, causing his casting speed to soar. It was a very wonderful sensation. Oh no, could it be that his previous self is trying to return? The 7 days for the previous self had clearly passed. Combining this with the inexplicable acceleration in his training speed and the doubling of magical energy, Jiang Chen could roughly guess that it might be because this body contained 2 souls. But the previous self should have been a vessel, so did I devour or merge with the previous self's soul? Jiang Chen pondered. However, if merging with one soul's strength could allow him to surpass his peers by so much, then he felt this world shouldn't be so civilized. Cannibalism might be more fitting for a situation where consuming souls could make one stronger. What are you daydreaming about? Does it hurt? Jiang Shu waved her hand in front of Jiang Chen, looking a bit worried. No, I'm just a bit tired. You dragged me out for a beating late at night. Alright, I'm sorry, don't be mad, brother. After getting punched, Jang Shu became much more obedient, and after calling him brother for the first time, it rolled off her tongue more easily. I forgive you. Go to sleep, we have class tomorrow. Facing his sister's coquetry, Jang Chen's face was about to split from smiling, his lips curving more than an AK. At that moment, Jang Shu felt that this guy was so easy to deal with. A little coaxing had him wrapped around her finger. If she had been more affectionate before, he might have even gone to work with her. One must say, sometimes choice is greater than effort. Jang Shu sighed, life was not easy. The next morning, the siblings set off for school together again. At the rice noodle shop, they sat across from each other eating breakfast. Brother? Are you really going to sell the house? Jang Shu's expression showed some unease. For a 16-year-old girl, such matters were beyond her capacity to handle. Just focus on your studies, leave the rest to me. Jang Shu stared blankly at Jang Chen's calm smile, and for a moment, it felt like she saw their father's shadow, a long-lost sense of security flooding her heart. After finishing breakfast, they parted at the classroom door. Jang Chen entered the class, casually responding to several classmates who came to inquire about the bruises on his face and the bandage on his left hand. Jang Chen, did someone hit you? Are you okay? The class monitor, Tang Yin, asked with concern. It's nothing, I ran into some young punks who didn't play fair yesterday, and I was careless and didn't dodge, Jang Chen joked lightly, his relaxed tone and natural smile causing the other students to unconsciously set aside their worries. Returning to the second-to-last seat by the window. Damn, how did you get beaten into a pig's head? Qian Tianyue exclaimed in surprise. Yun Ningjing, sitting next to him, also cast a worried glance. Jang Chen casually pulled out a book and flipped it open. Even during the most urgent moments yesterday, he remembered not to injure his right hand, which he used for studying in the Taoist temple. This is my determination to become stronger. While Jang Chen's mind wandered, he said, I had a friendly exchange of magic with my little sister. This incident is essentially a normal technical adjustment in the process of growth. Both parties, adhering to the principle of one family, innovatively adopted a communication plan combining magic and talk therapy, providing a new paradigm for resolving family disputes. Speak in plain language. I was bullied by my sister. Useless. Qian Tianyue showed no mercy. Upon hearing that Jang Chen was beaten by his adorable sister, he no longer cared about Jang Chen's well-being and even felt a bit envious that he could be beaten by a cute girl. After seeing the wounds on Jang Chen's face, Yun Ningjing rummaged through her drawer and then handed him a band-aid with her delicate fingers. Yun Ningjing softly said, this will help it heal faster if you put it on your face. Jang Chen looked at the pink band-aid adorned with a cute little whale and was about to refuse, but when he looked up and saw the expression on Yun Ningjing's face, as if she had mustered great courage, he accepted it. Although he didn't know why he could read that from her otherwise expressionless face. Then, under Yun Ningjing's expectant gaze, he slowly tore open the packaging and, with a heavy expression, placed it on the wound on his face. Thank you, Ningjing. You're welcome. Yun Ningjing, having exhausted her social points for the day, quickly lowered her head to read. Then it was time for serious class. Jang Chen was still struggling with his studies, but after yesterday's battle of firm will, he suddenly gained a lot of memories from his previous life, which significantly accelerated his learning progress. This inexplicable improvement made Jang Chen feel as if his previous life was like a potion he had swallowed. Every time he studied, practiced, or fought with his sister, he could quickly digest it and reap the benefits. What kind of role-playing potion digestion is this? He thought to himself. What role am I playing? A diligent and studious domestic abuser? Coming back to reality from the ocean of magic, it was already 6 in the evening. Nothing particularly special had happened throughout the day, the only noteworthy mention being the rumor circulating in the neighboring class that Jang Chen was a domestic abuser. Then, some people from other classes rushed over to ask who Jang Chen was, and upon seeing his miserable state, their expressions turned strange, and they left immediately. After agreeing to have dinner together in the cafeteria with his sister, the two met with the bank representative, Xia Yunjian, at a coffee shop as previously arranged. Jang Chen, little brother, what happened to you too? Xia Yunjian looked at the wounds on the siblings' faces in surprise. Having seen brothers quarrel before, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty at this scene. It's a small matter, no need to worry. How's the issue we discussed last time? Jang Chen was too lazy to elaborate. Well, regarding your conditions, the leadership looked at them and didn't quite agree. After all, there was no precedent for this beforehand. I argued with him a bit, and the current situation is, Xia Yunjian said with a professional smile. The talk of no precedent in arguing was all nonsense. In short, the house could only be retained for 5 years, and the compensation for the siblings was also cut down. That's fine. Let me take a look at the contract. Jang Chen said. Okay, please. Xia Yunjian was a bit surprised. He had prepared various bargaining tactics, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. In fact, they were willing to add the condition of a buyback at any time simply because they didn't believe these two siblings could buy back the house. Saving a little money under these conditions is better than nothing. And if they really can earn that money in 5 years, what's the harm in selling it back? Moreover, if the housing market is booming by then, whether the contract is fulfilled or not is another matter. You might make a small profit, but the bank will never lose. Bro. Jang Shu tugged at Jang Chen's hand under the table. Jang Chen nearly smiled in response. After reading the contract carefully several times, Jang Chen, who had seen many contracts in his past life as a company worker, confirmed that there were no major loopholes. The money would be transferred to Jang Chen's card in installments according to the different stages of the property transfer. The contract was made in 5 copies. After Jang Chen signed, it was Jang Shu's turn. She hesitated for a long time, and Jang Chen didn't rush her. In the end, she signed her name. Pleasure doing business. Xia Yunjian completed a big deal and took the initiative to settle the coffee bill. After shaking hands with Jang Chen, he left. Bro, even if we sell the house, I feel like I could negotiate with him, Jang Shu said, puzzled. Sister, we don't have the strength to use as leverage. No matter how much we argue with him, the final outcome will be pretty much the same. Right now, you just need to remember the feeling from today and turn it into your motivation for cultivation. The sunset shone through the floor to ceiling windows onto Jang Chen's face as he took a sip of coffee. Alright, we have one more thing to do, let's go. Next, they arrived at Aunt Lu's fruit shop. Go on, Jang Chen patted Jang Shu's back. I feel a bit embarrassed. I've only worked a few days and now I'm quitting. It makes me seem useless, Jang Shu said, her cheeks flushed. That's how it is for newcomers in the workplace. Jang Chen pulled his sister into the shop, explained the situation, and then they both apologized and thanked Aunt Lu. It's no trouble at all. We're all neighbors. I've been quite busy these days, so it's great that Xiao Shu came to help. And of course, studying is still the most important thing. I'll settle your wages for these days, Aunt Lu said with a chuckle. The two naturally refused. With Jang Shu's level, did she really help with the fruit? But Aunt Lu insisted. She didn't mention anything else but was attentive to the siblings' feelings the whole time. As they walked home in the glow of the sunset, Jang Shu said seriously, Bro, I want to study hard and cultivate. Heh, you've grown up, Jang Chen teased. Stop it, I'm not joking with you. Jang Shu tugged at Jang Chen's hand. Alright, you're going to pull my arm off. Let's hurry home. If you have any questions, you can come ask me. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, where did you get the band-aid on your face? Jang Shu suddenly questioned. Oh, my deskmate gave it to me, Jang Chen blurted out without thinking. Early romance? What do you mean? A pink band-aid, what do you think? Jang Shu squinted her eyes slightly, suspecting that this guy, while claiming to study hard, might be trying to woo girls in class. What's wrong with a pink band-aid? Don't you think it's cute? Jang Chen blinked. Cute my foot. You better watch out and not fall in love early, or else. Humph. Jang Shu crossed her arms, warning him. At that moment, Jang Shu still didn't know. Is this what you call studying hard? If you don't understand something, come ask you? Brother. Jang Shu looked at Jang Chen with icy eyes. The table was filled with various study materials. Jang Chen's abysmal study level was still exposed. Cough, don't call me brother, call me Oni-chan. Jang Chen scratched his head, changing the subject. Jang Shu punched Jang Chen lightly with her small fist and then said, Isn't your situation worse than when you were in middle school? Brother can't help it. Our parents passed away, and my sister is still disobedient. It's quite normal to have to balance family ties with career, isn't it? And you still blame me. Jang Shu lunged at Jang Chen, tormenting him. Get your books out. You must make up for your lessons right now. Immediately. Jang Shu lifted the battered Jang Chen, preparing to supervise his studies. From then on, Jang Chen's cultivation furnace increased by 1, and his cultivation speed surged again. 2 days later, the weekend arrived, and the first year of high school here didn't require extra classes yet. The most important thing on their agenda, aside from cultivation, was to find a place to live. The first installment of the compensation for the house had already arrived. They signed the contract and the payment came through immediately. The rest would be deposited once the house was fully handed over. After the paperwork for the house was completed, they would also have some time to move. Of course, they could choose to live on campus, but the key issue was that there were many things in the house they wanted to keep. Some money could be saved, but some simply couldn't. Based on Jang Chen's past experiences, the best option was to find a place not too far from work. If the place was too far, the commute would be long. If it was too close, although the commute would be short, in case of overtime, he would be the first one called. But now, it was all about working hard for himself, so he would definitely choose a place as close to school as possible. Although he absolutely hated overtime, he didn't dislike working hard, he just hated working hard for capitalists. The siblings circled around Ningjiang Middle School, constantly checking ads and scheduling viewings with landlords. After wandering for most of the day and grabbing lunch outside, they casually found a public bench to rest. Including the one we just saw, there are 3 pretty good houses. Which one do you want to live in? Jang Chen asked.
The smaller one is fine, it feels much brighter, she replied.
No need to be so frugal. A higher quality of life means more happiness. And that gives you more motivation to study and cultivate. Yeah, that's why I said I liked the one with better lighting.
Jang Chen patted his sister's head and smiled. Alright, I'll contact the landlord. Then came the process of contacting the landlord, bargaining, signing the contract, and paying the deposit. After that, it was time to throw away what needed to be thrown, take what needed to be taken, and pack up a bunch of stuff. They contacted a moving company and arranged for a small truck to move into their new home. As they were leaving, Jang Shu walked around the empty house, feeling a bit reluctant. Noticing his sister's low spirits, Jang Chen spoke up. In my last life, I was framed, and my family was destroyed. In this life, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Jang Chen clenched his fist in front of his chest, passionately reciting the lines from an advertisement beside Jiang Shu. What the heck? Jiang Shu couldn't hold back, clearly having seen similar silly ads before. The dual pupils are invincible. Why borrow the bones of others? Little sister, return all the talents that were taken from me. I'm still the vicious female villain. Do you believe I'll hit you? Jiang Shu laughed, raising her fist as if to strike. Heh, if you dare to provoke me, you'll find you've kicked a cotton ball. The consequence of provoking me is just a light poke, because I have no power to fight back. I love bullying the weak. The siblings playfully tussled for a moment before leaving the house. They spent the entire weekend moving, cleaning, and setting up their new home. The house they chose had 2 smaller bedrooms, a living room connected to the kitchen, and a balcony with good lighting. It was quite small, and they almost couldn't fit everything they brought over. Completing the move also meant that from now on, Jang Chen could cultivate without distractions. When one is fully immersed in something, time always flies by. In the blink of an eye, the first semester of the first year of high school has come to an end, and after the final exams, it will be winter break. High school is the most critical stage in a magical career, and it is also an important foundation-laying period. The college entrance examination is a significant milestone that reviews the results of your 3 years of hard work. Every student who gets into college will become an elite in this society. Teacher, what is an elite? A student asked. It's about gathering everyone together, filtering and selecting, and then filtering again until only a few remain. Isn't that just the dregs of society? The class erupted in laughter, and the homeroom teacher, Yongjian, also chuckled for a while. As class was about to end, the atmosphere was less strict since the lesson was over. Jang Chen, you will copy that sentence 100 times. After finishing his laughter, teacher Yongjian said. Okay, teacher. Jang Chen obediently replied. Another round of laughter followed. Sometimes it's like this, even when you know something is unachievable, there are still things you have to do, even if it comes at a cost. If he hadn't been cheeky with that remark, Jang Chen might not have had to copy it, but he would definitely regret it later. The bell rang, and with Yongjian's announcement of the end of class, the classroom slowly shifted from quiet to lively. Jang Chen grabbed his textbook and planned to head to the office. Today, it should have been Yun Ningjing's turn for the furnace cauldron draw. However, after asking her questions more frequently, other classmates gradually discovered that this Ice Queen-like student, although often expressionless and quiet, was actually just a bit socially anxious and introverted, but very warm-hearted. Consequently, many male classmates mustered the courage to approach her with questions, even boys from other classes. Moreover, those who came were mostly either good students, handsome, strong in magic, or a combination of all 3. Because anyone lacking confidence simply could not perform under the gaze of Yun Ningjing's emotionless eyes. Jang Chen thought, rather than dealing with a crowd later and being harassed by several boys showing off, it would be more convenient to find someone else. So, today, let's favor teacher Yongjian. Seeing Jang Chen walk out of the classroom with a book, a few chatting classmates found new material to discuss. That Jang Chen kid is quite interesting, just loves to show off and doesn't fit in. What do you mean? He's either reading at his desk all day or asking questions with a book in hand, trying to look diligent. I thought his grades were great, but who knew he was at the bottom last time? He doesn't even show off well, who asks elementary and middle school questions all day? He's the attitude guy, you know? The teacher said that even if his grades aren't good, his attitude must be right. With the title of attitude guy thrown out, the classmates burst into laughter again. Even
Though Jang Chen was at the bottom, when he saw that his score wasn't the lowest, he was grinning from ear to ear, indicating that he had completely caught up with the first-year curriculum and theoretical knowledge. And the next step would be a whole new field. It's no wonder the classmates talked about him like this. After all, he was always asking basic questions and running to the teacher's office to flatter, while being asked by the teacher to set an example in class. To those who didn't understand the situation, it indeed seemed a bit pretentious. Jang Chen isn't pretending to work hard, he's genuinely diligent. A few classmates gossiping in the back fell silent. The one speaking was the usually quiet Yun Ningjing. The others looked at her beautiful yet expressionless face, feeling the pressure of her gaze. Yun Ningjing didn't say anything more but sat back down to read, having used up all her courage for the day to defend someone else. The once lively chatting atmosphere among the classmates suddenly cooled down, and after a few awkward chuckles, they shifted the topic. At this moment, Jang Chen had already arrived at the office. Jian Gu, teach me. As soon as Jang Chen entered the office, he placed the book on the teacher's desk. What is it that you don't understand this time? It's the principle of elemental conflict here. After Jang Chen pointed it out, he picked up Yang Jian's cup and, using the method of mixing hot and cold water, poured a cup of warm water for the teacher. With his rich experience, he managed to control the temperature to around 50 degrees, so when the teacher finished explaining, it would be a comfortable 45 degrees upon drinking. Jang Chen sighed to himself. Serving tea and water in school made the teacher teach with more dedication, while in society, serving tea and water earned you no respect at all. After Yang Jian finished explaining the topic, he asked about Jang Chen's recent situation. Recently, I've been asked mostly about first-year high school knowledge. You've caught up on the basics, right? Yes, it's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. How was the effect of the meditation tips I taught you last time? One word, awesome. I feel like my meditation efficiency has improved by 20%. Teacher, can you teach me a bit more? The last time you taught Gao 1, can I use that? Everyone's situation is different. These meditation techniques outside the textbook are not universal, they are adjusted specifically for individual circumstances. My ability as a teacher can only help you improve to this extent. That's still impressive. Thank you, teacher. Jang Chen respectfully expressed his gratitude and left the office. This kind of personalized teaching was something only a few top-ranking students could enjoy. It wasn't that the teacher was being secretive, but rather that this kind of guidance was very energy-consuming. Just like Jang Chen, it took Yang Jian nearly a month of one-on-one tutoring to achieve a 20% improvement in efficiency. It wasn't that Yang Jian favored Jang Chen or the better students, if you didn't come to ask. He would just pick a few who were doing well to teach. Moreover, even if Yang Jian chose not to teach anyone, it wouldn't have any impact. The teacher had already fulfilled his duty by teaching the content in the textbook well. Only a dedicated teacher like Yang Jian would take time out of his personal schedule to teach anyone he could. Soon, it was lunchtime. Over the past 6 months, Jang Chen had thrown himself into the monotonous training, and his social relationships hadn't really expanded. It was still just a few close friends. Therefore, to his classmates, Jang Chen seemed like a solitary study king who didn't communicate with others, didn't participate in class activities, and spent all day sitting at his desk, isolating himself from the class. One could say that to achieve a cultivation level far beyond his peers, one had to pay a certain price. In short, his lunch companion in class was only Qian Tianyue, and occasionally he would eat with his sister, Jiang Shu. You only ordered this much again? You can't eat the life-sustaining meal every day, Qian Tianyue pointed at Jang Chen's plate. Isn't there you, Tianyue-gu? Hand it over, Jang Chen said, using his chopsticks to grab a piece of meat from Qian Tianyue's plate. Jang Chen would only eat a bit better when he was having meals with his sister. Although he managed the money at home, after setting aside tuition and emergency funds, even just covering daily expenses like rent, utilities, and food was already very tight. And with several years still ahead, he had to save wherever possible. The pocket money he sent to Jiang Shu had a bit of surplus because Jang Chen believed that as a girl, his sister shouldn't be without money to go out with friends or buy things she liked. As for himself, he had basically no extra expenses. He was considering selling the family computer or trying for a scholarship to improve his meals. I heard there will be a magic competition in gym class later, Qian Tianyue said with food in his mouth, making his words unclear. What kind of competition? It's a magic duel. A one-on-one magic showdown on stage. So violent? Isn't the school afraid of something happening? Of course not. They have shield generators, whoever's armor gets broken loses. Interesting, is it finally my turn to show off? Jang Chen stroked his chin and said, don't let others knock you to your knees, it's good enough to be taken away to work hard for the stars. Qian Tianyue scoffed. In the afternoon, during physical education class, on the uniquely large playground of the magical world, It's been almost half a year, most of you should have reached the second transition, right? The PE teacher asked. Yes. The students replied in unison. After Jang Chen had beaten Jang Shu, he broke through to the second transition in less than a week. His cultivation progress was not much different from those who spent every day in the accelerated meditation array, like the wealthy Yunningjing. In this world's power system, the mechanism of realm breakthrough is quite unique. Its core lies in the magic energy core. The magic energy core is a special energy crystal derived from an external object called the seed of hope, which resonates and merges with the human soul, taking root deep within it. The seed of hope itself carries some plant-like characteristics. Therefore, the breakthrough process of the magic energy core is somewhat similar to the growth process of plants. The magic energy core resembles a sphere that stores magic energy. When cultivated to its peak, a larger second layer of crystal wall condenses externally, wrapping the sphere and forming a new sphere. Once the second layer of crystal wall is completed, the original first layer becomes a bottleneck that must be overcome with accumulated power to enter the next realm, and this cycle continues until the end of cultivation. At the same time, since everyone's starting point in society is the magic energy core generated by the seed of hope, the initial magic energy is roughly the same. Thus, the seed of hope can be considered a product of modern industrialization, standardized and scaled. With good quality, it benefits everyone. As magic continues to develop, the seed of hope will also be updated, and in the future, people may wake up with second transition cultivation. According to ancient historical records, only the nobility could use the seed of hope, and the newly awakened magic energy could not even release modern first transition magic. From the privilege of a few to the starting point of all, from meager energy to higher awakening levels, this is a great testament to the magical civilization's progress over a millennium, and one of the reasons why humanity in this world can conquer nature and countless demon races that have vanished in the river of history, securing a place in this harsh world. However, back to the main topic. Although everyone's magic energy is roughly the same, it is not absolute. For example, Jang Chen, who is at the second transition, can release 20 first transition spells, which is the result of his usual tests. Other second transition classmates can only release 10, meaning his magic energy is twice that of his peers. Jang Chen commented on this, saying, "A small opening is not considered an opening." Alright, students who will be on stage later, remember to come up and collect a shield generator. The textbooks are precious, so use them carefully. After class, the class representative should count the quantity and collect them all. Teacher, what is a shield generator? The body of a mage is weak, so people seek external forces to solve this problem. The shield generator stores a spell that can condense a set of armor on the surface of the body, capable of withstanding damage from mid-level magic. Why? Doesn't everyone have one of these good things? You have to pay for it, it's very expensive, so be careful when using it later. If you break it, you'll have to compensate at the market price. The PE teacher, fearing that these kids would be clumsy, reminded them again. We are using the educational version of the shield. When hit by magic, the shield's color will change, and there will be a shield breaking effect. This way, the situation during the competition will be clear at a glance. The shield generator looks like a wrist guard, with a button on it. Pressing it activates the shield, and the operation is super simple. I will now explain the content of the magic competition. From now on, each class will have everyone participate in 3 rounds of magic duels, and based on the results, a ranking will be established. This ranking will count towards your physical education grades. After listening to the physical education teacher's explanation, Jang Chen thought to himself, so the magic competition is like the ranking matches of this season? It resembles the rules from some games in my past life, where there are several placement matches to determine a rough ranking, and then those ranked lower challenge those ranked higher to improve their standings. Teacher, that's unfair. What if my magic energy runs out, and others still challenge me? Right now, everyone is at the second transition, each with 10 chances to cast first transition magic, or 1 chance to cast second transition magic, not to mention you also have time to rest and recover. You need to defeat your opponent with limited magic energy. This is also a test of your magic energy management skills. Achieving victory or defeat with the least amount of magic energy is something an excellent mage must accomplish. How can it be like this? Some students felt discouraged, thinking it was unfair. If you run out of magic, you lose. When you encounter monsters in the wild, they won't care whether you have magic energy or not, the physical education teacher scolded loudly. Yes, the teacher is absolutely right. Jang Chen shouted. Alright, quiet down. Being hit by first transition magic 3 times, or by second transition magic once, means you lose. Now come up and draw lots. Teacher, does hitting with a fist count? Jang Chen asked. The students were a bit stunned by this question. A mage throwing punches? What are you doing? It counts, a punch counts as 1 hit of first transition magic, the physical education teacher replied with a smile.
It doesn't sound very good, but the scene of a mage running out of magic and then throwing punches is actually quite entertaining.
Is that allowed? Then I'm only. At first transition, if I rush in and throw 2 punches, won't I win? A certain underachiever said.
Some magic has a slowing effect, even if you're Bolt, you can't just rush in.
Come on, you're only at first. Transition?
The physical education teacher stomped his foot, and a strong gust of wind rushed towards the students. Those who were still talking had their voices drowned out, sounding like they were speaking into a high-powered fan, their lips flapping wildly.
Alright, stop chatting and wasting everyone's time. Come up and draw lots.
The physical education teacher's wind-based educational magic made the students
quiet down.
The following scene could be described as a bunch of rookies pecking at each other, playing Magic House. Some had the cultivation but took over 10 seconds to condense first transition magic, others managed to condense magic but missed and got countered, and some even had their magic explode, while others ran out of magic and stood there dumbfounded during the third match. Only the battles of a few top students were somewhat interesting.
Qian Tianyue faced off against the class monitor, Tang Yin. Qian, are you ready?
It's about to start, Tang Yin said, her kind and enthusiastic personality shining through.
Even
though they were about to fight, she didn't threaten him like others but instead thought of her opponent.
Ha! Oh, I'm ready.
Qian Tianyue was unsure if he was nervous because it was his first competition, or because he was looking at the cute and sweet-looking class monitor.
Begin.
The physical education teacher issued the command. As a mid-level mage, he could oversee more than 5 magic duels at once. As soon as the command was given, both of them were enveloped in magical light. The first to release magic was Qian Tianyue, who swung his hand, sending a green wind blade flying towards Tang Yin.
Without dodging
or defending, Tang Yin was directly hit, and her condensed magic was interrupted due to panic. The armor on Tang Yin was activated, a purple light shattered, accompanied by a crisp sound of armor breaking. The two didn't speak and began to condense their magic again. Tang Yin knew her magic release speed couldn't match her opponent's, so she calculated the seconds and began to move on the battlefield as her magic was
halfway condensed.
Jang Chen watched from the side and began to comment, Tang Yin is starting to move to dodge the skills.
Can Qian Tianyue hit her?
At this moment, the second wind blade that Qian Tianyue had gathered was already formed, a green whirlwind swirling in his hand, coalescing but not yet released, and moving towards Tang Yin.
Isn't he running away? Instead, he's actively approaching Tang Yin? Jiang Chen grinned from the sidelines.
Qian Tianyue pressured Tang Yin's movements, and when she dodged into a corner, a water-type spell, Ice Spike, formed on her body. The two were very close, without hesitation. Tang Yin unleashed the Ice Spike, while Qian Tianyue merely watched and continued to close in on her. When the Ice Spike shattered a layer of armor on Qian Tianyue and slowed him down, he finally swung the wind
blade in his hand.
At such a close distance, hitting the target was as easy as reaching out.
What a despicable blood exchange tactic! Qian Tianyue is not human. Jang Chen shouted from the audience.
There was no need to elaborate on what happened next. With a single wind blade, Qian Tianyue secured the victory. After stepping off the stage, he walked over to Jang Chen. Tang Yin is so cute, how can you hit her?
Like that? Are you even human? Jang Chen teased.
Bro, I can't just stand there and take hits, and my motto is competition first, friendship second.
Is that so?
Look over there, the class monitor seems
really unhappy with you. Ah, no way. Should I go apologize? I don't want to be disliked by girls.
Qian Tianyue turned around sharply, only to see Tang Yin happily chatting with other girls, clearly not bothered
by the outcome. You dog.
Just as Qian Tianyue turned back to find trouble with Jang Chen, he had already moved to the other side of the venue. On the stage, Yun Ningjing was facing off against a boy from the class. Ningjing, please take care of me. The boy, overly nervous, bit his tongue while speaking. At this moment, Yun Ningjing stood on the stage, her waterfall-like smooth long hair tied into a neat ponytail. The loose, baggy school uniform she wore couldn't hide her long legs that were even longer than others, and her graceful body lines, combined with her expressionless face, made her the epitome of a cool, beautiful ice queen. Even though everyone in the class knew that Yun Ningjing wasn't really a cold person, the boy being stared at by her dark eyes still felt immense pressure. Please take care of me, Yun. Ningjing nodded and said softly. The match begins, both are starting to gather magic.
Who will be the first to release their magic and gain the advantage? Qian, what do you think? Alright, Jang, I think it should be Yun Ningjing.
Oh? Why do you say that? First of all, Yun Ningjing is very beautiful. Although she has the persona of a cold ice queen, she often does some cute little actions that are simply
irresistible. Furthermore, get out of my livestream. Jang Chen punched Qian Tianyue.
While the two were playfully fighting, a visibly larger fireball than those of other classmates shot from Yun Ningjing's hand, hitting the boy in front of her. Instantly, a purple light and a blue light lit up,
followed by two almost overlapping crisp sounds of armor breaking. No way. Yun Ningjing, did you just unleash? How come? Your fireball seems much bigger than others and even broke through 2 layers of armor? Jang Chen chimed in. What do you mean unleash? Yun Ningjing must have used the Yun family's ancestral fire meditation
technique for her training, so her fire magic is naturally stronger than others, the PE teacher explained.
Ha?
Doesn't our school have a more advanced meditation technique? A student asked.
No, without the
resources and qualifications, one can never reach the middle realm with such meditation techniques. Just focus on practicing the general meditation technique, the teacher replied.
Damn, money really talks. Jang Chen said.
Sorry, but having money really does allow one to do as they please, Qian Tianyue added.
There's not much more to say. With someone like Yun Ningjing, how could Fai Long lose? Next up was Jang Chen.
The special guests for this match were Qian Tianyue, Yun Ningjing, and Tang Yin. Jang Chen had been pointing and gesturing from the sidelines, and it was time for him to pay the price.
Jang Chen
stepped onto the stage, and his opponent was the class genius, Gao Wen. Gao Wen not only had a good talent for studying but was also diligent and serious. He still had a childlike personality, which was understandable. Since they were only in their first year of high school, immaturity was normal.
Wow, Gao Wen is going to have a blast against this poser. He'll take her round easily,
Qian Tianyue said from the audience.
Sounding like a villain.
Sigh, if only I were up there.
This was the true villain chiming in. Both of you need to do your best. Class monitor Tang Yin cheered loudly for the two.
Good luck, Yun Ningjing. Whispered, but no one heard her. Jang Chen, others think you're a slacker, but I've already seen through your act of playing dumb to catch the tiger.
You want to make a big splash later, right? Too bad you
ran into me. I'll use all my strength and turn you into a pig-eating feed. Gao Wen said proudly, arms crossed. This guy was also quite familiar with their homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, so he might have heard
something from him.
Aha, we're just competing, don't cry if you get beaten later, Jang Chen teased him, wearing a mischievous grin. Gao Wen's blood pressure rose. He hated being treated like a child.
You just wait, Gao Wen replied with an immature tone.
Seeing Gao Wen blush so easily, Jang Chen felt a twinge of guilt for bullying a child, but verbal sparring was part of the competition, and he wouldn't let any weakness of his opponent go unexploited. Alright, the match begins.
What do you think, Tang Yin? Qian Tianyue, though a bit familiar with Yun Ningjing, didn't dare to casually engage. Ah, me? I think. This was Tang Yin's first time commentating, and she wasn't quite used to it yet.
The two contestants on stage were enveloped in a golden and blue glow, respectively. With my current casting speed, I can release a light-type spell light sphere in under 3 seconds. That's already the fastest in the class. I've been secretly practicing for so long just for today.
Gao Wen thought to himself. At that moment. Wait, what is he trying to do? The audience and Gao Wen on stage instinctively wondered.
Jang Chen was striding confidently towards Gao Wen, his body shimmering with a deep blue light. He can't cast magic, he's preparing for a brawl. A student in the audience started to say, but before he could finish, Jang Chen made a gesture with his fingers like a gun, and the sharp sound of thunder split the air as a bolt of lightning shot from his index finger, hitting Gao Wen in an instant. The characteristic of lightning magic is its speed and ferocity. If you don't dodge before aiming, it's almost guaranteed to hit. Gao Wen didn't have time to be surprised before the second bolt of lightning followed closely behind, shattering his 2 layers of armor. Impossible. How could he be so fast? He cast a spell in less than a second, right? This. No way, man. I need 5 or 6 seconds to cast a spell. What's going on? Look quickly. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the students below, the battle on stage continued. Gao Wen was a top student. Even though he was shocked inside, he didn't let the magic gathering be interrupted, showcasing his solid fundamentals. After Jang Chen's 2 spells, Gao Wen's magic had also formed and was about to be released. However, a shadow loomed, blocking the sun and enveloping Gao Wen. At that moment, Jang Chen stood right in front of him, smiling, then raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck with fluid motion. Gao Wen's face was hit by a punch, and the white shield glowed brightly before the sound of crack echoed as it shattered. The 3 layers of armor shattered, and Gawain was defeated. The whole process was too fast. The classmates couldn't react at all, and Gawain on stage couldn't react either. Gawain's face was struck to one side, but thanks to the shield, he wasn't injured. His right hand was enveloped in golden light, caught in a dilemma of whether to unleash the magic or not, frozen in place. No way, are you kidding? A combo took him out in an instant? Damn, Gawain got hit so hard he can't even cast a spell. It's definitely on. I demand a urine test, teacher. Seeing Gawain still in a daze, Jang Chen patted him. Are you okay? Did I hurt you? And no. I'm fine. Gawain dispelled the magic in his hand and gradually came to his senses.
Why, you're so strong. How did you release magic so quickly? I've practiced for so long and can't do it like that. Can you teach me? Gawain's face suddenly filled with admiration. A child's temper comes quickly and goes just as fast. Hee, there's no method to it, talent won't give you muscles carved like a knife. Seeing that Gawain was fine, Jang Chen turned to leave the stage, thinking to himself, but it will hang. Watching Jang Chen's back, Gawain murmured, talent won't give you muscles carved like a knife. That's right, I work harder than my classmates, so I can release magic in 3 seconds, and Jang Chen must work even harder, which is why he hit me so hard I couldn't even cast a spell. At this moment, Gawain wasn't discouraged by his defeat, instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. In the future, he would imitate Jang Chen everywhere and compete with him in various ways. However, in reality, Jang Chen felt that his mastery of first-level magic was about the same as Gawain's and his sister Jang Shu's. Yet, when it came to manipulating elements and mastering magical energy, he always felt it was much simpler than others, which translated into reality as his casting speed being about twice as fast as everyone else's. Heaven did not give birth to me, Jang Chen, the path of magic is as long as the night. Jang Chen crossed his arms and spoke to Qian Tianyue and the others. Yo, heaven did not give birth to me, Jang Chen, the path of magic is as long as the night. Qian Tianyue repeated in a twisted expression, as if he had eaten a lemon, his tone sarcastic. Wow, Jang Chen, you're so fast. Can you teach me? Tang Yin cast an admiring glance. Yun Ningjing's eyes sparkled, but to others, she appeared expressionless. After all, in the eyes of those who were unaware, Jang Chen's casting speed overshadowed everyone, dominating the scene, while geniuses like Gawain, Yun Ningjing, Qian Tianyue, and Jiang Shu were all suppressed. Stay low-key, I'm just using the time others spend drinking coffee to learn magic, Jang Chen thought to himself. Showing off in front of the kids didn't feel very rewarding, but what he didn't know was that he was grinning from ear to ear. I'm just using the time spent drinking coffee to endure. Qian Tianyue was halfway through his sarcastic remark when Jang Chen locked his throat. Jang Chen's next 2 matches were uneventful, in the face of absolute casting speed. Everything else was nonsense. As Jang Chen's opponent, if one didn't escape, they could only take 3 full hits of lightning magic without casting a single spell themselves. Alternatively, they could run away, trying to buy time to release their magic, while Jang Chen, like a Terminator, strolled on stage, pointing his fingers like guns, shooting beams of light that sent classmates fleeing in panic. Soon, all the matches were over. In this competition, Jang Chen, Yun Ningjing, Qian Tianyue, and He Chang all achieved 3 victories. I hope everyone learns from them. Those with lower rankings shouldn't be discouraged, today is just a preliminary ranking. And there will be opportunities to improve in the future. Alright, class dismissed. Jang Chen hurriedly handed the shield generator to the sports class representative. And then caught up with the physical education teacher. Teacher 1, does our school have meditation methods like Yun Ningjing's that we can practice? Jang Chen didn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Jang Chen, if everyone could use a meditation method like Yun Ningjing's and their magical strength was naturally more than double that of others, do you think our country would hide such a method? Indeed, in this world, magic can almost be awakened by anyone. If there were a universally applicable method to enhance human strength, the authorities would have no reason to conceal it. Teacher, what do you mean? This meditation method is actually more of an aid. Primarily, it's her family's special inherited talent that makes her magical core inherently powerful, allowing her to achieve such effects. Our standard meditation method from the education department is already an excellent one. If it were 20 years ago, this is what I would have used, Indeed, since everyone in society can access magic, if there were such a method available to all, there would be no need to keep it secret. Although Jang Chen felt a bit disappointed, it was still her talent, something to be envied but not replicated. You don't need to be disheartened, there are still ways to make your magic stronger. What kind of method? Jang Chen's eyes lit up. In some extremely special environments, elemental gathering can form a special energy aggregate. When a mage absorbs it, it can evolve your magical core, allowing your magic to far exceed that of your peers. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Jang Chen felt this term was familiar, his parents had incurred a huge debt because of such things. Alright, you don't need to think too much about it. Such things are generally only considered by mid-level mages, and they are prohibitively expensive, not something an ordinary family can afford. Your performance this time was good, if you can maintain it. Getting into a good university won't be a problem. The physical education teacher patted Jang Chen on the shoulder, encouraging him. Then, with a light stamp of his foot, he transformed into a gust of wind, his figure dissipating and vanishing from the spot. Waves of wind swept over Jang Chen, making his clothes flap and his eyes squint shut. So cool. Jang Chen watched the teacher leave gracefully with magic, speechless. After the physical education class, there was one more study period before school ended. Today's homework wasn't much, and Jang Chen had already finished it, even doing a bit of previewing. So now he sat in his seat and began to meditate. Thanks to his stronger mental strength, Jang Chen could meditate for much longer than others, but time in a day is ultimately limited. He could only seize every spare moment to practice, not wasting any time. Sitting in the front of the class, Gavin felt the elemental gathering from Jang Chen's side, gritted his teeth, and disregarded everything to practice alone. Meanwhile, Jang Chen's deskmate, Yun Ningjing, had a slightly flushed face, looking somewhat embarrassed. The reason was that in the culture of this world, practicing was considered a relatively private matter. In ancient times, there were even stories of women being forced to marry the men who saw them practicing or having to kill those men. Modern society is much more open, so such things would no longer happen. However, practicing in public, while not as severe as being seen in a public temple, still had its own level of exposure. Although the country advocates not to hold such invisible burdens regarding practice, it is evident that people from Xia country, influenced by this kind of culture since childhood, are still relatively reserved and find it hard to adjust. Therefore, while Jang Chen felt no shame in practicing publicly, and Gavin was also bold about it, someone like Yun Ningjing, with a more introverted personality. As the class neared its end, a small commotion began in the classroom. So boring, an hour here feels like 7 years on Blue Star. Qian Tianyue turned around, wanting to tease Jang Chen. Jang Chen responded dismissively, continuing his practice. Do you want to go eat barbecue later? Qian Tianyue asked, flipping through the books on Jang Chen's desk out of boredom. No money, not going. Jang Chen didn't even bother to open his eyes. I'll treat you. I'll call Zijian, Yunshin, and the others. You go call Tang Yin and Jiang Shu. This plan was so loud that Jiang Shu from class 1 of the first year heard it. If Yun Jing goes, then I'll go. Jang Chen casually replied. Yun Jing's family was strict, and she rarely went out to play with classmates. Of course, it could also be that she was socially anxious and made up an excuse to refuse. However, no matter what, this little chef boy, Qian Tianyue, didn't dare to talk to Yun Jing, let alone ask her out to play. So, the intent of his words was actually to end the topic. Hey, you, if you don't want to go, then just don't. Right, classmate Jing? He always wants to drag you into this. But, of course, if you have time. Qian Tianyue said with a stiff smile, his body also rigid. Yun Jing lowered her head and said nothing. Qian Tianyue really felt that this moment was longer than the 7 years he spent on Blue Star. He wanted to escape. Jang Chen is just joking, you know him. Qian Tianyue coughed twice, turned his neck, raised a hand, stretched, and made a series of exaggerated movements, then prepared to sit up straight and stop. The awkward chatter. Jang Chen, eyes closed, almost laughed out loud. This little chef boy thought he could compete with me? I'm free tonight, I just need to call home. Qian Tianyue looked at Jang Chen in shock, and Jang Chen opened his eyes, looking at Qian Tianyue, equally stunned. The two exchanged glances. Did you speak? I didn't speak, did you? I didn't speak. They both hadn't said anything? They turned their heads simultaneously to look at Yun Jing, who, under their gaze, glanced at them, pretended to flip through her book, then took out her phone and swiped a few times, looking very busy. Qian Tianyue urgently signaled Jang Chen with his eyes. Hubby, say something. Jang Chen shot him a glare. Who's your hubby? Alright, if Jing is going, then I'll go too. I'll go call people. Which barbecue place is it? Jang Chen said naturally. Yun Jing let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief because there were no strange teases as she had imagined, like oh, Jing is acting differently today? Jang Chen's calm and natural tone eased Yun Jing's tension. As she had mentally prepared herself, she knew being teased wouldn't be a big deal, but she still felt nervous. The one on Xinfulu, I called you last time, but you didn't go. Last time, Fu Gu didn't invite me, and you also have to invite Jiang Shu. Got it, just go quickly. Even if you don't invite me, you have to invite Xia Shu, alright? Jang Chen hadn't gone out partying with Qian Tianyue this semester. Focusing on his practice was one thing, but not having money was also a reason. Usually, he often used Yun Jing as a shield, but he didn't expect her to agree today, so he definitely had to go. Otherwise, how cheap would that make him? Dealing with friends' requests to hang out felt like paying taxes. Even when he was exhausted all day, he still had to muster extra energy to cope. If he didn't engage enough in the fun, he'd have to apologize, saying he wasn't in the right mood today. Once everything was over, he would be completely drained, collapsing straight onto the bed. Soon, school was over, and Jang Chen stopped his chaotic thoughts, taking the opportunity to approach Tang Yin before she left. Class monitor, are you free tonight to go eat barbecue? Qian Tianyue, Yun Jing, and the others are going too. Classmate Jing is going too? Then I want to go. Is Jing going? Can you add me? I want to go too. Who doesn't want to stick close to a beautiful girl? Relying on Yun Ningjing's reputation, he quickly gathered a group of people to go out. As Jang Chen passed by Gao Wan, he saw this guy packing his bag for a whole year and casually asked, since there were so many people anyway. I was originally going home to cultivate, but since you specifically invited me, it seems a bit disrespectful not to go, Gao Wan said with a hint of pride. Alright then, just don't bail on us later, follow the group. Jang Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Jang Chen had just taken a couple of steps towards the classroom when his sister, Jang Shu, appeared at the door. Come on, little sister, let me treat you to barbecue, Jang Chen generously offered. Wow, really? Brother, why are you so generous tonight? Jang Shu had a good relationship with her brother but called him a jerk when things weren't going well. Tian Yu is treating us. Yay! Soon, a group of more than 10 people set off towards the barbecue restaurant. After passing the huge banyan tree at the school, they exited the school gate. Young Miss Ningjing even said a word to her family's driver, who had white hair and a kind expression, before catching up with the main group. The car from her family was obviously a luxury vehicle, with smooth lines and high recognition, especially the logo on the front, which was famous worldwide, but Jang Chen, who had lived a life of hardship, couldn't recognize the brand. He had struggled all his life in his previous life and couldn't even afford a luxury car's tires. Since he couldn't afford it, there was no need to pay attention. What brand is the car you usually take to and from school, cough, to and from class? Jang Chen almost lost himself in the memories of his past life. I don't know either, my family only lets me take the car to school and didn't tell me about these things. Yun Ningjing shook her head and replied. They only let you take the car to school? Are they worried about you being alone? Thinking about it, with Yun Ningjing's personality, if he were her parents, he would also be afraid she might get lost on the way. Moreover, using a luxury car for pickup and drop-off showcased their status and could prevent her from unnecessary harassment at school. The group of more than 10 people was playfully teasing each other and soon arrived at the nearby barbecue restaurant. The restaurant didn't have large tables, so they split into 2 tables. At Jang Chen's table were Qian Tianyue, Gao Wan, Yun Ningjing, Jiang Shu, and 2 classmates who were familiar with Qian Tianyue, Guo Zijin and Wu Yunshan. Jiang Chen, feeling bored, took out his phone to scroll through it, leaving the ordering to Qian Tianyue, who had been here a few times. Yun Ningjing sat next to Jiang Chen, looking around the place and glancing at the table, probably because it was her first time in such a popular restaurant. Her delicate fingers unconsciously rubbed against the oil-absorbing paper on the grill. After hesitating for a moment, she gently pulled the paper out. Yun Ningjing, why are you taking the paper away? That's specifically for grilling meat. You must be here for the first time, right? Gao Wan, the straightforward kid, said without hesitation, lacking any emotional intelligence. Yun Ningjing's hand holding the paper froze, and her face showed no expression, looking as if she was in a daze, her long eyelashes slightly trembling. The air seemed to freeze, and the others were a bit stunned. At this age, people began to understand some social nuances, and it was rare to speak so directly, especially to someone as introverted as Yun Ningjing. If someone as thick-skinned as Jang Chen acted like he had never been to a barbecue restaurant, everyone would definitely seize the opportunity to tease and joke about him. But when it came to someone like Yun Ningjing, who was usually quiet and shy, they would hold back a lot. As everyone was a bit dazed, Jang Chen naturally took the paper from Yun Ningjing's hand and casually crumpled it into a ball. Is that so? Then it's better for a girl to be a bit more careful. Seeing Gao Wan suddenly enlightened, everyone at the table let out a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere became lively again. Yun Ningjing also quietly breathed a sigh of relief and subtly raised her head to glance at Jang Chen. After enjoying a delicious barbecue meal, Jang Chen felt that life had become even better. In his previous life, even if he worked like a horse, he wouldn't have had rice and vegetables every day. However, if he were to return to the days of his past life, he would rather not. Are we going to sing karaoke later? Young Master Qian suggested. I'm not going, otherwise, I won't have enough time to cultivate, Jang Chen replied. Then I won't go either, I'll go home to cultivate, Gao Wan said, fearing he wouldn't keep up with Jang Chen. If brother isn't going, then I won't go either, his sister chimed in. Go if you want, it's none of my business, Jang Chen said, knowing that Jiang Shu usually worked hard. Since there was an opportunity for her to relax, that was certainly for the best. Who cares about you? Jiang Shu said, playfully nudging Jiang Chen in dissatisfaction. Qian Tianyue turned his gaze to Yun Ningjing, making a polite inquiry. Yun Ningjing lowered her head in thought, then looked at Jiang Chen and softly said, My family doesn't allow me to come back so late. After that, the group dispersed, with some going to sing and others heading home. Jang Chen and Jang Shu waited for the driver from Yun Ningjing's family to pick her up before returning home. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and powerful cultivation is built from accumulating small efforts. The process of cultivating the core of magical energy is tedious, lacking any real pleasure, and it's hard to replace sleep. It's more akin to a factory assembly line. However, even on an assembly line, one can clear their mind and work through muscle memory. But cultivation is different. This is cultivation relying on muscle memory for cultivation is certainly not as effective as being fully focused. However, despite the tediousness of the process, the feeling of gradually becoming stronger is something Jang Chen found irresistible. So no matter how late it was, Jang Chen had to complete his daily cultivation before sleeping. Back at home, Jang Chen practiced on the sofa in the living room, with no specific requirements for his posture, just personal preference. As long as it wasn't too comfortable, it was fine. Some people found lying down too comfortable and ended up falling asleep. This was something Yang Jin mentioned as a funny story in class. His sister Jang Shu finished her homework at the dining table and then came over to practice alongside him. Jang Chen sank into the darkness within, a crystal-clear sphere glowing with blue light suspended in the boundless void. It was 10 times larger than when it first transformed, but in the empty void without reference points, it was hard to compare sizes. Perhaps when Jang Chen awakened his second magical energy core in the middle realm, there would be a clear comparison. This is my child, raised with great effort. Jang Chen sighed inwardly. Through the crystal wall of the sphere, Jang Chen could see another deep blue sphere inside. The fact that he could see this structure of a large sphere enclosing a smaller one indicated that Jang Chen had reached the peak of the second transformation. The outer second layer of the crystal wall had already formed. Inside, the deep blue sphere was Jang Chen's second transformation magical energy core, now filled with lightning attribute magical energy. It had become the bottleneck preventing Jang Chen from becoming a third transformation mage, just waiting to be broken through. Once he did, Jang Chen would be a third transformation mage. The higher the transformation level of a mage, the exponentially greater the power of the high-level magic they could use, but correspondingly, the difficulty of cultivation also increased. Talented individuals like Jiang Shu and Qian Tianyue, who were also quite diligent, were still far from the peak of the second transformation. Jang Chen sat quietly on the sofa, pausing his cultivation, and began to reflect on and summarize his cultivation progress over the past 6 months. In terms of academic performance, although he was at the bottom during the midterm exams, he had already caught up on the foundational knowledge with his own efforts and the help of his previous life's memories. Now he was working hard to catch up with the high school curriculum. In learning magic, he had mastered the first transformation magic Thunderlight proficiently and had learned 2 second transformation spells. In terms of realm cultivation, he was ahead of everyone. At the peak of the second transformation, in his self-assessment, he believed that by the second semester of his first year, he could even break through to the third transition. After half a year of exploration and observation regarding his innate talent, Jang Chen reached some conclusions. First, his total magical energy was double that of an average person. Second, his casting speed was also double that of an average person. Of course, this was under the condition that both individuals had the same level of mastery over the same spell. Comparing his casting speed to that of a high-level mage would be absurd. Furthermore, his training duration was twice that of an average person. For instance, while others' mental strength might only support 4 hours of training a day, Jang Chen could manage 8 hours. Thus, although his training speed seemed no different from that of ordinary people, he could surpass his peers through hard work. Moreover, aside from his sister knowing a bit about his situation, he hadn't told anyone else about his advantages. The impression he gave was mainly that he cast spells quickly and trained diligently. All of this could be masked by hard work. As for his double magical energy, Jang Chen kept it completely hidden, treating it as a trump card. If one day someone calculated his magical energy to set him up, it would be amusing to watch. Even if his trump card didn't come into play, it could be saved for later to boost his college entrance exam scores. Indeed, those with special talents could receive extra points in the exam. If Jang Chen's grades were slightly lacking, revealing this trump card wouldn't be a problem to get into Longdu University. He wasn't the only one in the world with special talents. His double magical energy talent was even considered weak. Jang Chen had also researched related materials in the library and online. Although people with various talents were rare, they did exist, such as Yun Ningjing, who had a natural talent that doubled the power of fire magic, or those born with an extra magical core, allowing demons to gain immortality after consuming it. There were even those with double magical energy talents. However, the difficulty of breakthroughs for such individuals was twice that of others. Jiang Chen felt that his breakthrough difficulty was no different from that of others. Therefore, he judged that his talent was not so simple and sensed that there would be more changes in the future. So far, although he had digested all the memories related to learning from his predecessor, there were still continuous other memories emerging. His advantages were clearly derived from his predecessor. Thus, he concluded that it was due to the fusion of his predecessor's soul that he possessed various extraordinary talents. The most obvious evidence was that all his parameters were double those of others. This number was too coincidental. To verify his hypothesis, Jang Chen had previously consulted a lot of information related to the soul. This world had a deeper understanding of the soul than his previous life. At the very least, it confirmed the existence of the soul and had a wealth of knowledge about it. However, there were still many mysteries surrounding the soul. For current humanity, it was like a vast black box. You could stimulate it in different ways and receive various feedback, but explaining its principles was difficult. Besides the library, Jang Chen also obtained some information about the soul from news reports, which stated some underground dark organizations were dismantled by the Magic Suppression Bureau while conducting rituals to devour the souls of innocent victims. The news revealed that some people could consume souls to become stronger. However, according to official explanations, even large-scale soul consumption could at most enhance the power of a specific spell or rapidly improve one's cultivation. But it couldn't achieve the extraordinary talent he possessed. In fact, one could imagine that if this world could casually consume the soul of an ordinary person to gain double magical energy and double casting, such an exaggerated talent would prevent the world from developing so peacefully. If one could casually consume the souls of 10 people, wouldn't that mean 10 times the casting power? So where exactly is the problem? Jang Chen pondered once again. Brother, you've matured so much. I thought that in dramas, when parents pass away, the children suddenly mature was all just acting. Fragments of memories flashed through Jang Chen's mind like a bolt of lightning. After countless reflections and a sudden burst of inspiration, Jang Chen felt he had grasped the key point. The souls devoured by the dark organization were other souls, while the one he integrated was his own soul. Who in this world can find a second soul like their own? Jang Chen felt he had found the crux. When two completely identical leaves, identical snowflakes, and identical souls meet in this world, miraculous things happen. Although Jang Chen had no evidence to prove it, his intuition told him it was true. Why not boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify, thinking about the peculiar things happening to him in reality based on this assumption? I still have to rely on myself. Jang Chen sighed inwardly. Jang Chen suddenly stood up, stretched, and then began to spar with the air in the living room, acting a bit crazy. Suddenly understanding something he had pondered for a long time felt as refreshing as a sudden relief from constipation. Beside him, Jang Shu, who had already finished her training, was quietly scrolling through her phone. She looked up and said, "Bro, what are you acting up for again? I feel like my whole body is filled with power. I don't even know how strong I am now. If I were to pull a prank on Sure, I feel like I could clear everything in one go." "Well, I'm still a cute girl, can you not speak so rudely?" Jang Shu felt utterly speechless facing this foolish man. "Just say what you want, that's my way of enduring." After saying that, Jang Chen put on his coat and walked towards the door, with Jang Shu following suit. The two arrived at the rooftop, starting their last activity of the day, spell practice. If the realm is a vertical indicator of a mage's ability, then the mastery of magic is a horizontal indicator. The more magic one masters, the more profound their knowledge, the faster the release of magic, the higher their mastery level, and when one can create their own magic, it indicates they have the qualifications to become a powerful mage. The two novice siblings were simply practicing magic on the rooftop, far from creating their own spells. The general principle of magic release is through the multiple arrangements and combinations of magical energy and elements, producing various marvelous effects. During regular practice, one can construct the magic without releasing it, which returns most of the magical energy, allowing for continued construction and return. This cycle can quickly train a person's mastery of magic, thus reducing the limitations of magical energy. However, in reality, taking the first level lightning magic lightning flash as an example, its release effect is a beam of lightning. A person familiar with this magic can release it within 1 second, but whether it hits the target is another matter. Therefore, merely condensing magic without actual use is somewhat detached from reality, akin to just talking without practice. Although this world has mental power, it cannot achieve the convenience of something like spiritual awareness locking. To be honest, the spiritual awareness locking in cultivation novels is just like having a cheat for X-ray vision, right? And being able to hit exactly where you point is clearly auto-aim. I want to have auto-aim too. Jang Chen thought wildly, even voicing his thoughts. Bro, stop acting crazy. Be serious. His sister, practicing magic, didn't forget to supervise Jang Chen's efforts. Got it, sister. Jang Chen obediently reined in his thoughts. Don't call me sister. The effects of low-level magic are simple, and not applying them in practice isn't really a problem. However, when it comes to complex and far-reaching high-level magic, if one does not engage in practical application, the spells cast will appear incredibly stiff and clumsy. It's like a martial artist who can only execute a single move without any flexibility or adaptability. Clearly, Jang Chen, with his double magical energy, has a significant advantage in practicing spellcasting, and the time it takes for him to recharge his magical core is the same as that of an ordinary person. In other words, his mana regeneration speed is twice that of an average person. Jang Chen commented, "Is it just on or off?" After finishing the tedious spellcasting training, Jang Chen prepared to experiment with the two newly mastered second-tier spells. As night fell and the stars twinkled, Jang Chen felt the cool evening breeze brush against his cheeks. The lightning elements in the air began to stir, and the magical energy within him started to boil. A brilliant blue light radiated from his body, and fine arcs of electricity flickered from the soles of his feet, spreading along the ground's patterns in all directions, producing a crackling sound. Jang Chen slightly lowered his body, bending his legs into a stance ready to sprint. Boom! With a piercing crack of the electric arc, he suddenly transformed into a streak of blue lightning, dashing off into the distance. In his sister's eyes, it was as if there was a flash, and the blue electric light blinked, making Jang Chen appear on the other side of the rooftop as if he had teleported. However, due to his excessive speed, he couldn't stop his momentum and rolled several times on the rooftop, landing in a rather embarrassing position. "Brother, are you okay?" Jang Shu exclaimed in shock, rushing over with a worried expression. I'm fine, it was just too fast, I didn't react in time," Jang Chen replied, lying on the ground and staring at the sky, dazed. He endured the pain and waved his hand to indicate that nothing had happened. This was the second-tier lightning magic thunder flash, which utilized the explosive power of lightning to grant a person the ability to dash in any direction. It was a displacement skill. This skill did not rely on stimulating the body to burst forth speed but transformed the energy of thunder into propulsion, providing instant explosive force in the predetermined direction. If not mastered well, it was inevitable to lose control, just like Jang Chen did, ending up in a rather awkward situation. Without practical release practice, no matter how fast the casting speed, it would be useless. "Alright, I'm fine. You can practice your own," Jang Chen said, pushing away his sister's inspecting hand. "Just be careful," Jang Shu complained. Yes. Jang Chen got up and returned to the center of the rooftop, brushing off the dust from his clothes, feeling that only the ham was slightly dirty, and began testing the second spell. He took a deep breath, raised his hands, and used simple gestures to assist with the still unfamiliar magic, causing fine arcs of electricity to surge from a spot on the ground in the distance. After a brief build-up, he waved his right hand. Boom! A dazzling blue lightning bolt tore through the night sky, striking down from above and creating a charred depression in the ground, with debris flying everywhere. This was the second-tier lightning magic thunderstrike, an offensive spell that descended from the sky, with the advantage of having a paralyzing effect and being sufficiently concealed. After all, no one looks up to fight, but those sensitive to elements might still be able to make some predictions. On a scale of 10, I give it a 6. The sound was a bit loud. Won't it disturb the neighbors at this late hour? Jang Chen stroked his chin and evaluated. Should we come up a bit earlier next time, practice the magic, and then meditate? Jang Shu suggested from the side. That's true, and we should also get some targets up here, otherwise, the rooftop will end up in ruins, and the landlady will definitely scold us later. By the way, you can use your earth magic to fix this pit afterward. Jang Chen agreed with his sister's suggestion and proposed his own. Yeah. We could also set up a few moving targets. Wait, do I have to fix the pit you created? Jang Shu clapped his hands, feeling excited halfway, when he suddenly realized he had been exploited by the bad guys. I feel like the rooftop here isn't as spacious as ours, and there isn't even a fighting arena. Jang Chen changed the subject to divert attention. I think it's quite strange that our rooftop has a fighting arena. Also, don't change the topic. Jang Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes at this and retorted. Come on. My dear sister, I can do anything, just fix it a bit. All right. Jang Shu pouted. The two siblings chatted for a while before returning home to take their baths and prepare for bed. After washing up, Jang Chen lay in bed, but his mind was still replaying tonight's practice. It seems that to master these second-tier spells, I need more practice. For Jang Chen, with his magic energy depleted, he would sleep a bit better, and when he woke up tomorrow, his magic energy would automatically be full again, saving him the time of absorbing elements and refining magic energy, feeling like he gained a little The feeling of waiting for magic energy to automatically recover and then secretly casting a few more spells throughout the day was truly delightful. Morning spells, noon spells, and even evening spells. A fulfilling day passed just like that, and as the clock struck midnight, Jang Chen, who had just finished casting spells, turned over in bed, feeling drowsy and thinking he would fall asleep soon. Lying in bed, he inadvertently recalled his past life. In his previous life, he was busy with work, usually finishing at 9 p.m., and working overtime until 11 p.m. or midnight was the norm. After work, he would return home, wash up, and it would already be very late, yet he still didn't want to sleep, often staying up until 2 or 3 a.m. Because for him back then, if he went to bed at 10 p.m., he felt like he had only lived for 1 hour that day. If he went to bed at 2 a.m., he felt like he had lived for 5 hours. Even on days he wanted to sleep early, various negative emotions like anxiety, irritability, and confusion would plague him until he was physically and mentally exhausted enough to fall asleep. Then he could only pull out his phone and start scrolling through short videos, novels, anime, comics, and so on, until it was 2 or 3 a.m., sometimes even 4 a.m., before he would finally drift off to sleep with the phone still on. The next morning, he would wake up amidst overwhelming drowsiness, vowing to himself that he would definitely sleep early tonight. And then the cycle would begin anew. Since his rebirth, although it seemed he was busier than in his previous life, he had established future goals and was striving for them, enriching himself every day. Lying in bed, he no longer felt inexplicable fear about the future. Instead, he was filled with hope and anticipation. Jang Chen entered dreamland tonight with a smile. After that night of barbecuing with his classmates, life returned to calm. Jang Chen's cultivation level was still too low, and he felt restricted in whatever he wanted to do. Being a fourth tier intermediate mage was the true starting point, the beginning for most technical jobs in society, and the point where one could independently hunt monsters. Jiang Chen threw himself into his training with great enthusiasm, and before he knew it, 2 months had passed, and the first semester of his first year of high school had quietly come to an end. Today, he received his grades, marking the start of winter vacation. For others, winter vacation meant a time to relax and have fun, but for a studious person like Jang Chen, while others enjoyed their break, he had to buckle down and work hard. Jang Chen, your grades have improved significantly. This time, first in physical education, but you still need to put in more effort in theory classes, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, said with a smile, handing him the report card. Physical education was an important course to assess a student's mastery of magic, so the grades were included in the ranking, unlike in his previous life where it was not valued. It's all thanks to your high teaching standards, teacher. Jang Chen looked at his comprehensive scores, ranking in the top 20 of his class, and couldn't help but smile widely. This was life rewarding him for his hard work. Teacher, does our school have scholarships? Jang Chen yearned for more. Yes, but it will be after the end of the first semester of junior year. If you can get into the top class in senior year, the school will have rewards, but your grades are still a bit lacking. Yang Jian hoped this student would remain humble and not get complacent. I see. Jang Chen confirmed his goals for the next semester in his heart. Returning to his seat, Jang Chen held his report card as if it were a piece of art, then solemnly placed it in the upper right corner of his desk so that his classmates could see it at a glance. Dude, what are you showing off for? I didn't say anything when I got third. Chen Tianyue turned around and complained. You dropped 1 place, while I moved up more than 10, isn't the outcome obvious? Jang Chen smirked. Watch me tear your mouth apart. So confident, huh? Chen Tianyue laughed and scolded, then pulled out his phone. Fei Xin is really popular lately, have you downloaded it? Come add me as a friend. Fei Xin? I've heard of it. Wait a moment. Jang Chen took out his phone and started downloading the app. He remembered that it was around this time that Fei Xin gradually became one of the most popular chat apps. The afternoon sunlight was sliced into tiny patches of light, falling on Yun Ningjing's smooth black hair, with a few strands brushing against her cheek, making her fair skin seem to glow. She lowered her head, seriously reading a book, but her ears perked up quietly, and her eyes blinked several times. She fished her phone out of her backpack, her fingertips aimlessly swiping across the screen, unlocking and locking it again, before finally placing it on the desk next to her open book. Occasionally, she glanced at Jang Chen out of the corner of her eye, her hand unconsciously resting next to her phone. She took a gentle breath and slowly exhaled, as if hesitating about something, her fingers rubbing the edge of the phone. Ultimately, her gaze firmed, and she picked up the phone. Hey, right. Jang Chen raised his index finger, pointing upwards, revealing a smile that said, Hey, I have an idea. Yun Ningjing was startled by his sudden exclamation. Her hand shook, and her phone almost flew out of her grasp. She immediately buried her face back into her book. Jang Chen held his phone, oblivious to everything. Simply opening another chat app, Penguin, and clicking on Qian Tianyue's Penguin Space. The first post read, just a bit of wind and frost. The upload time was from last night. Jang Chen remained silent, just taking screenshots, thoroughly browsing through Qian Tianyue's entire Penguin Space. Qian Tianyue's dark history was well preserved by Jang Chen. This would be a mysterious tool for future use. Have you finished yet? Stop dawdling, quickly take away that embarrassing report card. It's hurting my eyes, Qian Tianyue turned and said. Got it, frosty brother, Jang Chen smiled. Not that. Qian Tianyue blushed. What's wrong? If you want it, just take it, it's just a bit of wind and frost, Jang Chen continued to smile. Ah, how can you be so selfish? I'm done with you. Qian Tianyue's face visibly reddened, and he leaped over the table for a bear hug. Watching the two playfully tussle, Yun Ningjing lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, and she let out a gentle breath. Hey, Ningjing, do you have Fei Xin? Let's add each other, Jang Chen raised his phone and said with a smile. I do, Yun Ningjing immediately lifted her head, first blinking, then nodding, and then she picked up her phone. Then I'll scan you. Yun Ningjing nodded several times, her eyes curving slightly, showing a hint of joy. After adding each other as friends, Yun Ningjing's eyes sparkled. She quietly looked at the contact list, and apart from her parents, there was finally one more friend's avatar. On Jang Chen's side, he gazed at Yun Ningjing's whale avatar, thinking to himself, not bad, I should add brother Jian's Feishin later. Since I want to overtake during the winter break, I can't do without the furnace's help, hee. Classmates, quiet down. The homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, stood at the podium, having finished distributing the grades. A smile on his face as he began the last speech of the semester. First of all, I want to applaud your efforts this semester. Whether it was your focus in class or helping each other after school, I have seen it all. In this final exam, some of you made significant progress, while others discovered areas of weakness. These are all marks of growth. But remember, grades are not the endpoint. The holiday is a great time to address any gaps. The classmates listened quietly as Yang Jian raised his hand to check his watch, then glanced at the clock on the classroom wall. The classroom clock has run 2 minutes fast again, just like the time we spent together, always feeling too quick. In any case, everyone, please pay attention to safety during the holiday, complete your winter break assignments as planned, and don't leave it all to the last minute before school starts. Lastly, I wish you all an interesting and hopeful new year in advance. May you not let go of your passions. Yang Jian tapped the podium sharply with his chalk, his voice booming, school's out. Yay! The classmates cheered for the arrival of winter break. The usually strict Yang Jian seemed so lovely and amiable in their eyes now. What are you doing during the winter break? Qian Tianyue asked while packing his books, turning back to look. Studying, training, Jang Chen replied succinctly. Are you a robot? Even iron needs a break. Are you going out to play later? Qian Tianyue extended an invitation. Jang Chen initially wanted to refuse, but then thought about it. Friendships, no matter how friendly, require maintenance from both sides to last. Jang Chen didn't care much about others' opinions, but that was aside from family and friends. Not counting this life. His friendship with Qian Tianyue had already surpassed 10 years, and it wasn't just a casual acquaintance. If training led to a future of solitude, that was not what Jang Chen wanted. He chose to have it all. Then let's go, where to play? Jang Chen replied. Playing with friends was just an occasional relaxation. Training was always the only thing in Jang Chen's heart. A few days into the winter break, Jang Chen was deeply immersed in training, unable to extricate himself. After this period of hard training, he felt he was on the verge of breaking through to the third transformation, which was the matter of this winter break. Break through the third transformation bottleneck, come on! Jang Chen shouted in his heart. Then, a crisp voice interrupted Jang Chen's wild thoughts. Brother, are we just going to stay at home and train during the winter break? Jiang Shu lazily lay on the sofa, draping her legs over Jang Chen's, boredly watching TV. Jiang Shu was almost 17, and her once chubby face had slimmed down a bit, revealing a touch of youthful beauty, with soft and clear lines that gave her a clean and translucent look. Her black short hair had grown quite a bit, casually falling down with the ends slightly curled up, the silky black hair accentuating her fair face. However, the lazy appearance of the girl at home showed no trace of the polite, well-behaved, and occasionally mischievous charm she had at school. No, in a few days we'll go back to Grandma's house and return. Only when school starts, Jang Chen said, closing his eyes to train. No way, I don't want to go back, it's so boring there. Jiang Shu squirmed on the sofa. Then you stay here by yourself, I'll go back alone, Jang Chen said, not indulging her. Don't go back. Let's celebrate the new year in Ningjiang, please, brother big brother Onayakan. Jiang Shu whined in a high-pitched voice, kicking her legs. No, can you stop whining? Isn't that disgusting? Jang Chen felt goosebumps all over, completely unable to resist this onslaught. Although he told himself that what lay before him was just a wriggling maggot, in reality, he had already been hooked by his sister. Jang Shu sat up, shaking Jang Chen incessantly, calling out, "Brother, brother," repeatedly. All right, I get it, I won't go back so early, but I have to return before the new year," Jang Chen conceded. Yay! Jang Shu let go of Jang Chen, raising her hands in celebration. What about uncle and the others? Jang Shu was referring to when they would visit their father's relatives to pay New Year's greetings. It must be mentioned that due to the existence of demons and monsters in this world, which are the true rulers here, although humanity has become much stronger and is no longer struggling to survive, they still exist in the cracks between these monsters. Therefore, the layout of cities in this life is vastly different from the previous one. The establishment of cities primarily aimed to avoid the demon empires and life-restricted zones where humans could hardly survive. People then carefully built villages around the successfully established large cities, gradually developing new small cities. One by one, these small cities began to clear out the surrounding demons, each avoiding danger while radiating development. Eventually, this formed a massive urban cluster composed of multiple cities that mutually protected each other. For instance, Ningjiang City, where the siblings lived, is one of several cities developed around Yang City, and their urban cluster is known as the Southern Bay Area Urban Cluster. Jang Chen's grandparents live in the same urban cluster as Ningjiang City, making travel within the cluster relatively convenient. However, their relatives on their father's side sought development in another urban cluster, the Central Lower River Urban Cluster. Although there are various transportation routes between major urban clusters, the dangers of travel are much greater than in the previous life. And the journey is longer due to the need to avoid the territories of major demons, not to mention the costs involved. Thus, with the siblings being inexperienced and short on money, they had no hope of crossing urban clusters to meet their relatives on their father's side. About uncle and the others, third uncle called me, they won't be coming here this year. We can just call them to wish them a happy new year, they agreed. They decided to stay in Ningjiang for about 10 more days before heading back to the countryside before the new year. During these 10 days, Jang Chen mostly focused on training, occasionally being dragged out by Jang Shu to shop for groceries, relax, or sometimes hanging out with Qian Tianyue. Although training was the main theme, during the holiday, Jang Chen's tightly wound nerves from half a year of stress finally got some relaxation. Brother, have you packed your things? Jang Shu was busy tidying up in her room, darting around the various rooms. I packed everything yesterday, Jang Chen replied, pondering a difficult problem at the dining table. Clothes, underwear, charging cables. Brother, what about your toothbrush and towel? You said you were done packing. Jang Shu complained as she rummaged through her brother's backpack. Grandma has those, just bring some change of clothes. His sister had become increasingly capable at home, handling laundry and cooking without issue, but Jang Chen felt she was a bit too nagging, like a mother hen. All right. Stop running around and come help me look at this problem, Jang Chen waved to his sister. Sigh, you'll end up forgetting something. Again. Then, Jang Shu leaned closer to Jang Chen, resting her hand on his shoulder as she looked at the problem. What's the question? Let me see. Jang Shu, surprisingly, turned out to have some talent as well. Influenced by Jang Chen, she studied hard and currently had better grades than him, consistently ranking in the top 20 of her grade. 5 minutes passed. And Jang Shu frowned, holding the exercise book. Are you even capable? If not, I'll ask Ning Jing, Jang Chen said impatiently. Ha? Why ask Yun Ning? Why don't you ask Qian Tianyue and Tang Yin? Jang Shu raised his head and said, his eyes slightly squinting. Tang Yin can't keep up with my pace anymore, and if you ask Qian Tianyue, that guy is super annoying. You send him a question, and he'll definitely say, oh, isn't this the super academic brother who aspires to get into Longdu University? Such precious knowledge, why would you come to seek out a dull person like me? Jang Chen made an exaggeratedly funny face and mimicked the tone he imagined Qian Tianyue would use, speaking in a sarcastic manner. Haha, bro, that's way too exaggerated. Who talks like that? Jang Shu looked at her brother's silly face and funny tone, laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Alright, stop wasting my time, let me ask both of them. Jang Chen stopped joking, grabbed the exercise book, took a photo, and sent it via Feixin to inquire. Ning Jing, do you know how to solve this problem? Jang Chen clicked send, then copied the sentence, changed the name, and forwarded it to Qian Tianyue. After a while. So, did they reply? Jiang Shu leaned over. Again. At that moment, the phone rang, and 2 messages came in from contacts. It was Qian Tianyue's reply, oh, isn't this the super academic brother who aspires to get into Longdu University? Such precious knowledge, why would you come to seek out a dull person like me? Jiang Shu was holding a teacup, drinking water, and her eyes caught the screen, reading the exact same sentence her brother had guessed. The water in her mouth couldn't be held back and sprayed out. She fell to the ground, laughing uncontrollably, rolling around and letting out sharp, exaggerated laughter. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. You guys planned this, right? Ha ha ha." Jang Shu laughed for several minutes before finally rubbing her aching stomach, struggling to get up from the ground, resting her head on Jang Chen's shoulder, her whole body leaning against him like a puddle of mud, still gasping for breath and occasionally bursting into laughter. "I told you, I can see through whatever underwear he's wearing at a glance." Jang Chen glanced at his sister, feeling inexplicably proud. Jang Chen replied to Qian Tianyue with a simple climb, then looked at the answer Yun Ningjing had sent. "This is what true divine favor looks like." Jang Chen marveled at Yun Ningjing's neat and concise answer. After understanding it, he sent her a "thank you, big brother" sticker and closed the chat window. Meanwhile, on Yun Ningjing's side, she was sitting properly at her desk in a pure white silk nightgown, her hair slightly damp, holding her phone in her hands, lost in thought, hesitating whether to send another message. Next to the neatly written answer on the draft paper were several discarded drafts. The next day, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shu boarded a bus, preparing to return to their village for the new year. The two set off early in the morning from Ningjiang City, first taking a bus to the neighboring county. A short journey of 1 or 2 hours took 4 or 5 hours due to the Spring Festival, and they finally arrived at the county bus station, continuing to wait for the bus back to their town. In the old county bus station, the turnstiles, seats, electronic display screens, and other facilities appeared quite outdated, and the air was filled with the heavy smell of gasoline and plastic. The station staff, an older woman, was shouting out information about delays. Jiang Chen had nothing to do, so he sat on a chair and meditated a little. His sister Jiang Shu was carsick, leaning against Jiang Chen's shoulder, her face pale. On the way, Jiang Chen had given her motion sickness patches, pills, and essential oil, but none of it helped much. "Hey, how can you practice in public like this, so lacking in manners?" Jiang Chen heard a voice and opened his eyes to look at the speaker. It was a young man wearing glasses, looking refined, with clear eyes that reminded Jiang Chen of the kind of gaze his university interns had in his past life. In the traditional culture of the Summer Kingdom in this world, cultivation is regarded as a very personal matter, and practicing in public is seen as inappropriate. Of course, this feudal mindset has been abandoned in modern times, but such customs still have a certain influence on contemporary people. This person might be a college student, Jiang Chen thought to himself, but how can a college student be so closed-minded? This was the first time Jiang Chen encountered such a situation, inadvertently offending someone due to cultural differences from another world. Jiang Chen felt a bit of novelty. "Sorry to disturb you," Jiang Chen said, downplaying the situation, and then stopped his cultivation. It's fine. Just don't be so inconsiderate next time. You seem young, are you heading home together?" The young man naturally sat down next to Jiang Shu. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Great, what cultural differences. This guy is just trying to hit on him. He didn't expect his sister to be quite charming. Jiang Chen had an average appearance, dressed ordinarily, and was practicing in public without any decorum. Meanwhile, his sister Jiang Shu, looking like a delicate and beautiful girl, was currently feeling carsick. This guy probably overheard their conversation and realized they were siblings, so he came over to strike up a chat. The young man kept steering the conversation towards Jiang Shu, and Jiang Chen casually responded a few times. Then, noticing that Jiang Shu was holding onto his arm and not saying anything, he found it uninteresting and made an excuse to leave. "Little sister, you're quite charming," Jiang Chen teased. "Ugh, that guy was so annoying. Why didn't you get rid of him sooner? He kept saying you shouldn't practice in public." "Please, is he from ancient times?" Jiang Shu complained. "You're pretty, so naturally, he wants to chat with you more. I heard Qian Tianyue say that there's a top student in your class who's been pursuing you, and he's even competing with another handsome guy." Jiang Chen asked gossipingly. "Brother, can you not be so nosy? The boys in my class are so immature, and you're the same." Jiang Shu replied irritably. "Come on, just showing some concern for you. Then I'll show some concern for you too. Do you like your deskmate Yun Ningjing? You've been bothering her every day because you're smitten with her fair skin, beauty, and long legs." Jiang Shu countered. "Is that a problem? Ningjing is so beautiful, if I have the chance, I definitely want to pursue her." Jiang Chen responded calmly. "Then you still say you want to get into Longdu University? Once we get to Grandma's house, don't come back, just go roast sweet potatoes with her." "Yeah, you know I want to get into Longdu. I've been using all my time to study. When would I have time to flirt?" "Really?" Jiang Shu hesitated, recalling her brother's intense cultivation over the past 6 months. If he had time to pursue girls, that would be something extraordinary. Not even pearls are that genuine. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. The bus to Chinchue Town is departing at 3:25 p.m., 3:25 p.m. to Chinchue Town, shouted the station staff. Let's go, the bus is here. Jang Chen helped his sister up, carried both backpacks, and walked towards the ticket gate. After another 2 hours on the bus, the traffic was so heavy that they didn't arrive in town until nearly 6 p.m. The county road wound around, and due to the traffic jam, the bus stopped frequently. After getting off, Jang Shu vomited, even bringing up the bread from lunch. Clearly, practicing magic didn't help with her motion sickness. Jang Chen patted his sister's back and handed her a bottle of water to rinse her mouth, making her feel a bit better. Once she had rested, they set off again. Upon reaching the town, they still had to walk a few miles along the village road to get to their grandfather's village. Coming down from the tall buildings of the big city to the pastoral atmosphere of the village town, the siblings felt the air was much fresher, a sense of liberation from confinement. In the distance, rows of rural self-built houses resembling small villas were arranged in an orderly fashion, with a flat cement village road separating the houses from the rice fields. The rice fields had been left fallow, the calm water surface resembling a giant mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The ridges were overgrown with weeds, and further away, one could see the rolling hills. Together, they formed a tranquil rural scene, evoking a sense of peace and comfort. Walking along the village path, familiar faces occasionally approached, greeting the two siblings. The brother and sister passed through a grain drying area and walked through two narrow alleys before arriving at their grandfather's house. Fortunately, it was mealtime, so they didn't encounter the sight of a street filled with gossiping ants, which would have been quite daunting. "Grandpa, Grandma, we're back!" Jang Chen shouted as soon as he entered the door. Once inside the living room, the family of over 10 people sat on chairs and sofas, some playing on their phones, others watching TV, while the dining table was already filled with steaming dishes. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became lively as the siblings greeted their relatives one by one. "You're back. Hurry and put down your things, wash your hands, and come eat, everyone is waiting," an elderly person said kindly, beckoning the siblings. "Grandma, you all eat first, we set off early this morning and got stuck in traffic," Jang Shu said, his face beaming with smiles, influenced by the cheerful atmosphere. The two quickly put down their things, washed their hands, and sat at the table, feeling a bit embarrassed with so many people waiting to eat, but their hearts were warm. "Did you eat enough at school?" Grandma brought up her most concerning question at the dining table. Grandpa, usually serious, paused his drinking and listened quietly. "Of course I did. Look at Jang Shu, he's chubby and fair now," Jang Chen replied with a smile, nudging Jang Shu lightly with his elbow. "You're the one who's fat." Jang Shu elbowed back directly. "Do you have a boyfriend at school?" Auntie asked the usual question for the new year. "I'm only in my first year of high school." Jang Shu pouted. "When I was your age." A warm current filled the room, the aroma of the food still lingering. The adults either went out to stroll and play mahjong or stayed in the living room watching TV, enjoying the rare leisure time of the year. Jang Chen, Jang Shu, and several cousins who had returned earlier gathered together to chat and snack on sunflower seeds. They had played together since childhood, but due to their parents' jobs, they lived in different cities, only able to gather at their grandfather's house during the winter and summer vacations. After chatting for a while and breaking the ice created by time, the younger ones suggested pulling out their phones for a game. However, a sudden hurried footstep broke the tranquility. An elderly man with slightly graying hair rushed in, heading straight for Grandpa. Everyone recognized him as Grandpa's friend. Others greeted him, but he merely waved his hand, a serious expression on his face, and leaned in to whisper a few words to Grandpa. Grandpa's expression gradually turned serious, and after a brief exchange, the two hurried out. The few people in the room exchanged glances. "What's going on?" Jang Chen asked his cousin. "Xiao Hai, Grandpa's grandson." "I don't know, it must be some kind of emergency," Xiao Hai replied, equally puzzled. The next day, early morning. Grandpa's house was a 3-story self-built rural home, otherwise, it wouldn't accommodate the family of over 10 returning for the new year. Jang Chen had slept on the second floor last night, sharing a room with 3 cousins. Following his usual routine, he got up around 6. After a quick wash, he rummaged around in the second-floor living room, grabbed a mat, and headed up to the rooftop. At this time, the sky was still dimly lit. He took a ladder to the highest platform of the entire building. He then set down the mat and began to meditate. Sitting at the highest point, the morning sun was slowly rising, and in the distance, the hills and fields were shrouded in mist. This kind of meditation practice, although it can't absorb the essence of the sun and moon like in novels about immortality, nor can it take in the first ray of purple chi in the morning as legends say, it can still show off. The plan for the day is in the morning, practicing on the rooftop facing the sun feels more efficient. Breaking through to the third transformation should happen in the next couple of days, but from now on, I need to wear more clothes when I come up here, Jang Chen said, rubbing his goosebumps from the cold.
Around 9 a.m., after finishing his practice, Jang Chen returned to his room and saw several cousins still asleep. Kids start staying up late as soon as winter break begins. He shook his head and went downstairs to grab a bowl of rice noodles for breakfast. Most people in the village wake up early. Even with the new year approaching, there's still plenty of farm work to do. His grandparents get up even earlier than Jang Chen, preparing breakfast and making extra to leave in the pot for anyone who wakes up later. After finishing breakfast, Jang Chen strolled towards a house at the edge of the village, which belonged to his cousin Xiao Lang. Good morning. Wow. It's been so long, how did you get so handsome? Jang Chen entered the house and greeted a cousin. Where's your sister? Is she up yet? Who knows her? She's as lazy as a pig, Xiao Lang chuckled, routinely disparaging his sister. I'll go find her. Arriving at his cousin's door on the second floor, he knocked but got no response, so he knocked again. Who is it? A lazy female voice came from inside the room. It's your cousin, are you still not getting up? You're here so early? Just come in. He opened the door and was greeted by a room filled with a distinctly feminine atmosphere. A woman with disheveled hair was still asleep on the bed, fumbling around for something. Is this what college students are like? The sun's already up and you're still in bed, Jang Chen teased, handing her the glasses from the desk. Once his cousin put on the glasses, it was as if she regained her hearing, and she clearly understood what Jang Chen had just said, then smiled and replied, Is this what high school students are like? Always getting up so early. Sunlight filtered through the beige curtains, casting a soft glow in the room. His cousin sat up in bed and casually brushed her hair. A few strands still fell across her cheeks. She was a few years older than Jang Chen, with delicate features and fair skin. With her glasses on, she exuded both the warmth of a neighborly girl and the intellectual charm of a youthful college student. Jang Chen thought she would look even better if she washed her face. When did you come back? His cousin Shu Jin asked. A couple of days ago. When are you going back to Ningjiang? In a couple of days. How long are you planning to stay? 2 days. Question mark. Shu Jin slowly typed out a question mark. Hey, are you brushing me off? You're asking pointless questions. If I'm not brushing you off, who am I brushing off? Where's the stuff I wanted? After entering his cousin's room, Jang Chen started rummaging around as if he were back at his own home. Call me cousin and I'll tell you, Shu Jin said with a grin. Cousin, tell me. Jang Chen mimicked the tone he usually used to act cute, speaking in a high-pitched voice. Ugh, so disgusting. Shu Jin stuck out her tongue, pretending to gag. The stuff in that bag over there, is it? You're only in your first year of high school, what do you need it for? Why didn't you say so earlier? You and your brother are the same, always grinning like fools. Jang Chen grabbed the item and turned to leave. I'm out. Hey, you. Just take the stuff and leave? Aren't you going to say thank you? And why didn't you take the notes? Thanks, cousin. I'll pass on the notes. Jang Chen waved his hand, leaving her with just his back. He had no common topics with the lazybones who hadn't even gotten up by 11. What? Do you mean you'll pass on the notes? His cousin's frantic voice came from behind. Jang Chen was asking his cousin for her textbooks from 3 years of high school. As for the notes, well, they had known each other for so many years, he knew exactly what her academic level was. Although he planned to study the upcoming courses in advance, he didn't want his cousin's poor academic performance to drag down his grades. Jang Chen returned home with a large bag of books, and it was already close to mealtime. As soon as he entered, he saw many unfamiliar relatives visiting. Although he had experienced such scenes many times, it was still difficult to recognize everyone each time. Jang Shu quickly ran over, took the bag from Jang Chen's hands, and was startled by its weight, almost dropping it. So heavy, what's in here? Jang Shu struggled to lift the heavy bag. Continuing, forget it, bro, where did you go this morning? Why are you back so late? Come sit inside. Jang Shu enthusiastically pulled his brother inside. Jang Chen felt uneasy. This guy was being overly friendly for no reason. So he evasively said, Aunt is cooking outside, so I won't go in. I'll help out. Oh, what can you cook? Hurry up. Jang Shu insisted on dragging Jang Chen into the living room, where a bunch of relatives were almost overflowing. The two could only sit closely in a corner. Oh, Shaolin is back? Do you remember who I am? An aunt asked. I remember, of course I remember. Jang Chen was sweating, he had no idea. She is your third uncle's wife's cousin, just call her cousin, Grandma intervened, as the older generation had a clear memory of their family hierarchy. Oh, cousin. This is your cousin's son, you call him Ziyuan cousin. He's quite impressive. Last year he got into, Sansan University of Technology. Auntie, a tall, thin young man sitting nearby helped fill in. Right. Your Ziyuan cousin was just teaching Jang Shu how to study. Jang Shu said you've been studying hard lately and insisted on waiting for you to come back to teach together. Grandma said with a smile, you two siblings still have such a good relationship.
Ha ha ha. Jang Chen turned to look at his sister, and Jang Shu also turned her head in sync. The two siblings locked eyes for a few seconds. Jang Chen felt that although Jang Shu looked innocent, she seemed on the verge of bursting into laughter. Although the cousin had a somewhat reserved expression, she couldn't help but smile at her son's praise. She said, "I usually don't manage him much, he works hard on his own and is lucky to have gotten in. But anyway, he has some experience, so if you want to go to college, you can ask your cousin to teach you more." Suddenly, Ziyuan cousin coughed. "What teaching or not teaching? I'm only at the third transition, I still need a year or two to advance to the fourth transition." Wang Ziyuan continued as everyone's attention was drawn to him, "But my teacher thinks highly of me. If I can maintain my grades this year, I'll get the spirit vein extraction potion offered by the academy and break through to the middle realm." Wow, that's amazing. Resources from the middle realm are not easy to come by. That's the resource of the middle realm. Jang Chen cheered. The relatives sitting nearby, hearing that he could break through to the middle realm, showered him with compliments, calling him a highly skilled talent, promising, and worthy of being a college student, praising him endlessly. It's worth noting that there were hardly any young people with middle realm cultivation. In the entire village or town, those with such cultivation usually wouldn't stay in the countryside. The older generation in town didn't have such a good cultivation environment back then, many weren't even first transition mages, so they hoped the younger generation could venture out and make a name for themselves. Faced with the free compliments, the cousin and her son were both modest, struggling to contain their smiles. Jiang Shu quietly whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, "Bro, you're almost at the third transition in just your first year of high school. He's saying he'll teach you, why don't you teach him a few moves?" Jiang Chen pressed his hand against Jiang Shu's face, pushing her away a bit. "My ears are so itchy, speak from a distance." Jiang Shu pouted and hit Jiang Chen a few times, then poked at the ticklish spot on his waist. "I'm really impressive, okay? In a couple of years, I'll break through to the intermediate realm. Do you think intermediate realm mages are just cheap goods?" Jiang Chen grabbed his sister's hand, stopping her from being mischievous. "Stop messing around, go help me peel an orange." Jiang Shu obediently picked up the orange from the coffee table and started peeling it, while the relatives nearby had finished discussing studies and began chatting about various topics. However, Wang Ziyuan still seemed very interested in the topic of studying. Seeing the other relatives chatting among themselves, he spoke to the siblings, mainly addressing Jiang Shu, in a tone of someone who had been through it. "Actually, when it comes to studying, talent is certainly important, but hard work is also essential. Let me share my personal view. Some people's diligence is just for show, while truly smart people sweat with their brains, so the first step in studying is to think." "Ah, right. Right." The siblings nodded in agreement, and Jiang Shu shared half of the peeled orange with Jiang Chen. "I actually envy you guys. If I had realized this point a bit earlier back then, I might not have ended up in this ordinary undergraduate program." "Ah, right. Oh no, cousin Ziyuan is already quite impressive now. There aren't many college students in our village." Jiang Chen responded, casually breaking open the orange and taking a bite, maintaining a neutral expression. You guys shouldn't aim too high, especially since you're in your first year of high school, which is the most crucial year. It's normal to feel frustrated because your cultivation progress is slow. It's actually normal to still be at the first transition in your first year. You need to learn to overcome these negative emotions to move forward better." "Ah, right. His sister Jiang Shu was still being dismissive when her expression suddenly wrinkled, as if she just realized something while looking at Jiang Chen. One reason was that Jiang Chen was already close to the third transition, and the other was that this guy was eating the sour orange without showing any expression, making her take a big bite as well. Jiang Shu's face contorted from the sourness of the orange. She was upset that she had worked hard to peel it for him, and he treated her like this, so she poked Jiang Chen several times. "How about I quiz you guys with a few questions? If you can answer them, I'll treat you to milk tea in town." "Oh, is this your textbook? Let me take a look to understand your level." Wang Ziyuan spoke fluently, picking up the textbook at the siblings' feet and flipping through it casually. Jiang Shu took the opportunity to secretly spit out the orange and then reached her small hand to pinch Jiang Chen's waist. At least your handwriting is quite nice, but you should pay more attention in class and try not to doodle in your textbook," Wang Ziyuan said, looking at the textbook borrowed from his cousin with a strained expression, taking a long time to come up with such a not-so-hurtful comment. I'm dying of laughter." Jiang Chen was overjoyed to hear his comment about his cousin's textbook, not expecting cousin Ziyuan to be such a gentle person. Jiang Shu also picked up a book, flipped through it a few times, and said, "Bro, these books aren't yours, right?" "Whose are they?" "I got them from Shu Jin." "Ah, you went to find Sister Jean and didn't call me. Who cares about you? If you want to find her, just go look for her now." The siblings immediately started bickering, old grievances flaring up all at once. Wang Ziyuan, unable to interject, could only continue flipping through
the textbook, trying not to let himself be idle in the lively crowd.
Dinner's ready. You kids, come grab your bowls and chopsticks. Auntie shouted from the kitchen outside.
Besides the visiting relatives, the 5 younger ones in the family all ran out to help carry bowls and tidy up the table.
Is Grandpa back yet? Jang Shu asked his uncle while serving rice.
I don't know, he went out early this morning, just as they say, speak of the devil. And he appears, his uncle replied just as Grandpa's figure could be seen through the living room window. At the dining table, his cousin Xiao Hai raised a question. Grandpa, where did you go this morning?
Grandpa paused for a
moment before speaking. Well, last night, we came to find me and said someone in the village saw a monster.
Grandpa said calmly. A monster? No way, are there still monsters around here?
Everyone at the table was surprised. Although the village was surrounded by various mountains and wilderness, it was still located at the junction of major cities, far from the territory of monsters. The last time they heard of a monster appearing was nearly 10 years ago. Yes, the person who saw it said it was a flame pig.
I went out last night and this morning to confirm it.
Based on the traces left behind, there indeed seems to be a flame pig near the village.
Everyone exchanged glances.
The flame pig is just a common level monster, not very dangerous, but you all should stay indoors for a while.
Wait until this is resolved before going out, Grandpa added.
Sigh, during the new year, why does this pig
have such poor timing?
One cousin, who was originally looking forward to enjoying the holiday, complained.
Did you report it? Aunt asked worriedly from the side.
I reported it to the Magic Restriction Bureau, but these creatures
are very cunning.
By the time the bureau arrives, it will probably be hard to find it, Grandpa replied.
Ah, what should we do then?
The villagers discussed it and decided that our own monster hunting team should go out to
look for it.
The sooner we resolve this, the better we can celebrate the new year. Grandpa took a sip of liquor.
You old men are going? Is that okay?
It's been a long time since we've heard of monsters appearing.
Can't we just wait for the bureau to handle it? Grandma opposed.
When I was young, I took a hoe and followed my grandfather up the mountain to hunt monsters.
Now it's just a flame pig, Grandpa scoffed. Are you still young now? Grandma
retorted sharply.
Grandma, does our village still have a monster hunting team?
Jang Shu quickly changed the subject, noticing the 2 old folks were about to argue. Soon, everyone at the table began to speak at once. And after a while, Jang Chen seemed to understand. There is an official department responsible for managing conflicts among mages and handling monster affairs within human territories, called the Magic Restriction Bureau. The Bureau can prevent royal-level and disaster-level monsters from slaughtering humans at will, and its power is mainly concentrated in populous cities. Therefore, when common-level and fierce-level monsters appear in villages on the outskirts of cities, the Bureau inevitably overlooks them. After all, the Summer Kingdom is vast, and the organization's power is hard to extend to every corner. The protective power of the Bureau, after being reduced through various administrative levels, becomes very weak by the time it reaches the village level. However, although the Bureau's power is insufficient, it does not allow villages at the city borders to fend for themselves. Every 5 or 6 years, the Bureau organizes mountain patrols to hunt monsters, clearing various corners of human settlements. However, as long as monsters exist, they will not go extinct, they merely change species and come back. Therefore, many villagers have moved to the cities, but some have chosen to stay in the village. Those who remain will unite with several neighboring villages to form hunting teams to protect their homes. This is not unique to Ningxiang but a common phenomenon. Thus, the Summer Kingdom has also issued various rural monster prevention manuals tailored to local conditions, enabling villagers to systematically combat some weaker monsters. Of course, the official recommendation is still for villagers to report to the Magic Suppression Bureau when they encounter situations.
Jang Chen's grandfather is a member of the village demon hunting team, and he has experienced the era when demons ran rampant in the wild.
However, the wild demons here do not refer to the powerful demons from the Demon Empire, but rather some mountain spirits and wild creatures. Therefore, grandfather is quite familiar with the methods of tracking and
hunting demons.
That's why someone came to ask him to check the traces last night, to prevent any misunderstandings that could lead to false information spreading and causing panic among the people.
Now that the demons' whereabouts
have been confirmed, it is natural to quickly inform the villagers to stay at home. If we let that demon escape now, once its traces disappear, the people from the Magic Suppression Bureau will have no way to deal with it. They can't possibly send high-level mages, the most they can do is take notes, and if they can't find the demon after a few days, they'll have to leave. Grandfather has an old-fashioned view on the situation with demons. Moreover, there is danger here, and there is danger elsewhere as well. Grandfather took a sip of white liquor and continued, there's a saying, there are 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves.
It's better to resolve the demon issue sooner rather than later to avoid future troubles. Besides, it's just a low-level demon, having a few more people won't be a problem. Grandfather, usually taciturn, seemed to be analyzing the situation, but in reality, he was just telling grandmother not to worry. Grandmother is not unreasonable, what grandfather said made sense. Since the head of the family, grandfather, made a reasonable decision, she could only support it. The meal was tasteless, with the two eldest members of the family at odds, making it awkward for the younger ones to speak up. After the meal, grandfather took a short nap in the recliner before getting up to head out, undoubtedly to track down the demon. Seeing this, Jang Chen got up and followed grandfather out. As they reached the alley, grandfather turned back and asked, Shaolin? Grandfather, let me go with you. Didn't you say you wanted to find a few more people? Children shouldn't be reckless. Go back. Grandfather waved him off. Jang Chen knew this wasn't just child's play. If he didn't present a suitable argument, grandfather wouldn't take him along. Grandfather, in this world, demons and monsters are everywhere, and even in supposedly safe cities, there are often news reports of humans being attacked by demons. Jang Chen spoke in a calm tone. I just want to see the demons. For myself, I don't want to be so scared that I can't even run if I encounter one in the future. Besides, didn't you say that when you were a child, you weren't even a mage but still dared to go hunting demons? I just want to watch from a distance this time. Jang Chen slowly articulated the points he had prepared earlier. Shaolin, I understand your intentions. But when grandfather was young, it was because there really was no one else. There were hardly any mages back then, and having one more young man was better than none. But now, with magic so advanced, you're still so young, there's no need to take these risks. Grandfather frowned deeply, his tone somber. In this world, especially in modern times, magic can greatly enhance productivity. Even ordinary people can stand out with knowledge without having to fight demons. Grandfather probably wanted to express this idea: young people don't need to take unnecessary risks, they can live their lives honestly. A brilliant blue light gradually illuminated Jang Chen, and he looked directly into grandfather's eyes, a smile on his face as he said, Grandfather, times have changed, but they haven't really changed. People are just another kind of beast, this society is one of the survival of the fittest. A voice suddenly interrupted from behind grandfather, only those who master power can survive steadily in this cruel world. Chen Huixing suddenly lost sight of his grandson, and when the voice came from behind, he hurriedly turned around. At that moment, he saw his grandson's back. In just a single sentence, he had unleashed a second-tier spell and maneuvered around his line of sight to appear behind him. He actually managed to evade my third-tier perception and get behind me. His casting speed and mastery of the second-tier spell are already exceptional, at least this displacement spell is. Chen Huixing thought to himself. Grandpa, it's this direction, right? If you don't take me, I'll go by myself, Jang Chen said as he walked towards the mountains. Chen Huixing sighed as he watched his restless grandson's back, silently approving of his actions and following along. If it were his own biological grandson speaking like this, he would have slapped him long ago, but this grandson was restless. And his parents had passed away early. Since he had his own ideas, all the grandfather could do was provide some help within his means. Of course, the main point was that his grandson's proficiency with the second-tier displacement spell was not far off from those part-time hunters in the village, otherwise, even if he talked big, he would have kicked him back. Jang Chen's thoughts were also simple. A person without cultivation could indeed make a name for themselves in this society, but in front of a powerful figure who gathered great strength, they were merely prey. He didn't want to be trampled underfoot again, nor did he want to be casually killed by a monster. What he wanted was power. And to gain power, merely burying oneself in hard training was not enough. Facing monsters head-on was just the simplest hurdle. If he didn't even dare to follow the village's monster hunting team to confront monsters, it would be better to stay in the village and help his grandmother roast sweet potatoes, as Jang Shu suggested. Shaolin, do you usually talk like that at school? Grandpa referred to Jang Chen's pretentious tone just now. Not really, maybe, occasionally? Jang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable being suddenly called out by his grandpa for being pretentious. In the wild, where the wilderness thrived, human traces were almost non-existent. Only occasionally could one see some modern trash like plastic water bottles on the ground, reminding them that this was still the modern world and not some ancient wilderness. More than 10 people were traversing through the jungle, which was the village monster hunting team that Chen Huixing and Jang Chen were part of. In the team, aside from Jang Chen, there were indeed young people. After all, they were only hunting ordinary-level monsters. As long as one had enough courage and could cast first or second-tier spells, they could join. His grandpa just didn't want his own child to come along. In recent years, thanks to the country's magical literacy campaign, most villagers had been able to awaken their magical potential. Most villagers chose earth, water, or wood elemental magic. The spells they learned were mostly agricultural spells like Ganyu, Fengchun, and Futu. Moreover, the villagers' cultivation levels were generally low, and there were basically no mid-level mages. This was primarily because they were older when they awakened and had no interest in studying. Secondly, the learning conditions were not as good as in school, and they were completely out of work. Even if they had the will, they lacked the means. The elderly placed their hopes more on the next generation. After wandering in the wild for most of the day, 5 or 6 people were gathered around a spot on the ground, observing, with Jang Chen and his grandpa among them, while the others cautiously watched the surrounding environment. Look at these footprints, the gate alternates left and right with an inward H shape, and there are obvious claw marks, but they are larger than ordinary animal tracks, Grandpa Chen Wushing said, measuring the footprints with a stick. The droppings are piled up, dark green, and slightly dry, indicating that the monster passed through here at least a day or two ago. You all look at the marks on this tree. The body of the flame pig is dry and prone to itching, so it often rubs against 1 or 2 trees to scratch itself, leaving charred marks on the trees it has rubbed against. Chen Huoxing explained one by one along the traces, knowing that the elders were already aware of this, but mainly speaking for the younger ones. Jiang Chen could still show off in the village, but in the mountains, he was the most honest. Becoming stronger requires boldness, but also attention to detail. Now is the time to humbly learn from the experiences of the older generation of hunters. Although ordinary level monsters are cunning, they are only a bit smarter than regular beasts and still exhibit the habits of wild animals. After that, Chen Huoxing led the way, gradually searching along the ridge, water sources, and traces, marking the path as they spiraled outward. The process of searching for monster traces in the wild was undoubtedly tedious and uncomfortable. Not only was the forest vast, but the disturbances from mosquitoes, insects, and snakes made it even more torturous. The group followed the traces and discovered that the flame pig was not heading straight into the wilderness but was instead gradually moving around the village. Clearly, this cunning creature had its sights set on the village, wanting to steal chickens and dogs. Thus, several days passed, with a group of more than 10 people tracking the traces, which had not strayed far from the village. Therefore, they would go out during the day to follow the traces and return to the village at night to rest, avoiding spending the night in the wild whenever possible. It was currently winter break, the weather was cold, the sun rose late and set quickly, resulting in shorter daylight hours. Jiang Chen and his cousin usually returned early, as fighting monsters in the wild at night was not a wise choice. One evening, while everyone was resting after dinner, Jiang Chen sat in the living room, applying ointment to the red, swollen bites on his hand from mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the wild were particularly vicious, and the swelling had not gone down. So, although he had learned a lot of survival knowledge in the wild these past few days, he had also suffered quite a bit. "Brother, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you all day." Jiang Shu, sitting nearby, also applied some ointment, helping Jiang Chen with his wounds. "What does it have to do with you? Kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters." Jiang Chen brushed her off. "I'm your sister, can't I ask?" Jiang Shu pouted. "Grandma, look at him, he's bullying me again." Jiang Chen, "Grandma," scolded, standing up for Jiang Shu. Grandma found Jiang Shu's pitiful act adorable. "Sigh, do I have to report to you every time I go out to play?" Jiang Chen replied impatiently. "What did you go play at? You got so dark." "None of your business." Jiang Chen replied gently, brushing off his sister. "All right, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to practice." Jiang Chen put away the ointment, preparing to seize the night to cultivate. He had been out hunting monsters all day and had little free time, so he planned to work overtime these few days to quickly break through his cultivation level. The bottleneck of the third transformation was already very thin. As the weather grew colder, Jiang Chen no longer went up to the rooftop to show off. His relatives were chatting on the first floor, so he went up to the second floor living room, sat on the wooden sofa, and began today's meditation. However, just a few minutes later, Jiang Shu ran up, grabbing Jiang Chen's shoulder and shaking him. "Brother, wake up, brother! Brother! Sister, can you not be so annoying, clingy?" Jiang Chen opened his eyes, forcing a smile. "No, that Wang Ziyuan is bothering me again, you have to save me." Jiang Shu cried pitifully. "Which Wang Ziyuan?" "Oh, the one you brought back the day you took cousin's book. Grandma introduced him to you, that distant cousin." "Oh, I remember now. We're all relatives, what's wrong with him wanting to chat with you?" Jiang Chen teased. "Who talks to him? That guy is as dense as a steel bar, he can't even tell when someone's giving him the cold shoulder. He struts around like a college student, trying to give study tips, and says things like, 'If you study well, I'll treat you to milk tea.' Who cares about that? You have to help me." Jiang Shu began to act cute again, burying her head into Jiang Chen's shoulder. "What can I do to help? We're relatives, I can't just kick him out," Jiang Chen said, feeling both amused and helpless. "I don't care, I don't care, I don't care." "Ah!" Jiang Shu pretended to cry, but not a single tear fell. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Ah!" Jang Shu screamed and dashed into the room, slamming the door shut. Jang Chen looked at the closed door in silence, thinking to himself, is it really that serious? Oh, Jang Chen, you're here. I haven't seen you in days. The newcomer had her long hair tied up, a black hairpin holding it in place, and wore narrow-framed glasses. Her simple yet stylish outfit exuded a youthful and intellectual charm. Cousin, Jang Chen politely nodded at Shu Jin. You make me sad, are you really this cold to your cousin? Shu Jin joked with a bright smile. I have nothing to say to a background character. Who are you? Calling a background character? And why don't you want the notes I worked so hard to write? Shu Jin walked over and pinched Jang Chen's face. Cousin, your notes aren't useless, they really are useless, Jang Chen said, his words muffled as she pinched his cheeks, but he still stared at her with innocent big eyes. What? What did you say? Do you want to drive me crazy? Shu Jin squeezed Jang Chen's cheeks hard, venting her frustration like kneading dough. Sister Jean. At that moment, Jiang Shu peeked her little head out from the room. Shu. Long time no see. The two sisters excitedly huddled together, their fingers intertwined, jumping up and down. Jiang Chen watched them like two playful monkeys and couldn't help but smile, then closed his eyes to continue his meditation. The sisters hadn't chatted for long when another voice came. Jiang Chen was really getting annoyed, it seemed endless. Jiang. Shu, so you were here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Did you solve the problem I gave you? A tall, thin man approached. He was the distant cousin of the siblings, Wang Ziyuan. He was a bit surprised to see so many people on the second floor, and when he spotted Shu Jin, he froze for a moment. Jiang Chen was genuinely worried he might drool. Jiang Shu stuck out her tongue and made a weird doomed face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed subtly. Meditation was not easy, then nodded and smiled at Wang Ziyuan as a greeting. Who is this? Wang Ziyuan asked Jiang Shu. Oh, this is my cousin. The textbooks you saw that day belonged to her. You said her handwriting was decent. But she wasn't focused in class and liked to doodle in her books, Jiang Shu said, making the same innocent expression as Jiang Chen while giving a detailed introduction. Hello, hello? Wang Ziyuan said awkwardly. Hello, Shu. Jin replied with a smile that held a hint of indifference. Seeing that Jiang Shu and Shu Jin were not paying much attention to him, Wang Ziyuan turned to Jiang Chen. Cousin, I heard you've been out hunting with the demon hunting team these days. That's not true, I just went along to learn a bit, Jiang Chen replied politely with a smile, cursing inwardly, what a talker. Why bring that up? And he's trying to flirt too. Sure enough, the next moment. What? You went hunting for demons? Are you crazy? Jiang Shu's voice rose by 8 degrees. I said it was just a field trip with Grandpa, Jiang Chen replied in a muffled voice. Field trip? Then I'm going with you tomorrow. Jiang Shu said coldly. Oh come on, don't throw a tantrum. There are many experienced hunters there, over 10 people, it's very safe. I was just curious and wanted to see, Jiang Chen sighed. If it's safe, why didn't you take me with you? Jiang Shu spoke mechanically, devoid of emotion. Jiang Chen knew that reasoning with a woman, especially one who cares for you, was futile. He placed one hand on Jiang Shu's shoulder, holding her tightly, while the other hand ruffled her hair vigorously. Nine Turns Brothers' magic angry ruffle dog head. Jiang Chen kept muttering, be good, be good, be good. Hey, I'm talking to you. In an instant, Jiang Shu broke free from the Nine Turns restraint, surprisingly fierce. What's going on? Shu Jin, standing nearby, was utterly confused. It's like this. Wang Ziyuan finally found an opportunity to speak, using it to escape the sibling quarrel caused by his careless words, and quickly began to explain to Shu Jin. On the other side, Jiang Chen pulled Jiang Shu down to sit, comforting her, just listen, it's already troublesome enough for Grandpa to take me, if you go along, it'll just be more chaotic, right? Jiang Shu's parents had passed away, killed by monsters, leaving her with only one relative. The sudden mention of hunting monsters triggered her anxiety. Jiang Shu sat silently on the sofa, her small face scrunched up. Jiang Chen wore a faint smile and said slowly, Jiang Shu, you should know my ideals. I'm not just saying it, I'm willing to pay any price to achieve them. Then you don't have to do something so dangerous right now, you're only at the second turn. Jiang Shu said, unable to understand. If you keep up your current pace, you can still get into Lon University. Brother, you're already doing great. My ideals are not just about getting into Lon University, that's merely a starting point. So I must work harder and seize every opportunity, do you understand? Jiang Shu. Jiang Chen's calm tone revealed his determination. Then, Jiang Chen, somewhat amused, said, and it's just a low-level monster, how did you turn it into a life and death scene? He patted Jiang Shu's head, in any case, you don't need to worry too much. I understand, Jiang Shu replied softly. The girl lowered her head, and Jiang Chen couldn't see her expression at that moment. His sister's concern warmed Jang Chen's heart, melting the coldness that had settled in him during his past life as a heartless working machine. However, his resolve would not waver, he would only be more cautious. Late at night, on the rooftop, Jang Chen sat on a cushion, meditating under the bright moonlight. He pondered how to ease Jang Shu's worries. It's simple, I just need to reach the third turn. Jang Chen took a deep breath and began to push himself to break through. The power of love is limitless. Break through, bottleneck. Jang Chen dared not shout aloud, silently boasting in his heart. Jang Chen immersed his mind in darkness, a crystal-clear double-layered sphere suspended in the void, emitting a faint azure glow. The outer crystal wall of the magic core had solidified, while the inner wall had been polished to a thin layer. As long as he broke through this layer, he would reach the third turn. The crystal wall was also a barrier of the heart, closely related to a person's soul. Jang Chen's soul was fused with his previous self, giving him double the magical energy of an ordinary person. There are 3 common methods to break through the crystal wall. First, through one's own efforts, gradually washing away the magical energy from the soul with mental strength. Second, a change in the owner's soul or mindset causing a transformation in the crystal wall, known as enlightenment. Third, using special heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist in the breakthrough. Jang Chen chose the first method. He concentrated his power, continuously crashing against the bottleneck, the surging magical energy roaring, the azure light glowing around Jang Chen, with arcs of electricity flickering, striking the air. Under Jang Chen's impact, the bottleneck began to develop extremely fine cracks, which quickly healed again. Come on, Jang Chen, just break through, it can't take it. Jang Chen roared in his heart. While destroying, he was also healing. This was a battle between Jang Chen and himself, a tempering of his own will. He didn't know how much time had passed. Crack! It seemed Jang Chen heard a sound of shattering, and a very obvious crack appeared on the inner crystal wall, followed by 2, 3. Soon, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, more and more cracks emerged on the crystal wall, and with the increase in cracks, the sphere formed by the inner crystal wall began to shake. Violently, more and more intensely. With a loud boom, the inner crystal wall completely shattered, and the surging lightning magic energy burst forth, like a flood breaching a dam, crashing violently against the immovable outer crystal wall. The fragments of the inner crystal wall dissolved into the magic energy, gradually merging into the outer crystal wall. The outer crystal wall, struck by the azure magic energy, seemed to awaken, radiating a sudden brilliance. Jang Chen felt as if the core of the magic energy had expanded tenfold, yet it also felt as if his soul had expanded tenfold. This sudden clarity was not uncomfortable. He understood that he had become stronger. Jang Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Under the moonlight, the young man began his first meditation on the third transformation of the magic energy core. The next day. Wait, why are you two here? Jang Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him, speechless. If you can come, why can't I? Shu Jin said with a smile. I just came to join the fun, Wang Ziyuan said, glancing at Shu Jin from time to time. Jang Chen didn't care, after all, he had practiced his thunder flash very well, and he would definitely be able to run faster than the 2 of them. As long as he didn't get splashed with blood, that was fine. Jichang, Xian Yang, how did you bring them along? Jang Chen's grandfather asked the other 2 members of the demon hunting team. Brother Hua, the kid has also reached the third transformation and wanted to come see the excitement, so I let her tag along, said a chubby old man with a grin. He was Shu Jin's elder. This kid of mine insisted on coming after hearing about it yesterday, so I had no choice but to bring him along. It also gives the young ones a chance to get familiar with each other, said another, who was Wang Ziyuan's elder, explaining a bit shyly, as he secretly hoped to use this opportunity for Wang Ziyuan and Shu Jin to get to know each other. Shu Jin was one of the few female college students in the village, and her family was well known, not to mention she was quite pretty. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, the girl would see the splendor of the big city, and there would be no chance left for their own children. Then, you two keep an eye on them, Chen Huaxing frowned. Although he was of a higher generation, he couldn't say much, as he had also brought young people along. Jang Chen's grandfather was serious, diligent in his work, and rarely smiled. He showed his care for family more through silent concern. Since he decided to bring Jang Chen out, it was because they were numerous and powerful, and 1 or 2 ordinary-level demons were indeed not much of a danger. But he would always be careful to prevent any accidents from happening to Jang Chen. As for the other 2, one was carefree and dismissive, while the other treated this as a matchmaking opportunity. Ordinary-level demons, as the name suggests, can be handled by ordinary people, but if you're not careful, there will still be a price to pay. Although we call ourselves mages, our physical qualities are far inferior to those of demons, so you should still be cautious, Chen Huaxing finally advised. Let's set off, we are very close to the demons now. Once again entering the mountains, after crossing 1 or 2 peaks, everyone found the latest traces of the demons they had previously discovered. The traces were fresh, and everyone became increasingly cautious. Cousin Shujin was already sweating profusely from the mountain path, while Wang Ziyuan, though tired, kept chattering with her. This made her feel overwhelmed, enduring the dual torment of physical and mental strain. It wasn't until they discovered newer traces that Wang Ziyuan was stopped by the elders, no longer daring to be so blatant. Shujin didn't even bother to act anymore, showing a look of relief. Jang Chen watched from the side, feeling quite amused. He hadn't expected that coming out to hunt demons would also provide a good show of a sycophant. Shaolin, help me a bit, Shujin said breathlessly to Jang Chen, several strands of her hair sticking to her face due to sweat. Oh, you really think this is just a spring outing? Jang Chen replied, speechless. What spring outing? I'm a college student now, okay? I've seen demons plenty of times. Shujin retorted, not willing to back down, and regardless of whether Jang Chen agreed, she placed a hand on him to lean for support. Yeah, Shaolin, once you get to college, you'll know there. Our course is specifically about hunting demons, Wang Ziyuan chimed in from the side. I have some water here, Shaojin, do you want a drink? No thanks, Shujin replied helplessly. She had been quite bored at home and wanted to come out to have some fun. But unexpectedly, someone suddenly came up and started being overly attentive, and the problem was that they weren't familiar at all. Jumping straight into awkward small talk in front of so many elders made Shujin feel extremely embarrassed. Moreover, since they were relatives, even though they were distant, it felt wrong to turn them down coldly, which only added to her frustration. Jang Chen silently critiqued from the side. This cousin was the type who thought that telling girls to drink more hot water would lead them to confess their feelings, completely lacking the skills to pursue a girl. This type of person feels so familiar. Who could it be? Oh, wait, isn't this just Qian Tianyue? Jang Chen entertained himself with this thought, and after silently mocking his friend, he felt that his legs, which had been sore from walking several days on mountain paths, weren't as bad anymore. After walking a bit further, the entire group suddenly stopped. Chen Huoxing and a few elders gathered around a certain mark, exchanged low whispers, and then stood up to address everyone. The demons are nearby, stay alert. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. The younger ones were unsure of what to do next, but the older hunters had already sprung into action. Chen Huoxing quietly directed, young people, stay put, the rest of you spread out a bit to observe the terrain, but don't stray too far. Everyone followed his instructions. Shaolin, are you nervous? Shu Jin asked softly. Shu, be quiet, Jiang Chen told her to hush. Shu Jin pouted. After a while, the scattered group reconvened, and after some discussion, they devised a hunting plan. There was a steep slope nearby, about 5 meters high, with an almost 90-degree incline. To get up the steep slope, they would have to go around to the gentler slopes on either side. Below the steep slope was a relatively flat and open wasteland. The plan was to strike from above, sending a few people as bait to lure the demons down to the base of the steep slope, while the others would ambush from above and cast spells. Low-level demons are smarter than beasts, but not by much. Even if the plan failed, everyone could still work together according to their roles. In an era where everyone was a mage, they could just get straight to the point. The bait sent out were Jiang Chen's grandfather and 2 other elders, as they had the most experience and knew best how to find demons and retreat safely. Several wind and water mages cast second-tier spells likeness and water armor on the grandfather and the other 2. As the names suggest, these spells would allow them to move swiftly and withstand some damage. After that, aside from the grandfather and the 3 others, everyone else lay flat on the ground, ready to conceal themselves. Except for the young people, the others slowly began to gather their magic. Although the elders weren't high-tier mages, they had become quite familiar with low-tier magic over the years. They could slowly attract elements and gather magic without raising any suspicion from the demons. Although Jiang Chen was confident he could do this, there was no need to take risks. It was best to follow orders at such times. Then came the waiting. Everyone focused, their breathing slowed. The winter sun was not hot on their bodies, but beads of sweat gradually appeared on Shu Jin and Wang Ziyuan's foreheads. It's coming, prepare, an old man suddenly whispered sharply. Jiang Chen didn't know how he had noticed. Everyone was lying on the ground without looking up, probably relying on some reconnaissance magic. In the distance, woo, woo, the few baiters ran wildly, emitting loud, sharp cries similar to those of monkeys, both to attract the monsters and to alert everyone. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't think about the meaning of those strange cries. Instead, he pressed his ear to the ground, carefully discerning the vibrations from afar. Besides the sound of human footsteps, he could also faintly sense a rapid and heavy footfall growing louder. Earth system, wood system, release, the commanding old man shouted loudly. 6 people suddenly straightened up, their magical auras instantly brightening, then quickly dimming. The magic had been released. Others, release, the commanding old man continued to shout. When Jiang Chen stood up and looked down, he finally saw the monster with his own eyes for the first time. It was a giant creature about 4 meters long, resembling a wild boar, its entire body covered in black earth that looked like armor, even reflecting light slightly, with red patterns flowing through the gaps as if something inside was burning. Its mane was ablaze with crimson flames, and its long tusks glowed red, emanating heat. At this moment, the enraged monster had clearly entered a combat state, and Jang Chen could sense fire elements continuously gathering around it. However, at this time, the entire body of the flame boar was stuck in a mud pit, with several vines growing from the pit and the surrounding ground, tightly binding the monster and constantly dragging it down. This was the effect of the first wave of earth magic quicksand and wood magic vines, several spells stacked together to control the monster. Meanwhile, the 3 baiters, including his grandfather, had already run to the side, preparing to come up from the gentle slope and distance themselves from the monster. Jang Chen's spellcasting speed was fast, but it couldn't compare to those who had already prepared their skills. Under the old man's command, everyone simultaneously unleashed their gathered magic. Various colorful spells struck the flame boar. Water flowed over it to extinguish the flames, stone spikes pierced its body, and tree roots transformed into javelins pierced through its abdomen from the ground. The flame boar let out a series of wails, mixed with fierce, angry roars. Jang Chen's azure light shone brightly, and a second-tier thunder struck the flame boar hard, causing it to tremble, with the hit area showing a patch of black that contrasted with the boar's skin. Before long, Jang Chen's second thunder was almost ready, and Shu Jin beside him finally released a water magic spell that struck the flame boar. But there were still experts. A fire magic spell, Fire Explosion, was unleashed by Wang Ziyuan, and a fireball hit the flame boar, causing a small-scale explosion. Who the hell cast that fire magic? The old commander scolded fiercely. As the flames and smoke from the fire explosion slowly dissipated, the already battered flame boar suddenly began to thrash violently as if it had taken an aphrodisiac. I don't know. Wang Ziyuan panicked, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. But at this moment, no one could pay attention to him. Everyone was desperately gathering magic, preparing for a second round of magical attacks, fearing that their previous efforts would go to waste. At this moment, one could see how fast Jang Chen's casting speed was. He was much slower than everyone else in releasing his first spell, but his second spell was almost fully formed while the others had yet to begin their second round of magic shots. Just as everyone was racing against time, a person on guard nearby shouted loudly, "Watch out behind!" Upon hearing this, everyone turned around to see a shadow wrapped in rolling heat waves and blazing flames, rushing out of the jungle like a meteor, igniting the branches and leaves of the trees it brushed against. Behind this giant beast, the ground it trampled was dark and scattered with flying dirt and stones, emanating intense heat. Another giant fire pig, 4 meters long, with gleaming tusks, appeared before everyone with a fierce momentum. Damn it, it's still a twin? Spread out. Don't worry about the one below for now. The commanding elder, though anxious, still knew what to do. Run. Quick, quick, quick. Hide behind the trees. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts, but amidst the chaos, there was order, as they coordinated and spread out in all directions. This wave of monsters was clearly a feigned retreat to lure the enemy, while the humans had sent out bait, and surprisingly, there was also bait on the fire pig's side. The second fire pig behind the crowd had quietly sneaked up on them, and only when it was discovered did it violently gather fire elements, flames erupting from its body as it entered its most frenzied state. So when it charged with its entire body ablaze, a strong man targeted by it could not escape. Get out of the way. At the critical moment, ice armor, a layer of flowing armor covered the strong man's body, instantly solidifying into ice. However, the powerful impact from the monster's charge still sent him flying down the steep slope. At this moment, everyone could only be thankful that they had left someone behind to keep watch at the beginning, and that they always had the third-tier water defense magic ice armor as a trump card. Originally, this trump card was meant to ensure the bait could return safely in case of unexpected situations. Now, however, it was the people on the steep slope who encountered an unexpected event and had to use it. Nevertheless, even so, that strong man would probably be injured even if he didn't die. The seasoned hunters scattered, each searching for cover. Jang Chen quickly slipped away, dispersing the second spell thunder he had just gathered. He had no intention of attacking the fire pig with magic now, that would be akin to seeking death. A mere second-tier spell could not kill the fire pig and would only serve as a provocation. Therefore, Jang Chen began to gather thunder flash on his body. If the situation was not right, he would flee. Once it was relatively safe, he planned to look for an opportunity to strike. However, when unexpected events occur, they often come in multiples. Misfortune does not come alone. The next unfortunate soul targeted by the second fire pig was his cousin, Shu Jin. In fact, it was quite normal for her. Everyone was seasoned hunters out hunting monsters, and at the moment danger struck, they could instantly run far away. But she had come out for a leisurely outing, and as an ordinary girl, she was now physically exhausted and mentally unprepared. At this moment, she and the pig faced each other directly, trembling, while the fire pig repeatedly stomped its hind legs on the ground. With each stomp, the flames on its body swelled violently, sending waves of scorching heat radiating outward. It's charging up for a rush attack. What are you waiting for, cousin? Jang Chen thought helplessly. Xiao Jin, a relative of his cousin, shouted anxiously. Others saw the situation and quickly began to gather magic, but not to mention that third-tier defensive magic could not stop the fire pig's fiery charge. In this sudden situation, how could everyone quickly gather their third-tier magic? The strongest among them were merely third-tier mages, and their proficiency with third-tier magic was not that impressive. Now, Shu Jin was being targeted by an intact flame pig, and everyone felt an overwhelming urgency, but there wasn't much they could do. The flame pig wasn't a fool. Even if you attacked it, it wouldn't easily be distracted, only provoking its ferocity. Jang Chen glanced around, quickly assessing the situation in his mind, then cursed under his breath, damn it! Because he was the only lightning mage present, and only lightning could provide a rapid explosive displacement below the third transition. Then, intense lightning flickered from Jang Chen's feet, emitting a sharp, piercing thunder. After fully concentrating on the second transition spell Thunder Flash, Jang Chen cleared his mind and began to wait quietly. He was waiting for the moment. The flame pig charged, as the displacement distance brought by Thunder Flash wasn't long, and he worried that the flame pig might have its own speed advantage. If he waited until it charged and the flame pig didn't, it would be over. At that point, he would only be able to die alongside Shu Jin. So, he had to strike first. Jang Chen furrowed his brows, focusing intently on the flame pig, crouching low in a sprinting posture. Sweat trickled down near his temples, and he dared not let his mind wander for even a moment, instinctively forgetting to breathe. Time seemed to stand still, until it felt as if an invisible referee had fired a silent gunshot, and the flame pig and Jang Chen charged almost simultaneously. Thunder, flash. Xiao Jin. Boom, the sound of thunder and the explosion of flames erupted, and in an instant, fire and lightning intertwined, drawing a large X on the ground. This race was Jang Chen's victory. At the critical moment, he reached Shu Jin before the flame pig, successfully saving her. He was now holding the pale-faced Shu Jin, his nerves taut, and after a slight relaxation, he gasped for air. A brilliant blue light shone from Jang Chen again as he quickly steadied his breathing. Although he had won this speed contest, more troublesome challenges lay ahead. After the second flame pig crashed into the first victim, it didn't pursue further but immediately turned, aiming for its second target, which was Shu Jin. At that moment, Shu Jin only realized someone had been hit. She had barely taken a few steps in the opposite direction of the steep slope when she locked eyes with the flame pig, her face turning pale with fear, trembling and unable to move. It should be noted that Jang Chen had also run from the steep slope, so now, as he turned back to sprint and save Shu Jin, it meant they were both right next to the edge of the steep slope. Thus, with their backs against the slope, they were trapped by the flame pig. Jang Chen, what should we do? Shu Jin's voice trembled, laced with a sob. Jang Chen glanced back slightly at the 5-meter-high steep slope behind them and shrugged, just wait to die, what else can we do? The towering flame pig watched the two, its flames flickering with each breath, bursting. Sparks flying everywhere. Although there were paths to either side, with the flame pig watching, Jang Chen, holding a person, clearly couldn't evade the flame pig's fierce attack unless he abandoned the woman in his arms. At that moment, the girl's soft body was tightly pressed against Jang Chen, fitting perfectly. However, in this situation, Jang Chen only felt his arms growing a bit sore from holding her, so he adjusted her position into a princess carry. The two faced off, and although only a few seconds had passed, the flame pig was already preparing for its next charge. However, at that moment, the other mages had gathered their spells. Ground collapse. Vine bind. The ground where the flame pig stepped rippled like water, and its feet sank into the earth. At the same time, vines shot out, wrapping around the flame pig. However, this round of magic was not released in a neat and unified manner. And because some people were too slow in gathering their magic, only 2 or 3 fast casters managed to successfully cast their spells. The result was insufficient power and a scattered effect. This round of control magic could not effectively restrain the flame pig. The demon began to move forward step by step, the mud-like ground solidifying under the high temperature, while the vines were burned and snapped due to the immense force. There were also water balls and stone spikes hitting the flame pig, but these few low-level spells had no effect, only provoking the demon's ferocity, causing it to tremble slightly. At that moment, a fireball radiating high temperature condensed between the 2 horns of the flame pig, the heat causing the surrounding air to start to distort. Seeing this, Jang Chen shouted, split and run. He was about to put Shu Jin down. I can't, the woman tightly clung to Jang Chen's neck, burying her face in his chest. If it were any other time, it would have been a scene of a girl acting cute and refusing to leave her boyfriend's embrace, a couple showing off their affection. Jang Chen's mouth twitched. He had anticipated this damn situation. The others hiding behind the flame pig found it difficult to interfere with the fireball in front of it. As the fireball emitted an increasingly brilliant glow, the terrifying heat made Jang Chen's mouth dry, and he unconsciously licked his dry lips. You damn it, hold on tight, Jang Chen gritted his teeth. The next moment, the fireball, compressed to its limit, shot out from between the flame pig's two thick tusks at an astonishing speed. Jang Chen no longer hesitated, resolutely turned, and leaped towards the steep cliff. Are you crazy? It's 5 meters high here, someone shouted. Then, the fireball struck the ground where Jang Chen had just stood, resulting in a violent explosion. Jang Chen felt a sharp pain in his back even while in midair. Of course, Jang Chen knew it was 5 meters high, and with someone in his arms, jumping down would mean his knees were done for. So, thunder flash! Jang Chen shouted. A surge of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, rushing towards the top of his head, generating a thrust that slowed their descent. Boom, the two transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of electricity in the air as they fell. The moment they landed, Jang Chen was surrounded by slender vertical lightning, his expression twisted in pain, holding Shujin tightly, his feet landing in a horse stance, creating a small pit in the dirt as stones flew everywhere. Then, Jang Chen rolled on the ground with the impact, tumbling with his cousin. The second-tier Thunder Flash, as a displacement skill, did not accelerate by stimulating the body's muscles but rather by the explosive force of lightning creating thrust. As long as it was mastered properly, the caster could even release it backward, achieving a smooth moonwalk. At this moment, Jang Chen released Thunder Flash towards the sky, thereby offsetting part of the impact from the fall. Jang Chen lifted his head from his cousin's chest and quickly got up. He felt his feet were numb, followed by pain surging from his calves and knees. Cousin, remember to lose weight when you go back. Jang Chen complained, gritting his teeth in pain, but I didn't expect you to be quite substantial. After getting up, regardless of Shu Jin, who was still moaning in pain, Jang Chen roughly pulled her up from the ground. Get up quickly, move yourself, there's still a demon below. Jang Chen shouted. Ha! Hearing this, Shu Jin scrambled to her feet, feeling a bit dizzy and disoriented, turning into a puppet controlled by sound. The first fire pig at the bottom of the steep slope had already broken free from its restraints, its injuries making it appear even more ferocious and terrifying. Like a giant zombie wild boar engulfed in flames. This creature had nearly died after taking a round and a half of concentrated fire, yet it still didn't flee, slowly approaching the two, leaving charred footprints on the ground. Run back, and also, cast a defensive spell for me, Jang Chen shouted softly, his eyes fixed on the fire pig. After a moment's thought, he added, You should know how to, right? Jang Chen was truly exasperated with this useless college student. Yes, I definitely can. Shu Jin replied in a low voice, her tone soft and trembling with fear. The girl lifted her weak legs and began to move backward, not daring to turn her back on the fire pig, while a water blue glow began to emanate from her. Jang Chen stepped slowly to the right, keeping his body facing the first fire pig to draw its attention. If the second fire pig charged down at this moment, Jang Chen was prepared to help his cousin collect the corpse, he would just slip away first. The first fire pig stopped, panting heavily, appearing on the verge of collapse. However, it wasn't preparing to retreat, instead, it was gathering its demonic innate magic. A massive fireball ignited from its two sharp horns. The move it didn't get to use on the slope just now, and now it can finally unleash it, Jang Chen thought to himself. But if it's about casting speed. He didn't even notice that, in this critical moment, the corner of his mouth had curved into a slight smile. The next moment, boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking fiercely at one of the fire pigs' tusks, the power of the second-tier magic thunder causing its head to jerk to the side, its entire body momentarily paralyzed. Subsequently, the fireball the fire pig had gathered exploded, forming a blaze that engulfed its head. The fire pig was thrown off balance by the lightning and flames, its four legs kicking against the ground several times before it managed to stabilize itself. The fire pig let out a few agonized cries, stepping back a few paces, its head shaking incessantly as it tried to shake off the flames and black smoke. Jang Chen's casting speed had an overwhelming advantage, even if the demon used its innate magic, he was confident he could gather his spell before the fire pig. Moreover, the injuries on the fire pig had significantly reduced its resistance to damage and its ability to gather elements. So, at this moment, he remained still, taking a deep breath to stay calm, planning to choose his next spell based on the situation. The fire pig regained its composure and then exhaled a blast of scorching breath, smoke swirling around it, no longer gathering strength, and suddenly charged at Jang Chen. In this situation, the fire pig, having not charged up, had little flame covering its body, only the area near its head was ablaze. Jang Chen quickly gathered Thunderflash, but he didn't rush to release it, he calmly waited for the fire pig to charge right in front of him, preparing to use his displacement to intercept the fire pig's position, while also waiting for Shu Jin's magic water armor.
A stream of water surged toward Jang Chen, forming a watery armor that enveloped him.
The second-tier water-based defensive magic water armor.
The enhancement from water armor allowed Jang Chen to instantly change his choice of displacement direction.
Thunder. Flash.
As soon as Jang Chen's voice fell, he had already vanished from his original spot, leaving only traces of lightning behind. The fire pig was still charging, but suddenly losing its target caused it to slow down. Suddenly, a heavy object landed on its back. It was Jang Chen, who had flashed above the fire pig and then accurately landed on its body. However, although Jang Chen calmly cast spells and skillfully controlled them, demonstrating impressive magical prowess, the water armor on his body was sizzling from the high temperature of the flame pig. At this moment, Jang Chen was facing the flame pig's rear. Seizing the opportunity while the flame pig was unresponsive, he quickly turned around and tightly embraced the flame pig.
Damn it, I'm going all out.
A brilliant light of magic suddenly erupted from Jang Chen as he recklessly gathered all his magical energy, simultaneously raising his right
hand and delivering a punch towards the flame pig.
Boom! The second-tier magic thunder struck down from the sky, hitting the flame pig's back, causing it to let out a wretched scream and tremble violently. Subsequently, the entire pig went berserk, bucking up and down, trying to shake off this disgusting
human.
At the same time, flames occasionally burst from the flame pig, scorching the water armor on Jang Chen's body. The battle had now turned into a contest of will, with both sides testing who would give in first. Jang Chen lay low on the flame pig, his legs clamped tightly. With both hands swinging, every punch he landed on the flame pig's back summoned a bolt of lightning.
He taunted, not running, ha! Boom, feeling brave, are we? Boom, screaming so loud, is it that enjoyable?
Boom, the bolts of thunder struck the flame pig, making it scream continuously, its body swaying left and right, while the
flames engulfed it, roasting Jang Chen to a medium doneness.
Beside them, Shu Jin was also not idle, continuously conjuring the water magic water armor and tossing it at Jang Chen to prevent him from being truly cooked. At this moment, Jang Chen was riding the wild pig, resembling a knight on a boar, performing a grand show of a cowboy taming a wild bull in the wilderness. Despite the urgency of the situation, Jang Chen still counted the number of spells he had cast.
8, 9, 10, 11.
With double magical energy and his third-tier magical power, he could unleash 20 second-tier spells.
Jang Chen relentlessly
struck the same spot on the flame pig's back with his magic, and he could now see its internal organs.
The flame pig's resistance was waning, but Jang
Chen also felt he was close to being roasted alive.
Die, you bastard! Jang Chen roared.
Another bolt of lightning struck fiercely at the exposed internal organs of the flame pig, which let out an unprecedentedly high-pitched wail.
Jang Chen could no longer endure the high temperature. Seizing the
moment, he rolled to the side, his body transforming into a streak of lightning, disappearing into the air. When his figure reappeared, he had already rolled
several times on the ground in the distance.
Jang Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, turning his head to look towards the direction of the flame
pig. Shu Jin also ran towards Jang Chen.
Jang Chen saw the flame pig turn its head and take 2 steps towards him.
Just as he was about to struggle
to get up, the flame pig's front legs buckled, crashing to the ground with a dull thud.
Jang Chen could see the flame pig's chest still heaving, but he no longer wanted to move. He lay back down, starting to catch his breath.
Throughout the battle, counting from the first spell, he had cast a total of 16 spells, taking no more than 5 minutes. Yet, Jang Chen felt as if he had fought an entire day, utterly exhausted.
Shaolin, are you okay? Shu Jin squatted down beside Jang Chen and asked.
I'm fine, just about medium rare, Jang Chen replied, speechless. After lying down for a while and slightly recovering his breath, he got up and began walking towards a gentle slope. Although the first flame pig seemed unlikely to survive, it was better to be cautious and
keep a safe distance. Jang Chen didn't want to provoke it anymore. They could actually coexist peacefully until his people arrived, and then they could have a proper discussion. Shaolin.
At that moment, his grandfather leaned over from the steep slope, calling out anxiously.
I'm fine. Grandpa. How's it going up there?
The two were a bit far apart, and Jang Chen basically had to shout.
It's fine.
You all stay hidden down there,
Grandpa shouted, before retracting his body.
Seeing that Jang Chen was not missing any limbs and noticing the fallen flame pig nearby, he felt less anxious.
Jang Chen
and Shu Jin exchanged glances. They're probably still fighting up there. Uncle Hui was just knocked down, let's go look for him, Jang Chen said after
pondering for a moment. But are you really okay? Does anything hurt?
Shu Jin gradually relaxed, her mind regaining its clarity. She was mostly uninjured, so she stepped forward to support Jang Chen, allowing him to rest one hand on her shoulder for leverage.
Jang Chen assessed the pain in his body. Aside from the burning sensation in many places, likely from burns, his foot hurt a bit, probably from the leap he had just made down the steep slope. Do you know healing magic? No, I don't, Shu Jin blinked. Cousin, you're really something. Jang Chen gave a thumbs up, but it was a downward thumb. What? It's normal not to know. I don't want to be a doctor, Shu Jin pouted, then asked, do you think anything will happen up there? No, there are so many people up there, and they're all seasoned hunters. Even if they don't set an ambush, they should be able to handle it. This was Jang Chen's first time fighting against monsters, and he had begun to understand some of their characteristics. First, they were incredibly tough. A mere ordinary level monster could withstand the magical bombardment of more than 10 low-level mages for 2 or 3 rounds, even if everyone was casting first or second tier spells. That was just absurd. If it were a human with such a small frame, being hit by 4 or 5 spells would be enough to kill an ordinary person. Secondly, there was the use of elements. The Flame Pig's fiery charge and Tusk Fireball represented its exceptional adaptability to fire elements, which exponentially increased its lethality. A physical tank with ranged attacks, charge displacement, and even magical burning damage. What was even scarier was that being hit by fire magic could heal it. In short, it was incredibly tough while also dealing high damage. Furthermore, there was the mana. The first Flame Pig was fully charged, and even when it was low on health, it could still fight Jang Chen, with flames continuously burning on its body, enhancing its defense and attack, not to mention it could still use spells like Fiery Charge and Tusk Fireball. If it weren't for Jang Chen's own double mana, he wouldn't even be able to compete with a low-health Flame Pig. Mages, especially low-level mages, generally do not directly use spells that match their current tier. Because the opportunity is limited, whether they hit or not, the benefits are not that significant, as running out of mana is the most fatal. Proper mana management is a mandatory lesson for mages in this world. Moreover, the higher the level of magic, the harder it is to master. A mage can achieve instant casting of a low-level spell through long practice, but it is very difficult to reach the same level of instant casting for spells of the same tier. That would be equivalent to instantaneously unleashing a powerful move. All these conclusions made Jang Chen more deeply impressed by a principle often discussed in class. It was a principle about monsters, stating that only multiple mages of the same level could face a monster of the same level. To confront a monster alone, one would have to surpass it by a significant margin. However, despite the various terrifying aspects of monsters, humans could still rely on their wisdom and the power of teamwork to establish themselves in this cruel world, surpassing many monster races that had already vanished from history. Just like today, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of a second monster, everyone would have made it through unscathed. Uncle Hui, how are you? A man lying behind a tree was now drenched, appearing to have no major wounds, with a long trail of water on the ground beside him. I should be fine, damn it. These 2 demons are too cunning. We didn't notice any traces of them before, and now that we look, we're fishing, and they're fishing too. Uncle Gray cursed a few times, his emotions getting heated, and he coughed a few times. No way, can a mere demon be this smart? Shu Jin exclaimed in shock. What's so surprising about that? Even ordinary monkeys know to feint and strike from the side, let alone a pig that can use magic. Uncle Gray replied. Uncle Gray, stop talking and take a break, Jang Chen said, noticing that he was already panting after just a few words. I'm fine, what about you two? Shu Jin and I were chased down the slope by the fire pig above, they should still be fighting up there, Jang Chen briefly explained. Is that so? We really are quite unlucky, Uncle Gray chuckled awkwardly. What about the one down there? When I fell, it was still struggling in the mud, and I was so scared. I broke out in a cold sweat. Ha ha. Jang Chen imagined the scene of this burly man falling from a height, turning around to see an even fiercer one behind him, and then rolling and crawling away, unable to care about the pain, and couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Gray, let me tell you, Jang Chen is amazing. He jumped onto the fire pig's back in one leap and killed it with just a few punches. Shu Jin said excitedly from the side. Ha! Uncle Gray was dumbfounded. What's going on? Are you the demon, or is the fire pig the demon? Come on, can you stop talking nonsense? I fought it for 300 rounds. Drained all my elements, and exhausted my path, okay? Jang Chen corrected Shu Jin's ridiculous claim. Uncle Gray and Shu Jin were speechless. Jang Chen began to muddle the details of the battle. Only the fire pig and his cousin Shu Jin had seen him unleash a dozen second-tier spells, and he didn't want to expose his secret of double magic energy. So how to keep the secret? The fire pig was easy to deal with, after all, it couldn't talk. He would chop it up later and treat the villagers to some pork. As for Shu Jin, this woman was big-chested and brainless, and she might not even be as smart as the fire pig. He could just casually brush it off later, saying he mixed first tier and second tier magic, and that would be fine. Shaolin, what are you thinking? You look so lewd while laughing, cousin Shu Jin suddenly asked. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how to deal with these pigs later, Jang Chen replied, suppressing his expression and smiling. Shaolin, have you lost your mind? Can't even count? There are only 2 pigs, right? Shu Jin's eyes revealed the clarity unique to college students. Maybe I'm a bit overheated, Jang Chen deflected. Shu Jin looked at everyone's clothing and thought, isn't it winter? Is the fire pig really that hot? Her eyes became even clearer. At this moment, Jang Chen was hiding behind a tree, observing the fallen first fire pig from a distance. Seeing that it still wasn't moving, he felt relieved. Sigh, what is this? I just wanted to see the demons from the edge. How did it turn into this? Jang Chen sighed. Life was not easy. The 2 men and 1 woman were sneaking in a small grove. After about 10 minutes or more, someone finally came down the gentle slope. Chen Huoxing brought 5 or 6 people, slowly approaching this way. After seeing them, Jang Chen didn't shout loudly but carefully made his way over, and the 2 groups met to exchange information. Previously, after Chen Huoxing acted as bait and retreated from the gentle slope, he went up and saw everyone battling the fire pig, feeling puzzled. How could this fire pig fly? It was only when he joined the battle that he realized, damn, this was the second fire pig. His grandson had been chased down to the steep slope by this beast. He was so frightened that he quickly looked out over the slope and saw the first flame pig lying there. He thought that everyone had just focused their fire and taken it down in an instant. Only when he saw his grandson bouncing around did he feel relieved and turned back to the fight. The others on the steep slope had also considered supporting Jiang Chun by jumping down. The problem was that the second flame pig was standing right next to the slope. If they didn't control it well, it might charge down as well, making the situation even more dangerous. However, the main point was that Jiang Chen's series of actions were actually very quick and decisive. It took him only a few minutes to end the battle, and before the others on the slope could react, he had already slain the first flame pig beneath him. As for the second flame pig, there was nothing much to say. With over a dozen people, they were no novices. The hunters coordinated with each other, using kite tactics to wear it down. Not to mention, they had plenty of control skills, and the flame pig had no chance of escaping. However, if 2 flame pigs charged at them, especially if they flanked from the front and back, the situation would likely become precarious. But humans could make good use of terrain and other external factors, while low-level monsters were relatively straightforward. It was quite clever for these 2 ordinary-level monsters to think of a flanking attack. This also highlighted the difference between humans and monsters. After listening to Jiang Chen's account, the grandfather was startled to learn that his grandson had even exchanged a few moves with the first flame pig to save his cousin. However, he ultimately said nothing, as he couldn't exactly say that he shouldn't have gone to save someone. In any case, the situation was resolved relatively smoothly, and it was more of a scare than a danger. Only Uncle Hui and a few unfortunate souls injured by the second flame pig would need to rest in bed for a while. In the end, no one died, and no one lost an arm or a leg, which could already be considered a great victory. Next, those who weren't injured gathered materials on the spot, using some equipment they had brought with them to make 2 simple carts, placing the bodies of the 2 flame pigs onto the carts as trophies and began dragging them back to the village. Xiao Jin, are you okay? On the way back, Wang Ziyuan popped up again to check on Shu Jin. I'm fine, I'm just a bit tired and don't feel like talking, Shu Jin replied coldly, her expression not very pleasant. Wang Ziyuan had clearly been standing right next to her on the slope, yet when the flame pig came, he ran away faster than a rabbit. The funniest part was that he was using fire magic to attack the flame pig. Of course, running away was a natural reaction, but it was also natural for others to feel disgusted with him for it. Wang Ziyuan walked away awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Shaolin, are you really okay? Shu Jin tightly supported Jiang Chen beside her, asking softly, her face full of concern. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired and don't feel like talking, Jiang Chen mimicked Shu Jin, his expression not very pleasant either. Shu Jin had just stood there on the slope, frozen in place, not daring to move. The funniest part was that they could have run separately, yet he said he didn't dare. Ah! You little scholar! Shu Jin laughed in anger, but Jiang Chen had quite a few minor injuries, so she couldn't do much, only muttering at him from the side. If you keep this up, I won't lend you my notes, she said, sounding like a mature and knowledgeable college student, yet with the grievance of an elementary school student. What do you mean your broken notes? Who would want those? Jiang Chen laughed in anger as well, asking her not to use her poor notes to drag him down. What do you mean broken notes? It's just that you can't understand them, you don't know how to appreciate them. By the way, do you want to learn? The knowledge for the second year of high school in advance? I can teach you when we get back, Shujin replied, not angry at all, but rather returning. Kindness for a slight. Are you trying to make me laugh? Would that be too much trouble for you? Jang Chen wanted to tease her, but seeing her face turning red, he quickly changed his words. As the two of them playfully bickered, they soon returned to the village with the group. Earlier, some people had already used magic to rush back to the village, so now, as soon as they entered, the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air. Many villagers ran out into the streets to watch the excitement. It had been a long time since the village had seen such a grand event of hunting demons. Some brave little children ran around the corpses of the two flame pigs, while the timid ones hid behind adults, staring with wide, curious eyes. From time to time, villagers would come up to congratulate them, and since it was close to the new year, some even took out firecrackers to set off. Cars occasionally passed by on the village road, and when they did, all the windows rolled down, except for the driver. Everyone leaned out to film and enjoy the spectacle. The demon hunting team walked along the cement village road, which was covered in the red paper remnants of firecrackers, their faces beaming with smiles. This trip was a complete success. Not to mention the bragging rights in the village, just the two demon beasts alone could fetch a good price. Jiang Shu ran out from an alley, looked around for a moment, and upon spotting Jang Chen, jogged over to him. Brother! Sister! Look at how awesome we are! Two whole flame pigs! Jang Chen grinned widely, giving a thumbs up. Jiang Shu ignored Jiang Chen's words, circling around him for a while, inspecting him closely. After confirming he was not missing any limbs and could run and jump, she finally sighed in relief. What's wrong? Is that all you care about your brother? Jiang Chen teased. I wish you would just die. Jiang Shu suddenly turned her head, flicking her ponytail in Jiang Chen's face. Her ponytail, like a soft whip, swept across Jiang Chen's face, bringing with it a pleasant scent of shampoo. Jiang Chen pushed away Shu Jin's support, draped an arm over his sister's shoulder, and smiled. Don't be so cold, we've just returned victorious. I even got hurt so badly, and you don't even care about your brother. Serves. You right, who told you to rush over to join the fun? Jiang Shu pouted, murmuring softly, then sighed again, saying, alright, where are you hurt? I'll check it out when we get back. Yay, thanks, little sister. But Grandpa said he would call a doctor who knows healing magic to take a look, so you don't need to. Then, Jiang Chen began to downplay the scenes from the demon hunt. Let me tell you, you have no idea, Uncle, we accidentally took a big hit. So, you got hurt so badly just to save Sister Jeaner? Jiang Shu caught on to the main point. Yeah, I really admire her, standing in front of the demons without moving at all. I don't know whether to say she's brave or cowardly. But you should have seen it. I used Flying Thunder God. I transformed into a blue flash, playing around with the flame pigs. Jiang Chen animatedly described, gesturing with his hands, inadvertently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Alright, little brother, don't move. The village doctor interrupted the siblings' conversation, a soft glow emanating from his hands, which then covered Jiang Chen's wounds. Jiang Chen felt a tingling itch at the burn, while the abrasions from falling on the ground didn't hurt much. The flames on the back of the flame pig only erupted during the charge. At that time, Jiang Chen was lying on its back, not constantly being scorched by flames, but rather experiencing uneven bursts of heat, and with the cooling water armor on him, he only sustained about 30% of the damage. He also had the doctor take a closer look at his leg, feeling it might be the most severely injured. But overall, his injuries were not serious. Alright, there's nothing major, just rest. More when you get back. After examining Jiang Chen, the doctor gave a few reminders and went to check on other injured people, not even needing to prescribe any medicine. The few who were more seriously injured were not in life-threatening danger, they just needed some time to recuperate. After all, this world has magic, and the physical condition of low-level mages is somewhat better than that of ordinary people. After Jiang Chen returned home, he was caught by his grandmother and several uncles and aunts, who gave him a good talking to. The scene could be described as a three-way interrogation. His grandfather was also constantly complaining to his grandmother, saying things like, the child is so young, and you took him out to hunt demons, you heartless one. You led the older one astray, and now you won't spare the younger one. The two of them, grandfather and grandson, had to behave themselves this time. The other cousins sitting nearby were grinning, making faces at Jiang Chen, and occasionally giving him a thumbs up, saying, Bro, you're the one. Jiang Chen, feeling cheeky, would occasionally raise his eyebrows at the onlooking siblings. This earned him a stern look from the elders still judging him. However, it was all worth it. Aside from gaining knowledge about demons and experiencing their power firsthand, his grandfather also told him that he could share in the profits from selling the flame pig. Originally, the young ones were not supposed to participate in the profit sharing, the earnings were only divided among the demon hunting team. But everyone recognized Jang Chen's contributions. He was so brave, saving people and single-handedly challenging demons that the simple villagers were willing to count him in.
The most valuable part of the flame pig is its tusks. Once you pull them out, it can no longer cast magic. The other parts are basically just a bit more expensive than beef, mainly for eating, and they are a bit more nutritious, his grandfather explained to Jang Chen. Those with serious injuries will get a bit more, everyone else can probably get around 7 or 8,000. His grandfather continued explaining. Wow, there's actually money to share. Jang Chen grinned so widely it seemed his face might split. Now he could finally improve the meals for him and his sister. He wouldn't have to eat plain vegetables and rice every meal anymore, which was a relief to think about. Shaolin, you should be more careful in the future. Don't take such risks. His grandfather patted Jang Chen on the back and continued, and don't follow your parents, they were just too eager for quick gains. His grandfather was referring to how Jang Chen's parents had pursued money and ended up hunting demons, ultimately losing their lives. Jang Chen looked at the dark-skinned, slightly gray-haired old man in front of him and smiled, saying, I know, Grandpa. If it weren't for so many old hunters like you leading the way, I definitely wouldn't have joined in on this excitement. Sai, it's best not to do such things, understand? After you finish your studies, it's better to find a stable job in the city than anything else. His grandfather took Jang Chen out hunting, but he didn't fail to warn him about how dangerous the wild could be. I understand, Jang Chen nodded, suddenly realizing that his grandfather might have always harbored feelings of regret for allowing Jang Chen's parents to walk down the dangerous path of hunting demons, ultimately leaving 2 grandchildren as orphans. Alright, have you two finished chatting? Come over for dinner, his grandmother called from the living room. Wow, is it so lavish today? Jang Chen approached the dining table, looking at the spread of dishes. Among them was even a mouth-watering, aromatic charcoal-grilled flame pig. Thanks to you, his cousin Xiao Hai joked. Oh? Eat more of this flame pig meat, I see you've lost weight. His grandmother picked up a piece of flame pig meat for Jang Chen. That's enough. Is it really this extravagant tonight? There's demon meat to eat, another cousin chimed in. Some parts were damaged by magic and didn't look good, so we just cut them off and each family took a bit home, his grandfather explained, then took a bite of flame pig meat and a sip of white wine, looking quite content. Jang Chen picked up a piece of flame pig meat that seemed to be coated in rock candy, its surface glistening and slightly steaming. The flame pig's high temperature resistance made its meat perfect for grilling. No matter how it was cooked, it wouldn't end up burnt on one side and raw on the other. Jang Chen put the meat into his mouth and chewed for a moment. The crispy caramelized skin cracked with a crunch, and the hot honey sauce wrapped around the charcoal grilled meat aroma exploded on his tongue. It felt as if sparks were jumping between the meat fibers, and the spiciness mingled with honey washed over his taste buds like popping candy. It's honey, right? You added honey to it? Jang Chen felt it was so delicious he could burst out of his clothes. Barbecues in Ningjiang City often like to dip in a bit of honey. Yes, can you really taste that? Jang Shu said. Jang Chen chewed several times before he was willing to swallow, but a sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Sis, why does this taste so familiar? It seems like I smell this flavor when you cook on weekends. Jang Chen frowned, pondering what it could be while he couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. Yeah, I often buy yen pork to eat, his sister said casually, revealing a surprising fact. What? Are you that rich? Jang Chen was taken aback. This stuff was more expensive than regular beef, and given their family's situation, having meat to eat was already good enough. Didn't you give me a lot of pocket money? I just saved up to buy it for you. Who told you to eat only plain rice at school every day? Jang Shu whispered in Jang Chen's ear, making sure no one else could hear, as both siblings didn't want their family to worry about their lives being tough. Jang Chen's gaze fell on his sister's face. She was very close to him, tilting her fair little face up, her watery eyes crescent-shaped, and the corners of her lips curled up, revealing a bright and adorable smile. His sister had a look that seemed to be waiting for him to compliment her cuteness, making Jang Chen feel like his heart was melting. At that moment, he didn't want to think about how his sister knew he was being frugal, he just wanted to. Sis. In my heart, you are a perfect score right now. Jang Chen shouted. Moved. Ah, why are you shouting all of a sudden? Curious glances from relatives nearby made Jang Shu's face turn red. After tea and dinner, the family was in the living room on the first floor, each doing their own thing. The elders watched TV, the young ones played on their phones, and someone who finished showering called the next person, as there was only one bathroom with hot water for over 10 people in the family. Because apart from holidays, there were only 4 or 5 people at Grandpa's house, and Grandpa's grandson was usually boarding at school and rarely came home. At this moment, Jang Chen was playing chess with his sister. Yen pork has become harder to buy lately, so I can only buy some Vinewood Wolf's vegetables, his sister casually remarked, her eyes fixed on the chessboard. Why? Is no one raising them?
Jang Chen asked curiously, casually capturing his sister's rook. I don't know, I heard the butchers say that if yin pigs are raised in artificially created areas with dense fire elements, they will gradually devolve into ordinary pigs, Jang Shu said, showing a shocked expression after losing a piece. Why is that? Jang Chen continued to ask. The teacher in class seemed to say it's because demons follow the law of the jungle. If demons don't fight in a harsh environment, they will gradually weaken over generations. His sister scratched her head, frowning at the increasingly dire situation on the chessboard. But even if no one is raising them, aren't yin pigs a specialty demon of our area? Why are they becoming harder to buy? Jang Chen asked again, like a curious child. It seems they are being hunted to near extinction by humans. His sister continued scratching her head, her CPU struggling to process playing chess while answering questions. Oh, I see, General. Jang Chen gently moved a piece, cutting off all retreat routes for his sister's king. This isn't right. After losing, Jang Shu suddenly reacted, glaring at Jang Chen. Why do you keep asking me questions to distract me? How despicable. Oh, is that so? Jang Chen feigned an innocent expression. Let's go again, this time I won't talk to you. Jang Shu said angrily. Not coming, I'm going to take a shower, huh? Jang Chen wanted to leave. After winning a game, utterly infuriating. Trying to escape? Jang Shu stepped forward, grabbing Jang Chen and forcing him back into position, threateningly setting up the pieces. The calm and peaceful night passed just like that. The day after hunting the fire pig. Shu, where's your brother? Shu Jin asked Jang Shu. I don't know, I haven't seen him all day. Jang Shu tilted his head. He hasn't gone hunting demons again, has he? Shu Jin showed a worried expression. How could that be? There aren't that many demons around here for him to hunt. He's probably off playing with Xiao Hai and the others. Jiang. Shu waved his hand and said, why are you looking for him? I heard his grades aren't very good, and I thought I'd come over to help him study. Shu Jin said regretfully. You mean you're going to teach him? Jiang Shu instinctively showed a look of disdain. No, Jiang Shu. What kind of expression is that? Why are you two siblings bullying me like this? Am I really that bad at studying? Shu Jin became anxious. Sorry, Jie Jin, I didn't mean it. Jiang Shu was ruthlessly tormented by the furious Shu Jin. Another day passed. In the afternoon, younger sister Jiang Shu was playing chess with Shu Jin in the living room. Jie Jin, I heard you're learning an instrument? Jiang Shu casually asked. Yeah, now that I'm in college and have more free time, I started learning to play the violin. Shu Jin frowned slightly, pondering her next move. Is the violin hard to learn? Jiang Shu continued to ask, casually capturing one of Shu Jin's pieces. In the beginner stage, you start with graded pieces and simple pop adaptations, then gradually transition to emotionally rich pieces. Just practice a lot. Shu Jin spoke in a fragmented manner, her brain seemingly overloaded. You still have time to learn an instrument? Is college really that easy? Jiang Shu showed a sly little expression, about to win a piece. It was really too simple. College, well, it's just a continuation of the high school exam tactics, even easier. You can just cram before exams and ensure you won't fail. Wang Ziyuan, hearing Jiang Shu's question, naturally took over the conversation. Is that so? Jiang Shu's plan was disrupted by Wang Ziyuan. Feeling displeased, Shu Jin completely ignored Wang Ziyuan's words, continuing to focus on the chessboard. Wang Ziyuan suddenly felt that his previous comment made it seem like he was slacking off in college. So he added, and honestly, studying hard doesn't help much. Many college professors haven't even worked in society. In the end, when you enter society, you still have to rely on self-study. After a few responses from the two girls, they fully immersed themselves in the chessboard. Wang Ziyuan occasionally pointed out where they made mistakes, advising which pieces would be captured. When Jang Chen finished his training on the second floor and walked downstairs, he saw a scene where a man stood beside the chessboard with a pleased expression, while two women glared fiercely at the board. Jang Chen thought, how can playing chess make them so anxious? He excitedly walked over, wanting to see the girls argue. Checkmate, haha. Jiang Shu said with a forced smile. The winner has finally been decided, Shu, haha. Shu Jin also wore a haha expression. Hey, your horse is still here, there's more to play. Wang Ziyuan pointed out that Shu Jin still had a horse. Forget it, I surrender, Jiang Shu is too strong. Shu Jin quickly waved her hand. After Jiang Chen understood the situation, he found it amusing and patted Jiang Shu's head 3 times, saying, little sister, your chess skills are pretty good. Jiang Shu looked at Jiang Chen strangely, wanting to say something but hesitating. Shaolin, you're here. Want to play chess together? Shu Jin invited. No, I won't go down, I have something to do, so I'm leaving. First, Jiang Chen declined. I'll go down, I'm itching to watch, Wang Ziyuan said excitedly. I just remembered my house is on fire, I have to go, Shujin said. Then I'll leave too, I'm going to help. My cousin put out the fire, Jang Shu followed suit and slipped away. Wang Ziyuan. Late at night, 3 a.m. Jang Shu walked up to the rooftop, pushed open the door, and at first glance saw a man standing with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the pure white moon in the sky. Hui Min, you're not asleep either. Jang Chen turned to look, delighted. Who is Hui Min? Didn't you call me up here? Jang Shu said, sounding grumpy and dead tired. When did I call you? Jang Chen turned around, smiling at Jang Shu. Keep pretending, during the day, didn't you tap my head 3 times? Jang Shu pouted. So clever, no wonder you're my sister. Why do it so sneakily? If I hadn't noticed you tapping my head 3 times, wouldn't you have waited all night for nothing? Jang Shu asked, puzzled. If you hadn't noticed, I could just call you. Jang Chen suddenly felt that her sister's intelligence wasn't very high. What kind of look is that? Put it away. What's going on in the middle of the night? Are you looking for a fight? Jang Shu waved his little fists. At that moment, both siblings recalled the time 6 months ago when they fought on the rooftop at home and couldn't help but smile. Jang Chen set up 2 cushions on the rooftop, sat on one, and gestured for his sister to sit down as well. The two sat facing each other under the moonlight. Jang Shu, do you think studying at school is useful? Why the sudden question? I think it should be useful. Did you hear Wang Ziyuan's words during the day and want to reason with me? Don't worry, brother, I will study hard, Jang Shu said, looking a bit confused. Jiang Chen patiently listened to Jiang Shu, smiling to himself, thinking, my sister really understands. Many people think studying is useless, after all, there are so many powerful magics created by predecessors in modern times. Just learning what's already there is overwhelming, why bother to learn the principles of magic? As long as you can use it, isn't that enough? Brother, what do you mean? Jiang Shu showed a puzzled expression, not quite understanding what his brother was trying to say late at night, but still patiently listening. Magic is the primary productive force, it condenses human wisdom into leverage, propelling civilization into qualitative leaps. The development of steam magic has led modernity into magical industrialization. A powerful spellcaster in the West invented mass energy magic, allowing humanity to harness the power of stars. From then on, humanity possessed strength that even demons feared. Jang Chen sat cross-legged, hands on his knees, speaking eloquently. His sister showed a look of partial understanding. Jang Chen smiled warmly and continued, you might not quite grasp what I'm trying to express because that level of transformation is still far from us. Let's talk about our current level. Wang Ziyuan said that if he performs excellently, he can receive a spirit vein extraction potion from the school, allowing him to break through to the middle realm in one go, saving a lot of cultivation time. And this breakthrough potion requires a type of auxiliary material, like this, the earth vein green vine fruit. Jiang Chen suddenly produced 2 green fruits that emitted a faint white glow in the night, as if performing magic. Brother! Where did you get those? Jiang Shu exclaimed, startled by Jiang Chen's trick. I found these in the mountains yesterday, no one wanted them, so I picked them up, Jiang Chen said with a grin. Brother, Jiang Shu elongated his tone, dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's teasing at such a moment. Don't be anxious, it's a simple matter. If a flame pig appears nearby, it's quite normal, it could have come from anywhere. But if 2 appear, that's unusual. Especially for a volatile creature like the flame pig, their nature makes it hard for them to tolerate the presence of others of the same level unless they are young. Yet these 2 flame pigs, with similar strength, can cooperate. Don't you find that strange? Moreover, they are smarter than ordinary animals and wouldn't recklessly invade human territory. But they kept circling around and wouldn't leave, isn't that odd too? Bro, are you trying to say? Jiang Shu's expression turned enlightened. Exactly, the earth vein green vine fruit, as a rare treasure, has a strong attraction for demons, especially fire attribute demons. When fire attribute demons consume the earth vein green vine fruit, their strength increases. Conversely, the fire element affinity of the flame pig can promote the growth and maturation of the earth vein green vine fruit. Even after consuming the fruit, they can spread the seeds of the earth vein green vine fruit to other areas rich in fire elements. This is a mutually beneficial relationship between animals and plants. That still doesn't explain why 2 flame pigs can coexist, Jiang Shu questioned. When the fruit isn't ripe, the flame pigs gain nothing from eating it, so they can only guard the fruit. If there were only one fruit, the 2 flame pigs might fight to the death, even destroying the fruit to prevent the other from succeeding. But if there are 2 fruits, being demons with considerable intelligence, they can weigh their own interests and choose to temporarily coexist, even sharing the 2 fruits. So you spent all day yesterday looking for this? Jiang Shu suddenly realized. Smart. I returned to the hunting area yesterday, using the knowledge Grandpa taught me, and found their cave. Then I put in some effort to find these 2 fruits near the cave. These two demons are really cunning.
They even understand the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, Jang Chen said, unable to help but scoff, then continued, looking at the growth of the vine. There should have been more than 2 fruits on that vine, but they must have been eaten by those 2 flame pigs.
They probably thought the remaining 2 ordinary earth vein green vine fruits couldn't satisfy their needs, so they kept nurturing the last 2 fruits, hoping for further development. Unfortunately, it benefited me.
Jang Chen could no longer maintain an air of mystery and wore a big, proud smile.
So, you went out into the wild again, all by yourself. Jang Shu suddenly showed an angry expression.
I'm very skilled with Thunder Flash, and I've also advanced to the 3rd tier, so it's fine. Jang Chen explained quickly, then hurried on to prevent his sister from getting angrier. Grandpa's rural demon hunting team hasn't had much education, so they wouldn't think of these things.
It's laughable
that people like Wang Ziyuan and Xu Jin are university students.
I can only say that there are differences even among university students. This is the reason why mastering magical theory allows you
to travel the world without fear.
Do you understand, Jang Shu? Jang Chen looked at Jang Shu with pride.
I get it, bro, so you just wanted to show off in front of me at this late hour, right?
Jang Shu didn't want to show admiration, so she looked at Jang Chen with disdain.
Hey, I disdain doing such show-off things the most. I'm just calling you up to share the fruits, Jang Chen said dismissively, though. His face was about to break into a smile. Forget it, you found them yourself, you can eat them, his sister refused. You're silly, this kind of thing is only best the first time you eat it, Jang Chen said.
Cheerfully. Then you can sell the extra one, right? That extraction agent costs around 100,000, so this fruit should be worth at least 100,000, right? Jang Shu continued to refuse, not
wanting to hold her brother back.
Jang Shu, have you forgotten what I told you that day? Jang Chen's expression became serious as he spoke softly. That day?
Jang Shu looked at her brother's serious face,
showing a hint of confusion.
I said that day, I will definitely get into Longdu University, and I will make sure you get into university too.
This is my promise as a man.
Jang Chen smiled faintly again.
The night breeze blew by, brother.
Jang Shu gazed at the young man before her, momentarily entranced.
Since you're my sister, if you're going to take the exam, aim for the best university. Here, eat this. Jang Chen handed a fruit to Jang Shu.
The two no longer hesitated and began to eat the fruit bite by bite.
The taste is a bit strange, brother, you did wash it, right? It was washed. A fruit
costs over 100,000, we shouldn't waste the shell.
You were in such a hurry to go out yesterday, didn't you tell anyone else? Were you afraid of being intercepted? Treasures belong to those with virtue. What am I afraid of? Jang Chen broke into a sweat, feeling exposed. Aren't we going to tell Grandpa and the others? Let's be a bit selfish for now. Brother, thank you. No need to say that.
The two fell silent, closing their eyes to digest the power of the fruit, each experiencing varying degrees of growth in their cultivation.
Jang Chen sank his mind into the darkness, clearly
sensing a green energy surrounding the 3rd turn magic core. He guided this energy, beginning to construct the 2nd layer of the crystal wall for the 3rd turn magic core. As the energy from the earth vein, green vine fruit interacted with Jang Chen's mental strength, magic energy, and lightning element and was incorporated into his cultivation process. The outer crystal wall of the 3rd turn magic core grew at a visible speed. Once the outer crystal wall was fully constructed, Jang Chen would reach the peak of the 3rd turn. The higher the turn, the greater the difficulty of advancement. Reaching the peak of the
3rd turn would take considerable time.
This was evident just by looking at Wang Ziyuan and Xu Jin, both university students still at the 3rd turn. At this moment, the enhancement effect from eating this
fruit compared to Jang Chen's own cultivation was very apparent.
He felt it could roughly match 6 months of hard training, and reaching the peak of the 3rd turn before the college entrance examination was almost guaranteed, especially considering he had been diligent in his own training. After about an hour or two, Jang Chen finished digesting the fruit and opened his eyes.
How about you? Jang Chen asked.
I'm at the peak of the 2nd turn now, I can start preparing for a breakthrough.
Not bad.
Saying this, Jang Chen rummaged through a bag beside him and pulled out a few items.
Brother, do you have more loot?
Jang Shu, having finished digesting, looked at the items Jang Chen took out.
Sort of, just some elemental crystals. Elemental crystals?
Yeah, they're those trendy little things popular among young
people now. Doesn't anyone in your class buy decorative items made from these elemental crystals? I didn't notice, are they valuable? Each one is worth a few dozen bucks. If processed into decorative
items, their value increases even more, since they are just scraps of rare materials, but they look really pretty. Jang Chen poured out a pile of shiny, colorful, irregular crystals onto the ground.
Each one,
upon closer inspection, seemed to have stars flowing within, breathtakingly beautiful.
Pick a few, they can be made into necklaces, bracelets, or if not, you can use them for car beads. Wait, how does a fire pig have these?
This place seems to have every attribute covered, Jang Shu exclaimed in surprise.
It's quite normal, some demons really enjoy collecting these elemental crystals. I just didn't expect that.
The rough and tough flame pig would have such a quirk.
It's a bit of a cute contrast. So, could it be that they found these on some rare treasures? Jang Shu felt a surge of excitement, thinking he could make some money. That's why I told you to apply what you learn. Elemental crystals will condense in places where the elements are a bit denser, okay?
These things are everywhere in the wild, how can you rely
on them to find rare treasures? Ah, fine.
Jang Shu said regretfully. Jang Shu eagerly and meticulously picked through the crystals, taking a few favorites.
Girls tend to like these kinds of things. The following winter break was rather uneventful.
The two siblings just studied and practiced as usual, and during their free time, they either accompanied their grandparents to work in the fields or played around with a few cousins. During the new year, everyone cleaned the house, put up
couplets, received red envelopes, and visited neighbors to celebrate. Notably, the red envelopes from their grandparents and a few close relatives were much larger than usual.
It wasn't just relatives on their grandfather's side, after calling their father's brothers, their uncles, to wish them a happy new year. They were also informed that the uncles had each sent some money to the siblings as New Year's gifts, reminding them to study
hard and take care of their health. Jang Shu was somewhat reluctant to accept such gifts, feeling as if she was being pitted. Jang Chen, having
experienced the ups and downs of society in his past life, naturally cherished the love between family members even more and didn't see it as charity.
So he persuaded Jang Shu, preventing her from getting stuck in a negative mindset. Before they knew it, the winter break was over. Grandpa. Grandma, we're leaving. You're going back already? Aren't you staying a couple more days?
No, school starts the day after tomorrow.
Then take
some vegetables back to eat. Grandma grew them herself, and take some dried goods as snacks too.
That's enough, I can't carry anymore. Come back whenever you have time.
We will. You both take care of yourselves.
These were classic exchanges that Jang Chen and Jang Shu had heard all their lives. When they were younger, they found it annoying and repetitive.
But as they grew up and faced society, they gradually discovered the warmth hidden in those words.
After bidding farewell to their relatives, the siblings boarded the bus to Ningjiang City. The return
trip wasn't as congested since the real workers had already gone back to their jobs.
Upon returning to their rented home, the siblings tidied up and finally finished the chores after much effort.
Mainly, one sibling was of the thunder element and the other of the earth element, and there weren't any suitable cleaning spells they could learn, just a dust removal spell, which wasn't very effective, making it a waste of time to learn.
On the first day of school,
the siblings parted ways at the classroom door. Jang Chen returned to his usual seat, and the first of his familiar classmates to arrive was that guy, Qian Tianyue.
Do you know you? Look really lewd when you smile like that? Jang Chen said after sitting down. However, after saying that, Jang Chen wondered if it might hurt his feelings. After all, even the best of friends don't like to hear their close friends constantly put them down, even if it's a joke. TCH, what do you know? I just can't help but laugh when I think about using my rich and exquisite gal game experience from the winter break to charm all the girls in school. Qian Tianyue grinned lewdly. Jang Chen fell silent. Every time I think about giving you a bit more respect, your mouth just has to open and ruin it. Jang Chen said slowly, yeah, this guy is just such an extraordinary person.
It's really foolish of me to worry about whether it would hurt his feelings.
Just kidding, you wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Chen Tianyue quickly tried to regain his dignity.
After all, it's something that came out of your mouth. I often can't tell if you're joking or not. Of course it's a joke, but wanting to find a girlfriend is real.
Early romance? How can a top student's situation be considered early romance?
Qian Tianyue, who ranked third in the class last semester, said this.
So do you have a target? Well, I can only say I've figured out the type I like, but I haven't met anyone specific yet. Care to elaborate?
Ideally, a super beautiful rich girl.
That statement should also be a joke? Jang Chen said expressionlessly. No, Qian Tianyue replied, equally expressionless. Jang Chen didn't know how much effort he had spent to keep a straight face.
You're so young, can you stop daydreaming and always thinking about
getting something for nothing?
Jang Chen still hoped to give him a bit more respect.
If I could find her, I'd be willing to break through to the 9th transformation tomorrow. Qian Tianyue shouted. Damn it, I've put up with you for long enough, I'm going to explode. You little brat, you want to eat and take everything, huh?
Jang Chen suddenly lunged at him, locking Qian Tianyue in a chokehold. And the two began to wrestle playfully. After a while of roughhousing, Qian Tianyue managed to pin Jang Chen down.
At that moment, Chen Tianyue suddenly froze, releasing Jang Chen as if he had been electrocuted, and the noisy classroom quieted down a bit. Jang Chen was confused and turned around to see Yun Ningjing had arrived. The girl had waist-length black hair, fair skin, and deep, ink-like eyes, always giving off an inexplicable sense of detachment. The oversized school uniform couldn't hide her curves, her long legs made her appear even more slender and straight. When she entered the classroom, it seemed even the dust fell more softly. "Ningjing, Happy New Year!" Jang Chen greeted her. Happy New Year," Yun Ningjing replied softly, then sat down in her chair. "How was your winter break?" "I spent it at home. Reading and studying. Why didn't you go out and have fun?" Qian Tianyue, seeing Jiang Chen engage, grew bolder, not realizing why he was asking a socially anxious person why they didn't go out during the break. Such a terrifying man with rich gal game experience. Yun Ningjing fell silent. She really didn't know how to respond. Should she say she had no friends to go out with? Or that her parents, considering her personality, didn't let her go out to play? Qian Tianyue felt like his heart was dead after being ignored by the beautiful girl. "You really know how to chat," Jiang Chen thought, his mouth twitching. "Alright, do you want to brag about your diving trip during the winter break again? Aren't you annoying?" Jiang Chen gave Qian Tianyue an out. "Ahem, you don't know, it was really warm there, people from the north love to go there for the winter." Qian Tianyue came back to life. Yun Ningjing also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the class monitor, Tang Yin, ran over, cheerfully asking, "Hello everyone, why are you all here so early?" "Oh," Qian Tianyue said he wanted to use his rich. Jiang Chen started to say but was suddenly interrupted as Qian Tianyue lunged at him, covering his mouth. "I just got here too." Yun Ningjing chatted a bit with her classmates, feeling less tense. Jiang Chen shook off Qian Tianyue and pulled out a large handful of colorful keychains from his backpack. These keychains were long straps with a round, cute slime doll attached to each one, each doll a different color and posed differently. Jiang Chen had found someone on the street yesterday to carve elemental crystals and turn them into keychains. The sculptor quickly created one with a few magical strokes, charging only $30 for processing, which was extremely cost-effective. His skilled technique reminded Jiang Chen of the sugar paintings he used to eat as a child. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I gathered a lot of elemental crystals during my winter break in the countryside. Let me give you one as a thank you for teaching me last year." He gestured for Tang Yin and Yun Ningjing to pick one. "Wow, so cute. Can we really choose?" Tang Yin's eyes seemed to sparkle with love. She adored these adorable things. She picked a blue slime posed as if it were sleeping. "Thank you." Yun Ningjing also paused for a moment and chose a red slime with its mouth open, looking like it wanted to eat something. "Then I'll take this one." Qian Tianyue reached out his hand, only to be ruthlessly pushed away by Jiang Chen. "Ha? What's going on? Are you prioritizing looks over friendship?" Qian Tianyue complained. "TCH, let me show you what prioritizing looks over friendship means. Yours is right here." Jiang Chen pulled out a keychain from his backpack. Everyone saw that the carved figurine on the keychain was entirely emerald green, resembling a cabbage, but its head had transformed into a cute dog's head. It was unmistakably a cabbage dog figurine, and the meaning was clear. "Ah, this." Qian Tianyue's face turned red. "Not bro, why are you blushing?" Jiang Chen was also taken aback, feeling a bit nauseous. "Wow, this dog is so cute too." Tang Yin didn't care about anything else, she loved them all. Yun Ningjing cradled her figurine in both hands, examining it from different angles. Jiang Chen distributed one keychain to each of the furnace cauldrons and didn't forget to give one to the teachers as well. He kept a black slime holding a sword for himself. More than a month had passed since the start of the school year, and it was now April of the second semester of the first year of high school. The classmates were gradually shaking off the laziness of the holiday and entering the intense study rhythm of high school. This was the last self-study class of the afternoon, and once it was over, school would be dismissed, so the classroom was a bit noisy. After solving a complex problem, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality from the sea of books, rubbing his brow as a wave of fatigue washed over him. He decided to take a little mental break, to ease his mindset and relax his rhythm. So he rummaged through his drawer and took out a thermos filled with pure milk. Thanks to the rewards he received from hunting monsters during the winter break and some financial support from relatives, along with the cheap prices at the school cafeteria, he didn't have to eat only vegetables and rice anymore, he could have a balanced diet. He even had some money left to buy pure milk to drink. Jiang Chen actually didn't like drinking pure milk, finding it too bland, but considering he was short in his previous life, he wanted to see if he could supplement his nutrition a bit more this time to grow taller. Jiang Chen turned to look at his deskmate, Yun Ningjing. She was slightly bowing her head, seriously pondering the exercise book in front of her, her long hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, the ends curling slightly. Suddenly, a strand of hair fell, causing her to inadvertently tilt her head and reach out her delicate hand to tuck the hair behind her ear. This action exposed her exquisite features to the warm sunlight, making her fair skin seem to emit a faint glow, with a hint of pink on her cheeks. Immersed in the problems, she lost the usual sense of introversion and distance. Her serious gaze, elegant pen-holding posture, and delicate features made her appear exceptionally quiet and gentle, like a melting snow mountain in spring. Looking at this scene of a beautiful girl melting like an iceberg while doing her homework, Jang Chen said, "Ningjing, could you warm up the milk for me?" Yun Ningjing blinked, looking at Jang Chen in confusion, then nodded and said spreading her clean little hand. Jang Chen handed the thermos filled with pure milk to Yun Ningjing. "Thank you." Yun Ningjing held the cup with both hands, and the fire element began to gather in her palms. Jang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how convenient magic was. This kind of heating didn't even require special training and related spells, just a few simple techniques to manipulate the fire elements in the atmosphere. If I had known it was this convenient, I would have chosen the fire element too. Jang Chen thought to himself. While waiting for Yun Ningjing to heat the milk, he stretched and moved his limbs a bit. After sitting all day, he felt like his body was about to rust. He glanced around the environment. There were still 20 minutes left in the self-study period. With no teacher present, the noise from his classmates grew louder. Jang Chen rolled his eyes, cleared his throat, and then deliberately coughed loudly a few times. This fake cough instantly silenced the entire class. Watching his classmates lower their heads and pretend to study seriously, Jang Chen felt a sense of joy wash over him. He sighed contentedly, a mischievous smile on his face, as he surveyed the quiet classroom. Qian Tianyue turned around and shot Jang Chen a look. "You're really something." Jang Chen raised an eyebrow at Qian Tianyue in response. However, the silence didn't last long. After a few sneaky glances towards the corridor, the classmates began to chatter again, though this time it was much quieter. Just then, the milk was ready, and Jang Chen happily took the cup, twisted off the lid, and took a delightful sip. Then, Jang Chen suddenly burned his tongue on the scalding milk, letting out a wail reminiscent of Tom Cat. The classmates turned to look at Jang Chen, who had made the noise, and Yun Ningjing was startled, looking a bit flustered, her eyes showing concern. But when Yun Ningjing saw Jang Chen, who had just been so cheeky, now gasping to cool his tongue while frantically cleaning up the spilled milk, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. The classmates who turned around, both boys and girls, were stunned when they saw the usually indifferent Yun Ningjing suddenly break into a smile. It was as if the ice and snow had melted, revealing the bright and dazzling spring sunshine. With so many people watching, Yun Ningjing's cheeks, which usually remained expressionless, turned crimson. She quickly lowered her head, fumbled for a tissue, handed it to Jang Chen, and even helped him wipe the milk off the table. Perhaps many years later, when the boys recalled the fleeting smile of the girl, they would suddenly realize that their first love had long since faded away. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes. It was Friday, and Jang Chen packed his things, ready to head home after class. The class monitor, Tang Yin, approached him, already smiling cutely before she even spoke, revealing a hint of a small canine tooth. "Next week is the sports meet. Do you have any events you want to sign up for?" "No, I don't really exercise, so there's nothing to sign up for," Jang Chen replied while packing. In this world, cultivation could improve some physical fitness, but human physical abilities still lagged far behind those of monsters of the same level. Ordinary exercise couldn't compare to the effects of his cultivation. "Dude, what does the sports meet have to do with whether you exercise or not?" Qian Tianyue retorted. Jang Chen frowned, realizing things weren't that simple. "Jang Chen, do you still think it's like a children's sports meet? We're all mages now, we can use magic in the competitions," Tang Yin said, covering her mouth as she laughed. So it's not about being faster, higher, or stronger, but about who has a deeper mastery of magic?" Jang Chen stroked his chin, immediately catching on to the implication. "Exactly. So, do you have any events you want to sign up for? I can never find enough people, it's so annoying." Tang Yin pouted her cute little face. "Is there any reward for winning?" Jang Chen asked. "Class honor?" Tang Yin tilted her head and said. "I'll definitely do it next time." Jang Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and was about to leave. "Wait, I'm just joking. The first person to win can choose any magic to learn from the school's magic archive." Tang Yin quickly tried to keep Jang Chen from leaving. "But then again, what reward or not, it's mainly for the class honor." Jang Chen had almost reached the classroom door when he suddenly made a 180 degrees turn. Not just Qian Tianyue and Tang Yin, but the quiet girl Yun Ningjing also showed a small expression of speechlessness, although it was hard for most people to notice the difference from her usual self. What do you want to sign up for? There's running, long jump, high jump, shot put, and so on. Let me think first." Jiang Chen planned to find one or two events where he could showcase his strengths. What about Tianyue and Ningjing? Tang Yin asked about the other two. I think I'll pass.
Xian Tianyue could only let loose in front of friends, he was the type to get stage fright in public.
I'll pass too. Yun Ningjing quickly shook
her head, she was definitely the type to get stage fright in front of a crowd.
You guys aren't signing up either? Then I'll go ask someone else. Tang Yin showed a disappointed expression, clearly having asked quite a few people already.
Tang Yin, I'll sign up for long jump and high jump for the class competition.
Jang Chen stated his choice.
Although he had never really tried these two events in his past life or this one, the explosive power of his lightning-based displacement magic gave him a huge advantage, making high jump and long jump perfect for him. Running was more suited for wind-based magic, which excelled in
sustained acceleration. Unless Jang Chen revealed his third transition cultivation, he wouldn't be able to compete. Jang Chen felt he reached the third transition too quickly, it was better to keep a low profile for now. Although it might take a bit longer to learn third transition magic, it was safer to hold back. After all, only someone like Yun Ningjing, with a good family background, resources, and talent, could break through to the third transition so quickly. After returning from winter break, Yun Ningjing had also broken through to the third transition, and when Jang Chen found out, he exclaimed, "This kid is terrifying."
Okay, but why is it called the class competition?
Tang Yin asked, puzzled, she thought the name was strange. Don't mind the details, Jang Chen
waved his hand, shouldering his backpack and leaving, he had things to do later. Xian Tianyue hurried to catch up, feeling uncomfortable being alone with two
pretty girls. Ningjing, do you want to go shopping together later? Tang Yin asked, since it was Friday and many classmates were planning to hang out.
I won't go, Yun Ningjing hesitated before saying.
Oh come on, it won't be like last winter break.
I've talked to Jejia and the others, Tang Yin said with an apologetic expression.
It's fine, Yun Ningjing looked troubled, struggling to think of a suitable excuse. Yinbao, are you ready yet?
A sweet-looking girl walked over.
Upon seeing Yun Ningjing, she
cheerfully said, Ningjing, come along.
It's more fun with more people. This time, we'll take good care of you, we won't bring anyone you don't know.
I have things to do at home, you guys go have fun, Yun Ningjing quickly refused, as if afraid of being dragged along. After Tang Yin and the others left, Yun Ningjing quietly sat at her desk, feeling a bit down.
She wanted
to make friends but was afraid of interacting with strangers. She was happy that friends were willing to take care of her, but her introverted nature made her feel like she was a burden to them, which made her sad.
This conflicting self made her mood even lower. Are you really going to participate in the sports meet? Xian Tianyue asked.
If you don't go, will you give me
those powerful spells? Aren't they all second and third tier spells? What's the difference? I can only say that there are differences even among spells.
Your third tier spell can only deal 100 damage, while someone else's third tier spell can not only deal 100 damage but also has control effects. Jang Chen explained the differences between spells of the same tier
to Qian Tianyue.
So, I suggest you participate in one too. There are quite a few powerful wind spells, right?
Jang Chen made a suggestion.
Sai, I think I'll pass.
There will be so many people then. Qian Tianyue hesitated. TCH, suit yourself. Where are you going now? Xian Tianyue asked as he watched Jang Chen walk towards a route that was clearly not heading back to his home. Going to the mall to buy something. Are you coming? Aren't you going to find Jang Shu?
She said she has something to do today.
Mall. Sister Taozi, why don't we find some actors instead? I'm afraid of getting hit.
A young man looked troubled as he glanced at a beautiful woman next to him, dressed in tight yoga pants and possessing peach-like features.
What's wrong with that? Who wouldn't be happy to be touched by a beautiful woman like me?
Besides, it looks more real when filmed this way. The woman, referred to as Sister Taozi, said
proudly. But didn't that cause a couple to argue last time?
That guy was clearly just a playboy.
If he were truly devoted, would that happen? Besides, wasn't that video the most viewed?
Sister Taozi said excitedly. Recently, short video platforms have been on the rise, with many people eager to shoot quirky videos to upload online for attention and profit.
They saw a popular foreign video and imitated it domestically.
The video content involved a charming woman on an escalator who suddenly touched the arm or other body parts of a man descending beside her, capturing their various amusing reactions.
Some people hired actors for filming while they directly approached unsuspecting passers-by. Look, that pair of students is good. They look so innocent, obviously just boys. This is what makes it interesting. Hurry up and set up the camera.
Sister Taozi became excited upon seeing two students in school uniforms step
onto the escalator, as if spotting prey. Isn't that unfair?
Some magic types clearly have little effect in the class competition.
Jang Chen said. There's nothing that can be done about it. Each magic type has its strengths and weaknesses, how can one take all the benefits? Qian Tianyue explained. Instead of worrying about this, why not guess what the special event is on the last day of the sports meet? There's a special event? Last year they seemed to have stilt walking? I heard it was really fun. Some seniors used vines to wrap around their feet in stilts, charging forward like they were in exoskeleton armor, and a senior girl sent light balls into the sky to use as flashbangs, causing a lot of people to fall. Chen Tianyue said, laughing as he spoke. Wow, is this a Mario Kart item race? Jang Chen mocked. Are you sure you can handle the long jump? Those fire-type people jump super high. Ultimately, it still depends on the mastery of the magic. The same spell can have vastly different effects in different people's hands. Jang Chen crossed his arms, speaking proudly. Here we go again, showing off. Qian Tianyue said, speechless. At that moment, Qian Tianyue seemed to see something and suddenly said nonchalantly and seriously, Hey, do you see that beauty on the escalator next to us? Has she been looking at me the whole time? Upon hearing his words, Jang Chen turned to look at the ascending escalator and indeed saw a beautiful woman with curves. After making eye contact with her, she even smiled flirtatiously. Qian Tianyue said anxiously, Hey, don't just look at her like that. What's wrong with taking a look? Jiang Chen was truly speechless. On the other side, Sister Taozi, who was getting closer to Jiang Chen and the others, began to throw flirtatious glances and pose seductively when she noticed their attention. Wow, dude, she's flirting with me. Does she like me? Qian Tianyue exclaimed in delight. Jiang Chen didn't want to speak anymore, this guy had clearly never seen a woman before. Seeing Qian Tianyue's shy demeanor, as if he wanted to look but was too embarrassed, Sister Taozi felt that she was also beautifully alone today. However, when she caught Jiang Chen glancing at her and then quickly averting his gaze, the blatant disregard made her feel as if she was throwing flirtations at a blind person, leaving her feeling displeased. Why is this student acting so aloof? At that moment, two groups of people on the escalator reached the intersection of the elevator, and Sister Taozi seized the opportunity to exchange glances with Jiang Chen, extending her slender arm towards him. Qian Tianyue's eyes widened in shock, thinking, Jiang Chen, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually got my attention. Incredible. Just then, a small arc of electricity flickered from Jiang Chen, who was standing with his arms crossed, striking Sister Taozi's outstretched hand. Ah! Sister Taozi exclaimed. Quickly retracting her hand, instinctively covering the shocked hand with her other hand, gently touching it to check for injury. From the first glance onward, Jiang Chen had not looked at her again, and the two groups simply passed by each other. Sister Taozi, still holding her hand, turned back to stare at Jiang Chen in a daze. Jiang Chen remained with his arms crossed. Smiling faintly at Qian Tianyue, my elemental control is impressive, right? I didn't even use magic, just controlling the elements was enough to deflect that woman's hand. This kind of fine manipulation is way better than Yun Ningjing accidentally boiling milk. Wait, why did you deflect her hand? Ha? You even let Yun Ningjing heat your milk? Qian Tianyue was astonished. Why are you saying wait? If someone suddenly reaches out to touch your face in the street, you wouldn't deflect? What if that woman didn't wash her hands after using the restroom? Jiang Chen was also shocked. You guy. Qian Tianyue wished he could take his place, if it were him, even if she hadn't washed her hands. On the other side, Sister Taozi was also stunned, having touched so many people. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. However, as Jiang Chen said, his elemental control was indeed strong, the subtle electric arc acted like static electricity, stinging her hand but causing no harm, and there was no magical fluctuation to find fault with. After all, in the society of Xia country, using offensive magic on others was not permitted. Sister Taozi, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm so mad. How can there be such a person? Sister Taozi said angrily. So, are you deleting this video? Delete it? Upload it. But didn't you say? Do you understand traffic? A beautiful woman getting embarrassed is also a hot topic, okay? After this video was uploaded with some strange music, it quickly gained popularity, leading to more people imitating it. On the other side, after Jiang Chen returned home, bro, you're back? Jiang Shu stood up from the sofa in the living room, smiling brightly. Yeah, I'm back. Don't you have anything to say to me? What should I say? Jiang Shu puffed up her cheeks, looking sulky, then reluctantly said. Nothing, here, this is for you. What is it? Jiang Chen took a beautifully wrapped gift. A birthday gift, isn't today your birthday? Jiang Shu said, pouting, and turned away, not wanting to look at her brother again. Oh, so it's a birthday gift. Jiang Chen elongated his tone, then walked in front of his sister with a mischievous grin and said, Isn't today also your birthday? Go away, don't come closer. Jiang Shu turned her body again, facing away from Jiang Chen. I thought you wanted me to say something. Here, happy birthday. Jang Chen handed over a gift he bought at the mall to Jang Shu. Ah, you're teasing me again. Jang Shu's tone shifted from anger to joy as she excitedly accepted the gift. Can I open it? Of course. Jang Shu unwrapped the gift, revealing a pair of exquisite chopsticks. The lower ends were slender and cylindrical, entirely matte black. The upper ends were thicker and more rectangular, with the rectangular tips wrapped in a shiny silver section, adorned with beautiful patterns and small elemental crystals. A pair of chopsticks? This was the first time Jang Shu received chopsticks as a gift. Yes, a tool for eating. I hope you can have enough to eat in the future, Jang Chen said with a smile. It feels a bit strange, hee, but I really like it. Thank you, brother. Jang Shu beamed with a charming smile. Then the two of them, in perfect harmony, each took out a small cake, which they took 2 days to finish. Jang Shu gifted Jang Chen a yacht-building block toy, and afterward, the siblings spent several days putting it together. At 9 p.m., on the rooftop of the siblings' residence. A few days had passed since their birthdays, and tomorrow would be Thursday, when Ningjiang Middle School would hold its annual 2-day sports meet. Brother, are you still practicing? Jang Shu walked out from the side stairway. Yeah, I still have a bit of magic energy left. I'll come down once it's cleared. Jang Chen sat cross-legged on a mat on the rooftop, his body glowing with a faint blue light, while lightning elements danced around him like sprites. He practiced controlling his magic diligently every day. Why did you take so long today? Don't you usually finish by 8? Jang Shu had originally come up to practice with Jang Chen, but since Jang Chen had double the magic energy, he usually finished first. I felt something today and made a small breakthrough in magic, so I spent a bit more time, Jang Chen said with a smile, looking very pleased. No way, you broke through again? Haven't you already reached the 3rd transition? Are you at the 4th transition now? Jang Shu stared in disbelief. I'm not talking about a breakthrough in cultivation. The earth vein green vine fruit I ate last time saved me half a year's effort, but it's impossible to break through to the 4th transition so quickly, Jang Chen patiently explained. Then what kind of breakthrough is it? Did you learn a new magic? Jang Shu asked, puzzled. Not really, I just feel like I have a deeper understanding of the magic I already know, Jang Chen explained. I don't get it. Jang Shu tilted her head. If you don't understand, then forget it. Let's go down, Jang Chen said. After finishing his magic control practice, he went home to continue meditating, marking another fulfilling day. The next day, in the morning. Today, Jang Chen went to school alone, as Jang Shu was called by the student council to help set up for the sports meet, so she left early. Jang Shu appeared quiet and well-behaved outside, although she occasionally showed a lively and playful side, which seemed to make her more popular at school. Jang Chen arrived at the school gate and could already see the enormous banyan tree at the entrance. At the start of the school year, the red ribbons that decorated the banyan tree had been removed, and now the entire tree looked lush and green, with abundant branches and leaves. The leaves of the banyan tree rustled in the wind, casting dappled shadows. Jang Chen looked up and saw a graceful silhouette standing beneath the tree. The girl had a slender figure and a delicate waist. Everyone wore the same school uniform, but only on her could the beautiful curves be outlined. That figure was Yun Ningjing. Jang Chen chose not to catch up and greet her. He believed that for someone as introverted as Yun Ningjing, unless she was with a close friend, walking alongside someone she wasn't familiar with would only make her feel uncomfortable and uneasy. In his previous life, many of the university interns he worked with were like this. Communication flowed smoothly during work, but after hours, when standing together, they became stiff, their conversations reduced to simple questions and answers, exuding an air of introverted social anxiety. After a careful assessment, Jang Chen concluded that his relationship with Yun Ningjing was merely that of ordinary classmates and did not reach the level of close friends. Although they were deskmates, they actually didn't communicate much. One was absorbed in studying, while the other was socially anxious and introverted, leading to interactions only when asking questions, borrowing things, or warming up milk. So, Jang Chen decided to slow his pace and follow her back to class, making it easier for everyone. Ah, this is how considerate I am, Jang Chen thought narcissistically. However, isn't Yun Ningjing walking a bit too slowly? Wait, with those long legs, how can she walk so slowly? Jang Chen felt puzzled. He observed a bit more and finally discovered the issue. Introverted people don't want strangers to approach, and she herself didn't dare to get close to strangers. In front of Yun Ningjing, there was another classmate. What was her name again? Jang Chen couldn't recall at the moment. It seemed to be something like Wang Jia. It was already the 2nd semester of their first year, and Jang Chen still struggled to match names with faces in class. So Yun Ningjing is dawdling here to avoid catching up with that Wang Jia? What a nagging woman, Jang Chen thought helplessly. He was too lazy to dawdle, so he pretended not to see the two and strode forward. Jang Chen, good morning, a female voice came from behind him. Jang Chen paused, blinked, and quickly adjusted his subtle expression. Then he slowly turned around, feigning a casual glance behind him, and pretended to just notice Yun Ningjing, smiling as he said, "Good morning, Ningjing." It was indeed Yun Ningjing, who he had just overtaken. Upon seeing him, she greeted him. "Wait, aren't you the one who's socially anxious?" "I'm the one who's socially anxious." Jang Chen was dumbfounded by this unexpected development. Yun Ningjing jogged a couple of steps forward and walked alongside Jang Chen. Are you really not participating in the sports meet?" Although Jang Chen felt puzzled by his misjudgment, he casually brought up a topic. "I kind of want to participate, but I feel a bit shy." Yun Ningjing's voice sounded somewhat ethereal. Jang Chen thought it was quite nice, albeit very soft. "Is that so? If you feel shy alone, you can wait for the fun sports meet the day after tomorrow. Just blend in with the crowd in class and join in." Jang Chen suggested to Yun Ningjing to just go along with it. Yun Ningjing had a blank expression. Jang Chen glanced at her and felt that she seemed a bit expectant yet shy. He didn't know how he could read these emotions from her expressionless face. He found it interesting that he could discern her feelings, and wanted to test if he was accurate, so he tentatively asked, "If you want to participate, I can call you then." "Really? What's the big deal?" "It's just for fun, no one cares about winning or losing. If you join, everyone will definitely be happy." After hearing him say that, Yun Ningjing seemed a bit excited. They hadn't chatted for long when someone else greeted them. It was that Wang Jieja who had just walked in front of Yun Ningjing. "Good morning, Jang Chen." Ningjing. The sweet-looking girl with short hair came over to greet them. "Good morning, Wang." Jang Chen had rich workplace experience. Although he couldn't remember his classmates' names, he thought he could get by with a little improvisation. "Wang classmate? My surname is Wang, not Wang." The sweet-faced girl froze, her heart silently complaining, did he really not remember my name? But we've been classmates for almost a year. Or is he doing this on purpose? Boys are so immature. At this, even Jang Chen, who had a thick skin like a city wall, couldn't hold it together. "Sorry, Wang classmate. You see, I've been having trouble sleeping these past few days, and I'm a bit out of it, ha ha." Jang Chen scratched his head and said. Wang classmate looked at Jang Chen and didn't think he was doing it on purpose. After confirming that he really didn't remember her name, she felt a bit angry and frustrated. "Can you at least say my full name?" Wang classmate glared at Jang Chen, looking somewhat annoyed. Faced with such a question, Jang Chen couldn't help but curl his toes. However, he had dealt with many people in his previous job, and such things happen from time to time. It was best to just talk it out. So, Jang Chen quickly smiled calmly and said, "Wang classmate, I'm really sorry. We don't usually communicate much, and I can't recall your name at the moment. How about you tell me again, and I promise I won't forget it in the future." Wang classmate stared at Jang Chen for a while before saying somewhat angrily, "My name is Wang Jieja, and you must remember it." After saying that, Wang Jieja ran off. Jang Chen let out a sigh. It really wasn't easy. "Can you remember my full name?" Yun Ningjing, standing nearby, asked this question for some unknown reason. Yun Ningjing. "Of course, I remember you." Jang Chen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Oh." Yun Ningjing nodded. Sigh, it seemed like today wasn't going too well for Jang Chen. He thought to himself. After Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing sat in class for a while, the students quickly gathered, and the homeroom teacher, Yong Jian, led the whole class to the playground. It was early April, and the weather wasn't too hot yet. Today was a beautiful day, with clear skies and warm sunshine, perfect for holding a sports meet. Ningjiang Middle School had both a junior high and a senior high division, and only the senior high division was participating in the sports meet this time. The senior high division alone had over 60 classes, with more than 3,000 students. At this moment, each class in the senior high division was lined up, and from above, it looked like a sea of students. "It's so hot standing here for so long. I should have worn short sleeves. Why haven't we been dismissed yet?" Qian Tianyue kept tugging at his collar, fanning himself. "I think we shouldn't hold a sports meet, it's a waste of study time." Gao Wen, the kid brother, said disdainfully, probably because his light magic was hard to shine in the class competition. "Shoo, don't talk, brother Jian is looking over here." Tang Ying turned and made a shushing gesture. Upon hearing that Yong Jian was looking, everyone quieted down. Other teachers envied Yong Jian's authority, but they couldn't be as strict as he was. Jang Chen also felt a bit bored, although he cherished the chance to relive his high school days. This kind of time was quite tedious. Jang Chen shifted his gaze to the distant high platform, where several people who looked like leaders were already standing, and some magical equipment like microphones and speakers were ready. At that moment, a huge transparent figure appeared above the platform, resembling a holographic image, in front of many teachers and students. The transparent figure was about 5 or 6 stories tall, and its appearance was that of a middle-aged man, tall and fit, with some gray at the temples and wearing a pair of silver-framed glasses. It was none other than the principal of Ningjong Middle School, Xiaolijun. "Students, let me say a few words," Xiaolijun said in a steady tone. The students, who had been standing impatiently below, were suddenly filled with sighs and wails. Everyone knew that a brief speech would turn into a lengthy discourse. The enormous transparent figure did not show any displeasure. Instead, it smiled kindly and said, "It seems everyone is a bit restless under the sun." Then, the giant figure slowly raised its right hand, drawing the crowd's attention, wondering what this old man was up to. The figure's right hand was lifted high, and as it spread its 5 fingers, dark clouds rapidly appeared around the clear sky above everyone's heads. The crowd looked up at the sky, which at that moment resembled the eye of a typhoon, clear in the center, surrounded by dense clouds. Then, the figure slowly closed its fingers, and the surrounding clouds, as if receiving a command, swiftly spiraled in to envelop the clear sky in the center. In less than 3 seconds, the sky had darkened. The students were astonished by this display, calling out in excitement, "The principal is amazing. This is too exaggerated, it's like covering the sky with one hand. Is it going to rain? I haven't taken in the laundry yet." The teachers standing on the other side also began to comment. "Principal shouts this every year, doesn't he get tired of it?" "Yeah, it's made the younger teachers act up, showing off in front of the students every day. Keep it down, don't let him hear you, that's the ear of a high-level mage." Seeing this, Jang Chen sighed. "It's not lonely at the top. I've learned a new trick today, but I think it could be improved." He could fly up first, take off those glasses, then do a hair gel move for a slick back look, and finally finish with this divine gesture. It would be much better. Wouldn't that put the principal above the heavens? Gao Wen retorted. "I got a bit emotional watching this episode when I was a kid," a boy Jang Chen wasn't very familiar with couldn't help but chime in. "So, is the principal's move good or bad?" Qian Tianyue asked. "Xiaolijun, not bad," Jang Chen replied casually. The surrounding students looked at each other in confusion, wondering what this guy was talking about and why he was trying so hard to show off. After hearing this, Qian Tianyue also replied casually, "Jang Chen, not bad." Gao Wen followed suit, "Qian Tianyue, not bad." Jang Chen then turned his gaze to Yin Ningjing, who, upon meeting his eyes, widened her sparkling eyes, looking a bit dazed. "Do I have to say something too?" "Ah, you've already disrupted the order, let's save it for next time," Jang Chen said, frustrated by her lack of initiative. "I understand now." Yun Ningjing nodded firmly, clenching her fist to encourage herself. She must seize the opportunity to blend in with her classmates next time. After the principal finished showing off, he began his speech. "Sports is a contest of strength, a battle of wisdom, and a sublimation of spirit." Jang Chen closed his eyes to meditate, treating it as white noise. The old man spoke for about 20 minutes before finally concluding, and several fire-type spells erupted in the sky, creating fireworks, though it was unclear whether it was to celebrate the opening of the sports meet or to mark the end of the old man's speech. The massive crowd dispersed, free to do as they pleased. The campus broadcast would announce the competition information, and at that time, participants and spectators would gather according to the information. "What should we do now?" Qian Tianyue asked. "My competition doesn't start until the afternoon. I plan to go cheer for Jang Shu." "You're such a siscon." Scram! Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue walked towards the track, while Tang Yin was pulled away by a few girls. Yun Ningjing stood in place, looking left and right, feeling a bit lost, like a child watching their parents walk away in opposite directions. Although many boys in the nearby class were chatting among themselves, their gazes were inevitably drawn to Yun Ningjing. Everyone knew she was introverted and wanted to invite her to join them, but when they saw her expressionless, delicate face, and thought about how they would struggle to speak in front of her, they ultimately lacked the courage to approach. Of course, there were also handsome classmates with good grades and family backgrounds who stepped forward to invite her. "Ningjing, I'm Long Yu, you should remember me, right? Our families had a gathering together before, how about we hang out?" However, under Yun Ningjing's silent gaze, Long Yu began to sweat a little and then made an excuse to slip away. Sometimes, it's hard to tell whether a person's expressionless face is due to indifference or nervousness. On the other side, at the men's 400-meter track. "Damn, he just shot the fireball at someone else, isn't that a foul?" Jang Chen complained. "Can you not make such a big deal out of it? Isn't that how racing goes?" Qian Tianyue thought Jang Chen was overreacting. "But what about that guy over there using earth pit to dig holes? The track is all ruined. Someone will fill it back in later." "No, dude, why is everyone wearing sunglasses while running? Who runs without sunglasses? What if they get hit by a light ball flashbang?" Jang Chen looked at the several competitors running the 400 meters on the track and felt like he was seeing a whole new world. He originally thought wind-type competitors had the most advantage in running, wouldn't using light body to sprint guarantee a win? Who knew they would get focused and taken out right at the start, their bodies exploding like fireworks from the colorful magic? What the hell? Why is that guy just running there? Qian Tianyue exclaimed in shock. Isn't running supposed to be about running? Jang Chen really couldn't adapt to this kart racing style of running. However, it was rare to see someone maintain the spirit of sportsmanship, and Jang Chen felt a bit of resonance and comfort. Yet, Jang Chen frowned, realizing things were not simple. Wait, that guy is using mind-type magic. Look at those who fell in front, they were tripped by his invisible little hands. Jang Chen observed a clue. Damn, that's so sneaky. Those little hands aren't very clean. Jang Shu's competition hadn't started yet, and Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue were strolling around the playground, joining in the excitement whenever a match occurred. In front of them was a competition among some first-year students. Look, javelin throwing is actually the most suitable event for wind-type competitors. Using light body on the javelin, whoosh, it can be thrown far. At least it's not like running where you get hit. Qian Tianyue pointed out. Look at that wood-type competitor over there, he directly made a slingshot to throw the shot put, isn't that a foul? Jang Chen still wasn't used to the way the competitors here played. That's just standard practice. Did you think fire-type competitors had more advantages? Times have changed. Jang Chen thought carefully, switching magic really didn't have much power, and using a bit of common sense like this was actually more effective. Look over there, a third-tier fire-type senior. Qian Tianyue tugged at Jang Chen, signaling him to look. Third-tier major repair? What a big deal. Jang Chen exaggerated. The two turned their attention to the senior students' competition, where a group of classmates from what seemed to be the same class was shouting go, in unison for a young man. A young man stood on the field, in a bow stance, leaning back. He held the shot put in his right hand, not behind his body but raised in front of him, the whole motion resembling more of drawing a bow than throwing. Flames ignited around him, and fire elements continuously gathered towards his right hand. Boom, a sound like a cannonball explosion echoed in everyone's ears as the bursting flames erupted from the man's right hand, and the lead ball shot out with a whoosh. This triggered a series of screams from the girls, so cool. Ah! Jiang! Chen pondered, the power of third-tier magic had gradually surpassed what ordinary people could handle, so fire magic, with its violent nature, held the upper hand in pure power contests. The third tier is the dividing line between mages and ordinary humans. After several rounds of competition, Jang Chen remarked, it seems that wind magic is quite versatile, but its power is somewhat inferior to fire magic. My dad said the same thing, so he forced me to choose wind magic, claiming it has better job prospects. Otherwise, I would have chosen lightning magic, Qian Tianyue said regretfully, as he felt wind magic wasn't impressive enough. I feel like you're implying something, Jang Chen joked darkly. He meant that he wasn't pressured by a father, which is why he chose lightning magic. Come on, don't say that, my bad, Qian Tianyue quickly realized, though he hadn't meant anything by it. Unsure if he had offended Jiang Chen, he hurried to apologize. Just a joke, let's go. I heard the broadcast calling for Jang Shu, Jang Chen smiled. That kind of joke isn't appropriate, buddy. Qian Tianyue was also taken aback by this carefree person. From his perspective, Jang Chen's parents had passed away less than a year ago, so he was always careful not to bring it up in conversation. When Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue arrived at the starting line for the girls' race, a crowd had already gathered. It seemed everyone enjoyed watching girls fight. Jang Chen looked at the girls warming up, each wearing sports shorts that revealed their long, fair thighs, their curves boldly displayed rather than hidden under loose school uniforms, exuding youth and vitality. Jang Chen couldn't help but sigh, is this what youth is? At that moment, Jang Shu had a large number 7 tag stuck to her back, doing leg stretches, but her expression was absent-minded. Her small eyes darting around. Hey, what are you staring at like an idiot? Jang Chen shouted. Hearing the familiar voice, Jang Shu turned her head, saw her brother calling her, and first broke into a smile, then stuck out her tongue and made a face at Jang Chen before focusing back on her warm-up. The boys around Jang Chen, including Qian Tianyue, were momentarily stunned by Jang Shu's playful and cute expression, as if struck by Cupid's arrow, and with a bang of a gunshot, they were left speechless. I'm dead. It took a while for the boys to awkwardly resume their chatter. If Jang Chen, who clearly knew that pretty girl, hadn't been there, they would have already started discussing girl-related topics. Sigh, why is Jang Shu so cute? Qian Tianyue lamented. Like brother, like sister, Jang Chen replied nonchalantly. Get ready. At that moment, the gym teacher acting as the referee stood at the starting line. Contestants, take your positions. Several youthful and beautiful girls finished their warm-up and began walking to their respective lanes. Jang Shu. Go for it. Jang Chen cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly, drawing the attention of those around him. Soon after, a chorus of girls' voices joined in, Jang Shu. Go for it. Jang Shu surprisingly had a whole group of girls cheering for her. She didn't respond, but her determined gaze and confident smile conveyed her rising fighting spirit. Bang! With a snap of the referee's fingers that sounded like a gunshot, the girls dashed out, and the women's 800-meter race officially began. Alright, the race has started. First, let's look at contestant Jang Shu. Her acceleration is impressive, showcasing her strong explosive power. But starting off so aggressively, will she be able to keep it up? Jang Chen naturally began to commentate. It seems there are no light-type contestants in this race, none of them are wearing sunglasses, Qian Tianhua said, taking the bottle of water Jang Chen handed him as a microphone. Oh. Contestant number 4 is the first to use magic. It's freeze. She has frozen a large area of the ground. Contestant number 3 counters with a small fireball to melt it. No loss at all. Contestant number 2 is also impressive, wrapping her feet with vine to increase friction. A very clever move. Wow, look at number 5, it's outrageous. She has transformed into a pair of ice skates, rather than running, it's more like she's taken off. Look at contestant number 1, a rare dark-type female contestant. Wait. What is she trying to do? Blind. It's blind. Contestant number 5 can't see at all, she has really flown off the track. Jang Chen and Qian Tianhua were commentating wildly, and before they knew it, a crowd of bloodthirsty spectators had gathered around, listening intently. The race is already halfway through, and surprisingly, contestant Jang Shu was still in the lead, far ahead of the others, creating a no-man's land. It's incredible. How did she do it? Qian Tianhua exclaimed in shock. This girl chose not to engage in the earlier scheming but instead sprinted all out, pulling ahead of everyone and avoiding the first wave of combat. Now she must be using the earth-type magic. Earth power, as long as she stands on the ground, she will slowly recover her stamina, so she maintains her sprinting speed. Jang Chen spoke quickly and calmly, without stuttering, showcasing the commentary skills developed during physical education classes over the past 6 months. But isn't earth power a second-tier magic? Isn't it too risky to empty her mana bar like this? What if someone interferes with her magic? Qian Tianhua expressed his concern. Yes, so this move is high risk, high reward. She's betting that others won't attack her, the earth-type mage who hasn't cast any spells yet, and once she sprints with all her might and creates distance, others will lose their chance. And clearly, she has bet right in this race. What a bold strategy, Qian Tianhua applauded. Applause erupted around them, and the two finally noticed a group of people sitting nearby with snacks and drinks, enjoying the free commentary. Feeling the attention of so many people, Qian Tianhua began to feel embarrassed. I'm making a fool of myself, Jang Chen said with a grin, bowing to the audience around him with both hands clasped in salute. Classmate. I'm from the campus broadcasting department. Would you like to join our club? If you're willing, you can come up and commentate on this sports meet right away, no need to wait until senior year. A tall, beautiful senior seemed to see a gem in Jang Chen as she spoke to him. Sorry, senior, but that's not my ambition, Jang Chen continued to play it cool. You call that fat, and now you're out of breath, Qian Tianhua said, speechless. In the end, Jang Shu crossed the finish line in first place, but it was uncertain what her final ranking would be, as there were still several more groups of 800-meter races to come. The final results would be determined by the overall times of all contestants, just like the competitions Jang Chen was familiar with in his past life. After realizing how the final results would be decided, Jang Chen complained to Qian Tianhua, it's clearly a prop race, but the final results are still determined by who reaches the finish line fastest? Jang Chen said, exasperated. Some students might ask, teacher, if that group of people doesn't require everyone to help each other, wouldn't it be half the victory as long as they don't hold each other back? Qian Tianhua gestured for Jang Chen to ask. Teacher Chen, if that group of people doesn't require everyone to help each other, wouldn't it be half the victory as long as they don't hold each other back? Jang Chen chimed in. I can only say that when you stand on the track, lagging behind others and seeing your classmates' backs, it's hard to resist the urge to cast a spell on them. Of course, you can't guarantee that they won't do the same to you, Qian Tianhua replied calmly. Is this the dark forest rule of the magic sports meet? Jang Chen sighed as he stood near the finish line. At that moment, the girls who had been cheering for Jang Shu nearby didn't rush forward to greet her upon her victorious return, instead, they all gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Behind the finish line, 2 male classmates stood there, each holding a bottle of water and a towel. One was tall and sturdy, probably around 1.8 meters, with a sunny and handsome appearance, his smile warm like that of a friendly neighborhood boy. The other was of average build, wearing a pair of black and gold thin-framed glasses, looking refined and gentle, with a faint smile that exuded both confidence and a sense of aloofness. Both of them smiled as they approached Jang Shu, who had just crossed the finish line. Wow! How romantic, the girls clustered nearby teased. Wow, your sister is being publicly confessed to by 2 boys. Aren't you going to stop it? Qian Tianhua shouted from the side. Sigh, girls will eventually get married. As long as it doesn't affect her studies and she isn't With the wrong person, what can I, as her brother, say? What can I say? What can I say? Jang Chen's face was filled with the sour anger of an old father, and by the end, he looked as if he wanted to rush over and bite those two boys. After being greeted by the two male classmates, Jang Shu exchanged a few words, chuckled awkwardly, and then waved her hand and ran off. She looked around, made a face at the girls, and then jogged over to Jang Chen with a smile. How about that? I'm amazing, right? First place. Jang Shu had a cute expression, seeking praise. As expected of my sister. I knew you could do it. Jang Chen exaggeratedly exclaimed. So strong. I see your score is basically A. Guarantee for top 3. Qian Tianyue also praised. Jang Chen handed Jang Shu the bottle of water he had just used as a microphone, saying, "This is the reward for the victor." Just a bottle of water? Woman, your name is Greed. Jang Chen replied dismissively. You're the greedy one, you big fool. Big stupid pig. Jang Shu took the water and playfully punched Jang Chen. Were those two boys chasing you just now? Qian Tianyue asked curiously. I don't know them, they're so annoying. Jang Shu pouted her cute little face. They're only in their first year of high school, can't they just study properly? They keep messing around, making my friends tease me all day, Jang Shu said. Feeling wronged. Well, doesn't that show you have charm? Jang Chen offered a small consolation to his sister. At that moment, a few girls walked over. Jang Shu, is this your brother? He's so handsome, one girl said with a smile. The other girls also giggled mischievously, casting curious glances at Jang Chen. Jang Chen's appearance was that of an ordinary passerby, so the girl was merely complimenting her friend's brother out of politeness. As for the looks of the two siblings, he was puzzled as to why Jang Shu was so beautiful. Was it a genetic mutation? If the two siblings didn't actively mention it, others would find it hard to recognize them as siblings. Moreover, Jang Chen didn't have a sister in his previous life, so he had been pondering why there was an extra person in this world, or where Jang Shu had gone in his original world. But some questions clearly couldn't be answered just by thinking. Really? I think he looks just average, Jang Shu said, his expression somewhat resembling Jang Chen's usual smugness, his face nearly splitting with a grin. Why didn't you accept Bai Shu Yan and Chang Lang's water just now? A girl asked dreamily. I already said I don't want to date early, can you all stop teasing me? Jang Shu replied helplessly. But Bai Shu Yan is so handsome. The aloof, cool type. The girl was practically drooling. Chang Lang is great too. Good at studying. A sunny, cheerful boy. It seemed love hearts were popping up in her eyes. Then several girls began chatting about romance, completely ignoring their surroundings. Jang Chen found it boring and decided to slip away. Hey, bro, your competition is at 2 in the afternoon, right? Jang Shu asked hurriedly as he saw Jang Chen about to leave. Yeah, I'm off, Jang Chen said without looking back, waving his hand as a farewell. After Jang Chen left, the girls shifted the topic to him. Xiao Shu, your brother doesn't seem as impressive as you said, he looks pretty ordinary. Could it be that you can't judge a person by their appearance? Is it that he won't let you date early? He can't be that strict, right? Does he really look ordinary? Jang Shu just chuckled to himself, joining in the playful banter without contradicting them. The girls continued their chatter, each adding their thoughts. The whole morning, Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue, two streetwise boys, wandered around the playground, cheering for classmates competing, or just spectating and commenting, mainly looking for fun. The biggest laugh of the morning came during the men's 400 meters when a guy took a huge lead and started popping champagne halfway to the finish line. Jang Chen's classmates seized the opportunity and sprinted past him, leaving him stunned, which amused them for quite a while. This classic scene seemed to happen at every sports meet. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. Jang Chen was set to compete in the standing long jump, running long jump, and high jump. The first event was the running long jump. When Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue heard the announcer call Jang Chen's name, they hurried over to gather. As they arrived, many students were already gathered around the field, and several competitors were warming up with their number tags on. In one corner of the field, the homeroom teacher Yang Jian, class monitor Tang Yin, Gao Wan, and some classmates had already gathered. They were there to cheer for Jang Chen and another pretty girl from their class, Wang Jejia, who was also competing in the high jump. To be honest, Jang Chen was probably just a bonus. Why are you so late? As soon as Tang Yin saw Jang Chen, she quickly pulled him to report to the teacher. I know you're in a hurry, Jang Chen replied nonchalantly. Following Tang Yin, he received a number tag with the number 9 and a shield generator. Not just for the running and long jump events, every event in the sports meet had shield generators issued. After all, just like no one goes fishing without a helmet, in this world, who competes without a shield generator? Of course, the events Jang Chen was participating in were purely about demonstrating magical control, unlike running, which could be interfered with by others' magic, so they lacked a bit of spectacle. The audience was relatively smaller compared to the thrilling races, but still, a large crowd had gathered. Are all the competitors here? I'll briefly explain the rules, the referee shouted from the side. Each person has 3 chances. I will call the numbers in order, for example, from number 1 to number 9. Once everyone has had their turn, I will call for the second round. So, if you want to jump a second or third time, you need to quickly restore your magical energy. The final score will be the highest of your attempts. Alright, let's get started. Number 1 competitor. A somewhat thin boy stepped forward, a student from class 8 of the first year. After confirming with the referee, he stood at the starting line. Contestant number 1 crouched down, taking a running stance at the starting line. Upon seeing the referee's signal, flames began to emanate from his body. Contestant number 1 crouched down, taking a running stance at the starting line. After seeing the referee's gesture to start, flames began to radiate from his body. Contestant number 1 was clearly a fire mage, and at this moment, he planned to gather his magic before making a dash. About 2 or 3 seconds passed, and once the magic was fully gathered, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. However, strangely, his arms did not swing left and right while running, instead, they hung naturally behind him. Has this guy watched too much Naruto? He's even using a ninja running posture, contestant number 9, Jang Chen, commented. But the next moment, contestant number 1's actions explained why he adopted such an awkward stance. As contestant number 1 reached the takeoff board, he leaped with all his might, and at the same time, his hands erupted in a burst of flames, propelling him higher and faster, while also allowing him to land further away. The surrounding audience gasped in awe and then began to applaud. Jang Chen joined in the applause, but he felt that the boy's posture was indeed awkward, as his arms clearly struggled to withstand the impact, resulting in a less effective use of the explosive force from the flames. Even the shield generator on him was triggered once, indicating that this move was a classic case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 damage on oneself. When the record keeper on the opposite side of the long jump sandpit announced the score, everyone learned that his result was 9.2 meters. Jiangu, that was the second-tier magic fire explosion, right? Why didn't he release it from his feet and instead used his hands to propel himself? Does it look cooler that way? Jang Chen asked their homeroom teacher. Because he hasn't mastered his magic well enough. Fire explosion is an explosive fireball technique, most beginners are just lucky to be able to cast it at all. You expect him to release it from his feet? Besides, this magic is an attack spell, not a displacement spell, Jang Chen suddenly realized. 99% of the first-year students were only at the second tier, and they hadn't been learning second-tier magic for long, so their mastery was far from sufficient. Only someone like Jang Chen, who had a cheat-like advantage, had reached the third tier in the first year. Moreover, a quick step leads to quicker steps. The increase in cultivation also led to an explosive growth in magic recovery speed. Second-tier mages practice second-tier magic only 3 or 4 times a day. In contrast, a third-tier mage can practice second-tier magic up to 30 or 40 times a day. Even more terrifying was that Jang Chen had double magic energy, and his magic recovery speed was on par with that of ordinary people. This meant that Jang Chen's proficiency in second-tier magic could far surpass that of his peers. Contestant number 2, the referee called out loudly. A boy stepped forward and began the same process, but he was a lightning mage, likely practicing the textbook Magic Thunder Flash. Contestant number 2 also took some time to gather his magic before starting with a normal running posture. After a short run, as he reached the takeoff board, blue lightning erupted from his feet, followed by a loud thunderclap. And contestant number 2's entire body shot out like a cannonball. His final score was 12.3 meters. The applause from the audience grew even more enthusiastic. Clearly, as a second-tier magic, Thunder Flash, being a displacement skill, was more effective in this competition than the previous spells. The subsequent contestants were not as impressive as contestants number 1 and number 2, and could even be described as subpar. A lightning-type contestant charged up his magic and sprinted to the takeoff board, but surprisingly, he stopped first. After pausing for a second or two, he unleashed Thunder Flash, launching himself into the air, landing face first. It was essentially a powerful move executed from a standstill, and he ended up blowing himself up. His final score was 8.5 meters. This scene left the audience speechless. They thought some expert was trying to pull off a flashy maneuver. His mastery of magic is lacking, he probably just learned it and came to compete. Yang Jian shook his head. A wind-type contestant, commonly seen in various arenas, also participated in the long jump. A wind mage cast lightness on himself before sprinting, allowing for a quick start and a swift dash, followed by an elegant leap, achieving a score of 8.3 meters. Is this what they call a fierce operation? Jang Chen fell silent. Lightness is still hard to beat. Against the instantaneous burst of thunder flash, Yang Jian lamented.
There was even an earth-type mage competing in the long jump. This guy created a small ramp with earth magic at the takeoff board, effectively raising the jump height. Then, he made a regular sprint and jump, ultimately scoring 7.2 meters thanks to his geographical advantage. A bit of creativity, but not much, Yang Jian continued to comment.
Jian Tianyue, listening nearby, felt a bit speechless. How had this homeroom teacher learned to commentate like Jang Chen? However, out of respect for Yang Jian's authority, he didn't dare to voice his thoughts. After watching a few lackluster performances, the spectators' enthusiasm waned. Although they were still watching the competition, some were on their phones, others chatting, and the snacks didn't taste as good anymore. Number 9. The referee, feeling a bit bored, started to call out the numbers half-heartedly. Jiang Chen.
It's your turn, give it your all, Yang Jian said with a smile. Although Yang Jian was strict, he wouldn't be overly harsh as long as his students put in the effort.
Go, brother.
Jang Shu had also arrived at the scene, cheering for his older brother and even brought a few friends along to support him.
You will win,
Jiang Chen made an okay gesture.
Guaranteed win, little brother, Jian Tianyue said. Not out of confidence in Jiang Chen, but just wanting to say those words. Jiang Chen greeted the referee and stood at the starting line. Jiang Chen, go! Class monitor Tang Yin shouted, rallying the classmates nearby to join in.
Although Jiang Chen was seen as someone who always sat quietly in his seat, rarely interacting with others, and often acting a bit quirky, they were all classmates, so they cheered for him with enthusiasm. Thus, more than 10 people shouted loudly and in unison several times.
Jiang Chen, go! Jiang Chen, go! The
crowd's cheers made the onlookers think a great performer was about to take the stage, and they all put down their phones, stopped talking,
and grabbed their snacks.
Seeing Jiang Chen in position and the recorder ready, the referee made a "you can start" gesture.
Upon seeing
this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, raising his right hand above his head, pointing his index finger to the sky, signaling everyone to focus.
Because he was about to begin showing off again. Jian Tianyue was genuinely impressed.
As everyone saw him act so high-profile, they all exclaimed wow, thinking whether he was showing off or being foolish. There was definitely a good show to watch.
Jiang Chen lowered
his body, a faint azure glow emanating from him. He planned to gather his magic before charging forward, avoiding the embarrassment of
showing off and failing.
So, after a second passed, Jiang Chen suddenly shot out.
Wait! Did he just gather his magic that quickly?
The crowd was momentarily taken aback, as Jiang Chen was far faster compared to the other contestants. Then came the sprint, reaching the launch pad. Jiang Chen leaped heavily, his whole body flying out, but the audience's gaze could still follow Jiang Chen's figure, indicating that he had not yet released Thunder Flash.
What's going on? Is he not using Thunder Flash?
Or did he fail to cast it?
This was the first thought of most people.
Soon, everyone couldn't help but have similar thoughts. Serves you right for showing off, charging in
without preparation. Yay, this is going to be fun to watch. Looks like he's an idiot. However, the next moment, after the run-up and
jump, Jiang Chen, still strolling in the air, suddenly had his right foot illuminated by surging lightning. Then, with a gentle push of his right foot forward, he instantly vanished from everyone's sight, leaving only the sound of a thunderclap behind.
The crowd was in an uproar. Double jump? Are you kidding? Are there more experts? What kind of operation is this? Some students dropped their snacks on the ground, staring blankly at the scene, unable to react.
When Jiang Chen's figure was captured again, he had already appeared
on the distant sandy ground.
At this moment, Jiang Chen slowly straightened up on the sand. Behind him were 2 long scratches left by his abrupt landing, and the dust raised was slowly settling to the ground. The atmosphere at the scene froze for a second or two, then the entire crowd erupted in cheers and screams. No need to wait for the results, just by looking at the distance, it was clear he had surpassed the previous competitors by a lot.
Wow, that's amazing. Can Thunder Flash be used like that? Brother is so handsome. This is insane.
For a moment, everyone was so stunned they could only utter exclamations of surprise.
16.8 meters, shouted the record keeper.
Beside the sand, another round of astonished voices erupted, filled with amazing, wow, and referee, I want a urine test.
Then, Jang Chen calmly exited the field, walking towards the crowd in his class.
When everyone saw him coming, they immediately surrounded him.
The classmates quickly encircled Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are too exaggerated. How can you still double jump? Tang Yin's eyes were sparkling with excitement.
You're so strong, Jiang Chen. Wang Jiajiao also said with admiration on her face.
Damn it, you've shown off. Again. Referee, I want to request a urine test. Xian Tianyue was feeling sour.
Hey, calm down, it was just a little trick. Jang Chen said, trying to appear calm, but his face was about to break into a smile. Other classmates gathered around, each taking turns,
excitedly recounting Jang Chen's earlier performance.
One classmate, also a lightning mage, couldn't contain his excitement and asked,
Jang Chen, can you tell us how you did that just now?
Upon hearing this, everyone looked curious. This guy could actually double jump in the air, practically bringing game mechanics into reality. Although magic existed in this world, the students were still novices who had
only recently begun to learn about it. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, also walked over, half in admiration and half
in explanation, saying, except for healing magic, most magic does not aim to enhance the body because the effects of body-enhancing magic are not significant. They are not as powerful as the strength brought by a magic core, let alone compared to the physical strength of
monsters.
So, just like Jang Chen's Thunder Flash, its essence is not to enhance the explosive power of the legs but to use the impact
of the lightning explosion to propel the body forward.
Therefore, the so-called double jump is simply that after Jang Chen jumps into the air, he uses Thunder Flash. It's a simple principle, but most people use magic without understanding the reasons behind it, still applying their habitual ways of living to magic. The classmates all exclaimed "oh" in unison, probably understanding the situation.
Ha! What? If Jang Chen directly uses this technique and others follow suit? Tang Yin suddenly exclaimed.
Everyone exchanged glances, as the Thunder
Flash spell was a textbook magic that all second-tier Thunder mages at Ningjian High School could perform. They just hadn't thought of using it this way, especially since most of the first-year students were still practicing first-tier magic.
Even Jang Chen himself had only come up with it on a whim while jumping off a cliff with his cousin during the winter break when hunting monsters.
The competition
had 3 rounds in total, and they had just finished the first round, which meant that other Thunder mages could learn from it.
No need
to rush, even if a difficult problem has an answer, not everyone can solve it step by step. Teacher Yongjian signaled everyone to stay
calm.
Look, it's the previous Thunder Mage number 2 again, his score seems to be over 10 meters, a classmate pointed to the competition
area.
Sigh, Jang Chen, you should have used this method in the 3rd round, that way, others wouldn't be able to learn it, Wang Jia said with a hint of regret.
It's fine, I'll let them see my overwhelming strength then, Jang Chen said cheerfully. Wow, it's a second-tier powerhouse. We should retreat. Xian Tianyue was still good at making jokes. Alright, Jang Chen, have a candy to restore your
magic energy. There are still 2 rounds left. Tang Yin handed him a piece of candy. This thing was actually a portable magic recovery potion. There were all sorts of recovery potions on the market, and the school prepared candy-type ones for athletes, claiming it also replenished glucose. Strawberry flavor, quite tasty, Jang Chen said while chewing. At this moment, contestant number 2 was also getting ready again, and everyone was closely watching him because he was the most skilled at using Thunder Flash besides Jang Chen and had the 2nd best score. You are still too young, hee. Teacher Yongjian smiled at the nervous crowd. Soon, contestant number 2 gathered his magic
and began to sprint.
He reached the launch pad but also did not release his magic. Instead, he mimicked Jang Chen and jumped first. The audience held their breath, fixated on contestant number 2's figure, with some even running to the end of the sandpit to see how he would land. In mid-air, contestant number 2's feet were surrounded by lightning.
It's coming.
The audience held their breath in anticipation. Boom! Contestant number 2's figure suddenly vanished, and those with insufficient cultivation couldn't catch the speed that erupted in that
instant.
However, the audience had experience and quickly turned their gaze to the end of the sandpit.
Ha! Where is he? Someone wondered.
Then, a muffled sound came, like something hitting the sand. The sound came from the front of the sandpit, and the audience turned
their heads back. Other passers-by were a bit stunned by the synchronized head-turning of the crowd, thinking, what is going on?
The audience saw contestant number 2 lying on his back in the sand, looking dazed. When he got up, there was a large dent in the sand.
How?
Many meters, the judge was the first to react and asked. The recording staff finally came to their senses and hurriedly began measuring.
7 meters. Ahem, next up, number 3.
The judge started calling the next number. He couldn't be the first to laugh, could he?
The audience also began to react. What happened to this guy? I didn't see anything. I saw it.
He did a Thunder Flash, but instead of jumping forward, he jumped almost vertically into the air and then fell on his butt.
It cracked me up. Ha ha, is it that funny? If you can't do it, don't imitate others. As high school students, everyone still has a bit of decorum. When others embarrass themselves in a Serious competition, they certainly won't boo on the spot, but whispering and sharing a quiet laugh is acceptable. The atmosphere in Jang Chen's class became lively, everyone was smiling, glancing at each other, carefully holding back their expressions to avoid laughing out loud. At this moment, teacher Yang Jian spoke up. Did you see that? To be able to skillfully use displacement magic in the air like Jang Chen, it requires a lot of hard work. Learning magic requires a solid foundation, flexible application, and skilled control. Just because you see others doing it doesn't mean you can do it too. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of effort off stage. As a teacher, Yang Jian unconsciously began to impart wisdom. The students, in awe of Yang Jian's authority, listened attentively even though it wasn't class time. Tang Yin, the obedient girl, listened seriously and nodded from time to time. Most of the boys in the class were making faces at Jang Chen, and those close to him playfully nudged him, to which Jang Chen raised an eyebrow in response. Jang Chen, don't get too proud. If you want to become an excellent mage, this is just the basics, Yang Jian said, genuinely happy for his student but refraining from excessive praise, knowing that only by keeping students humble can they grow better. Yes, brother Jian. Jang Chen stood at attention. After Yang Jian finished speaking, he let the students do whatever they wanted, it wasn't class time after all. Watching the students start to play around again, Yang Jian couldn't help but smile. The students didn't quite understand Jang Chen's efforts, but as a teacher, how could he not see? While others needed 2 or 3 seconds to cast a second-tier spell, Jang Chen could do it in 1 second. While others couldn't think of a way to release magic in the air, Jang Chen could grasp it intuitively without a teacher. Others might know the method but couldn't use it as skillfully as Jang Chen. Everyone only saw Jang Chen smiling and effortlessly jumping 16 meters, unaware of the hard work behind it. As a gardener of the nation's flowers, Yang Jian also smiled with satisfaction. Wow, Jang Shu, your brother jumped 16.8 meters. That's amazing. Am I the only one who thinks the double jump is really cool? Yeah, who would have thought he really is a hidden talent? A group of girls surrounded Jang Shu, chattering excitedly. Calm down, it's just a bit of fine control, Jang Shu said cheerfully, echoing Jang Chen's words. Although the siblings didn't look alike, some small gestures and speech habits were somewhat similar, whether from daily imitation or naturally similar personalities. Jang Shu initially wanted to rush over to congratulate her brother, but their classmates surged forward, making it impossible for her to squeeze in. Later, when their teacher started speaking, Jang Shu felt it was even less appropriate to interrupt. The girl pouted in frustration and joined her friends in playful banter. The running long jump was nothing to talk about, it was easily secured. In the following 2 rounds, no one among the lightning mages attempted Jang Chen's method again. However, someone from the fire mages tried to imitate with flame burst, and their scores improved significantly. After all, fire mages only needed to position their hands correctly, which was relatively easier to control than the lightning mage's thunder flash. Nevertheless, even so, it still couldn't compare to Jang Chen. In the end, Jang Chen won first place in the running long jump with a score of 16.8 meters, earning a chance to select a magic from the school's collection. As for the standing long jump and high jump that followed, he once again secured first place in the standing long jump. However, he encountered a skilled opponent in the high jump. As magic became more advanced in this world, many people no longer valued the development of sports. Because even if an ordinary person trained for decades and reached the peak of their abilities, they would still be no match for a mage's first-tier magic. Therefore, many sports events were no longer just simple physical competitions, but had incorporated magic into the mix. In this context, most students at school knew the rules of sports, but it was unlikely that they were particularly skilled in various athletic activities. However, during the high jump event, they encountered a master of skills. While the majority of students could only jump using the straddle technique, this master not only used the phosphore flop but could also propel himself into the air with the fire spell flame burst. At that moment, propelled by the flame burst magic, the master shot into the sky like a rocket, then gracefully arched over the bar like flowing water, and finally landed elegantly like a swan. The entire process was fluid and seamless, the onlooking classmates were dumbfounded as they watched the master elegantly combine the explosive power of fire with the technique of high jumping. Even Jang Chen had to concede defeat, marveling at how many heroes there were in the world, just like fish crossing a river. In both his past and present lives, Jang Chen could only jump using the straddle technique and had never practiced this sport for an extended period. Although the 2-step jump method could allow him to jump higher, he could only regretfully settle for second place. That was too exaggerated. The guy from class 7 was competing in a high jump while everyone else was in a pole vault competition. It wasn't even on the same level. Jang Chen recalled the master he had just encountered. Indeed, when he asked the judges to raise the bar even higher, I was completely stunned. Qian Tianyue was also enlightened. I think Jang Chen, you could have given it a shot in the end, Gaowen said, not convinced. Gaowen had always seen Jang Chen as a rival in academics, which meant he recognized Jang Chen's abilities and believed he was capable of more. Sometimes a small distance can represent a chasm, that's the result of countless efforts from others. If I could also do the Fosbury flop, maybe I would have had a chance, but right now, I'm just not as skilled. Jang Chen waved his hand, accepting his loss. In the end, Jang Chen won first place in 2 out of 3 events at this sports meet, allowing him to choose 2 spells. At this moment, after watching Jang Chen's competition, the group followed the majority of their class to the women's high jump venue to cheer for their classmate Wang Jiejia. Besides Jang Chen, Qian Tianyue, and Gao Wen, there were a few other boys from the class. They stood by the high jump bar, watching the girls jump while chatting. Wang Jiejia was scheduled to jump later, so they had been watching for a while. By the way, not many people are watching the women's high jump, one boy remarked. It seems like there's a women's basketball game over there, everyone has gone to watch the ball game. He. Qian Tianyue spoke normally, but his tone was somewhat lewd. Speaking of which, Jang Chen, wasn't your birthday a few days ago? Qian Tianyue suddenly said. Gao Wen's ears perked up. Yeah, Jang Chen replied dismissively. You didn't invite me for your birthday, huh? Looks like you were afraid I would take some of someone's cake, Qian Tianyue sneered. What the hell, take someone's cake? Jang Chen retorted. The feelings have faded, Gao Wen said lightly. Guys, I was wrong. Don't torture me, I'm not the type to celebrate birthdays, so why would I invite anyone? Jang Chen said helplessly. After his parents passed away in his previous life, he hadn't celebrated a birthday since, which was why he specifically celebrated for his sister Jiang Shu. I don't care, treat me to dinner after school, Qian Tianyue seized the opportunity to threaten him. Isn't it fair for everyone to share? Gao Wen chimed in. Fine, just don't leave after school. Jang Chen had no choice but to agree. At that moment, a girl took a running start, sprinted, leaped, and executed a beautiful jump, successfully knocking down the high jump bar and the vertical poles on either side, before landing on the gymnastics mat. What a pity, so close, Jang Chen commented. Yeah, nice figure, Qian Tianyue remarked. Hey, you guys, come over and help with the bar, the teacher, who was also acting as a judge, directed Jang Chen and the other bystanders. After a few of them adjusted the bar, they stood by and began to complain. Damn, it's bad enough that no one is watching the competition. But now even the staff is missing, and we got drafted. Qian Tianyue grumbled. Sigh, let's just watch Wang Jiejia and then slip away. A boy from the class said. What were we talking about? Jang Chen continued the casual chat. Don't say anything, Wang Jiejia is about to go, Qian Tianyue said. Classmates, it's starting. Tang Yin suddenly shouted. Everyone had been cheering all day and knew what she meant, so after Tang Yin counted to 3, everyone cheered for Wang Jiejia in unison. Go, Jiejia! Wang Jiejia stood at the starting line for the high jump, flashed a peace sign to her cheering classmates, and then got ready to sprint. Wang Jiejia is also a fire mage. I wonder if she can do a Fosbury flop, Gao Wen said with anticipation. Who has that skill these days? Qian Tianyue scoffed. Wang Jiejia's body glowed with magical light as she focused on the bar and suddenly accelerated. When she was still a good distance from the bar, she unleashed the flame burst spell, clearly indicating she couldn't perform a Fosbury flop. Using magic, she propelled herself forward and prepared to jump over the bar in a hurdling style. However, everyone noticed something was off because she misjudged the distance and cast the spell too quickly, which meant that while her height increased, she was still far from the bar. Sure enough, Wang Jiejia not only failed to clear the bar but also unfortunately collided headfirst with it, falling onto the gymnastics mat along with the bar. Moreover, due to her premature jump, she didn't land fully on the mat but bounced off it and fell onto the rubber floor, looking quite painful. Wang Jiejia sat on the ground, holding her head where she had hit the bar, her short hair framing a pretty face that was now scrunched up in pain. She originally looked sweet and cute, but now with tears in her eyes, she appeared utterly pitiful. Hey, you guys, aren't you going to help her up? The judge shouted again at Jang Chen and the others. Oh, Qian Tianyue and the other boys were momentarily stunned by the sudden situation. Then, the key moment arrived. Qian Tianyue, along with Gao Wen and a few other boys from the class, walked over with a clatter, their expressions unchanged, and went to lift the fallen poles. Jang Chen was dumbfounded, it wasn't his buddies. Instead of helping the weak, pitiful, and helpless cute girl, they were lifting the poles. What was going on? Although there were few spectators around, everyone was instantly amused by their actions and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What kind of steel straight men are these? A girl laughed heartily. They're so clueless, are they made of wood? Ha ha. Wang Jia on the ground was also stunned, her mouth twitching slightly. Jang Chen was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't planned to help the girl since so many people had already rushed over, but now he could only laugh heartily while helping Wang Jia up. You okay, alright? Jang Chen laughed so hard his stomach hurt, struggling to speak clearly. I'm fine, are all you boys this clueless? Wang Jia said, a bit amused. Hey, don't generalize personal behavior to the whole group. Jang Chen pointed at Wang Jia in the way a husky would point at someone. Xian Tianyue and the others beside him also realized that the referee was asking them to help the girl, not to assist the railing. No way, man. Just now you told us to hold the railing, how could we know if you don't clarify? Xian Tianyue argued, his face flushed. Exactly. Ha? Weren't we supposed to hold the railing? Gao Wen still didn't understand the situation. Tang Yin also came over with a small first aid kit, starting to ask Wang Jia how she was doing. Jang Chen then spoke to Qian Tianyue and the others, saying, you guys are something else, truly men. Among men, the sigma of all sigmas, completely indifferent to women. With no women in mind, casting spells naturally becomes divine. Jang Chen said with a grin. You guys are just like this. Jang Chen gave them a thumbs up and continued to tease. Seeing Jang Chen so arrogant, the boys clenched their fists. However, they felt hesitant to act since they weren't very familiar with him. You guy. Taking all the benefits for yourself. Brothers, let's take him to Aruba. Qian Tianyue exploded at Jang Chen. The boys immediately charged forward like soldiers responding to a command, each grabbing Jang Chen's limbs and rushing towards a tree. Wang Jia, Tang Yin, and a few other girls in the distance could only hear Jang Chen's cries of agony, while the girls laughed and commented on the boys' childishness. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Jang Chen had wandered around the playground all day, and he had also secured 2 first places in his 3 matches. So, after fully enjoying his youth, he planned to return to the classroom to rest for a while and also complete today's training tasks. Qian Tianyue expressed his intention to go watch the women's basketball game, and Jang Chen parted ways with him. Back in the classroom, several classmates were still present, mostly engaged in their own activities. Jang Chen returned to his seat, and Yun Ningjing was also in the classroom, engrossed in a book. Jang Chen greeted her, then sat down to take a sip of the pure milk in his cup. He spaced out for a moment, suddenly feeling the stark contrast between the lively playground and the quiet classroom, which left him a bit dazed. After zoning out for a bit, Jang Chen felt something was off, gulping down another sip of milk. The life experiences he had accumulated over the years subtly alerted him, making him feel uneasy. However, after pondering for a minute or two, he couldn't figure out what was happening. He felt it shouldn't be something too important, otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to recall it. Jang Chen opened his book, took out a pen, and lightly tapped the tip on the page, but his thoughts hadn't settled on the text yet. At that moment, he suddenly realized something, and Jang Chen turned his head sharply to glance at Yun Ningjing, opening his mouth to say something, but quickly shut it again, lowering his gaze to the textbook. Yun Ningjing, this girl hasn't been in the classroom all day, has she? Jang Chen almost blurted that out, pondering in his heart, most likely, I haven't seen her all day. Jang Chen blinked, slightly rephrasing his thoughts in his mind, then tossed the pen in his hand and said, Sigh, I can't focus on studying anymore. I originally wanted to come back and study for a bit. Since today is the sports meet, I might as well go out and have some fun. Jang Chen turned to Yun Ningjing and smiled, saying, Ningjing, don't just read here, let's go out and take a stroll together. Upon hearing his voice, Yun Ningjing also turned to look at Jang Chen, her face revealing no expression. Jang Chen felt a bit sweaty and his scalp tingled under the blank stare of the beautiful girl. He merely guessed that Yun Ningjing had been in the classroom all day, so he wanted to ask if she wanted to go out and have some fun, especially since she seemed quite looking forward to the sports meet before. But the girl's face truly showed no emotion. Jang Chen's toes began to dig into the ground, worried that he might be overthinking things, but he still quietly waited for Yun Ningjing's response. Yun Ningjing finally spoke, her voice still so flat and ethereal, I don't know where to go. Jang Chen sensed a subtle hint of grievance in her tone, unsure if it was just his imagination. Just wander around, I guess. Jang Chen glanced at the clock. On the wall, it was 4:30, today's sports meet would end at 6. Wait for me a moment. Jang Chen walked to the podium and picked up a box of mineral water, which had been specially prepared for the athletes. He thought that since he was going up anyway, he might as well help his classmates stay hydrated. Let's go, just in time to hand out some water. Jang Chen called to Yun Ningjing, who had been ready and standing for a while. Yun Ningjing nodded. The two chatted casually, mostly with Jang Chen asking a question and Yun Ningjing answering. What book were you reading just now? Social Psychology. What's it about? It discusses human behavior, thinking, and emotions in social environments. Oh, I see. Can you ask me a question? After chatting for a while, Jang Chen didn't want to find a topic anymore. Did you solve the magic analysis problem the teacher talked about yesterday?
Yun Ningjing thought for a long time.
Do we have to talk about studying during the sports meet today? But that suits me just fine. Jang Chen and she began discussing academic issues. On the side of the basketball court, during the men's basketball game.
Wow, we just ran out of water, Jang Chen, you're so thoughtful.
Tang Yin ran over after seeing Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing, wanting to take the box of water from his hands. What are you doing? Trying to steal the credit? Elbow out, I'm the one handing out water. Jang Chen said mercilessly, his years of social work experience making him instinctively wary. Capitalists turn people into ghosts. No way. I just wanted to help you carry it.
Tang Yin said, puffing up in annoyance. She really hadn't thought that much. Let's go, Ningjing, you come help pass out the water.
So the two walked towards the classmates participating in the
basketball game, Jang Chen holding a box of water while Yun Ningjing took out bottles to distribute to everyone.
Thank you, thank you.
A boy, drenched in sweat, carefully took a bottle of water from Yun Ningjing, his face flushed.
Some boys,
worried about smelling of sweat, quickly ran off after receiving the water. One boy, feeling too embarrassed, directly took a bottle from Jang Chen. After Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing finished distributing the water, they watched the basketball game for a while the boys from their class seemed to be on steroids, moving more actively, communicating louder, colder, and more professionally. Until Jang Chen saw the opponents from another class, who also seemed to be on steroids, he took Yun Ningjing to another place to hand out water.
Where's Qian Tianyue? He's working hard today too. Jang Chen's inner mischief unknowingly revealed itself. So the two walked towards the women's basketball game. During this process, Jang Chen saw their homeroom teacher, Yang Jian. Shouldn't he go up to make his presence felt?
Jang Chen felt disgusted by his own utilitarian mindset. Capitalists turn people into ghosts. Big brother, have some water.
Jiang
Chen walked up to the homeroom teacher and personally handed him a bottle of water.
Oh, why are you so eager to work today? Ningjing is here too, Yang Jian teased. Isn't it because the sun came out from the west today? Jang Chen said, with a grin. By the way, brother Jian, can I choose 2 spells? Do you have any recommendations?
Jang Chen had taken the first place in 2 competitions, which could earn school coins.
I need to think about that. If you're in the
lightning system, besides offensive spells, you can also pick some control skills.
Let me think. Teacher Yang Jian stroked his chin. Brother Jian, you must play Magic League often, right? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. The Magic League is a well-known MOBA game in this world. Jiang Chen asked this question because he heard gaming terminology from his teacher. What are you saying? After working so hard for so long, can't the teacher enjoy himself? And isn't it possible that the game mimicked the terms we mages often use?
Yang Jian felt a bit anxious when his student discovered he was playing games, worried that his strict teacher persona would crumble.
Alright, we don't know anything. Let's go deliver some water first.
Please recommend me some suitable magic, Jang Chen said with a smile. Jang Chen didn't expect to have caught his teacher's weakness. After all, you wouldn't want your classmates to know you enjoy playing games, would you? You brat, when there's something, it's you, and when there's nothing, it's you. Yang Jian patted Jang Chen's back and chuckled. After they walked away, what is the Magic League?
Yun Jing, the quiet one, finally spoke up. It's a game. Do you usually play games? Not really. Then what do you usually like to do?
I usually read, study, and practice at home.
Oh.
Jang Chen thought to himself that this person's life seemed a bit too bland.
What about you?
I also read, study, and practice, Jang Chen murmured.
When Jang Chen answered this question, he was also taken aback. He
had been reborn for almost a year, almost entirely focused on striving hard. In his previous life, although he worked tirelessly, he would still find time to play games with Qian Tianyue or indulge in some small hobbies during his days off, though more often than not, he would just lie around all day. This life was already vastly different from his last, but he didn't dislike
this change. I really have lived again. Jang Chen sighed inwardly.
And when Jang Chen once again realized that he had been reborn and could live a better version of himself, he suddenly felt filled with fighting spirit. His eyes seemed to burn with
flames.
The magic core seemed to resonate with his emotions, shining with a brilliant blue light, sparkling brightly. The second layer of the crystal wall suddenly expanded significantly. With a third transition in cultivation, he advanced further.
Ningjing, let me treat you to a meal sometime.
Jang Chen exclaimed joyfully. This was a favor for the path to enlightenment.
Why? Yun Jing asked, bewildered. Of course, it's for a world that is blue and pure. Ha ha ha. Jang Chen laughed heartily and strode forward. Afterward, Jang Chen didn't forget to find Qian Tianyue and had Yun Jing pass water to him, secretly taking a photo of Qian Tianyue's flushed face and his performance as a cook. The reward pool was still accumulating. This is the art of socializing. The next morning, Friday, the sky was still a bit gloomy, and the sun had not fully risen. Ha, I'm so sleepy. Jang Chen sat at his desk in the classroom, yawning widely. Ha then, several yawns echoed around him, all infected by Jang Chen. Why are you so unenergetic so early in the morning? Qian Tianyue turned around to ask. I practiced late last night, Jang Chen replied listlessly. Yesterday, Jang Chen had promised to treat Qian Tianyue and Gao Wen to a meal. Then, after school, this news was overheard by Tang Yin, and things spiraled out of control. The news of going out to eat spread like wildfire, quickly gathering a large group of people to join. Jang Chen was speechless at the sight and casually invited Yun Jing and Jiang Shu along. A large group of people took advantage of the sports meet's break from classes to have a good time all night. However, practicing is like rowing upstream, not advancing is retreating. Yesterday's epiphany was merely an embellishment to his training. Becoming stronger still required persistent accumulation. So, even though Jang Chen returned home quite late yesterday, he still insisted on completing his daily training tasks before quickly washing up and going to bed. This made him feel like he was playing a game and had to check in daily. If he missed a day, it would be super annoying. Did you practice late, or did you practice late? Qian Tianyue always managed to add a sleazy flavor to his words. Just crawl away. Jang Chen suddenly laid down on the table, wanting to sleep a little longer. Let's go, we're heading to the playground. There's a fun sports meet this morning, and Jiangu told you not to be late. In the afternoon, there's a mysterious event. Organized by Xiao Lijun, this old guy loves to pull some tricks. Bala bala. Qian Tianyue kept chattering beside him. Ah. Let's go then. Stop nagging, master. Jang Chen shouted loudly and suddenly got up. Let's go, second senior brother. This kid. Qian Tianyue had a knack for being sarcastic too. Jang Chen felt dispirited and couldn't think of any witty retorts. Ning Jing, let's go together. Didn't you say a couple of days ago that you wanted to join this ridiculous fun sports meet? Jiang Chen remembered he had promised to invite her to join. MHM. Yun Ningjing still wore a cold little expression, but she quickly nodded twice, looking cute. When Qian Tianyue heard that Yun Ningjing was going to join, he felt the pressure was on him. The three of them walked towards the playground. Silence was the bridge of tonight. Why is everyone so quiet? Jang Chen couldn't stand the silent atmosphere and reached out to pat Qian Tianyue on the shoulder. Tianyue, don't you love to laugh? Why? Aren't you laughing? Sigh, don't bother me. Qian Tianyue shrugged his shoulders, shaking off Jang Chen's hand. Ning Jing, what about you? Speak up. Yun Ningjing hesitated for several seconds without continuing. Jang Chen felt helpless, the atmosphere was too awkward. He suddenly remembered some jokes he had seen in his past life that could liven up the mood. Come on. Can't you guys show a bit of enthusiasm? You're only 17 or 18 years old. Jang Chen spread his hands in exasperation. Ning Jing, how old are you? Jang Chen continued to try to lighten the mood. 17 years old, Yun Ningjing replied, a bit puzzled. Do you know what I was like when I was 17? Come on, call my name. Jiang Chen? Yun Ningjing said softly. Here. Jiang Chen suddenly stood at attention and shouted loudly, startling Yun Ningjing, who jumped like a little rabbit, her face showing a hint of surprise and fear. The surrounding students all turned their attention to him. See? You need to have youth, you need to have energy. After Jiang Chen shouted, he felt the morning drowsiness had been shouted away, and the youthful body was continuously transmitting strength. Come on, Qian Tianyue, just insult me a little. Jang Chen waved at Qian Tianyue again. Sha. Chen. Tianyue opened his mouth to say that word. Hey. Don't say it. Jang Chen quickly covered Qian Tianyue's mouth, not wanting such foul language to reach the innocent ears of Yun Ningjing. Can you insult someone in a more civilized way? Ning Jing. See? Even though he's the same age as you, his quality is low, so it'll be easier for him to blend into society later. Yun Ningjing nodded and hummed in agreement. Jang Chen then turned to Qian Tianyue, speaking passionately, it's your turn, come on. Shout Apple, show your manly enthusiasm. Apple. Qian Tianyue still couldn't let go, saying it in a low voice. More. Jang Chen waved his hands like a band conductor, signaling Qian Tianyue to be louder. More. Qian Tianyue, influenced by Jang Chen's enthusiasm, shouted loudly. Hey, no, buddy, you. Jang Chen suddenly silenced him. Looking at Jang Chen's speechless expression, the forced smile on Qian Tianyue's face finally relaxed. Yun Ningjing's lips also unconsciously revealed a slight curve, carrying a faint warmth. Jang Chen looked at his two friends in front of him, one shy and reserved, the other socially anxious and introverted. After a brief round of conversation, the atmosphere lightened up a bit, and Jang Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly, feeling a small sense of accomplishment swell within him. Just then, the sun was rising slowly, its golden rays illuminating the entire world and warming the figures of the three young people. Following the same routine as yesterday's opening, the students lazily lined up, waiting in the soft morning light. Principal Lao Deng stepped up to say a few words, and then the morning's fun sports event began. That old Deng still hasn't let anything slip. What exactly is he planning for the afternoon? Qian Tianyue leaned closer to Jang Chen, whispering in complaint. Yeah, so mysterious, Jang Chen replied casually, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. Keeping it so secretive, the confidentiality work is better than that of bees. Qian Tianyue exaggeratedly shivered, rubbing his arms. Jang Chen, that joke of yours is way too cold. Cold joke? A cool voice chimed in, and Yun Ningjing tilted her head slightly to look at Jang Chen. After Jang Chen's playful remark, the two seemed less relaxed. It's just, the me in confidentiality sounds like the me in bee, and the job of bees is to keep honey, so, the confidentiality work is done well, a boring cold joke. Wait, why am I explaining your cold joke? Chen. Tianyue suddenly turned to Jang Chen, looking exasperated. You really are boring, Jang Chen shrugged. Qian Tianyue snuck behind Jang Chen and playfully pretended to strangle him. The surroundings had completely come alive, with different classes scattered across the playground. The morning's fun sports event, while called a sports meet, consisted of small games testing teamwork, tug-of-war, kangaroo jumps, and three-legged races, creating a lively atmosphere filled with the youthful exuberance and the scent of sweat. As for the rewards, they were rather lackluster, just some notebooks, ballpoint pens, or snacks, which Jang Chen found hard to muster much interest in. Did we buy too many mana potions at yesterday's sports meet and run out of funds? Jang Chen grumbled. He had initially planned to sneak back to the classroom, skipping this fun sports event wouldn't be a loss. But since he had promised Yun Ningjing, he figured if she had no one to guide her, she'd probably end up sulking somewhere all day. Looking around, the vast playground was clearly divided into three sections by invisible lines. The first, second, and third year students were distinctly separated, each occupying a corner of the spacious area, preparing for their respective activities. The cacophony of voices intertwined with the unique youthful energy of the boys and girls, creating an extraordinary uproar that seemed almost ready to break through the sky. In the area where Jang Chen and his friends were, it was particularly crowded. Students from 20 classes gathered in a dense mass, forming a spontaneous circle in the center, leaving a large circular activity space open, waiting for the upcoming events. The process was nothing new, several different fun activities would likely unfold simultaneously. Depending on the activity, the homeroom teacher would call on students or classmates would volunteer to participate. Once the activities began, Qian Tianyue seized the opportunity to slip away, leaving Jang Chen to wander the playground with Yun Ningjing. Among the crowd, Yun Ningjing's figure was still striking. Today, she had changed her hairstyle, pulling her long, flowing black hair into a neat, high ponytail. The sunlight reflected off her fair neck, the skin smooth and delicate, seemingly radiating a soft, lustrous glow. Yun Ningjing walked lightly, keeping pace beside Jang Chen, occasionally glancing around, as if she was genuinely interested in the student activities. In fact, Jang Chen, based on his past experiences, had his own way of dealing with someone like Yun Ningjing. Let's start with something simple, Jang Chen said, scanning the area, his eyes landing on the commotion not far away. The paper airplane seems really easy, it's just about whose airplane flies the farthest. Jang Chen wore a mysterious smile on his face. Yun Ningjing followed Jang Chen's gaze and saw that quite a few people had gathered at the edge of the paper airplane competition. The thought of joining them soon made her body tense up, and she walked a bit like a robot. Are you a little nervous? Seeing this, Jang Chen said, then raised three fingers in front of Yun Ningjing. Can you blow out candles? My fingers are the candles, come on, blow them out. Jang Chen coaxed gently. Yun Ningjing stared wide-eyed, not quite understanding what Jang Chen was trying to do, but she followed his method, slightly parted her red lips, and gently blew a breath onto Jang Chen's fingertips. The warm breath brushed past, making Jang Chen feel a tickle, and he slowly bent one finger in response. Jang Chen signaled her to continue. With each breath she blew out, she closed one finger, and Jang Chen counted each time. 1, 2, 3. Done. How do you feel? A bit better? Do you need more candles? Jang Chen wore a fatherly smile. I feel a bit better. Yun Ningjing blinked. Under Jang Chen's guidance, she took 3 deep breaths by blowing out candles, feeling less tense. Then, Jang Chen took her to the origami area, where they folded paper airplanes. The girl could only fold the simplest kind of paper airplane, and as a fire mage, her magic wouldn't be of much use in this competition, so she ended up with a consolation prize. Not only are you smart, but your hands-on skills are also great. Here, let me treat you to a candy, Jang Chen said with a smile. Yun Ningjing took the candy, feeling a subtle sensation, but she still followed Jang Chen to the next place. In the dry land dragon boat race, several teams sat on colorful inflatable dragon boats, awkwardly yet diligently coordinating their steps as they rode on the grass with the leaders. Loud shout. Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing sat at the end of one dragon boat. Their combined magical power was twice that of others, and one of them cast spells at an astonishing speed. They were like two turrets, making the other teams cry out in despair, easily winning a round. Sweating, huh? Here, wipe your sweat. Jang Chen handed her a tissue. Yun Ningjing took the tissue and pressed it against her slightly damp forehead, feeling a bit strange again. They passed by the shuttlecock relay race area, where the shuttlecock trembled on the rackets as participants moved cautiously. Why don't you try participating in the shuttlecock relay race? Jang Chen looked at Yun Ningjing with encouraging eyes. Yun Ningjing took 2 steps forward, then turned back to look at Jang Chen, a strange feeling washing over her again. Be brave. I believe you can do it on your own, I'll be right here watching. Jang Chen pumped his fist to cheer her on. Remember to drink water if you're thirsty. Wow, impressive, not a drop of water spilled. Let's go play balloon stomping, but be careful not to bump into the little kids. Make sure to keep your back straight and don't drag your shoes while walking. And if you get hot, remember to take off your hat and clothes, don't sweat too much. It was almost noon, the sun hanging high in the sky. After a round of play, although Yun Ningjing still had no expression, her face was flushed, and a few strands of hair stuck to her face due to sweat. Feeling a bit itchy from the dampness, she raised her hand, moving gently and gracefully to tuck those strands behind her ear. She had a lot of fun and was fully engaged that morning, though there was a strange sense of familiarity that she couldn't quite place, so she didn't think too much about it. In his past life, when Jang Chen was in college, he had worked part-time as a teacher at an after-school tutoring program for elementary students to earn some money. During his time spent with elementary school students, he honed certain skills in taking care of children. After all, aside from a few social butterflies, most kids tend to be shy in front of strangers, especially those with introverted personalities. Naturally, Jang Chen developed techniques for communicating with shy children. Now, seeing this skill as proficient as ever, a proud smile unconsciously crept onto Jang Chen's face, thinking to himself that his abilities were still sharp. Standing on the playground, while feeling quite pleased with himself, he felt a tug at the hem of his shirt. Turning around, he saw Yun Ningjing tugging at his clothes with her small hand, her tone slightly elevated as she said, "Let's go play that." Jang Chen followed her gaze, and at the end of his line of sight was a classic finale event, dodgeball. That kind of activity seems a bit too violent, Jang Chen expressed with a concerned fatherly expression. Yun Ningjing, without even realizing it, slightly pouted her lips, revealing a pitiful expression. Well, but you've grown up, it's time to try these activities, Jang Chen said, finding it hard to resist changing his mind upon seeing Yun Ningjing's suddenly adorable expression. So, Jang Chen took the little friend Yun Ningjing to find their homeroom teacher, Yong Jian, to sign up. Dodgeball requires 4 people, you need to find 2 more, Yong Jian said to Jang Chen without much courtesy, leaving him to sort it out himself. Oh, Jang Chen replied. He thought, since it was just for fun, he could grab 2 acquaintances. He planned to find Qian Tianyue and Gao Wan. However, glancing at Yun Ningjing, he decided it would be better to find 2 boys and girls. So, he brought Qian Tianyue and Tang Yin over. Dodgeball? Sure. Tang Yin readily agreed. Bro, you should look for someone else, Qian Tianyue said, waving his hands in refusal. Aren't you looking to make a girlfriend? If you show off in front of your classmates, won't you gain some dating rights? But Qian Tianyue showed an extremely hesitant expression. Tang Yin is here too, Jang Chen struck while the iron was hot. Tang Yin was lively, cute, and very popular among the boys. It's time to give it your all. Qian Tianyue stretched his body, his joints cracking. No, dude, you didn't say Yun Ningjing was also here. Halfway through, Qian Tianyue noticed Yun Ningjing was in the group. He didn't dislike Yun Ningjing, he just felt nervous due to his limited experience interacting with super beautiful girls. So what? Jang Chen said casually. Then I'll strangle you. Alright, relax. Jang Chen dodged Qian Tianyue's attack and continued, Yun Ningjing won't eat you, she's so kind-hearted. She won't mind that you act tough with friends but are timid around beautiful girls. Why is your comfort so infuriating? Qian Tianyue laughed in frustration. After the 4 gathered, what are the rules for this dodgeball game? Tang Yin asked. You can't directly attack your classmates, Jang Chen replied succinctly. Tang Yin opened her right hand, then pulled it back, opening her mouth to say something but unsure of what to say. So, can we indirectly attack classmates? Qian Tianyue expressed his thoughts directly. Ningjing, why don't you explain? Jang Chen had asked her to check the rules while he was looking. 4 people. Yun Ningjing nodded, her voice much softer than when she was playing with Jang Chen earlier, on the basketball court. Each team can only move within their own half. If hit by the ball, you're out, but catching the ball allows you to revive. 1 person. Seeing Jang Chen give her an encouraging look, she continued, the ball is specially made, it can hold up to 3 turns of magical energy, allowing for different power levels when thrown. You can use magic freely, but you can't directly use magic to attack people, Yun Ningjing added. That seems pretty simple, huh? Tang Yin revealed a sweet smile. Ah! Suddenly, a person flew out from the dodgeball court, rolling far on the ground before finally crashing down next to them. Are you okay? Tang Yin exclaimed in shock, wanting to check on him. Jang Chen reached out to stop Tang Yin, saying, it's fine, he just got hit by the ball. But he flew so far, it doesn't look like he's fine at all. Tang Yin said anxiously. There are shield generators, they just adjusted the parameters, so getting hit by the ball won't cause any damage, but it retains the impact of being hit, Jang Chen explained. What a twisted sense of humor, do these teachers really want to see blood flowing like a river? Qian Tianyue shivered. Then, the 4 of them turned their gazes toward the dodgeball court filled with spectators. They could only see contestants being knocked into the air from time to time, truly making you fly. The crowd also hurriedly made way, only for another contestant to be sent flying the next second. One could say the audience was quite involved. Are there really that many people watching? Qian Tianyue felt a bit anxious, a bunch of bloodthirsty spectators. Let's go, Jang Chen said, leading Yun Ningjing and Tang Yin toward the competition area. Wait, you guys are just going in like that? Qian Tianyue was surprised but had no choice but to follow. You 4, good. Just go in, that area over there is our classes, Young Jin said, looking at Jang Chen's team and pointing to one of the basketball courts on the playground. The athlete number tags don't matter, but you must wear the shield generators properly, Yang Jian reminded. Every time Jang Chen encountered such rules, he would marvel at the casualness with which this world treated violence. Other students watching saw 4 people standing on the court, 2 of whom were beautiful girls, and they quickly surrounded the previously empty area, making it packed. Are we going to set any tactics? Tang Yin asked. It's just you attack while I defend, but the attacking side has a slight advantage. Because a single ball can reach the power of 3 first-turn spells. As for defense, using only a first-turn defensive spell won't hold up, and using a second turn would be too costly, Jang Chen explained while sorting through the rules and expressing his judgment. So that means more attacking, more dodging, and less defending. That's dodgeball, Qian Tianyue summarized. If the ball is too fast, it's hard to dodge, Yun Ningjing added her opinion. Kids, this is the cruelty of mage battles, Jang Chen said lightly. At that moment, a cute female voice came through. What are you doing here, brother? On the other half of the court, Jiang Shu and 3 classmates from their class walked onto the field. So it's Xiao Shu, don't get me to make you cry later, Jang Chen said, crossing his arms. You're the one. In 3 moves, I'll knock you down, his sister retorted defiantly. The 2 siblings walked toward the center of the court, finally facing each other, with the basketball court's midline right between them. Sister Jiang Shu also mimicked Jiang Chen by crossing her arms, but due to her shorter height, she had to look up at Jiang Chen. Since their battle on the rooftop, they had occasionally sparred. This was the first time they fought in front of witnesses at school, and sparks seemed to flicker between their eyes. You are not worth defeating. After losing, live on with your hatred for me, ugly, Jiang Chen said, looking down at her. Humph. It won't just be you, I'll knock your teammates out one by one too. Jiang Shu shot back, but her fierce expression, with her little nose scrunched up, was extremely cute. Is that so? My foolish sister, Jiang Chen said, almost unable to hold back his laughter at Jiang Shu's expression. Neither sibling realized they had unconsciously revealed smiles. The spectators outside the arena, although unable to hear clearly what the 2 were whispering about, could see the tension between them. Cheers erupted from the crowd. We want to see blood flow like rivers. All right. Everyone is here. Have you all put on your shield generators? The teacher acting as the referee asked. After everyone responded, the teacher didn't check. After all, the school had teachers who could heal magic, so as long as no one was killed, it would just be minor injuries. There were 2 teams on the field, totaling 8 people. To speed up the match and enhance its entertainment value, there were 2 balls in play. If one side ran out of players, the other side would win. Since many students were waiting to play, and over 20 classes still needed to compete to determine the victor, only 1 round would be played. Each team took one ball, which naturally landed in the hands of Jang Chen and Jang Shu. As the referee shouted start, the match began. Except for Jang Chen and Jang Shu, the other 6 players slightly bent their knees, ready to anticipate and dodge. However, the 2 siblings showed no intention of aiming at anyone else. A yellow and a blue glow emanated from them. In the next moment, both stepped forward in a lunge, stretching their arms to throw the balls forcefully at each other. The ball infused with Jang Chen's lightning magic was enveloped in electricity, colliding violently with Jang Shu's ball, which had a heavy, earthy texture. Boom! A dull sound echoed throughout the arena. The 2 balls collided fiercely in the air, and after a brief stalemate of 1 or 2 seconds, they bounced off into the air on either side of the field. The surrounding spectators gasped in unison. Jang Chen had slightly let his sister take the lead, otherwise, with his casting speed, he could have thrown the ball before her. Xian Tianyue, spotting the ball in the air, took a step forward, and a gentle breeze swept by. This wind was no longer the chaotic gusts of nature but carried a certain intent, blowing the ball toward Xian Tianyue. This made it seem as if his hand had a gravitational pull, catching the ball precisely. This was a method he had realized after observing Jang Chen's control over the lightning element, applying it to the wind element. It wasn't about casting magic but rather creating a subtle effect by stirring the wind element. Congeal. Xian Tianyue tossed the ball he caught to Ning Jing. Although this guy usually seemed introverted and reserved, during battles, he often cast aside all obstacles to find the optimal solution. In Jiang Chen's team, the one with the highest cost-performance ratio for serving was clearly Yun Ningjing. The ball's power could only hold a maximum of 3 first-turn magic stacks, while Yun Ningjing's fire magic was double that of others, so she only needed 1.5 units of first-turn magic energy to fill the small ball. Among the participants, only Yun Ningjing had reached the 3rd turn, everyone else was at the 2nd turn, with only 10 uses of first-turn magic energy. Although Jang Chen could also quickly fill the small ball, he consumed a lot of energy, and he hadn't revealed his 3rd-turn strength yet. After catching the ball, Yun Ningjing directly infused it with fire magic energy, then threw a massive fireball wrapped in flames. The fireball was powerful and fast, heading straight for a male student on the opposing team who was about to catch the ball. At that moment, a female teammate on the opposing side, who had been charging up for a long time, unleashed a burst of earthy yellow light, and a wall of earth rose up in front of the male student. It was a 2nd-turn earth magic spell, Earth Wall. Students with 3rd-turn cultivation were all well-known figures in the school, and the girl opposite clearly wasn't one of them, so at this moment, she had exhausted all her magic energy to construct a barrier. The fireball struck the barrier, creating a large dent, but it was evident that it couldn't break through. On the other side, a boy named Cheng Lang, who had a sunny and cheerful appearance, finally caught the ball that had been knocked into the air earlier. His speed in infusing magic energy was evidently not as fast as Yun Ningjing's, so he only finished infusing 3 units of first-turn fire magic energy after Yun Ningjing's ball had already landed. At this moment, he had charged the small ball but did not throw it directly. Instead, he handed it to Jiang Shu. "You go ahead." Chang Lang's smile was very warm and heartening. Faced with such a flattering gesture, Jiang Shu's mouth twitched slightly, and he politely thanked him before taking the small ball. Among the spectators outside, Jiang Shu's classmates began to whistle and tease upon seeing this. "What a gentleman! I can't take it anymore, his smile is too unfair. Ah, is this the first deep affection of Ning Jiang? What a heartfelt pass!" Another boy from Jiang Shu's team picked up the small ball thrown by Yun Ningjing and began to infuse it with water magic energy. At this moment, both balls were on Jiang Shu's side. The scene fell silent for a moment. Jiang Shu and the others waited for the water magic energy to be fully infused before striking simultaneously. "Who are we hitting?" the water magic boy asked. "Hit my brother, do you know which one?" Jiang Shu's mouth curled up, feeling happy about to defeat his brother. "I know, the one without glasses." "Jiang Shu, go for it." Cheng Lang, who had handed the ball to Jiang Shu, smiled warmly, cheering him on. Jiang Shu politely responded. Next to them, a girl from the earth magic side, who had used a 2nd-tier spell and exhausted her magic energy, looked on enviously. Jang Chen's side was on high alert, each person gripping their magic, trying to stand back as much as possible. "Are you ready?" Jiang Shu asked with a mischievous smile. Looking at Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen smiled and simply beckoned Jiang Shu with his finger. Jiang Shu huffed and directly hurled the fireball at Jiang Chen. Since the small ball was limited by the magic energy cap, the power of the fireball was the same as Yun Ningjing's. The water magic boy on the other side, seeing this, also threw his small ball at Jiang Chen. A small ball wrapped in water shot out suddenly, leaving a spiral trail of water in the air. Jiang Chen's reflexes were still quite strong. As soon as his sister made her move, he immediately dodged to the side. However, Jang Chen stepped into a void on the smooth basketball court. A small depression appeared beneath his foot, and he was standing on it, causing him to suddenly lose his balance. As the water and fireballs were about to reach him, a sly expression appeared on Jang Shu's face. After throwing the ball, she had also used a first-tier earth magic spell ground sink right under her brother's feet. Jang Chen's body tilted, and he was about to fall to the ground in the next second. But his adaptability was impressive. Half lying in the air, a finger of his flickered, with lightning shooting out in an instant to hit the fireball. Although the power of the first-tier magic couldn't completely stop the small ball, it could deflect its direction. However, this required incredible hand-eye coordination, otherwise, one could aim but fail to cast the spell, or cast the spell but miss. Thanks to nearly 300 days of training and close to 10,000 practice casts of the first-tier lightning magic lightning flash, Jang Chen was able to accurately hit the high-speed flying small ball even while losing his balance. Of course, there might have been a bit of luck involved as well. The fireball was deflected and flew straight towards the audience outside the court. It was then intercepted by the referee's spell, preventing it from hitting anyone. The next water ball followed closely, and Jang Chen had no way to dodge it. In the next moment, a small water curtain appeared in front of Jang Chen, and then the water ball collided violently with the water curtain. Water splashed everywhere, making a splash sound. However, in less than a second, the water curtain was forcefully broken by the small ball, and it was as if a water bomb exploded in mid-air, sending water flying. In that same instant, a blade of wind appeared, crashing into the small ball and successfully slicing it away. However, due to the angle, the ball flew back towards Jang Shu's side. Just now, Tang Yin's first-level water screen and Xian Tianyua's first-level wind blade intercepted the small ball. They didn't possess the powerful magical control ability like Jang Chen, but their cooperation was enough to deflect the ball's direction. This consecutive scene immediately caused the spectators nearby to cheer. So impressive. They can catch it like this. Is this what a master dodgeball looks like? That's too exaggerated, that guy even fell down. Was he just lucky, or can he really hit like this? Wait, why are there still people learning first-level defensive magic? Everyone was shocked by Jang Chen's extreme maneuvers and also surprised that Tang Yin was actually learning first-level defensive magic. Because first-level defensive magic isn't useless, but what's the difference between using it in a sports class ranking match and just passively getting hit? So most students are unwilling to learn first-level defensive magic. But clearly, Tang Yin is such a gentle person. Even her choice of magic leans towards the defensive type. Jang Chen stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Because one of the small balls flew out from Jang Chen's side of the boundary, and the other was bounced back to his sister Jang Shu's side. So, at this moment, both teams held one ball each. On Jang Shu's side, the four of them had already hidden behind the previous earthen wall, occasionally peeking out to observe. The earthen wall wasn't large, at least not as wide as a basketball court, and the four of them couldn't even stand side by side. Seeing this, Jang Chen said, "Ning Jing, break the wall." Jang Chen understood the rules. He couldn't directly hit the students, but breaking the wall was fine, right? The fire elements surged around Yun Ningjing, a wave of heat rushing towards them. However, a whistle sounded. The referee blew the whistle. This is a dodgeball match. Using magic to hit the wall counts as attacking the opponent. That's a foul. The referee issued a yellow card warning. Now, the four of them were in a dilemma. The opponents weren't just playing around, but they had to defend passively? Jang Chen complained, "Tianyue, you're too weak, you can't even use second-level defensive magic. I should have brought Gaowan on the field, he knows second-level light-type defensive magic. You jerk. You dragged me up here and still want to talk back." Xian Tianyue was furious. "I thought you could carry me to victory." "Ah, really, really?" Xian Tianyue floated with joy. "Fake. How about we fill the ball with magical energy and smash their wall first?" Tang Yin suggested. "That could work, but the power isn't enough. It would take several hits to break that wall. And they aren't just dummies. If we attack and they use magic to hit the ball away, we would be in danger." Xian Tianyue expressed his judgment. Hee, then how about this?" Jang Chen smiled, feeling that the dodgeball game was becoming fun with the challenges. On Jiang Shu's side, "Lily, if you run out of mana, just hide. If it really doesn't work, you can sit out. Chang Lang, look for an opportunity to serve. You and I will gather our magic, ready to knock their ball away." Jiang Shu issued the command, her eyes filled with a desire for victory. The brief exchange lasted no more than 20 seconds. In the next moment, magical light shone on the four of them. The small ball was steadily cradled in Yun Ningjing's palm, magical energy surging in like a tide. Then, she swung her arm and threw the fireball, but it was aimed at the sky. What does she want to do? Did she throw it off? But why does her throwing posture Look so beautiful. The opponents and spectators all had similar questions in their minds. Chun Lang, who held the ball, was momentarily stunned. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but the opportunity was fleeting. Chang Lang didn't hesitate and immediately threw the fireball in his hand, a massive fireball soaring out. Jang Chen ignored everything else, his gaze locked onto the small ball thrown by Yun Ningjing. When the fireball thrown by Yun Ningjing reached a certain height, lightning flickered at Jang Chen's fingertips, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck out, accurately hitting the fireball thrown by Yun Ningjing. The fireball in the air was struck by lightning, bursting with a crisp explosion while changing its flight angle. Originally soaring towards the sky, the fireball suddenly turned and dove sharply towards the ground. The fireball fell from a great height, crossing over a low earthen wall, and violently sent the unfortunate Earth Element Girl flying out of the arena. The unlucky Earth Element Girl was hit by the random draw, letting out a scream as she flew out of the competition area. The spectators nearby quickly dodged, creating a gap for the girl to fly out, and then the gap quickly closed again. No matter if you're a boy or a girl, don't block our view of the game. The others in Jiang Shu's team also clumsily rolled around to avoid being hit by the still powerful fireball. Simple geometry, Jang Chen thought to himself. The referee was also stunned, although subjects like mathematics were not as developed in this world as in his previous life. Everyone had some common sense about geometry. Everyone could think of this maneuver, but the difficulty lay in whether one could accurately hit the fast-moving small ball. How? How is this possible? The fireball was struck by lightning? And then hit someone? We've encountered a geometry master. This guy is actually a sharpshooter. So he wasn't just lucky earlier? That's terrifying. After Jiang Chen eliminated the opposing Earth Element Girl, on the other side, Chun Lang also took a throwing stance, aiming at the pitcher Yun Ningjing. Seeing this, Tang Yin conjured a water curtain in front of Yun Ningjing. Cheng Lang's fireball shot out rapidly, but it was aimed at Jang Chen, who had just finished casting a spell. He made a feint, successfully baiting out Tang Yin's skill. Oh no! Tang Yin exclaimed. It's fine, Qian Tianyue said. A blade of wind was seen slicing from his hand, hitting Cheng Lang's fireball squarely. Qian Tianyue was indeed very talented, whether in learning or combat. He was not fooled by the opponent's feint at this moment. Moreover, after his first experience of slicing the ball aimed at Jiang Chen with the wind blade, his second attempt became even quicker and more precise. No longer needing Tang Yin's water curtain for assistance, he could successfully slice through the fast-moving small ball. There might have been an element of luck, but it was undeniable that he had indeed accomplished it. The wind blade struck the ball, altering its direction. However, the direction it was deflected was not out of bounds, but towards Tang Yin. A turn of magic could only deflect a ball filled with magical energy, and at this moment, the small ball still possessed great speed and power. With a loud bang, Tang Yin was innocently caught in the crossfire and was sent flying. Not dead, Jiang Chen teased upon seeing this. Ah, I didn't mean to. Qian Tianyue was dumbfounded. He had originally thought he could still show off. Ha ha ha, that girl is so unfortunate. She's so cute, but so unlucky? How infuriating. Was that guy doing it on purpose? The spectators outside also commented, but no one stepped in to catch Tang Yin, letting her fly out of the arena. At this point, only 3 people remained on each side, but it was clear that the side with cover had the advantage. Jiang Chen's geometric tricks could yield surprising results once, but using them a second time wouldn't be as effective. After all, the opponent was not a mere machine. The battle then fell into a stalemate. Jiang Shu and his team, relying on the earthen wall, could easily knock away the incoming small balls. And the aerial attacks were no longer effective as they were all prepared for that. On Jiang Chen's side, none of the 3 were pushovers. Not to mention Qian Tianyue, even Yun Ningjing had the ability to knock away the rapidly flying small balls. This was the caliber of a top-tier 3rd transformation mage in the first year. It could only be said that Yun Ningjing's magical talent was comprehensive. The back-and-forth contest left the nearby spectators dumbfounded. Other groups' dodgeball matches were over in a few rounds, but here, it was at a standstill. Are those 3 monsters? I feel like they can cast spells without even reading the incantations. They just do it whenever they want, and they hit exactly where they aim. It's terrifying. Both sides have pretty girls. Who should I support? Besides the audience's shock, there were also classmates cheering them on. Jiang Chen, go for it. Qian Tianyue, go for it. Yun Ningjing, go for it. Although Tang Yin had been eliminated, she got up and ran back to cheer. How kind of her not to hold a grudge against Qian Tianyue for his foolish behavior. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. The students from both classes also joined in the cheering. The intensity of the battle attracted many onlookers. The atmosphere is getting more and more heated. Jang Chen thought. But dragging it out into a war of attrition is just too lame. So? Jang Chen shouted, Jang Shu, is this what you call knocking me down? Hiding in your shell? His sister retorted defiantly, the provocation tactic doesn't work on me. I'm going to make you fly. Come out. Turtle. Hit me, you idiot. Turtle. Idiot.
The two siblings began a verbal sparring match like elementary school students, tossing small balls back and forth, each strike deadly.
The audience had never been this excited. Hit. Hit the brains out of that dog. I want to see this mouthful of teeth. At that moment, a deep yet warm male voice rang out. Hey, I think even if you're the older brother, you shouldn't treat your sister so rudely. The voice belonged to Chun Lang.
The handsome boy, with a sunny disposition, slowly walked out from behind the earthen wall and said, You
want to fight?
I'll join you. The warm-hearted youth's gaze was resolute. To defend the girl he admired, he stepped forward.
He issued a duel challenge to Jang Chen.
The atmosphere in the arena fell silent again, everyone tacitly refraining from speaking.
The audience
felt their hearts racing.
There's even a one-on-one duel. This is too exciting. Contestants, audience, judges, everyone silently agreed to leave the outcome of the match to the two men before them. Jang Chen felt helpless. No, I'm just playing with my sister. Who is this clueless person wanting a duel? But Jang Chen couldn't back down either. He raised the ball in his hand, lightning flickering. Just about to speak.
However, the next moment, a ball suddenly flew out from behind Chun Lang, smashing hard against his head, sending
him flying. The audience quickly dodged, and Chang Lang rolled out of the crowd, the gap closing up immediately. The sunny boy vanished from everyone's sight in an instant.
Everyone turned to follow the direction of the ball, only to see Jang Shu scratching her head. Looking a bit embarrassed as she said, Sorry, I think I threw it wrong. The cute girl playfully stuck out her tongue. The girl had grown up. The once chubby, baby-faced girl had now shed her youthful innocence, revealing a uniquely delicate profile.
At that moment,
she had her long, black hair styled into two playful ponytails, the tips tracing playful arcs in the air.
Jang Shu's fair, exquisite face wore a sweet, cute smile tinged with a hint of apology and playfulness. Because of this, everyone was willing to believe one fact. Such a youthful, vibrant, and incredibly cute girl must have done it by accident.
It's all Chang Lang's fault for standing in front of the ball she threw.
How unfair. Jang Chen's sister was also feeling annoyed. Why is this person so bothersome? I'm just playing with my brother, what does it have to do with you?
Jang Chen looked at his sister, thinking about her deliberately careless actions, feeling a bit helpless. Sis, you doing
this makes me very happy, but how are you going to fit in at school later?
Jang Chen was worried that his sister would target classmates from her own class for the sake of others, which would lead to her being alienated
and isolated in her class.
Even if it was just a game, Jang Shu claimed it was an accident, but reality often escalates into bigger conflicts through these small matters.
It's not that no one would bully Jang Shu just because she was pretty. Sometimes, it's precisely because you're beautiful that you get bullied. Just like how Jang Chen was the MVP in his previous life, but the performance he earned turned into a free ride. At this moment, his sister also looked at him, playfully sticking out her tongue and blinking her big, watery eyes. The audience was once again charmed, feeling their hearts race even faster. Jang Chen smiled and said, Tian, can you help me out? How can I help? Tian, you asked. Jang Shu was clearly trying to sabotage her teammate on purpose, and it wouldn't sound good if this got out. So you should step down for now. That way, it's somewhat of a trade-off, and at least we can make up a bit. After all, if we win the 2-on-2, no one will have anything to say, right? I see, that's doable. After all, Xiao Shu is also my good friend, but Tian Yu made a gesture as if he was a bit tight on funds, asking for a favor. A bottle of guojiao iced tea, the big one, Jang Chen replied nonchalantly. Deal. But such a big price just to ask me to step down? Jang Chen, you really are a super sister complex guy. Tian Yu was about to step down but couldn't resist making a cheeky remark. At this moment, the audience and the referee, who had been silently observing the situation, saw Jang Chen and Tian Yu exchange a few words. Tian Yu then walked off the field, directly giving up the match. They all suddenly understood. Jang Chen didn't want to take advantage of the other side. Instantly, cheers and whistles filled the air. Wow, is it really that manly? If there's no male duel, I can still enjoy a sibling duel. I feel like I'm going crazy. Can dodgeball be this intense? I'm feeling it. I want to join in on a game of dodgeball too. The sibling pair on the field ignored everyone else and locked eyes. Brother, you're so silly. If you guys are down a player, how can you break through our earthen wall? Jang Shu said with a happy laugh. Beating you is as easy as breathing. Jang Chen replied with a smile. Talking big again. Jang Shu puffed out her cheeks and ducked back behind the earthen wall, leaving only her little head visible. The audience, whose hearts were still racing with excitement and longing for battle, felt their hearts melt upon hearing the siblings' conversation. At this moment, Jang Chen was already holding a ball. Just now, his sister had intentionally and accidentally hit Chun Lang on the head with the ball, so naturally, the ball bounced back into her hands. Both sides fell into a standoff again. Jang Shu, do you really think I can't break through your wall? Jang Chen said, holding the ball, unable to cross his arms, but still spoke calmly. Seeing this, Xian Tianyu gritted his teeth from the sidelines. If you had a way, why didn't you use it earlier? Waiting until I step down to start acting, huh? Cut it out. If you're capable, then come at me. Jiang Shu popped her head out and shouted, then quickly ducked back behind the stone wall. Then, Jiang Shu turned to the water element boy beside her and said, Yuan, can you cast a defensive spell now? I'm talking about the second tier one. Yuan replied. Nervously, I can manage, but it was you and Shang Lang fighting just now, so my magic energy has mostly recovered. However, if I cast it, I won't have any mana left. You. And was still a second tier mage. It's fine, just cast it and put it on me. My brother wouldn't say things he can't do, he definitely has a way to break through this wall. Jiang Shu took a deep breath and continued, I'm going to catch this ball. At this moment, Jiang Shu's eyes sparkled with determination, her delicate face adorned with a confident and bright smile. The smile made the boy named Yuan dizzy. He agreed. It was just a dodgeball game after all. If the girl in front of him could still show him such a smile, let alone the second-tier defensive magic, he would be willing to take the hit and be the cannon fodder. At this moment, both sides entered the casting phase. Jiang Shu decided to defend with all her might and tried to catch Jiang Chen's next attack. If it weren't for her insufficient magical energy, she would have wanted to cast a earth wall herself. There was another rule in dodgeball: if you catch the ball, you can revive a teammate. On the other side, the audience was also fully focused, eager to see what confidence Jiang Chen had to say such things. Jiang Chen made the first move. He controlled the ball with both hands, and surging electric light burst forth from his hands. At that moment, Jiang Chen seemed to be holding a ball of plasma, the dazzling electric light making the surrounding audience squint. This was a phenomenon caused by pouring a large amount of magical energy into the small ball in a very short time. What an exaggerated speed of magical energy transfer. Good thing I brought sunglasses. But the power of the ball is fixed, no matter how fast the magical energy input, it won't. Hell, that earth wall would still need at least 2 effective hits to break, right? The audience was filled with doubts, whispering among themselves. On the other side, the water mage Yuan had already cast the second-tier water defense magic water armor on Jiang Shu and was still behind the second-tier earth wall. That guy can't just be trying to bait out the opponent's magic, right? Look, that water mage has exhausted his magical energy and just cast a water armor. Ah, that's very possible. That's quite despicable. Even though the earth wall's defensive power had decreased due to the intense battle, under the double defense, the people around still couldn't figure out how Jiang Chen would break the situation. The magical energy in the small ball in Jiang Chen's hand was already overflowing, flickering with bursts of lightning. Jiang Chen made his next move. He held his palms facing each other and parallel to the ground, cradling the lightning ball between his hands. What does he want to do? Is this some special throwing technique? The audience held their breath. Jiang Chen thought to himself, for dodgeball, this move is indeed necessary. Ning Jing, use Fire Fist on me. Jiang Chen revealed his intention. Fire. Fire Fist? Yun Ning Jing couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen's train of thought. Just use your second-tier fire explosion on this ball. Together we can blow up the opponent's shell. Jiang Chen stood sideways, firmly in a horse stance, extending his hands holding the ball towards Yun Ning Jing. At this moment, Yun Ning Jing, the small ball, the earth wall, and Jiang Shu were all in a straight line. Jiang Chen had clearly become Yun Ning Jing's cannon platform. All she needed to do was aim at the small ball and unleash a second-tier fire explosion, and they could deal unprecedented high damage in this dodgeball game with that small ball. I understand. Yun Ning Jing's voice still had no fluctuations. Suddenly, the surging fire magical energy erupted from her, the fire element wildly gathering, creating waves of heat. She overlapped her palms, gently aiming her palms at the Jiang Chen brand cannon platform's small ball. A fireball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared between the small ball and her palm. Immediately, the fireball's size doubled. It surged. In an instant, it became larger than the dodgeball in Jiang Chen's hand. At this moment, the fireball still matched the audience's impression of fire explosion. Until the high temperature of the fireball distorted the surrounding air. While the fireball no longer expanded, its color deepened, and the rolling heat waves were felt by the audience outside. As well, the high temperature from the fire explosion even activated the shield generators on Jiang Chen and Yun Ning Jing, a faint purple transparent shield flickering around them. Jang Shu and the audience finally understood their strategy, and they were all in an uproar. What, there's such a move? I feel like I've seen this operation somewhere before. No way, isn't this against the rules? What's up with that fireball? Is it just me, or is it really hot? As for the issue of rule breaking, since the teacher acting as the referee didn't say anything, it obviously didn't count as a foul. The referee was also somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, a beautiful move, a flexible mind. If you can't use magic to hit your opponent, then why not use magic to hit your teammate? But the little girl on the other side is already wearing water armor, and with the protection of 2 second-tier defensive spells, she might just be able to catch that ball and revive someone. Brother, I have 2 second-tier spells here. Jang Shu hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation and was still planning to catch the ball. Aha, I know, thanks for the reminder, little sister. Jang Chen smiled. By the way, is your shield generator ready? Jang Shu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that something was wrong. Congeal. Jang Chen shouted. Understood. Yun Ningjing was already prepared and gently exhaled. In the next moment, the flame burst in the girl's hand suddenly exploded on the small ball carrying Jang Chen's lightning. It detonated between Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing. The surging flames and explosive shockwave even formed a visible ripple. The shockwave sent the small ball flying while also slamming into Yun Ningjing and Jang Chen, nearly knocking them out of the arena. The shield generators on both of them were completely activated, but the shields shattered layer by layer, producing crisp sounds of breaking armor. On the other side, the released Thunderfire ball, with its crimson flames and azure lightning intertwining, devoured and roared. It carried a surge of energy, breaking through layers of atmosphere, heading straight for that small earthen wall. Jang Shu's pupils constricted as she stared at the Thunderfire ball, wanting to dodge. But a first-tier magic ball was already hard to evade, and now with the magical enhancement from Yun Ningjing and Jang Chen, its power and speed had far exceeded the handling capacity of a second-tier mage. Almost the moment Yun Ningjing released her magic, the Thunderfire ball appeared right in front of Jang Shu. In that very second, boom! A loud sound erupted, as if a thunderclap had struck the clear sky. The Thunderfire ball violently pierced through the earthen wall, the powerful shockwave causing the wall to shatter into countless fragments. Following that, the Thunderfire ball, undeterred, crashed into Jang Shu's blocking hands with a piercing shriek. The water armor on Jang Shu desperately rolled and manifested, trying to withstand the overwhelming impact. A large amount of water vapor was evaporated by the flames. The lightning surged wildly along the water flow around her, producing crackling sounds. The shields on Jang Shu broke layer after layer. Ultimately, the intense impact made Jang Shu feel as if she had been hit head-on by a large truck. The girl completely lost control of her body and was sent flying. In the end, Jang Shu, along with the equally dumbfounded water-type boy beside her, was blasted out of the arena, like 2 wooden pins knocked over by a bowling ball. They flew out to a height never before seen in this school dodgeball game. They soared above the audience and completely disappeared from sight. Outside the arena, there was a dead silence, everyone was stunned. Then they quickly reacted, cheering loudly and clapping vigorously. Ha! What just flew by? Did it really happen? That last ball felt like more than just the power of a second-tier spell. That ball broke through 2 layers of second-tier defenses and sent people flying. It must be more than that. So impressive, I really want to try it out myself. Let's go together. Let's do a thrilling combo attack. Thunder Fireball. So cool. Jang Chen, having won this time, didn't act all high and mighty. He enjoyed the cheers and applause from the audience, nothing was more important. Then his sister. He quickly ran towards the direction where his sister had been knocked away, and Yun Ningjing hurriedly followed him. The two ran quite a distance before reaching Jang Shushu's side. At that moment, Jang Shushu was sitting on the ground in a duck-like posture, also dumbfounded, not expecting such power from that ball. If it weren't for the shield generator, she would have really been sent to the afterlife by her brother. Hey, little sister, you didn't pass out, did you? Jang Chen ran over. How could you be so excessive? You actually hit your sister like that. You're bullying me. Jang Shushu crossed her arms, pouting angrily. Forgive my sister, this is the last time. Jang Chen pinched his sister's brow with his index and middle fingers. What the heck? Jang Shushu puffed out her cheeks, not understanding what her brother was up to again. Besides, you clearly had a way to defeat us directly, yet you dragged it out for so long. Sorry, but I only thought of this move later on. Jang Chen pulled his sister up from the ground. I'm sorry. Yun Ningjing also apologized. From the side. It's fine, it's just a competition. And with the shield generator, I was just talking about my brother. Jang Shushu waved her hand with an awkward smile. But how is your magic so strong? I heard my brother mention you before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Jang Shushu's eyes sparkled. Hey, Jang Shu. Don't pry into others' secrets, Ningjing, you don't have to mind her. Jang Chen quickly stopped his sister from asking about others' privacy. This is my talent. My magic core is inherently powerful, and when using fire magic, the power doubles. Yun Ningjing revealed her secret about her strong magic just like that. Oh, I see. You didn't have to answer that, I'm sorry for asking. Jang Shu smiled awkwardly, realizing after her brother's words that it was inappropriate to pry into others' privacy. It's fine, many people know about it. Yun Ningjing kept staring at Jang Shu. Yun Ningjing's expressionless face put a lot of pressure on Jang Shu. She couldn't tell if she was angry at her recklessness or if there was some other emotion. And being stared at by such a beautiful yet expressionless face made even a girl feel nervous. Yun Ningjing simply thought that one should look into others' eyes while speaking. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, as both girls didn't know what to say. Jang Shu felt a bit anxious under Yun Ningjing's gaze. Seeing Jang Shu not speaking, Yun Ningjing's introverted nature kicked in, and she also felt the tension. Brother, save me. Jang Shu conveyed her message to Jang Chen with her eyes. Jang Chen smiled and said nothing. Jang Chen, help me. Yun Ningjing also sent a message to Jang Chen with her eyes. Jang Chen stopped smiling. Jiang Shu, you accidentally hit another classmate just now, remember to apologize later. Jang Chen brought up the topic. I didn't control it well, it was an accident. Jang Shu nodded. Didn't control it. Well, deliberately careless? Jang Chen shot his sister a glance. His sister revealed an evil smile. The two siblings exchanged a glance and then looked away, everything unspoken. It's almost 12 o'clock, I'm going to eat. Are you going with your classmates or together? Jang Chen asked. I'll go with you. I'll go tell my classmates first, remember to wait for me. Jang Shu said before running off. Ningjing, did you have fun this morning? Jang Chen continued in a mysterious tone. Yun Ningjing nodded quickly. That's good, the fun sports meet is over, I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. Jang Chen waved his hand, making a gesture of farewell. I also want to go to the cafeteria. Yun Ningjing quickly spoke up. Yun Ningjing, as the young lady, usually doesn't eat in the cafeteria. Then let's go together, but the food in the cafeteria isn't that great. Jang Chen said nonchalantly. The two then returned to the venue to check in with their classmates. When everyone saw that Yong Jian had also disbanded the class group, they quickly slipped away. On the other side, Cheng Lang, I'm sorry, I accidentally bumped into you just now. Jiang Shu blinked and apologized to the classmate she had hit. It's fine, I was the one who accidentally stood in front of you, I have my share of the blame. Cheng Lang quickly waved his hand to accept the girl's apology, then added, well, it's mealtime now, how about? Ah, yes, it's already mealtime. I made plans to eat with my brother, so I'll head out first. Jiang Shu said with a smile. The girl waved her hand and turned to run off, her two ponytails bouncing joyfully with her steps. Like this. Cheng Lang just stood there, staring blankly at the girl's beautiful back, feeling a bit melancholic, lost, and uncertain. When Jiang Shu found Jiang Chen and the others, Jiang Chen was sitting under the shade of a tree, chatting with a few friends. Is the teacher really that tight-lipped? What kind of mysterious activity is Xiao Li Jun planning this afternoon? I can't get any wind of it, Chen Tianyue said discontentedly. Yeah, it's hard to guess, Gao Wen chimed in with a robotic tone. Exactly, not a clue at all, Tang Yin also echoed in a similar tone. Seeing that the others were deliberately ignoring him, Jiang Chen shouted, hey, I'm talking to you. Wasn't that last combo attack with Ningjing amazing? My sister was sent flying over 10 meters, haha. Jiang Chen laughed triumphantly. The others were speechless, Jiang Chen had boasted about it several times already. Yun Ningjing lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Xian Tianyue noticed Jiang Shu quietly approaching Jiang Chen from behind. Xian Tianyue said nonchalantly, it was indeed impressive. By the way, your sister is so cute, how can you bear to hit her? TCH, if I don't hit my sister, how will she learn? You know, if you don't hit, she won't become a talent. Jiang Chen continued, besides, hitting is caring, scolding is love. When I hit her, it's a sign of my love for her, wahahaha. Why did you all stop talking? Jiang Chen laughed, only to find that everyone had fallen silent. Gao Wen turned his head to the side, his lips twitching, trying to suppress a smile. Tang Yin lowered her head, her shoulders slightly shaking. Xian Tianyue had an expression that was barely holding back laughter. Yun Ningjing kept trying to signal Jiang Chen with her expression, stop talking, look behind you. A small hand rested on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and a soft voice came through. Hitting is caring? Scolding is love? Jiang Chen slowly turned his head and saw his sister's gentle smile. What else? Look at that pair of siblings over there, aren't they? Like that? Jiang Chen pointed casually to the side. Jang Shu turned her head to take a look. When she turned back, she found that Jang Chen had already run quite far away. "Ah, don't run!" Jang Shu shouted as she chased after him. "Only a fool wouldn't run, don't chase me." The others finally couldn't hold back their laughter and followed the footsteps of the brother and sister. At noon, in the school cafeteria, Jang Chen's group entered the cafeteria in an organized and premeditated manner, cooperating to line up. Yun Ningjing probably hadn't eaten in the school cafeteria during her elementary or middle school years. When she was at the window getting her food, she imitated others by swiping her student card, but since there was no money loaded onto it, the card machine kept beeping beep beep beep. The surrounding classmates were used to it. After all, who hasn't had a time when their meal card was out of money? However, for someone with a thin skin, it felt like being thrown into a hot oil pan. Jang Chen could see the redness on Yun Ningjing's face from a distance. Fortunately, Tang Yin was standing with her the whole time and helped her swipe the card. Jang Chen sighed at the different fates of people. Yun Ningjing probably grew up in a materially rich environment, was introverted, and rarely went out to play. She hardly encountered situations where she had to pay for herself, so she was caught off guard by such matters. At the dining table, "Yun Ningjing, you really are a young lady, huh? Have you never eaten in the cafeteria? Ha ha ha." At that moment, Gao Wen's smile resembled that of an annoying elementary school student. Yun Ningjing lowered her head, looking at her plate, silently eating. "Gao Wen, speaking of this, I just remembered. On the train back home during the winter break, I found my seat taken by an old man when I got on. I thought I had encountered a seat thief, but the old man said, 'Young man, you must be a city boy, right? In the countryside, we just sit wherever there's a spot, we don't fuss over it.'" Jang Chen laughed heartily after finishing, changing the subject. Tang Yin was also perceptive. She picked up on Jang Chen's words. "Yeah, when I went back to Lubu before, an aunt told me the same thing. Everyone on the bus laughed at me, it was so embarrassing. Now that you mention it, I've encountered that too." Clearly, the ticket had a seat number, but those people didn't care at all. When I tried to reason with them, they just laughed. Gao Wen said indignantly. The group chatted while eating, and after a few exchanges, the topic shifted to which celebrity had a new movie out and who had been scolded by Yong Jian. Jiang Shu leaned close to Jang Chen's ear, biting it, and whispered, "Bro, when were you ever in a situation where someone took your seat? Don't pry into my business, Jiang." Chen brushed her off, pushing her face away. "You still pushed me. I haven't settled the score with you for talking bad about me just now." Jiang Shu pinched Jiang Chen's neck, shaking him back and forth. Jiang Chen played along, swaying his body and sticking out his tongue, pretending to choke. "Ugh, I'm dying. Jiang Shu, harder. Strangle this guy. It's for the good of the people." Qian Tianyue cheered Jiang Shu on from the side. At noon, after lunch, at the cafeteria entrance, Jiang Chen planned to go home for a nap. High school students really can't survive without a midday nap, the most exhausting time of their lives. So, the group prepared to part ways at the cafeteria entrance. Jiang Chen walked towards the school gate after leaving the cafeteria, with Jiang Shu and Yun Ningjing following behind. "Hey, Jiang Chen, don't go. Let's play in the classroom for a bit," Qian Tianyue shouted. "Aren't you going home for a nap?" Jiang Chen turned back. "We don't have classes today, why sleep?" Zijiang brought back a set of board games. "Let's play together." "All right." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Seeing Jiang Chen turn back, Jiang Shu followed him, and Yun Ningjing seemed to have switched to automatic follow mode, heading towards the classroom as well. "Ningjing, aren't you going home?" Jiang Chen asked. Usually, Yun Ningjing didn't stay at school during lunch. "Not going back. Then shall we play board games together later?" At noon, the group returned to the classroom. There weren't many people inside. Students were either still eating or had gone home or back to their dorms. Qian Tianyue suggested organizing a board game session, but not enough people showed up. Zhang Chen took out his sophomore textbooks to study on his own. The knowledge from elementary and middle school had been absorbed through his previous memories, and with his own efforts to fill in the gaps, he had no issues. He had also learned most of the first-year material and just needed to practice more problems. The assessment of various subjects in this world was not as complicated as in his previous life. It was relatively more focused on practical life, as long as one could graduate normally, they could immediately enter various industries in society. This world was not as peaceful as the last. The details of everyday life reflected that this world was still under the threat of demons and monsters. For example, there are often news reports about humans being attacked by demons in the city, or more intuitively, they, still being students, can come into contact with various attack spells. Zhang Chen, take a look at this problem. Gao Wen walked over with a workbook. Gao Wen's grades were also among the top 3. In the class, although his personality was immature and he often unilaterally competed with Jang Chen in grades, he was diligent and hardworking, always willing to ask anyone for help with questions. Jang Chen took the workbook from Gao Wen and started looking through it. The younger boy had nothing to do and began rummaging around on Jang Chen's desk. Suddenly, Gao Wen almost threw himself onto the desk. Pointing at Jang Chen's sophomore textbook, "What is this? Why are you looking at a sophomore textbook? So what? No, you're only a freshman. How can you secretly look at this?" Gao Wen jumped around anxiously. "Is there a problem with studying ahead?" Jang Chen casually replied while looking at the problems. "No one in our class studies ahead, how can you get a head start? You should take the book home." "No, you can't secretly study at home either." Gao Wen was very anxious. "Why not?" Jang Chen put down the workbook and looked up at his frantic expression, finding it extremely amusing. You are committing a shameful betrayal. And your betrayal will never heal?" Jang Chen laughed at his frantic scratching of his ears and cheeks, feeling like he was teasing a child. "How can you do this? You can't do this, you know." Gao Wen yanked his workbook back. "Just study, study, study. If you keep this up, I will tell the teacher." Gao Wen stammered for a long time before finally threatening like this. "Go ahead. You better hurry, or I'll finish studying soon, ho 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 ah." Gao Wen, in a fit of anger, suddenly lay down on the ground, rolling around and mumbling some childish words. Is this guy really a high school student? So annoying. Jang Chen watched the scene, feeling helpless inside. Jang Shu did not return to her class but followed Jang Chen instead. She saw the whole process from the side and was thoroughly amused. Jang Shu quietly laughed while talking to Jang Chen. "Brother, why is your classmate so childish?" "The kid is still young, that's how it is," Jang Chen replied. After that, the few of them gathered to play some board games. Gao Wen rested on the ground for a while, and soon it was time for Principal Xiao Lijun's mysterious event in the afternoon. "All high school students, please bring your chairs and gather on the playground," the announcement came through the speakers. The quiet classroom suddenly erupted. "Ha! Why do we have to bring chairs? Can't we just go to the auditorium?" Some students complained about having to move chairs for an event when there was a big auditorium available. "What kind of event is it that we have to hold it on the playground? If we have to bring chairs, it's probably going to take a long time. Let's bring some snacks down." At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, walked in. "All right. Stop the noise and hurry up." Seeing Yang Jian, the students quieted down and obediently packed their things. Jang Chen used to love snacks when he was younger, but he ate much less as he grew up, so he only brought a thermos filled with milk. However, it had been sitting out all morning, so he would need to ask Yin Ningjing to help heat it up later. On the way to the playground, there were students everywhere carrying chairs. As soon as Jang Chen arrived at the playground, he felt something was off from a distance. In the center of the playground, there was an extra square platform. If it were the Jang Chen who had just been reborn, he might not have reacted to what this thing resembled. Now he could say that it looked like a fighting arena. "Are we going to hold the World Martial Arts Championship next?" Jang Chen said speechlessly. "It feels more like the Cell Games," Qian Tianyue pointed at the arena beside them. Beside the arena were 3 monsters imprisoned in cages. Judging by their size, they were classified as oversized, large, and medium monsters. From a distance, they resembled 3 gray-green wolves. 2 of the larger monsters appeared to be 1 to 2 times bigger than an ordinary gray wolf. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these 3 monsters were not true animals. Their bodies were woven from multiple writhing vines. The vine wolf had sharp features, with hollow eye sockets burning with 2 balls of ghostly green phosphorescence, fangs made of thorns, and sharp claws, while their hind limbs resembled gnarled tree roots, giving off a sense of explosive power despite being plant-like. "Are the teachers going to hold a demonstration match?" Tang Yin said from the side. "Come on, I think it's us who are going to participate in the demonstration match," Qian Tianyue retorted. Jang Chen also looked at the vine-gray wolves beside the arena, marveling. He had heard his sister mention that after it became increasingly difficult to buy fiery pig meat, they often bought these things as vegetables. Today was the first time he had seen them alive. The vine-gray wolf was something everyone in Ningjiang knew about. This type of monster thrived in an uninhabited area near Ningjiang City, a desolate mountain range located in the heart of the human urban cluster, isolated and resource-poor, where only monsters did not mind these places and continued to survive and reproduce. There were actually many such uninhabited areas, often nestled between major cities. Typically, the monsters living in human-populated areas were weak and were not comparable to the monster empires on the outskirts of the urban clusters. Humans had the ability to clear them out, but for various reasons, they were still left behind. For instance, if the vine gray wolves were cleared out. This year, as long as the elements still existed, red wolves, green wolves, and black wolves might sprout up again the following year, just like wild grass. If one were to trace back a bit in history, the most numerous monsters in the uninhabited areas near Ningjiang City were the fiery pigs. Moreover, the development value of these uninhabited areas was minimal, hardly worth the investment of significant manpower and resources. Therefore, the official approach was generally to periodically clear out some of the stronger individuals, while hunters would hunt the ordinary ones, which ultimately ended up as vegetables on people's tables. Jang Chen and Jang Shu's parents lost their lives while hunting vine gray wolves, killed by these vegetables. The high school students were chattering and, after much effort under the teacher's direction, finally settled down around the arena in the center of the playground, organized by class. Alright, everyone quiet down. A teacher cast a brief super large silence spell, and the entire playground fell silent. Then, Principal Xiao Lijun stepped onto the arena, and his enormous transparent projection appeared in the sky once again. All we can see is the back of his head. Gao Wen complained. Shu, class leader Tang Yin signaled for him to be quiet. The principal on stage began to speak. Dear students and teachers, during these past 2 days of the sports meet, we have witnessed the passion and strength of youth. Here, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude on behalf of the school to all participating athletes, staff, and all faculty and students. The students applauded appreciatively. After a round of applause, he continued, this afternoon, I have prepared a small activity for everyone. As you can see, there are 3 vine gray wolves here, corresponding to the strength of our 3 high school grades. I hope each grade can have students bravely step forward to challenge these monsters. The rules are simple, only one person can go on stage at a time, and no shield generators or any other magical equipment can be used until someone manages to kill the monster. Although the students could more or less guess what this old principal was up to, hearing him say that high school students would fight monsters still felt unbelievable coming from his mouth. What kind of joke is this? If we have to go on stage, we can't even use the shield generator? I'm fighting demons? Is this for real? Why is it only one person allowed on stage? Didn't the school always teach us that dealing with demons requires teamwork? Are you going? I'm definitely not going. Yay, this is going to be fun to watch. The principal on stage spoke again after the students had digested the previous information. Students, please quiet down. Xiao Lijun raised his hand to signal, his gaze sweeping over the restless students below. Why is it stipulated that only one person can go on stage? The answer is simple. I have prepared rewards only for the strongest person in each grade. Only those who successfully defeat the demons can receive this meditation magic gear I've prepared, which grants 1 semester of usage. The principal waved his hand, and 3 gem-encrusted necklaces flew out, hovering in mid-air, with a large projection above displaying the items. The students below erupted in astonishment. What is meditation magic gear? Tang Yin asked aloud. The homeroom teacher, Yang Jianming, understood that not every student knew about this, so he stepped forward to explain. Meditation magic gear can accelerate a person's cultivation progress, and the bonuses provided by different levels of magic gear vary. What the principal is showcasing should be a 3rd-tier meditation magic gear. It can enhance the cultivation speed of those at the 3rd tier and below by about twice. Such a small piece of equipment costs at least over $1 million. So, if you have confidence in your abilities, I suggest you all go up and challenge it. Twice? $1 million? The students were a bit dazed upon hearing this. So, what you're saying is that having this means I can cultivate for an extra semester compared to others? Jang Chen stroked his chin and said. Although the old man wasn't directly giving away this magic gear, having it for a semester was still better than nothing. Ning Jing, this thing looks like the necklace you're wearing. Jang Chen turned to Yun Ningjing, who was sitting beside him. Yeah. What I'm wearing is indeed meditation magic gear. Yun Ningjing said as she took off the necklace and handed it to Jang Chen. TCH, why are you showing it to me? It's just meditation magic gear. So what if you don't have it? You're still living just fine. Jang Chen's eyes seemed to be covered in lemons. Jiang Chen carefully held the necklace, feeling as if he had bought a new phone and was using it cautiously. Besides being a piece of equipment, the necklace was also a beautiful piece of jewelry. Its body was carved to resemble a flower, with a small gem embedded in the center, forming a regular polyhedron, overall appearing dark blue, with a vortex slowly rotating inside, dazzling. Under the sunlight, Jang Chen tried to meditate for a moment and could clearly feel the acceleration of magical energy refinement. Moreover, under the same mental energy consumption, the speed of constructing the second layer of the crystal wall had increased significantly. This is really a good thing. Jang Chen reluctantly returned the necklace to Yun Ningjing. What Jang Chen didn't notice was that when Yun Ningjing took back the necklace, her ears turned slightly red. In the culture of this world, cultivation is a very personal matter. Although modern people have become more open-minded, still. And Jang Chen directly using someone else's meditation magic gear, which was close to a beautiful girl, could easily be seen as inappropriate. Yun Ningjing had only taken it off to show Jang Chen, she never expected him to use it right away. Jang Chen, you really should be ashamed. How could you just use someone else's personal, fragrant magic gear like that? Qian Tianhua watched the whole thing unfold, wishing he could grab some small props from the kitchen to split Jang Chen, that shameless guy, in half. The principal on stage, seeing that the homeroom teachers of each class had provided some explanations, spoke again. Everyone should be quite familiar with so I won't elaborate much here. All 3 demons are of the mortal level, and each one is stronger than the last. Now, let's invite a first-year student to challenge the weakest one. The principal on stage wore a kind smile, but the students couldn't help but feel that this old man had a rather wicked sense of humor. After Principal Xiao Lijun finished speaking, he transformed into a burst of clear water and vanished from the arena. He then appeared beside it, in the leadership seats that were level with the arena. This old man is really quite devious. If you take too long to get on stage, someone else might snatch this opportunity away. If you go up too quickly, you might not grasp the demon's details and get taken out immediately. Jang Chen pondered. When facing demons, students were more like those who had seen pigs being slaughtered but had never seen them run. Jang Chen wasn't in a hurry to take the stage. Without any intel, going up randomly would just be a waste of opportunity. Moreover, the key point was that Jang Chen was of the lightning element, and they didn't seem to be weak against lightning at all. If it comes to it, I might have to reveal my third transformation, cultivation. Jang Chen thought to himself. He hadn't revealed it before because there was no need. Revealing it wouldn't bring any rewards and would instead expose some of his secrets. But now, the right to use this magical equipment was worth fighting for. At this moment, no student had stepped forward either. They were hesitating or waiting to see if someone else would go first. In the leadership seats, Principal Xiao, is this really okay? Directly letting the students challenge the demons without allowing them to wear shield generators, what if? The director sitting beside him asked. Why not? At my age, I was already leading teams into the mountains to slay demons. Principal Xiao replied, still smiling kindly, showing no signs of being a powerful mage. But it's not the same as your time anymore. Now that there are better conditions for the children to grow, why not? The director clearly belonged to the type that cared for the next generation, or perhaps he was simply afraid of teaching accidents. You can't grow towering trees in a greenhouse. Those who are afraid can continue to cultivate in the greenhouse. For those who dare to fight, I will gather enough resources for their training, even if I have to sell my possessions, the vice principal said, his expression stern and imposing, casting a dissatisfied glance at the director. Although the vice principal's position was not as high as Xiao Lijun's, he had once been Xiao Lijun's teacher. Xiao Lijun wore a faint smile as he glanced at the restless demons in the temporary cage. That's indeed the case. Xiao Lijun's voice was gentle yet carried a sense of pressure. Moreover, these demons are merely the dregs I caught on the outskirts of the city, inferior goods that were expelled and eliminated from Grey Wolf Mountain. Xiao Lijun paused, turning his gaze to the somewhat tense director, and said, suppressing his smile, at this moment, they are confined on stage, unable to draw power from the earth through their roots, and the parasitic demons on them have been removed one by one. If no student can defeat them under these circumstances, then that would be your failure as the director. I understand, the director replied, left speechless. So, Lijun, you weren't seen for a few days because you specifically went out to catch these demons? The vice principal asked. Xiao Lijun shook his head and replied in a deep voice, no. A major demon appeared in the Grey Wolf Mountain no man's land, and the city asked me to assist with it. On the way back, I found these demons and caught them on a whim. The demons over at Grey Wolf Mountain are reproducing faster and faster. They've already spread to the outskirts of the city. Xiao Lijun sighed. In less than 5 years, they've spread to the city? These damned beasts. They truly are relentless. The vice principal expressed a strong hatred towards the demons. On the other side, in class 1 of the first year, Jiang Shu was sitting. Xiao Shu, come down to the playground to watch the activities. Can you stop being so absorbed in your studies? A girl said. Jiang Shu was sitting on a chair, quietly reciting from a textbook. If it weren't for the teacher not letting me stay in the classroom, I wouldn't want to come down, Jiang Shu replied without looking up, continuing to focus on the book. Why are you suddenly working so hard? You're already in the top 3 of the whole grade. With you like this, how are we struggling students supposed to survive? The girl said, her voice teary. What do you mean suddenly? Haven't I always been working hard? Jang Shu replied dismissively. Not really. You were diligent before, but after the winter break, it feels like you're trying even harder. Did something happen during the break? The girl looked at her with a curious expression. Nothing happened. It's just your imagination. Stop bothering me. Jang Shu pushed the girl away. At that moment, a wave of excitement erupted among the students. The girl next to Jang Shu, seeing the projection of the meditation magic armor on stage, excitedly tugged at Jang Shu's arm. Wow! It's so beautiful. Jang Shu, look quickly, the necklace the principal brought out is simply stunning. Meditation magic armor? Can it speed up cultivation? Jang Shu's eyes lit up. Wow, I want to try it too, but I'm from the lightning element. Isn't it obvious that my attributes would be completely countered? It's not fair. The girl pouted in dissatisfaction upon noticing the demon's plant attributes, complaining about the principal's unfairness. But it can still deal damage, right? Not the same at all. That demon clearly has high lightning resistance. If I hit it with lightning, I bet it won't even get paralyzed. After hearing the girl's words, Jang Shu felt that using her earth magic against this demon would also be quite troublesome. In the teaching materials for earth magic, there was really only one attack spell, Stone Spike, while the others were all support or defense types. Just as Jang Shu was deep in thought about a strategy, a warm and steady voice came from in front of her. Xiao Shu, do you want this meditation magic armor? I can help you win it. A boy wearing black and gold rimmed glasses turned around to say. Chang Lang, a bit further away, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Although he also wanted the magic armor, he still spoke up. Xiao Shu, count me in. I can help too. Chang Lang's voice was slightly hurried, filled with the unique enthusiasm and sincerity of youth, forming a stark contrast to Bai Shuyan's calm demeanor. The other boys in the class, upon hearing this, sighed, thinking that the licking dog was really something, offering $1 million item just like that. How infuriating. If only I could win. Among the girls, there was a suppressed chorus of squeals and dreamy gazes filled with hearts. One girl whispered to her friend, can I just soul switch with Jang Shu for a second to experience the feeling of being pursued by two major male gods? If only I had a cool, top student willing to give me a meditation magic armor, I'd be willing to let Chun Lang take me to eat original chicken, spicy chicken wings, teppanyaki, spicy hot pot, Haidaleo barbecue, and sweet drinks tomorrow. Me too. Then you must eat a lot. The girls cast envious glances, discreetly eavesdropping. After hearing the boy's words, Jang Shu furrowed her delicate brows and directly refused. No need, I want to win it myself. Understood. Bai Shuyan smiled gently, not taking the girl's refusal to heart. Although this boy named Bai Shuyan outwardly said he understood, he was actually thinking about winning the challenge in sharing the meditation magic armor with Jang Shu to draw closer to her. Bai Shuyan couldn't quite say when it started, but his gaze would uncontrollably chase after Jiang Shu's lively, adorable, innocent, and kind figure. Just as he was preparing to take the stage, he noticed that another boy was already standing on the platform. This student can introduce himself to everyone first, said the host teacher, standing at one corner of the stage, surrounded by a faint silver aura of mental energy, projecting a voice loud enough for all the students in the playground to hear. As he spoke, the teacher flicked his fingers, gently tossing a point of light towards the boy on stage, which acted like a microphone that would automatically follow him. Above the platform, the boy's image was also projected. The boy appeared rugged, with distinct features, a carefree smile, and a small beauty mark at the corner of his eye. His clean short-sleeved school uniform was unbuttoned at the chest, giving him an overall rebellious look. Class 2 of the first year, Tu Longyu, Dark System, Tu Longyu said with a smirk, his smile flamboyant. Teacher, we don't need to waste so much time, let's get started. The girl beside Jang Shu, who had been chattering away, suddenly gasped and clutched her chest as if struck by an invisible current. She screamed, grabbing Jiang Shu's arm. She shook him vigorously, her voice trembling. Xiao Shu. He's the handsome guy from Class 2, the Dark System. Help! Look at his collarbone, that beauty mark. Jiang Shu was pulled back and forth by the girl, his eyes twitching slightly. Can you not be so infatuated? Xiao Shu, you don't understand. Brother Tu is not only handsome, but he's also the heir of the Tu family group. Although he often clashes with teachers, he maintains his position in the top 20 of the grade, leaving the teachers with no way to deal with him. Oh my god, how can someone be so handsome, come from a wealthy family, and work so hard? The girl held her forehead, pretending to be faint from his good looks. What a rebellious youth, Jiang Shu silently complained, noting how the girl's way of speaking had been influenced by Jang Chen, occasionally becoming abstract. The teacher on stage was not angered by Tu Longyu's remark. Alright then, since Tu Longyu is so eager, let's get started. With that, the smallest of the captured vinewood gray wolves, imprisoned in a special cage, was lifted onto the stage by a large, transparent silver hand. A faint glow illuminated the surroundings of the platform, forming a defensive barrier. At the same time, a transparent enlarged projection of the entire platform appeared in the sky, allowing all the students in the playground to clearly see the actions of Tu Longyu and the vinewood gray wolf. The silver hand flicked, mercilessly tossing the gray wolf onto the stage, showing no regard for the creature's life. However, the creature transformed in midair into a mass of dark green, writhing vines, rolling and twisting on the ground, making creaking and cracking sounds, before completely shedding the force of the silver hand. Almost simultaneously with the release of force, the vines rapidly reweaved into the shape of a wolf. The creature stood up, its hollow eyes burning with ghostly green phosphorescence, scanning the surroundings of the platform before locking its gaze on the nearest human. "Ah, woof!" The vinewood gray wolf howled. Then, its entire wolf body suddenly crouched down, the muscle blocks formed by the vines tense to the extreme, clearly poised to attack. Facing the creature's fierce presence, Tu Longyu remained calm, exuding a deep, dark glow. 3 pitch-black, pure, and oddly shaped daggers, without any hilts, silently emerged from the void in front of Tu Longyu. 1 person and 1 wolf stood on opposite sides of the platform, ready for battle. 1 person and 1 wolf stood on opposite sides of the platform, ready for battle. The eyes of the vinewood gray wolf locked onto Tu Longyu with an eerie intensity, its dark green vines quivering slightly around it. In the next moment, it suddenly exerted its limbs, transforming into a blurred green shadow, carrying a foul stench as it charged violently towards the human before it. Beast. Tu Longyu's expression was one of disdain. Facing the ferocious assault of the demon wolf, he appeared calm and unhurried, merely waving his hand casually. Shadow blade. With a low shout, 3 pitch-black daggers flew towards the vinewood gray wolf's neck, forelimbs, and abdomen. However, the vinewood gray wolf did not dodge. Just as the daggers were about to hit, the vines on its body wriggled and parted slightly, forming 3 small holes that allowed the daggers to pass right through. Swish. 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 The daggers missed their target, embedding themselves into the stone slabs of the arena, the struck floor emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. This attack not only failed to harm the vinewood gray wolf but didn't even slow it down. What kind of magic is this? It looks so fierce. Sigh, it's the pay-to-win magic of the rich, way more impressive than our textbook magic. Ah, do the rich really want to snatch our resources too? Most of the students below had never seen this magic before, as it wasn't in their textbooks. Shadow Blade? It's a child of the Tu family, commented the director sitting in the leadership seat. The Shadow Blade magic splits the power of a first-tier spell into 3 parts. Although the overall power is only equivalent to a first-tier spell, the subsequent corrosion damage from each dagger, if not dealt with in time, can accumulate to the level of a first-tier spell. Too little practical experience. Since it's a dark type, why isn't the first spell a blinding one? The vice principal criticized with dissatisfaction. On the arena, the vinewood gray wolf was thoroughly enraged by Tu Longyu's attack, its demonic ferocity erupting completely. The dark green vines around it suddenly tightened, outlining its muscular form, and its running speed increased once more. Seeing this, Tu Longyu, despite his rebellious nature, understood the consequences of a mage being cornered by a demon. He stepped back, trying to create distance, while once again gathering magic, and 3 pitch-black daggers reappeared. This time, let's see how you dodge. Tu Longyu raised his hand, and the 3 daggers formed a triangular formation, whistling as they shot towards the wolf's snarling head. Tu Longyu learned from the lesson of his previous spell and specifically aimed at the demon's front this time. A disdainful smile curled on his lips as he thought, let's see if this beast can make a hole from front to back. This time, the demon did not attempt to evade by loosening its vines. After all, it wasn't a machine. Although it could create a hole from front to back, its core was in its head, and there was no need to take that risk. Tu Longyu's move was somewhat a stroke of luck. However, the high-speed running demon merely swayed slightly to the left and right, executing a swift Z-shaped maneuver to easily evade the human's attack. 3 daggers attacking simultaneously? Is he treating the demon like a target? Why not suppress the demon's movement space? 1 dagger at a time? The serious vice principal was almost laughing in anger at such clumsy maneuvers. The director wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and quietly said, after all, he's still a first-year student, just starting to learn magic, and the sparring with classmates doesn't really build much experience. At this moment, Tu Longyu was starting to panic, as the demon had closed in to a rather dangerous distance. The students could even see the sweat trickling down his forehead and the slightly flustered expression through the projection in the sky. However, Tu Longyu was still among the top 20 in his grade, and his fundamentals were solid. Even in a fluster, he did not interrupt the construction of his magic. A black energy sphere coalesced In his hand, and with the demon right before him, Tu Longyu didn't even take the time to aim. He simply hurled the energy sphere in the general direction of the demon. Blind! A low roar, trembling with intensity, erupted from Tu Longyu's mouth. Without aiming, the black energy sphere only struck the ground near the demon. Then, the energy sphere suddenly contracted and exploded, transforming into a mass of thick shadowy mist. As the mist touched the Vinewood Grey Wolf, it immediately became animated, surging wildly toward the Vinewood Grey Wolf. The shadowy energy enveloped the demon's head, and it was clear to see that the phosphorescent glow in the Grey Wolf's eyes dimmed, as if covered by a thick layer of black gauze. Tu Longyu's tense expression relaxed slightly. He had unknowingly held his breath. Now, he could finally take a deep breath. However, the next moment, the body of the Vinewood demon wolf exploded entirely, morphing into a massive hollow sphere of vines that rapidly spread outwards. Countless thick, resilient vines whistled through the air, whipping toward Tu Longyu's general direction. "Oh no!" Tu Longyu exclaimed in shock. Before he could make any effective evasive maneuvers, crack! A vine struck his left arm hard in mid-air. The vine then wrapped around his left hand tightly, as if it were a parasite. After confirming the human's position, the other vines seemed to receive a command and quickly shot toward Tu Longyu. Shadow Blade. Activate! Tu Longyu shouted, summoning 3 daggers once more. The 3 black daggers shot out immediately upon appearing, severing several vines. Thud! 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 Several muffled sounds echoed as the vines snapped. The cut ends of the vines were wrapped in a black, viscous energy, sizzling, and emitting plumes of black smoke and a foul odor. However, such an attack could not bring the demon to its demise. The remaining vines still coiled around him like dark green pythons, wrapping Tu Longyu up like a zongzi. Then, a vine slithered out from the zongzi, transforming into a wolf's head that opened its gaping maw in midair, revealing rows of jagged teeth made of thorns, with drops of viscous liquid oozing from its mouth, giving off a putrid stench. Tu Longyu saw the demon's terrifying visage. "I give up. I give up," he shouted, desperately twisting his only movable head, trying to distance himself from the demon's head. In the next moment, a silver light enveloped both him and the demon, as if they were sealed insects in amber, unable to move. Then, the vine seemed to be released from some constraint, and Tu Longyu fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, pressing his hands against his neck, which bore a deep, red mark from the vine's constriction. Feeling utterly humiliated, Tu Longyu stood up and quickly walked off the stage in silence. This embarrassing defeat made him feel like he had lost all face. The meditation magic gear was such an expensive item, and for someone from a prominent family like him, it was quite precious. Since he wasn't the only child at home and not the eldest son, he had to compete for resources with several siblings. As he hurried along, he glanced toward Class 3, trying to spot Yin Ningjing, but he didn't dare to look closely, fearing she might see his disheveled appearance. The classmates below watched as Tu Longyu awkwardly descended from the stage, exchanging glances with one another. How can anyone win like this? Even with money, Tu Longyu, who's in the top 20 of the grade, got beaten like this. That demon's speed is just too fast, right? The magic can't hit at all. This guy is so full of himself, and yet this is all he can do? At the leadership seats, Principal Xiao Lijun shook his head and said, his fundamentals are decent, his spellcasting speed is significantly faster than his peers. Unfortunately, due to a lack of combat experience, only a few of the spells landed effectively. He seems to be at a disadvantage. If his attacks were fire or wind-based area attacks, it would be much easier. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead, making excuses for the students. In the future, if you encounter monsters that are resistant to your attributes, just lie down and wait to be eaten, the vice principal remarked sharply. I will supervise the teachers in each class to strengthen combat education when I return, the director said softly. He felt a bit helpless. Today's students had hardly even killed a chicken. How could they handle such a situation? Seeing this, Bai Shuyan thought that now was a good opportunity since the Tengmu Grey Wolf was injured. He stood up and walked towards the arena. The surrounding classmates began to whisper upon seeing his figure. Isn't that Bai Shuyan from Class 1? He's usually in the top 10 of the grade. Can he do it? With someone like Longyu, who is all show and no substance, making it into the top 20, the top 10 can't be that impressive. He looks so refined and aloof, not like someone who would fight. Bai Shuyan paid no attention to his classmates' comments and just wanted to move a bit faster. After all, after Longyu's fight, the monster had only sustained a minor injury, and if he slowed down anymore, he worried the monster's wound would heal. However, he no longer needed to worry. A golden light fell upon the Tengmu Grey Wolf, and its wound healed at a visible speed. Everyone could even feel that its current state was more lively than when it had been imprisoned. A light-type teacher had used light heal on the monster. Bai Shuyan's plan to take advantage of the situation fell through. He felt helpless but couldn't just turn around and leave, so he steeled himself and stepped onto the arena, proceeding with his self-introduction as usual. Class 1, by Xu Yan, Telekinesis. Bai Shuyan's demeanor was cold and proud, and he was too lazy to say much. Not talking, pretending to be a master? I wonder how long he can keep that up. Are all the top students like this now? Dude, doesn't he look a bit too sexy with those glasses? Bro, do you think so? 2. The classmates below were buzzing with discussion. On the stage, Bai Shuyan adjusted his glasses, and the battle quickly began. The Tengmu Grey Wolf was soon released from its confinement by the referee. The monster charged at the somewhat frail human in an instant. The audience could even see the beastly bloodthirst and brutality written all over its fierce wolf face. Bai Shuyan practiced telekinesis, and the universal attribute of telekinesis was evident from the first tier spells. A silver light radiated from his body, gathering together. A transparent hand, slightly larger than his palm and glowing with a silver aura, appeared in the air. Telekinetic hand, a deep voice escaped Bai Shuyan's lips. The transparent hand flew towards the charging Tengmu Grey Wolf. Since the hand was still under human control, the monster understood it couldn't evade by dispersing its vines. So, it used its agile body to dodge left and right, trying to avoid the attack. The silver hand, having detached from Bai Shuyan's body, still executed his will with precision. It closely followed the monster's movements, drawing silver arcs in the air. From a distance, the scene resembled an annoying silver fly buzzing around a small dog. Eventually, the silver hand seized a tiny opening and suddenly grabbed one of the Tengmu Grey Wolf's right hind legs, squeezing tightly. The Tengmu Grey Wolf yelped in pain. A slight smile crept onto Bai Shuyan's lips. However, the Tengmu Grey Wolf shook its body, and the vines on its right hind leg writhed violently, then exploded outward like a spring. The thick right hind leg vine suddenly elongated, and the demon attempted to slip out of the control of the telekinetic hand. The slender vine flowed like water, about to escape the grasp of the large hand. Cunning demon! Bai Shuyan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight and quickly tightened his telekinetic grip, finally managing to firmly hold onto the suddenly thin vine. A low-level demon possesses intelligence greater than that of a beast. It knew that this silver hand originated from the mage before it. Therefore, it understood that turning to strike at this silver hand would only give the mage more opportunities to gather magic, putting it in danger. The demon's instinct for battle made it decide almost instantly to ignore the hand and charge towards Bai Shuyan. At that moment, the first telekinetic hand was engaged in a tug-of-war with the demon, forcefully pulling it backward. This caused the running vine wolf to take on a bizarre, distorted shape as it was being pulled. It resembled a marionette with a loose string, its hind leg being stretched into a long, tangled mess. The entire demon, originally in a robust wolf form, was forced to become increasingly elongated. However, the demon's transformation did not slow its advance. Instead, it brought it closer to Bai Shuyan. The demon sacrificed part of its physical structure to reduce the distance between itself and Bai Shuyan. Bai Shuyan exhaled a breath of murky air, forcing himself to calm down, his expression growing increasingly serious. He needed to complete the next magic gathering as soon as possible. He once again summoned the magic energy within him, gathering the formless elements of heaven and earth, and began to condense the second telekinetic hand. At the same time, the first telekinetic hand lost control in an instant, only able to execute its last command, pulling the demon's hind leg backward. The speed at which the demon approached was astonishing. During its previous struggle with the silver hand, the demon had intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Bai Shuyan. Now, as its body was being stretched and deformed, it no longer resembled a wolf. It looked more like a giant python with a wolf's head and an elongated body. Its head had also slightly deformed due to the tension in its body, as if it were grinning with a twisted, malevolent smile, with foul saliva uncontrollably dripping out. Its eyes revealed a bloody cruelty. In this form, if it could speak, it might say, "Pigs, I will eat you. Ha 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 ha." With a nauseating stench, it twisted its body and lunged at Bai Shuyan. Bai Shuyan's brows furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite the urgency in his heart, his daily training allowed him to continue gathering magic in an orderly manner. At the same time, he was doing his utmost to speed up. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. The wolf python was right in front of him. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its white fangs and foul-smelling mouth. Bai Shuyan could even clearly smell the nauseating stench, like a mix of rotting flesh and dirt. Am I going to lose? At the critical moment. Telekinetic hand. Bai Shuyan could no longer maintain his calm facade. He shouted, his voice tinged with fear and anger. Another silver, transparent hand appeared out of thin air, exuding an even stronger momentum, and lunged fiercely at the vine wolf's menacing mouth. The large hand tightly gripped the demon's upper and lower jaws, then forcefully pressed down. Bai Shuyan attempted to push the entire body of the vine wolf to the ground. Being pulled and pressed by two telekinetic hands, the vine demon wolf let out a painful roar. It struggled violently. The vine tightened under extreme tension, producing a squeak that made one's teeth ache. The audience below watched this thrilling scene, captivated, and could not help but let out low gasps of astonishment. So close, so close. Fortunately, we made it in time. Remember to prepare diapers for brother by later. The power of the telekinetic hand was only slightly stronger than that of an adult, but for the Tomoko Grey Wolf, which did not excel in pure strength, this binding force was enough to restrict its movements. Bai Shuyan saw that the demon was under control and breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt that if he had been a second slower, the sharp fangs would have torn his throat apart. The referee beside him also let out a sigh of relief, almost losing the magic he was holding. Alright, next we just. Bai Shuyan's words were cut off abruptly. The change came without warning. Suddenly, a thick vine shot out from the twisted body of the Tomoko Grey Wolf. The end of. The vine had 3 sharp claws. The Tomoko Grey Wolf actually used one of its wolf claws as some sort of ranged weapon and hurled it out. The wolf claw flew towards Bai Shuyan with a whooshing sound, lightning fast. Before Bai Shuyan could react, the claw had accurately wrapped around him and tightened, encircling his upper body. Ultimately, the 3 sharp claws landed heavily on his chest. The sharp tips mercilessly pierced through his skin and forcefully dug into his flesh, anchoring him in place. Bai Shuyan's chest was marked with 3 deep, bloody gashes that exposed bone. Ah! The sudden, excruciating pain made Bai Shuyan's pupils constrict. He was completely shocked by this unexpected attack. The tearing pain in his chest made him let out a low, miserable cry. Between the wolf claw and the demon's body, there were tough vines connecting them. At this moment, after being firmly grasped by the claw, those connecting vines began to tighten frantically. A reckless force dragged Bai Shuyan towards the Tomoko Grey Wolf. Bai Shuyan instinctively wanted to struggle, to retreat. However, the more he struggled, the deeper the wolf claw dug into his chest. Every contraction of his muscles was accompanied by excruciating pain. The wrapping of the vines grew tighter, constricting him to the point where he could barely breathe. He felt as if his ribs were about to be crushed. Bai Shuyan's face turned pale as paper, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, enduring the inhuman agony. He could not give up. He forcibly suppressed the pain in his body and summoned the magic energy within him. Telekinetic hand. Bai Shuyan managed to spit out these words through clenched teeth. The third telekinetic hand trembled into existence in the air. As soon as it appeared, it formed a fist and struck towards the head of the Tomoko Grey Wolf. However, this telekinetic hand, a jack-of-all-trades spell, was not as powerful as other first-tier spells when used barehanded. Although this attack caused the demon pain, it also ignited its ferocity, making it struggle and roar incessantly. It held onto Bai Shuyan tightly, trying to tear apart the human who brought it pain. Just when everyone thought this battle would descend into a long and bloody tug-of-war, an unexpected yet reasonable voice echoed across the playground. I concede. Bai Shuyan's voice was hoarse, trembling with unwillingness. He watched helplessly as he was dragged inch by inch towards the demon's blood-soaked, gaping maw. The intense pain in his chest and the fear of death overwhelmed him like a tide. His rational mind told him that he could no longer endure. His spirit and body had reached the brink of collapse. The voice of concession echoed in the arena. The referee used telekinetic magic to separate the two. The audience below could clearly see Bai Shuyan's shocking injuries through the large projection. 3 deep, bloody gashes, flesh and blood mangled, skin torn apart. The blood around the wounds stained his thin clothing red. He slumped to the ground, his face pale, gasping for breath. What a pity, I felt like he could have held on a bit longer to win. Just needed to unleash a few more telekinetic hands to smash that little wooden dog to death. Dude, have you seen his wound? If he holds on any longer, his heart will be ripped out. Right, so he should have used a telekinetic hand to pull that wolf claw away just now? The audience below was analyzing the battle. Seeing how severely he was injured, the light magic teacher simply treated both him and the demon together. At the leadership seats nearby. What's going on? How did he use telekinetic hands like this? It's not like we said he couldn't bring a regular knife. The vice principal was almost furious, continuing to scold, back in the day when I didn't know magic, I just took a big knife and chopped my way from Ningjiang to Grey Wolf Mountain. I chopped for 3 days and 3 nights. The young people nowadays. Sigh. After saying that, he suddenly pulled out a large cleaver and slammed it on the table. This made several cups on the table jump. The director of education fell silent, worried that this old man might get so angry that he would take it out on him and chop him into pieces. Xiao Lijun's eyelids twitched, and he lowered his voice, fearing that if his teacher went crazy, he would be chopped too. However, he still commented, his ability to withstand pressure is there, he can calmly cast spells even when the demon is about to close in. It's just a pity that his fighting spirit is a bit lacking. With so many teachers watching, he didn't dare to continue risking it against the demon. In class 3 of the first year. Come on, if he just held on a bit longer, he would have one, right? So pathetic. And he's still 5th in the whole grade? Just a bunch of trash. Gao Wen had ranked 6th in the last exam. If you're so capable, why don't you go up? Qian Tianyue teased him from the side. If I were a telekinesis or fire mage, I would have gone up long ago. How can I fight as a light mage? Yao Wen had his reasons. You're just good at talking. Qian Tianyue said dismissively. Tianyue, do you want to give it a try? You're also in the top 10 of the whole grade, and you're a wind mage, so you have a good chance. Tang Yin turned back to ask. I think I'll pass. Qian Tianyue averted his gaze. Jang Chen shook his head. This guy Tianyue had talent but was a bit cowardly in character. He usually just got by, relying on his talent to achieve decent results without much effort, and now he had such an opportunity but didn't seize. Come on, Jang Chen, why are you shaking your head? If you're capable, go up. Qian Tianyue was annoyed by Jang Chen's pretentiousness. If I go, I go. Jang Chen thought of something and added, by the way, Ning Jing, could you please heat up the milk for me? Just don't make it too hot this time. Thanks. Jang Chen handed the thermos filled with milk to Yun Ningjing. After handing the thermos to Yun Ningjing, he was about to get up. Hey! I was just joking. What are you, a thunder mage, going up for? Qian Tianyue pressed Jang Chen down. He was just kidding. He definitely couldn't force his friend to go up and embarrass himself in front of the whole school. Who's joking with you? Elbowing, I'm going up to receive an award. Jang Chen elbowed Qian Tianyue while trying to pull away his firmly pressed hand. Man! Let him go! Let him go! Gao Wen's emotions came and went quickly, excitedly. Cheering from the side. To be fair, Gao Wen was the student in the class who loved to play around with this kind of banter the most. Classmates like Tang Yin and Wang Jieje turned their gazes toward him. Just then. Jiang Chen, you don't need to go up anymore, someone else has gone up. A classmate said. Everyone turned their attention to the arena. On the stage, another student walked up. From the projection, it could be seen that this boy was tall and strong, estimated to be about 1.85 m, with handsome features, radiating the unique sunshine and sharpness of youth. Hello, teachers and classmates, I am Chang Lang from class 1 of the first year, majoring in fire magic. I hope to receive your guidance. After finishing, Chang Lang revealed a sunny smile, with shallow dimples appearing on his cheeks, adding to his charm. Whose subordinate is this? 8th in the grade for fire magic, which counters the little wooden dog. That gives him a great chance. I really want to kiss his dimple. The students below continued to discuss animatedly. Skipping the formalities, the battle quickly began. Chang Lang carefully studied the first 2 battles and learned that the Vinewood Grey Wolf had high evasion but was weak in strength and had low defense. Therefore, he decided to go all in. Flames ignited around Chang Lang. The surrounding fire elements rapidly gathered towards his right hand, and a massive fireball began to form, the terrifying heat slightly distorting the air around it. Everyone recognized that the fireball's display was the second tier fire magic flame explosion. Its power was 10 times that of a regular fireball, and upon release, it would explode, adding a second stage of kinetic impact damage while also inflicting a burning negative effect. Jiang Chen described it as a grenade. Starting with second-tier magic? Going straight for the big move? Is he trying to win in one blow? Everyone had the same question in their minds, which was also Chang Lang's only thought at that moment. Aside from Yun Ningjing and Jiang Chen, everyone in the first year was a second-tier mage. Chang Lang's second-tier magic was equivalent to exhausting all his magical energy, going all in. Chang Lang's gaze was firmly locked on the gray shadow darting around the arena. He thought to himself, the Vinewood Grey Wolf is too fast, and it can loosen its vines to evade. It's too difficult to hit it with a fireball. Instead, I should use a flame explosion fireball for an indiscriminate area attack. Chang Lang tightly gripped the flame explosion fireball in his hand, feeling the scorching heat at his fingertips, but under his control of the elements, the fireball couldn't harm him. He wasn't in a hurry to strike, he was waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for the Vinewood Grey Wolf to step into his attack radius. He only had one chance, and he needed to ensure this attack would hit. The agile figure of the Vinewood Grey Wolf approached like a blue lightning bolt. 100 meters. The wind howled. 50 meters. The beast's scent was faintly discernible. 30 meters. The ghostly light in the wolf's eyes was now clearly visible. However, the Vinewood Grey Wolf stopped. Its 4 claws dug deep into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The flame explosion fireball in Chang Lang's palm became increasingly unstable. The destructive energy almost bursting forth. He hesitated. At 30 meters, he had a 70% chance of hitting the target, and at this distance, releasing flame explosion wouldn't completely engulf him in the explosion's aftermath. The Vinewood Grey Wolf did not immediately pounce. Instead, it circled slowly around the human before it, like a seasoned hunter examining its prey, patiently searching for a fatal flaw. The air seemed to freeze, and time became unusually slow at that moment. Time might have passed 10 minutes, or it could have been less than a minute. Chang Lang felt the pressure mounting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. The students below also held their breath, their eyes wide open, fully focused on every subtle change in the arena, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Soon, Chang Lang made a decision. He had to win. A sudden determination flashed in Chang Lang's eyes, as if a raging flame ignited deep within his pupils. He had to win this match. Not just for his beloved, but also for his own cultivation, for his future dreams. In the next moment, Chang Lang surprisingly chose not to run away but instead moved closer to the Vinewood Grey Wolf. Chang Lang stepped forward, charging fiercely towards the Vinewood Grey Wolf. The distance between them shrank at an astonishing speed. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. At this distance, Chang Lang had already entered the absolute attack range of the Vinewood Grey Wolf, while also placing himself in the dangerous area that the fire explosion spell could potentially affect. This meant that, regardless of how the battle unfolded next, he would inevitably suffer physical pain and might even sustain serious injuries. The audience below erupted in an uproar, gasping in shock. Does it have to be this intense? Damn it, the poor innocent high school student is being manipulated by the principal for resources to train. It's over, it's over. The worst part is that the top student not only has better talent than you but is also working harder and risking more. Chang Lang ignored all external factors, his eyes fixed firmly on the Vinewood Grey Wolf, advancing step by step towards the monster. The Vinewood Grey Wolf sensed the approaching threat, its body suddenly lowering, a deep, warning growl rumbling from its throat, while the vines around it trembled slightly, gathering strength. As the distance between them shrank to a certain limit, Chang Lang prepared to strike. The fire element in his hand had already boiled to its peak. However, an unexpected change occurred. A glimmer of cunning, almost human-like, flashed across the moss-covered wolf's head. Neither Chang Lang on stage nor the thousands of spectators watching the enlarged projection below knew if they were seeing things. Immediately, the vines on the Vinewood Grey Wolf twisted, surged, coiled, and separated at a rapid pace. Dazzling to behold. The monster seemed to transform into a high-speed spinning textile machine, emitting a rustling friction sound. Chang Lang's heart raced, a strong sense of unease washing over him. He didn't know what trick this monster was playing, but he instinctively felt danger. Die! Chang Lang shouted angrily, no longer hesitating, attempting to launch the fire explosion fireball that had gathered all his focus before the monster could complete its transformation, forcefully interrupting its unknown action. But it was too late. Just as Chang Lang was about to strike, the Vinewood Grey Wolf twisted its body and made an unbelievable move. It stepped out with agile strides to both the left and right simultaneously. Chang Lang felt a blur before his eyes as the Vinewood Grey Wolf momentarily became indistinct. Then, the monster actually split in two. Two almost identical Vinewood Grey Wolves darted out to the left and right sides with the same rapid speed, creating distance. This sudden turn of events left Chang Lang completely dumbfounded. Is it a clone or something? A 50% chance of hitting the real body? Chang Lang gritted his teeth, his mind a tangled mess. He had no time to hesitate. In the blink of an eye, Chang Lang hurled the fire explosion fireball in his hand towards the right side Vinewood Grey Wolf. At such a close distance, throwing a spell with such speed, power, and area of effect made it almost impossible to miss the monster. Was there any reason to miss when throwing a grenade from the spot? Boom! The fire explosion. Fireball struck the right side Vinewood Grey Wolf's body with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the fireball detonated like a heavy bomb, exploding violently. The explosive force instantly engulfed both the monster and Chang Lang. The surging flames blackened the ground around them. Chang Lang was also thrown back by the blast, his body flying away from the center of the explosion, blood spilling from his mouth. Bang! Then, Chang Lang felt himself crash into a hard yet somewhat soft mass of chaos. Stumbling to the ground, he paid no mind to the flames burning on his body or the injuries inflicted by the shockwave. He could not feel the intense heat of the flames, only the coldness in his limbs. The resilient vines beneath him began to writhe restlessly, like slippery, cold snakes slithering over his body, tightening their grip. A nauseating smell of vegetation and the unique stench of demonic beasts assaulted his senses. Clearly, he had made the wrong bet. The target he had hit with his fire explosion was merely a vine-made clone. The real body of the vine wolf had shrunk to half its size due to the clone, and it had cleverly used Chang Lang's body to shield itself from part of the explosion's damage and impact. The price of losing the bet was steep. Chen Lang found himself bound by the vines of the vine wolf. The wolf's claws, glinting with cold light, tore into his flesh. The wolf's sharp teeth sank viciously into his shoulder. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones was accompanied by the dull sound of flesh being ripped apart. Chen Lang, already suffering from the excruciating pain of burns, now felt a deeper agony, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat. Ah! The referee also broke into a cold sweat. However, at this moment, Chen Lang had not yet called for surrender, so the referee could only watch, unless Chen Lang's life was in danger. Chen Lang gritted his teeth against the piercing pain, his right hand laboriously lifted, trying to pull away the vines that clung to him like maggots. The vine wolf seemed to sense his intention, and with a fierce shake of its head, it opened its gaping maw and bit down precisely on Chen Lang's resisting hand. Put! Blood gushed out instantly, splattering everywhere, staining the green vines red. Ah! Chen Lang screamed repeatedly, refusing to call for surrender. His cries grew increasingly desperate, echoing throughout the arena, sending chills down the spines of the spectators, their hearts racing. A mocking smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, appeared on the wolf's face. It slowly raised its blood-soaked head, opening its mouth to bite down on Chen Lang's throat. The referee and the light magic teacher acted simultaneously, rescuing Chen Lang. The outcome was clear. Chen Lang was carried off the stage. Meanwhile, the vine wolf, captured by the referee and taken to a distance, quickly recovered. Under the light of the holy glow, its wounds visibly writhed and healed at an astonishing speed, the severed vines rejuvenating. The vine wolf had won 3 consecutive battles, having feasted on the blood of 3 young mages. And even crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking, reminiscent of teeth grinding, echoed. The crowd watched as the demon's twisted vines grew at a visible rate, its vines becoming thicker and more complex, even sprouting fine barbs that glimmered with a dark, cold light. The gnarled vines twisted like countless awakening magical serpents, wrapping around it and then suddenly expanding. The demon's body swelled like a balloon, quickly becoming as massive as the demon it was set to face in the second year. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 points of eerie green phosphorescence suddenly flared up, the flames growing bright. This little demon, once at the bottom of the food chain, now, under the illumination of the holy light, resembled a fierce beast emerging from hell, every wooden fiber exuding a suffocating dark aura. Awah! The demon, evolved through the brutal fight, tilted its wolf head back, its chest swelling, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. The wolf's howl, filled with overwhelming malice, swept across the entire playground, the demonic flames raging. This was the secret of the demon's power, not merely its brute strength, but its innate talent for slaughter and bloodthirsty nature. Each life and death struggle, each act of consuming life, was for them a baptism of the soul, a sublimation of their bloodline. A frenzied evolution towards a higher level. What elemental pets, what terrifying physiques, what demon talents, these are merely death's accolades for them. And one by one, the fierce demons emerge from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On the stage, the vinewood grey wolf demon roars fiercely. Below, the audience is enveloped in dead silence. At this moment, the students watch as the vinewood grey wolf evolves in a desperate situation. Becoming stronger and more malevolent, for a moment, they fall silent, even forgetting to evaluate Chen Lang's performance. The students, especially the first-year students who have had less exposure to demons, including Gao Wen, Tang Yin, Xian Tianyue, Wang Jieja, and Jiang Shu's friends, are deeply shaken. They gain a more profound understanding of the most powerful enemy humanity currently faces. After a while, the students begin to whisper among themselves. No way, it didn't even win? This demon seems to have leveled up, who would dare to go up now? That's ridiculous, even the top 10 in the grade can't defeat a crippled demon. Is this what demons are like? It's barking like a dog. Didn't you say you were going to go up and slay the demons? The weather isn't great today, and the arena floor is a bit wet, so that. The terror of the demon, along with its sudden evolution, also instills fear in those who plan to gather enough information before challenging it. The 3 in front are already the cream of the crop among the first-year students. They may have many shortcomings, but they're solid. Fundamentals, courage in the face of demons, the wisdom of their individual thoughts, and the strength boost from their backgrounds all indicate that they are not just empty shells. Yet even they suffer a bitter defeat. Well, they showed both courage and strategy, but luck was a bit lacking. However, they still haven't shaken off their fear of demons, they weren't decisive enough. Moreover, the vinewood grey wolf, now only half its size, is no different from a stray dog. They lost their composure at the critical moment, Principal Xiao Lijun objectively commented. Wang Ji, I think you should find another position, the security room suits you well. No, better yet, go clean the toilets, that way, you won't have to fight, the vice principal said without even glancing at the teaching director beside him. This. Teaching director Wang Ji raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, already drenched. However, the teaching director Felt indignant, the vice principal, despite his lack of cultivation, clings to the position of vice principal just because he used to be a principal. All he does is point fingers and dictate, without knowing how hard it is for those of us working below. These students are still kids. They're not warriors. Isn't it enough that they can do this much? Xiao Lijun glanced at the howling vinewood gray wolf on stage and surveyed the first-year students below who were unwilling to volunteer. He shook his head in disappointment. Sigh, if no one is going to go up, Wang Ji, you should pick a student to go on stage. Otherwise, this will be too much of a blow to the students and will plant the seed of fear of demons in their hearts. Xiao Lijun said helplessly. His intention was to find a few promising students to cultivate and also to let the other students understand that demons are not invincible, but unfortunately, since it was the principal speaking, the teaching director had to comply. After all, the principal may not manage school affairs much, but his cultivation level is high. I understand. How about letting the young lady from the Yun family go on stage? Wang Ji quickly stood up and said, she is exceptionally talented, already at the third-tier cultivation level, and her fire magic is naturally powerful. She is the top student in our first year, she can definitely slay the demon. Yun Ningjing had not gone on stage before, not only because of her introverted personality and dislike for performing in front of a crowd, but also because she already had a meditation magic outfit and didn't lack for resources. The head of the teaching department knew and had a certain understanding of Yun Ningjing, because her family had specifically contacted him and even sent him some small gifts, asking him to take care of her more at school. To be honest, with Yun Ningjing being such a good student and having a well-behaved personality, even without the gifts, he would still show some favoritism. However, if no one could slay this monster among the first-year students, he feared for his own job. The vice principal would really make him clean the toilets. Moreover, although Yun Ningjing was introverted and socially anxious, as the jewel of the Yun family, under the strict education of her large family, she would not be in a situation where she couldn't speak or move due to nervousness in front of a crowd. At worst, she would feel a bit upset, and he could just apologize to her afterward. But at this moment, the three of them, with their profound cultivation, had already noticed that two more students had stood up. After Chang Lang was defeated, Yun Ningjing below had just warmed up the milk. She handed the thermos to Jang Chen. This time, Jang Chen had experience and wouldn't just drink it without thinking, and don't ask where the experience came from. He opened it to see steam rising from the milk inside, feeling it was still a bit hot. So, Jang Chen said, let's put the milk aside for now, I'll be right back. After saying that, Jang Chen stood up, placed the steaming milk on his chair, and was about to leave his spot in the classroom. At that moment, Brother! I was wrong, I really was wrong. Qian Tianyue tightly gripped Jiang Chen's wrist. You really don't have to force yourself, can we just let this go? I was just saying. Qian Tianyue didn't think Jiang Chen was weak. He felt that Jiang Chen's lightning abilities were not only restrained but that the monster on stage had also an super evolved. He sincerely didn't want his casual words to make his friend not only embarrassed on stage but also suffer physical pain. However, a blue electric arc jumped and struck the back of Qian Tianyue's hand. In an instant, it was as if he had touched an electric switch, his muscles spasmed, and his entire hand lost control, his fingers uncontrollably releasing their grip. Then, when Qian Tianyue hugged his shocked arm and looked up again, his vision was suddenly covered by a slightly worn long-sleeved school uniform, and everything went dark. In a flurry, he finally managed to pull the uniform off his head. When he focused again, all he could see was Jiang Chen, who had already walked far away, and the back of him in a crisp short-sleeved shirt, casually waving one hand behind him as he confidently stepped toward the arena. At the same time, a calm voice floated into his ears. I will win. Qian Tianyue opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only mumble softly, I give up. Can you not act so cool and still look so handsome? The classmates in the class, especially the boys, cheered and shouted after seeing Jiang Chen's series of fluid movements. Some even whistled enthusiastically. Oh, Jiang Chen is awesome. I often tell people, Jiang is my idol. Whether he would win or not was unknown, but they definitely had to cheer. Jiang Chen's younger sister, Jang Shu, who was almost at the arena, suddenly heard a sound of fingers snapping. Along with it came a calm, unhurried sound, as if stepping on the tip of a girl's heart. At that moment, in Jiang Shu's ears, the noisy environment around her seemed to quiet down, leaving only that sound of footsteps. Tap, because, to Jiang Shu, those footsteps were too familiar. The graceful girl turned her head to look, and sure enough, it was her brother walking toward her at a leisurely pace. I'll go first. Jiang Chen didn't stop, he just ruffled his sister's hair as he passed by. Are you okay? Jiang Shu pouted, dissatisfied with her brother's action of patting her head. But continued, are you going to expose your third transition cultivation? Do you need third transition to kill it? Jiang Chen laughed as if he had heard a joke, finding it quite amusing. He didn't respond further but stepped onto the stage. One step at a time.
"Classmate, please introduce yourself," said the teacher of the mind system, sending a small light point flying to Jang Chen's mouth.
The projection on the stage also displayed Jang Chen's unremarkable face. Class 3, Year 1, Jang Chen, Lightning System. Jang Chen smiled faintly, too lazy to spend time on self-introduction. Is it another big shot? No way, I know everyone in the top 20 of the grade, and he's not one of them. Hey, what are you doing? Is the lightning system going up to deliver a gift? Doesn't he know that the paralysis control of the lightning system can't be executed at all?
The students below were discussing animatedly.
Although Jang Chen performed well in physical education and magic practice, his academic grades had only recently caught up, so his current ranking was not among the top.
On the other side, after Jiang Shu returned to her seat.
Jang Shu, isn't your brother from the lightning system? Why is he going up?
But your brother is really brave, daring to go up like this.
Exactly.
Anyway, he might as well give it a try, unlike the boys in our class, who are all hiding behind.
My brother will win.
The other girls exchanged glances and fell silent. At the leadership seats nearby.
Nonsense, what's a lightning system doing up there making a fuss? I'll call him down.
The director Wang Ji was already in a bad mood after being criticized by the leaders. At this moment, seeing a student he didn't recognize, especially from the lightning system, wanting to take the stage, he felt even more annoyed, thinking Jang Chen was there to cause trouble. Suddenly, a pure, powerful, invisible mental force pressed down on the director, rendering him immobile and forcing him back into his seat. Upon tracing its source, it turned out to be the vice principal using
mental power to push the director down.
The director was dumbfounded. Wait, I'm a dual system full-level mage in the 6th transition, and you can
just press me down like this, making me unable to move?
Quiet, let him go up, the vice principal said coldly. The director's pupils trembled, his heart
filled with shock. What's going on? This old man didn't use any magic or stir any elements, yet he managed to suppress me just with mental power? What? A joke.
I always thought he only became vice principal because of Principal Zhao's connections.
Damn, I was still thinking about when to pull him down. This old man is really cunning.
The director became very obedient, extremely obedient. The sweat pouring down the director's back might have been partly for show. After all, he was also a fire system mage, and sweating profusely wasn't difficult for him. But now he was genuinely drenched in sweat, recalling all the times he had secretly disobeyed the vice principal.
The fact that he hadn't been killed yet was truly a sign of the other's magnanimity.
Indeed, no matter how powerful the demons are, even if they are restrained by the demon's attributes, and even if the more outstanding predecessors all fail, being able to muster the courage to step onto the stage is the most precious thing, Xiaolijun said with satisfaction.
Hadn't he once been a weak mage himself?
It was precisely because he bravely stood up in the face of demons that his teacher later sold everything to gather resources, ultimately sending him to the Holy Land of Magic, allowing him to attain his current
status and power. On the stage, Jang Chen and the demon faced each other from a distance.
The referee glanced at the leadership seats, saw that they had no objections to the lightning system student taking the stage, and waved his hand to signal.
Challenge, begin.
Buzz. In an instant, a layer of faint golden, semi-transparent barrier of light lit up around the stage, and the challenge began. Meanwhile, above the arena, a massive transparent projection appeared, clearly reflecting every
subtle movement of a person and a demon. A dim azure light glowed from Jang Chen, while his right hand flickered with intense lightning, crackling with sound.
Jang Chen had become quite proficient in controlling the elements of magic, with only a small amount of elements escaping his grasp, forming a faint azure glow around him. After becoming a mage, the advancement in his cultivation not only brought an increase in magical power but also improved his physical condition to varying degrees. Although this enhancement in physical strength seemed trivial compared to the formidable bodies of demons at the same level, the improvement in perception was not inferior to that of demons.
The most straightforward aspects were vision,
hearing, elemental perception, and even the sixth sense, all of which became increasingly precise with the rise in cultivation. Reflexes, thought speed, mental capacity, and elemental control abilities also saw significant enhancement. These were
among the fundamental conditions for humans to combat demons.
Otherwise, even ordinary demons possess speed and strength that surpassed that of regular humans, and the speed of higher-tier demons, such as fierce and king-level demons, was beyond what ordinary humans could perceive with the naked eye. As mages, humans generally chose not to engage in close combat with demons, primarily because their fragile bodies could not match the strength of demons at the same level, making it difficult to withstand the violent close-range assaults of demons. As for developing magic to enhance the physical body, this method had indeed been attempted by predecessors. However, no matter how much it was improved, such magic often required tenfold or even dozens of times the cost to temporarily strengthen the human body, allowing it to gain enough physical power to contend with demons of the same level for a short time.
With that time, dozens of spells could have been cast, and the demon would have been obliterated long ago. Thus, humans, as mages, were generally ranged professions. This was also a nearly stereotypical impression of humans in this world. At this moment, Jang Chen was staring at the wooden demon wolf before him. It was not particularly strong, had low defense, and its speed could not be described as exceptional. Some of its advantages could not be displayed in the arena, as it had been deliberately weakened to serve as a trial demon. Therefore, Jang Chen now had an interesting method to deal with it. The battle had begun. Jang Chen's right hand hung naturally, still flickering with intense lightning. He did not rush to cast a spell but instead walked slowly towards the demon. The wooden demon wolf let out a low growl. Its sturdy limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, charging forward. The demon adopted the same strategy as before, charging straight at the human before it. Its size was even larger than before, and the twisted vines on its body were stronger. Reflecting on the present, its speed was even more ferocious, more unstoppable. The air was torn apart by its violent body, producing a sharp whistle. It charged like a war chariot. This terror was something the audience below could never truly comprehend. Only by facing the demon directly could one truly grasp its horrifying nature. Lightning magic, aside from its paralyzing control characteristics, also had the advantage of rapid firing speed. However, strangely, even as the distance between them quickly closed, reaching the effective killing range of lightning magic, Jang Chen still did not make a move. His actions left everyone puzzled and even in an uproar. What's he doing? Has this guy been scared silly? Isn't he holding lightning? Why isn't he releasing it? Or is that not lightning? That is lightning. I've seen him release it dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Why not take advantage of the distance to cast a few more spells and kite the demon? Why is he still thinking of walking towards the demon? Dude, you're lightning. You're not fire. Even the referee at the edge of the arena couldn't help but become alert, ready to intervene at any moment to save this bold and reckless student. Today's students are really too daring, the referee thought, wiping a cold sweat from his brow. However, facing the ferocious attack of the Vinewood wolf demon, Jang Chen's expression remained calm, simply focusing intently on the creature. He continued to walk step by step towards the demon. The distance between them had reached a dangerous limit, 20 meters. This distance was no different from being face to face. Yet Jang Chen showed no signs of making a move. His demeanor, calm to the point of being cold, left all the spectators feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jang Chen looked at the demon before him, which could be considered weak yet was still significantly larger than the wild wolves of his past life. He felt the foul wind and murderous aura rushing towards him, but inside, Jang Chen felt an inexplicable calm. He couldn't help but recall a moment of magical enlightenment before the sports meet. Some people learn 10,000 spells, while others practice one spell 10,000 times. Relying on nearly 300 days of diligent training since his arrival in this world, and utilizing his innate double magical energy talent, Jang Chen had practiced the first level lightning spell Lightning Flash nearly 10,000 times. By the night before the sports meet, he could increasingly feel that the gears of the Lightning Flash spell had meshed with his own soul. It was a marvelous sensation. This magical feeling meant that his control over Lightning Flash had surpassed mere proficiency, allowing him to even do something like this. The distance had now closed to 10 meters. They were now within arm's reach. Jang Chen's calm eyes clearly reflected the Vinewood wolf's frenzied, brutal, and bloodthirsty demeanor, eager to tear everything apart. The Vinewood wolf did not choose to split itself, nor did it extend its claws or wolf head to launch harassment attacks, nor did it explode outward to tightly bind its prey to suffocation. Instead, it chose the most primal, savage, and destructive method. Its muscular limbs tensed, and with a sudden leap, its massive body soared into the air, opening its gaping maw wide, aiming for Jang Chen's vulnerable neck, soft abdomen, and thigh artery. This was the deadliest attack during a beast's hunt. Kill him. Eat him. Tear him apart. Ha 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 ha. The Vinewood wolf displayed a uniquely cruel expression. They were now at an absolutely face-to-face distance. It's over. That kid is doomed. Referee. Save him. In the audience, gasps and screams erupted one after another, everyone wide-eyed, their hearts in their throats, as if they could already foresee the bloody scene of Jang Chen being torn apart by the wolf demon in the next moment. Some timid girls even dared not look any longer, covering their eyes with their hands. In this situation, Jang Chen merely smiled faintly. At the moment the wolf demon lunged at his face, his right hand, which hung naturally at his side, suddenly surged with lightning. Sizzle! Like the cries of 1,000 flying birds. A brilliantly condensed, blue light, wrapped in violent thunder, rapidly extended from the palm of Jang Chen's hand. The light did not shoot out like an ordinary lightning flash, but transformed into a lightning blade longer than a dagger yet shorter than a long sword. The blade was entirely blue, extremely unstable, with arcs of electricity swirling around it, flickering in brightness and darkness, resembling a light bulb with extremely unstable voltage. Lightning flash erosion blade. Jang Chen's voice was calm, resonating amidst the thunder. In an instant, the blue arc of light flashed and vanished. Boom! The thunder roared. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as the demon passed by Jang Chen. The demon looked back at Jang Chen's figure in midair, a hint of confusion on its face. Strange, when did this human get behind me? Thud. A small, muffled sound echoed in the silent playground, sounding so jarring. Everyone watched as the head of the vinewood gray wolf rolled on the ground, its pitch-black pupils wide open, the eerie green glow gradually dimming. Its two front limbs had been severed, lying on the ground not far away. The wounds looked as if they had been burned red, charred, and emanated a scalding heat along with white smoke, with faint arcs of lightning flickering at the edges of the wounds. Jang Chen stood still, the lightning sword in his right hand still crackling with arcs, thunder rumbling continuously. The entire venue was silent. Holding the lightning sword, Jang Chen stood there like a swordsman. What kind of sword was this? Objectively speaking, it was just a high school freshman slaying a common-level monster. However, the elegant way he executed the kill touched the romantic sentiments of the Xia country's culture in the hearts of everyone present. In ancient times, magic in the Xia country was not well developed or widespread. Many ancient people could only rely on a sword to navigate the chaotic world of monsters, leaving behind countless poignant stories. At this moment, many in the audience couldn't help but imagine the legendary Tai-Bai sword immortal, who, before creating the famous water magic 9 heavens and 3,000 feet, was perhaps just like the person on stage, relying solely on a sword to slay a monster every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. This was a unique romantic magic belonging to the people of the Xia country. Seconds, instant kill? Turtle, so cool. Young man? One sword beheading? A monster? How could I dream such a thing? Am I dreaming? Yes, I shouldn't have stayed up late watching so many martial arts movies yesterday. When the scenes from films reflected reality, the audience below was left in a daze. After modern magic developed, who would still wield a sword to slay monsters in such a flashy manner, except in movies? But it was undeniable that when someone actually did it, it was quite cool. Finally, someone reacted and started to applaud. Once one person took the lead. Almost instantly, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles. Awesome! What kind of magic is this? Is it necessary? Is it necessary? To be this cool. To be this cool. To be this cool. Woo-woo, I'll give you $5. If you put the monster's head back on and let me have a go at beheading it. Why is my heart racing so fast? The most universally appealing move. Indeed, even the monsters can't withstand it. Is this still lightning magic? Where did this come from? No, why do I feel like the power of his magic is even greater than that of an ordinary first-level magic? There are only a few lightning magic spells in the school curriculum, and I've never seen one like this. This is a first-level lightning magic, but Jang Chen has elevated his mastery of this magic to the blue radiance level, explained the homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, to the astonished students beside him. Blue radiance level? Wang Jiejia, Tang Yin's close friend, with short hair, showed a puzzled expression. That's right, this concept is usually introduced in the second year of high school. Historically, there was once a person who could only perform one magic. Instead of feeling disheartened, he devoted himself to practicing this one magic. After years of enduring hardships, one day, he used this first-level magic to split the sea in two and pin the natural disaster monsters deep in the ocean. It was at this moment that people realized that every magic, even the most basic first-level magic, might have an endless realm of mastery. In modern times, people categorize their mastery of magic into 4 levels: white dust, blue radiance, purple glory, and red abyss. The way you currently release magic in a rigid and methodical manner is at the most basic white dust level. Yang Jian shared some advanced knowledge. Wow, that's amazing. Wang Jiejia looked at Jang Chen on stage, dazedly saying, if Jang Chen works harder and masters magic to the Han Yuan level, can he also slay natural disasters? Yang Jian chuckled wryly, how is that possible? To reach the Han Yuan level with first-turn magic, you'd need to practice for over a decade. After 10 years of hard training, you think you can just kill disaster monsters? But teacher, you said first-turn magic can kill natural disasters. Wang Jiejia protested. That's just a story. In reality, do you think high-turn magic just appears out of nowhere? It comes from someone practicing low-turn magic until they reach an unfathomable level, then organizing it into new high-turn magic, Yang Jian patiently explained. Okay, fine. Wang Jiejia suddenly felt intimidated, as she remembered that the person in front of her was the devilish homeroom teacher, Yang Jian. Every magic, through constant practice, or by those with a natural talent for comprehension, can be applied in various imaginative ways based on their deepening mastery of magic. and even the power can exceed a fixed value. So Jang Chen has mastered the thunder light to the Lanhui level, allowing him to condense such a thunder sword for attack? Its power even surpasses ordinary thunder light by a lot, Wang Jieja expressed her understanding. Exactly. Yang Jian smiled, secretly admiring that a first-year student could master the Lanhui level of thunder light. Besides talent, effort and sweat were indispensable. Then how long will it take us to practice? First turn magic to the Lanhui level? Wang Jieja asked, filled with longing. Well, everyone has different talents, so it can't be generalized. But I think, at least 1 or 2 tens of thousands of times of practice, right? Yang Jian stroked
his chin, recalling his own magic practice.
Tang Yin, listening from the side, said foolishly, well, there's no need to practice that much, right? So, Jiang Chen.
Wang Jieja didn't continue, feeling that such a man was really a bit
on the leadership seat nearby. Ha ha ha.
Good kid, mastering the Lanhui level of Thunderlight in first year, no wonder he dares to go on stage. Xiao Lijun laughed heartily. Finally, a student who looks pleasing to the eye, the vice principal also smiled. He is Jiang Chen from class 3 of the first year. I remember the homeroom teacher of class 3 is Yang Jian, the director of education side in relief, trying to think of how to please the vice principal later to save his own skin in future. On Jiang Shu's side, a girl hugged Jiang Shu's arm again and again, and people around gathered closer.
Ah, brother is so handsome. I'm not studying civil engineering anymore, I want to learn thunder magic too. Ah, Jiang Shu, your brother is so handsome. Can you give me his contact info? I want to add him too. I have some study questions I want to ask brother Jiang. You, a water mage, shouldn't be joining in. No, I just think his moves are average, right? I think there are areas
for improvement. Little Shu, give me his contact info, and I'll talk to him directly. Jiang Shu was surrounded by the girls in his class, feeling overwhelmed.
In fact, as a third-turn mage, Jang Chen had many ways to deal with this ordinary-level monster.
He just chose the method with the most projectiles. After all, among the second and third-year students, not many had reached the third turn. That said, university was the normal time for most of the new generation of ordinary young people to reach the third turn. At this moment, Jang Chen didn't need to learn any swordsmanship or rely on lightning for control. With the hand-eye coordination ability brought by the third turn and the weightless lightning blade in his hand, even an ordinary person could manage 5 strikes per second. So, Jang Chen just needed to swing his weapon randomly. At this point, Jang Chen, relying on his outstanding control of magic and insight into the weaknesses of demons, abandoned the habitual reliance on long-range attacks typical of mages. His combat style was like a targeted remedy, allowing him to pass through this battle unscathed, even without revealing his third-tier strength.
As the demons fell in such a manner, the audience watched Jang Chen
moving with the grace of a swordsman, leisurely claiming the heads of the demons, and a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Having dealt with the demons, Jang Chen basked in the cheers and applause of the crowd, preparing to leave the stage. The referee hurriedly approached him, asking if he had anything to say.
Oh, thanks to the school, the teachers, and my classmates for giving me this opportunity, thank you.
Jang Chen said before quickly stepping down. He had
other matters to attend to.
Jang Chen walked briskly towards his class, and his homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, came forward to congratulate him.
Jiang Chen
simply smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher, but I have some things to do. I'll talk to you later." After saying that, he headed straight to his seat, while everyone in the class, even those from nearby classes, kept their eyes glued to Jiang Chen, cheering for his victory. The students' faces were flushed with excitement, as if they were celebrating a festival. As Jiang Chen returned to his seat, he noticed Qian Tianyue wearing a "I told you so" expression.
Jiang
Chen revealed a slightly smug smile. He pointed at his thermos, still steaming, and arrogantly said, "Qian Tianyue, speak up."
Qian Tianyue glanced at the thermos filled with milk, which Yun Ningjing had personally prepared for Jiang Chen while it was still hot. No wonder Qian Tianyue and Jiang Chen got along
so well. He completely understood Jiang Chen's meaning. With a look of being forced into a corner, Qian Tianyue struggled for a moment before finally saying,
"The milk, it's still warm." Almost instantly, the classmates in the room grasped the reference, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Awesome. You got him again, Jiang Chen, you really are something. Wow, a modern martial sage, ha. Brother Guan, are you also trying to get in on this? So you're the one who slays demons with warm milk, ha, ha. What does that mean?
The chorus of awesome and martial sage made Jiang Chen feel exhilarated from
start to finish. But it wasn't over yet.
Jiang Chen's smile grew increasingly arrogant as he turned to Yun Ningjing and said, "Yun Ningjing, speak up."
The crowd's cheers suddenly stopped.
Yun Ningjing was special, even if she did nothing and showed no expression, just seeing her delicate face, as pristine as White porcelain made everyone unconsciously focus on this aloof and indifferent beautiful girl, treating her as carefully as if she were fine china. Only Jang Chen could be so disrespectful and rude towards her. However, everyone was eager to hear what this cool and introverted beauty would say. Yun Ningjing didn't expect the spotlight to shift to her, and she was momentarily stunned, then became nervous, though she still appeared expressionless. Jang Chen waited for 2 or 3 seconds, feeling that this situation was too stimulating for Yun Ningjing, and was about to let her off the hook when she finally spoke. Although her voice was soft, everyone could hear her. Jang Chen, not bad. After she finished, she quickly lowered her head. In an instant, the cheers in the classroom were louder than when Jang Chen had effortlessly beheaded the demons, even louder than when Qian Tianyue had said, "The milk is still warm." Jang Chen, not bad. Jang Chen, not bad. This phrase echoed throughout the classroom, with Qian Tianyue and Gao Wen shouting the loudest. Jiang Chen was also amused. He didn't expect Yun Ningjing to come up with such a statement, which could be considered shooting oneself in the foot. However, soon after, amidst the laughter, Jang Chen burst into hearty laughter and drank the perfectly warm milk in one go. It felt as if the potion in his heart had been digested in an instant. After that, the 2 Vinewood demon wolves faced by the second and third years were indeed stronger than those faced by the first years. The strength of the Vinewood Grey Wolf in the second year was actually comparable to that of the evolved one from the first year, but the teachers certainly wouldn't say that outright during their introduction. However, there were also students who mastered Blue Glow level magic or used special second turn magic, so they managed to handle it smoothly. After all, the Vinewood Grey Wolf was not strong as an individual. If they were allowed to take root in the ground or hide in the forest, countless individual vines could connect with each other, and the parasitic demons on them would swarm out, making it a true hellish challenge for humans to fight them in the wild. Did the students really think that fire magic could restrain the Vinewood Grey Wolf? The teachers wanted to tell the naive students, did you really think that the flame pigs of Grey Wolf Mountain were all killed by hunters? Of course, if it were just the individual Vinewood Grey Wolves in the arena, even in this challenge, if it weren't limited to just one person or the use of magic gear was prohibited, the students could easily defeat them. However, this way, it wouldn't filter out those with combat talent. Around 4 in the afternoon, the challenge ended. A senior from the third year, who was a fire mage, won, while a senior from the second year, who was a wind mage, also emerged victorious. Thus, the 2-day sports event concluded successfully. A simple award ceremony was held to present medals to the students who achieved rankings in the sports competition. Finally, the 3 students who won the challenges were personally awarded the meditation magic gear by Principal Shaolijun. On the podium, the principal personally placed the $1 million meditation magic gear necklace around Jang Chen and the other 2. This meditation magic gear can accelerate your training progress. But true strength comes not from external objects, but from your diligence and hard work. I hope you will continue to strive for improvement, break through your limits, and reach new heights, Principal Shaolijun said with a kind smile. Thank you for your encouragement, Principal. I will keep working hard. The 3 responded, bowing to the principal. Principal, I have a question I'd like to ask, Jang Chen said shyly, taking advantage of the moment when the microphone light was off. Go ahead, Principal Shaolijun replied with an encouraging expression. Is this necklace to be returned to the school at the end of the term, or after the summer vacation? Jang Chen asked, revealing an expectant expression. He was putting on an act, as he was quite skilled at this from his past life as a mere servant. Principal Shaolijun chuckled, thinking this student had some academic question to consult him about as a high-level mage. But he still said, either is fine. If you are willing to train diligently, then return it after the summer vacation. Yay! Not only Jang Chen, but the other 2 seniors also showed joy. This meant double the training speed, and with an extra 2 months of summer vacation usage, that was like having 2 more months of training compared to others. The seniors felt embarrassed to ask the principal, who was a high-ranking leader, but Jang Chen didn't care about that. After the award ceremony, everyone dispersed, each returning home to their respective families, and the arena was shrunk by the teachers, turning into a small prop resembling a music box. Back in the classroom, Jang Chen examined the $1 million meditation magic gear closely. It had a simple diamond shape, with a gem embedded in the center, and overall, it didn't look as extravagant as Yun Ningjing's. Jang Chen conducted a simple test, and the effect was not as impressive as Yun Ningjing's. However, Jang Chen was quite satisfied. Being able to accelerate his cultivation was more than enough. His friends also gathered around to observe, passing around the meditation magic gear. So beautiful. I want one too. Tang Yin's eyes sparkled. She preferred the beautiful appearance over the effects of cultivation. Ah, if I had known, I would have tried it too.
The principle is so unfair, why not grab a dark-type monster? Gao Wen's eyes also showed envy. Even if you put a dark-type monster up there, you still couldn't show off better than Jang Chen, Shen Tianyue said, looking as if he saw through it all. It's really beautiful. When it reached Yun Ningjing, the rich girl also offered an objective comment. However, recalling the scene where Jang Chen used her own meditation magic gear, her face turned a bit flushed. In this harmonious and joyful scene, there were always some discordant voices. Jang Chen, your meditation magic gear is so beautiful, can I borrow it for a bit? A not-so-familiar classmate said. No way, Jang Chen smiled. Oh come on, don't be so stingy. You can't cultivate 24 hours a day anyway, we can take turns using it. Jang Chen's lips formed the words, I see. Ready to curse his ancestors 18 generations. But someone was quicker than Jang Chen. Did you not hear him say he won't lend it? If you want it so badly, why not? Challenge the monster yourself? Gao Wen shot back directly. His elementary school personality could be quite troublesome, but he was serious when it came to helping friends. But Jang Chen went up first, right? And he won so easily, he hasn't even spoken yet. What does it have to do with you? Ah, right. Jang Chen can fight monsters, which means you can freeload off the magic gear. Nice concept switch there. No way. Is there really someone who thinks they can do it too? Gao Wen's verbal combat power suddenly skyrocketed. The person became anxious. Thus, Jang Chen had to step in to mediate. Alright, each of you say one less. Gao Wen, I'm not his dad, of course, I won't lend it, so you don't need to be so worked up. Jang Chen turned his gaze to that classmate, right? If you won't lend it, then you won't. Look at how stingy you are. I just came to ask, what's the big deal? It's not like I really want to borrow it. Laughing to death actually, I didn't really want to borrow your broken necklace, I just wanted to see if you're generous enough. You're really funny. I actually have one at home too. Cut it out, to be honest, you're really showing off. Especially funny. So, really not lending it? The person asked. With the other side saying that, what could Jang Chen do? Jang Chen smiled and said, you can leave, otherwise, I'll beat you up in gym class next Monday. Just wait, don't leave after school, let's see if I don't make you bloom. Gao Wen said directly, threatening him not to leave after school. Jang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Aside from being a bit childish, Gao Wen was actually a good person, he really stood up for his friends. Finally, under the persuasion of Jang Chen and Gao Wen, the person, with a flushed face, ran out of the classroom. Alright, Gao Wen, don't bother with people like that. Thank you. Jang Chen said gratefully. We're friends, no need to mention it, Gao Wen said with a grin. How about you lend me the meditation magic gear for a couple of days? Instead? Get lost. Witnessing this farce, Jian Tianyue and Tang Yin were also speechless, complaining about how there could be such thick-skinned people who come up to borrow something worth millions, and they weren't even familiar with him. This was just a small episode, no one paid much attention. Although it was only 5 p.m. and not yet dismissal time, there were no classes today, so the students could leave a bit earlier. Bro, shall we go? Jang Shu ran to Jang Chen's class to call him to go home together. On Fridays, the two siblings usually didn't eat in the school cafeteria, instead, they would go grocery shopping together and then cook at home. Generally, the sister was responsible for cooking, while the brother took care of the dishes, and they shared the household chores, living quite well. Jang Chen retrieved the necklace, greeted his friends, and left with his sister. Today was still Friday, and school ended early. Many classmates around them were gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to go out for meals, surf the internet, sing, and engage in various entertainment activities. Yun Jing quietly packed the textbooks she would need for the weekend, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and prepared to head home. Jing, do you want to go shopping together later? Tang Yin's smile was always so heartwarming. No, it's fine, I have some things to do at home, Yun Jing replied softly. In truth, there was nothing at home, she just felt that she had invested too much energy in socializing today, feeling drained, even overdrawn, and just wanted to return to her comfortable home to rest. I see, then how about going hiking this weekend? A lot of classmates are going, I just forgot to ask Jang Chen if he's going. Tang Yin continued to extend the invitation, wanting to bond with her beautiful friend. When is it this weekend? Yun Jing hesitated for a moment. Saturday morning, we'll hike on Saturday and have a day off on Sunday. Which mountain are we climbing? They said they wanted to climb Luohishan to watch the sunrise. Tang Yin tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, who else is going? Jie, Zijin, Xingshan, Jiang Qi, anyway, quite a few people. Tang Yin counted on her fingers, so, what do you think are you going? Tang Yin looked at Yun Jing with eager eyes, and Yun Jing fell silent for a while, as if deep in thought. Well, I think I won't go. I have something tomorrow. Yun Jing stammered, unable to come up with a reason. Perhaps this is what social anxiety feels like after clarifying the time, place, and people one still refuses. Although Yun Jing struggled with social anxiety and wasn't good at socializing, she was skilled at avoiding social situations to protect herself, or rather, this kind of personality was a form of self-protection. Avoidance may be shameful, but it is useful. Alright, no need to force it. The sports meet just ended these past few days, you want to rest at home, right? Tang Ying kindly thought of a reason for Yun Jing. Yun Jing was quick to agree, nodding twice. After that, Yun Jing and Tang Ying waved goodbye to each other. As Yun Jing passed by the century-old banyan tree on campus and was about to walk out of the school gate, an inexplicable feeling made her stop. She looked up at the massive tree. The sun's afterglow filtered through the overlapping branches, breaking into golden flakes that gently touched her pale face. A breeze swept by, and the girl's hair fluttered lightly, like the branches of the banyan tree. She instinctively raised her hand to tuck a loose strand behind her ear, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate brows and eyes. At that moment, the girl gave off the impression of a youthful heroine in a teenage idol drama. A boy riding a bicycle nearby, captivated by this beautiful scene, lost his focus for a moment and then crashed headfirst into a lamppost. Yun Jing was startled by the sudden noise and turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a flustered figure pushing a bicycle hurriedly leaving. Startled, the girl quickly walked to the school gate and got into the luxurious extended car that was there to take her home. The car slowly drove through the city, the evening streets shimmering with vibrant colors. The elderly driver in front had hair that was a mix of black and white, dressed in a neat suit. The old man smiled kindly and said, "Miss, you seem to be in a good mood today. I haven't seen you smile like this in a long time." If Jang Chen were here, he would definitely complain. Yun Ningjing's face had no expression at all. This old man must have watched too many domineering CEO romance novels. I had a lot of fun at today's sports meet, Yun Ningjing expressed her feelings. She gazed out at the street scene, her slender fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of long hair in front of her chest, the strands intertwining into a soft whirlpool between her knuckles. The girl recalled her active participation in the fun sports meet today, where she received quite a few small gifts. She also immersed herself in the collective atmosphere during the afternoon's challenge activities, successfully joking with her friends. These little things made her, an introverted girl eager to socialize, feel happy. It just feels a bit strange, Yun Ningjing thought to herself. Until the small car passed by a cute kindergarten decorated in red, blue, and green. Since it was just past 5 o'clock, it was the time for the kindergarten to let out. Therefore, many little children could be seen wearing the kindergarten's uniform hats, obediently lining up in neat rows under the teacher's guidance, waiting for their parents to pick them up. Suddenly, Yun Ningjing's heart stirred, the familiar yet strange feeling from the morning became clear in an instant. She remembered what that strange feeling was when she participated in the fun sports meet with Jang Chen in the morning. At that time, she was nervous, focused only on the activities at hand, and didn't think much. Now, looking back, that tone, that gaze, it was clearly coaxing a child. Realizing this, Yun Ningjing felt the temperature of her cheeks rise, as if they had been scorched by the evening glow. The night outside deepened, and the scenery blurred, her shadow flickered on the glass. The girl covered her face with her hands, a faint blush on her ears. At the same time, she let out a cute little whimper. The driver, Butler Fong, frowned, realizing that things were not simple. The car passed by a vegetable market. Jang Chen had just come out with his sister, both carrying large and small bags. "Brother, if you had a way all along, why didn't you go earlier? Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, didn't you only plan to go up later?" "I just thought of a way, and besides, I might not even win." But Chun Lang almost killed that monster. If he had a bit more luck, he could have won. The sister pouted, speaking with some worry, feeling a sense of helplessness and urgency as if there was money on the ground. But her brother saw it and didn't rush to pick it up. "Fool, isn't there a three-headed monster?" Jang Chen said lightly. Three-headed? The sister was taken aback, but isn't that for the second and third years? The path is only about competition, I don't care about that. If they are not convinced, after defeating the monster, I will guard the challenge. Jang Chen's cultivation had already reached the third transformation, progressing faster than most second and third-year students. "Aren't you close to the third transformation too?" Jang Chen asked. The sister had also consumed the earth vein green vine fruit, so although her cultivation improvement couldn't match Jang Chen's, it was still faster than most. That thing was worth over 100,000, although the cost-effectiveness of eating it raw was relatively low, it could significantly reduce the time needed for cultivation. I feel like I can break through to the third transformation before the second year, with 2 years left, maybe before the college entrance examination, I could even reach the fourth transformation. Jiang Shu began to envision the future. The difficulty of reaching the fourth transformation. before the college entrance examination was actually quite high, especially the breakthrough of the major realm barrier. The cousin Wang Ziyuan, who was previously out of reach, mentioned that the spirit vein extraction potion needed for the breakthrough to the fourth transformation cost around 1 million. Either spend money to buy special resources for the breakthrough or spend a lot of time slowly breaking through the bottleneck. Even someone as talented as Jang Shu, who is diligent and has consumed rare treasures, may not necessarily reach the fourth transformation before the college entrance examination. However, if one achieves the fourth transformation before the exam, they can basically choose any university in the country, including the 2 top universities. It's definitely possible. After we go back, let's share this meditation magic item. I'll try to finish my daily training during the day, and you can use it at night. A person's meditation time in a day is limited because their mental strength is finite. Once it's used up, they need to rest to recover. Jang Chen has double the talent, so he can train for twice as long as an average person, but even his training time is limited. He allocated his training to the daytime because he considered the cultural customs of this world. His sister might feel embarrassed to train in front of her classmates during the day. He himself didn't mind. Yay, I love my brother the most. Jiang Shu suddenly hugged Jang Chen. Jang Chen was once again hooked. Is that it? No reward? What kind of reward do you want? Jiang Shu's mouth also curled up slightly. Xiaodang, give me some gold coins to spend. Question mark. Aren't you the one managing the money at home? I only have so little pocket money. Jiang Shu immediately became unwilling. Her pocket money was all given by Jang Chen. How could he ask her for money? Increase income and reduce expenditure. Lower costs and increase efficiency, Jang Chen said coldly. He had ultimately become the capitalist he hated the most. Even though Jiang Shu knew her brother was just joking, she was still infuriated by his suddenly emotionless demeanor and bit him. Ow. The siblings returned home, had dinner, and after her sister went to take a shower, Jang Chen washed the dishes and sat down on the sofa to rest. At that moment, he was staring intently at a cup filled with milk in front of him. His face was set in a grimace, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against this cup of milk. The pure white liquid surface suddenly rippled, and then a water sphere made of milk slowly floated up, drifting towards Jang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen's expression tightened, fully focused on this milky sphere, as if he was carefully exerting all his strength, his face slightly reddening. Finally, the milk entered Jiang Chen's mouth and was swallowed in one gulp. His expression finally relaxed. Phew, I didn't expect that with a strong enough mental power, I could directly influence the real world without manipulating elements or magical energy. Jiang Chen exhaled as if he had just finished a strenuous exercise, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Earlier, on the arena, the leader's seat and the arena were at the same height, and the distance between them was very close. When Jiang Chen stepped onto the arena, he saw the director being pinned to his chair by the vice principal's mental power, and he discovered this small phenomenon. Along with the growth of his cultivation, he could actually influence reality through imagined actions in his mind. After consulting with his homeroom teacher, Yang Jian, he learned that this power comes from the human soul, operating with human mental will, hence it is also called mental power. When using magic normally, the brilliance emitted from the mental power stirring the elements and magical energy can be captured by the naked eye. However, mental power itself is an invisible force that cannot be observed with the naked eye, it can only be glimpsed in elemental vision. Mental power can be said to be a force that completely belongs to humanity itself. Unlike magical energy cores brought by external seeds of hope, or magic, which requires elements from the atmosphere and one's own magical energy to be released. However, although this power belongs to humanity's self-exploration, it is somewhat weak. Humans have struggled to carve out a place in this cruel world through the continuous development and application of magic and elements, but compared to some terrifying demons, their magical power still seems weak. Now, with Jiang Chen's third-tier mental strength, even when exerting all his effort, he can only manage to drink a glass of milk, and his power is even less than that of a first-tier spell. Therefore, relying solely on mental strength to dominate the world can be said to be unrealistic. Jiang Chen frowned, realizing that things were not simple. The vice principal is quite something. He can hold down that ice and fire duality director with just mental strength, making him unable to move at all? After a moment of jest, Jiang Chen continued to ponder. However, it is not to say that mental strength has no use beyond affecting reality, like drinking milk. On the contrary, the higher one's mental strength, the easier it is to master magic and manipulate elements. More importantly, the growth of mental strength is not constrained by the bottleneck of the magical core. In other words, even if the cultivation of the magical core stagnates, mental strength can still grow. The strengthening of mental strength generally occurs through the increase of cultivation, practice in controlling magic, or through constant daily use. Jiang Chen had also asked Yang Jian if there were more efficient methods for mental training, but the answer was that he had never heard of any. Everyone strengthens themselves through continuous use. Alternatively, certain resources can significantly enhance mental strength. The sound of a door opening from the bathroom interrupted Jang Chen's ongoing action of drinking milk from afar. Jang Shu stepped out, enveloped in a steamy warmth. The long hem of her t-shirt covered nearly half of her snow-white thighs. The loose white t-shirt was pulled up slightly as she wiped her hair, the swaying fabric barely covering the edge of her black shorts, while droplets of water sliding through her hair soaked into the fabric, creating a translucent cloud pattern. "Brother, help me dry my hair." "Do it yourself." "No. I want you to help me," Jang Shu said in a high-pitched voice, pushing the hairdryer and comb towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth but still took the hairdryer. The warm wind blew over Jang Shu, making her comfortably squint her eyes, and then she picked up her phone to play, enjoying her brother's service. "Brother, you're really popular now." "Oh? How so?" Jang Chen asked while combing his sister's smooth hair and using the hairdryer. The girl's hair had grown longer compared to her previous short and sharp style. "A lot of girls in our class are asking me for your WeChat." "Why?" Jang Chen feigned ignorance. "Because you're a big pig head." Jang Chen didn't hear his sister's praise but was instead called a pig head. He reached out and pinched her tender face. "Don't bully me," Jang Shu said, her words unclear as she pushed away her brother's mischievous hand. "Should I give them your WeChat? Then?" "Sigh, it seems that no matter how low-key I try to be, it's useless. A man as dashing as me stands out like a firefly in the dark, so bright and exceptional." Ugh. Can you stop being so narcissistic?" Jang Shu turned around, looking at the shameless man in front of her with a face full of disbelief. Jang Chen couldn't hold back and laughed. "Alright, you help me find a reason to refuse. I don't have that much time to play house with them." Are you really willing to refuse? My classmates are either sweet and cute girls, or intellectual goddess types, or mature and graceful older sisters." Jang Shu raised her eyebrows, putting on a knowing expression. "Then you can give them to me." "Too late." Jang Shu stuck out her tongue and turned back. "No worries, I'm like a firefly in the dark." "You're still saying." Jang Shu turned back again, pouncing on Jang Chen, and pinched his narcissistic little mouth, effectively silencing him. The two siblings playfully tussled for a while before starting to blow on their hair. "Brother, is it because you have someone you like that you don't add them?" "No, then why not? Women only slow down my casting speed." "But you can't avoid dating forever." Jang Chen sighed inwardly. His sister, being a young girl, was still interested in the topic of romance. "At least I won't date in high school, I'll see how it goes in college." "So what kind do you like?" Jang Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up as he provided an answer. "Ideally, someone who can save me 10 years of hard work. Someone who can see through my facade of strength and say to me, 'Stop practicing, I'll buy you some energy potions.'" Jang Chen was too eager for progress. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, seemingly lost in fantasy. Ideally, she should have long, wavy hair, an angelic face, a devilish figure, a backside broader than her shoulders, and fair skin. As for personality, it would be best if she had the warmth of a neighborly sister, with a touch of the Ice Queen vibe. That wouldn't be bad either, and Jang Shu listened, feeling a wave of embarrassment. No wonder her brother could hang out with someone like Qin Tianyue. "Xiao Shu, what kind of look is that?" Jang Chen snapped out of his fantasy. "I don't really want to talk to you right now." "Didn't you ask me?" "I didn't ask you to make a wish." I feel like my requests aren't too high. Right?" As Jang Chen spoke, under his sister's disdainful gaze, he grew quieter, even turning statements into questions. "Ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me tell you the password for the meditation magic gear." Indeed, it was only normal for something worth $1 million to have some anti-theft measures. Once this necklace was worn, a specific sequence of elemental arrangements was needed to activate it, and it required a specific password to remove, wear, or use normally. "Come closer." Jiang Chen beckoned his sister with a finger and revealed the password and elemental code he had reset. The password is Jiang Shu, Big Fool, and the elemental sequence is. Before Jiang Chen could finish, his sister was already filled with rage and bit him again. "You're the big fool." At that moment, what even the Tengu Grey Wolf couldn't do, Jiang Shu accomplished, and it was twice. Then, another chaotic scene ensued, but that's another story. 2 days passed, and it was now Monday morning. During the break, the classroom was extremely noisy. It was unclear which student first noticed Yang Jian standing at the classroom door. Seeing Yang Jian just standing there without saying a word, the student quieted down. Then, like a domino effect, the entire class fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. Everyone cautiously looked at Yang Jian, who nodded. "Jiang Chen, Tang Yin, Xing Shan, Gao Wen. Come out when I call your name," Yang Jian said at the classroom door. The classmates were silent as they saw the strict homeroom teacher Yang Jian calling names. Those called, except for Jang Chen, quickly recalled all the major and minor mistakes they had made over the past year. Yang Jian's teaching style was strict, so everyone was quite afraid of him. The students called stood up and followed Yang Jian outside. Wow, what did they do? I don't know, but why is Tang Yin being called out too? Let's observe a moment of silence for them. Their sacrifice is not without meaning. Amen. Tang Men. Look to the sky. Brother Jian, are we going to pick magic? Jang Chen asked as he walked beside Yang Jian. Yes, we're going directly to the exhibition hall. While the other classes are still dawdling, I'll take you to pick first. The other students suddenly reacted, all letting out a huge sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Jang Chen looked at their expressions, which resembled that of someone who had just been pardoned from a death sentence, filled with disbelief and joy, and felt somewhat speechless. Jang Chen pondered, isn't Yang Jian just an ordinary person? In response, everyone perked up their ears to listen. Usually, Yang Jian's demeanor as a teacher was quite serious, and the students were not very daring to get close or joke around with him. They didn't even dare to call out Brother Jian in front of him. Only Jang Chen, with his lack of shame, could treat Yang Jian as a close mentor. So, looking at me, what kind of magic would be more suitable? Jang Chen didn't know what magic the school had in its collection, so he asked Yang Jian for some appropriate suggestions. While he didn't expect to pick the best, at least he could choose something decent. Don't rush. Over the weekend, I analyzed the magic available at the school based on your characteristics and prepared recommendations for you, Yang Jian said. Of course, the final choice still depends on your own wishes. If you haven't thought it through, you can come back in a few days to choose. There are also some other things to pay attention to, which I will discuss with you shortly. Great. Thank you, teacher. Jang Chen was genuinely grateful. That's why Jang Chen found it strange that the other students were so fearful of Yang Jian. Was it just because he was a bit strict, threw chalk during class, or scolded harshly for mistakes? In Jang Chen's view, Yang Jian was an excellent and highly responsible teacher. When it came to selecting magic, Yang Jian could easily ignore how the students chose. After all, if it wasn't suitable, it was the student's own problem, learning some other common magic wouldn't be any different, right? The college entrance examination didn't care about how strong or practical your magic was, only about your level of mastery. Yet, Yang Jian was willing to spend his weekend rest time voluntarily working overtime to prepare recommendation plans for each student, genuinely considering their needs. Jang Chen had also worked before, and the thing he hated most about work was overtime, especially voluntary overtime. Although Yang Jian was strict with students, he treated both poor and good students equally. He wouldn't give up on the poor students, nor would he grant privileges to the good ones. He would scold for regressions and praise for progress, putting his heart into teaching. This was evident, so the students in the class respected Yang Jian quite a bit. After hearing that Yang Jian had prepared recommendation plans for them, the other students quickly followed Jang Chen in shouting, "Thank you, teacher." The group arrived in front of a large building, where a plaque with the words Magic Tower was elegantly inscribed. Entering through the main door, they passed a beautifully crafted wall featuring the school's emblem and motto. Inside was an enormous space, about 6 or 7 meters high, lined with bookshelves on both sides, while the center displayed 4 rows of exhibits, each with several counters for showcasing items. Each counter had 2 glowing bands resembling chains floating above it, serving as a means to prevent casual touching. Numerous counters displayed a variety of exhibits, including worn ancient scrolls, exquisite crystal devices, yellowed manuscripts, and uniquely shaped tools. The most eye-catching area was the central section, where 9 magic books were displayed, each radiating different energy fluctuations corresponding to the 9 major magic systems. As the students wandered around the exhibits, dazzled by the sights, Yang Jian clapped his hands, signaling that he had something to say. Let me ask you, do you know what factors to consider when selecting magic? Yang Jian surveyed the students. The more expensive, the better, a boy shouted loudly. That's one of the reasons. The higher the magic level, the better the effect, and thus the corresponding value is also higher. In our country, obtaining such magic requires a greater price. Yang Jian continued to look at the other students, seemingly turning it into a small class, wanting each student to respond. Is the power strong enough? A girl, seeing Yang Jian's gaze on her, answered softly. Magic of the same level has similar power. You mean the stronger the additional effects, the better, right? Yes, yes. The girl quickly nodded, afraid of being scolded. The higher the level, the better. Tang Yin also proactively offered an answer. Although everyone here, except for Yang Jian and Jang Chen, was at the second level, if given the choice, they would definitely choose third-level magic. Well, not necessarily, I will explain the reasons later. Jang Chen, what about you? Yang Jian turned his gaze to Jang Chen. The more glamorous and trendy the special effects, the better it looks, right? Jang Chen's thoughts were similar to those of the other students, so he casually threw out an answer. Everyone was momentarily
speechless, but hearing it from Jang Chen's mouth suddenly seemed very reasonable. This guy isn't even pretending, everyone silently complained.
Pretend my foot, pay attention later. Yang Jian raised his hand and used a telekinetic hand to tap Jang Chen's head from a distance. Ouch.
The other students tried to keep straight faces, not allowing themselves to laugh.
What everyone just said is actually correct. But there are some situations you need to pay attention to. First, a mage's energy is limited.
There are countless spells in the world, you need to choose the magic that suits you best.
For example, Jang
Chen, as a lightning mage, is currently learning the 3 spells Lightning Flash, Thunderstrike, and Thunderbolt, which are all common spells from the standard textbook,
before advancing to an intermediate
mage and having a second magic core. If he only knows these few spells, he will have shortcomings in defense, area attacks, healing, support, and other aspects. If he then chooses some high-power spells,
their effectiveness won't be as significant. Yang Jian looked at Jang Chen, who nodded in agreement.
Therefore, learning new spells is not about quantity but about how well they suit you, how they can fill your gaps, or enhance your strengths.
Everyone showed thoughtful expressions, reflecting on their own shortcomings.
Also, consider the future advancement of magic.
Future advancement? Tang Yin tilted her head, revealing a puzzled expression.
Well, taking Jang Chen's 3 textbook spells as an example, the reason these 3 spells were chosen as common textbook spells is not only because of their excellence but also because they have mature and diverse advancement paths. Yang Jian paused, waiting for a few people to digest this before continuing.
For instance, Lightning Flash at the intermediate level will have the advanced
single target damage spell Deathlight and the area damage spell Dragonlight as alternatives. At the high level, there is even the Spear of Heavenly Punishment, which ranks among the most destructive spells in all high-level magic, as a superior alternative, and even higher-level spells exist. Teacher, there are many high-level spells too, can't I learn others just the same? A boy asked, confused.
Yang Jian smiled and snapped his fingers, saying, exactly, that's the key. High-level advancement spells can inherit the proficiency of low-level spells. Jang Chen blinked and said, so, if I master Lightning Flash at the Blue Radiance level, when I learn the Deathlight spell at the intermediate level, I will directly master it at the Blue Radiance level? High-level spells are more complex, you can't directly master
them at the Blue Radiance level, but you can quickly reach the White Dust level of mastery.
But if your lightning is at the Purple Radiance level, then Deathlight can be quickly mastered at the Blue Radiance level.
Of course, it still depends on the actual situation, but that's roughly how it works.
I think I understand, teacher.
It means that the mastery levels of Bai Chen, Blue Radiance, Purple Radiance, and Red Abyss will inherit the magic mastery level when you learn a higher level advanced magic, but it will be reduced by 1 level.
Tang Yin summarized, starting to grasp the concept. That's right. Advanced magic
generally develops from lower-tier magic, and their magical structures are quite similar. So even though the magic is different and the complexity has increased, the time you spent on low-tier magic won't be wasted. Yang Jian continued, therefore, when you choose magic, it's best to select those with a clear advancement path, as this can maximize the results of your regular practice.
Everyone looked as if they understood. Do you have any more questions? You can ask now.
After a moment of thought, a boy raised his hand.
Teacher, why doesn't the country make all magic public to everyone? That way, everyone can choose the magic they want, and wouldn't that quickly strengthen every mage? Yang Jian smiled and said, let's not mention anything else. If you created a powerful magic and the country asked you to contribute it for everyone to learn, would you be willing? For the future of humanity, of course, I would.
The boy puffed out his chest and replied. Jang Chen thought to himself, when you really have a cow, you might not say that. Everyone has their own selfish motives, you can't expect everyone to be selfless.
I'm glad you have such thoughts, but isn't it a bit unfair to those who have painstakingly created magic? This is not conducive
to the development of magic and would also dampen individual motivation. Yang Jian continued with a smile. We, the strong, create powerful magic, and we should just use it directly.
Why waste time and effort researching?
If everyone thinks this way, that would be a true disaster.
And those capable of creating magic would be more inclined to keep it to themselves. After all, what benefit is there in sharing? From then on, the development of magic would stagnate, and excellent magic might even be lost.
Just like the ancient sex and master-apprentice relationships.
Teaching the apprentice leads to the master's starvation.
Tang Yin clapped her hands and said,
exactly. That's why modern times established a magic patent system.
Aside from the magic selflessly contributed by great sages, like most of the magic in our textbooks, or magic that has passed its patent protection period, other magic requires a certain cost to learn. Those who create magic can also receive corresponding rewards.
The magic at our school isn't private either. The number of spots for learning is limited, and it's quite good that the school can offer rewards to everyone. It's also important to note that high-tier magic isn't something you can just learn by paying, you also need corresponding social contributions, or rather, appropriate channels to learn it. Channels? The other students looked puzzled. University. Jang Chen said. That's right. Going to university, joining the military, participating in the Demon Hunter Association, or making various social contributions, only then do people qualify to access stronger magic. Yang Jian continued, moreover, the magic patent system benefits not only the strong, ordinary people can also benefit from it. The vast majority of society consists of ordinary people and low-tier mages, but that doesn't mean ordinary people have no role at all. Though small and light, screws are very sturdy. And the Summer Kingdom is supported by countless ordinary people transformed into screws. The power of the masses is great. Low-tier mages, and even ordinary people, can create magic, and their results may not necessarily be inferior to those of the strong. There has never been a shortage of ordinary people creating magical cases that surpass the strong in society. Powerful magic fosters the birth of the strong, who take on the responsibility of protecting their homes and country, thus providing ordinary people with the soil to survive in a cruel world. Conversely, ordinary people can nurture even more strong individuals. Our nation and society have developed this way, passed down through generations. Yang Jian unknowingly continued to inspire his students, a habit he had as a teacher. Alright, I've said a bit too much, let's get back to the main topic. Tang Yin, I'll first talk to you about the choice of magic, while the others can browse through these few magic books available at the school. After saying this, Yang Jian led Tang Yin to a display stand, where a magic book radiating a blue glow was placed. The magic recorded in it not only had detailed textual descriptions but also showcased methods similar to videos, vividly documenting the magic that the school could teach, which was also a display of the school's heritage. Jang Chen also walked to a lightning magic display stand, where the 2 chains of light had already disappeared, allowing him to directly flip through the books on it. After a simple browse, Jang Chen found that the lightning magic was quite varied. The lower the rank, the more numerous the spells. Most of the magic was actually not as excellent as the 3 textbooks Jang Chen had mastered, and many were more oriented towards daily life, such as spells for charging phones, spells that could stabilize a certain voltage and current, and spells that used electricity for massages. Isn't this just filler? Jang Chen complained. A small portion of the magic, while slightly better than the spells in the 3 textbooks, lacked advanced progression routes. Jang Chen felt that the cost-effectiveness of such magic was low. Practicing them would be in vain. Learning high-rank magic like 6th or 7th tier without progression might still be acceptable, but now spending time learning low-rank magic without progression routes, especially when they weren't particularly outstanding, was not worth it. It would be better to spend time leveling Lightning Light to the highest level of Crimson Abyss, and once he mastered advanced magic, he would directly grasp the 3rd-tier Purple Radiance level. At that time, he could easily overpower spells of the same rank, or even some of a higher rank. So what kind of magic suits me? Or how should I develop my path in the future? Jang Chen murmured. He was confident that he could reach the intermediate, advanced, or even higher realms in the future. Therefore, when choosing magic, he had to consider the situation when there would be more magic systems in the future. Jang Chen thought that it would be sufficient to focus on a few spells that could leverage the advantages of each magic system, and then have each system complement each other, combining their own talents to create a unique magical combat system. Following this line of thought, the lightning system, being one of violence and control, should primarily choose output, displacement, and control spells. Among these, output magic should be the first choice, followed by displacement as a means of survival, and finally control spells. Choosing output for the lightning system was a given. Displacement was ranked second because, as a fragile caster, even a main output magic system should know 1 or 2 survival spells. Otherwise, even if the second system focused entirely on defense, there could still be situations where they were countered, leading to disaster. As for other weaknesses, they could wait until awakening the second magical core to supplement the deficiencies later. After considering various situations, Jang Chen had a rough idea of his specific magic choices. While he was deep in thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. "How's it going?" Yang Jian asked, seemingly having finished his instruction with Tang Yin. "I have some ideas now. There are a few spells that feel good, but I'd still like some advice from you first, teacher." "You're being humble now, which isn't like you." Yang Jian understood that Jang Chen wasn't buying into his strict teacher persona, so during their interactions, his tone was closer to his usual gentle nature. "Not at all. My admiration for Teacher Yang is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, unceasing, and like the flooding of the Yellow River. Once it starts, it can't be contained." Jang Chen chuckled and clasped his hands. Yang Jian naturally recognized this famous movie reference, but hearing it from his student was still quite enjoyable. with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yang Chen said, "Enough of that, let me share my thoughts with you. You are of the thunder element, which excels in output, control, and the swiftness of lightning. So, I personally recommend that you prioritize choosing thunder control magic with a clear advancement path. After all, you have already mastered output and displacement magic. Then there are area attack types of magic. Your current thunder, light and thunderstrike are both single target outputs, so if you want to unleash the formidable power of the thunder element, area attack magic is also indispensable." Area attack magic? But aren't we advocating for teaming up to deal with single monsters? Jang Chen had encountered monsters twice, and he indeed felt their strength, which was not something an ordinary mage could handle alone. Yang Jian, with a hint of helplessness on his face, said, "In an ideal situation, it would be best for humans to gang up on the monsters. However, there are many types of monsters, and their numbers far exceed those of humans. In reality, humans often team up to confront a group of monsters, or multiple small teams break through the monster encirclement to implement a decapitation strategy." I understand. Jang Chen felt a sense of pressure again from his teacher's words. "So, do you have any other suggestions, teacher? I wouldn't recommend you learn defense or support magic. Other magic systems can perform better in those areas, and the thunder element is somewhat lacking in that regard. Unless you have special ideas, it's best to proceed step by step. Our school has good resources, but with 9 systems divided up, there are only a few excellent thunder spells with advancement paths. I personally recommend you choose the control magic thunder net and the area magic thunder chain. Or if you have other ideas, feel free to share them with me." Yang Jian's thoughts aligned perfectly with Jang Chen's, even in the choice of magic. However, Jang Chen still had one hesitation. "Teacher, what do you think about the magic thunder seal?" "Thunder seal?" Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting to hear that name. "Thunder seal, huh? It's rare to hear that name from students like you." Yang Jian paused, his gaze landing on Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, this magic, as a third-tier spell, can unleash power far beyond that of an ordinary third-tier spell, but an initial stage mage cannot fully utilize its power. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" When Jang Chen was flipping through the magic book, he noticed this eye-catching third-tier spell Thunder Seal. Its effect was quite simple. It shoots out a lightning spell ball, with destructive power equivalent to a standard third-tier spell. However, this was merely a blank spell ball, lacking any paralysis, control, or area attack effects, and even the firing speed lost the swiftness of lightning. It's worth noting that even the first-tier spell Thunder Light carries a bit of paralysis effect, affecting the enemy's movements and making it hard to dodge. The reason it can unleash power surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier spell is that it applies a lightning mark to the enemy hit, lasting for 5 seconds. During this time, any lightning damage caused by the caster to the marked enemy will trigger an additional third-tier lightning strike, with no limit on the number of times. Jang Chen initially thought this magic was unremarkable, even a bit useless, until he saw the phrase, "no limit on the number of times." Jang Chen imagined in his heart, if I cast a thunder seal and then follow it up with 5 or even 10 bolts of lightning, wouldn't that power be comparable to a 4th-tier magic? The thunder seal spell can be said to push output to the extreme, but its drawbacks are also quite obvious. A 3rd-tier mage can only unleash one 3rd-tier spell due to their mana limitations. Therefore, this spell is not meant for low-tier mages. After a 3rd-tier mage casts the Thunder Seal, they would be out of mana and unable to trigger any subsequent effects. Moreover, the speed of the lightning ball is nowhere near as swift as that of lightning magic. If it runs out, then it's truly nothing left, and even if it hits, the effect is just that. After all, there are no additional effects. However, just because this spell isn't suitable for others doesn't mean it isn't suitable for Jang Chen. Others have short mana bars, but Jang Chen is a man with double the mana. So, teacher, this spell can still be very useful in the intermediate realm, right? It feels like exchanging for it early isn't a loss. Jang Chen didn't want to reveal his little secret of having double mana and changed the reason for his explanation. Learning magic and becoming strong ultimately requires taking one step at a time. This spell looks powerful, but in reality, it's just a chicken rib. Yang Jian, with the perspective of someone who has been there, explained the pros and cons to Jang Chen, hoping the boy wouldn't be too eager for quick success. This spell won't have much effect in the initial realm, and when you reach the intermediate realm, you can learn stronger spells, while also needing to cultivate a second magical core. Where will you find the time and energy for all that? Yang Jian actually held high expectations for Jang Chen. He directly assumed that Jang Chen could reach a higher realm and that his magical training wouldn't slacken, thus recommending the spell based on its lightning advantages. If it were someone like Tang Yin, who is less capable, Yang Jian would recommend she learn a more comprehensive water magic. Teacher, I understand, Jang Chen nodded. Well then, I'll help you exchange for the Thunder Net and Thunder Chain. Yang Jian showed a look of a teachable child. No, I want to learn the Thunder Seal. Jang Chen's gaze was resolute, as if he was determined to play a certain game. Yang Jian was taken aback. How could this student not understand human language? Immediately, Yang Jian's face darkened, revealing the expression he usually wore as a strict teacher, and his aura changed, making the air feel palpably heavier. Jiang Chen, Yang Jian said in a deep voice, not loud, but carrying a strong sense of oppression, am I still going to harm you? This Thunder Seal is not useless, it is truly useless. Just learn, learn, learn. Jiang Chen felt as if he was wrapped in seawater. Every movement of his body was somewhat difficult, but he ignored it all, even directly employing his bratty skills to act unreasonable. This is simply nonsense. Yang Jian's tone suddenly rose, carrying a hint of disappointment. Putting aside the effects of this spell, it only has one upper-tier advanced spell. Learning this spell is a complete waste of this precious opportunity. This is a third-tier spell, and even the worst third-tier spell outside would cost tens of thousands. To learn, you should know better than anyone what tens of thousands means? Every word from Yang Jian was filled with power. Accompanied by Yang Jian's deep voice, a ripple of faint silver waves emanated from him, like ripples on the water's surface, cascading towards Jiang Chen. The pressure was intangible. Jiang Chen felt a heaviness in his chest, and breathing became somewhat difficult. He felt as if an invisible small mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, every inch of his skin bearing the weight of the pressure from an intermediate realm mage. Isn't there a sports meet in the second year? I can just choose the Thunder Net then. Facing the pressure from the intermediate realm mage, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Indeed, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between mages. Yang Jian's mere emotional fluctuation can suffocate me. No wonder the other students don't even dare to breathe in front of him. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. But that's not a reason for you to waste this opportunity. Yang Jian reprimanded sharply, his gaze piercing. A person's energy is limited. The college entrance examination assesses not only the quantity of magic you master but also the quality. As a low-level mage, do you plan to learn 3 third-level spells all at once? Have you become complacent just because you killed a small demon? If you only reach the 3rd level in your senior year, how many times can you practice 3rd-level spells in a year? Are you planning to enter the exam with half-baked magic? Can you please use your brain and think carefully? Don't treat cultivation as a game. Yang Jian's questioning was like a series of heavy blows, each sentence following the last, and with every word he uttered, the silver pressure surrounding Jiang Chen intensified, becoming heavier. Jiang Chen felt his blood surge, and his face began to heat up. His back involuntarily bent slightly, as if his bones were groaning softly. The instinct for survival screamed at him to lower his head, to submit. The students nearby, Tang Yin, Gao Wen, Wang Zhejia, and others, watched in horror, as if the pressure was not on Jiang Chen, but on them. Seeing Jiang Chen's pale face and the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Yang Jian felt a ripple of concern in his heart. He knew very well that his emotional turmoil and the unconscious elemental fluctuations it caused were incredibly heavy for a student who had not yet fully matured. But he was not afraid of his students disliking or resenting him. He feared that they might be momentarily blinded by a desire for quick success, influenced by a short-sighted mindset, leading them down the wrong path and wasting precious cultivation time. That outcome was the last thing he wanted to see as a mentor. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, the oppressive atmosphere making his chest ache faintly. He understood that he could no longer treat his teacher dismissively. Although Thunder Net could control, it was still an excellent spell. But even he knew that hunting demons required teamwork. Let others handle the control. The spell that could maximize his advantages was clearly Thunder Seal. Therefore, he could not back down. A brilliant blue light shone from Jiang Chen. Teacher, Jiang Chen spoke steadily, with a tone of sincerity and seriousness. I understand your concerns for me, but I have carefully considered this choice of magic. I am not acting on a whim, nor have I been blinded by its potential power. I have my own reasons for choosing this spell. Although I cannot share this reason with you, please trust me. Trust that I can unleash the Thunder Seal to tenfold, or even 100-fold effect. Jiang Chen smiled, his tone earnest, his gaze clear and resolute. The blue light around him shone even brighter, like a sword being sharpened, its edge revealed. With every word he spoke, he stood straighter against the immense pressure, his previously slightly hunched back straightening, his bones cracking softly. By the end, Jiang Chen's voice not only regained its usual steadiness but also became powerful and unwavering. Under Yang Jian's heavy pressure, his body ultimately stood tall and straight. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, locking onto Yang Jian's gaze. Yang Jian looked into Jiang Chen's steadfast eyes. This clash of wills made Yang Jian realize that this student was not joking. Considering this student's usual diligence and innate talent in magic, despite his somewhat eccentric personality, he was actually quite mature and reliable. Yang Jian thought to himself, cultivation is a manifestation of personal will, a series of self-choices. The future can only be grasped by the mages themselves. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to trust the student. Sigh, I can't be bothered to manage you anymore, the path must be walked by yourself. But if you regret it later, don't come looking for me. Magic is non-refundable, Young Jian sighed helplessly. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. I've really benefited a lot. Jang Chen quickly nodded and bowed, not wanting to create any rift with this respected teacher. Alright, you can go wherever you feel comfortable. Young Jian waved his hand in frustration and went to find the next student. Jang Chen scratched his head, thinking that although Young Jian was a good person, he was quite tsundere. After that, aside from Tang Yin, who was still biting her finger and swaying indecisively like she was at a market trying to decide which vegetable to buy, everyone else had finished their selections. After Young Jian led everyone to exchange for magic, Jang Chen received 2 magic stones, which recorded his unique magical energy that others were not allowed to use. The magic stones were round but slightly flatter than a sphere, making them easy to grip. Jang Chen felt that their material was similar to elemental crystals, but they were more transparent, with many light points arranged in an orderly manner inside. The magic stones contained specific learning methods for magic, stating that one could learn simply by sensing with mental energy. The higher the level of magic, the more complex and difficult it became to learn, and ordinary paper carriers could no longer adequately describe its principles. It was said that in the past, everyone used magic scrolls for learning, but since they were not as sustainable as magic stones, they gradually fell out of use, only remaining in a few specific scenarios. The few people who had chosen their magic gradually returned to the classroom. At this moment, it was just during the break, and the classroom was noisy. As Jang Chen returned to his seat, he heard a loud and arrogant voice. Yo, isn't this the Thunder Sword Jang Chen? Xian Tianyue, this guy, had a face full of mischief, wanting to tease Jang Chen and see him amused. What's up? Are you looking for Thunder Sword Jang Chen for something? Jang Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling. Wow, how can you be so shameless? You don't really think that nickname is cool, do you? No way, right? Xian Tianyue was getting anxious. He originally thought to tease Jang Chen with the nickname that had become popular among students these days, but he didn't expect Jang Chen to be completely unfazed. He even shamelessly accepted it. How could he be so thick-skinned? Seriously, how can you be so thick-skinned, buddy? Why are you all so bored that you give him the nickname Thunder Sword? How ugly is that? I think it's pretty cool. If you don't call me Thunder Sword in the future, I'll get mad, he. Jang Chen not only knew how to show off but was also quite skilled at elementary school arguments. At such times, he must not show any signs of shyness. Hey, you should just throw that nickname Thunder Sword in the trash. Those who know will think you're learning magic, and those who don't will think you're sneaking around at night acting as a lightning rod. What a pointless name, really, just stop calling me that, don't make me beg you. Xian Tianyue chattered on, his envy and jealousy already spilling over onto his face. I know. You're anxious, but don't rush. Your intentions are good, but just hold on. Jang Chen casually brushed off Xian Tianyue with some vague words, his mind already focused on the 2 magic stones in his hand. He couldn't wait to learn new magic. Jang Chen held the magic stones, looking left and right. Their touch was cool, like jade, and felt quite comfortable to hold. He tried closing his eyes to use his mental energy to touch and delve into them, but he could only see a screen of static, like a television with poor signal. His deskmate, Yun Ning, during the break, did not go out like other students to walk around or chat with friends, but instead remained quietly in her seat, like a solitary orchid in a secluded valley. In fact, she had been listening to Jang Chen and Xian Tianyue's nonsense all alone, trying to join the conversation. But before the girl could think of something to say, they had already stopped chatting. At this moment, her clear, water-like eyes reflected Jang Chen's clumsy attempts. She watched as Jang Chen opened his eyes, scratched his head, and showed a look of confusion. A thought crossed her mind, and she knew what she could talk about. She leaned in slightly, her voice soft. Jang Chen. The girl's voice was ethereal, drawing Jang Chen's attention to her, but from her expressionless face, he couldn't discern her intentions. Although Yun Ningjing was socially anxious, she didn't avoid others' gazes like a typical socially anxious person. Every movement of hers exuded a certain elegance. This might also be related to her upbringing, as her family likely had high expectations of her. Seeing Jang Chen's gaze turn towards her, Yun Ningjing took a gentle breath and slowly articulated the thought she had prepared in her mind, ensuring her speech wouldn't come off as stuttered. The use of the magic stone isn't about pushing it with mental strength. You can try wrapping it with your mental energy and then carefully feel it. Wrap it? Jang Chen rubbed his chin. Jang Chen closed his eyes again, letting his mental energy flow like water, soaking the magic stone completely. Gradually, some images began to enter his mind, starting as a snowflake-like picture filled with poor signals, which slowly became clearer. If he had to describe the feeling, Jang Chen Felt as if he had a 4K image that could adjust playback speed, camera angles, and zoom in and out at will, all in a 3D perspective without dead angles. This powerful image was meant to reveal the secrets of the third-tier magic. I see, it turns out the signal was poor due to the incorrect device connection. Jang Chen understood the phenomenon before him through the lens of technology from his past life. In daily life, mental energy released cannot be seen as clearly as reality with the naked eye. Mental energy is more like a pure soul force. However, this world could utilize magic stones to give mental energy sensory-like qualities, allowing people to learn magic in such an efficient manner. He looked at Yun Ningjing, who was silently observing everything, and exclaimed without holding back, "Wow, Ningjing, how do you know everything? That's amazing. I'm just glad to help you." Yun Ningjing's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze involuntarily drifted to the air beside him. But she took a light breath, her voice airy yet tinged with shyness. I'm not a child anymore." Her voice became even softer, almost like she was talking to herself, and her gaze fell downwards. "Could you please not talk to me in that tone like you're coaxing? A child." Her voice was somewhat gentle at this moment. It feels strange." Jang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Grown up, cough cough, no wait. I mean, got it. I didn't mean to, I'm just used to speaking this way. Jang Chen scratched his head and continued, I have a younger sister, and she's still quite childish. I'll pay attention to it in the future." Jang Chen sighed. Inwardly, kids have grown up, they have their own thoughts now, and their self-esteem has become stronger. Is she entering a rebellious phase? Then he needed to be more careful with his words. Master of childcare. Jang Chen concluded in his mind. Yun Ningjing nodded in understanding. She actually didn't mind being treated like a child, but that tone really made her feel shy. At the very least, it shouldn't be said in front of so many people. Perhaps others might find it offensive to be treated like children, but one could only say that Jang Chen had a bit of skill in his way of speaking, and he didn't mean any harm. It was purely a professional habit. It can be said that it quietly becomes someone else's old father, treating people like children. Wait, occupational habit? Jang Chen realized something was off. This doesn't seem like the habit of being a primary school tutor anymore. Jang Chen suddenly became aware of this. His pupils trembled, and he felt something was very wrong, suddenly pondering what his behavior resembled. More. In less than a moment, he understood. This behavior was a habit cultivated over many years in society, triggered subconsciously. It was a super annoying habit. After being in the workplace for so long, no matter who he encountered, whether they were a giant baby client, a paralyzed leader, or a foolish colleague, he would always unconsciously speak to them in a coaxing and flattering tone. "Dear, your copy is so clever, it's perfect for our content this time, the users will definitely love it. The plan has to be just as you said. Thank you for your hard work, I'll change it right away. Alright, dear, Rose. Received, darling, thumbs up, okay, good, son, coffee." Even though Jang Chen had died once, he still occasionally exuded a workplace vibe that was ingrained in his bones, flowing through his body and embedded in the fine pores, hard to shake off. "I really want to throw up." Jang Chen shouted in his heart, this is not coaxing Yun Ningjing like a child, it's clearly treating her like a leader. Jiang Chen warned himself again in his heart not to bring his old occupational habits into his new life. He was no longer a corporate drone. A week had passed since he obtained 2 magic stones. Jang Chen returned to the rooftop of his rental apartment, preparing for tonight's magic practice. The moon was obscured by dark clouds tonight, and the night sky in the city had very few visible stars, making the sky appear extremely dim. Fortunately, there was still a light shining on the rooftop, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to see anything. Jang Chen stood in the center of the rooftop, silently organizing the 5 lightning magic spells he had mastered. First was the first level spell Lightning Blow. A brilliant blue light surged from Jang Chen's body. He raised his index finger, and in an instant, a small ball of lightning floated above it. Then, a second and a third. A total of 3 small lightning balls were condensed, slowly rotating around Jang Chen's index finger, with arcs of electricity irregularly rubbing against the surrounding air. In front of him lay a giant rock, one that his sister had painstakingly obtained to serve as a target for the 2 siblings. Jang Chen gently pointed his index finger at the giant rock. Boom! With a loud sound, 3 beams of lightning struck the giant rock, which was already battered and full of pits, creating 3 more dents. This was actually the correct use of the blue blow level lightning blow. The previous display of the lightning blade had a higher element of showmanship. Now, Jang Chen's lightning blow magic had reached blue blow level mastery. Mastery at the blue blow level granted Jang Chen more freedom in controlling the lightning blow magic, but he still couldn't break through certain constraints. For example, lightning blow had to be straightforward, it could condense into a straight sword blade. Solid but not released, but it couldn't turn. Perhaps a higher level of magical mastery could change this situation, but at least blue blow level couldn't. Other spells also had similar limitations, but the specific restrictions depended on the particular magic and couldn't be generalized. For instance, the limitations of spells like Light Sphere and Fireball were that they had to exist in a spherical form and couldn't transform into a beam of light shooting out. An important hallmark of Blue Glow level mastery, besides being able to use magic more freely, was also reflected in the adjustment of power. Generally speaking, magic mastered at the Blue Glow level could exert up to 3 times its power. This was not the limit of magic, it was the limit of the mage's control ability. Just like Jang Chen earlier, who used a single lightning spell but achieved the effect of 3. Of course, the consumption of magical energy also tripled. Since the power can be enhanced, it can naturally be weakened according to personal will. When the power is reduced, the difficulty of controlling the magic and the consumption of magical energy will also decrease accordingly. These various characteristics give mages more flexible tactical options in battle. After testing the long-range lightning, he said, lightning eroding blade. A lightning sword blade, longer than an ordinary dagger but shorter than a long sword, extended from Jang Chen's right hand, emitting a flickering light. Holding the lightning blade, Jang Chen slowly approached the boulder and swung his sword. As the lightning blade collided with the boulder, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. The boulder was left with a dent, and its power was estimated to be similar to that of the earlier full-power lightning. Under Jang Chen's modification, this unique casting method abandoned the characteristics of long-range attacks and became a type of continuous magic similar to a buff state. In other words, Jang Chen did not need to cast again, he could continue to strike with a second and third blow until his magical energy was depleted. Jang Chen stepped back about 10 meters from the boulder. He then tried to extend the lightning blade in his hand, but at around 5 or 6 meters, the tip of the blade had already dimmed significantly, leaving only a small section with faint arcs of electricity flickering. Overall, the closer it got to Jang Chen's palm, the thicker the lightning blade appeared. Jang Chen attempted to touch the boulder with the tip of the lightning blade, but the boulder remained unscathed, its power impressive. Jang Chen walked step by step toward the boulder while reducing the length of the lightning blade, and it was evident that the damage was gradually increasing. Until its length became longer than an ordinary dagger but shorter than a long sword, the damage reached the point of 3 times the power. If he shortened it further, the damage would increase, but the extent of the increase would be much smaller. If he continued to shorten it, the cost-effectiveness would not be high. Is maintaining the lightning blade at this length the optimal solution? Jang Chen muttered to himself. Perhaps as my proficiency continues to improve, from blue radiance level to purple glory level, there will be some improvement. This method of casting, which abandons the advantages of long-range attacks, has not only the benefit of continuity. In the melee lightning form, Jang Chen could cast other spells. With the lightning blade in his right hand, he pointed with his left hand. And another lightning shot out, striking the boulder. In this world, the vast majority of spells cannot condense a second spell before being released. Spells like Lightness, Earth Power, and Water Armor, which are buff states, can be maintained because the spell has already been cast and released toward the target. Thus, mages can maintain the states of armor and increased speed while still casting other spells. The melee form of lightning follows the same principle. Can I cast 2 spells simultaneously? Jang Chen suddenly had a thought. After all, Jang Chen possessed the double casting talent, double magical energy, double casting speed, and double cultivation speed, so wouldn't it be quite normal to cast 2 spells at the same time? Jang Chen thought about it and decided to try, but the result was a failure. It's a bit difficult. Condensing 2 spells at the same time feels like a paradox. Jang Chen frowned and thought. It's like trying to touch my chest and but with the same hand. With only one hand, how can I do that? Perhaps it could be done in the future. After all, Jang Chen still felt as if he were digesting a potion, as if the soul of his previous self was still being integrated and absorbed by him. Since it couldn't be done now, Jang Chen didn't dwell on it and continued to try his next idea. Since dual casting is temporarily impossible, what if I use 2 lightning blades in melee? A dual-wielding style. Jang Chen's eyes lit up. If I have 2 lightning swords and strike with both, that would unleash the damage of 6 lightning strikes. Then, with 2 more strikes, that would be 12 bolts of lightning damage, equivalent to the power of a second-tier spell. What if I condense a lightning sword from my mouth? Hiss. At the thought of what might happen, Jang Chen gasped. He eagerly mobilized the magical energy core and began to experiment. A brilliant blue light illuminated his body, and with the lightning sword in his right hand, a bright light began to extend from his left hand. At that moment, a strange phantom pain made Jang Chen twitch, as if a non-existent organ in his body was sending out signals of pain. The sensation was quite marvelous. This phantom pain caused the brilliant blue light in Jang Chen's left hand to suddenly burst apart, arcs of electricity dancing wildly. Jang Chen's hair stood on end due to the electric charge, with many strands pointing skyward like a hedgehog. The magical energy core transmitted a message: no, this won't work, 2 is too many. Sigh, the magical energy core is really lacking. Jang Chen complained. Hey, I have another idea. He didn't have time to feel sad about his failure, a wise smile appeared on his face as he raised a finger, making a gesture as if to say, I'll get you a bowl of beef noodles. Since one magical energy core can only support one lightning sword, what if I awaken a second magical energy core in the future and also choose the lightning element? Wouldn't that allow me to wield dual swords? Jang Chen suddenly paused, as if realizing something else. No, if I choose a different element, I can still create a second sword, and it would be a dual wielding style with different attributes. Wouldn't that be even cooler? However, there are indeed many people in this world who choose to cultivate all their magical energy cores in the same magic system due to the difficulty of magical training. Of course, some also choose this because of their innate talent. For example, that Yun Ningjing has the talent of double fire magic power. If her second magical energy core is also fire-based, her future development should be quite terrifying, definitely a template for a fire queen. Jang Chen sighed for a moment, contemplating, before starting to sort through other spells. He stepped back a bit, distancing himself from the large rock. After a brief moment of preparation, the elements surged, magical energy condensed, and a brilliant blue light shone from his body. A small cloud gathered out of thin air directly above the large rock, rolling ominously, with flashes of lightning appearing within, producing a low rumble of thunder. Jang Chen gently snapped his fingers. Crack, boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the large rock, sending fragments flying and leaving a massive dent. Second-tier lightning magic thunderstrike. The power of second-tier magic is at least 10 times greater than that of first-tier magic. Jang Chen observed the dent created and silently assessed. This thunderstrike is quite powerful. After all, it's a spell that can be used as a teaching material, and it has many excellent higher-level spells. This can be considered an educational benefit that modern people can enjoy. However, it also has its drawbacks. This magic has height requirements for the space. This means it can only be cast outdoors, or indoors if the height meets certain criteria. Quite a peculiar limitation. The magic Jang Chen was learning now consisted of standardized spells that had undergone countless improvements. They were developed based on the modern magical training system and had unified systematic standards. This standardized approach facilitated the spread and popularization of magic, allowing more people to step into the realm of magic, making communication and development of magic more convenient, with various benefits. However, similarly, this standardized magic could lead to a rather rigid situation, where it could only be used in a very formulaic manner. However, this does not mean that these spells are not excellent, it is just that the users are not outstanding enough to understand the essence of these spells, which is why they can only apply them rigidly. Practice more, perhaps after advancing from the white dust level to the blue radiance level, you will be able to reduce the limitations of usage, Jang Chen concluded. Then, Jang Chen stood next to the giant rock, took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a thunderous roar. He had instantly appeared on the other side of the rooftop. This was the second-tier spell Thunder Flash. As an explosive displacement skill, Thunder Flash allows Jang Chen to make a small linear displacement in an instant. And after using it frequently, he could even shift sideways or backward without turning his body, making it very flexible. His proficiency with this spell was already quite high, but he was still some distance away from the blue radiance level. Next, let's try the new techniques Thunder Seal and Thunder Chain. After studying for a week, I finally figured it out. I should be able to cast it now, hehehe. Jang Chen rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the release of the new spell he had been looking forward to for a week. He looked at the giant rock in front of him, his body glowing with a deep blue light. A pale blue, white-tinged sphere of magical energy slowly grew from Jang Chen's hand, eventually forming a sphere slightly smaller than a soccer ball. Upon closer inspection, one could see a cocoon-like structure woven from countless fine electric arcs on its surface, which had a very stable structure, unlike other lightning spells that emitted crackling arcs. At the same time, in its core, a rune flickered, which was actually the essence of the Thunder Seal spell. Just as Jang Chen was about to release it, he stopped his movements. He slowly dissipated the third-tier Thunder Seal spell in his hand, returning most of the magical energy, and then stood still in a daze. Nearby, Jang Shu, who was practicing on his own, quickly noticed his brother's unusual behavior. Bro, what's wrong? That was close, I almost released the Thunder Seal. Why, right, good thing you reacted in time. His sister showed a look of lingering fear. The third tier is the boundary between mages and ordinary mortals. The power of third-tier spells is significantly stronger than that of second-tier spells. If released on the rooftop, the destructive power could easily breach the roof. Just thinking about the people downstairs enjoying hot pot and singing, while their 30-year Mortgage home was being breached from above, made Jang Chen want to laugh. His sister realized this point, which is why she felt uneasy. Although Yang Jian had no idea that Jang Chen had reached the third tier and could cast third-tier spells, Jang Chen had still been advised to be cautious when using them. What should I do? The school has practice areas for magic, but only those at the third tier are qualified to use them, and I don't plan to expose my third-tier cultivation just yet, Jang Chen said, crossing his arms and frowning in thought. Is it really that bad to let it slip that you're at the third tier? It's normal to cultivate quickly and have good talent, right? Didn't your deskmate already reach the third tier? His sister suggested, exposing his cultivation. Yun Ningjing is a young lady, she's different from us. Sis, your talent is already quite good, right? Ningjiang High School is one of the top schools in our city, and your cultivation progress is faster than most of your peers, plus you've eaten the earth vein blue vine fruit. With all that, you still haven't broken through to the third tier. If I expose my cultivation, it would be too conspicuous. We siblings are too weak, even a small hindrance from others could send us plummeting, so it's better not to attract too much attention. You can think of me as paranoid, but I just don't want to expose my cultivation so soon, Jang Chen rationally analyzed. Although he usually liked to show off and enjoyed the attention of others, it was within a normal range of behavior, a level he believed would attract the school's attention without being overly conspicuous. He had more than just the secret of his double casting talent. His biggest secret was that he was a reincarnator. Until he had a certain level of strength, he chose to bide his time. Bro, are you mocking me for cultivating too slowly? Jiang Shu wore a friendly smile on his face. No, I'm actually complimenting you, my dear sister. Going to the training hall outside feels too expensive. It's really hard to be a true hero with just a penny. Jiang Chen shook his head inside. There were commercial training halls in society specifically for mages to practice, cultivate, and teach magic. Why not get a membership card? Didn't you say that money is meaningless if you don't spend it when you should? Then, his sister averted her gaze, her fingers twisting together, and shyly said, if you don't want to spend it, I still have a little bit of money saved up. As she spoke, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. No, the cost-performance ratio is too low. Even for me, I can only cast 2 third-tier spells at a time, and I can't practice many times a day. There's no need to waste that money. But you still need to practice. Jiang Shu became a bit anxious, his voice unconsciously rising. We don't lack that little bit of money. Jiang Shu thought that if it were her own money, saving, it wouldn't matter, but if it was for her brother, it was a different story. Don't worry, I'll ask teacher Yongjian tomorrow. For now, let's practice something else. Jiang Chen waved his hand and continued his training. Jiang Shu stood in place, pouting in frustration as he watched his brother's back. The next day, after school at noon, Jiang Chen went to the office looking for Youngji. The little guy stared with big eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with a clear and innocent gaze. I'll give you candy if you let me win next time, okay? Jiang Chen tried to bribe his opponent, pulling out a piece of candy given by a girl, wanting to stuff it into Ding Ding's chubby little hand. Ding Ding took the candy and said, no way. I won. Ye hey, you didn't even put the piece on the board, and I haven't said anything to you yet, you brat. You have to cheat even when playing chess with a kid. Yang Jian had appeared behind Jiang Chen at some point and patted his shoulder. Dad. Ding Ding jumped off the table and hugged Yang Jian's thigh. Hey, how can a scholar's matters be considered cheating? Jiang Chen said without a blush or a racing heart. What are you doing in the office? Are you regretting it and want to change your magic? Yang Jian was still bothered by Jiang Chen's choice of the Thunder Seal spell. No change, I really think this magic suits me perfectly, teacher. I'm here for something else. Sigh, you just don't listen to advice. Have you eaten? If you're not in a hurry, let's talk after we eat. Not yet. Then let's go, I'll treat you to the cafeteria. Yay! Jiang Chen cheered as he rushed to the dining hall. Yay! Ding Ding also imitated Jiang Chen's cheer. Yang Jian looked at the two children, one big and one small, and couldn't help but smile. Ding Ding, can I carry you? Jiang Chen invited Ding Ding to team up. The little guy was so small and obedient. Truly adorable. Okay, Ding Ding obediently raised both hands towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen picked up the little child and followed Yang Jian to the cafeteria. Ding Ding, why are you elbowing me? Man. Who taught you that? All the kindergarten kids play like this. Have you ever elbowed your mom? Not yet. Then remember, never elbow your mom. Okay? Brother Jiang Chen, you're so bad. The big and small exchanged a glance and shared an evil smile. Yang Jian felt a bit numb listening to them. Cafeteria. You want to borrow the school's training room? Yang Jian asked Jiang Chen while feeding his daughter. Yeah, I heard the training room has targets that simulate demon movements, and I want to improve my skills in that area. Jiang Chen found an excuse. The training room can only be used after the third transfer. Yang Jian thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll lend you my teacher card.
Anyway, I have to pick up Ding Ding from school and buy groceries on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so I don't
really use the training room.
Hearing this, Jang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He was just thinking of asking Yang Jian if there were other ways, but he directly offered his
qualification to Jang Chen. Teacher, this will affect your training. Do you have any other methods? Yang Jian smiled and said, I've trained both of my magic types pretty well. And now I'm mostly just waiting for a breakthrough opportunity. I don't have much need for the training room. If you really feel bad about it, you can just change your magic. This.
Jang Chen scratched his head. He felt that the Thunder Seal magic really suited him.
Alright, I was just joking.
Although I don't know why you insist on choosing
this magic. Training is ultimately a personal matter, and the teacher can only give you advice. The only thing you need to do is to work hard and get into a good university. I understand, thank you, teacher. No need for that.
Yang Jian pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words, then said, by the way, how's your life been lately?
Yang Jian was
aware of each student's situation. He was asking if Jang Chen had faced any difficulties after losing his parents.
I can eat and stay warm completely. Really? If you have any difficulties, remember to tell me, don't be shy. Last time I asked you to apply for assistance, you didn't want to. Jang Chen smiled and said nothing.
At that moment, Ding Ding, who had been obediently cooperating with Yang Jian to eat, suddenly spoke up.
Daddy, I'm full, I want to drink milk tea.
Ding Ding pushed away the bowl of rice that Yang Jian was holding, indicating that she could no longer eat.
Alright, you can wait for Daddy in the office by yourself today.
Since you've been so good, I'll go buy it for you, but you can only
have a little bit, okay?
Yang Jian got up to buy milk tea and signaled Jang Chen to keep an eye on Ding Ding. Jang Chen and Ding Ding stared at each other. Then, Jang Chen saw the
cute little girl grab a spoon and start adding chili to the rice, one spoonful at a time.
Ding Ding was still young, and the high school cafeteria didn't have special children's meals.
So Yang Jian and Ding Ding were sharing the same bowl of rice. Jang Chen asked, Ding Ding, can you eat spicy food like this?
No, I want to make Daddy spicy.
I'm full but still feeding him. Jang Chen found it extremely amusing and didn't stop her, thinking, what a mischievous little cotton-padded jacket.
Ding Ding continued her actions, muttering, let you feed. Spicy you to death, spicy you to death.
Jang Chen even offered a suggestion, Ding Ding, you should mix it more evenly.
Otherwise, won't it be obvious at first
glance? Before long, Yang Jian returned with the milk tea and even bought a portion for Jang Chen. Watching Yang Jian lift the bowl of rice, both Jang Chen and Ding Ding showed expectant looks. The two little troublemakers exchanged a glance and revealed an evil smile. Then Yang Jian lifted the bowl and continued to feed his daughter. Come on, open your mouth. Daddy, I'm full.
Ding Ding shook her head vigorously, tightly closing her little mouth.
Nonsense, you usually eat 2 bowls at home. Hurry up and open your mouth. If you don't eat, you won't have milk tea.
Ding Ding turned to look at Jang Chen. Her pitiful little eyes were incredibly cute.
Ding Ding, eat. Why are you looking at me? Jang Chen said, with a smile, showing an even more expectant expression.
Then, in despair, Ding Ding took a bite of her specially made dish. Afterward, Ding Ding, with a flushed face, said it's fine, not spicy, I'm thirsty. That was another matter altogether. Time passed to after school, and Jang Chen used Yang Jian's credentials to gain access to a training room. The training room was also located within the heavy magic building. The training room wasn't very large, with a narrow width, and the overall space presented a slender shape, which was
clearly a space-saving design.
The walls on both sides gleamed with the cold, hard luster unique to metal, and at the end, several special targets flickered with strange glimmers. In such a space, practicing the accuracy of shooting magic was acceptable, but if one wanted to freely practice displacement skills, it would feel quite cramped and difficult to accommodate multiple users. The school's facilities are still limited, after all, they have to cater to so many people. Jang Chen closed the door of the training room and carefully checked the environment inside, finding no surveillance measures. In fact, if there were surveillance in such a training space, it would be a serious matter in this world. After all, practicing in this world is a relatively private affair. In ancient times, practicing in public could even be seen as improper. Modern times have opened up a lot, but placing surveillance in a training area, let's not mention anything else, would be akin to putting cameras in a changing room or a bathroom, right? Jang Chen pondered to himself. According to the instructions posted on one wall, these special targets could withstand damage from 5-turn magic, while the surrounding metal walls could withstand 4-turn damage. Moreover, there was even a control panel embedded in the wall. On the control panel, not only could the targets simulate various bizarre action patterns of monsters, but one could also freely adjust the number and formation of the targets, providing mages with diverse training methods.
It feels like a mage's version of a shooting range, Jang Chen commented. Having figured out the situation in the training room, Jang Chen couldn't wait to start practicing. Jang Chen casually selected a standing target mode. Soon after, the system interface popped up with options for the appearance of the target, ranging from fierce monsters to anthropomorphic puppets, a wide variety. Jang Chen's gaze swept over and he casually chose the appearance of the Vinewood Grey Wolf. Once the command was issued, at the end of the narrow training room, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, 4 targets made of green vines, resembling forest wolves, silently emerged, standing still with their heads slightly bowed. Jang Chen casually unleashed a regular lightning bolt directly at the target. Ziz! The lightning struck precisely. Interestingly, a bright red -1 number popped up above the target, clear and eye-catching. Wow, does this even have damage display? So advanced? Jang Chen exclaimed in shock. Then, Jang Chen operated the blue glow lightning bolt at full power, and a thicker beam of lightning hit the target. A -3 number also popped up above it. I want to say something, but I don't know how. Anyway, the power of a regular first-turn magic is 1 point. This game-like setting that specified damage made Jang Chen feel somewhat subtle yet particularly novel. Let's try the lightning chain first. Jang Chen focused his mind and began constructing the third-turn magic lightning chain. Third-turn magic, whether in power or structural complexity, far exceeded second-turn magic, and the requirements for a mage's control were correspondingly higher. Jang Chen was not yet proficient in this magic, and at this moment, he was highly concentrated. The lightning elements drifting in the air were drawn by his mental power, and the magical energy surged out in an orderly manner. After nearly half a minute of long guidance, Jang Chen finally managed to condense the lightning chain with some effort. Unlike the lightning bolt, which formed a ball of lightning energy, the lightning chain resembled wild lightning snakes flashing and swirling around his outstretched right hand, crackling with pika-pika sounds, filling the air with a faint burnt smell and the unique scent of thunder. Lightning chain. Since there was no one in the training room, Jang Chen shouted the name of the spell loudly. With a flick of his wrist, several twisted and entwined bolts of lightning hurled out like chains, accurately hitting the Vinewood Grey Wolf target directly in front. Immediately, the lightning flashed, and the current surged. Those lightning chains seemed to possess a will of their own. The moment they hit the first target, they immediately split and shot towards the other 3 targets, scattering the current and forming a massive electric net. -25, -25, -25, -25 almost simultaneously, above the 4 Vinewood Grey Wolf targets, the same damage numbers popped up. Oh? Jang Chen raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. If the base damage of the third-turn magic is calculated according to the rules, it should be 100 points. Now that I'm attacking 4 targets simultaneously, the damage is being distributed? Jang Chen tried to remove the other targets, leaving only 2. Then, he unleashed another lightning chain. -50, -50 indeed, if there's only one enemy, can the lightning chain unleash the full 100 points of damage? Jang Chen sat cross-legged, quickly absorbing the surrounding elements and rapidly recovering his magical energy. After trying a few more times, Jang Chen summarized his casting experiences. When the lightning chain is unleashed, it feels like swinging a whip. After casting, I can only slightly control the general direction of the lightning's advance, and I can't just lock onto one target. Even if I lock onto one target, the lightning will automatically scatter to seek other enemies. Is this a limitation of the lightning chain magic? Jang Chen murmured to himself, if the control isn't good enough, the splash damage from this magic might accidentally hit a teammate. The testing of the lightning chain was temporarily concluded. Jang Chen sat cross-legged and, after replenishing his blue energy, thought, let's try the lightning seal next. This is the main event. Jang Chen slowly stood up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He extended his right hand, palm facing up, and the magical energy began to flow in a completely different manner. A deep blue energy sphere, shimmering with white, gradually appeared and condensed in his palm. There were no flashes of lightning, nor any thunderous sounds. It appeared very calm and rounded, emanating a soft and profound halo. Is this the whiteboard third-tier magic that abandons all special effects in pursuit of pure marking functionality? Jang Chen observed the energy sphere carefully. He gently waved his hand, and the energy sphere broke free from Jang Chen's control, flying towards the target. As the sphere flew, it trailed transparent electric ripples like water waves, as if lightning had etched a delayed imprint in the void. The energy sphere hit the Vinewood Grey Wolf target steadily. Then it erupted with a dull explosion. Boom! The target shook violently, and a huge damage number suddenly appeared above it, -100. Jang Chen's magical energy was instantly halved. The shooting speed isn't fast, and there are no additional effects, yet the power of the whiteboard third-tier magic is still 100. Immediately after, in Jang Chen's elemental perception, He could clearly sense a distinct, solid mark on the target, resembling a miniature lightning rune, radiating a peculiar fluctuation. Perhaps this mark was the essence of the thunder mark, and the energy sphere was merely an added effect. This mark is very conspicuous, both friend and foe can detect it. The mark could only exist for 5 seconds, and Jang Chen wasn't in a hurry to output, he wanted to test the specific effects of the mark first. He concentrated at his fingertips, and a normal thunder light quickly took shape, shooting towards the marked target. Sizzle! The lightning beam hit precisely. Just as the thunder light struck the target, Jang Chen keenly sensed that the surrounding thunder elements suddenly became violent and boiling, like a calm lake surface disturbed by a boulder, crazily converging towards the mark. Almost simultaneously, a much thicker bright white lightning, far more powerful than the thunder light Jang Chen had emitted, condensed and emerged from the air in the training room, carrying a destructive aura, and struck the target fiercely. Boom! Rumble! A small and a large roar exploded almost simultaneously, shaking the air with a buzzing sound. Above the target, 2 damage numbers appeared in succession. -1, this was the damage caused by Jang Chen's thunderlight. -100, this was the damage caused by the punitive lightning strike triggered after the thunder mark was activated. This phenomenon made Jang Chen's eyes shine brightly, and his heart involuntarily began to race. Following that, Jang Chen's magical energy operated again, fully powering the blue-hued thunder light. This time, instead of merging into a thick beam like before, he split it into 3 lightning beams, firing them one after another at the target. -1, -100, -1, 4 numbers jumped out above the target, but among them, the -100, representing the damage triggered by the thunder mark, only appeared once. Does this mean that even if I split it into 3 lightning beams, it still counts as the same thunderlight magic? What is the principle behind this? Jang Chen's face was filled with confusion. However, Jang Chen did not stop. He continuously condensed ordinary thunderlight and shot it at the target. -1, -100, -1, -100, -1, -100. After 5 seconds, the mark disappeared. The time was too short, it's hard to test all the information at once. Before the training room closed at 10 p.m., Jang Chen hurriedly tested the use of the thunder mark a few more times. After this small test, this magic proved to be excellent, very suitable for Jang Chen's double magical energy talent. After the other third-tier mages cast Thunder Seal, they were left with empty mana, and only the caster could trigger the Thunder Seal effect. For other third-tier mages, this spell was the weakest third-tier magic, as it only dealt damage without any additional effects. However, Jang Chen possessed double the magical energy, and after casting a third-tier Thunder Seal, he could unleash explosive damage within 5 seconds by combining it with Thunder Light or other attack spells. Jang Chen was already adept at first-tier Thunderlight, allowing him to cast a considerable number of spells within 5 seconds, thereby activating the Thunder Seal effect multiple times. The most terrifying aspect of this magic was that the seal had no cooldown time within those 5 seconds. As long as Jang Chen released Thunderlight quickly enough, third-tier lightning would continuously strike the enemies from the atmosphere. Moreover, the retribution lightning generated in the air surprisingly had a certain paralyzing control effect. However, this magic also had its drawbacks. Firstly, the energy sphere serving as the carrier for the Thunder Seal flew much slower than the near-light speed attacks of Thunderlight, making its flight path obvious and easy to dodge. Secondly, although Jang Chen could release 3 beams of blue-level Thunderlight at full power, they could only be counted as the same spell, the reason for which was unclear. Therefore, at this stage, using ordinary Thunderlight to trigger the Thunder Seal was the most cost-effective option. There was also a minor drawback: the retribution lightning activated by the seal could not reactivate the seal after hitting an enemy. This was quite reasonable, otherwise, wouldn't it be like stepping on one foot and flying into the sky? Overall, this magic had its flaws but could completely serve as a trump card for explosive power. This is really delightful, I've struck gold. Jang Chen summarized the effects of the Thunder Seal and felt invigorated. Afterward, Jang Chen reflected on the 5 spells he had mastered and silently began to summarize his overall training. Although reality isn't a game, perhaps summarizing it in a numerical way like in games would be more intuitive and clear. Just like the targets in the training room, where the damage of first-tier magic is quantified as 1 point. Maybe I can use this method to quantify my own cultivation? With that thought, Jang Chen began to quantify his progress and displayed it in his mind. Realm, initial stage third-tier magic type, Thunder, third tier 43%. Total magical energy 200 points. Mastered spells: Thunderlight, blue level 5%, Thunderflash, white dust level 63%, Thunderstrike, white dust level 52%, Thunderseal, white dust level 3%, Thunderchain, white dust level 2%. These values were Jang Chen's self-assessment and might have some discrepancies. The total magical energy was referenced from the target's rules, where the damage of first-tier magic was 1 point. Jang Chen also quantified the consumption of first-tier magic as 1 point, since he had double the magical energy, he could cast 200 first-tier spells, with a total magical energy of 200 points. The progress of his cultivation and the proficiency of his spells were also expressed in percentage form to indicate his current status. However, such assessments were difficult to be precise. The magical energy core was fine. One could easily see how much of the second crystal wall had been constructed and how much magical energy there was. But the proficiency of magic largely relied on feeling. It looks quite good. I wish there was a point allocation feature. Jang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now that Jang Chen's magical energy core in the thunder system had reached the 3rd tier, his progress had slowed down significantly. Even after consuming the earth vein blue vine fruit, which allowed him to train at double the speed of others, he had only made it through a little over half of the time. However, if others knew about this progress, they would definitely exclaim that Jang Chen was cheating, especially since he was still in the 1st year of high school. Now that I have the support of the meditation magic equipment, my training speed has further accelerated. I've also heard that after entering the elite class in the 2nd year, there are formations available to speed up cultivation. So, before graduating from the 3rd year, breaking into the middle realm should be no problem. Jang Chen sat cross-legged in the training room, continuing to ponder. After quantifying his cultivation, Jang Chen felt even more motivated to move forward and became more invested in his training. Time passed quietly. As time flowed, several months went by, and before he knew it, the end of the 1st year was approaching. Ningjiang High School, teacher's office. Teacher Yongjian, I want to report Jang Chen. Gao Wen's face was stern, his expression serious. Jang Chen? Yongjian looked up from his lesson preparation materials, glancing at Gao Wen. What trouble has he caused this time? Gao Wen leaned in close to Yongjian's ear, as if sharing a monumental secret. Yongjian's interest was piqued by his pretentious demeanor, and he turned his head in cooperation. Gao Wen lowered his voice, enunciating each word. Jang Chen, he's secretly studying the 2nd year curriculum. After saying this, Gao Wen even blinked his clear, big eyes. Yongjian suspected there was something wrong with his ears. Looking at the innocent expression on this student's face, which was tinged with a clear yet foolish naivety, Yongjian confirmed that Gao Wen was not joking. Yongjian was speechless. This kid is serious. A thought flashed through Yongjian's mind. He couldn't help but start recalling the bits and pieces of teaching this batch of students. Although Jang Chen worked diligently and his overall grades had caught up to the upper tier, he still had a mischievous side and loved to show off. Well, he had a strong personality. As for Gao Wen, although he also studied hard and had excellent grades, he always exuded a kind of immature charm, and sometimes Yongjian even felt that Gao Wen was more childish than his daughter Ding Ding, who was still in kindergarten. At this moment, caught between the two students, teacher Yongjian felt a wave of pressure. He even began to reflect on whether his teaching methods were flawed, resulting in the cultivation of such hidden talents. Why are you worrying about others? Mind your own business. Yongjian put on a stern face and waved his hand impatiently. If there's nothing else, hurry back to the classroom, don't just loiter in the office. But teacher, that's not fair. Gao Wen was anxious. How is it unfair? Yongjian retorted, if you want to learn, you can learn too. Learning a bit in advance is a good thing. If you don't put in the effort, why drag others down? Gao Wen stammered for a long time but couldn't articulate a reason. With a personality like that of an elementary school student, he liked to compete in subjects he excelled in, but he had never won a magical duel against Jang Chen in physical education class. In cultural subjects, Jang Chen's relentless pursuit also put immense pressure on him. Gao Wen usually studied very hard, he was serious in class, and his family even enrolled him in tutoring classes. He even used his pocket money to buy textbooks like 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of magic to practice on his own. Yet, Jang Chen's ranking in the grade was still getting closer and closer to him. Like a ghost. This only increased Gao Wen's pressure. Now, being asked to tackle 2nd year knowledge, he truly felt overwhelmed. So when he saw Jang Chen continuously studying 2nd year material, he was genuinely distressed and ran to complain to Yongjian. After Yongjian sternly educated Gao Wen, he sent him away. While Gao Wen was reporting, Jang Chen was in the classroom organizing his desk. With the end of the term approaching, the cultural exams were no different from his previous life. Desks had to be cleared, positions rearranged, and then they would go to other classes to take the exams. In the Magic Physical Education class, grades are assessed based on the results of the Magic Ranking Competition, cultivation level, and mastery of magic, usually conducted outdoors. Jang Chen organized his things and pulled out a pile of snacks and drinks from his desk, most of which were pure milk. These snacks and drinks were not bought by Jang Chen himself, instead, they were secretly stuffed into his desk by girls whenever he was away, along with a few little notes expressing a desire to be friends. After witnessing all this, Chen Tianyue thought to himself, Jang Chen looks ordinary, he only has that ridiculous title of Thunder Sword, and he's just been first in physical education for years. But he often talks abstract nonsense to girls, showing no gentlemanly demeanor. He thinks he's so funny. But even if his academic performance has caught up, he's only ranked in the top 20 of the grade, so why is he so popular with girls? Indeed, ever since that sports meeting where he earned the title of Thunder Sword, Jang Chen had gradually become popular with girls, going from being ignored to being sought after. At this moment, Chen Tianyue watched Jang Chen pull out a large pile of snacks and drinks, feeling a pang of jealousy. You really should die, I didn't wish for your suffering, but how did you end up driving a Land Rover? The wounds of betrayal never heal. Tianyue, what are you staring at? Jang Chen called out to Chen Tianyue, who looked foolish. Then, Jang Chen casually took out a few snacks and drinks from his pile and handed them to Chen Tianyue. Chen Tianyue dumbly accepted the snacks and drinks, then watched as Jang Chen began to stroll around the class, chatting and laughing with classmates, sharing his snacks and drinks with others. Chen Tianyue couldn't help but think, I remember he wasn't like this before, this guy seems to have matured quite a bit, probably after his parents passed away. He still occasionally talks about how he must get into Long University, and when he says it, his eyes seem to shine, showing no hint of joking. Isn't he afraid of what I might say if he fails? That's Long University. How can he be so single-minded in his efforts? Isn't he afraid of failure? Sigh. With him doing this, I feel pressured too, it's really annoying. Sigh. Perhaps there are indeed many unknown talents in the world, and these people just happen to lack a refined appearance to showcase their charm. Once these people attract others' attention, their inherent charm will unconsciously draw others in. Like me. Chen Tianyue suddenly felt inflated with confidence. Thinking he could do it too. He gathered his motivation and began to tidy up his own desk. Because of the pressure Jang Chen brought him, he unknowingly started to work hard as well. After all, there was a successful example right in front of him that could attract girls, Chen Tianyue, who longed for a sweet romance, wouldn't want to miss the chance to learn quickly, would he? As for Jang Chen, he felt overwhelmed by the constant gifts from girls and found it bothersome. As this situation increased, Jang Chen grew to dislike the feeling of taking advantage of others, so he later made a sign to place on his desk. The sign read, Please do not feed Jang Chen. However, after putting up the sign, the snacks and drinks on his desk only increased, leaving Jang Chen speechless. As for why the girls didn't give him gifts directly but did so secretly, it was naturally because Jang Chen not only wouldn't accept them but would also refuse them without mercy. Or perhaps, the ones giving snacks weren't girls at all. Jang Chen looked at the pile of pure milk on his desk and felt troubled. The other food was fine, but he actually didn't like drinking pure milk. He usually drank it just because he wanted to grow a bit taller, but this led others to misunderstand that he liked pure milk. Some even gave him nicknames like Milk Marshal Saint, which left Jang Chen in silence. Jang Chen packed up the pile of snacks and drinks in a bag, wandered around the class, and distributed a large portion to his classmates. This reminded him of his previous life when he worked in a company. He often bought some snacks and fruits to share with colleagues to maintain good relationships, even with those he had barely spoken to. A year had passed since his rebirth, yet the habits of a cow and horse were still deeply ingrained in him. After distributing the snacks and drinks, he finished organizing his desk. With a large bag of books on his back, he was ready to go home after school. Jang Chen. A crisp female voice called out to him. Jang Chen turned around and found that the person who called him was Wang Jieja, a classmate with a refreshing short haircut, sweet and cute looks, and a figure that had developed impressively over the year in her first year of high school. Chen Tianyue privately commented that she was plump on Mondays. Jang Chen privately regarded her as true magic. Wang Jieja had a cheerful personality and often interacted with the boys in a tomboyish manner, making her quite popular among them. Despite her average grades, her outstanding appearance earned her considerable popularity among the boys in the class and even the entire school. However, at this moment, the once carefree tomboy Wang Jieja approached Jang Chen with a hint of shyness. Her best friend, Jiang Qi, followed closely behind. Jiang Qi, with her braided hair and thin-framed glasses, exuded a gentle and refined aura, but her expression was slightly excited, as if she was cheering Wang Jieja on. The two girls' actions in stopping Jang Chen, along with their strange expressions, clearly indicated that something was up. The attention of most students in the class was instantly drawn to them. Everyone fell silent, lowered their voices, and secretly prepared to gossip. Those pretending to sweep the floor continued to do so, those organizing their textbooks pretended to be busy, and those playfully Stacking each other continued their antics, but their focus was evidently elsewhere. What's up, Wang Jia? Jang Chen scratched his head, feeling that he wasn't very familiar with them, usually just exchanging greetings. In fact, apart from a few people, he only had casual relationships with most of his classmates. He spent most of his time on cultivation, and only a few people maintained deep friendships with him. Isn't there an exam the day after? Tomorrow? Wang Jia said, her hands awkwardly intertwined, fingers fidgeting as she spoke shyly. I mean, I'm not very strong, so could I ask you to help me move the desks then? Wang Jia secretly glanced up at Jang Chen and quickly lowered her head again, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking quite adorable. Then she hurriedly added, I won't let you help for free. After the exam, how about I treat you to bubble tea? No way, why should Jang Chen agree? Clearly, in terms of looks, he can't compare to me at all. Jiabao, Jang Chen is a scumbag, you mustn't fall for it. Why is it Jang Chen again? Isn't it enough that this guy hangs out with Yun Ningjing? Now he has to attract Wang Jia too. Bro, you absolutely mustn't agree to her. What does she have? That's good? It seemed like the voices of many boys in the class were breaking. Qian Tianyue, watching his bro about to drive a Range Rover, felt extremely uncomfortable, constantly thinking, Jang Chen, you better reject her. That way, we can still be brothers. Jang Chen's method of drinking milk to grow taller was indeed effective. At this moment, standing face to face, he was noticeably taller than the girl. Jang Chen ignored the resentful gazes of the boys in the class and looked at the girl, who was now shyly fidgeting, feeling as if she might break her own fingers. At that moment, a boy who was closer to Wang Jia couldn't stand it any longer. Wang Jia, you can even crack someone's skull open, but you can't move a desk? After he spoke, the other boys in the class quickly joined in, secretly trying to ruin this budding romance. Yeah, last time you punched me, I was in pain for 7 days and nights. Stop acting, Jia, hurry up and kill someone to heat up the atmosphere. Big sister, why are you being so pretentious? Jia, can you stop acting like a girl? Wang Jia turned around and glared at the boys, opening her mouth to say something, but suddenly realized Jang Chen was still nearby. And the words caught in her throat. At this moment, she slightly lowered her head, biting her plump lower lip, and that conflicted little expression was truly her best friend, Jiang Qi, had come for this moment. Was Zijian, shut up. Jia is so gentle and kind, and you boys just know how to bully her. Isn't it normal for a girl to not be able to move a desk? Also, can you all be quiet? She's still talking. At this point, Wang Jia gathered her courage. Again, her watery big eyes looking at Jang Chen as she said, Jang Chen, is it okay? Jang Chen knew that this kind of behavior was a subtle way for schoolgirls to express their feelings, and if he agreed, it would mean he was willing to pursue a deeper relationship with her. So, Jang Chen's answer was already quite clear. Jang Chen smiled helplessly. Wang Jia and Jiang Qi both showed expressions of surprise, while the boys in the class were almost heartbroken. I don't have time, find someone else to help you, Jang Chen said, and after that, he ignored the reactions of the girl and the others in the class, casually slinging his backpack over his right shoulder and leaving gracefully. The breeze created by his movement rustled through Yun Ningjing's unclosed textbook, producing the sound of flipping pages. Yun Ningjing, still eavesdropping, quickly refocused on her textbook, hurriedly reaching out to press down the flipping pages. Jang Chen's unromantic words and his self-absorbed departure made the atmosphere in the class grow heavy. Wang Jia watched Jang Chen's resolute back as he left, raising her hand to try to stop him, her mouth slightly open, but her modesty prevented her from saying the words to keep him. Jiang. She, who was not the fiery type, being gentle and knowledgeable, also couldn't bring herself to blame Jang Chen at this moment. She could only comfort Wang Jia. Qian Tianyue, shocked, blurted out, wait, you really rejected her? That's 36. She, Sigma man. Super straight guy. The other boys were also quite surprised. What a heartless guy, but why is he so cool? Some girls felt sorry for Wang Jia but showed a subtle expression. Forget it. Jia, I'll help you move it. The first boy to tease Wang Jia was Zijian, hurried over and said, I don't need your help. Wang Jia shouted and ran out of the classroom, with Jiang Qi quickly chasing after her. Zijian stood there, looking a bit awkward. The other classmates each had their own thoughts, while only the jokers were having a blast. In the teaching building, two youthful and beautiful girls ran out one after the other, the one in front running quickly, while the one behind was chasing, attracting quite a few glances. After passing the giant banyan tree on campus, Jiang Qi finally caught up with Wang Jia, and the two slowed their pace as they walked toward the school gate. Jia, wait for me, Jiang Qi said, slightly out of breath from her jog. Are you okay? Wang Jia was also a bit breathless, her chest rising and falling, making Jiang Qi, who was also a girl, blush involuntarily. thinking to herself, is this free to watch?
Wang Jiejia found it inconvenient to run because of her tall stature, but her lively and active personality meant
she wasn't lacking in stamina.
I'm fine, she said, her voice a bit muffled. So many people are sending him things to express their feelings, but he has
never accepted anything.
I was actually mentally prepared for this a long time ago.
Then why did you? Jiang Qi couldn't understand. She wanted to
ask her best friend why she suddenly charged at Jang Chen. It's just, when he secretly gave me the pure milk I sent him, and then returned it to me. Wang Jiejia's voice grew quieter. I thought he was giving snacks to his classmates, but actually, he was doing it secretly, discreetly for me.
Maybe he feels a bit shy? So he doesn't want to be too ostentatious. Wang Jiejia couldn't continue, her tone downcast. Jiang Qi didn't expect her
usually carefree best friend to harbor such girlish thoughts.
Jiejia, is it that the pure milk you sent wasn't enough? Why not send a bit more? Jiang Qi joked. How could that be? Wang Jiejia's tone became even more dejected, not wanting to respond to her friend's joke at all.
At that moment, Jiang Qi looked at her increasingly despondent friend and felt she had to say something to comfort her.
Jiejia, you don't have to be too sad. Even if he rejects you, he should at least be a bit more tactful. Don't you think he's being pretentious? No way.
Wang Jiejia immediately retorted, if he doesn't like me, he should
just refuse outright. Otherwise, keeping me hanging like this, wouldn't that make him a sea king? Besides, he's actually very gentle and considerate with people. Gentle? Jiang Qi scoffed, is he? He is.
At the last sports meet, I was doing high jump and bumped into the bar and fell. That group of boys all went to check the bar first, but he was the first to come over and help me. Hearing this, Jiang Qi remembered that indeed happened, and as her best friend, she hadn't reacted quickly at the time, which made her feel a bit embarrassed.
Ah, I remember now.
But even so, he looks just ordinary.
Besides his good grades, what's so great about him?
Just a bookworm who studies hard.
Jiang Qi continued to belittle Jang Chen, hoping to prevent her friend from being
sad over such a man. No, I think he's quite handsome, Wang Jiejia said, her cheeks a bit flushed.
At first glance, he might seem unremarkable, but after getting to know him, don't you think he has a vibrant energy, a kind of unstoppable momentum?
Especially when he smiles, that kind of confident exuberance. Wang Jiejia covered her flushed face with her hands, making a shy sound like a lovesick girl. Jiang Qi looked at her best friend, whose eyes were glistening with infatuation, and for a moment, she was speechless. Vibrant and confident, and his eyes don't have any fan-shaped patterns, you're just
imagining things, Jiejia.
Chi-Chi, that's just because you haven't seen his true side.
True side?
Jiang Qi rolled her eyes. What, is he secretly the dark
knight saving Gotham?
Wang Jiejia's voice suddenly rose several degrees, a hint of pride in it. What dark knight?
That day, Yongjian asked me to challenge magic, right?
At that time, the great demon king Yongjian didn't want Jiang Chen to pick a useless magic, so he used his usual intimidation tactic.
No one in our class could withstand Yongjian's pressure for even 10 seconds, right?
But he was able to stand tall and loudly tell Yongjian that he could unleash 100 times the power of that magic. Even Yongjian was convinced by him.
That was the devilish homeroom teacher Yongjian. While speaking, Wang Jiejia even mimicked Jiang Chen's tone at that time, appearing a bit silly. Withstand Yongjian's pressure? There was such a thing? Jiang Qi was
also taken aback, but then she scoffed, what 100 times, that would be the power of a 5th-tier magic, right?
Isn't he just being foolishly bold?
But Jiang Qi really couldn't deny that Jiang Chen usually had bright eyes, a confident smile, and spoke with strength, making it particularly easy for people
to trust him. So Jiang Qi could only look for Jiang Chen's flaws elsewhere.
His personality is terrible, he always acts aloof and hardly communicates
with his classmates.
Yunningjing has better grades, higher cultivation, comes from a wealthy family, and is so beautiful. She's not as hard to approach as he is. As Jiang Qi spoke, she realized that although Jiang Chen appeared easygoing, he was actually warm on the outside but cold on the inside.
For over a year, Jiang Chen had only engaged warmly with a few people. He was even harder to get close to than Yunningjing. What's wrong with his personality? Wang Jiejia retorted, I think Yunningjing is the one who's pretentious. How can a young lady be so introverted? I see her as just putting on an act, then clinging to Jiang Chen all day.
Whenever Wang Jiejia mentioned Yunningjing, her tone became much sharper. Then she softened again and continued, Jiang Chen is just straightforward, if he likes you, and if he doesn't, he won't pretend to be your friend. Wang Jiejia went on, I still remember one time when I ran into him, he actually forgot my name. At that moment, I thought he would make some excuse to brush it off. Boys are always so stubborn, refusing to admit their mistakes, especially in front of girls. But guess what he said?
Wang Jieja didn't wait for Jiang Qi to guess and immediately revealed the answer. I was surprised when he sincerely apologized and asked me to say my name again, promising he would never forget it from then on. He could forget your name when you're so beautiful? Isn't that just playing hard to get? Jiang Qi was still trying hard. If it's playing hard to get, hasn't he already succeeded? Why is he still rejecting me? The girl lowered her head again. Her gaze softened even more, and with a hint of longing, she said, "What kind of girl would a man like him, who is so sincere with his sword, loyal at heart, and excels in magic, like? Or rather, what kind of girl would be worthy of his affection? Jieja, you're elevating him to the heavens. What do you mean sincere with his sword? He just loves to show off, loves to be in the spotlight." However, Wang Jieja completely ignored Jiang Qi's words. She gazed dreamily into the distance, her eyes unfocused, lost in her own fantasies. Seeing this, Jiang Qi felt truly helpless, thinking her best friend was beyond saving, and she resignedly said, "It seems so, then he's actually quite good. How about I pursue him? Once I win him over, I'll dump him hard to get my revenge for you." "Great! Jiang Qi, you finally revealed your true self." Wang Jieja instantly came back to life, pointing directly at her best friend. "No wonder you've been belittling him. It turns out you want to sow discord between him and me. Don't think I don't know you secretly stuffed snacks into his desk before. I just wanted to compete fairly with you out of sisterly affection." "Ah, huh? You saw that?" Jiang Qi panicked, stumbling over her words. "No, it's not like that. You must have misunderstood. That day was just. I happened to want to lose weight, and there were so many snacks I couldn't finish. I saw others throwing them there too. You think it's just littering? You threw them in because others did too? And you even had to write a little note to tell him, right? Take that. You little vixen." Wang Jieja suddenly pinched the soft flesh at Jiang Qi's waist. "Ah! Spare me." The two young girls began to playfully hit each other, their laughter echoing down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. People admire the strong. In Jang Chen's past life, money was, to some extent, a symbol of power. It is freedom, it is a buffer. It is the source of all evil, and it is the sum of all blessings. The world is bustling, all for profit. Anyone, whether beautiful or ugly, good or evil, healthy or sick, successful or failing, once they possess the power of money, can attract countless people. In today's world, power has been materialized under the support of elements. As long as Jang Chen continues on the path of pursuing the supreme, constantly advancing and growing stronger, what he needs to face is far more than just difficulties and obstacles. Even wealth, women, and power could become stumbling blocks on his path. Should he stop to enjoy the fruits of his labor? Or should he pursue the pinnacle until death? This showcases the eternal struggle between rationality and emotion in human nature. At this moment, Jang Chen's mind was filled only with cultivation. He believed he had easily crossed a small hurdle of beauty, transforming from a heartless robotic beast into a heartless cultivation machine. Women only affect the speed at which I can cast spells and kill, unless they are rich. Jiang Chen felt his mood swell when a beautiful girl expressed her affection for him, making him walk as if he were floating. Damn! Jiang Chen stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. It was when he passed by the century-old banyan tree at the school that he almost tripped over its roots. Strange, didn't this tree's roots seem to grow here before? Jiang Chen scratched his head, not thinking much of it, and happily walked home. The final exams were approaching in a few days, and the training hall in the heavy magic building at school was temporarily closed, so Jiang Chen could only head home for now. As the end of the first year approached, his sister finally broke through her bottleneck and reached the third transition in cultivation. Jiang Chen soon followed suit, revealing his own third transition, no longer needing to rely on the qualifications of Yong Jian to use the training room. During this time, he deliberately showcased his meditation magic gear in a low-key manner in front of others, downplaying his own talent, making his third transition seem less conspicuous, or perhaps this was just his true self. Although the situation of the Jiang family having two prodigies was indeed quite eye-catching, it wasn't unreasonable for the siblings to share the meditation magic gear, especially since his sister had been at the top of her class since the beginning of the school year. Moreover, this period was also when geniuses began to emerge, with many talented students nearing their third transition. The siblings were just a step ahead. The final exams in this world consist of two main parts: cultural scores and magical practice scores. In cultural subjects, aside from the basic subjects Jiang Chen studied in his previous life, this world also introduced some new topics: monsters and magical theory. After all, with elements permeating the world, the most developed aspects here are monsters and the theory of magic. As for the technologies like gunpowder and cannons, from Jiang Chen's past life, there is no fertile ground for their development here. However, this does not mean that science does not exist. After all, science is humanity's understanding of the objective world, reflecting objective facts and laws. Some basic theories still exist, but the omnipresent elements in the atmosphere have led to significant differences in theoretical development compared to his previous life. As the rulers of this planet, the history of humanity in this world can be described as a bloody tale of resisting monsters. Therefore, the subject of monsters not only studies the habits and weaknesses of various monsters but also integrates history, geography, and even biology. Previously, Jang Chen was able to find rare treasures like the earth vein blue vine fruit precisely because of the behavioral logic of monsters and the knowledge of elemental geography he learned in this subject. The subject of magic is even more crucial. It is the discipline upon which humanity in this world relies for survival. It primarily studies the theory of elements and the construction of magic, delving deeply into the unique ecology of this world. For Jang Chen, studying this course not only allows him to master various spells more quickly, but the greatest benefit is that it gives him the ability to create the most suitable magic for himself. The above are all theoretical knowledge. In addition to cultural scores, the Summer Kingdom also assesses practical magic scores. This is quite simple. Students can choose the brute force route or the scholar route. The brute force route refers to becoming a pure spellcaster, only assessing how many spells one has mastered and the proficiency of those spells. The magical duels, usually employed by Ningjiang High School, are merely a way to stimulate students' initiative. The college entrance examination will not be conducted this way. In many remote areas, there are no shield generators, and there are simply no conditions for magical duels. One cannot risk their life to learn, right? Therefore, in the college entrance examination, even if one comes from a less favorable background, as long as they are willing to diligently practice magic, they can still achieve good results, which is relatively fair. The scholar route refers to becoming a creator of magic, testing students' ability to create spells. This route is the domain of geniuses. After all, to create a spell that meets modern standards and achieve high scores, students need not only a solid theoretical foundation but also a certain level of talent. There is not much difference in superiority between the two routes. Once they enter society, everyone has their own roles, and everyone has a bright future. Jang Chen, after all, has the talent for double casting speed, and he is currently choosing the brute force route. The double casting speed allows him to excel in physical education classes, both in sports and exams, consistently ranking first for years. 3 days of examination time passed in the blink of an eye, and Jang Chen did not need to make any special preparations for the exam. His daily study and training had never been lax, always in optimal condition. After the final exam, the siblings returned to school today to collect their results, and after the closing ceremony, they would be on summer vacation. Bro, how did you do this time? Just a small exam, I nailed it. So confident? What do you think your rank will be this time? Of course, it's first place, Jang Chen said proudly. This guy boasts without a draft, fabricating stories in front of his sister. Bragging again. Didn't you just rank 19th in the last monthly exam? That was then, this is now. Then if you're not first in the grade, you'll do all the chores this month. Jang Shu showed a sly little expression, making a clear betting request to prevent the thick-skinned Jang Chen from going back on his word. Ha ha ha. I heard the chips at the supermarket next door are half price. Should we go shopping after we get our results? Jang Chen laughed heartily, changing the subject. Poof. Jang Shu snorted lightly, with an expression of "Can I handle you?" Then, smiling, she looked at Jang Chen and said, "Then let's buy more ingredients later and make a big dinner to celebrate the vacation." Yay! What do you want to eat? Coca-Cola chicken wings. The siblings each returned to their classes to collect their results. After Jang Shu received her results, she came to Jang Chen's class. The girl approached Jang Chen's seat and picked up his report card to look at it. Bro, what rank did you get? The girl's smile was impossible to hide. 9th. You're the older brother and you only ranked 9th? Jang Shu sighed. I'm sorry, I couldn't let my little sister give it her all. Hee then, Jang Shu took out her own report card, covering the front with the specific scores so Jang Chen couldn't see. The girl circled around to Jang Chen's desk, slightly bending down, resting her arms under her chin, and leaning on the edge of the desk. She tilted her face up, her sparkling eyes looking at Jang Chen, unable to hide her smile, her lips unconsciously pursed in a grin, looking expectantly like a child showing off their grades to their parents. Now it's your turn to ask me. Hurry and ask me. Hurry and ask me. Jang Shu chirped excitedly. What's your best friend's phone number? Is that what I asked you to ask? Then what's your bank card password? Why are you still thinking about exposing my gold coins? Jang Shu said, a bit exasperated. I asked you to ask me about my grades. My grades. What's wrong with your grades? Ha ha. Jang Shu couldn't help but roll her eyes, then she put on a pitiful expression and said, feeling very wronged, "You don't care about me at all. You're only thinking about my best friend and my money. You don't even ask me what my grades are." Oh, Jang Chen elongated his tone, looking as if he suddenly understood. "You want me to ask about your grades? Why didn't you say so earlier? What rank are you?" "Third in the grade." The younger sister made a three-finger gesture towards Jang Chen. "Wow! You scored so high this time. No wonder you're my sister. When we get home, can you cook a big meal to reward me?" Jang Chen said joyfully. "Yay! Wait, isn't it me who should be cooking the big meal? And why is it a reward for you? Then should I cook a big meal to reward you?" Jang Shu thought of Jang Chen's cooking skills and fell silent. Jang Chen looked at his sister's expression, which shifted from joy to anger to silence, feeling that indeed, a woman's heart is as hard to fathom as the depths of the sea. At that moment, Tang Yin walked over. "Jang Chen, there's a class gathering later, you should join, right?" As the class monitor, Tang Yin occasionally organizes class activities, but Jang Chen could count on his fingers how many times he participated in a year. "I'll definitely join next time." "There won't be a next time. You always say that, but I never see you participate," Tang Yin said, puffing up her cheeks, but her soft voice made Jang Chen feel like she was just being cute. "Once we move up to the second year, we'll be split into different classes. If you don't join this time, our class 3 will have very few opportunities to gather together in the future. You're so nagging. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the future. There's no need to be so tedious, organizing gatherings and all. If it were a gathering among a few friends, that would be fine." But for such collective activities, Jang Chen was completely uninterested, as it always reminded him of the year-end parties he attended in his previous life. Colleagues scheming against each other, sitting at a table without talking. After working hard for a year, he was forced to perform to please the leaders. Then he had to serve tea and toast, becoming the atmosphere creator for the boss's conversations. That year, at 18, at the company party, standing there like a lackey, so, with this time, he might as well cultivate. Tang Yin puffed out her cheeks, then her eyes rolled around, and she tiptoed closer to Jang Chen, whispering softly, so close that Jang Chen could smell a faint orchid fragrance. "If you don't go, Ning Jing won't go either," Tang Yin said quietly. "So?" The girl's gentle breath brushed past Jang Chen's ear, making him feel a bit ticklish. "What does it matter to me whether she goes or not? What does it matter to me whether she goes or not?" Jang Chen's cold and indifferent words stunned Tang Yin. "Why are you so indifferent? So heartless?" Tang Yin persisted, grabbing Jang Chen's arm and shaking it back and forth. "Ning Jing definitely wants to attend the class gathering. But if there are no familiar faces, she won't dare to go. Besides, she helps you so much usually. What, aren't you familiar with her?" I. Tang Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Yin was still a student, even though she was enthusiastic, kind, and gentle, her abilities were still limited. Therefore, the group activities she organized couldn't consider all aspects well, relying only on the fact that everyone was classmates and accommodating each other. This naturally led to some people feeling uncomfortable participating, while not participating made them seem excluded from the group. Jang Chen had seen Tang Yin's organizational methods in the class group, which could perhaps be described as disorganized and undisciplined. So Jang Chen shrugged his shoulders, his words carrying a hidden meaning. "Can you reflect on why, after a year, you still aren't familiar with them? Always causing such a ruckus, even dragging people into voluntary activities like gatherings. Who would want to hang out with you? You actually say I'm causing a ruckus." Tang Yin, despite her good temper, couldn't hold back any longer, her little temper flaring up. "All right, stop arguing." Younger sister Jiang Shu timely intervened, pulling Tang Yin's hand away from Jiang Chen and acting as a peacemaker. "Brother, it's the last gathering of the class, you have to participate. No matter what." "Exactly," Tang Yin chimed in. "But, Tang Yin, since you're the class monitor and you organize the event, you need to take care of the feelings of the classmates. Why do you always want my brother to entertain others? He's not a babysitter." "Exactly," Jiang Chen echoed. "So, both of you take a step back. I'll go to the gathering with my brother, and you take care of classmate Ning Jing, ensuring her experience is good." The younger sister proposed a reasonable solution. Jiang Chen frowned, realizing the situation wasn't simple. Jiang Chen just didn't want to attend the gathering, but he never said he was unwilling to hang out with Yun Ning Jing. After all, you can't only treat someone as a friend when you're asking them questions or when you're having them heat up milk for you. Jiang Chen recalled the beginning of his first year in high school. At that time, he hadn't fully inherited the knowledge of his predecessor, so the questions he asked others were relatively basic. Among those people, only Yun Ning Jing never made any sarcastic remarks or showed any impatience. Instead, she answered his questions earnestly. Such small details really left a good impression on Jang Chen. However, since his sister proposed a compromise, Jang Chen saw no need to refute it. All right. Tang. Ian had nothing more to say. Okay, when Ning Jing comes back, I'll ask her if she's going. Jang Chen relented, but don't get your hopes up, she's introverted and it's normal for her not to enjoy these activities. Tang Ian received a somewhat satisfactory answer and went to invite other classmates. The younger sister shot a sidelong glance at Jang Chen. If you have something to say, just say it. Jang Chen ruffled his sister's hair. And why are you joining in the fun? What's wrong with me going? Can't I go? Am I bothering you? Xiao Shu, when you talk like that, it makes your brother very sad. Is it the rebellious phase? I talk like this all the time. Jiang Shu pouted. Jang Chen poked her puffed up cheek, it was soft and felt really nice. At that moment, Yun Ning Jing returned to her seat. Ning Jing, Tang Yin, and the others said there's a gathering in the afternoon. Are you going? Jiang Chen asked directly. Gathering? Yun Ning Jing's face always bore little expression, her calm and unruffled gaze bringing pressure. They said there would be singing, then going for hot pot. Are you going? Yun Ning Jing asked. Yeah. Just to relax a bit. Jiang Chen said helplessly, feeling that gatherings were like being imprisoned. Then, I'll go too. Alright, remember to check the group for specific information. Wow, as soon as you invited her, the beautiful girl is going out with you. What a big face you have, Jiang Shu teased. After receiving the results in the morning, it was considered a holiday. Considering that some classmates weren't locals from Ningjiang and had to catch a ride home, the gathering had to be held early, and it was directly set for that afternoon. The siblings first went to buy groceries and prepare lunch. Didn't you say? It's the last gathering of the class, you have to participate no matter what. Jiang Chen made a teasing expression, mimicking Jiang Shu's earlier words that persuaded him to join the gathering. Jiang Shu was about to say something else. Suddenly, Jiang Chen hugged her tightly, his body surging with azure lightning, and in the next moment, they had already appeared more than 10 meters away. What's wrong? Jiang Shu was stunned. There are demons. Once Jiang Chen entered the state, his expression immediately turned cold, revealing a side that was completely different from his usual gentle demeanor, a more authentic side. Jiang Shu, nestled in her brother's arms, couldn't help but look up and observe her brother at this moment. Jiang Chen was staring at the spot they had just passed, which happened to be an alleyway. Through elemental perception, Jiang Chen keenly sensed the presence of demons lurking in the alley, and his double magical talent clearly also enhanced his perception abilities. Elemental perception was a new sense granted to humans by the core of magical energy. If one had to compare it, it was similar to hearing, able to listen to the changes in surrounding elements without any blind spots, but this hearing was not overly clear and could be obstructed by many factors. However, just like among humans, some could rely solely on their ears to capture every subtle movement around them and construct a clear picture in their minds. Elemental perception was similar. The more profound the cultivation and the more experienced the expert, the stronger their ability to interpret elements, and thus their perception became sharper and clearer. In the next moment, the alley was deep and shadowy. A demon, entirely entwined in vines and resembling a large dog, charged out with a low growl. This was a type of demon similar to the vine wolf, but of a lower class, known as a vine dog. The vine dog bared its fangs, emitting a threatening whine, its four paws kicking up a cloud of dust. It dashed out of the alley without hesitation, directly pouncing towards Jiang Chen and his sister not far away. The environment, which had been peaceful just a moment ago, suddenly turned dangerous. Demons! Quick, scatter! Many pedestrians on the street witnessed this scene, and several instinctively sought cover, beginning to gather magical energy, preparing to take action. Some even found a place to hide directly. In an instant, the originally bustling street became desolate and quiet. In the chaotic world of demons, people instinctively lean towards seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune, which could be considered a form of simple folk customs. Jiang Shu! Jiang Chen called out. His sister immediately understood, and a yellowish light glowed around her. Earth collapse. The simple spell was almost instantaneously cast by his sister. On the path of the charging vine dog, the ground suddenly collapsed without warning, forming a small swamp pit. The vine dog, sprinting at high speed, had no time to react. Its front paws missed the ground, and its entire body lost balance, tumbling forward awkwardly, its movement abruptly halted. At that moment, Jiang Chen lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! A dark cloud appeared in the sky at some unknown time, with lightning flashing rapidly within it. Boom! A bolt of lightning instantly descended from the sky, striking the unsteady vine dog. The blinding electric light flashed. The charred vines exploded on the spot, flames bursting forth. The vine dog didn't even have Time to let out a mournful cry before it fell to the ground, lifeless. In an instant, a low-level demon was killed. Those who were gathering magical energy dispersed their spells, avoiding the demon's corpse, and gathered around. Of course, some were cautious, holding on to their magic, wary of the demon feigning death. Among the many people present, it was clear that there were no mid-level mages, otherwise, it wouldn't have been the two siblings taking action. What a remarkable skill. You must be students from Ningjiang High School, right? Only students from a prestigious school could have such abilities. An elderly man approached and said, as the older generation preferred to use traditional terms like martial arts and Taoist techniques to refer to magic. Why are there demons appearing here? The people from the Magic Suppression Bureau are really not doing their job properly. Some also complained about the officials' lack of diligence. Anyway, let's report this to the Magic Suppression Bureau first. Someone took out their phone to report the situation. Now, the two siblings couldn't leave, so they casually responded to the people around them, waiting for the Magic Suppression Bureau to arrive. In public places of the city, magic cannot be released casually, and offensive magic cannot be used against humans without exception, except in special circumstances. The Magic Suppression Bureau is the official organization dedicated to combating illegal activities by mages and responding to incidents of demons attacking humans in the city. In less than 5 minutes, 2 mages from the Magic Suppression Bureau, dressed in neat uniforms, descended from the sky. One appeared rugged and serious, while the other looked young and handsome, devoid of expression. They were equipped with professional flying magical gear, qualified to fly freely in the city. The 2 mages first confirmed that the demon had been killed by the enthusiastic crowd before they began to inquire. Were there any casualties? The crowd on the scene began to explain in a flurry. Good job, kids. One of the rugged-faced mages said loudly. Your fundamentals are solid, you must have put in a lot of effort. Among the many bystanders, the fastest to act were the brother and sister duo. Although they were the first to react to the demon, the speed of their magic gathering and their seamless cooperation were clearly impressive. Jang Chen waved his hand, just basic operations. By the way, uncle, I heard there are rewards for killing demons? Jang Chen's family wasn't well off, so any money earned from killing minor demons was still worth it. You called me uncle. Do I really look that old? The mage said with a helpless expression. Jang Chen scrutinized the mage, who resembled Zhang Fei, and thought. Even if you're not in your 40s or 50s, I'm a fresh-faced 17-year-old high school student, calling you an uncle in your 30s is still reasonable, right? Xiao Zhang. Focus on your duty, be serious, said the visibly younger mage, who looked to be in his 20s. Yes. Captain Wu. Mage Xiao Zhang stood at attention. Come on, this Captain Wu looks almost my age, and he calls you Xiao Zhang. How desperate are you to look so young, or have you been surpassed by fresh graduates after half a lifetime of work? Jang Chen thought to himself. Of course. There are rewards. We encourage citizens to bravely step forward when facing demons. You are students from Ningjiang High School, right? Please provide your identity information, and the rewards will be sent to you through the school. Captain Wu turned to the siblings, his tone much gentler. The siblings, wearing their school uniforms, were easily identifiable as students. We are students preparing to advance to the 2nd year at Ningjiang High School. Jang Chen nodded and began to provide information. Just finished the 1st year? Mage Xiao Zhan was taken aback, nearly losing his serious expression. He remembered that 7 or 8 years ago, at this time of transitioning from 1st to 2nd year, casting a 2nd-tier spell took quite a while, and it wasn't until the 2nd semester of his 3rd year that he advanced to the 3rd tier, which rapidly improved his proficiency with 2nd-tier spells. A small surprise didn't stop the siblings from continuing to report their personal information. Uncle Wu, why are there vine demons appearing in the city? Asked the younger sister, Zhang Shu. Due to the presence of elements, ordinary plants and animals in the city, even inanimate objects, could potentially transform into demons, leading to various incidents. However, the vine dog demon is unique to the uninhabited area of Grey Wolf Mountain near Ningjiang City, where the demons are characterized by bodies made of plants, making them easily recognizable. Yet this demon, clearly from Grey Wolf Mountain, could invade the city, even if it was just a vine dog. Captain Wu, young and handsome, showed a slightly crumbling expression when referred to as uncle by the sweet and lovely high school girl. The corner of Captain Wu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, recently, the northern region has been unstable, and Ningjiang City has dispatched many personnel to provide support. Therefore, the control over Grey Wolf Mountain has somewhat decreased. But you don't need to worry too much. The Grey Wolf Mountain was only cleared out 2 years ago, and all the major demons and monsters were dealt with. Even if some monsters managed to sneak in, they would only be lowly creatures like vine hounds, Mage Xiao Zhang said with a smile, seeing Captain Wu in a bit of a predicament. These vine monsters can root themselves in the ground and slither into the underground city networks like snakes. You all should avoid the outskirts of the city for now, and keep your distance from sewers and manhole covers to stay safe. Of course, if anything unexpected happens, you should call us immediately. The two forbidden mages assessed the situation, exchanged a few simple words, confirmed that the matter was resolved, and flew off with the monster corpses. Jang Chen watched these highly skilled mages soaring through the air, imagining when he would be able to fly with his own body. In this magical world, due to the presence of elements, flying isn't as difficult as it was in his past life. In fact, there are quite a few flying vehicles on the market that resemble cars and can operate both on land and in the air. These flying vehicles are different from flying magical gear, even ordinary people can use them. However, these vehicles are relatively slow, even slower than cars, and their prices are quite steep. The only advantage is their high safety. As long as they aren't shot down, they basically won't crash, making them much safer than helicopters from his past life. Xiao Shu, do you think I should get a flying license during the summer vacation? Jang Chen asked his sister. Brother, don't even think about it. You can't afford flying magical gear, and you'll have to wait until you reach a higher level to learn flying magic. Just preparing for the future, you know? It's flying. So what if it's flying? His sister looked puzzled. In this world, the idea of individual humans soaring through the skies is quite ordinary. Therefore, Jiang Shu couldn't understand her brother's desire to fly. I can't talk to you anymore, typical summer country mage thinking. Yes. So what are we having for lunch, brother? His sister said, in a tone as if coaxing a child. Honey-glazed roasted flame pig, I haven't had it in a long time. Didn't you say we were having cola chicken wings this morning? I want to eat both. You can't buy flame pig meat anymore, it's been eaten to extinction by foodies like you. Ha! Let's go buy some gray wolf vines to eat. Boiled vines are also very delicious. Sigh, vegetables. Be good, don't be picky. The monster attack incident didn't cause much of a stir in the peaceful lives of the siblings. After finishing lunch and resting for a bit, it was already past 2 o'clock, and their singing activity was scheduled for 3. The house they rented was not far from the school, and the gathering place was also nearby, so the siblings just needed to grab 2 little yellow bikes and ride over. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a taxi, riding was just more cost-effective. However, at this moment, Jang Chen was still waiting at the door for his sister to finish getting ready. Just then, his phone beeped. Jang Chen took out his phone and saw that Yun Ningjing had sent a message on Feishin. Yun Ningjing, Jang Chen, are you there? Yun Ningjing, little whale peeking.jpg Jang Chen, I'm on my way, I'll be there in a few minutes. Jang Chen, funny side-eye.jpg. After sending the message, Jiang Shu finally finished getting ready, and the siblings walked out of the building side by side, the summer heat rolling in. After walking for a while and preparing to ride the little yellow bikes, Jang Chen still hadn't received a reply from Yun Ningjing, but the chat interface showed that she was typing. Jang Chen thought for a moment and understood the situation, then sent another message, which was almost instantly replied to. Jiang Chen, Jiang Shu and I will be there soon. Jiang Chen, Xiao Shu wants to drink milk tea, can you find a milk tea shop and order us a cup? We can go in together when we arrive. Yun Ningjing, little whale with teary eyes.jpg. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. After a year of getting to know her, he had a rough idea of some of Yun Ningjing's personality traits and thoughts. This girl was both inexperienced and playful. She wanted to change her socially anxious nature, but when faced with a social situation like now, she wanted to enter the private room for the class gathering but was hesitant to go in alone, thinking she shouldn't rely too much on others and should act independently. So she kept pacing back and forth, putting pressure on herself. Jiang Chen, it's just classmates inside, not monsters. It's fine if you go in first. Yun Ningjing. If only they were monsters. Jiang Chen, panda head squeezing Jingming acupoint.jpg. After a while waiting for the green light at a traffic signal, Jiang Chen finally had the chance to take out his phone. He couldn't use it while riding his bike. When he checked, he saw a new message, probably indicating that Yun Ningjing had prepared herself mentally. Yun Ningjing, then I'll go in alone first. Yun Ningjing, hurry up and come, or we'll be late. Crying emoji, Yun Ningjing, little whale, go for it. .jpg. Jiang Chen, little whale, go for it. .jpg. Jiang Chen nodded, thinking that although this girl didn't show much expression on her face, her inner feelings were quite rich. The KTV, which the class had booked, was located inside a large shopping mall near the school, which included shopping, dining, culture, entertainment, and leisure activities. At this time, students were on summer vacation, and many were wandering around the mall, enjoying themselves. After the two siblings arrived, they asked the front desk staff and then went in. The soundproofing in the store was excellent. Once inside, they could hardly hear the noisy sounds from the mall. After walking a few steps down the bright
corridor, Jang Chen saw Yun Ningjing standing in front of a private room, hesitating to enter.
Has this girl been stalling for so long and still doesn't dare to go in? Jiang
Chen thought, feeling speechless at first, but then he quickly noticed something was off. From his position, he could only see Yun Ningjing's profile.
The girl wasn't wearing
her school uniform. Instead, she wore a long-sleeved, knee-length dark blue plaid dress, with a white ruffled collar and a deep green bow, adding a touch of sweetness
and elegance.
Around her neck was a dark blue gemstone necklace, her meditation magic gear. She had clearly dressed up at home before coming, just as Tang Yin had said. She
might have been looking forward to this event.
However, compared to her pure and beautiful appearance, she was now slightly lowering her head, her eyelids drooping, her eyes lacking any sparkle, and her hands tightly clutching a small shoulder bag. Although she didn't show any expression, she seemed somewhat lost, helpless, and sad, as if she were
about to break down. The two siblings exchanged glances and walked over. Ningjing, why aren't you going in? Jang Chen asked. Only then did Yun Ningjing realize someone
was beside her. She nervously looked up, and upon seeing Jang Chen, she opened her mouth to say something.
How about we go buy some milk tea first? I suddenly want
some milk tea too, Yun Ningjing said softly. The nervousness caused by being introverted and the sadness from feeling lost are clearly two different things, Jang Chen
thought. Did something happen?
In the next moment, Jang Chen understood what was going on.
With the keen perception brought by his third transformation, even standing in
front of the private room door, he could clearly hear several voices talking inside, despite the good soundproofing.
Seriously, is Yun Ningjing coming today too?
With her personality, isn't she just going to ruin the atmosphere? A slightly sharp female voice said, laced with uncertainty.
Who knows?
The thoughts of a young lady are hard to guess.
She's rich, but a little princess is coming. What can we do?
Yeah, it feels like she's putting on airs, acting all high and mighty just because her family has a bit of
money.
Laughing to death, I heard that the handsome guy from the Tu family in the next class has also been strung along by Yun Ningjing.
I've heard that too, Tu Longyu. Right? He looks so arrogant, but who would have thought he's actually quite infatuated?
He used to send her flowers every day.
Don't even mention that dog Tu Longyu.
Jang Chen is also being strung along by her, always putting his warm face against her cold backside.
Really? I didn't know that.
I just know she usually acts all high-end
mighty and doesn't really pay attention when talking to people. Relying on her family's background, that idiot Yongjin loves to call names, but he never calls on her, right?
And I haven't seen any teachers mention her either.
Now that you mention it, it's true. Last time, when Director Binghua caught her being late, not only did he not
give her a set of ice and fire, but he even smiled at her for the first time. That smile was so flattering.
She must have received some huge benefits from her family.
The
conversation continued, but Jang Chen no longer wanted to listen. Hearing these malicious slanders filled him with rage.
It was the same in his previous life. After working hard to achieve significant results and becoming the top of the department, he was rumored to have gotten there by selling hooks, and then a leader was parachuted in, interrupting his promotion and raise. Damn it, working diligently, only to be undermined by a few bad words from petty people. The little snacks and fruits he usually brought were all
given to the dogs.
The peeling department leader, knowing full well that the promotion position was already predetermined, still painted a rosy picture for these employees,
tricking them into working hard.
Before his rebirth, he was burdened with a huge mortgage, afraid to stir up trouble, scared of losing his job, so when he heard such words, he would only nod submissively, thinking he was mature and magnanimous, unwilling to tear his face with others. Now, he was young and vigorous, ready to strike back hard,
not caring about the consequences. Just petty people who only know how to slander, 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 slander. Damn it, they're all traitors, traitors, traitors. Traitors, traitors, traitors. He was furious, ready to explode. Ningjing, you can't just bottle up your anger like this, do you understand? Jang Chen had too many
curses bottled up inside, making his heart feel dirty. Jang Chen reached out to push the door, and Yun Ningjing was so frightened that she immediately grabbed his hand, trying to stop him.
Forget it, I was actually planning to go home anyway, it's fine. Avoidance was Yun Ningjing's first reaction. If you want to go home, then go. No one is stopping you. Jang Chen.
Yun Ningjing's tone was a bit urgent, pleading. Jang Chen remained silent, just pushing the door, and Yun Ningjing was roughly pushed aside
by him. Don't.
Yun Ningjing didn't want her friend to get into conflict for her, although she was sad, it was no big deal to be talked about a bit.
Creak, the door
to the private room was pushed open, and everyone inside who had been chatting suddenly fell silent, turning to look towards the entrance, with only the background music from the room still playing. Upon seeing Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing walk in, everyone awkwardly averted their gaze.
Why is it so quiet? Jang Chen asked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had just arrived and hadn't heard anything.
Or they believed that Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing had heard but chose to act as if nothing had
happened. So everyone relaxed their expressions and greeted them. Ah, Jang Chen, Ningjing, you're here. Here, sit down, we've already picked songs for you. I mean, just now when you were talking bad about people behind their backs, weren't you quite loud? Why is it so quiet now? Jang Chen's tone was flat, his expression emotionless,
slightly tilting his head in confusion as if he was merely asking an insignificant question. A new song in the private room started playing shortly after, but since no one was singing at that moment, only the melody remained. The deep and oppressive prelude slowly unfolded. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze, and they exchanged glances,
the air thickening for a few seconds,
until someone could no longer bear the atmosphere and spoke up.
It's just a joke among classmates. A girl with chestnut-colored highlights shook her phone and said, "Your mouth is so foul, did you eat shit?" "What do you mean? Just a joke, are you getting worked up?" Jang Chen stared directly
into the chestnut-haired girl's eyes. The pressure from his gaze made her involuntarily look away, biting her lower lip tightly.
The rhythm of the music in the private room gradually quickened, emotions quietly rising. "Jang Chen, don't go too far."
The sports committee member, Wu Jianming, slammed the microphone onto the sofa, producing a harsh
noise. "We're just chatting casually, can you not come in here with personal attacks? You're quite filial, huh? I only said one thing about Li Yuxuan, and you couldn't help but jump out. I hope you treat your family the same way." The redness on Wu Jianming's face quickly spread to his ears.
"And you've been licking her boots for so long. Changing boyfriends more frequently than hairstyles, yet she's never looked at you properly.
Do you know why?"
Jang Chen leaned in a bit, lowering his voice but ensuring everyone could hear, "Because a beauty is only fit for a dog, and a warm man is behind the dog." Wu Jianming's face instantly turned from red to purple, as if someone had grabbed his
neck, veins bulging on his forehead, gasping for air.
The melody in the private room suddenly exploded, a powerful climax sweeping through the entire room.
"Jang Chen, you defend Yun Ningjing so much, do you like her?" Another girl joined the fray. "You love talking bad about Yun Ningjing, are you jealous of her?"
The girl's face flushed
instantly.
Then, Jang Chen's mouth moved like a machine gun, merciless words turned into bullets, rhythmically spewing out with the passionate music, cold and rapid, striking
everyone.
"You're jealous that her grades are better than yours, she's prettier than you, her family is wealthy, and she has the heir of the two family, whom you secretly
admire, completely smitten. Don't you feel very unwilling? But what's the use of your unwillingness as a useless person? You can only lie in bed every night, tossing and turning, wondering why she gets to be a princess while you're just a stinky rat in the gutter? Only able to peek from the sewer. Am I right? Stinky rat in the sewer."
With each word Jang Chen spoke, the girl's face turned paler, she clutched her barren chest tightly, breathing rapidly, feeling like she was about to spit blood.
All right, everyone say one less sentence."
A boy wearing glasses, looking quite refined, stood up, pushed up his glasses, trying to mediate.
"I'll say something fair. It's
indeed wrong for them to talk bad about others behind their backs, they should apologize to classmate Ningjing." He paused, looking at Jang Chen, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. "But Jang Chen, don't be so angry, we're all classmates, we see each other every day, why not take a step back, let's all give me some face."
I didn't hear him say anything bad about Yun Ningjing just now. Jang Chen thought. Then, who do you think you are? Jang Chen scoffed. "You're here pretending to be a reasonable person. When they were spewing nonsense just now, you were enjoying it on the side, right? Did you think you were so noble?
While everyone else is drunk, I'm the only one sober.
Thinking you're not sinking to the level of these bugs, just a pure white lotus that rises from the mud?" Finally, the stirring music softened, transitioning into a low, somber variation. However, Jang Chen was still on a roll. "And what's this about giving you face, really high and mighty, huh? Yes, who would dare not give the moral saint face? You're so double-standard, your mind is filled only with yourself."
Jang Chen sprayed insults at anyone he saw, taking them down in an instant, regardless of whether they were good or bad, he took them all out. A foul mouth brought momentary pleasure, and the more he cursed, the more he enjoyed it. The bespectacled boy's face twisted in anger.
Upon hearing this,
Yun Ningjing, seeing Jang Chen standing up for her under pressure, didn't say anything like let it go, but silently stood behind him.
If it had been
her facing this situation alone, she would have probably run away by now.
The first victim of Jang Chen's verbal onslaught, Jang Shu, was currently hiding outside the door, observing in secret.
She looked at Jang Chen's back as he battled with words, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "It's this mouth.
This mouth. My brother is simply a war god. You bastard."
The sports committee member, Wu Jianming, suddenly radiated a fiery red light.
Unable to win the verbal battle, he was ready to take action. However, the next moment, the low background music in the private room quickened its tempo as the lingering notes faded, the emotions rising once again, more intense than before. At the same time, a thunderous shriek echoed, the piercing sound of thunder reaching everyone's ears. Jang Chen was enveloped in a surging blue light, the arcs of electricity around him responding to his emotions, violently pulsating. One arc of electricity struck the coffee table in front of him uncontrollably. Bang! The coffee table, along with the teacups, fruit plates, and drinks, exploded under the impact of the arc. Fruit fragments and tea splashed onto everyone, leaving them in a messy state. No one in the private room spoke anymore. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, collectively swallowing hard. Even though their grades were mediocre, they could tell this was not magic. It was simply the effect of Jang Chen stirring the elements. To put it metaphorically, it was like the wind generated by a martial arts master's punch. Everyone calmly realized one thing. Jang Chen's mastery of magic far exceeded theirs, and he had already broken through to the third tier. They, the second-tier misfits, were no match for him even if they banded together. Not to mention there was also a third-tier Yun Ningjing, who dealt critical hits, standing behind Jang Chen. So what if Yun Ningjing was introverted and weak? Her strength was undeniable. She had never held back in magical duels due to her personality, not to mention her wealthy and powerful family. At this moment, her expression was blank, and no one could tell if she was nervous and scared or if she was filled with anger. In front of them stood a man and a woman, the man being the perennial champion in magical duels, and the woman the perennial second place. The two stood silently at the door of the private room, both with expressionless faces. Compared to everyone else, they seemed more like bullies at this moment. The music that had finally burned out was no longer passionate but carried a tragic sense of impending doom, making their figures appear even more imposing. They stood with their backs to the light source in the corridor, their faces completely shrouded in heavy shadows, making their expressions unreadable, but one could feel the terrifying gaze, as tangible as substance, piercing through the dim light, precisely pinning down each person. That feeling was like the arrival of a demon, the emergence of a dark lord, an overwhelming sense of pressure hitting everyone. The atmosphere was heavy, the air thick. Someone beside them signaled to the sports committee member with their eyes. Using magic to attack classmates for no reason is illegal. They wouldn't dare to act. If they do, they're fully responsible. Bro, what are you afraid of? The sports committee member's mouth twitched. I'm afraid of dying. What do you think I'm afraid of? Unable to argue or fight back, everyone felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and they all became obedient. The sports committee member suddenly looked more refined. Jang Chen scanned the crowd, and those who met his gaze either lowered their heads or turned away, not daring to look directly into Jang Chen's eyes. Jang Chen snorted heavily, then turned and took Yun Ningjing's wrist, leading her out of the private room. Not long after they exited, Jang Chen released her hand. The lights in the corridor were much brighter than those in the private room, dispelling some of the earlier discomfort. However, as soon as he relaxed his grip, a warm little hand, no, two, tightened around his right hand once more. The three quickly arrived at a relatively secluded corner of the KTV hall. At this moment, Yun Ningjing remained silent, looking down at her toes, even though she probably couldn't see them. Seeing this, her sister chuckled softly and stepped forward, pulling Yun Ningjing's hand away before gently taking hold of her slightly cold hand. Ningjing, it's okay, don't take it to heart, those people just talk too much, Jang Shu comforted, lightly shaking their joined hands. Yun Ningjing looked up at Jang Shu, her face already devoid of expression. Jang Shu felt a bit uneasy. Yun Ningjing shook her head and quietly said, "It's my fault. I caused you trouble." "I'm sorry," Yun Ningjing immediately apologized without hesitation. "No, you're the victim, why are you apologizing?" Jang Chen was quite confused. Yun Ningjing fell silent, and Jang Chen didn't rush her, waiting quietly. After a while, Yun Ningjing finally spoke, "It's my fault. I didn't handle my relationship with my classmates well, and I dragged you into an argument with them. Also, thank you, Jang Chen." Yun Ningjing looked at Jang Chen, her eyes finally showing some spark. At that moment, anyone could see the seriousness and sincerity in the girl's face. Jang Chen looked at the still somewhat downcast girl before him, feeling that she was no different from kids like Cao Wen, both equally innocent and kind-hearted, but Ningjing's heart was quite sensitive. Jang Chen smiled and said lightly, "We're all friends. There's no need to say this." Yun Ningjing continued to gaze at Jang Chen. "Speaking of which, Ningjing, I should thank you too," Jang Chen said with a smile. "Today's incident helped me see this group of people without any cost. What a great deal, haha, but..." Yun Ningjing still felt a bit uneasy, mumbling softly. Jang Chen interrupted her, saying, "No buts, don't think about those unpleasant things anymore. Also, I won't be going back to the party, I'm planning to go home." "What do you say?" Yun Ningjing responded softly and then added, "I don't want to go back either." Jang Chen looked at her submissive demeanor and thought, if he had arrived just a little later, would she have gone home feeling dejected, sulking for a long time, constantly at war with herself? Rather than self-inflicting pain, it was better to put pressure on others. That's what Jang Chen had just thought, and that's what he did. Jang Shu, who had been unable to interject, immediately became unwilling when she heard Jang Chen say he was going home. Brother, are we going home already? We just got out to have fun. Jang Shu was quite displeased. With the end of the semester approaching, she had been studying hard, and now that the break had started, she was planning to relax a bit. Your feet are your own, I'm not stopping you from having fun. Oh no, that's not acceptable. You have to come with me. Jang Shu, who had been holding Yun Ningjing's hand, immediately let go and turned to hug Jang Chen's arm, shaking it vigorously and acting cute. Jang Chen couldn't resist his sister's charm and directly yielded. Alright, stop squeezing my arm, I'll go with you. Yay! The sister's face lit up with joy. Since we're here, let's book a private room and sing. That last song was so awesome, I want to sing it too. Let's go. Jang Chen casually asked Yun Ningjing, Ningjing, are you coming? Yun Ningjing fidgeted in place, and Jang Chen couldn't decipher her thoughts. You don't have to force yourself, Jang Chen said, seeing her silent and thinking she wanted to go home again, offering her an out. Jang Shu sings terribly, you'll just be tortured if you go. Who said your singing is terrible? Jang Shu immediately glared at Jang Chen, it's clearly you who can't carry a tune, afraid that Ningjing will hear you. Ningjing, listening to my brother sing is the real torture, you mustn't force yourself. Yun Ningjing was just a bit worried that her singing wasn't very good. At this moment, the girl gently tucked a strand of her falling hair behind her ear with her delicate, fair fingers, her voice soft like it was soaked in warm water. It's okay, my singing isn't very good either. And I brought throat lozenges, so, if it doesn't disturb you. This guy is really looking forward to having fun, even brought throat lozenges. A thought flashed through Jang Chen's mind. Then, he burst out laughing and said, great, the more audience there are, the better I can showcase my talent. Ha ha ha. Jang Shu rolled her eyes at him without holding back. Just then, Wang Jieja and Jiang Qi chased after them. They had just been among that group of people but had remained silent the whole time, not giving Jang Chen a chance to shine. Although Wang Jieja didn't like Yun Ningjing in her heart, she didn't say anything hurtful, but she also didn't want to speak up for Yun Ningjing. For her, saying nothing was already a concession. Ningjing, I'm sorry. Wang Jieja apologized to Yun Ningjing. When they said those things about you, I didn't speak up for you, but I definitely didn't agree with them. After saying this, the girl secretly observed Jang Chen's expression. Although she still suffered some collateral damage from Jang Chen's verbal attacks, she didn't mind and instead found an excuse to come out, making her stance clear. Ningjing, I'm sorry. Jiang Qi also apologized, her gentle nature making it even harder for her to speak in such a large debate. Yun Ningjing hurriedly waved her hand, a bit awkwardly eager. It's fine, this isn't your fault at all. Wang Jiajia smiled shyly, then scratched her head and asked casually, so what are you all going to do now? My brother said he wants to book a private room to showcase his singing, so we can see what real music is like. Jang Shu, seeing that things were going well, decided to go with the flow, an evil plan forming in her mind. Really? Jang Chen, are you good at singing? I've never heard of it. Wang Jieja said, a bit flushed. Can we go too? We don't want to stay over there anymore. With the girl saying this, Jang Chen had no choice, then let's go together, singing is more fun with more people. So, the five of them booked a private room again. They had barely sat down, without even ordering songs, when Xian Tianyue and Gao Wen showed up. They had timed it just right, missing the whole thing. Gao Wen, despite looking like a primary school student, was actually quite arrogant, only hanging out with high achievers, not even pretending otherwise. After hearing about Jang Chen's situation, Xian Tianyue didn't want to stay there anymore, especially since there were more beautiful girls here. Poor Tang Yin, as the class monitor, was caught in the middle, unable to escape either side. Once there were more people, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Brother, is this song your pick? Jiang Shu's plan was smoothly unfolding. Ah, it's mine, finally my turn, where's the mic? As soon as Jang Chen saw it was finally his turn, he quickly grabbed the microphone. Everyone turned their attention to Jang Chen. They usually saw this guy show off, but it was the first time they heard him sing, and they were all curious about what his voice would be like. The cold and sharp synthesized sound began to play, and Jang Chen lightly tapped his fingers to the rhythm. Once the prelude was over, he opened his mouth. All are brave, the wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made. As soon as Jang Chen started singing, everyone couldn't hold back. Xian Tianyue raised his hand, opened his mouth as if to say something, then pulled his hand back to his lips, as if some words were on the tip of his tongue but he swallowed them back. Gao Wen's eyes brightened, he decided he would sing this song too. The song quickly reached its climax. Jang Chen was lost in his own singing, slightly leaning back, using all his strength to roar into the microphone, loving you, walking alone in the dark alley, loving you, not kneeling down. The short-haired girl Wang Jieja finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, doubling over, her shoulders shaking as she enthusiastically said, Jang Chen, stop messing around, okay? Sing seriously. This. Jang Chen, who was singing earnestly, suddenly stumbled. Jang Chen's pupils shook, but he still maintained a calm expression. Not a sister. Can you really be so sarcastic? What am I doing that's weird? Am I not singing seriously? Am I not singing well? Where am I not singing well? No, am I really not singing well? Jang Chen continued to sing while discreetly observing Wang Jieja. He saw her smile bright and sincere, her big eyes sparkling, filled with pure joy, without a hint of mockery. However, in such a situation, the more sincere the gaze, the more earnest the words, the greater the destructive power. Jang Chen felt his defenses crumbling, truly crumbling. Besides feeling broken, he thought despondently, if I show an awkward expression here, my student life will be over. Realizing he was singing poorly, he had already started to dig his toes into the ground. In fact, his mind began to race through memories in his past life. During his school days, he had no money for entertainment. After starting work, he had even less time to play. He didn't like singing either. So, hardly anyone had heard him sing, and he wouldn't record his voice to listen to it repeatedly. Until today. Others were also struggling to hold back their laughter. This guy singing Lonely Hero was one thing, but he was clearly tone-deaf, yet he looked completely immersed in his singing. However, Jang Chen's perfectly awkward demeanor made it hard to tell if he was genuinely awkward or just pretending. In that moment, Jang Chen could only sing through his tears, pretending nothing had happened, his smile full of heartbreak. Yun Ningjing quietly watched Jang Chen smile, thinking, he looks like he's about to break. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Jang Chen sang, tears almost spilling out, wishing he had just gone home. Meanwhile, Jiang Shu beside him was also holding back tears, almost laughing out loud. The plan was a great success. Jian Tianyue was still there to add fuel to the fire. Jang Chen, is that the voice of a heavenly messenger? A well-aimed strike. At this, everyone burst into laughter. Yun Ningjing also tightly pressed her lips together. After Wang Jieja finished laughing, she seemed to suddenly realize something, her face filled with panic. That day, everyone rarely saw Jang Chen's face turn red, and they applauded for it. Later, perhaps because Jang Chen was the butt of the joke, Yun Ningjing was able to relax a bit. Although she claimed her singing wasn't good, her voice was so beautiful it completely overshadowed Jang Chen. Truly worthy of being a young lady from a prominent family, she must have practiced. Thus, only Jang Chen's wounded world was achieved. After everyone finished singing, they enjoyed food and fun in the mall, and then each returned home. Finally, summer vacation had arrived. During the summer, Jang Chen also didn't plan to go out. After all, the meditation magic armor he won at the sports meet would only be taken back after the summer, and he had to seize the opportunity. At the same time, after advancing to the third tier, even during summer vacation, he could use the school's training facilities. So, the next few days, the siblings would be on a straight line between school and home. Cultivation, study, and the occasional interjection of daily trivialities, although it seemed not much different from the usual campus life, lacked a bit of tension and had more of the ease and composure brought by the holiday. This was a day in the summer vacation. At 7 in the morning, before the alarm on his phone vibrated, Jang Chen had already reached out his hand to hover over the phone, and as soon as it vibrated, he immediately turned it off. He then quickly threw off the thin blanket and sprang up. Jang Chen's mind was still a bit hazy. He sat on the bed in a daze for a while before getting up. After a simple wash, he changed into comfortable clothes suitable for movement. He headed to a nearby small park. The air was fresh, carrying the moist scent of grass and trees. The summer morning was not yet too hot, and a gentle breeze occasionally brushed against his face, making him feel pleasant. Jang Chen did some simple exercises and jogged for 15 minutes. No matter how much humans train their bodies, they cannot reach an extraordinary realm. Only the enhancement of the magic core can break through this limitation. But compared to the powerful bodies of demons, they still fall far short. Therefore, Jang Chen only thought of using running to discipline himself, not allowing himself to become lazy with the arrival of summer vacation. After jogging, a light sweat dampened his forehead. Jang Chen found an empty corner in the small park and began practicing Thunder Flash. Not everyone in society can afford the fees of commercial training grounds. The authorities considered this when planning the city, so some public green spaces and squares are allowed for low-level mages to practice magic, and the specially treated areas can withstand the power of low-level magic, ensuring safety. However, apart from being spacious, such public places cannot compare to specialized training facilities in other aspects. Moreover, in this world, cultivation is a very private matter, practicing magic in the street. However, Jang Chen did not care about these things. He only felt that this place was so spacious, making it perfect for practicing thunder flash. As the magic energy surged and the elements howled, the entire area was filled with streaks of lightning rampaging, and Jang Chen's figure appeared and disappeared like bubbles, finally emerging from the high-speed flickering of lightning at the moment the magic energy was completely depleted. Ha! Thunder Flash can gradually be released according to my will, and the power of the magic hasn't decreased. Is it about to reach the Blue Radiance level? Mastering second-level magic at the Blue Radiance level is significantly more challenging than the first level. Currently, Jang Chen had mastered 5 spells, and with limited time and magic energy, he preferred to prioritize upgrading Thunder Flash to the Blue Radiance level. Early in the morning, after casting a few spells and depleting his magic energy reserves, he left. Once his magic energy automatically recovered, he could engage in a new round of training without hindering him from doing other things. Jang Chen couldn't afford to buy a large amount of recovery potions for training, so he had to seize the fragmented time to practice becoming a master of time management. On his way home, Jang Chen casually packed 2 steaming portions of fresh meat wontons from a familiar stall. By the time he returned home, it was just past 8 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. Jang Chen gently tapped on his sister's door. Xiao Shu, get up for breakfast. After a moment, the door creaked open, and a girl in cute cartoon pajamas emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning delicately. The girl seemed to intend to grow her hair long. Her medium-length hair was a bit messy, adding to her cuteness. Jang Chen couldn't help but pinch her smooth face as he looked at his sister's drowsy yet adorable appearance. Don't pinch me. His sister swatted Jang Chen's big hand away and walked into the washroom. After the siblings enjoyed breakfast, it was time for their unwavering meditation and study. By noon, Jang Chen occasionally cooked with his sister, but most of the time he just helped out a bit, and more often than not, after finishing the meal, he would wash a dish or two. After the meal and chores were done, the siblings lay lazily on the sofa, each occupying one side, taking a moment to rest. The sofa was small, and Jiang Shu directly propped his feet on Jang Chen's stomach, comfortably lying back. His sister, feeling bored, fiddled with the TV remote while Jiang Chen scrolled through his phone. The phone vibrated gently. A message from Fei Xin came in, sent by Yun Ningjing. Yun Ningjing, Jang Chen, are you free these days? Yun Ningjing, I haven't properly thanked you for the last time. I'd like to treat you to a meal, is that okay? Yun Ningjing, Little Whale says hello. JPG Jiang Chen looked at the message from the girl, sensing a hint of caution within it. He could imagine that she had organized her words for quite a while and had finally mustered the courage to send it. Jiang Chen, it's just a small matter, no need to keep it on your mind. Jiang Chen, also, there's no need to treat me to a meal, we're friends, why be so polite? Jiang Chen, smiling dragon picture.jpg. There was silence on the other end of Fei Xin. Just as Jiang Chen was wondering why she wasn't replying, several messages from Qian Tianyue came in. The gist of the content was that various class groups, chat groups, and forums were spreading rumors about Jiang Chen bullying classmates by relying on his cultivation. In short, it was all about Jiang Chen's radical behavior, without discussing why he was being radical. At the same time, Qian Tianyue also screenshot some messages where Yun Ningjing defended Jiang Chen, but these messages were drowned out by the flood of other messages, making no impact at all. In reality, Yun Ningjing might be an unparalleled beauty and a magic expert, but online, she still needed to practice more. Qian Tianyue, you're famous now. Qian Tianyue, funny.jpg. Jiang Chen, sorry bro, too funny to handle.jpg. Faced with these rumors, Jiang Chen found it a waste of time to even glance at them, so he just sent a meme to brush off Qian Tianyue. Back when Jiang Chen started his first year of high school, there were all sorts of rumors about him. After all, when he first started school, he was so eager, always trying to show off his diligence in front of teachers and classmates, yet his grades were not that great. One could imagine the impression he left on others. It was only later, when his grades improved, that things got a bit better. Now it seemed the KTV incident was starting to brew, and some people were unhappy with his behavior. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters, as long as they didn't jump in front of him. Once his cultivation improved, there would be great scholars to defend him. But then he thought, Yun Ningjing suddenly messaging him at this time was probably related to this matter. Sure enough. Yun Ningjing, I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. Yun Ningjing, you must have seen those messages in the group, right? Yun Ningjing, it's all my fault for dragging you into this kind of slander. Yun Ningjing, please don't be mad at me, I will help you explain it clearly. Yun Ningjing stopped sending her cute whale emojis, and her words once again revealed her apology, clearly a bit anxious. Why would I be mad at you? You didn't spread the rumors. Jang Chen scratched his head, unable to help but mutter to himself. People like Yun Ningjing, who were so sensitive, thought too much for others, always taking the blame for everything. Jang Chen fell silent for a few seconds, not sending a text message, but instead sending a voice message. Jiang Chen first spoke in an annoyed tone. Ningjing, you saw those messages in the group, right? You shouldn't always think I would get angry over these nonsensical things. Do you really think I'm such a petty person? It's your thinking of me that makes me the angriest. Then, Jang Chen softened his tone. Also, is our friendship so fragile? Can't it withstand a little setback? Friendship is not such a trivial thing. Then, Jang Chen said in a relaxed tone, so, if you consider me a friend, just loosen up a bit. Don't be too hard on yourself, just live like yourself. Words possess the power to transcend time and space. They can connect a nation's 5,000 years of history and convey thoughts between people across vast distances. However, no matter how profound the words on paper may be, they ultimately cannot compare to the sincere emotions contained in a person's spoken words. Jang Chen's words were simple and straightforward, yet his tone was sincere, instilling trust and carrying a soothing power. After a while, Yun Ningjing sent a new message. Yun Ningjing, I understand, thank you, Jang Chen. Yun Ningjing, Little Whale Crying.jpg Jang Chen, Little Whale Crying.jpg Yun Ningjing, can I still chat with you in the future? Jang Chen, if you keep being this polite, I might have to charge a friendship fee. Yun Ningjing, transferring you 100,000 yuan, note, friendship fee. Yun Ningjing, is this enough? This is all my pocket money for a month. When I get my allowance next month, I'll transfer more to you. What? 100,000? Jang Chen, who was scared of being poor, suddenly sat up from the sofa, knocking his sister Jang Shu off his lap. Ignoring his sister's dissatisfaction on the floor, Jang Chen began to count how many zeros were in front of him. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, Dad. Jang Chen couldn't believe that such a dense array of zeros appeared in the Feishin transfer instead of in Chengdu. Good job, Yun Ningjing, is this how you test your comrades? Jang Chen painfully rejected Yun Ningjing's transfer and gave her a good talking to. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. Jang Chen did not consider himself a gentleman, but he certainly wouldn't take a child's pocket money. That's just pure exploitation. From then on, although the two did not meet again throughout the summer vacation, their communication on Feishin visibly increased in frequency, and the topics gradually became more relaxed and casual, often sharing confusions about cultivation or interesting things encountered in life. In his previous life, Jang Chen had a similar relationship with Qian Tianyue. Although they lived and worked in different cities, they still communicated constantly through the internet. Now, with this new friend, Jang Chen felt quite good about it. In the future, when transporting internet historical materials, he would have one more person to share with. The 2-month summer vacation basically passed in the midst of cultivation. Jang Chen cherished the time he could use the meditation magic armor and frequently visited the training grounds provided for third transformation students by the school. Fully immersed in his cultivation, Jang Chen hardly felt the passage of time, only occasionally realizing the further growth of his strength, which made him suddenly aware so much time had already passed. It was an afternoon just a week before the start of the second year of high school, and the air was so hot it felt almost solid. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've sparred with my classmates. I'm feeling a bit itchy to fight, Jang Chen said as he sat cross-legged on the sofa, finishing his training and opening his eyes. Just thought of a new move. Is there anyone who wants to let me practice on them? Brother, a crisp voice came. Jiang Shu bounced over like a cute sandbag. Jang Chen looked at his adorable sister and pondered whether he could find an opportunity to spar with her. His sister, unaware of Jang Chen's thoughts, simply stared at him, then suddenly seemed to notice something, scrutinizing him closely. Then, the girl reached out her cool little hand and cupped Jang Chen's face, looking left and right, her bright eyes reflecting Jang Chen's slightly overlong hair. Jang Chen could smell the unique fragrance of youth emanating from her. Your hair is so long, you should go get it cut. Jang Chen slightly tilted his head, avoiding his sister's mischievous little hands, and twirled his hair with his fingers. He noticed that his bangs had grown past his eyebrows. It seemed they were indeed quite long. He hadn't gotten a haircut all summer. It does seem a bit long. I'll go get a trim now, Jang Chen said as he stood up. So, what do you want to buy? Jang Chen saw through his sister's reluctance to go out in the sweltering summer heat, yet her desire to buy something. I want to eat ice cream. And also, can you help me pick up a few packages? Jiang Shu flashed a cute, innocent smile, putting on an adorable act, and she really was quite cute. You're so lazy. Who told you to be such a good brother? His sister flattered him. Sigh, I guess it's my duty. Jang Chen replied, rolling his eyes before grabbing his keys and heading out.
The scorching sun hit him as he stepped outside, and the streets were sparsely populated, with the cicadas' cries sounding exhausted.
As Jang Chen walked towards his usual barbershop, he
noticed an elderly man with white hair and a weathered face setting up an extremely simple stall under the thick shade of an old camphor
tree in the community.
A handwritten wooden sign read haircut, next to a folding chair and a brand new mirror.
These details weren't
the main point. The highlight was the striking number below the sign, 10 yuan. Compared to the prices at his regular barbershop, Jang Chen felt a strong temptation. At that moment, he thought of the hundreds of thousands he owed in mortgage payments if he didn't pay it back within 5 years. The house left by his parents could be sold at any time. He also recalled the day his sister handed him her bank card, telling him not to be so frugal.
Jang Chen remembered many instances where money had caused trouble for others, like how
he couldn't afford the commercial training ground and had to trouble young Jian, or when he went out to eat with friends, they would choose less expensive places to accommodate him,
and so on.
Jang Chen wasn't heartless. The idea of getting a haircut for 10 yuan
truly excited him.
The siblings had enough money to spend, and he wasn't someone who would save on everything.
He always believed that
money should be spent when needed, otherwise, it was meaningless. But the money for a haircut clearly belonged to the part that could
be saved. If I don't take advantage of the common people's prices, am I even human? Jang Chen thought to himself as he walked
straight towards the old man's 10 yuan stall. Moments later, Jang Chen stood in front of the mirror, lost in long silence.
The old man also fell silent as he looked at the hairstyle he had created.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
Jang Chen asked with difficulty. I cut hair.
So this is your first time setting up a stall?
How did you know?
Jang Chen looked at his reflection in the mirror, appearing like a fool with hair that looked like it had been chewed by a dog, his mouth twitching slightly, thinking, this is really hard to guess. Well, young man, how about I don't charge you this time, ha, ha. The old man scratched his head and chuckled
awkwardly.
No, it's me who won't charge you, sir. Jang Chen felt frustrated. It was hard to finally feel tempted, only to end up losing completely.
Amid the old man's
repeated apologies, Jang Chen could only leave helplessly. Jang Chen thought to himself, this old man is in his 70s or 80s, still working hard in his retirement, starting a business to enjoy the silver-haired dividend.
With such a hard-working spirit, I can't really say anything.
Since it had come to this, he would
take it as a lesson for himself.
Although he didn't look particularly good, he still cared about his appearance to some extent.
When Jang Chen returned home, his sister laughed at him mercilessly.
However, later on, she took out some scissors and gave Jang Chen a slight trim, which salvaged a bit of his appearance.
Finally, Jang Chen
rummaged through the pile of clutter at home and found a hat, deciding to wear it until his hair grew back.
The summer vacation ended just like that, plain and uneventful.
The second year of high school officially began. In the early morning, the dawn broke through the thin mist. On the first day of the second year, the siblings got up early to wash up.
And after breakfast, they returned to school. Still under that iconic giant banyan tree.
The thick and sturdy trunk of the banyan tree stood tall, its lush branches and leaves forming a magnificent canopy, with fresh green leaves shimmering in the sunlight, exuding vitality and grandeur. According to the long-standing tradition of Ningjiang High School, the banyan tree was once again adorned with red ribbons fluttering in the morning breeze, creating a festive atmosphere to welcome the new first-year students and the arrival of the new semester. In the square beneath the banyan tree, many mobile blackboards displaying class assignment information were set up. Crowds of students moved back and forth in the shade of the tree, most of their faces glowing with excitement for the new semester.
Yay! Brother, I'm in the same class as you,
Jang Shu exclaimed, excitedly grabbing Jang Chen's arm, her voice
bright and clear.
The youthful and lively girl, with a pretty face slightly flushed with excitement, captivated the surrounding boys, making them unconsciously straighten their backs, afraid of leaving a bad impression on her.
I know.
Jang Chen yawned, raising his hand to press against Jang Shu's fair face, somewhat rudely pushing her head away.
What? Don't you like being in the same class as me?
Jang Shu pouted in dissatisfaction, but her small hand instinctively grasped the hand that pushed her cheek still resting against his
palm, feeling the warmth of Jang Chen's hand.
Like. Jang Chen replied perfunctorily, his gaze continuing to scan the class assignment list above, checking where a few familiar faces had been placed. The siblings were assigned to class 1 of the second year, which was the top class.
Class assignments were based on the rankings from the first-year final exam results, dividing students into top classes, key classes, and regular classes. There were 20 classes in their year, with 2 top classes consisting of the top 60 students, 4 key classes, and the rest being regular classes. Of course, each grade would also have 1 or 2 special classes, but here we only discuss the regular classes. The students in all classes were not fixed. As long as your grades improved, you could join a key class or even a top class. And those enjoying various training resources, the top and key students, if they fell behind, had to give up their spots to others, not hogging the resources without contributing. Both siblings were in the top class, which could be said to be enjoying the treatment of core disciples in a sect. Jang Chen liked to compare Ningjiang High School to the Ningjiang sect, likening the students to disciples, and everything else followed suit because he found such martial arts style metaphors quite amusing in real life. After scanning the list and confirming it was correct, he turned to his still cheerful sister and said, "I'm going to return the meditation magic gear, you go to class first. I'll go too, you go to class and grab a good seat, why are you following me?" Jang Chen noticed his sister was becoming more clingy. "Oh right. Then I'll go first." "Brother, you hurry up too." After being reminded, his sister hurriedly skipped towards the teaching building. Jang Chen walked alone through the morning campus. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappled on the stone path of Ningjiang High School. The chirping of birds rose and fell, adding a touch of liveliness to the tranquility. Occasionally, students or teachers in uniforms passed by him. The entire campus was immersed in a unique vitality. Soon, the iconic building of the heavy magic tower appeared before him. He stepped inside. The spacious lobby on the first floor opened up before him. In the center, the 9 magic books that Jang Chen had carefully browsed and selected were still quietly placed on the display stand. Above them, brilliant light screens flowed. The effects of various spells, treasured by Ningjiang High School, were demonstrated on the light screens, dazzling the onlookers and showcasing the school's heritage. Many excited first-year students chattered around the stands displaying the magic books or showcasing rare magical gear. There were also quite a few parents accompanying their children to register, who were watching with some excitement and taking out their phones to post on social media. Jang Chen bypassed them and went straight to the second floor, finding a window that was specifically for returning the meditation magical gear. After signing his name and placing the necklace on the counter, Jang Chen was about to turn and leave. The teacher behind the counter was a plump, mature woman who suddenly called out to him, "Student, you have reset the password for this magical gear yourself, right? Please tell me." The meditation magical gear, valued at over $1 million, could be set with both a password and an elemental code, providing double security to ensure safety. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Jang Chen paused. He fell silent. "Student," the teacher behind the counter asked. "Again." "Teacher, the elemental code hasn't changed, the password is." Jang Chen fell silent once more. After a long hesitation, he finally managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. "Jang Shu is the cutest in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Chen felt his face flush a bit. He had initially changed the password to Jang Shu the Big Fool for fun, purely to prank his sister. The result was predictable. Jang Shu definitely didn't want that, and after some coaxing and pestering, she forced him to change it to the current one. Jang Chen hadn't thought of this at the moment. Now, in front of so many people, being forced to say such a thing, even someone as thick-skinned as Jang Chen felt a bit shy. Didn't this make him seem like an irredeemable perverted sister con? Hearing Jang Chen's self-revelation, the female teacher behind the counter cast a meaningful glance at Jang Chen's signature on the form beside her. Then, the mature and charming woman subtly raised the corner of her mouth and slowly spoke. "The teacher didn't quite hear you just now, could you say it again?" "Jang Shu is the cutest in the world." Jang Chen shouted in despair, then fled the scene as if escaping, quickly leaving that heart-wrenching place. In the distance, he could still faintly hear the teacher's hearty laughter. Jang Chen buried his head and hurried towards the teaching building, complaining in his heart that the teacher was a bad woman. As Jang Chen walked back to the teaching building, a loud and boisterous figure suddenly jumped out, blocking his path. Chen. Jang Chen looked at this guy, who sported a meticulously styled head of hair, shiny and slicked with gel, and wore a pair of delicate black-framed glasses, looking quite flashy. Jang Chen genuinely worried he might suddenly shout, "Oh hi, Junior. Oh hi, Junior." Qian Tianyue adjusted his glasses and waved at Jang Chen. Sometimes, Jang Chen felt quite desperate about the fact that he could resonate with someone like Qian Tianyue. Qian Tianyue didn't care what Jang Chen was thinking and began shouting to himself, "Jang Chen. New semester. I must find a super beautiful girl to be my girlfriend. Can you not act crazy here so early in the morning?" Qian Tianyue completely ignored Jang Chen's words and instead, with sharp eyes, focused on the hat on Jang Chen's head, yanking it off. "Dude, why are you wearing a hat on such a hot day? Aren't you hot? Let me wear it." The moment the hat was removed, Jang Chen's silly hairstyle was exposed to the air. Qian Tianyue was first taken aback, then he burst into laughter like a dragon meme holding back a laugh, first stifling it for a moment, then realizing he couldn't hold it in any longer, pointing at Jang Chen's head and laughing heartily. "Ha, ha ha ha, you, why? Ha ha ha." Qian Tianyue was laughing so hard he could barely speak, tears streaming down his face. Jang Chen's mouth twitched, unable to respond. Once Qian Tianyue had laughed enough and was wiping his tears, Jang Chen took back his hat and put it on again. The two naturally turned towards the small shop. After Qian Tianyue learned the backstory of Jang Chen's disastrous hairstyle, he spoke up. Jang Chen, is there no one in this school that you care about? The people I care about wouldn't care about my terrible hairstyle. Qian Tianyue was slightly taken aback by this statement, although he agreed, he certainly couldn't admit defeat verbally. Then, don't you want to date someone? Jang Chen glanced at Qian Tianyue, his tone flat. I only have a little money, what's the point of dating? Shouldn't I save it to buy some good food? If you're all lovey-dovey every day, you'll be honest once you owe money. After finishing this quip, Jang Chen was about to laugh a couple of times. But then he suddenly remembered he actually owed several million in mortgage, and he couldn't laugh anymore. This made Jang Chen recall the times in his past life when he was most short on cash. He had the audacity to approach his boss, hoping for a raise. Unexpectedly, the boss cut his salary instead. The reason was, you're so short on money, you definitely won't quit easily. Ha! Qian Tianyue scratched his head, muttering softly, that may be true, but I see you and Ningjing, it doesn't seem like just ordinary friends, does it? During the previous KTV gathering, Jang Chen stood up for Yin Ningjing, so it was no wonder Qian Tianyue misunderstood. Jang Chen wasn't the type to immediately refute everything he heard. He first pondered the reason behind Qian Tianyue's words, feeling that he indeed treated Yin Ningjing differently, and then said, that just means I'm also an ordinary person. She's good-looking and kind, so even though I think I should treat everyone equally, I still subconsciously take care of her a bit more. What Qian Tianyue admired most about Jang Chen was that he could openly say what boys of this age were too shy to express, commonly known as being shameless. Liking beautiful girls is just liking beautiful girls, being lecherous is being lecherous, and he even puts it so nicely. The two walked along the campus path, stopping and going, not in a hurry, as they were just there to register today. At that moment, a tender, cute voice with a crying tone came from behind. Brother Jiang Chen. Marry me. Brother Jiang Chen. As soon as Jiang Chen turned around, a small figure pounced on him, hugging his thigh tightly. Brother Jiang Chen, marry me. Wah! A cute, rosy-cheeked kindergarten child, with chubby little arms, wailed while shouting. Oh, it's Ding Ding, what's wrong? With you again? Jiang Chen said, somewhat amused. This child was teacher Yang Jian's daughter. Yang Tinglan. Even if you get married today, you still have to go to school. A woman's voice followed, though the words were stern, the tone sounded somewhat weak. Soon after, a gentle woman, reminiscent of the Jiangnan water towns, approached, but her expression was not gentle at all. Wah! I don't want to go to school. Brother Jiang Chen, take me away. Jiang Chen looked at the child, who had no tears in her eyes, and couldn't help but bend down to pick her up, pinching her cheek, then said, okay, Brother Jiang Chen will take you away, but brother has to go to school later too, so let's go to class together first. Ha! Ding Ding was stunned, unable to wail any longer, having just escaped the tiger's mouth, only to enter the wolf's den. The gentle woman smiled upon seeing this. Are you Ding Ding's mother? We are students of teacher Yang Jian, Jiang Chen said. So you are Jiang Chen? Teacher Yang Jian always praises you at home, Ding Ding's mother laughed, covering her mouth. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, is it really? Praise? Hello, teacher's wife, I am Qian Tianyue. I am also a student of teacher Yang Jian. Qian Tianyue dared not look at the beautiful young woman for long. After introducing himself, his face turned slightly red. Ding Ding's mother responded with a smile. At that moment, Ding Ding, who was in Jiang Chen's arms, reached up and took off Jiang Chen's hat, examining him for a few moments before exclaiming, Brother, you are so ugly. Jiang Chen. Ding Ding. How can you be so rude? Ding Ding's mother quickly called out, but upon seeing Jiang Chen's hairstyle, she also struggled to keep a straight face. Ding Ding, saying that makes your brother really sad, Jiang Chen said, on the verge of tears. Ah. It's okay, I'll give you a kiss. Ding Ding pouted, ready to kiss Jiang Chen. Ding Ding, girls shouldn't kiss people so casually. Jiang Chen shouted, then leaned back repeatedly to avoid the little girl's advances. Her mother was still watching, but Ding Ding's mother just looked on with amusement. Ding Ding seemed to get more excited, her small body wriggling as she leaned her face closer to Jiang Chen. Alright, Ding Ding, stop being so naughty, come here, your brother has to go to class. The teacher's wife finally reached out and picked up Ding Ding. Afterward, they bid farewell, and Jiang Chen and the others couldn't linger any longer. Ding Ding was taken away by her mother. Sigh, that kid Yang Jian, successful in his career, profound in cultivation, a happy family, saved the universe in his last life. Jiang Chen let out a sound of a weary office worker. In his previous life, he had toiled away, nearly wishing for a life like this. Yeah, teacher's wife is so beautiful, Xian Tianyue commented, not one to judge easily. The two returned to the classroom. Xian Tianyue immediately straightened his back, putting on a serious expression, wanting to make a good impression on the new classmates, especially the girls. In this school, students choose their own seats, and changing them is quite casual. Since learning magic often requires outdoor spaces, different classes sometimes change classrooms, giving it a more university-like atmosphere. It's also hard for the PE teacher to get sick, as minor ailments can usually be cured with magic. Brother! Over here! Jang Shu waved at Jang Chen from a window seat. Jang Chen sat down next to his sister and said, "Aren't you going to sit with your friends? Why are you sticking to me?" "No way. You're the one sticking to me. You came over by yourself," his sister huffed. "You creepy sister complex is disgusting," Xian Tianyue said, sitting in front of Jang Chen and turning around. "Exactly, disgusting," his sister echoed. "Xiao Shu. Let's go find the homeroom teacher to register." At that moment, a few girls ran over and pulled Jiang Shu away. Jang Chen and Xian Tianyue weren't in a hurry to register, they chatted casually in their seats, waiting for the crowd to thin out before going. "Who is our homeroom teacher?" Xian Tianyue asked. "It's Yong Jian, didn't it say so on the class list?" Jiang Chen replied. "Ah, he can still be the homeroom teacher for the top class?" Xian Tianyue's face showed a hint of disappointment. It wasn't that he disliked Yong Jian, but Yong Jian was indeed strict. You couldn't slack off in his class, and if you weren't careful, you might get scolded. What else? Then did he teach us in the first year? Shouldn't he always be with the top class? The first year classes aren't assigned randomly, they are actually divided based on exam scores, just not openly stated. The class Jiang Chen was in during the first year was also considered a top class. Jiang Chen was able to get in directly thanks to the original owner's efforts. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent. At the door, a figure stood gracefully. The plain school uniform, worn by her, looked as if it had been designed by the most fashionable designer in the world. Every line flowed seamlessly, and the loose-fitting uniform could not completely conceal her exquisite figure. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall. Her delicate, porcelain-like face bore no obvious emotional expression, exuding a cold aura that created a strong sense of detachment. The moment she appeared, the air in the classroom seemed to freeze, causing the pressure in the room to drop sharply. The girl calmly surveyed the situation in the classroom, and no one could tell what emotions lay behind her expressionless face. It was as if the button to pause time had been pressed again. Many students instinctively withdrew their curious gazes from the doorway. Some lowered their heads, some turned to look out the window, while others chatted with friends about strange topics like, "Did you really bring such a high-speed machine into the Summer Kingdom?" They all began to awkwardly resume their previous activities, hesitant to make eye contact with the girl, yet unconsciously trying to present their most elegant selves. In short, everyone was making an effort to avoid direct contact with her overwhelming chill. Soon, the girl seemed to find what she was looking for and walked straight into the classroom without glancing sideways. Finally, she pulled out a chair and sat down next to Jiang Chen. The previously busy students in the class began to whisper among themselves. "That must be Yin Ningjing, she's actually in our class, how great. Who's that guy? That girl just called him brother. They're siblings, don't you know him? Lei Jian Jiang Chen. So he's the brother-in-law. Ha! But he's not as handsome as me. Didn't they say he bullies classmates when he gets serious? Why does it look like the young lady from the Yun family is quite familiar with him? Who knows? He wouldn't dare bully the young lady, maybe he even flatters her." "Flatter? I doubt it. If I flatter you, would you accept it?" "Sure." The classroom buzzed again, as many of the students had come from the top class of their first year and knew each other well. A few students who had improved their grades later were not familiar with most of the class and huddled together. Jiang Chen noticed Yun Ningjing sitting beside him and said, "Ningjing, you're here?" Yun Ningjing nodded, appearing very aloof. Having not gone out much during the summer, she felt a bit out of place seeing so many people at once. Moreover, it had been nearly 2 months since she last saw Jiang Chen, making their reunion feel somewhat awkward, like meeting an online friend in person. "We can't be desk partners this year." "Why not?" Yun Ningjing turned to stare at Jiang Chen. "My little sister is in our class too, you're sitting in her spot." "Oh." Yun Ningjing paused, then asked, "Is there someone sitting behind you?" After receiving a negative answer, the girl gently placed her bag on the empty seat behind Jiang Chen and continued to stay in Jiang Shu's spot. Seeing that she still wanted to chat, Jiang Chen continued, "By the way, among us, Tang Yin is the weakest, she got placed in the key class. Tang Yin's grades at the beginning of the first year were above average, but by the end, she was only mid-level and could only become an outer disciple. After Jang Chen improved his grades, he rarely sought her out for help. Instead, she would come to him with questions. Plus, Tang Een was naturally outgoing and was the class monitor, so they communicated quite a bit. She told me about it before and said she must study hard this year to try to be in the same class as us. The girl's voice was not loud, but it was clearer than before. It's hard to tell if it was because Jang Chen had improved his perception after his third transformation, or if the girl had simply gotten used to being around him, but her speech had become more natural and relaxed. Looking at the girl's perfect profile, Jang Chen asked, "Why did you come so late today? Didn't you used to come quite early?" "My mom specially cooked breakfast and spent a long time in the kitchen," Yun Ningjing replied, a faint blush appearing on her face. "Then my dad insisted on driving me to school, but we ended up taking the wrong route." "Ah, that's nice." Jang Chen felt a bit envious of her happy family, but he was also puzzled why, in such a family environment, did Yun Ningjing have such a socially anxious personality? "They also said that high school is a big deal in life, and they made me take a lot of photos for keepsakes," Yun Ningjing said with a hint of helplessness in her voice. As they continued to chat, the slight awkwardness between them faded away. Yun Ningjing's tense shoulders gradually relaxed, her fingers no longer clenched tightly. By the way, Yun Ningjing suddenly seemed to remember something, looking at Jang Chen with her big, expectant eyes. "I want to see your new hairstyle." Jang Chen instinctively covered his head with his hand. In their chat on Feishin, he had told the girl that he spent $10 on a particularly ugly haircut. "Can't you just not look?" Jang Chen said, feeling frustrated. "Come on, let me see," Yun Ningjing said, looking at him with some anticipation, her rare initiative in making a request. Jang Chen sighed and slowly took off his hat, revealing a hairstyle that looked quite silly. Gao Wen, a top student, was also in class 1. At that moment, he heard Yun Ningjing's request and turned to look at Jang Chen's hairstyle. Then, the elementary school student Gao Wen burst into laughter and said bluntly, "Your head looks like a mushroom." Jang Chen rolled his eyes at Gao Wen, mimicking his sister. Looking at the boy's tragic hairstyle, Yun Ningjing told herself not to laugh no matter what, that she had to comfort him properly, but she still couldn't help but let a hint of a smile slip at the corners of her mouth. Jang Chen scratched his head in frustration and sighed again. After Yun Ningjing had taken a good look at him, she quickly said, "This hairstyle is very unique, it's not as bad as you say." "Do you really think it looks good?" Jang Chen asked. "Of course it looks good. I think it's quite nice." "Then you have a problem with your taste." Jang Chen pouted helplessly, not believing Yun Ningjing's comfort at all. "I'm serious." Some classmates who had been in the same class as Jang Chen in their first year of high school saw this and gathered around to check out his hairstyle, laughing and teasing him. "Isn't Ning Jian the most sentimental one? He's even had a breakup and is cutting his hair to make a statement. I feel like he's finally on solid ground, so he doesn't care about his appearance anymore. Why not just shave it all off? Where did you get that cut? Tell us so we can avoid it." Other unfamiliar classmates finally had the chance to openly cast their gazes this way. However, the moment they saw Jang Chen's hairstyle, all their attention shifted to him. "This guy is a true warrior," they all thought in unison. At that moment, a clear and pleasant female voice rang out. "Ningjing, this is my seat." The surroundings suddenly fell silent. It turned out Jiang Shu had returned. Jang Chen was surrounded by a crowd teasing him about his hairstyle, forming a wall of people that forced Jiang Shu to navigate around them to get back to his seat. After finally making it back to his spot, Jiang Shu initially wanted to ask what was going on with so many people gathered together. But upon seeing Yun Ningjing sitting in his seat, the words that came to his lips changed to, "Ningjing, this is my seat." Hearing Jiang Shu's voice, Yun Ningjing tensed up. As soon as Jiang Shu spoke, he felt something was off and quickly added, "That's not what I meant. Please, sit down. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry." Yun Ningjing instinctively avoided Jiang Shu's gaze and hurriedly stood up. Seeing her movement, Jiang Shu quickly explained, "I just wanted to put my things back in my bag." You all continue chatting." Yun Ningjing shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "I won't disturb you anymore. You sit down, I'll head back to my seat first." Then she slightly lowered her head and carefully moved to the empty seat behind Jang Chen. The other classmates, seeing that there was no more drama to watch, let out a quiet sigh and began to tease Jang Chen again. Xian Tianyue, watching Jang Chen confidently interact with his classmates despite his hairstyle, thought it was impressive how he remained the center of attention in the crowd. Moreover, it seemed that Yun Ningjing and Jiang Shu also quite liked that hairstyle. He couldn't help but touch his own hairstyle, which had cost him a few hundred and taken him over an hour to manage that morning, thinking, "Is this hairstyle in vogue now? My head might not be so bad after all." The next morning arrived. Yong Jian walked into the classroom. He first introduced himself briefly, as not everyone had attended his class before. Yong Jian then explained some important points for the second-year students. After that, he became serious and addressed a topic everyone was concerned about: the biggest difference between the elite class, key class, and regular class. In the second year is the allocation of training resources. Yong Jian scanned the young faces and continued, "Of course, these are earned by your own efforts, so there's no need to feel embarrassed." Teacher. No one feels embarrassed, a boy who hadn't attended Yong Jian's class shouted, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter. "You're the only one with thick skin." "Alright, quiet. Down and let me finish," Yong Jian said, tapping the podium. "Starting today, you can enter the heavy magic building and gain access to the beginner meditation rooms there." He added, "Moreover, the magic arrays in the elite class are more effective and can enhance your meditation efficiency more significantly." Yay! Woohoo! Let's take off. Oh yeah, the room erupted in cheers and thunderous applause. Everyone had actually heard this news before, after all, who didn't know a few seniors in the second or third year? But hearing it confirmed by the homeroom teacher felt completely different. It was like knowing your monthly salary would be 10,000 before starting a job, but the feeling of seeing that money deposited into your account on payday was entirely different. When Jang Chen first started working and received his paycheck, he thought his boss was quite nice, not realizing it was merely a reward for his labor. Yong Jian raised his hand to signal for quiet and continued, "The allocation of resources is a reward for those who work hard. However, the spots in the elite class are not fixed. If you become complacent and your ranking drops, you will have to step aside and let more diligent individuals take your place." This statement instantly cooled the excitement in the classroom, and some faces showed a hint of concern. Just then, the bell rang for class to end. Young Jin glanced at everyone, seeing that he had made his point, and leisurely announced, "In a while, we will have a placement test to assess your training results over the break. Get ready." Is that it? We're having a placement test right at the start of the semester? We're starting to rank up at the beginning of the season? No way? Ah, sir. Why are we doing this? Sigh, at school, it's either homesick or homesickness. Oh no, I didn't review anything over the summer. I don't even know if I can use Thunder Light. This study B** TCH, you can't even use Thunder Light after entering the elite class, right? The students, still struggling to shake off the remnants of their vacation, lamented loudly. Yong Jian ignored them completely, picked up his books, and left. "Jang Chen, what should we do?" Xian Tianyue turned his head and said, "I can't believe they suddenly have a surprise test." "It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it," Jang Chen replied calmly. Xian Tianyue's mouth twitched, talking to Jang Chen didn't ease his anxiety but made him even more nervous. "You jerk!" Xian Tianyue said indignantly. "Xiao Shu, what about you? Did you practice during the summer?" "Well, I practiced a little," Jiang Shu said innocently. "Ha ha! Xian Tianyue, you're done for. Let me warm up my wine, and I'll definitely take you down." "Ha ha ha!" Gao Wen said excitedly, holding a large thermos. Since drinking alcohol was not allowed at school, he had filled it with cola. Last semester, Gao Wen couldn't compete with Jiang Chen, so he temporarily shifted his target, planning to defeat Xian Tianyue first before going after Jiang Chen. Jiang Shu, who had somehow crept over to Jiang Chen's side, leaned her little head close to his ear and whispered with a hint of anticipation, "Brother, can I challenge you later?" "Sure. Then can you let me win?" Jiang Shu shook Jiang Chen's arm. "I'll knock you out of history. Why do you have to be so mean?" Jiang Shu pouted, shaking Jiang Chen. "I'm a girl, and your sister, so what's wrong with you letting me win?" "First of all, you were born that way," Jiang Chen said slowly. "Secondly, a useless person doesn't deserve to be my sister. You're the useless one. I'm going to strangle you." Jiang Shu suddenly lunged at him, trying to grab Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen was quick and caught her two little hands. "Hey, don't be so hasty," Jiang Chen said, holding his sister's hands to keep her still. "Listen to me, come on, sit down first." Jiang Shu sat down with a pout, glaring at him, wanting to see what her brother would say. "Give me your hands," Jiang Chen said with a smile, extending one hand to signal her to place her hands on it. Jiang Shu looked at him suspiciously. The girl rolled her eyes, thinking her brother had some new trick to coax her, and with a hint of a smile, she placed her little hands on his. "Ah, good girl, good girl." Jiang Chen immediately held her hands and rubbed her head with his other hand, just like he was comforting a little cat or dog. "Hee, I'll kill you." Then, a scream like Tom Cat's echoed through the classroom. Soon, it was time for the first round of magical duels of the new semester. Ningjiang High School, morning, playground. Magical physical education class. The sun blazed, painting the playground in golden hues. The playground was bustling with people. Clearly, it wasn't just Jang Chen's class participating in this ranking competition. The magical physical education class not only assessed practical magical combat abilities but also the quantity and proficiency of magic mastered, with the latter being the key assessment. However, it was evident that practical magical combat was more engaging, fostering students' courage and competitive spirit, and promoting their initiative to strive. After all, no one wants to be beaten all the time. Moreover, this world is filled with dangers. Even in the city, there can be monster attacks. Such ranking competitions can train students' combat abilities to some extent. The effect may be limited, but it's better than nothing. The rankings in the competition differ from the overall rankings of the grade. They are based on actual combat results, and after the second semester of his first year, Jang Chen had consistently held the top spot in his class during practical battles. Now, as students' skills gradually improved, the rules for this season's ranking competition had also changed. Generally, after each person has fought 3 times, they can refuse to battle. Both sides in the duel are equipped with shield generators to withstand magical damage. Similarly, being hit 3 times by a first-tier magic or once by a second-tier magic counts as a loss. At this point, the magical ranking competition had already been underway for a while. First, the lower-ranked individuals choose their opponents, with rankings based on last semester's final standings. Therefore, Jang Chen, Yan Ningjing, Xian Tianyue, and Gao Wen, the top students in their grade, stood aside, watching the dull duels while providing commentary. Jang Shu, on the other hand, ran off to the side with a few girls he had known since freshman year, chattering away. The 4 of them claimed to be commentating, but they were mostly just chatting out of boredom, as the battles on stage were truly lackluster. Most of the students were still at the second transition, and so far, no one had mastered Blue Glow level magic. The fights of these novices were essentially equivalent to queuing for target practice. Whoever cast their spells faster and more accurately would win, offering no entertainment value whatsoever. Of course, it was much better than during freshman year. At least no one was failing to condense their magic, and the average spell condensation speed had improved significantly. Before long, the novices finished their target practice, and it was finally time for the top 10 experts to take the stage. Xian Tianyue, come up and take a beating. Gao Wen shouted arrogantly from the platform. Xian Tianyue sighed helplessly. He disliked this kind of arena competition, especially being watched and pointed at by others, but there was no escaping it, so he could only brace himself and step onto the stage. The 2 of them donned their shield generators, and a faint purple light flashed from their bodies, indicating that the shields had been successfully activated. Xian Tianyue even wore a pair of sunglasses. In Ningjian High School, who doesn't wear sunglasses when playing a light-type mage? The school generally used educational versions of shield generators, which not only could withstand mid-level magic damage but also had very obvious hit effects, making the students' battles easy to follow. The effects were specifically represented by 3 layers of shields corresponding to 3 different colors, and when hit, they would emit a crisp sound of shattering armor. Such impact effects provided strong feedback, making the experience very exhilarating. Without further ado, Mr. Wen, the physical education teacher and referee, raised his hand and waved. A burst of air exploded, producing a sharp, short crack that sounded like a whip cracking through the atmosphere, announcing the official start of the duel. On the stage, in an instant, the elements surged. Gao Wen and Xian Tianyue were enveloped in faint golden and azure light, respectively. The students ranked in the top 10 were mostly at the 3rd transition. At this moment, neither of them rushed to attack. They both stood their ground, clearly wanting to first enhance their status with magic. Moreover, the arena for the sophomore ranking matches was more spacious than that of the freshmen, adding strategic depth. The effective range of ordinary attack magic was quite limited, so they had to find a way to shorten the distance between them. In less than a moment, Light Shield. Gao Wen was the first to complete his spell. Lightness. Xian Tianyue's voice followed, slightly slower. Gao Wen raised his left arm slightly, and a solid half-arc golden light shield suddenly appeared, its surface shimmering with light, giving an impression of being unbreakable, and the shield could flexibly adjust its angle with the movement of his arm. At the same time, strands of azure air wrapped around Xian Tianyue's limbs, and a wonderful lightness spread throughout his body, as if he had shed some invisible shackles, making his movements graceful. Seeing that the 2 had completed their 2nd transition spells one after the other, the novices in the audience gasped in surprise. Xian Tianyue and Gao Wen have actually reached the 3rd transition? School just started. Sigh, one is a talent freak, the other a top student. Encountering 3rd transition experts on campus, with light shield and lightness as strong as monsters, it's impossible to defeat them with all one's might. Not with all one's might. On the stage, the 2 had already begun to clash. Xian Tianyue took a step, and his figure suddenly blurred. The mobility brought by lightness transformed him into a faint azure shadow, swiftly circling around Gao Wen, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. And then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing through the air continued incessantly. Waves of azure wind blades were constantly slashed out from Qian Tianyue's hands, surging forward with a howling sound towards Gao Wen. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades relentlessly struck against the light shield, sparking flecks of golden light and azure shards, producing a dull thud with each energy collision. Gao Wen, protected by the light shield, stood firm like a mountain. He only needed to keep the shield facing the direction of Qian Tianyue's attack to completely neutralize the offensive. Moreover, during the intervals of blocking, Gao Wen's right hand was clenched in a loose grip. Golden orbs of light, each the size of a fist, rapidly coalesced in his palm, which he then hurled with all his might, targeting the swiftly moving Qian Tianyue. However, Gao Wen's magical shots were merely a game of chance. With the enhancement of lightness, Qian Tianyue was extremely agile. Even when Gao Wen predicted his movements, the light orbs often missed by a hair's breadth, flying past the edge of Qian Tianyue's clothing. Each time Qian Tianyue dodged, he appeared to be effortlessly gliding, leaving behind a series of faint azure afterimages as he shifted and turned. The two of them thus fell into a tug-of-war. Jang Chen, what would you do if it were you? Yun Ningjing, as an intern commentator, had been honing her commentary skills. Gao Wen is nothing but a skeleton in a grave. After I swiftly circled around, a sliding tackle would take him out in an instant. And what about Tianyue? Qian Tianyue is all bluster and no guts. Although his wind magic is quite comprehensive, being comprehensive also means it lacks distinctiveness. In the arena, his wind blades and lightness are merely a low-tier version of my thunder light and swift flash. It's like a father beating his son, an instant win. Yun Ningjing nodded. In agreement, that's true. But what if it were Xiao Shu? Ha ha ha. Jang Shu was even more of a name borrowed from his elder brother, a hollow title, not a hero at all. I would break through his defenses with one punch. The second punch would severely injure him, leaving him unable to escape. The third punch. I would crush this useless sack of bones beneath my palm. Ha 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 ha. Jang Chen grew more excited as he spoke, waving his fists and punching the air. So impressive. No wonder you can keep winning and always be first. Yun Ningjing clapped enthusiastically. However, a true hero has great ambitions, with aspirations to encompass the world, yet there is one person in the Ningjian faction who is not beneath me. Who is it? Yun Ningjing prompted. In today's world of heroes, only you, my lord, and Lin Er. Jang Chen laughed, pointing at Yun Ningjing and then at himself. At that moment, a dazzling golden flash erupted on the arena. Yun Ningjing instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light, preventing Jiang Chen from noticing her expression. Jiang Chen also shifted his focus back to the arena. On the stage, the situation gradually became clearer. In this tug-of-war, Qian Tianyue held the upper hand. Gao Wen, being on the defensive, was bound to lose if he continued to hold out. Qian Tianyue's wind blades were too dense. Although each blade was insufficient to break the light shield, the impact they contained was genuinely affecting Gao Wen. Wave after wave of impact forced Gao Wen to retreat repeatedly, his steps becoming somewhat disordered. Even though the mage's physical attributes had been enhanced, facing such continuous physical assaults still proved to be quite taxing. Moreover, under such intense interference, Gao Wen's mastery of magic did not allow him to calmly coalesce a second light shield. Therefore, the key to victory lay in whether Qian Tianyue could flexibly maneuver to completely avoid Gao Wen's counterattacks before shattering his light shield, or at least not be hit 3 times. Once Gao Wen's light shield was broken, Qian Tianyue could leverage his speed advantage to secure victory. Conversely, if the light shield remained intact and the effect of lightness faded, Gao Wen would be pushed to his limits and then surge forward to crush Qian Tianyue beneath his palm. Gao Wen, are you still not willing to admit defeat? Qian Tianyue gradually got into the zone, adapting to the feeling of being watched, no longer so tense. I still have my trump card left to use. Gone, that guy. Even his tone when making threats sounds as soft as an elementary school student. Ultimate move? The cosmic miracle ray? Qian Tianyue dodged a glowing sphere, not forgetting to mock Gon for shouting Ultraman's moves like a child, but he secretly raised his guard. He was quite familiar with Gon, so he knew that if Gon were about to lose, he definitely wouldn't be as fearless as he was now. Instead, he would be jumping around like a little kid in a panic. Gon remained silent, merely defending against the attacks and launching glowing spheres. Another glowing sphere whistled through the air, predicting Qian Tianyue's movements, and charged straight for his face. Qian Tianyue focused intently on the glowing sphere, confident that his third-tier reaction speed would allow him to judge its trajectory and easily dodge it. As long as I don't make a mistake, don't get nervous, and keep my attention on the glowing sphere. Qian Tianyue reminded himself. Who would have thought?
The glowing sphere, already out of Gaon's control, flew halfway and, right in the center of Qian Tianyue's vision, exploded without warning.
What? At this distance? How can he still control it? Qian Tianyue was utterly astonished. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his vision was completely engulfed by a dazzling light. The glowing sphere exploded in an instant, blinding golden light erupting violently.
At such a close range, the flash was like staring directly at the sun. Even with sunglasses on, Qian Tianyue's eyes were instantly consumed by a brilliant light, and his mind buzzed with a
loud noise, temporarily losing all visual information. Moreover, it wasn't just his vision. Even Qian Tianyue's elemental perception was completely obscured by this glowing sphere. This was not something an ordinary glowing sphere could achieve. Glowing sphere, shine! Gaon shouted excitedly.
Jang Chen, sitting far away, was less affected, only squinting slightly.
He couldn't help but retort, that name is so cheesy. Even shouting A1. Hi Flash, come on, autumn pear syrup sounds better than your shine.
Yun Ning, beside him, nodded in silent admiration, then curiously asked, what is A1 High Flash?
Don't mind those details. Jiang.
Chen found it hard to explain to someone who didn't understand the reference.
The surrounding classmates were in an uproar. Wow, why can Gaon control the glowing sphere even when it's so far away? It's obvious, this is a blue glow level glowing sphere. Another monster.
Voices of envy and jealousy rose one after another.
He's just close to blue glow. Jang Chen shook his head, denying the previous student's claim. Oh, please. Elaborate, Thunder Sword, a boy asked from the side.
Jang Chen clasped his fists and explained with a smile, if it were a true blue glow level, Gaon could at least launch 3 glowing spheres at once.
He paused and
continued, if he really had that level, he wouldn't have to be so constrained earlier, playing tricks like pretending to be weak and suddenly ambushing. Right now, he can at most control the glowing sphere a bit better. Able to detonate it after releasing it at a distance. If we had to say, it's like half a step to blue glow. The glowing sphere, a first-tier light magic, has 2 completely different applications as proficiency increases. The first is to condense light elements to form pure energy attacks. In this mode, the glowing sphere does not produce intense light during flight and impact, thus losing the characteristics of a flashbang.
The second is the opposite, sacrificing most of the attack power to pursue an instantaneous explosion of extreme brightness, temporarily blinding the opponent.
At this moment, Gaon was taking advantage of the long-held impression that once the glowing sphere is released, it can't be controlled to catch Qian Tianyue off guard, causing him to lose his sight.
Meanwhile, a glowing sphere close to blue glow level could even interfere with surrounding elements upon exploding, rendering a mage's elemental perception ineffective.
Sunglasses, such a small trick, had long been anticipated by the light mages. And the 3 to 4 seconds of complete white vision was
enough to determine victory or defeat.
Qian Tianyue found himself caught in a blend of darkness and white light, his own rapid heartbeat and the noisy gasps from the audience ringing in his ears. The panic of losing sight. The panic of being defeated by an elementary school student, the panic of embarrassing himself in public surged in his heart. Unable to see anything, Qian Tianyue, in a state of panic, still moved on the stage, trying to make feints to evade, but his speed involuntarily decreased. This was also a weakness of ordinary humans. Without sight, even knowing there were no obstacles around, one would still hesitate to move at full speed. So, in these brief 3 seconds, how many light spheres could Gaowen release? The answer was 4. Gaowen's gestures were fluid, light spheres condensed, launched, then condensed again, and launched again.
4 light spheres. Might not even be Gaowen's limit.
Although he had missed 1 light sphere aimed at Qian Tianyue, when the 4th sphere, containing pure impact, accurately hit Qian Tianyue, Gaowen stopped.
3 beams of purple, blue,
and white light erupted from Qian Tianyue's body, and the sounds of 3 shields shattering echoed in everyone's ears.
Qian Tianyue was defeated.
After the 2 stepped down from the stage.
Gagaga. Defeated opponent, how are you?
Gaowen wore a smug expression, holding a bottle of warm cola and wandering around.
Oi oi. Did you see? My light spheres, aren't they bright? No, you just won me once, what's there to be arrogant about?
Qian Tianyue pouted, the defeat only made him a bit frustrated. Gaowen took a sip of warm cola, smacked his lips, found it hard to drink, but continued, in the past, it was the past, now is now. Qian Tianyue rolled his eyes and fell silent. Last semester, the 2 often sparred, with victories split 6-4.
Qian Tianyue 6, Gaowen 4. However, if this continued, the balance of victories would clearly reverse. Gao wins. Progress instilled a sense of urgency in Qian Tianyue. After the battle between Gaowen and Qian Tianyue ended, as the dust settled, a figure walked straight towards Jang Shu. The person was tall and slender, even in the scorching summer. He wore his school uniform impeccably, the top button fastened tightly, exuding an air of rigorous restraint. He wore a pair of black gold thin-framed glasses, the lenses occasionally reflecting a cold light, obscuring the emotions hidden behind them. With a high nose and a clear lip line, he appeared somewhat harsh and distant when pursed. It was Bai Shuyan, the mind mage who had long harbored a crush on Jang Shu. This year, he was in the same class as Jang Shu and Jang Chen. As for Chang Lang, who also had clear ambiguous feelings for Jang Shu, that boy next door who seemed to radiate warmth like the sun, he unfortunately did not end up in the same class as Jang Shu this time. Usually cold and indifferent, Bai Shuyan, standing in front of Jang Shu at this moment, involuntarily revealed a gentle smile. He pushed up his glasses, his voice flat and monotonous, lacking any fluctuation. "Xiao Shu, I would like to experience your earth magic." Jiang Shu blinked, looking at the boy in front of him who seemed to be labeled cool academic elite, and politely nodded. Then, the two stepped onto the stage one after the other. Jang Chen watched the excitement while gently elbowing Yun Jing to get her attention. "After a summer of settling down, I'm feeling a bit itchy to compete too. Jing, shall we go up and have a match later?" Hearing this, Yun Jing's body tensed slightly, almost imperceptibly. The girl, who usually ranks second in the qualifiers, rarely went out. She spent her time studying and, with her talent and family resources, her strength was on par with or even surpassed Jiang Chen's. Yun Jing nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her introverted and socially anxious nature resurfacing. After a long while, she softly replied with a as a form of agreement. However, after making the decision, she let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, the slightly timid aura that had been surrounding her dissipated significantly, replaced by a hint of excitement. The personalities of strong individuals are all unique, but their strength is never diminished by that. Yun Ningjing was just like that. No matter how introverted she was, she never held back in battle or study. Many times, when Jiang Chen watched Yun Ningjing take action, he felt that her usual introversion was somewhat of an act, though he couldn't tell if it was just his illusion. Furthermore, although Yun Ningjing struggled with social anxiety, her legs were her own. If she encountered social situations she disliked or felt pressured, she might indeed struggle to cope, but she would escape. She wouldn't be like some characters in dark films who simply succumb to threats. "But don't go easy on me," Jiang Chen continued. "If we're friends, then come at me." Last semester, Yun Ningjing had comfortably secured second place in the ranking matches, yet she rarely challenged Jiang Chen. Even when they occasionally faced off at the teacher's request, Jiang Chen always felt she wasn't giving it her all, which allowed him to comfortably hold on to first place. Yun Ningjing had just mustered some courage, but upon hearing his words, she felt a bit deflated, her voice small. "I didn't go easy on you." "Really? Or are you just saying that? It's so sad to be thought of as someone who can't take a loss," Jiang Chen said in a teasing tone. "That's not true. I will give it my all." Yun Ningjing became a bit flustered, hurriedly waving her hands to explain. "I'm sorry, I didn't let Lady Yun Ningjing give it her all," Jiang Chen continued to tease her. Yun Ningjing could chat with Jiang Chen easily on Feishin, but in reality, without emojis to express herself, she found it a bit challenging. She suddenly felt a bit at a loss, gently tugging at the hem of Jiang Chen's sleeve, shaking it. You don't need to apologize, I will take it seriously." Jiang Chen slightly lowered his head, looking at the girl's porcelain-like face, which had taken on a slight flush, and smiled as he waved his hand. All right, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I was just joking." Yun Ningjing let out a gentle sigh, the redness on her face fading slightly as she finally regained her composure. While the two were chatting, on stage, Jiang Shu had already determined the outcome of his match. Jiang Shu's movements were decisive, without a hint of hesitation. With a flick of his hand, a yellowish stone mist instantly spread out. The dense smoke almost swallowed half of the arena in the blink of an eye, leaving everything in sight a blur. Bai Shuyan was not unfamiliar with this move. He had encountered Jiang Shu's stone mist back in his first year. The stone mist spell was a technique taught to Jiang Shu by his mother, not one that was part of the school curriculum, nor was it an advanced spell. However, being a spell passed down from a mother, its effectiveness was remarkable. While obscuring vision, the caster could also perceive the elemental fluctuations within it more clearly. With the information gap created by the stone mist, Jiang Shu could easily defeat over 90% of the students. And Bai Shuyan, as one of the top 10 students in his grade, was no slouch. He had also entered the third tier and had mastered the second-tier mind-based spell perception, which allowed him to significantly enhance his elemental awareness, providing clear and continuous feedback of the surrounding environment to his brain. He had even calculated that by maneuvering around, even if he had to take a hit or two from Jiang Shu, as long as he successfully cast perception, the stone mist would pose no threat. However, while he had made progress, so had others, and some had progressed even further. Just as Bai Shuyan was focusing and preparing to cast perception, buzz, a certain vibration sound came. Then, a part of the stone mist before him began to ripple violently. A gigantic stone
Spike, beyond imagination, suddenly pierced through the smoke, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, shooting out violently. Through the large hole formed by the stone spike piercing the smoke, Bai Shuyan could even see the faint expression on Jang Shu's face. The solidity, explosive speed, and fierce momentum of this stone spike far exceeded Bai Shuyan's understanding of this magic. A blue-hued stone spike. This was not a test, it was a lethal strike. It was too fast. Too sudden. So fast that before Bai Shuyan could even think, the ferocious stone spike was already within reach. All his responses, all his calculations, turned to nothing in the face of this blow. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bai Shuyan's figure was sent flying out of the stone mist, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. In just one move, the outcome was decided. The smoke on the arena slowly dissipated. Bai Shuyan propped himself up, standing up somewhat awkwardly, adjusting his slightly crooked glasses. He didn't feel any negative emotions. After all, Jiang Shu was quite formidable, and Bai Shuyan had hardly won against Jiang Shu even a few times in their first year. He was just a bit frustrated that after 2 months of hard practice during the summer vacation, he still couldn't showcase himself in front of the girl. He wanted to step forward and say a few words to Jiang Shu. But when he looked up to find her, Jiang Shu was already gone from the stage. After looking around, he finally spotted her figure, which had already jumped off the arena and was now leaning close to her brother, chatting with a bright smile. Bai Shuyan silently pushed up the black gold thin-framed glasses on his nose and let out a gentle sigh. Got it, as expected of my sister, so impressive, Jang Chen casually responded to his excited sister. Of course. Just wait until you say I'm useless again. Jiang Shu was clearly still bothered by it. How could you be useless? You are my most outstanding, most proud sister. Jang Chen sweet-talked her. Really? Jiang Shu touched her head, feeling a bit shy again. Jang Chen restrained the impulse to say that's a lie and didn't tease her further, as he had to go on stage too. No more talking, I'm going up to spar with Yun Ningjing first. Jang Chen waved his hand. Ha? What about me? Jiang Shu said, puffing up her cheeks. You wait a moment, or maybe next time, Jiang Chen replied without looking back. Teacher Wen saw Jiang Chen and Yun Ningjing walking up to the arena one after the other, confirming that the two were indeed going to duel, and raised his hand to signal them to wait a moment. He didn't waste words, lightly tapping his fingertips in front of him. An invisible wind element quickly gathered, and in the next moment, his clear and slightly authoritative voice spread through the medium of the wind, reaching every corner of the playground. Announcement. Arena number 3, Jiang Chen vs Yun Ningjing is about to begin. Students interested in observing and learning, hurry over. The voice was not loud, but it flowed through every corner of the playground with the azure wind. As soon as the announcement was made, the large playground erupted in excitement. Many students who had been training or chatting in their respective areas stopped their activities. In the next second, countless figures surged toward arena number 3 like a tide. The scene was spectacular. Those who ran fast had already surrounded the arena in layers. Especially the students from the top classes, Class 1 and Class 2, were closest and almost immediately occupied the best viewing spots. Wow! That's Jiang Chen, the king among kings, a hard-working genius. Jiang Chen, who earned the title of Thunder Sword as a commoner. Many students still remembered Jiang Chen's stunning sword strike. His opponent was also heavyweight, sitting firmly at the top of the grade, the young lady of the Yun family. Yun Ningjing, unmatched in fire magic. Here, the top of the grade refers to the overall ranking. Who wouldn't want to see such a godly battle? The online duel of high-level mages drew my assessment that they still need more practice, while the offline novice mages were just a bunch of clumsy pecking at each other, and I must humbly learn from them. The sounds of discussion, gasps, and footsteps instantly pushed the commotion in the area of the third arena to its peak. Even if I couldn't understand the duel of the top-tier experts, it was still nice to join in the excitement. Otherwise, how could I discuss such hot topics on campus with my friends? Moreover, that was Yun Ningjing. Finally, I could admire her stunning beauty openly instead of sneaking past her class. Woohoo! In a corner of the third arena, two girls stood together. Jia, do you still like him now that he looks like this? Jiang Qi poked the beautiful girl with short hair beside her, who couldn't hide her terrifying curves. Well, even though one shouldn't judge a person solely by their appearance, but Wang Jia felt like the sky had fallen when she saw Jiang Chen's silly hairstyle. If someone as filter-equipped as Wang Jia felt this way, one could only imagine how others felt. Ah! Is it Brother Lei Jian's battle? I want to watch. No, what's with that guy's silly hairstyle? So ugly, it's ruined, I won't love him anymore. Family, who understands? A girl who had secretly sent snacks to Jiang Chen directly unfollowed him after seeing his hairstyle. Immediately, someone nearby started to tease, isn't that your husband? Your husband.
Others didn't care about Jang Chen's appearance, they were more interested in the beautiful girl. Is that the solitary flame, Yun Ningjing? She's really beautiful. She looks even prettier in person than in photos. A self-absorbed, middle school boy said dreamily as he gave her a nickname. She is indeed beautiful, but why would such a cold girl choose the fire element? I think dark or water element ice magic would suit her icy queen temperament better. Cultivation reflects personal will, and the choice of magic can also reflect a person's inner world and character traits. However, someone immediately couldn't take it anymore. No, I'm saying, can you stop giving people random nicknames? The solitary flame, how does that even sound good? Exactly. It's embarrassing just to hear it. Then you come up with one, the middle school boy retorted defiantly. Blazing Rose. Mediocre. Silent Flame Princess. Plagiarism. Social anxiety explosive mage. Where's the social anxiety? Are you just looking for trouble? If she's not socially anxious, I'll eat my hat. Are you slandering my goddess? I'm going to fight you. The bloodthirsty audience began to brawl over the question of what Yun Ningjing's nickname should be, and a disagreement quickly escalated into a fight. It should be noted that using magic to fight is strictly prohibited. In school, the lightest punishment is expulsion, and the heaviest could lead to a long prison sentence. So, if they wanted to fight, they should go practice dance. Or fight in the arena. However, physical fights without magic were not as strictly regulated. As the bloodthirsty audience started to brawl, more bloodthirsty spectators were drawn in, and the scene became quite explosive. Stop! Stop! Please don't fight anymore, someone shouted symbolically a couple of times. As a third-tier mage, Jang Chen could hear the commotion from the arena. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. So, magic dueling is not allowed, but physical fighting is completely okay, right? After waiting for about 5 minutes, the gym teacher finally signaled that they could start. Ningjing, give it your all. Jang Chen said with a smile, I won't hold back either. Yun. Ningjing nodded. As soon as the words fell, a spark of electricity flickered across Jang Chen's body, and before the azure light could fully bloom, a short sword formed from lightning slowly extended from his right hand. Once the lightning sword took shape, arcs of electricity flickered again in Jang Chen's left hand, and 3 spheres of lightning gradually emerged from his palm, slowly rotating around it. On the stage, those students witnessing Jang Chen's full power for the first time were astonished to see his right hand holding the lightning sword naturally hanging down, while his left hand was effortlessly cradling 3 spinning azure lightning orbs. Has he not used his full strength before? That's too exaggerated, releasing 2 spells at the same time? Are you blind? He just cast spells too quickly, so it looks like he released 2 spells simultaneously. You don't get it. I mean, while holding the lightning sword, he can still release lightning again. A student who looked like a know-it-all adjusted his glasses. You guys don't understand this, do you? Blue radiance level control. It's the same principle as Gavin's light shield. Jang Chen has played with the lightning magic to the point of turning it into a buff skill, allowing him to free up his hands to cast another. I see. I was wondering if he was casting lightning orbs with both hands. Wouldn't 6 orbs be even more powerful? Turns out he was just showing off. In this world, most magic cannot condense a second spell before the first one is released. Some buff-type spells, like Lightness and Light Shield, are in a state of having been fully released, which is why mages can cast other spells. Of course, this is just a limitation. For the weak, the strong have various ways to break through these limits. Just like Jang Chen, through blue radiance level control, he forcibly changed the form of lightning, turning it into a buff-type spell similar to Lightness and Light Shield. Even more wonderfully, this lightning sword form is directly connected to the magic core. As long as the magic power does not run out, the lightning sword will never dissipate, unlike ordinary Lightness and Light Shield, which have time and damage limits. As Jang Chen successfully condensed 2 first-turn spells, Yun Ningjing was also ready. She gently brought her hands together, then elegantly spread them to the sides. With the guidance of her fingertips, 3 orange-red fireballs materialized out of thin air, swirling slightly in front of her. Immediately after, her delicate hands gathered inward again. The 3 fireballs instantly merged and condensed into 2 deeper-colored fireballs, radiating intense heat waves. Yun Ningjing's first-turn fireball is also blue radiance level? So strong. But why only condense 2 fireballs? This, so beautiful, comes from a wealthy family and has such great talent. How can I still live in this market? I'm out. Heaven rewards those who work hard. No, Yun Ningjing just released 1 first-turn spell? Jang Chen has already cast 2. Otherwise, why do you think Jang Chen consistently ranks first in the qualifiers? He can cast spells at twice the speed of a genius like Yun Ningjing. The commentary trend seemed to have come from nowhere, and now many students enjoy commenting while watching the match. Of course, the audience's commentary didn't waste much time. The brief clamor gradually quieted down, and all eyes focused on the two in the arena. Electric arcs crackled around Jang Chen, and a scorching aura instantly spread. On the other side, Yun Ningjing lightly raised her hand, and two blazing fireballs appeared out of thin air, radiating intense heat. The magical confrontation was about to erupt into a fierce battle. Jang Chen suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, his figure leaping up abruptly, charging straight towards Yun Ningjing. His goal was simple: to quickly close the distance between them, enter the effective range for magical attacks, and draw the battle into close combat, an area where mages in this world were not particularly adept. Yun Ningjing's eyes flickered slightly, facing Jang Chen's rapid approach. Everyone felt she was cold and ruthless, her beautiful face showing no signs of emotion, calm as a cold pool. Yun Ningjing casually waved her right hand, and a fiery fireball, with a sharp whistle, shot fiercely towards Jang Chen's face. Jang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he halted abruptly. The moment his left hand was raised, a blinding bolt of lightning shot out from his palm. However, this bolt of lightning did not meet the fireball head-on. Instead, it cleverly grazed the edge of the fireball. Lightning tore through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing bang, directly striking the seemingly defenseless Yun Ningjing. What a feint, such a cunning guy. Wow, this dude is really sneaky, just a bluff. Some spectators commented from below. Unfortunately, in the midst of battle, Yun Ningjing temporarily set aside her softer side and instead radiated an astonishing calm. Jang Chen's sneak attack might work against weaklings, but Yun Ningjing merely raised her left hand slightly. The other fireball floating beside her seemed to have a mind of its own, accurately meeting the lightning strike head-on. When lightning and fire collided, it strangely did not produce a deafening explosion, nor did it unleash a violent surge of energy. The lightning struck the fireball and vanished without a trace, only dimming the fireball's glow slightly and reducing its size by a third, before falling silent. Not a goddess? Using a fireball as a shield? Awesome, awesome. A regular mage's fireball would have exploded by now, right? What the heck, the lightning just disappeared like that? It was such a big bolt? This control is insane. How did she do that? Textbooks wouldn't even teach this. Using a bomb to block a bomb or something. The superb elemental control displayed by Yun Ningjing made the surrounding audience gasp in awe. If it were a mage of slightly lower caliber, that fireball would have likely detonated on the spot, causing them to suffer a major setback. Seeing that his lightning strike had only reduced her fireball's energy by a third, Jang Chen immediately understood that to completely shatter Yun Ningjing's fireball, he would need to hit it head-on with his full-powered lightning. There was no other way. After all, she was a fire element prodigy, and fire magic inherently doubled in power. At this moment, Yun Ningjing's first-level magic fireball had even reached the blue glow level. Thus, her full-powered fireball was a staggering 6 times more powerful than an ordinary first-level spell. This also explained why Yun Ningjing only condensed 2 fireballs. It was for a more extreme tactical consideration. She compressed the 6-fold power of a first-level spell into 2 fireballs, not only increasing their power dramatically but also making them astonishingly fast and much easier to control than 3 fireballs, forming a perfect system of offense and defense. In an instant, various thoughts raced through Jang Chen's mind. Although he had not succeeded in his attack, he had still consumed one of Yun Ningjing's rounds. What was even more frustrating was that he had aimed directly at her head. When Yun Ningjing defended against the attack, her vision would inevitably be briefly affected. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jang Chen aimed his palm at the incoming first fireball, and lightning flashed again. The remaining 2 bolts of lightning howled out, accurately striking that fireball. Zizz! The clash of electricity and flames produced a sharp, muffled sound, successfully reducing the fireball's size by nearly 2/3. Jang Chen's thoughts raced as he stepped forward, intending to capitalize on the momentum and strike the significantly weakened fireball with his sword, completely shattering it. Even if the diminished fireball exploded, the residual waves would hardly cause him any substantial harm. However, just as Jang Chen lunged forward, his lightning sword thrusting out, a sudden change occurred. The already dim fireball displayed astonishing agility, tracing an extremely bizarre arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the edge of Jang Chen's sword and brushing past him. Blue blow level control, and she can manipulate the fireball from a distance? Jang Chen thought to himself. Immediately after, seeing that Jang Chen's long-range lightning had been completely exhausted, Yun Ningjing decisively waved her left hand. The second fireball floating beside her responded to her command and shot out. Her cold yet exquisite face, combined with this heroic action, left many boys outside staring in awe. What followed was a scene where 2 blazing fireballs surrounded and pursued Jang Chen in the arena. Yun Ningjing was as graceful as an Elegant music conductor, and under the clever guidance of her delicate, fair hands, the two fireballs seemed to perform a moving symphony, sometimes diving, sometimes spiraling, tracing extremely intricate trajectories. Jang Chen immediately felt immense pressure, his figure darting and weaving under the onslaught of the fireballs, exhausted from the effort. He had attempted several times to gather new lightning, but every time he showed any signs of casting, the two fireballs would relentlessly close in on him like maggots, giving him no chance to breathe or cast a spell. The brief yet intense confrontation continued. Jang Chen narrowly avoided being grazed by the fireballs several times. Although his shield was not activated, the edges of his clothes were singed by the intense heat. He also came close to striking the fireballs with his lightning sword multiple times, but they always evaded him at the last moment. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and the battle had temporarily reached a stalemate. Is this what battles between big shots look like? A single fireball from the solitary flame can directly break through 3 layers of armor. This is just too excessive. Why don't you mention that? Jang Chen has a lightning sword in one hand and lightning in the other, playing dirty? I kind of need to use the restroom. Is this a bladder match? The audience, seeing the situation had become stalemated, relaxed a little. However, the tug-of-war in the battle allowed Jang Chen to observe a wealth of information. At this moment, one fireball has consumed 1/3 of its energy, while the other has consumed 2/3. If both hit me directly, I lose. Conversely, as long as I can deplete her energy one more time, that will be my opportunity. So, where is the opportunity? Jang Chen slightly shifted his body to avoid the impact of one fireball. The scorching wave of heat nearly singed his hair. In that brief moment of intersection, his highly focused mind caught a momentary stagnation in the trajectory of the fireball. Why doesn't this fireball change direction at a right angle when it gets close to me? If it did, even I wouldn't be able to dodge it. In a flash, a thought pierced through his mind. So, while this fireball can change direction in the air, it seems to follow some sort of inertia-like rule. It can't suddenly reverse direction from charging forward to flying back in an instant. Jang Chen rapidly replayed every movement of the fireball in his mind. Moreover, if the turning angle is too large, the speed will noticeably decrease. If that's the case, Jang Chen was resolute in his heart and swung his sword again to push back one fireball. The two fireballs continued to circle around him, like hawks patiently waiting for the next opportunity to attack. A deep blue magical glow once again illuminated Jang Chen, a clear sign that magic was gathering. Seeing this, Yun Ningjing elegantly waved her fair hands, commanding the two fireballs to launch their assault simultaneously. The two fireballs immediately responded, diving down towards Jang Chen from completely different angles. Just as the fireballs were about to close in on Jang Chen, the deep blue glow surrounding him suddenly extinguished. The two fireballs in the air momentarily slowed down, clearly on guard against any potential counterattack from Jang Chen, ready to evade at any moment. Sure enough, instead of retreating, Jang Chen advanced, actively meeting one of the fireballs, raising his right hand as if to swing his sword down. The fireball immediately executed a maneuver, tracing a graceful arc in an attempt to dodge Jang Chen's attack. However, this urgent change in direction caused the fireball's speed to significantly decrease. Although this speed was not something an ordinary human could easily catch up to, Jang Chen's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. His raised right hand did not actually swing down. Instead, with a twist of his wrist, the lightning-congealed sword blade accurately targeted the fireball that had slowed down due to its sharp turn. In the next moment, sizzle! The blade of the lightning sword suddenly expanded, extending a considerable length out of thin air, and accurately pierced through the decelerating fireball. Boom! With a muffled sound, the fireball exploded in the air, transforming into a dazzling display of miniature fireworks, completely dissipating into nothingness. The students watching the match, who had previously not dared to breathe, suddenly erupted in exclamations. Holy crap! His lightning sword can extend? Is that Pinocchio? What the hell? A 40-meter broadsword? Why didn't he just stand there and use the 40-meter broadsword to chop people from the start? You don't get it. If the lightning sword extends, its power will definitely be dispersed and weakened. Didn't you see that fireball was already weakened twice by Jang Chen? At this point, using the same weakened lightning sword to stab is just right for a fatal blow. This is called precise calculation, understand? Only you understand. Only you understand. If brother understand is so awesome, why don't you go up? Jang Chen's scheme succeeded, and he couldn't be bothered to look at another fireball. Instead, he turned his attention to Yun Ningjing not far away, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Next, it would be the finishing blow. In Jang Chen's eyes, Yun Ningjing received this information. Yun Ningjing understood that the moment to decide victory or defeat had arrived. The girl, who had previously worn a blank expression, now ignited with a surge of fighting spirit.
Without any hesitation, she resolutely waved her delicate hand.
The last fireball shot out rapidly, heading straight for Jang Chen.
At the same time, she decisively severed her subtle control over this fireball, allowing it to charge forward in the most primal and violent manner. Yun Ningjing herself erupted with an even more brilliant and dazzling red light, gathering all her strength to conjure a brand new spell, one far more powerful than before.
On the other side, Jang Chen didn't even glance at the roaring fireball.
The azure light surrounding him surged as well. The lightning sword, which had just extended for a thrust, had somehow returned to its original condensed form, shorter than a long sword but
longer than a dagger.
The outcome is already decided, Ningjing, Jang Chen said with a smile. If it were simply a comparison of spellcasting speed, Jang Chen would undoubtedly
crush everyone.
This was not only because of his abnormal double spellcasting speed talent but also because he was a madman who practiced magic relentlessly, honing his spellcasting speed. Jang Chen suddenly lowered his body, his center of gravity sinking, striking a pose full of explosive potential for a sprint. His naked eye and elemental perception had already
locked onto the distant Yun Ningjing.
He crossed his arms in front of his forehead, forming an X shape. The lightning sword blade in his right hand, slightly longer than an ordinary dagger, flickered with dangerous electric light. The sword tip pointed diagonally at the sky, as if it had transformed into the deadly horn atop a fierce beast.
Jang Chen was
poised to strike, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. What does this pose mean?
Is it some kind of special charging technique? Is he preparing to unleash a big move? I don't understand, but it looks really impressive. The audience below was left in confusion. Just then, the last fireball that Yun Ningjing had relinquished control over finally crashed into Jang Chen with intense heat. Boom! The dazzling firelight exploded, and the scorching shockwave spread out. 2 layers of magical armor appeared on Jang Chen's surface, shattering in response to the violent fireball. Dense black smoke, mixed with a burnt odor, instantly engulfed Jang Chen's figure completely.
On the stage, Yun Ningjing, along with all the spectators below, could only see a swirling mass of black smoke, with Jang Chen's figure disappearing without a trace.
Only the elemental perception still clearly conveyed
one fact: deep within the smoke, Jang Chen's magical fluctuations had not weakened, instead, they were condensing with even more ferocity. At the same time, the surging fiery energy behind Yun Ningjing was about to reach its peak. A second-tier spell was on the verge of fully forming, ready to burst forth.
However, in the next instant, Thunderbolt, Godspeed!
Jang Chen's calm voice clearly pierced through the rolling black smoke. Before the words had even faded. Boom! A thunderous roar, like the sound of clouds splitting in stones shattering, suddenly erupted from the center of the black smoke. A bolt of pure, deep blue lightning, honed to perfection, tore through the dust and vanished in an instant. Following that was an even more violent explosion of airwaves. The black smoke enveloping Jang Chen's position was suddenly pushed away and dispersed by an invisible force. A clearly visible, brief vacuum zone emerged. On the ground, there were even 2 areas of depression and cracking left behind, created by Jang Chen's activation.
Countless tiny cracks spread out from this center, radiating in all directions.
The audience barely had time to see the black smoke being violently dispersed, but within the dust, there was already no one to be found. Jang Chen had vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, at the other end of the arena, 3 crisp sounds of armor shattering rang out from Yun Ningjing's body.
The sounds overlapped, urgent and piercing.
It was only at this moment that the dead silence of the audience erupted into a chorus of gasps and sharp intakes of breath, everyone turning in shock.
Jang Chen's figure had appeared behind Yun Ningjing without anyone noticing.
He stood with his back to her, maintaining a poised thrusting stance. The arcs of electricity on the sword still crackled with a zzz sound. Yun Ningjing remained frozen in place, her pupils constricted, still in the posture of casting her spell with all her might. This fire system prodigy, this goddess who seemed unattainable in the eyes of countless people, was completely immersed in the second-tier magic she was about to complete, unable to react in time. The speed at which Jang Chen had unleashed Thunderflash was far beyond her previous understanding of it, so fast that her body could not react at all, not even a slightest evasion was possible. With the explosive speed of Thunderflash combined with a lightning sword, Jang Chen executed this shocking killing blow.
It was an instant kill. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. This sudden reversal left everyone's minds blank for a brief moment. 2 or 3 seconds later, it was as if a long-dormant volcano had erupted. Awesome! Wow! So cool! Absolutely stunning! What was that last move? Was that a sword draw slash? Was it a sword draw slash? Speak up, darling! My husband! My husband! My husband! Ridiculous! So ridiculous, bro! Why can your Thunderflash be so fast and so cool? Aha! Xiaoqi, did you see that? So cool, so cool, so cool! Brother, brother! Brother! Cheers, screams, and shouts converged into a deafening wave of sound that swirled around the playground. Such a duel, such a result, was truly more than 10 times more exciting than those previous slow, unremarkable chickens pecking at each other. Although in television broadcasts or online live streams, one might occasionally see some long-established strong players performing exhibition matches. The level of excitement in those matches, the splendor of the magical effects, might far exceed this student duel. However, when the two people on the stage are peers with whom one interacts daily, students from the same class, living, breathing geniuses within reach, and when they showcase such dazzling maneuvers in front of everyone, the visual impact and emotional shock are incomparable to any broadcast. Under the fervent atmosphere on site, everyone felt their blood boiling, wishing they could jump in and start a match themselves. Thunder, divine speed. Gavin was also very excited, eagerly mimicking Jang Chen's earlier move. Then without hesitation, he delivered a chop with his hand to the neck of Qian Tianyue, who was equally fired up. Qian Tianyue, who had been immersed in Jang Chen's stunning kill and was somewhat excited, was stunned by this sudden blow, his expression instantly turning speechless. Yun Ningjing turned around and ran up to Jang Chen with small, quick steps. Her face still bore no obvious expression as she gazed at Jang Chen, who was so close, her eyes devoid of disappointment or reluctance, instead sparkling a bit. Jang Chen, your speed is just too fast. I didn't even see clearly before I lost. The girl's voice was soft and delicate, with a slight tremor at the end, revealing a hint of excitement that hadn't yet settled. She lowered her eyelashes slightly, as if recalling every detail of the recent encounter, her tone filled with pure astonishment and curiosity. And I clearly used a fireball to interfere with you, but I still couldn't catch up to your casting speed. Jang Chen elegantly twirled his sword with one hand, the blade formed from lightning suddenly dissipating. It was worth mentioning that he had secretly practiced this little move for a long time. I appreciate it. Jang Chen clasped his fists together, smiling so widely it seemed his face might break. Ningjing, your control over magic is truly remarkable. Using a fireball as a shield, this is something I wouldn't have dared to imagine before. It's incredible. The two exchanged compliments, praising each other. In this battle, Jang Chen felt very pleased to have defeated the fully committed Yun Ningjing. Winning against weak opponents was meaningless. Only defeating strong ones could excite him, as it represented his progress on the path of strength. Jang Chen's usual battles could be summarized in 3 stages. The first stage involved using the full power of lightning at range to easily beat ordinary students. A blue blow of lightning was faster than their first level spells, so there was nothing more to say. The second stage relied on the lightning to close the distance, then a melee lightning sword would take them out in one hit, mainly used against students ranked in the top 10 of their grade. Most people, even if they managed to handle his full power ranged lightning, would exhaust their magic in the exchange, only to be taken down by Jang Chen in close combat. The blue blow lightning sword was unreasonable, sacrificing its ranged attribute. It could unleash the power of 3 first-level spells in a single strike. Those who did not master blue blow magic were simply at Jang Chen's mercy. The third stage only appeared today, during the fight against Yun Ningjing. Only a gifted opponent like her, with naturally powerful magic, could push Jang Chen to such a state, even reducing his armor to just 1 layer. After all, a single blue blow fireball from her was comparable to 6 first-level spells from an ordinary mage, its power approaching that of a second-level spell. In this battle, Jang Chen barely won. If he had made even one mistake while dodging the 2 fireballs, the situation would have been very different. After they finished exchanging praises, they walked down the stage side by side amidst the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, which had quieted down considerably but remained fervent. Striving for strength is human nature. In Jang Chen's past life, as long as one had money and power, even the ugliest would have many admirers. Not to mention that in this world, personal strength was glaringly evident and visible to the naked eye. Therefore, the crowd had no prejudice against Jang Chen's peculiar hairstyle. Instead, they believed that strong individuals had their own unique aesthetic. Once you became strong enough and developed your own sense of beauty, everyone might not imitate you, but they could still shout, "So cool." However, before Jang Chen's silly hairstyle returned to normal, he indeed faced much less disturbance from girls, and his cultivation speed increased dramatically. Soon after, the two walked off the stage and joined their friends. "Jang Chen, has your Thunder Flash reached the blue blow level too?" Diaowen rushed over, initially excited, but then his expression fell, looking very dejected. He sighed, "This is just too ridiculous, right? We just started our 2nd year of high school." Diaowen felt that the distance between him and Jang Chen was not getting closer, but rather farther apart. It should be known that Thunder Flash is a 2nd-tier magic, and the difficulty of learning it is several levels higher than that of 1st-tier magic. What's worse is that a low-tier mage's meager magical energy, even if they want to rely on massive practice to improve their proficiency, is simply not enough. The mana is just not sufficient. Jang Chen shook his head and honestly replied, "No, it's just that I'm very close." Alright. Take your time practicing, cultivation requires patience and composure to go further. Yao Wen's calculations were overheard by Tang Yin, an outer disciple. In the key class, Jang Chen wanted to say something more, but Jian Tianyue couldn't wait to speak up. "I say, Jang Chen, that last sprinting pose of yours was a bit too cringy. Right? You might as well not do it anymore, it looks awkward and isn't really useful." Jang Chen chuckled, his face displaying a comical expression reminiscent of a yellow bean emoji. "It may not be useful, but I'll just do it anyway." Jang Chen's thunder flash was indeed close to the blue radiance level, capable of unleashing a more intense burst of speed. To a certain extent. However, he had not truly stepped into the blue radiance realm yet. Once his speed surged, it would exceed his current control limits, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily crash. The crossed arms and lowered center of gravity were tricks he had painstakingly practiced to maintain balance while slashing with the thunder sword at extreme speeds. Magic in this world generally works like this: if the proficiency hasn't reached the required level, forcibly pursuing or casting powers that exceed one's control limits will inevitably lead to various forms of backlash against the caster. The more one exceeds their limits, the stronger the backlash. "Hey, you!" Qian Tianyue made a gesture as if pointing like a husky. Although Qian Tianyue was still joking around with Jang Chen, the urgency in his heart was growing. He thought to himself, "Jang Chen, this monster, is getting stronger, even Gao won, but I'm still stuck in place." Qian Tianyue secretly clenched his fist. On the other side, Ningjing, you're amazing too. You almost turned my brother into a pig's head. Jang Shu tugged at Yun Ningjing's arm, chattering non-stop, his small face full of excitement. "No, I lost," Yun Ningjing said softly. She seemed a bit socially anxious in front of Jang Shu. While Jang Chen and the others were chatting, in a corner of the playground that no one was paying attention to, Tu Longyu's face was ashen, as he cursed quietly to his two companions. What a load of crap about hard-working commoner geniuses. A poor wretch is just a poor wretch. In the end, it's just luck that he got a sneak attack, right? He had originally planned to find an opportunity to spar with Jang Chen later. He had to make that kid understand that a heavenly girl like Yun Ningjing was not someone he could casually approach. Only those who are both powerful and possess gentlemanly demeanor and are of equal social standing are worthy. However, after watching the duel between Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing, Tu Longyu felt it was better to let Jang Chen off the hook for now. One person beside him twitched his lips, clearly wanting to laugh but not daring to, and said, "Tu Xiao, didn't you just say that little Jang Chen would be an easy win? Now that he's been drained of quite a bit of magical energy by the young lady of the Yun family, isn't this the perfect time for you to challenge him? Plus, you can showcase your prowess in front of the young lady." After being mocked a couple of times, Tu Longyu's expression turned even uglier. He angrily growled at that person. "What do you know? I, the dignified Tu Longyu, would be afraid of a Jang Chen? I was just upholding martial ethics. If I go up now, wouldn't that be winning without honor? If this gets out, people will think I, Tu Longyu, am taking advantage of others. Once his magic energy is full and he's in peak condition, I'll challenge him head-on, making sure he loses convincingly, and let everyone know who the true number one at Ningjiang High School is." Another student quickly chimed in, grinning widely. "Exactly. Brother too, this is called the demeanor of a general, a strategic retreat. How could we mere mortals comprehend Brother two's wisdom?" Then, this little brother's eyes twinkled as if he had thought of something. He revealed a wise smile, raised a finger, and made a gesture as if to say, "I'll get you a bowl of beef noodles." Then, as if presenting a brilliant plan, he said, Brother two, why don't you give me a few magic recovery candies, and I'll take them to Jang Chen so he can recover quickly. After that, you can go up and rightfully knock him down. Wouldn't that be perfect?" The little brother's convoluted thinking couldn't compare to the heartfelt words of the filial son. Tu Longyu looked at this filial son with a sincere expression of "I'm really thinking of you," and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling both angry and speechless, yet unable to vent his frustration. So, he pretended not to hear, turned around, and left, skipping class, while not forgetting to throw out a harsh remark, "Just wait and see." Back at Jang Chen's side, after chatting for a while, everyone gradually calmed down from the aftermath of the fierce battle. While the others discussed different topics, Yun Ningjing stood quietly beside them. Seizing the moment when the others were engrossed in conversation, she quietly reached out and gently tugged at Jang Chen's sleeve. "Jang Chen." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of hesitation and barely audible tension. What's up?" Jang Chen asked casually. He thought Yun Ningjing wanted to discuss the details of the earlier battle or had some questions about magic. However, Yun Ningjing's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, as if she was making some significant decision. She took a slight breath, as if mustering great courage, and finally whispered, this weekend, do you have time? The girl's voice was so soft it could almost be blown away by the wind, but Jang Chen still heard her clearly. Weekend? Jang Chen paused for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. I usually train on weekends. Once my magic energy recovers, I have to make the most of my time, otherwise. Jang Chen was a poor guy, unlike Yun Ningjing or Tu Longyu, who could quickly recover their magic energy with magic gear or by constantly taking potions to practice magic. Hearing Jang Chen's response, before she could even finish her question, she was already half rejected, and Yun Ningjing's shoulders drooped slightly, her gaze dimming a bit. But she still didn't give up, her voice trembling slightly as she continued, It's like this. I want to go to a place, but I'm a bit scared to go alone. What place? Sounds terrifying, Jang Chen asked curiously. It's the cinema, Yun Ningjing replied softly. I've never watched a movie in a cinema before, but if I'm alone. Jang Chen understood and felt a bit speechless, thinking, this girl is really a sheltered young lady. In a place like that, why not have your family accompany you? Or you could invite Jang Shu, she's been training hard lately and is about to burst, she'd definitely be happy to go out with you. Jang Chen suggested what he thought was a more reasonable idea. Yun Ningjing looked up, her eyes filled with urgency, as if afraid Jang Chen would make a decision right then and there. I asked Xiao Shu already, she explained, her words coming out a bit quickly. What did she say? Jang Chen asked. Yun Ningjing bit her lip, her cheeks even turning a bit red, her gaze drifting, unable to meet Jang Chen's eyes. She paused for a moment before speaking in a soft voice. Xiao Shu said, she said, if you don't go, she wouldn't feel comfortable going either. Jang Chen was genuinely confused now. Why wouldn't she feel comfortable going if I don't? Because I thought, since I invited you all out, it wouldn't be right to let everyone spend money again. Yun Ningjing paused, stealing a glance at Jang Chen's reaction before continuing. So, I had someone temporarily book the Taiku Mall. I thought that way there would be fewer people in the mall, and we wouldn't be disturbed. Jang Chen, what do you mean you had someone book the mall? What does it mean that having money allows you to do whatever you want? This person clearly has social anxiety and is afraid of crowds, yet says this way we won't be disturbed. Jang Chen's brain struggled to effectively connect the words mall and booked. That Taiku Mall is not some corner convenience store, but a massive commercial complex that encompasses shopping, dining, culture, entertainment, and leisure. In his 2 lifetimes, the only time Jang Chen had experienced something similar was when his previous company booked a small public gym for a team-building event. Jang Chen glanced at his sister, who was not far away, animatedly discussing something with Cao Wen and Qian Tianyue. His sister seemed to sense his gaze, turned around, and flashed him a brilliant smile, bright as summer sunshine. Jang Chen's heart stirred. He thought about how his sister had spent this summer vacation accompanying him at home to practice, hardly going out to have fun. Jang Chen turned back to look at the nervous, expectant, pitiful, helpless yet wealthy Yun Ningjing. Going out to have fun could work, Jang Chen said, his words a bit clumsy, but booking the place, that's too extravagant. You should cancel it. Is cancel the right word? Yun Ningjing's dim eyes instantly brightened when she heard Jang Chen finally relent, like stars being lit up. The girl excitedly shook her head in quickly. Said, it's not extravagant. It's not extravagant. The manager of that mall is a good friend of my dad. He said this time it's just a favor, treating us, no need to pay. I see. Jang Chen didn't know what to say. In any case, this weekend, Jang Chen got to experience on a big weekend, at noon, when it should have been bustling with crowds, yet there wasn't a single customer in the mall except for uniformed staff. That was on the Monday after Jang Chen, Jang Shu, and Yun Ningjing finished their mall visit. In the afternoon, at Ningjiang High School, in the grand auditorium. In the scorching summer, the air was filled with the unique restlessness and anticipation of a new semester. The opening ceremony for the second-year students was taking place in the school's grand auditorium. The reason the ceremony was held a week after the start of school was that Principal Xiao Lijun was on a business trip again, and everyone had to wait for his return to hold the ceremony. The process was nothing more than various leaders taking the stage to speak, while students below secretly daydreamed, then clapped in unison. The only thing that piqued Jang Chen's interest was awarding scholarships. Jang Chen, as the 9th in his grade, and Jang Shu, as the 2nd, could happily receive a substantial reward. This wave of school funds was a nice boost for their not-so-affluent family. Among Jang Chen's little group, everyone except Tang Yin, who was just too weak, went up to receive their awards. Sigh, Tang Yin, if you don't work harder, you'll be optimized out, and then you'll be sent into society as an outstanding talent. Jang Chen thought idly while on stage. 30 students stood in a line according to their rankings, on the podium, receiving the attention of all the teachers and students in the school. Jang Chen didn't know anyone on either side, and they all looked a bit nervous, so he could only stand on stage, emptying his thoughts. The scholarship was personally awarded by Principal Xiaolijun. Jang Chen didn't expect this old man to be so hands-on. After all, schools in this world are not like those in his past life. Every teacher here, as someone capable of teaching various forms of magic, is a backbone of humanity's strength. Ningjiang High School, being one of the top schools in Ningjiang City, has Xiaolijun, a powerful high-level mage, as its principal. His role as principal is just a part-time job. His main profession is hunting monsters, and he frequently appears on television news. Speaking of which, Xiaolijun is also the honorary director of the Ningjiang Bureau of Magic Regulation. Starting from the top of the class, Xiaolijun awarded each student, offering a few encouraging words, his voice amplified by magic to resonate throughout the hall, aiming to inspire future generations. The student ranked first, Yun Ningjing, responded to the principal's encouragement with a tight-lipped, "Thank you, principal," and that was it. Of course, she wasn't the only one. Most students reacted similarly. When it was Jang Chen's turn, Principal Xiaolijun stood tall, a gentle yet authoritative smile on his face. However, to Jang Chen, that smile inexplicably felt like the aura of a battlefield. When he read out Jang Chen, Xiaolijun's hand paused slightly, standing Jang Chen before he spoke. "You are, the student who used Thunder Slash to defeat the monsters at the last sports meeting, right? I heard everyone calls you Thunder Sword, haha." After saying this, the principal revealed a kind smile. Principal, you remember me," Jang Chen said, feeling a bit awkward. The nickname Thunder Sword was fine when mentioned privately, but he felt a little embarrassed in front of everyone. A subtle stir arose in the auditorium, with many eyes turning toward Jang Chen, and a few bold girls even squealed. Xiaolijun handed the certificate to Jang Chen, gently patting his shoulder. "Of course I remember. Blue Radiance level magic is important, but effort is even more crucial. You've done well. The future of humanity still needs young people like you." Jang Chen accepted the certificate with both hands and slightly bowed. "Thank you, Principal, I will." A few envious murmurs could be heard from the audience. "However, you need to pay attention in theory classes too," the principal added, prompting a small wave of laughter from the crowd. "I will work hard. Ha ha." Jang Chen chuckled awkwardly. There were students who mastered Blue Radiance level magic, but few like Jang Chen, whose theoretical scores held them back. He had purely relied on double the magical energy and intense practice to boost his proficiency. If his theoretical foundation had been solid, he would have mastered magic even faster. Now, his theoretical shortcomings had been addressed, and he was no weaker than the top-ranking students of his cohort. After the ceremony, the students noisily returned to their classrooms. Jang Shu handed Jang Chen the envelope containing the scholarship. "Here you go, brother." "What for?" "To keep for you." Jang Chen chuckled lightly and said, "You should keep it and spend it. It's a testament to your hard work. Cherish it." Jiang Shu always seemed to think that Jang Chen had a lot of pressure in life, so she would try various ways to share the burden with him. While other things were fine, Jang Chen politely declined money, as their family wasn't poor enough to need his sister's small amount. "What's with that? You sound just like those leaders from earlier," Jiang Shu pouted. However, she didn't insist further, retracting the envelope, her little head already starting to plan what to buy for their small home with the money. Should we go for a big meal first? Isn't it time to get a new pot at home? Oh, the apron is old too, and that tablecloth I liked last time." The more Jiang Shu thought, the more excited she became, and faced with a dilemma, she simply leaned closer to Jang Chen, shaking his arm. "Brother, which one do you think we should buy?" Jang Chen instinctively wanted to sigh but held it back. "I think buying some new clothes would be nice. But we already have a lot at home, and we usually just wear our school uniforms. Why would I buy so many clothes? Then why not buy some for me?" "Sure, what kind do you want? Let's go shopping after school." Looking at his sister's bright, sparkling eyes, Jang Chen felt tears welling up. "Xiao Shu, stop it. Tonight, Big Brother will cover the expenses. Buy whatever you want." "Ha? Why so sudden?" Jiang Shu was confused, unable to grasp the situation. The time came to evening. Starting this semester, the top students from the second-year elite class and key class had the qualification to enter the accelerated meditation room in the heavy magic tower for training. Therefore, Jang Chen and his group, except for Yun Ningjing, stayed at school after classes. As the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Ningjing's home was affluent, and her bedroom had the effect of accelerated meditation, so she didn't need to stay at school to compete for resources with her classmates, crammed into such a small cubicle for training. Of course, in the days to come, she would occasionally use the school's meditation room. It wasn't for the experience of a rich girl living a common life, but because she wanted to spend more time with her friends and didn't want to be isolated. Although no one was isolating her anyway. The group had dinner in the school cafeteria. After finishing their meal, they took a stroll on the playground to digest. They casually chatted about everything from today's duel to training bottlenecks or other interesting things, creating a relaxed atmosphere. After slightly alleviating the day's study pressure, they entered the heavy magic tower, ready to begin their training. The heavy magic tower was brightly lit at this moment, with students coming in and out. They made their way to the second-floor hall with familiarity. At the service desk, they each chose a few adjacent meditation rooms and went upstairs to prepare for tonight's training. The school adopted a hands-off policy for this kind of evening study-like training, ensuring basic safety for students but otherwise leaving it up to their discretion. Whether to come or practice was entirely up to them. If a student decided to go home and sleep, the school wouldn't bother, saving on the consumption of magic array resources. Jang Chen pushed open the door to the meditation room he had chosen. A wave of stuffy air hit him. The room was small, only about 4 or 5 square meters. It was a pure dark room, with not even a small window for ventilation, making the air feel oppressive. To save space, they made these little cubicles, fine. But not even a window? I won't complain about that, but is it a bit excessive that there's not even a chair or table in here? Jang Chen looked down at the lonely cushion on the floor, its color dull and worn at the edges, looking quite dirty. Next time, I'll just bring a pillow. Training wasn't easy, Jang Chen sighed. He casually took out his phone. Facing this bare-bones training environment, he snapped a photo with a click. He opened the chat app, found Yun Ningjing's whale avatar, and sent the photo along with a string of complaints. This way, she, who had been reluctant to part ways just moments ago, could feel a bit involved. It seemed quite normal for high school students in another world to bring their phones to school. After all, what if a monster suddenly jumped out while walking down the street? At least with a phone, one could leave a last message. Jang Chen turned around in the small room, observing. He didn't find anything resembling magical patterns or any special mechanisms. The entire small room was clearly partitioned off from a larger room, with walls so thin that he could hear any movement from the next room. Therefore, Jang Chen speculated that there was a main magic array affecting the entire floor, and everyone was just sharing the effects of the same array in their small rooms. The reason resources are so tight and divided into separate rooms is still the same. People in this world believe that cultivation is a very private matter. If some parents were to find out that their children were cultivating in the same room, there would definitely be a commotion. Although Jang Chen wasn't sure what impact cultivating together would have, since this belonged to two different cultural customs, he didn't mind too much as long as it didn't cause any harm. After all, it's about seeking common ground while reserving differences. I didn't expect to come back again and have to squeeze into these tiny rooms, divided into countless cubicles by a greedy landlord, specifically designed to profit off the hard work of laborers. Jang Chen silently thought a long, complicated sentence in his mind, then sighed heavily, producing a sound filled with class struggle. Bro! Keep it down. You're disturbing my cultivation. Jang Shu knocked on the thin wall from the adjacent room. Exactly, have some public spirit, Jin Tianyue chimed in from the other side. Got it, don't shout, Jang Chen replied. At that moment, Jang Chen's phone vibrated with a new message. He opened it to find a reply from Yun Ningjing. Yun Ningjing, the environment is so poor, will the efficiency of cultivation drop? After reading the message, Jang Chen felt annoyed. Damn spoiled princess, why not eat porridge? What's wrong with the environment? It's been like this for years, don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open, school is tough. Before Jang Chen could respond, another message came in. Yun Ningjing, how about you come to my house to cultivate? My house is big, and there are many empty cultivation rooms, all very effective. Yun Ningjing, plus, it's very quiet, and no one will disturb you. Yun Ningjing, little whale. Sends you an invitation. JPG. Jang Chen paused for a moment, then slowly typed a question mark. Jang Chen? Yun Ningjing almost replied instantly. Yun Ningjing, what's wrong? Yun Ningjing, little whale is confused. JPG. Jang Chen. Jang Chen, it's nothing, definitely next time. Jang Chen, enough talk, time to cultivate. Yun Ningjing. Alright. Yun Ningjing, you got this. Yun Ningjing, goodbye, little whale. JPG. Jang Chen felt a bit inexplicable, shook his head, sat quietly for a while, and after replying, began his cultivation. Jang Chen calmed his mind and silently meditated. After a moment, he had a sense of the meditation room's effectiveness. It feels less efficient than that meditation magic gear from before, but it still has a 1.5 to 1.7 times acceleration effect. As expected, you get what you pay for? When I have money in the future, I must buy a piece of meditation magic gear for cultivation. No. 2 pieces. 1 for each of us. I'll get one for Xiaoshu too. Otherwise, if the foreigner next door Seize, they might think we can't afford it. Just 200,000, let's work hard. Strive.
After motivating himself in his mind, Jang Chen, filled with anticipation for the future, threw himself wholeheartedly into his cultivation. In one night, the time students could spend in the meditation room was limited, as it was only open from
7 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
The school initiated this cultivation assistance array, and every minute burned real gold and silver. Being able to open it for a few hours was already
quite good. However, just a few hours of cultivation time couldn't fully cover Jang Chen's available cultivation time. In fact, many ordinary students couldn't manage it either.
But there was no other way, they could only make do.
Moreover, even many teachers chose to stay at school to cultivate, but the teachers had official subsidies for resources, so their cultivation environment was relatively better.
After returning home, Jang Chen could only work overtime to cultivate for a while longer.
Since obtaining
the Thunder Seal and Thunder Chain spells, and after several months of hard training, Jang Chen's cultivation had made significant progress.
He flipped through his notebook, which clearly recorded his latest cultivation progress.
Realm, Initial Stage 3 Transmutation Magic System, Lightning System, 3 Transmutation 62%.
Total Magic Energy
200 points. Mastered Magic, Lightning Blow, Blue Radiance level 14%, Thunder Flash, White Dust level 91%, Thunder Strike, White Dust level 63%, Thunder Seal, White Dust
level 9%, Thunder Chain, White Dust level 7%.
Jang Chen sat in his room, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table as he analyzed his current progress.
Has it really taken me several months to increase my lightning cultivation by only 20%?
This is with the aid of that meditation magic gear, plus the fact that my training time
is equivalent to double that of others. No wonder so many college students in their first and second years are still at the third transmutation level. Those who can get
into college are generally quite outstanding. It's either their own hard work, exceptional talent, or resource support.
TSK.
Jang Chen put down his pen and rested his
chin on his hand.
And if it weren't for the time in my first year of high school when I hunted fire pigs at my grandfather's house and ate a geomancy blue vine fruit, I
wouldn't even be at 62% now. Who would have thought that after reaching the third transmutation, the difficulty of cultivation would suddenly increase? Jang Chen reminisced
about the time he broke through 2 levels in just half a semester.
Should I go get some geomancy blue vine fruits or something like that?
Forget it, sigh, over 100,000
for one. Am I eating fruit or gold?
Never mind. Anyway, I heard from Yongjian that these rare treasures can't be consumed too often.
If the proportion of one's
own mental energy mixed into the crystal wall is too low, it can lead to structural instability. In other words, it would make the foundation unstable, affecting breakthroughs.
Unless it's a top-grade rare treasure. I see it portrayed like that on TV. Jang Chen daydreamed for a moment.
At night, while sleeping, a supreme,
ultimate, strongest, softest
fruit that could make one a magic god suddenly shattered the void and passed through his room.
Due to exerting too much force momentarily, it lost its power and accidentally fell into his drooling mouth while he was dreaming, and he inadvertently ate it.
Then, when he woke up, he accidentally became a magic god, embarking
on a path of not eating beef.
Jang Chen patted his face, which was about to burst into laughter, wiped away the drool, and refocused his mind on cultivation, continuing to analyze his current cultivation situation.
However, at this rate, by the end of my second year, before my third year, I should be able to reach the peak of the third transmutation. But then, breaking through the bottleneck will also be a problem. Transitioning from the third to the fourth transmutation is a significant bottleneck, not so easy to break through.
That guy Wang Ziyuan even said that if he performs outstandingly in college, the school will reward him with 100,000 or so spirit vein
extraction potions to help him break through. I wonder if that's true.
If I don't use such resources, do I have to slowly grind through the bottleneck?
I'll have to think of a way then, otherwise, it'll be too slow. However, if I can break through to the fourth transmutation, Dragon University should be a sure thing. Thinking of this, Jang Chen felt a little happy, even though it was premature to celebrate.
After all, the most frustrating thing about working hard is not reaping any rewards.
Now I can start
considering what new magic system to choose when I reach the middle realm and awaken my second magic core. So, as long as I follow the steps in my cultivation, everything should
be fine.
As for the mastery of magic, the current level of mastery of the 5 spells is actually enough to score well in the college entrance examination.
However, since there
are still 2 years left, I must push myself harder.
Next, the practice of magic still needs to be prioritized, focusing on mastering Thunder Flash to the Blue Radiance level. The others can be put on hold.
That said, practicing third transmutation magic is really difficult, Jang Chen sighed.
I've learned Thunder Seal and Thunder Chain
for a long time, but I've only made this little progress.
After all, Jang Chen is currently at the 3rd transmutation level and can only cast 3rd transmutation magic a few times a day. No wonder Yongjian advised me to choose my 3rd tier magic carefully back then. If I had picked an unsuitable 3rd tier magic, it would have been a waste of time and opportunity. Sigh, if only I could add some points to Deep Blue. Alright, no more daydreaming, let's start training. After summarizing his training situation, Jang Chen noted down the key points of his training thoughts in his notebook for future reference, to fill in any gaps. Of course, he didn't write down some of his significant secrets, such as being a reborn person or having double talents. He only recorded the parts that could be shared. Jang Chen currently had no shortage of magic, resources to accelerate his training, and teachers from various subjects to guide him at any time. All he needed to do was train hard. Time passed in the midst of rigorous training. More than half a year slipped by just like that. The school year also flew by, and before he knew it, another half a year had passed. The summer heat swept through Ningjiang City once again, and it was time for the end of the 2nd year. Jang Chen was only a few months away from his 3rd year. He was also nearly at the peak of his 3rd tier magic and needed to plan for the upcoming breakthrough soon. During the uneventful half year, nothing particularly special happened. The only noteworthy point was that Jang Chen's scores in cultural subjects had reached a top tier level. This directly caused his ranking in the grade to soar, firmly placing him in the top 3. He was no longer the reckless person who could only secure 1st place in ranking matches. The top 3 rankings in the grade generally fluctuated between Yun Ningjing and Jang Chen. With his achievements, he was no longer just a core disciple of the sect but a daozi. During this time, Jang Chen also had the opportunity to select magic again through the 2nd year sports meet. To be honest, such opportunities to choose magic are available as long as the student is outstanding. There are many ways to obtain them in school. After all, the school's role is to cultivate excellent students. This time, Jang Chen didn't act out of line and obediently chose the 3rd tier magic that Yongjian had mentioned 800 times, Thunder Net. The Thunder Net magic, besides having 3rd tier power, manifests as a massive net of lightning that covers a wide area, stunning and immobilizing targets within the net. It is a powerful area control magic. Seeing that Jang Chen finally chose this magic instead of rebelliously picking some useless spells, Yongjian had nothing more to say. He only sighed, thinking that if Jang Chen had practiced Thunder Net early on instead of Thunder Seal, he wouldn't have wasted half a year. Therefore, Yongjian specifically urged Jang Chen to practice Thunder Net diligently to make up for lost time. Yongjian still believed that Thunder Net was superior to Thunder Seal. Jang Chen didn't have much to say about this. He could only agree with him and continue practicing Thunder Seal. Once the number of magics reached 6, especially with 3 of them being 3rd tier, even with Jang Chen's double magic energy, he couldn't practice them all. With only about a year left until the college entrance examination, he could only scratch the surface of Thunder Net and shift his focus to other magics. The lightning magic I currently master can already leverage the advantages of lightning quite well, so there's no need to participate in any activities to acquire more magic. It would just be a waste of time. However, even if I wanted to continue earning school coins, there's really nothing left to earn. I've already learned all the excellent lightning magics offered by the school, and since the school only allows the selection of magic from one's own system, I might as well let the rare opportunity go to someone else. Unless Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then grinned mischievously and continued, unless I awaken a 2nd magic core before graduating high school, then I could really rake in some school coins. He. It was now break time, with a 20-minute recess. Jang Chen studied for the whole morning, his head feeling heavy, so he came to the corridor, gazing into the distance to clear his mind and let his eyes relax. The classmates passing by saw a guy leaning against the railing of the corridor, grinning foolishly, and they all kept their distance because their mothers told them not to play with fools. Jang Chen, what are you grinning about? A crisp female voice interrupted Jang Chen's pleasant daydream. Someone gently patted his shoulder. Jang Chen turned around to see it was Tang Yin, a student from the Key class and an outer disciple of the Ningjiang faction. Oh, it's you, little Tang? What brings you to the sacred grounds of the sect? And why not pay your respects since you've met a daozi? Have you lost your mind? Can you speak properly? Tang Yin's voice carried a hint of helplessness, soft and sweet. Is the pressure in the top class really that great? Jang Chen, how about I make you some fish head tofu soup to help you out? A short-haired girl with a bit of a tomboyish vibe but a well-proportioned figure, Wang Jia, also came over. No, I was just joking with you. I just came out to stretch a bit. Do you have something to discuss? Jang Chen quickly waved his hands in refusal. Jia, you can make soup too? Tang Yin said in surprise, considering Wang Jia's usually carefree nature. I can definitely do it. Wang Jia replied, a bit flushed. Tang Yin stopped teasing Wang Jia and turned to Jang Chen, saying, I came to ask Ning Jing for some advice. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yin's little face fell, and she said dejectedly, I've been working hard, but I just can't keep up with you geniuses. I'm stuck around the 70th place in the grade. Wang Jia blinked and chimed in, I also came to ask questions. Jang Chen, can you teach me too? This girl was even worse than Tang Yin, not even a student from the key class, but a disciple of the sect's miscellaneous tasks. Now she was talking about soup and questions. It was as if she wasn't even trying to pretend. After Jang Chen had cut his hair into an abstract style at the beginning of the semester, he had fewer unnecessary disturbances. However, once his hairstyle returned to normal and his grades peaked, some of the annoyances came back. Of course, this didn't include Wang Jia, who was a regular source of annoyance. Tang Yin's eyes lit up as she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, excitedly saying, Right. Jiang Chen, can you teach me too? You were at the bottom of your class in your first year, right? Now you're suddenly at the top. You must have some methods that even a fool can use. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, what do you mean by methods that even a fool can use? Just as Jiang Chen was about to respond, his keen perception as a third-tier mage made him instinctively turn his head toward the other end of the corridor. His strong observational skills caught sight of three shady students pushing and shoving Tianyue's shoulder as they walked into the restroom. At that moment, Wang Jia saw Tang Yin directly grabbing Jiang Chen and hurriedly came to his other side, also grabbing his arm, sweetly saying, Yes, teach us. If the students in Wang Jia's class saw this, they would probably drop their jaws. Was this really the same fierce tiger who was always happy to shark so many talents every day? I can teach you, but I need to go to the restroom first. Let's talk later, Jiang Chen said firmly, easily shaking off the delicate hands of the two girls. The two girls were taken aback by his bluntness, and their grip naturally loosened. Then, without looking back, Jiang Chen walked toward the restroom. Tang Yin finally came to her senses and stomped her foot. Jiang Chen is still so rude. How can you talk to girls like that? Wang Jia gazed at Jiang Chen's back and said, a fresh and refined guy like Jiang Chen should be like this. He's different from those flashy cheap girls outside. Jia, are you running a fever? Did your brain get fried? Tang Yin placed her hand on Wang Jia's forehead, checking if her temperature was normal. What fever? Don't touch my head. Wang Jia swatted her hand away. I want you to talk to me like you did with Jiang Chen just now, with that playful tone. Classmate Wang Jia, Tang Yin teased. What are you talking about? Haven't I always spoken like this? Jiang Chen shrugged off Tang Yin and Wang Jia, his steps unbroken as he headed straight for the restroom. Just as he reached the restroom door, he hadn't even lifted his foot yet. He collided head-on with three figures who stumbled out carelessly. Their school uniforms were open and loose, one covered in graffiti, another sporting heavy bangs, and the leader wore a skull necklace around his neck. I wonder how they managed to avoid the school inspection looking like that. Jiang Chen looked at their outfits, feeling somewhat speechless. He merely glanced at them, but the leader shot him an annoyed glare in return. In the moment they brushed past each other, the leader accidentally bumped hard into Jiang Chen's shoulder. The force was considerable, causing Jiang Chen to sway slightly, and he caught a faint whiff of tobacco. Are you blind? Don't you know you're blocking your dad's path? Good dogs don't block the way, you understand, little punk? Ha ha ha. The group laughed arrogantly, ignoring Jiang Chen as they walked away. Jiang Chen stood there, watching their carefree backs as they left. He casually twisted his neck, stretching his muscles, his joints cracking. I'm feeling a bit restless. I need to find a chance to beat them up. Later, I'll listen to what Qian Tianyue has to say. If it's a misunderstanding, then I won't kill them. Relying on his third-tier cultivation, even from a distance, Jiang Chen could still hear the trio's foul language. That kid is a top student, huh? Besides having a bit more pocket money, he's just a useless piece of junk. TCH, what a load of crap about being a mage. Not allowed to use magic, and we can still mess with him. How about we borrow some money from him in a few days? Jiang Chen turned around and walked into the restroom. Hearing footsteps outside, Chen Tianyue suddenly turned around. When he saw Jiang Chen walk in, his gaze flickered, and he awkwardly moved to the side to start relieving himself. What a coincidence, Qian Tianyue greeted. Jiang Chen leisurely walked to a urinal one space away from Qian Tianyue and began to pee. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed oblivious to anything unusual, Qian Tianyue secretly sighed in relief, discreetly tugging at the wrinkles in his uniform. When his hand brushed against his lower abdomen, it involuntarily trembled, and he gasped, his brows furrowing. After they finished, Jiang Chen washed his hands first and walked straight out. Watching Jiang Chen leave, Qian Tianyue felt less tense, even though he didn't know why he had been nervous.
Facing the restroom mirror, Qian Tianyue carefully examined himself, confirming there was nothing wrong before stepping out. He didn't want anyone to see him looking disheveled and weak, especially in front of friends, and even more so in front of Jang Chen. Qian Tianyue thought, if Jang Chen saw him, he would definitely scold him directly. Useless. With all that money, can't you just show your strength with $50? Big rich guy? As he stepped out of the restroom, he was startled. Jang Chen hadn't left at all, he was just leaning against the opposite wall with his arms crossed, looking lazy. Why didn't you say anything? You scared me. Qian Tianyue patted his chest to calm down. I was just standing here, haven't I often waited for you outside before? Jang Chen raised an eyebrow. You little sneak, are you hiding something? What could I possibly be hiding? Let's go. Let's go. Qian Tianyue's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, looking quite justified as he spoke and was about to bypass Jang Chen towards the classroom. Oh, being extorted doesn't mean you have a guilty conscience. Jang Chen went to the restroom and didn't see Qian Tianyue say anything, so he had to clarify things himself. Qian Tianyue paused, turned around, and looked at Jang Chen, who was still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. You. Qian Tianyue was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. I'm asking you a question. Jang Chen's tone was flat. It's nothing, what are you talking about? Qian Tianyue denied stubbornly, his neck stiff. Seeing him still being obstinate, Jang Chen didn't know what this guy was being so stubborn about. Oh, then I must have misunderstood. Jang Chen paused, but it doesn't matter, tomorrow I'll ask those three, one wearing a plastic skull necklace, one with a non-mainstream long fringe, and another whose school uniform is drawn all over with no artistic sense, they should know something. You guy. Qian Tianyue's mouth twitched, sigh, anyway, it's nothing, I'm almost done handling it. Useless, with so much money, can't you just V me 50 to prove your strength? Big rich guy? No, I'm out of money. Qian Tianyue said awkwardly. Is this your almost done handling it? Quite generous, huh? Just consider it spending money to avoid disaster, after this, it will be fine. After this? I was wondering why you haven't asked me out to play recently. You haven't even charged for the big monthly card in mobile games, you haven't supported Han's Dynasty either, and I couldn't even borrow your video membership. After this. Jiang Chen hadn't thought about it in that direction before, just assumed Qian Tianyue's pocket money was being controlled by his family since his grades had slipped a bit, not realizing it was this situation. It's worth mentioning that the video membership was borrowed by Jang Chen for Jang Shu. Poor Jang Shu couldn't stand that the latest episode of the drama he was following had been updated, but he couldn't watch it. Qian Tianyue felt exposed and was somewhat annoyed. It's none of your business, why do you care so much? Jang Chen smiled and said, is that your attitude towards those three as well? This sentence completely took the wind out of Qian Tianyue's sails. Jang Chen continued, have you talked to Uncle Qian? No. What about Brother Jian? No. Either. Then how do you plan to solve it? Just endure it, and it will pass. Others think you will endure, that's why they act like this. Jang Chen said. This situation reminded him of the streetlight boss who had pooed him in his previous life. Testing the limits little by little, then escalating. Qian Tianyue held back for a long time before asking, so what do you suggest? Beat them until they kneel and beg for mercy. A dog bites a person won't bite back, right? Qian Tianyue was somewhat dumbfounded. Exactly. A person won't bite back at a dog. Jang Chen's voice turned 3 degrees colder, but they will kill the dog that bites. Hey, don't be impulsive. They are desperate, how can you fight them? I'm 17 now, just the right age to fear that school isn't violent enough. Jang Chen smiled. Anyway, can you not worry about it for now? I have a way. Qian Tianyue was genuinely convinced he didn't want to drag his friend down. I think you'd better resolve this matter within 3 days. Jang Chen glanced at him and stopped talking. After saying that, he stepped around Qian Tianyue and walked straight towards the classroom, not even giving him an extra glance. 3 days. Not too many, not too few, just right for when those 3 little thugs would come looking to borrow money again. Hey! What do you mean 3 days? What are you going to do after 3 days? Hey! Qian Tianyue shouted at Jang Chen's back, but Jang Chen ignored him. Helping Qian Tianyue once is brotherhood. Helping him multiple times is non-tone. Jang Chen could lend him a hand when Qian Tianyue faced difficulties, but he couldn't help him for a lifetime. The meaning of friendship lies in support, not in taking over. He wouldn't force Qian Tianyue to change his overly kind and honest nature. A friend is a friend, he respects Qian Tianyue's choices and thoughts, even if he is still young and not mature enough. However, although Qian Tianyue is quite reserved, he is indeed too kind and honest in character. Of course, it's not that being kind and honest is bad, it's a very, very good trait.
But in this society, those who possess such traits often suffer the most. It's ridiculous that virtues can lead to suffering, huh? Jang Chen thought to himself. Qian Tianyue is at least a third-tier mage, and the reason he is being bullied by a few low-level thugs is quite simple. These thugs can avoid fighting him directly and instead play dirty tricks. There are school rules. Whether in school or society, it is clearly stated that students are not allowed to use magic on classmates without reason. The consequences can range from expulsion to imprisonment. Chen Tianyue, who has been a well-behaved student all his life, naturally wouldn't easily cross this red line that parents, teachers, and society have repeatedly emphasized. Without using magic, he can only resort to physical confrontation. If 3 people gang up on one and he gets counterattacked, then those 3 thugs should really give up. Not to mention that honest and straightforward Chen Tianyue has lived in the ivory tower of the campus for over 10 years. This might be the first time he has encountered such a situation, and his parents are quite strict, so he doesn't know how to handle it. Chen Tianyue probably also thinks that Jang Chen must follow the rules, which is why he feels Jang Chen can't deal with those 3 students, or perhaps he really doesn't want to drag his friend into trouble. The rules themselves are meant to maintain order, which is good. However, there are always despicable and shameless individuals who cleverly exploit loopholes in the rules or take advantage of others' adherence to the rules while recklessly engaging in shady activities for profit, and they not only feel no shame but are also smug, thinking they are smarter than anyone else. As Jang Chen thought about Qian Tianyue's predicament and the arrogance of those thugs, a hint of cold mockery arose in his heart. Despicability is the passport of the despicable, while nobility is the epitaph of the noble. At this moment, Jang Chen gained a deeper understanding of this saying. Before Jang Chen returned to the classroom, his phone in his pocket vibrated. This kind of vibration was very familiar to Jang Chen, even a bit psychologically haunting. It meant there was a new message. A new message indicated that the client was urging again, or some foolish leader had assigned work. Wait, I've been reborn, I'm not at work, so where would the work message come from? Jang Chen thought to himself, really, scaring. Myself. Jang Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. A small red dot appeared on a whale avatar, indicating a message from Yunningjing. Solitary fire, Jang Chen. Solitary fire, hurry back to the classroom. Solitary fire, little whale is shaking with a backpack.jpg. After reading the message, Jang Chen walked into the classroom in a daze and immediately saw Yunningjing sitting obediently at her desk. Then, with a quick glance, Jang Chen understood. He saw that the classmates around Yunningjing were all glaring indignantly at a boy sitting openly in Jang Chen's seat. Jang Chen's seat was right in front of Yunningjing. At this moment, that boy was twisting his body, one hand casually resting on Yunningjing's desk while the other held a textbook, leisurely fanning himself. He wore an exaggerated smile on his face and was continuously talking to Yunningjing. Yunningjing still had no expression on her face. In response to the boy's incessant chatter, she would occasionally respond with a low or O. However, her hand hidden under the desk was holding a phone, occasionally stealing glances at the screen. The boy's name was Tu Longyu, and he had only joined Jang Chen's class after the second-year split. This guy is also a top student in the grade, handsome and carefree. His family runs the famous Tu family group in Ningjiang City, but his personality is rather arrogant and overbearing. Although he seems to interact equally with ordinary classmates, subtle hints of his disdain for others often slip through, and his acting skills are still lacking. Jang Chen stuffed his phone back into his pocket and walked toward his seat. As he got closer, the conversation between the two became clearer. Ningjing, are you free this weekend? Let's go watch a movie together. After that, I've booked a table at the Emerald Pavilion, and I'll drive you home afterward. Tu Longyu's voice carried an undeniable familiarity. Yunningjing lowered her head even more, subtly shifting her body to the side. No, I have plans this weekend. Yunningjing shook her head, speaking softly but firmly. Oh, is it something at home? That makes sense. I heard my dad mention it. Is Uncle Yun busy with that thermal power project in Shashan? I heard the demons there are even trickier than the ones at our Ningjiang's Grey Wolf Mountain. Tu Longyu wore an expression of I understand everything. Yeah, it seems so. We have class. Yunningjing tried to interrupt. But those are nothing, just some little demons raised by humans. They can't stir up any big waves. Tu Longyu became more animated as he spoke. The truly powerful demons are in the demon realms outside the human city. Clusters. My second uncle said that during the summer vacation, he could take me to a small forbidden zone to broaden my horizons. If you're interested, we could go together. Yunningjing almost immediately shook her head, quietly unlocking her phone to sneak a glance at the screen. No, it's very dangerous, and my family has matters to attend to, so I'm not free. Come on, don't be so boring. What's the use of staying at home studying all day? When the time comes, with our talent policy, which university can't we choose? Ha ha ha. Jang Chen felt his head buzzing. He was already unhappy about the encounter with Qian Tianyue, and now he had to listen to this guy's awkward chatter. Jang Chen walked up to Tu Longyu and said, "We have class, move aside." Tu Longyu glanced at Jang Chen and then returned his gaze to Yun Ningjing's face, casually saying, "Oh, you're back. I'll sit in your spot for a bit, just wait." Jang Chen smiled, and that smile seemed quite friendly. In the next second, Tu Longyu felt a brutal force gripping his collar, yanking him up from his seat. The force didn't stop, pushing him sideways, causing him to stumble several steps and even knock over a few desks. "This is an order, not a negotiation," Jang Chen said. The surrounding classmates could no longer tolerate Tu Longyu's act. It was one thing to hit on the treasure girl in class, but to shout so loudly that even the next class heard about his summer plans to deliver takeout to the demon forbidden zone was just ridiculous. At this moment, everyone saw Jang Chen handle the situation so decisively, lifting the second young master of the two family from his seat like a chick, and they all felt a sense of satisfaction, cheering him on. "Fight! Fight!" Many bloodthirsty spectators were silently shouting, their eyes darting back and forth between the two boys. Jang Chen, what are you doing? Tu Longyu's good upbringing kept him from cursing in public. Jang Chen merely crossed his arms and quietly watched him. Seeing that Jang Chen was ignoring him, Tu Longyu stepped forward, his arrogant demeanor returning. "I don't want to escalate this, I'm giving you a chance. You can still apologize now. I'm giving you a chance too, you can still kneel and beg for mercy now." "I kneel and beg for mercy?" Tu Longyu laughed in anger. No one had ever spoken to him like this. "Let me ask you, do you know who my dad is?" Jang Chen replied, "Who your dad is? Didn't your mom tell you?" "You." The expression on Tu Longyu's face twisted into a grimace. He wanted to explode, but then he remembered his father's teachings and how his older brother always maintained his composure during significant events. So, he took a deep breath, stepped back half a pace, tugged at his wrinkled school uniform, calmed his turbulent emotions, and continued, "You only dare to show off at school. With a little achievement, you forget your own surname. Is that so? Then you should take your mother's surname, you're just a wild child born without a father to teach you. Watch your mouth, you bastard." Tu Longyu was completely enraged and could no longer hold back. "Oh, then who is your dad?" "Humph, my dad is too. Get lost, I don't want to hear it." Tu Longyu was about to reveal his name when Jang Chen abruptly cut him off, leaving him speechless with his mouth agape. Jang Chen ignored him, returned to his seat, and began to tidy up his desk, preparing for class. Tu Longyu stood frozen in place, trembling, his face flushed, breathing heavily. At that moment, Jang Chen spoke again, "And return my book. Do you even bring books to school?" Just a moment ago, Tu Longyu had been sitting at Jang Chen's desk, casually fanning himself with Jang Chen's textbook, which he still held in his hand. Tu Longyu laughed in anger, a cold smile crossed his face as if he had thought of a way to retaliate. "Heh, here you go." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, and the textbook in his grip flew straight toward Jang Chen's face with a whoosh. Jang Chen remained expressionless. Before anyone could gasp in surprise, they saw the flying textbook slow down in midair, gradually coming to a near halt right in front of Jang Chen. Rather than flying, it seemed to be floating. Jang Chen gently plucked the suspended textbook from the air and said, good boy, this dog can still understand human speech." Jang Chen's words, reminiscent of training a dog, made Tu Longyu's face turn from red to beetroot. In his usual social circle, no one spoke as crudely as Jang Chen did. He wished he could explode right there with Jang Chen, but to fight. After all, using magic against classmates in school was strictly prohibited, a rule that held significant weight even for someone from a prestigious family like him. A magical duel seemed. After a brief assessment, Tu Longyu decided it was better not to stoop to the level of a lowlife. He could always find a way to regain his dignity later. Caught between anger and humiliation, he chose to swallow his pride. "You can only boast with your tongue, just wait for me." After uttering his weak threat, Tu Longyu stormed out of the classroom. On his way, he roughly shoved aside a few classmates who couldn't dodge in time, regardless of whether they were male or female. Tu Longyu's outburst caused some boys in the class, who had previously found this rich kid quite approachable, and some girls who were purely infatuated with his looks, to lose their admiration instantly. His behavior, angry yet unable to confront Jang Chen, ultimately venting his frustration on innocent girls, was truly pathetic. Jang Chen's crude language, while not great, highlighted the fact that people fear comparison the most. The crowd shifted their focus from the furious Tu Longyu to the girl he had knocked over, gathering around Jang Chen instead. Jang Chen's desk mate's younger sister, Jang Shu, tightly covered her chest, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Bro, your mouth is really, can you teach me?" "Don't learn from me," Jang Chen replied instantly. If their parents found out he had led his sister astray into becoming a Zwan's sister, the coffin lid wouldn't be able to cover it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Ningjing quietly moved closer to him, instinctively grasping Jang Chen's right hand with both of hers. Jang Chen could feel the warmth of her hands and their softness. Jang Chen, just now, are you okay? Did he touch you anywhere? I didn't expect him to be so violent. Yun Ningjing asked softly, her voice tinged with guilt. Seeing that Jang Chen seemed unresponsive, she quickly added, Don't worry, I'll talk to my dad about this. They won't dare to do anything. I'm just worried about you earlier. Jang Chen gently pulled his hand away from Yun Ningjing, then scratched his head, feeling as if he was the one being bullied. It's not, what could happen to me? Jang Chen said somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, a group of boys gathered around. Jang Chen, what was that move you did earlier, the levitation thing? It was so cool. Just a little application of mental power, nothing impressive, Jang Chen said after venting some of his frustration on the unfortunate bystander, Tu Longyu, feeling much better. When mages practice, their mental power passively increases. Once mental power reaches a certain strength, it can influence the real world, but its power is far inferior to that of magic. Compared to the effect of mental power on external objects, the main purpose of mages enhancing their mental power is that a higher mental power allows for faster casting speed, sharper perception, and improved training efficiency, which brings many benefits. Moreover, even if a mage's realm stagnates, their mental power can still continue to increase. Jang Chen had just used his mental power to forcibly slow down the speed of the flying book and easily caught it. Dude, I can only use my mental power to flip through books and stuff, how is yours so many times stronger? Another classmate exclaimed in shock. It feels like we're learning different kinds of magic. Why, with the same 9 years of compulsory education, are you so terrifying? Damn, you feel like a monster, the magic I'm practicing must be fake. Nice, keep praising me, guys, don't hold back your compliments. Jang Chen grinned mischievously. Get lost. Damn, you little brat got lucky. Everyone, stop talking, this kid is about to start humming. Yun Ningjing stood beside Jang Chen, feeling a bit down. She watched as Jang Chen was surrounded by classmates, tightly clutching his phone. The message on the screen, you should hurry back to the classroom, felt like a small thorn, pricking her heart. She instinctively clenched her fist, her nails slightly digging into her palm. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she secretly made a resolution. Soon, it was time for school to end in the afternoon. That guy, Qian Tianyue, had been absent-minded all day in class, and after school, he didn't even go to the Heavy Magic Tower's meditation room for the night, he went straight home. Gao Wen even sneaked off to the Heavy Magic Tower to start studying. Therefore, at this moment, only Jang Chen, Jang Shu, and Yun Ningjing were left, having finished their meal in the school cafeteria, walking in circles on the school playground. To aid digestion, Jang Chen walked on one side, quietly listening to the two girls talk. Ningjing, did you watch the dating variety show yesterday? They actually invited Xiao Haizi as a guest. I was dying of laughter. Jang Shu excitedly recounted the variety show she had watched yesterday. Yeah, I saw it. I even saw someone online deducing the 7 deadly sins of love, Yun Ningjing replied, her tone also a bit excited. Really? I want to see it too. Jang Shu linked her arm with Yun Ningjing's. I have it saved on my phone. Yun Ningjing took out her phone and tapped a few times, but the phone didn't respond. Oh, it seems like it's out of battery. Ah, how could this happen? Jang Shu's jaw was drawn out, her little face drooping, and her tone was very low. Jang Chen thought to himself, is it that good? I can't even understand what you guys are talking about. Seeing Jiang Shu looking so dejected, Yun Ningjing thought for a moment and came up with an idea. I forwarded it to Jang Chen yesterday, we can watch it on his phone. Jang Shu's face lit up with joy, great. But then she suddenly looked angry, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at Yun Ningjing. Good for you, Yun Ningjing, you sent it to him but not to me. He doesn't even watch dating shows. Yun Ningjing stammered, unsure how to respond, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Jang Shu ground his teeth and said, forget it, I won't hold it against you for now. He then turned to Jang Chen, gritting his teeth, and said, give me your phone. What, are you going to pay for the upgrade? Jang Chen said nonchalantly as he handed his phone to his sister. Jang Shu said nothing, simply unlocking the phone with his fingerprint. She clicked into Jang Chen's Feishin interface and found the little whale avatar representing Yun Ningjing, tapping on it. Jang Shu scrolled through the chat history, skipping over the few messages from Yun Ningjing asking Jang Chen for help earlier that morning, finally finding what she wanted to see. Soon, the two girls leaned their heads together, looking at the same phone screen. They walked side by side along the outer edge of the track, their attention fully on the phone, their steps unconsciously slowing down, moving slower and slower. At this time, there were hardly any runners on the track, just classmates strolling. A few runners kept to the inner lane, while those walking gathered in the outer lane. The two girls looked at the chat interface. between Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing.
Lonely High Flame, after spending 7 days and nights, I deduced the 7 deadly sins of love. The first person on the internet, video link, Jang Chen.
LOL.
Facepalm, seeing the chat interface with Jang Chen, Yun Ningjing looked up at him and asked, "Why am I called Lonely High Flame?" Jang Chen had found the title amusing when he first heard it and changed Yun Ningjing's contact name, but now he had completely forgotten about it and felt a bit embarrassed to be caught by her.
Do you think it sounds bad? I thought it suited you, so I changed it. Jang Chen scratched his head. I'm not lonely at all.
Yun Ningjing puffed her cheeks slightly. She felt less nervous in front of her good friend.
Let me explain. Yun Ningjing blinked her big eyes, looking at Jang Chen, waiting for his explanation. Aren't you a bit lonely, and you're quite tall, right? You're about 165, aren't you? Jang Chen explained.
Oh, so that's what you meant by lonely high. Yun Ningjing's tone lifted, and she smiled slightly. But then she quickly realized that this explanation didn't sound like a compliment at all. So, she pouted and said, "Then I'll change your contact name too." Her dark, expressive eyes stared intently at Jang Chen, and her expression didn't show any signs of being upset. The girl's blank expression while staring fiercely was quite intimidating, but thankfully her pretty face kept it from being too scary.
Go ahead, what do you want to change it to? Thunder Sword. Yun Ningjing looked at Jang Chen expectantly, waiting for his annoyed reaction.
Not bad, you have good taste, Jang Chen said with a grin.
Then, Pure Milk Martial Saint. Still a martial saint, Hud Yun Ningjing suddenly felt the sting of what Qian Tianyue usually experienced.
I won't change that anymore, I'll change it to, Yun Ningjing gently bit her lip, thinking hard, I'll change it to, suddenly. She seemed to think of something, her face turning a bit red, and she stammered, forget it, I
won't change it.
Meanwhile, Jiang Shu hadn't been listening to their conversation.
Instead, she
took the opportunity to scroll through the chat records between Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing.
Although Jiang Shu could unlock her brother's phone with her fingerprint, she wouldn't privately check
his chat records. But this time, her brother was showing it to her. Why not take a look? Jiang Shu swiped several times on the screen, flipping back through the chat history to the very beginning.
Starting to read. Lonely High Flame, Dad took me to a banquet, I didn't eat anything all day, I'm a bit hungry.
Lonely High Flame, luxurious banquet photo with lights and wine.jpg, Jang Chen, you
didn't eat anything all day, aren't you hungry? Lonely Fire, I'm hungry. Jang Chen, don't be hungry. Lonely Fire, I'm home, so tired. Lonely Fire, Little Whale exhausted.jpg, Jang Chen, don't be tired.
Lonely Fire, I still have so much homework.
I don't want to do it. Crying, Lonely Fire, Little Whale crying.jpg, Jang Chen, don't do it. Lonely Fire, cute black cat photo.jpg. Jang Chen, Hakimi. Lonely Fire, isn't the cat cute? Jang Chen, indeed, haha. Jiang Shu glanced at the chat history between the two and couldn't help but tease, bro, are you a robot? I think you are the Lonely Fire.
Jiang Shu's words interrupted their conversation. Jiang Shu shook the phone in his hand, the screen facing Jiang Chen, indicating the chat history on the phone, and criticized.
Jiang Chen. Bro, is this how you chat with girls?
You just distilled their words and sent them back, that's too perfunctory. Jiang Chen often practiced, so his replies were indeed a bit perfunctory.
But at least he replied, right? He mainly just marked it as read. So he said, what do you know? This is my high emotional intelligence response after careful consideration. Yun Ningjing,
listening nearby, felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, It's my fault for sending too many boring things, I've disturbed Jiang Chen's practice.
Not at all, I find it quite interesting. Jiang Chen comforted. Then tell me, what are the 7 deadly sins of love? Jiang Shu interrogated Jiang Chen. The two girls quietly looked at Jiang Chen, and after 2 or 3 seconds of silence. That's hilarious.
Jiang Chen covered his face, looking both amused and helpless. Seeing this, the two girls couldn't hold back and burst into laughter.
Jiang Shu's smile was bright, cute, and radiant.
Yun Ningjing, on the other hand, pursed her lips, her eyes curved with a faint smile. The laughter of the two beautiful girls seemed to brighten the entire playground, causing a student running nearby to crash into a tree trunk with a thud, eliciting a low gasp from the crowd.
How can you be so annoying? Jiang Shu pointed at Jiang Chen, laughing. Exactly. Yun Ningjing nodded in
agreement, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. She didn't even realize that her expression had unknowingly brightened.
However, Jiang Chen wasn't always so perfunctory in his conversations.
Jiang Shu continued scrolling through the chat history. Jiang Chen, just thinking about how the president of Longdu University passed by for an inspection, opened my front door, and saw me diligently preparing for the college entrance exam, directly giving me a recommendation to Longdu University, makes me want to laugh.
Video link, Jiang Chen, this is too awesome. Lonely Fire, this is such a coincidence. Lonely Fire, Little Whale laughing.jpg. Jang Chen, a duck that looks very much like a watermelon. JPG, Jang Chen, Shiga. Lonely fire, ah, so cute. Lonely fire, little whale. Patting belly. JPG. Jang Chen, let me show you what a pig looks like. Funny, lonely fire, I know what a pig looks like. Lonely fire, little whale pouting. JPG, Jang Chen, a photo of Jang Shu. Lying on the sofa, covered with a small blanket, looking at the phone and laughing without any image. JPG, lonely fire, screenshot. I'm going to tell little Shu. Funny. Jang Shu saw this and suddenly stopped her movements. She rushed forward a few steps and grabbed the two people walking ahead, ready to unleash her wrath. Bro! You took a candid shot of me. Ninjing. You said you would. Tell me, I didn't know, at all. The three of them playfully teased and laughed as they headed towards the magic tower. Bro, do you want to go shopping this weekend? Not going. Jang Shu's little face instantly fell. She was seriously dissatisfied with her brother's immediate rejection. If you don't want to go, then don't. Humph. She immediately turned to Yun Ningjing, trying to persuade the second person to join her. Ningjing, let's go together. We have to get that little black toy from the claw machine this time. Yun Ningjing hesitated for a moment. Haven't we been playing a bit too often lately? How about we take a good rest this week? Jang Shu frowned, her face resembling a bitter melon, and let out a long sigh. Why is it like this? Who says we have to practice hard every day? We need to relax sometimes. We're not robots. We need a balance of work and rest. Then you can just go by yourself. Jang Chen remained unmoved. What's the point of going alone? Then how about I accompany you to the heavy magic tower this weekend? No. Jang Shu was unwilling. That's not playing. Don't you care about your little sister at all? As she spoke, she kept bumping her head against Jang Chen. No. Upright arrow, down right arrow, upright arrow. Jang Shu grabbed Jang Chen's arm and shook it, going crazy. Why are you like this? Do you think I'm annoying? Yeah, as soon as those words came out, even though Jang Shu knew her brother was joking, she still felt a wave of frustration wash over her. The girl grabbed Jang Chen tightly, not letting him move, and said pitifully, how can you say that? Can't you be just a little more tactful? I can get hurt too. Jang Chen knew she was pretending, but looking at her pitiful little expression, he still found it very cute. So, Jang Chen nodded seriously. Oh, I see, then ask me again. GIE, am I especially annoying? The girl asked in a sweet voice. Jang Chen stroked his chin. Pondering for a moment, yeah. He. Jang Shu was so angry that she laughed, her cute little expression completely breaking down as she rolled her eyes. Seeing his sister about to go wild again, Jang Chen quickly explained. Isn't that quite tactful? I thought about it before saying it. The sister's shaking magic activated again, with increased force, almost treating Jang Chen like a punching bag. The force was mutual, and the sister also swayed along, her long black hair flying in beautiful arcs in the air. Then why should I ask you twice? You said such hurtful things. Both times. Are you a devil? Jang Chen couldn't stand being shaken by his sister anymore and finally became serious, saying, Alright, if you find me annoying, then so be it. Why do you care so much about this? I wouldn't really dislike you, you're my sister, isn't that enough? In my heart, you're more important than anything else, Jang Chen said word by word. This statement had a powerful effect. Jang Shu's face lit up with joy, and she became shy, a bit embarrassed as she said, Really? Then you say, you like your sister the most. Which sister? You have another sister. It's me. The three of them entered the heavy magic tower. Jang Chen said to Yun Ningjing, the meditation effect of the magic array at your home is much better than that broken array at school. Why do you always come to school to practice? Well, practicing at home makes me feel very out of place, Yun Ningjing said a bit shyly. Is that so? Jang Chen didn't understand her thoughts. If he had an array that accelerated cultivation at home, he would prefer to stay home every day, unlike Yun Ningjing, who ran to the heavy magic tower every few days. The meditation rooms chosen by the three were on the same floor, but luck wasn't great. There weren't three connected rooms, so they couldn't sit in a row, and Jang Shu went to the other end of the floor. Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing's meditation rooms were right next to each other. The two parted ways with Jang Shu and walked towards the meditation room. Just as Jang Chen was about to push the door open, the hem of his clothes was gently tugged. What's wrong? Jang Chen turned his head to ask. I have something I want to talk to you about. Go ahead. Jang Chen casually closed the door to the meditation room, a hint of confusion on his face. He turned and walked to the railing in the corridor, leaning against it leisurely. Yun Ningjing also moved beside him, and the air seemed to carry a faint scent of her youthful fragrance. The beautiful girl really did smell delightful. At this moment, the night had already fallen, and the streetlights on campus lit up one by one, their warm yellow glow dispelling the darkness. The evening breeze brushed by, bringing with it a faint sound of cicadas, intertwining with the surrounding tranquility, adding an indescribable meaning to the air. Jang Chen unconsciously glanced at the girl beside him. Her long, straight black hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, cascading down to her waist, with the night wind occasionally lifting a few strands, gently brushing against her fair cheeks. The school uniform she wore outlined her delicate figure, yet it couldn't hide her unique elegance. She simply stood there quietly, enough to attract attention. The girl lowered her head, her voice soft. "Thank you for this morning, you helped me again." Yun Ningjing was referring to Jang Chen helping her drive away too long. "You. Is that all?" "He was sitting in my seat, affecting my studies, that's a grudge to settle. I would have chased him away even without you saying anything," Jang Chen joked casually, "but I appreciate your thanks, no need to thank me, Yun Ningjing responded softly. Jang Chen noticed that she still had more to say, so he didn't rush to leave and patiently waited for her. Jang Chen's silent waiting always seemed to help Yun Ningjing relax, allowing her to express her thoughts comfortably. Then, he heard Yun Ningjing say somewhat dejectedly, "Am I a bother? I can't even handle my relationships and keep troubling you like this." The girl thought to herself, "He must think I'm a troublesome girl, right? I don't want to give him that impression anymore, but since we met, it seems I've always been a bother to him." Jang Chen understood her meaning and smiled. "Are you saying you want to be my little sister?" Jang Chen teased. Just moments ago, Jang Shu had asked Jang Chen if she was annoying. Little sister? Yun Ningjing was taken aback, then quickly reacted. She suddenly raised her head, her expression serious. "I'm not joking. About this morning, and all the other things before, you've always been helping me. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? You taught me too, especially in the first year of high school, you really helped me a lot, or I wouldn't have caught up so quickly." Jang Chen said with a smile. "It's different." "How is it different?" Yun Ningjing paused for a moment, seemingly weighing her words. "You might not care, but a lot of my issues have indeed caused you trouble. Like too long he will definitely come looking for you again. And after the last KTV, people have been talking bad about you." Yun Ningjing's head lowered slightly. "You said you're the type to speak your mind if you don't like something, but I don't think that's true, because I know you're actually very considerate of others, so I." The girl's head hung very low, her tone very downcast, carrying a sense of sorrow. Because she was looking down, her sad eyes didn't let Jang Chen see, but he could feel a melancholic, broken emotion spreading from her. At night, with the silver moon hanging high in the sky, in the quiet teaching building, the girl's head hung very low, her tone very downcast, carrying a sense of sorrow. A melancholic, fragmented emotion spread from her. Yun Ningjing didn't like her introverted and somewhat socially anxious personality, nor did she like causing trouble for her few friends. Because of it, she believed that her silence, lack of communication skills, and often cold expression were the reasons for her limited friendships. Especially after this morning's incident, if she had been a bit braver and decisively rejected Long Yu's harassment, Jang Chen wouldn't have had to clash with others. If this continued, the friends she had finally made might drift away again, leaving her alone once more. Moreover, relying on him like this would probably make him dislike her. She didn't want that. She clenched the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning slightly pale. Jang Chen lowered his voice and asked, "So?" Yun Ningjing hung her head, remaining silent for a while. Her tightly clenched fist slightly relaxed, then tightened again. She took a breath, the air trembling slightly, but when she exhaled, it carried a sense of determination. She finally raised her head, her eyes a bit red, her cheeks flushed, and her voice somewhat strained, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. "So?" She paused, as if encouraging herself. "I will work hard from now on. I will learn to handle those things myself. To face those situations I don't like. I won't run away anymore." As the words fell, the heartbreaking sense of fragmentation around her quietly faded, replaced by a fresh, slightly immature yet incredibly serious determination. The cool moonlight fell upon the man and woman. Jiang Chen looked at her, feeling a bit moved. "Ha, she's grown up." Jang Chen felt as if he were watching his adorable daughter finally grow up. Thus, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips, carrying a hint of teasing. "I see, but anyone can talk big. Some things are better left unsaid. Once you say them, you have to follow through. Otherwise." Jang Chen deliberately elongated his tone, a teasing expression on his face. He even began to calculate in his mind that if Yun Ningjing was adamant today but reverted tomorrow, he would definitely jot this down in his little notebook, saving it for the right moment in the future to mock her mercilessly, just like he did with Qian Tianyue. Speaking of which, Qian Tianyue's prize pool had accumulated quite a bit. Couldn't he hurry up and get married?
Yun Ningjing blushed even more at his teasing, but the light in her eyes shone brighter and more resolutely. She straightened her back a bit, and though her voice was soft, she imitated Jang Chen's serious tone, speaking with conviction. I will definitely do it. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a breakthrough. Otherwise? Otherwise? Otherwise, you can supervise me. If I can't do it, then, you can make me do anything. I will listen to you, absolutely no regrets. Jang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words. This was not something to say. Then, can I make you get into Law University? Sure. Oh no, she really could. Then, alright, I will supervise you. Instead, Jang Chen felt a bit shy because of her. After hearing Jang Chen's response, Yun Ningjing nodded heavily, first letting out a huge sigh of relief. His agreement meant he acknowledged her words, agreed with her thoughts, and was willing to accompany her. However, soon after, an indescribable sense of loss quietly spread. Did his promise to supervise her also mean that he would consciously reduce his care and help for her in the future, allowing her to face everything independently? She couldn't quite understand where this feeling of loss came from. This was clearly a good thing. She should be happy about it, right? If she kept relying on him, would he come to dislike her? But if that made him feel like he was no longer needed, leading to a gradual estrangement. She was also reluctant. Was there really no way to have the best of both worlds? Yun Ning was momentarily caught in a dilemma, her brows slightly furrowed. Just then, Jang Chen broke into a big smile, shattering her train of thought. Ningjing, facing difficulties and finding a way to solve them yourself is certainly the best approach. Jang Chen paused, his tone light yet serious. However, if you really need help in the future, or simply want someone to talk to, you can always come to me. After all, friends are not such an inconvenience. Yun Ning looked at his face, so close to hers, those eyes always filled with laughter, and that relaxed, natural tone made the sense of loss and confusion that had just risen in her heart dissipate considerably. I understand. Yun Ning nodded, her lips unconsciously curving up, her heart racing a little. Then is that all? Shall we get back to training? Jang Chen said, turning to push open the door to the heavy magic tower's meditation room. Wait. Jang Chen's hand on the doorknob paused, and he turned back, looking at her in confusion. The girl blinked, somewhat awkwardly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She didn't realize that this action revealed her porcelain-like profile to Jang Chen without any concealment. Under the light, her skin was delicate, faintly glowing with a lustrous sheen. From her forehead, across her well-defined nose, to her soft lips, it outlined an extremely captivating curve. Jang Chen saw her take a deep breath. About this morning, I feel, just saying thank you isn't enough. How about, this weekend, I invite you to dinner? After saying this, the courage she had built up seemed to deflate instantly, and she quickly lowered her head, her voice becoming smaller. I just happen to know a new restaurant that my dad told me about. He said the food is quite good. Oh, of course, if you don't like it, we can change. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen's eyes lit up, a look of surprise instantly appearing on his face, and his tone became excited. Why didn't you say so earlier? He took a few steps back to Yun Ning, looking at her with anticipation. This time, you didn't book the whole building, did you? Yun Ning was taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm and instinctively shook her head. And no, I didn't. You told me last time not to be so extravagant. Then she raised her head, her eyes carrying a hint of barely noticeable expectation as she gazed at the man before her. Hey! Jang Chen flashed a knowing smile, raising a finger and mimicking the gesture of I'll get you a bowl of beef noodles. Then you can invite Jang Shu. She just happens to want to go out, and since she's my sister, you can treat her as me. He thought his idea was simply perfect, solving Yun Ning's gratitude while fulfilling his sister's wish, and it wouldn't disturb his training. A stroke of genius. The expectation on Yun Ning's face instantly froze. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only a single syllable escaped. Oh. She was somewhat dazed, her mind momentarily unable to process. Bang. Jiang. Chen had already satisfiedly closed the door and walked into the meditation room, leaving Yun Ning standing there in a daze. The following weekend, Jiang Shu enjoyed a lavish meal. The time came to the next day. Xian Tianyue spent the entire day in a state of contradiction. The things he encountered were hardly worth mentioning in this society, in this world. But for a 17-year-old high school student, it was a monumental issue. Many times, everyone knows how to solve difficulties, but they just can't take that first step, for example, being sick but not daring to see a doctor, or being pressured by relatives to get married but not having the courage to push back. Another example is not daring to ask the boss for
Overtime pay, even when overwhelmed with work, and not being able to refuse tasks assigned by the boss, nor ask for leave when needed. Qian Tianyue certainly knows what to do, but if he doesn't act, nothing will change. Moreover, the nature of the situation has already changed somewhat, due to Jang Chen's intervention. Previously, Qian Tianyue was contemplating how to resolve this issue on his own, not wanting to tell his parents, teachers, friends, or classmates. Being bullied made him feel a sense of shame and inferiority. However, this matter was discovered by Jang Chen. If it had been during middle school, Qian Tianyue might have directly discussed what to do with Jang Chen, but now, he found it hard to speak up. It wasn't that he had grown up and his self-esteem had inflated. Rather, it was because Jang Chen, as a good friend, had become increasingly outstanding since entering high school. When Jang Chen first started high school, he was at the bottom of the class, so although he had become quite adept at interacting with girls, this change didn't evoke any strange emotions in Qian Tianyue, as he still believed he had the advantage of being a good student. However, one day during a chat, Jang Chen told Qian Tianyue that he wanted to apply to Longdu University. Qian Tianyue thought he was joking. Later, seeing his friend truly starting to work hard, he didn't take it seriously, thinking Jang Chen might just be experiencing a fleeting enthusiasm. He even thought about how he would mock him once Jang Chen gave up, and then they could spend a night at the internet cafe, and this matter would be behind them. After all, at that time, to be honest, Jang Chen's grades made it seem a bit ridiculous to aim for Longdu University. Who would have thought that Jang Chen would now be striving hard, not only excelling in magic but also shining in sports events and competitions, captivating many girls. Moreover, he could even call the strict teacher Yongjian his brother. He also had a lovely and obedient younger sister. Even Yun Ningjing from their class, who was good at studying, had high cultivation, was beautiful, and came from a wealthy family, always appeared cold and indifferent, hardly engaging with anyone. Although everyone knew she was just socially anxious and not truly indifferent, even so, people were hesitant to talk to her. And this beautiful girl, whom he could hardly dream of, was very close friends with Jang Chen. By the time they reached the second year of high school, Jang Chen had even caught up in theoretical grades, leaping to become one of the top 3 in the grade. The grades he had always been proud of were left far behind by his best friend. Not just his best friend. Even that guy Gaowen had managed to practice the light ball to the blue glow level. Meanwhile, he was still stuck in place, even regressing in grades due to harassment from a few delinquents. All of this made him feel somewhat worthless, like a mere passerby in this world. Online, they often say, fearing both that a brother suffers and that a brother drives a Range Rover. Such jokes are fine, but how could one really feel jealousy? These were all the results of his friend's hard work. He should be happy for his friends, yet in reality, he couldn't feel happy at all. He constantly told himself that he was just not cut out for this, that there was no need to struggle so hard. Just getting by with a bit of cleverness and talent to rank in the top 10 of the grade was already quite impressive, wasn't it? Much better than most people, right? There was really no need to toil like Jang Chen. Even if he couldn't reach the pinnacle of society, being an ordinary person would be just fine, not to mention that with his talent, he could actually live better. Moreover, even if he tried hard, there was no guarantee he could surpass Jang Chen. Even if he did surpass Jang Chen, what if he encountered the next Jang Chen? Effort doesn't always lead to success, while taking it easy is definitely much easier. So to this day, he has been living in a daze, without any goals or ideals for 17 years. Even his choice of magic system was made according to his parents' wishes. He had told Jang Chen before that he liked the lightning system, and the water system was also good, but not the wind system, which was not a good career choice. As for others, Qian Tianyue thought his best friend would be like him, just drifting through life together. However, looking at his friends around him, Jang Chen, Jang Shu, Gao Wen, Yun Ningjing, each one was striving for their own goals, while he remained stagnant, caught in a conflict. At that moment, Jang Chen, who had once lagged behind him, reached out to pull him out of the mire when he was most conflicted and helpless. He wanted to resolve everything with Jang Chen's help, but there was an inexplicable unwillingness that made him not want to owe this favor. He knew very well that as long as Jang Chen intervened now, the problem would definitely be solved. But this instinctive, absolute trust in Jang Chen's abilities made him feel not at ease, but rather uncomfortable. It was as if acknowledging Jang Chen's help meant admitting his own incompetence and failure. He wanted to get along well with girls, wanted good grades, wanted high cultivation, wanted to be the center of attention, yet he didn't want to put in the effort, fearing that he would still fail after trying hard. He wanted to continue drifting through life, wanted to fall into decadence, wanted to stay in his comfort zone, but his friends were already striding towards the future, gradually leaving him behind. He wanted everything, yet wanted nothing at all. This contradictory mindset made him feel like something was wrong with him, but he didn't know what the problem was. He was troubled like this until the afternoon came. In the afternoon, in the classroom, they were currently having a self-study session. Qian Tianyue had thought for 2 days and still couldn't figure out where that extremely uncomfortable feeling in his heart was coming from. During the self-study session, because the teacher was absent, the class was very noisy, with various sounds buzzing around, making him even more restless, as if sitting on pins and needles. He really couldn't stand the noise in the classroom and couldn't bear the oppression in his heart. He quietly slipped out of the classroom, wanting to find a place where no one was around to stay for a while. But he was also afraid of being discovered by the teacher, so he headed towards the infirmary. However, misfortune seemed to follow him. The more he feared something, the more it came to him. In the corridor, a figure approached him. And upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Yang Jian. As a teacher, Yang Jian was strict with students and never hesitated to scold them. In class, only Jang Chen could joke around in front of Yang Jian. Why does it have to be Yang Jian? Qian Tianyue's heart sank, thinking, that's it, I'm definitely going to get a scolding now. He was already in a terrible mood, and he didn't expect to run into trouble at such a time. Although he knew very well that wandering around outside the classroom during class time was indeed his fault. Qian Tianyue, why are you wandering around here instead of attending class? Yang Jian's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. I don't feel well, I want to go to the infirmary, Qian Tianyue said dejectedly. You don't feel well? What's wrong with you? Faced with Yang Jian's questioning, Qian Tianyue opened his mouth several times but couldn't come up with a single word. He had never really lied to his parents or teachers growing up. So, feeling irritated, he decided to be straightforward and accept his fate, saying whatever came to mind. He somewhat self-destructively said, Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm faking illness, I just don't want to stay in the classroom. Qian Tianyue lowered his head, already prepared to face a storm of scolding. However, after a long while, the expected thunderous wrath did not come. Qian Tianyue cautiously lifted his head to look at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's face did not show the seriousness and anger he had anticipated. Instead, it revealed a hint of helplessness, even a trace of a bitter smile. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Qian Tianyue's shoulder, guiding him to the railing on the side of the corridor. Yang Jian spoke, his voice noticeably softer than usual. If you've reached the point where you need to pretend to be sick, it means you're facing a significant problem, isn't it? Qian Tianyue looked up, somewhat incredulously, at the teacher beside him. Then, with a hint of frustration, Yang Jian added, have I been too strict with you all? Is that why you don't dare to talk to me when something's wrong? It seems I, as a teacher, need to reflect on myself as well. So, whatever it is, you can share it with me, it's okay, I won't scold you. Qian Tianyue was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such an adult. He had never expected the stern Yang Jian to say such words. That understanding and gentleness felt like a warm current, suddenly loosening the tension in his heart. Thus, Qian Tianyue poured out the long-accumulated frustrations and confusions he had been holding inside to Yang Jian. However, he ultimately did not mention the matter of borrowing money. He believed that such things were not easy for a teacher to handle, and he did not want to add too much trouble for Yang Jian because of his own issues. Yang Jian and Qian Tianyue talked for a long time. The two strolled side by side around the campus. From the teaching building to the playground, then to the banyan tree that had witnessed countless generations of students, and finally to the tree-lined path dappled with light and shadow. At first, it was Qian Tianyue who was speaking. Those frustrations buried deep in his heart, many of which he had never even shared with his parents, were now revealed one by one to Yang Jian. Gradually, it became Yang Jian who was speaking. Because in front of Yang Jian, Qian Tianyue was still somewhat reserved, mostly listening attentively. As an experienced teacher who had taught countless students, Yang Jian had a solid understanding of adolescent psychology. At this moment, he meticulously helped Qian Tianyue analyze his current mental state, untangling the tangled worries one by one. From the perspective of an educator, he pointed out possible paths forward. Yang Jian also shared his own experiences as someone who had been through similar situations, telling him that these feelings of confusion and comparison were natural, and he shouldn't be too harsh on himself. A heartfelt encouragement from Yang Jian eased the tension in Qian Tianyue's nerves considerably. They might have talked for several hours. The school bell had rung several times without them noticing, reminding them of the passage of time. Ultimately, the conversation between teacher and student came to a close because Yang Jian had to pick up his daughter, Ding Ding, from school. Yang Jian's figure disappeared at the school gate, while Qian Tianyue continued to walk slowly around the campus alone. The teacher's words echoed in his mind, one by one. I didn't expect you to be in the top 20 of your grade and still get stuck in such a rut. This mindset is usually found in students whose grades are mediocre. Having friends around you who are too excellent doesn't seem to be entirely a good thing. You think too much and do too little. If you could just study like Gaowon, single-mindedly, without thinking about anything else, that would be great. Or like Jang Chen, who thinks about many things but still has a clear goal. Do you really want to be surrounded by a group of people who are completely inferior to you, who are listless and unambitious? Every day? Having people who are better than you around is actually a tremendous blessing. You don't have to think about how to improve yourself. You just need to ask them for advice, learn, and imitate. That's a shortcut to progress. I've also said in class, either work hard to stand out, or be lazy and accept your fate. As for you, my advice is, don't be afraid of failure, don't be afraid of not being able to compete with others. Let's give it our all this time, and we'll deal with the rest later. Don't leave regrets for the future, right? Qian Tianyue murmured to himself. The oppressive frustration that had weighed on his chest for so long dissipated significantly. Although there was still a hint of restlessness in his heart, he seemed to understand a bit better what he should do next. It was the third day since Jang Chen had set the deadline. Qian Tianyue called Jang Chen to go to the restroom together. Afterward, the two of them didn't rush back to the classroom. They leaned against the railing in the corridor, feeling the breeze, chatting aimlessly. Jang Chen, about that matter, if it were you, how would you handle it? Qian Tianyue asked. I don't know, it depends on the situation, Jang Chen replied nonchalantly. You could tell your parents. Talk to a teacher, or just get a urinal bag, ha. Qian Tianyue let out a heavy sigh. Sigh, I really envy you, kid. Envy again? I envy you. For being able to do whatever you want, as if you never have to care about what others think. Qian Tianyue's tone was a bit sour. But everyone seems to buy into your act, they think so highly of you. Is that so? Those people I sprayed at KTV didn't say that, and that guy Tu Longyu didn't have any objections either. Alright then. Qian Tianyue pouted. What about Jiang Shu? Gao Wan? Wang Jiajia? And Yun Ningjing, she's usually so cold and sensitive, but she's different with you. Qian Tianyue continued, sometimes you act very much on your own, and your words can be quite rude, yet they don't mind. Do you think they're made of wood? Of course, they care, Jang Chen rolled his eyes. Aren't you concerned? They just haven't said it, but you did. Is that so? Qian Tianyue was taken aback. Then aren't you worried that their impression of you might change for the worse? Whether their impression is good or bad is none of my business, Jang Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, Qian Tianyue felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened, and he raised his voice, almost shouting, yes. That's it. How the hell can you not care at all about how others see you? Qian Tianyue felt an overwhelming shock. For 17 years, he had never lived for himself. Every step of his life had been arranged by others. Because of this, he always lived under the gaze of others, taking their evaluations as the only measure of his self-worth. This was also why his character was somewhat timid, his emotions easily influenced by the outside world, and he lacked initiative. Jang Chen didn't answer immediately. He looked at the students playing on the playground in the distance, silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke. Maybe, as long as I don't need anyone, then everyone needs me. Such words, Jang Chen would only share with Qian Tianyue. Qian Tianyue's mind buzzed, he had imagined many possible answers Jang Chen might give. Perhaps a few comforting words, maybe a bowl of chicken soup, or some pretentious philosophy. But he never expected this. This somewhat dark response, which brought a chill. In that moment, Qian Tianyue suddenly realized. The friend who usually wore a playful smile, always full of energy and positivity, had a heart that was far from the simple sunshine it appeared to be after experiencing the upheaval of losing his parents and his family. Beneath that gentle facade lay something heavy and dark, unknown to others. Jang Chen, are you serious, or are you just trying to show off again? Qian Tianyue opened his mouth, unsure how to respond, and could only make a joke. Damn it! Jang Chen gave Qian Tianyue the middle finger. At that moment, a harsh voice broke the silence. Oh, isn't this brother Tianyue? What a coincidence! 3 shady students swaggered over, maliciously surrounding the two in the middle. The leader wore a plastic skull necklace around his neck. Is this your friend? Jang Chen asked Qian Tianyue with a smile. No. Qian Tianyue replied. After finishing his conversation with Yang Jian, he had already figured out what to do, so although he felt a bit nervous, he answered this way. Playing dumb, huh? The skull necklace guy first smiled insincerely, then suddenly straightened his face and said in a fierce tone, did you forget you still owe me money? At the same time, he poked Qian Tianyue's chest hard with his index finger. His foot was also unceremoniously stepping on Qian Tianyue's shoe. Another guy, who treated his school uniform like a canvas, leaned in with a grin and patted Jang Chen's cheek. And who might this be? Tianyue's good brother? Why not introduce us? Tianyue's brother is our brother, ha ha. Jang Chen maintained a polite smile, showing no reaction. Seeing Jang Chen's calm demeanor, another boy with non-mainstream long bangs suddenly raised his voice, feigning surprise as he shouted, I recognize you. Aren't you that Lei Jian from the second year? So cool, Lei Jian. He scanned Jang Chen up and down with a lewd gaze, then shifted his tone to something more sinister. I remember, you have a pretty sister, right? Jiang Shu, the skull necklace guy said with a lewd smile. I heard she's quite beautiful, and she's pretty famous in our school. Qian Tianyue had been holding back, but when they brought up Jiang Shu, he exploded. He shoved the skull necklace guy away. Hey! Watch your mouth. Jiang Chen has nothing to do with you. If you have a problem, come at me. Qian Tianyue's outburst caused a moment of silence in the corridor. The three thugs clearly didn't expect him to dare to get angry. They were stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances and burst into even more raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Tianyue, don't be so serious, we were just joking. The skull necklace guy clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he bent over. Yeah, why are you getting mad? So tough, huh, Tianyue? Faced with their mockery, Qian Tianyue clenched his fists. The thugs laughed to their heart's content. The skull necklace guy's smile suddenly vanished and a fiery glow erupted from him. A wave of heat rushed towards them. Or are you saying, Qian Tianyue, you worthless piece of trash, plan to reason with us? The skull necklace guy's face darkened, his voice dripping with threat. The other two thugs also stopped laughing, their eyes filled with malice, as if they were looking at sheep ready for slaughter, fixating on the two second-year students. Jang Chen gently patted Qian Tianyue's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Then, he stepped forward and smiled. If you gentlemen are willing to reason, we would certainly be happy to listen. The three looked at Jang Chen, who seemed to be playing along. Their fierce expressions softened a bit, but their disdain grew thicker, waiting for him to continue to back down. However, gentlemen, please wait a moment. Jang Chen tilted his head towards them. Director Wang is coming. Director Wang, the Ice and Fire Duality Director. 1. The school's head of instruction, a six-turn mage fully skilled in both fire and water, which student wouldn't fear him? Those who disobeyed had tasted the consequences of his ice and fire duality. These three thugs were also afraid of Director Wang because they had endured enough of his ice and fire duality that even 60-degree heat was nothing to them. Almost instinctively, the three thugs turned around sharply. Their faces instantly morphed into eager and obedient smiles, as if nothing was wrong. However, behind them, it was empty. The corridor was dead silent. The smile on the skull necklace guy's face gradually froze. He realized he had been played. He spun back around, shouting in anger, you mother, the word die hadn't even left his mouth. He suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes. Immediately after, a sharp pain exploded on his cheek. It was as if a sauce shop had opened on his face, with salty, sour, and spicy flavors all rolling out at once. In the next moment, the world spun violently before him. Jang Chen had been grinning just a second ago. The next second, he turned hostile and struck. The speed of this change and the decisiveness of his actions left Qian Tianyue dumbfounded. Jang Chen's fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck squarely and forcefully on the face of the man wearing a skull necklace, a face filled with arrogance. Under the heavy punch, if the scene were in slow motion, one could see the shockwave created by the fist rippling through layers of flesh on the man's face, his saliva spraying out like a fountain, refracting a small rainbow in the air. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. The intense pain caused the man with the skull necklace to have his layer of flickering crimson light instantly shatter and scatter, turning into tiny sparks that quickly extinguished. He was sent flying backward by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground. The first move was to break his defense. Jang Chen gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath and pounced fiercely. He straddled the man with the skull necklace, secretly using an invisible force, detectable only in fragments by elemental perception, to increase his weight, pinning the thug down so he couldn't move. Then, his fists rained down densely, left and right, mercilessly. Each punch landing on that infuriating face. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact echoed like someone smashing meat patties. The second move was to inflict serious injury and render him unable to escape. While he continued to strike, Jang Chen spat out harsh words, you pathetic loser, pretending to be tough here. Qian Tianyue, witnessing his buddy in this berserker state, couldn't tell who was the thug and who was the mage for a moment. How dare you still make a move? You better let him go, you bastard. Jang Chen's series of actions happened in an instant. The other two thugs finally snapped out of their shock and roared as they lunged at Jang Chen. Immediately, chaotic punches and kicks rained down on Jang Chen's back and body, bringing waves of intense pain. Jang Chen ignored the attacks from behind and continued to beat the man beneath him mercilessly. Seeing that their punches and kicks couldn't stop Jang Chen, the two thugs changed their tactics. "Damn it, let go of me!" One thug growled, gripping Jang Chen's arm tightly, trying to pull him away from the Skullman. The other thug wrapped around Jang Chen's other arm, pulling him back with all his might. At this moment, Chen Tianyue finally reacted from his shock. Watching Jang Chen being tightly entangled by the two, his mouth was already bleeding, the sight of it piercingly bright. The anger in his chest could no longer be contained and exploded. "Damn it!" Chen Tianyue clenched his teeth, steeling his heart, not caring about the consequences anymore. He roared and charged forward. Chen Tianyue was the type of person who could take a passive approach to his own matters, dragging them out, but when it came to his friends, he would hesitate no longer. He locked onto the non-mainstream long-haired thug who had just been foul-mouthed and disrespectful. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and Chen Tianyue let out a loud roar, charging forward like a madman. "You think you're so tough?" Caught off guard, the non-mainstream long-haired thug lost his balance from Chen Tianyue's explosive charge and was violently knocked to the ground. The two instantly grappled together, rolling on the cold ground, throwing punches and kicks without any technique, their mouths spewing various expletives in their native Cybertronian dialect. With Chen Tianyue's charge, the long-haired thug who had been gripping Jang Chen's right arm was forced to let go. Jang Chen felt the pressure on his right shoulder suddenly lessen, the feeling of being restrained vanished. He then turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with fierce light. He opened his mouth and bit down hard on the arm that was still gripping his left arm. His teeth sank deep into the flesh, and the rich, rusty smell of blood exploded in Jang Chen's mouth. He felt like he was about to bite off a piece of meat. "Ah, damn!" The thug using the school uniform as a canvas let out a piercing scream, the intense pain causing him to instinctively release Jang Chen. Jang Chen broke free completely. Ignoring the waves of dull pain coursing through his body and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Jang Chen twisted his body and sat back down on the skeleton thug. His fists filled with power, he struck again and again, fiercely pounding that detestable face. "I was wrong, bro. I was wrong, please. I beg you, don't hit me anymore." The skeleton thug's voice was laced with a sob, and he could barely articulate his words due to the blows to his face. The repeated punches left him dizzy, his vision blurred, and his ears ringing. The intense pain meant that even with adrenaline surging, his anger and humiliation couldn't resist Jang Chen's suppression. "A mage casting spells up close? I was wrong." Bang! Another heavy punch, his nose broke. "You worthless piece of trash dare to collect protection fees? And no. I won't dare anymore." Bang! Blood mixed with saliva splattered. "Wearing a stupid plastic necklace, who do you think you are? Spare me." Bang! "Ha ha ha. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The skeleton thug was completely unable to speak anymore. Bang! The third strike, beating him to the point where even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. "Ha ha ha." The skeleton thug still tried to twist his body for one last struggle. Then, with a punch from Jang Chen, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered perfectly onto the white sneakers of the stunned canvas thug nearby, like a plum blossom stain. The canvas thug stood frozen, his body trembling as he looked at Jang Chen before him. Jang Chen was laughing maniacally. His fists were covered in blood at the joints, some of it his own, but more of it belonged to the skeleton thug. Looking again at the skeleton thug pinned beneath him, his face was a bloody mess, breathing shallowly, looking as if he was on the verge of death. Jang Chen had never fought in his past life, so he had never known one thing. That is, the exhilarating feeling of pounding one's fists into someone else's face, making blood and flesh fly, is such a thrilling experience. Ha 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 ha. What a pity, I didn't let those who should have been hanged from the streetlights in my past life taste this. With a wild look on his face, a hint of regret flashed through Jang Chen's mind. He then put in even more effort. "Hey, hey, hey! Stop hitting him! Damn it, you're going to kill him!" The canvas thug's legs were turning weak, his voice high-pitched and strained. He had only wanted to follow his brother out to bully some honest people and make a little pocket money, but who would have thought his brother was about to be beaten to death? "Hey! You two! Stop hitting each other! Quickly pull them apart!" The canvas thug shouted desperately at Chen Tianyue and the alternative thug still grappling on the ground. At the same time, he gathered his last bit of courage and trembled as he tried to approach Jiang Chen, Chen Tianyue and the alternative thug with long bangs froze at the sound. They lifted their heads from the ground, and when they saw the skeleton thug's bloody and tragic appearance, they were both stunned and instinctively stopped. Just then, "What are you all doing here?" A stern, authoritative shout came from the entrance of the corridor. Immediately, a powerful wave of mental energy surged in like a tide, enveloping everyone present in an instant. A teacher appeared with a grim face, clearly summoned by students who had reported the situation. That powerful mental energy firmly restrained all 5 people present, whether they were grappling on the ground or standing. They seemed like biological specimens frozen in amber, unable to move. In the air. Then, a force lifted them out of nowhere, suspending them in mid-air, forcibly separating the few who were entangled together. In the campus, releasing magical attacks on students without reason could lead to expulsion at best, or a long prison sentence at worst. Conversely, as long as no magic was used, the situation remained within controllable limits. Moreover, in this simple-minded otherworld, fighting was a common occurrence. Not killing someone could only be considered sparring. Furthermore, Jang Chen and the others hadn't even used magic, so what else could it be but sparring? Therefore, when Jang Chen and his friends fought, quite a few bloodthirsty spectators came to watch, treating it as a casual event. However, the final appearance of the skeleton thug was truly terrifying. Even his own mother would probably not recognize him when she arrived. As a result, the bloodthirsty spectators were so frightened that they dared not watch the commotion anymore and hurried off to call a teacher. Half an hour later, in a spacious conference room at the school, the parties involved in the fight, along with several teachers, were present. A light magic teacher had just given the skeleton thug a simple treatment for his injuries. Normally, teachers wouldn't bother wasting magical energy to heal students fighting over personal grudges. But there was no choice. Several teachers were afraid that if they didn't treat the skeleton thug, he might die right there in the school. Of course, the light magic teacher didn't fully heal the skeleton thug. After confirming he wouldn't die, the teacher stopped, leaving him with a bruised and battered face. "Let's hear what happened," one teacher spoke first. "Teacher, they extorted me," Jang Chen shouted loudly. Jang Chen took the initiative, seizing the floor and drawing the teacher's attention. Then, he launched into a long string of words. He was so scared. He accidentally used a bit too much force. There were no speed bumps on his face. "So, go tell my parents. I'm just a good student. We're all trying hard to live." Immediately after, Jang Chen put on a pitiful act, looking as if he was about to cry. "It's one thing for them to bully me because they're more numerous. That pig head, he even wanted to blast me to bits with magic. I was almost scared to death, fearing he would kill me with a single spell. Teacher, I was acting in self-defense. I had no choice but to interrupt his, spellcasting. In my whole life, it's the first time someone pointed magic at my nose. Do good people deserve to be threatened with magic? Whoa whoa." Jang Chen's face was also bruised, with patches of blue and purple, and bloodstains on his school uniform, making him look quite disheveled. Coupled with his feigned grievance and tearful complaints, he was quite convincing in his performance. Living with his sister had honed Jang Chen's skills in acting pitifully. As for whether Jang Chen, the champion of the ranking competition, would be scared when someone pointed magic at him, one could only say that without a shield generator, being threatened with magic was indeed terrifying. Mages are physically weak. One careless moment could lead to being killed by a small spell. "You're full of crap," the non-mainstream guy with long bangs couldn't hold back any longer and cursed loudly. The skeleton thug also wanted to argue, but after Jang Chen shot him a glance, he immediately shivered all over and swallowed his words back down. Oomph. An invisible pressure suddenly descended, heavily weighing down on the 5 students. "Speak properly." The one who spoke was the director of the Ice and Fire Department, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Following that, the group began to take turns recounting their grievances. After listening, Director Wang understood what had happened. High school seniors wandering around the sophomore teaching building. What good could come of it? Moreover, the way these 3 students dressed was so shabby that if you said they were serious about studying, you could only consider Director Wang a fool. Not to mention, these 3 guys often violated school rules and had been caught by Director Wang himself several times. In contrast, Jang Chen and Xian Tianyue left a deep impression on Director Wang. Especially Jang Chen, who had been praised by the principal as a lightning sword. Director Wang was eager for progress, and he kept all of this in mind. Over the past 2 years, there had been no reports of any misconduct from these 2. The only thing that seemed a bit off was Jang Chen and Xian Tianyue were 3rd tier, while those 3 delinquents were still 2nd tier. However, just because you are weak doesn't mean you are justified. Even if you are 2nd tier, you cannot casually threaten others who are 3rd tier with magic. In broad daylight, just asking a random student could reveal whether the skeleton delinquent was preparing to cast a spell. The brilliance of magic can be concealed, but this skeleton delinquent did not actively hide it. Of course, the skeleton guy was just trying to scare these two honest students. He didn't dare to cast magic at them, he just. Director Wang felt that with the situation developed to this point, the context was basically clear, but the process still had to be followed. Call your parents over, Director Wang said sternly, making a decisive statement. The faces of the other students, including Qian Tianyue, changed. Before they could speak, Jang Chen stepped in first. Teacher, I'm an orphan. Jang Chen's voice instantly grew somber, carrying a hint of desolation. My parents sacrificed themselves while resisting the demons. I have no relatives in Ningjiang, only a younger sister to rely on. Can I have my sister come over? Qian Tianyue, standing beside him, was genuinely impressed. As soon as Jang Chen said this, the atmosphere in the conference room changed dramatically. Director Wang, along with the homeroom teacher of the three delinquents, and two other teachers, all wore grim expressions, subtly filled with anger. The teachers first looked at Yang Jian, and upon seeing him nod heavily in confirmation of Zhang Chen's words, their anger intensified. These three little delinquents, not only were they uneducated, but they also resorted to extortion, specifically targeting orphans without parents. They were worse than pigs and dogs. The three delinquents were completely dumbfounded. Seeing the teachers suddenly changed expressions and their visibly rising blood pressure, they realized this time it was really over for them. Soon after, the parents of the few students arrived at the school. During the waiting process, the teachers sought out some informed students to ask questions, thoroughly clarifying the situation. This included the extortion allegations against the three delinquents, which became crystal clear under the inquiries of the mind magic experts. Mind magic can be said to be the magic of human spirit and will, a direct extension of human soul power. It is based on the element of no attribute, thus lacking the swiftness of thunder, the inclusiveness of the earth, and the vitality of plants. However, it is precisely this purity that allows mind magic to achieve the deepest connection with the human soul. The power it exhibits can better reflect the strength of the human soul. Many musicians, writers, painters, and politicians are basically experts in mind magic. As mind magic develops in later stages, it can even allow mages to master the power of space through learning. In contrast, demons can generally only use the power of space through bloodlines or innate talents. Therefore, mind magic experts can perceive human emotions through certain mind spells. In front of these experts, it is very difficult to conceal or lie, or to hide one's intent to attack. Not to mention that the three delinquents were merely second tier. In short, there was nothing more to say, beating second-year students on the second-year floor, especially targeting the top student, who was an orphan. The referee, the audience, and the competitors were all on Jang Chen's side. How could they lose? Compared to Jang Chen's calmness, Qian Tianyue was anxious and uneasy. After Qian Tianyue finished the call with his parents, his heart was pounding. His parents had always been strict with him, and this time, after the fight, he was sure he would get a good scolding, possibly even a double whammy, maybe lose his allowance, face grounding, and perhaps they would bring it up again later to scold him once more. Qian Tianyue speculated. He lowered his head, already bracing himself for the storm. Sure enough, Qian Tianyue's parents entered with dark expressions, their aura dropping the temperature in the meeting room a few degrees. Qian Tianyue recognized their footsteps and shrank his neck, not daring to look up. His heart raced. Hoping at least they would leave him his phone, he still needed to grind for his mobile game daily tasks. However, the anticipated roar did not come. Is this how you teach your child? At such a young age, instead of studying well, he learns to extort and even fights. Qian Tianyue's mother was the first to strike, her voice sharp, directly pointing at the parents of the delinquents. Although Qian Tianyue's father did not speak, his face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He merely shot a cold glance at the parents, making them a bit weak in the knees. Qian Tianyue quietly lifted his eyelids, watching as his parents unleashed their fury on the other parents, leaving them speechless. He felt a bit dazed. This is how it unfolds, right? After his parents vented their anger on the delinquents and their parents, they finally turned to Qian Tianyue. He quickly lowered his head again, thinking it was finally his turn. A hand gently patted his shoulder. Why didn't you tell us earlier? His mother's voice lacked the severity he had imagined, instead carrying a hint of heartache and fear. Qian Tianyue suddenly looked up, seeing his mother's eyes red-rimmed. You? Qian Tianyue's father also spoke, his tone still stern, but beneath the tightly furrowed brows was concern. Are you hurt? If anything feels off, say it quickly. Qian Tianyue felt a bit of a sting in his nose. I'm fine. If you encounter something like this again, tell us immediately. His father's voice remained deep but was filled with undeniable protection. You still know I'm your dad, right? Do you think I would help outsiders bully my own son? Qian Tianyue's mother took his hand, carefully checking him over, and once she confirmed he only had some superficial injuries, she truly sighed in relief. Qian Tianyue's parents had skipped class and rushed over, even cursing the foolish leaders a bit for it. The parent of the skeleton delinquent immediately scolded their child for being a disappointment. They questioned why, with money at home, he would still do such things. Why couldn't he be as excellent and obedient as his brother? Why was he so unambitious? Then, the skeleton delinquent's parent apologized to the teacher and Qian Tianyue's parents, hoping not to escalate the matter to expulsion. The parent of the delinquent who used his school uniform as a canvas was even more irate, wanting to beat his son with the 7 wolves as soon as he entered, cursing loudly, almost getting into a fight with Qian Tianyue's parents and the teacher. Fortunately, all the teachers present were mid-level mages, and with their help, this parent quickly calmed down. As for the parent of the non-mainstream delinquent with long bangs, they didn't show up at all. When the teacher called, the other side casually replied, "Oh, then just expel him." As for how this matter would be handled in the end, what kind of punishment would be given, the school stated they would hold a meeting to discuss it and go through the process. For now, they just wanted the parents to take their children home. Qian Tianyue's father, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, spoke to Jang Chen with a mix of lingering fear and deep gratitude. "Shaolin, thank you so much this time. Uncle Chen, there's no need to be polite, it's just a small matter." Qian Tianyue's mother, that aunt with a somewhat sharp appearance, stepped forward quickly, her tone urgent. "Shaolin, you child, what do you mean by just a small matter? Hurry, don't go to class, I'll take you and Tianyue to the hospital for a checkup." I can't believe there are such unruly students at Ningjiang High School. It's infuriating. Jang Chen, upon hearing this, once again declined. "Auntie, really, it's just a minor injury, it will heal on its own before we even get to the hospital." But Qian Tianyue's mother was relentless. "How can that be? No matter what, you got hurt because of Tianyue, we must take you to the hospital to have a look, only then can we feel at ease." Qian Tianyue's mother paused for a moment and continued, "After seeing the doctor, you should come over to our house for a meal. Haven't you been there for a long time? Really, it's not necessary, Aunt Qian. Besides, my sister is still waiting for me, if I just leave, she will definitely be mad at me." "Then bring your sister along. Come on, let's go, it's settled." Aunt Qian didn't wait for Jang Chen to argue and pulled him along. Jang Chen couldn't refuse and had to agree. He also needed to return to the classroom first to call his sister. His sister had already received the news through the grapevine. She had even sneaked into the conference room with Yun Ningjing to take a few glances. As a result, they were caught by the teacher. When the teacher learned that Jang Shu was Jang Chen's sister, he briefly explained the situation and sternly sent the two back to the classroom. The teacher said that her brother was fine, just a minor injury, and told her not to worry. But how could she not worry? Jang Shu sat at her desk, the tip of her pen poking at her draft paper, but she couldn't write a single word. Until Jang Chen stepped into the classroom, and he pretended not to see the bloodthirsty gazes of the audience in the class. He rushed straight to his sister Jang Shu's desk, taking the lead, his voice filled with grievance. "Xiao Shu. I was bullied by the delinquents from the 3rd year, they even extorted me, boo-hoo Jang Shu." The bloodthirsty audience evaluated Jang Chen's current performance as a male version, and a very ugly one, of Jang Shu. Jang Chen's mind was racing with calculations. He thought that his little sister, being so nagging, would definitely scold him again, but if he came up first to play the victim, he might just escape a disaster. His sister sneered inwardly, "This guy is putting on a show. You actually used my magic against me. Coming back and turning black and white upside down. Using flowery language. Starting off by playing the victim. Don't you know that I already knew you were the one who started it first? Clearly there were plenty of ways to settle the matter, yet you chose the one with the most backlash. And then you come back all bruised and battered." Jang Shu was seething with anger, ready to give her brother a good scolding to teach him a lesson, to stop being so impulsive. But when she saw the glaring bruises on Jang Chen's face and the dark red stains on his school uniform, hearing his obviously forced sobs, so pitiful, the anger in Jang Shu's heart, poof, extinguished. All the complaints and lectures were stuck in her throat, turning into a soft sigh. She still felt soft-hearted. "Bro, are you okay? Does it hurt? Why do you always treat yourself like this, so carelessly?" There was no blame. In her eyes, only deep concern. Jang Chen was rendered speechless by his sister. He would rather she scold him a few times. He wanted to crack a few jokes to break this uncomfortable atmosphere. However, he couldn't bring himself to laugh. Jang Chen put away his playful demeanor, silently walked back to his seat, and began to pack his things. Then he said, "Sorry, Xiao Shu. I was too impulsive. They were just saying such nasty things, and I couldn't control my emotions." After speaking, Jang Chen smiled apologetically at his sister. Just then, a figure gently moved closer. It was Yun Ningjing. She walked up to Jang Chen's desk, slightly lowering her head, her delicate white fingers pinching the hem of her clothes, looking a bit awkward. However, her gaze remained fixed on the fresh scratches on Jang Chen's face, her eyes glistening with concern. Yun Ningjing took something out of her pocket and carefully opened her palm. It was a pink band-aid, adorned with a cute cartoon whale design. Jang Chen, you have a wound on your face. Putting on a band-aid will help a bit, Yun Ningjing said, tearing open the band-aid's packaging. Then, her soft fingertips were about to cup Jang Chen's cheek to tend to his wound. Just as her fingertips were about to touch him, Jang Chen smiled and slightly turned his head, avoiding her hand. He chuckled, I can do it myself, thanks. At the same time, he reached out and took the little whale band-aid from her slightly stunned fingers. Yun Ningjing seemed to want to say something else but suddenly noticed the countless gazes around her. Among those gazes were curiosity, scrutiny, ambiguity, and pure spectatorship. When Yun Ningjing realized what she had just intended to do, her cheeks flushed and even her small earlobes felt a bit hot. However, thanks to her usual expressionless demeanor, her blush was not very noticeable at that moment. She awkwardly lowered her hand, momentarily frozen in place, feeling a bit at a loss. Well, you should go to the infirmary and let the teacher take a look. Her voice became even smaller, almost inaudible. The teacher will handle it, and it will heal faster without leaving a scar. The teacher said injuries from fights won't be treated. Jang Chen whined. Ah, is that so? After hearing Jang Chen's complaint, Yun Ningjing furrowed her brows even tighter. She bit her lip, seemingly thinking of something, and once again successfully ignored the gazes of those around her, her mind forming a certain idea. But it's okay, Chen Tianyue's mom said she would take me to the hospital for treatment later, and I'll be back as good as new tomorrow. Jang Chen said, then turned to Jiang Shu. By the way, Xiaoshu, you should hurry up and get ready. Aunt Qian is treating us to dinner tonight. Jiang Shu nodded, okay. Then, she glanced at Yun Ningjing and then at her brother. The students around the seats, seeing that Jang Chen didn't seem to be in serious trouble, turned their heads, ready to listen to the gossip. A few girls who were close to Jiang Shu also gathered around, and more people stretched their necks, eager to see the excitement. These bloodthirsty spectators. Jang Chen thought to himself. You bloodthirsty spectators, he exclaimed out loud. What? You got into a fight and didn't call me, a boy said. Yeah, Chen Tianyue is really not treating us like brothers. He didn't even mention it. When something like this happened, if I had known it was those few losers, I would have called my cousin to teach them a lesson. Can't you boys solve problems in a more civilized way? Look, Jiang Shu is about to cry. No way. Stop talking nonsense, okay? Jiang Shu immediately retorted. Then, the crowd burst into laughter, the atmosphere lively. However, there are always some people who don't understand the mood. Oh, isn't this the legendary Jang Chen? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was a pig's head. Tu Longyu crossed his arms, his mouth curving into an exaggerated grin, his tone full of unabashed mockery. Look at you, getting beaten up so badly. Are you okay? I thought you were tough. Tu Longyu continued to speak arrogantly. As a scion of a prominent family, Tu Longyu certainly understood the atmosphere. He just felt displeased after seeing Yun Ningjing's small actions and deliberately jumped out to stir trouble. The bloodthirsty audience revealed their eager expressions. Jiang Shu suddenly stood up with a scrape. The chair leg rubbed against the floor, producing a sharp sound that instantly attracted everyone's attention. You want to fight, right? I'll fight you. Next week's PE class, if you have the guts, don't run. The girl glared fiercely at Tu Longyu, each word dripping with anger. TCH, just you? Tu Longyu's expression was exaggerated. And me, Yun Ningjing said calmly. Or rather, she had always worn this expression. However, her action of looking directly at Tu Longyu was indeed different from usual. The introverted girl's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but the anger in it was clear to everyone. It was the first time they had heard Yun Ningjing speak so loudly. Tu Longyu was dumbfounded. No, why does Jiang Chen get to act like that? He may not be as handsome as me, and his family is poor, plus he's just a stinky orphan. All he does is grin and show off, using vulgar language, relying on flattering the teachers to get some results. He keeps taking advantage of Ningjing's introverted nature, constantly bothering her. What a total loser. Tu Longyu felt that Yun Ningjing must be blind. How could someone so unremarkable be defended by her like this? However, no matter how shocked, displeased, or jealous Tu Longyu felt, he still had to say something polite. Jiang Shu, in fact, he really couldn't beat him, let alone Yun Ningjing. Moreover, even if he Could beat him, he couldn't and wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the young lady of the Yun family. He could only suppress his anger and direct his hostility firmly at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, are you just going to hide behind the girls like a turtle? Then should I fight you? Jang Chen pointed at himself, wearing a smile that made him look innocent. Tu Longyu was silent for a moment, then said, "Why would I want to fight you guys? Boring." After saying this, the guy turned and walked away without any hesitation. Subsequently, the three delinquents received major disciplinary action and were suspended for reflection. They didn't manage to get expelled, thanks to the mother of the skeleton delinquent who pulled some strings and had a somewhat decent attitude of apology. Plus, with the finals approaching, these three delinquents were still high school seniors, and they were about to take the college entrance exam. For various reasons, they didn't get expelled. Jiang Chen and Qian Tianyue, on the other hand, faced no consequences. This campus brawl incident passed just like that. Logically, in such a group fight, both sides should receive punishment. However, the leading skeleton delinquent was a natural fool. He actually gathered magic in front of other students in broad daylight, unleashing magical light, handing over incriminating evidence to others. When someone came up to confront him, Jang Chen not hitting him was truly missing a great opportunity. Unlimited justifiable defense. It seemed these few losers were used to throwing their weight around at school. They thought that as long as they acted tough and relied on those obedient students who preferred to avoid trouble and wouldn't dare break school rules, they could flaunt their power, so they really considered themselves the big shots. Until they met someone like Jang Chen, who not only beat them up but also got them punished. Afterward, even if they wanted to retaliate, they had to think twice. After all, their situation had already been determined. If they saw trouble with Jang Chen again, or if Jang Chen, feeling cheeky, went up to mess with them a bit and caused more trouble, they could be directly expelled. Moreover, they shouldn't expect to come back for revenge. After the college entrance exam, Ningjiang's sect leader, the honorary director of the Magic Restriction Bureau, and high-level mage Xiao Lijun would not allow such things to happen. These three delinquents were fine while wearing Ningjiang High School's uniform, but if they weren't even students anymore and came back to Ningjiang High School to cause trouble, they wouldn't need Xiao Lijun to step in, someone would take care of them. In this world, schools can essentially be considered half-official violent institutions. However, what Jiang Chen couldn't understand the most was the thought process of these guys. Clearly, their cultivation was a complete mess, and they weren't fierce enough in fights. Who gave them the courage to dare to provoke the third transition? Moreover, at the beginning, Jiang Chen thought perhaps he could have a good communication with these three guys instead of resorting to violence right away. After all, if he didn't use magic, he would inevitably get hurt, and if he got hurt, his sister would nag him. But he never expected that while they were talking, they would also start throwing punches, and later even drag Jiang Shu into the matter. This made Jiang Chen furious. Having lived a second life as a Taoist, Jiang Chen no longer cared too much about anything. When faced with something unpleasant, he would just explode. Even after blowing up, he still felt unsatisfied, wondering if he should meet them once more and hit them again. Of course, it was definitely not because the feeling of hitting them was just too good. The next day, not many people paid attention to the fight between Jiang Chen and Qian Tianyue. Jiang Chen and Qian Tianyue continued to go about their normal school days. That afternoon after school, at Ningjiang High School, in the boys' restroom, the glow of the setting sun was strong, bathing the entire campus in a warm orange hue. Jiang Chen and Qian Tianyue were once again going to the restroom together. After washing his hands, as Jiang Chen stepped out of the restroom, he saw Qian Tianyue leaning against the outer wall, arms crossed over his chest. Jiang Chen greeted him and slowly walked towards the classroom. At that moment, Qian Tianyue called out to him, "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen turned around, looking at Qian Tianyue in confusion, looking at the scenery? Qian Tianyue said. Usually, when Qian Tianyue said this, it meant to look at the beautiful girls passing by in the corridor, to cultivate one's sentiments. Jiang Chen looked down on such things. Jiang Chen followed Qian Tianyue to the best viewing platform they had painstakingly found after stepping on all the spots. The two leaned side by side against the railing. The school flag on the flagpole swayed in the wind. Over by the playground, some students were practicing magic. The flower bed tended by the school workers in the corner of the teaching building was in full bloom. The large banyan tree in the distance was lush and green, appearing hazy from this angle. In the corridor between the teaching buildings, students were leaving school in groups, laughter and chatter echoing in the air filled with youthful vitality. A gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, quite pleasant. The two simply watched the scenery in silence, neither speaking, letting time slip away. Jiang Chen could sense that Qian Tianyue had something to say, but since he didn't speak, Jiang Chen didn't urge him. After a long silence, Chen Tianyua's voice finally broke the quiet, sounding much more serious. Jang Chen, this time, really, thank you. He paused, seemingly organizing his words. I know you helped me not for anything in return, but I, Chen Tianyua, will remember this kindness. If you have anything you want or need me to do, just say it. Although Chen Tianyua spoke these few sentences fluently, his actions were still somewhat awkward, and his face was a bit red, probably because he had rehearsed for a long time before saying it so seriously and fluently. Jang Chen felt a bit helpless, patting his shoulder, wanting to brush it off lightly. Why say all this? We're brothers. The hardest part is the beginning. After Chen Tianyua said the first sentence, he relaxed. No. He stubbornly shook his head, his gaze unusually serious. This is different. This matter is very important to me. I feel I must do something, otherwise, I won't feel right. Are you serious? Jang Chen looked at the stubbornness in Chen Tianyua's eyes, retracting his playful demeanor. Yes. Just say it, anything is fine. As long as I can do it. Chen Tianyua's tone was firm, unlike his usual playful self. Then, Jang Chen elongated his tone, laughing heartily. Then I want you to get into Longdu University. Ah, this. Chen Tianyua was stunned, but if you don't know math, you just don't know it. Despite Chen Tianyua's grades being among the top 10 in his year, Ningjiang High School was considered a decent school. However, looking at the nation as a whole, there were only a handful of schools like Longdu University and Zijing that could be reached, and sometimes it could take years to produce even one student from such prestigious institutions. That's why Chen Tianyua was taken aback at that moment. I'm not joking with you, can you take this seriously? Chen Tianyua said somewhat helplessly. A joke? Jang Chen comfortably leaned against the railing of the corridor, enjoying the gentle breeze and gazing at the brilliantly burning sunset in the distance, as if he were looking at a beautiful future. Jang Chen said. Tianyua, do you know? Getting into Longdu University is my goal, my dream. I know, you've told me many times. After graduating from high school, perhaps we will go our separate ways, you will have your life, and I will have my career, Jang Chen continued. Maybe we can still keep in touch through the developed internet, and during holidays, we might occasionally gather, but it's also possible that we each go our own way, and before we know it, we drift apart? Chen Tianyua completed Jang Chen's unfinished thought. Exactly. Jang Chen continued. We've known each other for 5 years now, right? I think you're a decent person, a friend worth having. I hope our friendship can last. Then, Jang Chen shifted his tone to a more serious one, but I won't stop my steps for anyone. Jang Chen stood up straight from the railing and said earnestly to Chen Tianyua, so, if you really want to thank me, then you should take the entrance exam for Longdu University with me. Jang Chen's words struck like thunder, exploding in Chen Tianyua's heart, giving him a tingling excitement. An indescribable surge of emotions and impulse to achieve great things suddenly welled up in his heart. Chen Tianyua had always been a standard good kid growing up. Whatever his parents said, whatever his teachers taught, he obediently followed. Following the rules was a fitting description of him. He would occasionally be a bit mischievous, but a stern look from his parents would make him instantly behave. Therefore, under the guidance of his parents and teachers, he had never made any major mistakes growing up, and his foreseeable future seemed bright. But because of this, he had become accustomed to obedience, to repression, and his character had thus become somewhat weak. So, when it came to this fight, he felt very anxious inside, especially fearing his parents' scolding, and he was even prepared to face a mixed doubles punishment, even though he wasn't at fault. But what he never expected was that his usually strict parents, upon learning the whole story, firmly stood by his side, facing pressure from several teachers and the other party's parents, unconditionally supporting him. And then there was teacher Young Jian. When he skipped class, he thought this strict class teacher would scold him harshly, then make him write a self-reflection and call his parents as part of a whole service. But to his surprise, he was actually well guided by teacher Young Jian, who told him he was no worse than anyone else. And now, Jang Chen, this friend he had always admired and envied, was saying such words of recognition and expectation to him. All of this made Chen Tianyua develop a new understanding of the world. Jang Chen looked at Chen Tianyua's silent demeanor, not wanting to put pressure on him. Jang Chen still hoped his friend would just be himself, without needing to make choices for his own good. So, Jang Chen spoke up, alright, I was just saying. Maybe by then you'll get into a 211 university, and I'll only get into some mediocre undergraduate program. When that time comes, if you become rich and successful, don't forget me, brother Tianyua. Who says it's difficult? Chen Tianyua suddenly raised his head, his eyes seemingly ablaze. With fire, isn't it just Longdu University? I can easily get in, alright? Jang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately teased. With a grin, "Oh, so Longda is fine, huh? What if you can't get in?" Qian Tianyue took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions. Then, with each word filled with determination and strength, he said, "If I can't get in, Qian Tianyue, will never find a girlfriend in this lifetime." Damn, that's harsh. Jang Chen didn't expect him to blurt that out. Qian Tianyue usually had the demeanor of a little chef dreaming of romance. This statement carried an unprecedented weight for him. Jang Chen looked at Qian Tianyue, whose eyes seemed to burn with flames, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. "Heh, you've grown up," Jang Chen teased. "Fuck you." Qian Tianyue shot Jang Chen a middle finger. On the other side, Jang Shu waited and waited, but still didn't see her brother and Qian Tianyue sauntering back from the restroom. What? Were these two guys dawdling about? She felt a slight complaint in her heart. Everyone was waiting for them to finish eating, then go for a few laps around the playground, and finally head to the heavy magic tower for training. Yet these two were nowhere to be seen, and she had no idea what they were up to. Jang Shu couldn't hold back any longer and stepped towards the restroom. Just as she turned the corner of the teaching building's corridor, she spotted two figures leaning against the railing. It was Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue. They stood side by side, bathed in the fading glow of the setting sun, seemingly engaged in conversation. "Bro," just as Jang Shu was about to urge them, the words caught in her throat, and she gently swallowed them back. Her footsteps came to a halt. In Jang Shu's eyes, the sun was slowly sinking into the distant horizon. The sky was ablaze with colors, magnificent and unparalleled. Jang Chen and Qian Tianyue, amidst this splendid glow, extended their fists, lightly tapping them together in the air. The steady sound of their collision resonated clearly in the evening stillness between the teaching buildings. At that moment, the huge and gentle setting sun hung perfectly behind their fists, as if it had become the grandest and hottest backdrop for them at that moment. The orange-red light poured down softly, outlining the two boys' figures with a dazzling golden edge. Days passed again. At Ningjiang Middle School, in a deserted corner, the three delinquents, whose suspension had ended, gathered again, discussing how to regain their standing. At this moment, the three were happily puffing smoke from the cigarettes bought by the skeleton delinquent. "Damn, have we really come up with nothing after all this time?" Skeleton delinquent Feng Zihao exhaled a puff of smoke. The non-mainstream Lin Yang, with shifty eyes, whispered, "How good, that Jang Chen, doesn't he have a sister?" "I heard. She's quite pretty and a top student." "Oh? You mean that pure, obedient girl?" A lewd smile immediately appeared on Feng Zihao's face. But unfortunately, his facial injuries hadn't healed yet, making his smile look quite comical. "I like this kind." Akai, hearing this, furrowed his brows tightly. "How go this, let's not involve family, alright? Plus, if the school finds out, we'll all be kicked out." Akai knew he wasn't cut out for studying and just wanted to get his high school diploma and then work honestly. Lin Yang also shrank his neck and echoed, "Yeah, and that Jang Chen kid, not only is he ruthless, but he's also good at pretending. Last time, the three of us. He didn't finish, but everyone understood the implication. Mentioning the last time they got beaten, Feng Zihao was furious, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. "Aren't you two useless pieces of shit? Two big guys, and you couldn't even hold him back. I seriously suspect that you two conspired to set me up." He pointed at Lin Yang's nose and cursed, "And you, Lin Yang. If someone like Qian Tianyue can beat you down, what the hell can you do? Useless." Lin Yang felt a surge of anger inside but still wore a fawning smile on his face. Mainly it was Qian Tianyue who was too despicable, he actually ambushed me." Kai quickly tried to mediate. Alright, let's all say less and think of a solution." "Think of a solution, my ass," the skeleton thug said impatiently. "I see it's you two dragging us down." Kai felt the fire rise in him as the blame was shifted entirely onto them. "We're dragging you down? Feng Zihao, you went up and got taken out right away. Who the hell is dragging who down? If I wasn't afraid you'd get beaten to death there, I would have taken care of those two second-year students long ago." This statement completely ignited the powder keg. Old grudges and new grievances surged up, and the two began to curse at each other, hurling every insult they could think of. Feng Zihao argued for a few moments but soon found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to maintain his composure, a surge of anger with no outlet. He didn't dare to go after Jang Chen, that ruthless guy, but he felt emboldened to deal with these two useless ones in front of him. Suddenly, he grabbed Lin Yang's annoying fringe and yanked it hard. "Ah! Lin!" Yang cried out in pain, forced to tilt his head back. The skeleton thug raised his hand and slapped him, the sound crisp. "You want to scream? Again? Try it, I dare you." Lin Yang was stunned by the slap, covering his stinging cheek and not daring to speak, feeling wrong to the core. "Damn you, Feng Zihao, you can't win against Akai, why are you hitting me?" Feng Zihao was still not satisfied, lifting his foot and kicking Lin Yang in the stomach. Lin Yang let out a muffled groan, doubled over in pain on the ground, curling up like a shrimp that had been stepped on. Kai could no longer watch, angrily shouting, Feng Zihao, you can't beat Jang Chen, so you take it out on Lin Yang. What kind of person are you? The skeleton thug turned his head, glaring at Kai darkly. What? You want to try too? He stepped forward, pretending to make a move. Kai stood his ground. Next stiff, what are you pretending for? If you have the guts, go find Jang Chen. Damn. The skeleton thug was completely enraged, raising his hand to slap. Kai wasn't going to let this waste, who had begged for mercy from Jang Chen, get away with it. He dodged the skeleton thug's slap and countered with a punch. Instantly, the two were locked in a struggle. Stop it, don't fight anymore. Lin Yang, the non-mainstream, was at a loss on the side. After a while, both of them got tired and hurt, separating and panting heavily. Kai turned to the shivering Lin Yang and said, Lin Yang, let's go. What's the point of hanging out with such a cowardly waste? Lin Yang held his still aching stomach, glancing at Kai and then at the ashen-faced Feng Zihao, his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. He wasn't unaware of what Feng Zihao was like. But he had no money, not a single cent. Feng Zihao's family was wealthy, and the protection fees he extorted, Lin Yang never took a dime, even often shelling out his own money to give them benefits. Which is why he could be the leader. As for extorting classmates, it was purely Feng Zihao's hobby. He enjoyed the feeling of looking down on others. Lin Yang had no one at home to care about him. He relied on doing some extortion and blackmail with Feng Zihao to get by, and along the way, he could bully others and vent his frustrations. Why did those people get to dress so cleanly and smile so happily? Why did they get everything they wanted without having to do anything? Why did those so-called top students get the teacher's favor and the classmates' envy? The money he had gotten before, Lin Yang had long squandered. So, even if the school later forced him to pay back the bullied students, he still couldn't afford it. But what did it matter? He had no money, but he had a worthless life, and the two scumbags at home wouldn't care about him. He was barely managing to get 3 meals a day, but he didn't want to take on odd jobs or work study. So, no matter how much of a scoundrel Feng Zihao was, he could only grit his teeth and continue to stick with him. Kai, seeing Lin Yang's timid demeanor, was filled with anger. He had helped him stand up for himself, yet Lin Yang acted so wishy-washy, it was simply hopeless. He shook his head in disappointment, stopped looking at Lin Yang, and turned to leave with big strides. The skeleton thug watched Kai's retreating figure, then glanced at the fawning Lin Yang, feeling humiliated. He snorted coldly and turned away, heading in the opposite direction from Kai. Only the non-mainstream Lin Yang was left standing there. He slowly got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, his face stinging with pain, and his stomach churning uncomfortably. He felt a bit lost, not knowing where to go. The campus was so large, filled with youthful smiles, echoing carefree laughter, sweat from hard work, and the brilliance of struggle everywhere. However, Lin Yang found them utterly disgusting. He wandered aimlessly around the campus, not wanting to attend any damn classes. Eventually, he grew tired and ended up in a small garden on campus. The sunlight was a bit blinding, so he simply lay down on the lawn, staring at the sky. He mumbled softly to himself. Being an official is great. I bet that Director Wang has received a lot of gifts, right? He can scold and hit students at will, burn them with fire, or douse them with cold water. That little bastard can enjoy himself like that. Heh, if I became the principal. Not to mention being a principal, being a teacher would be nice too, but not like that trash Fengnuer, who says she'll help me with tutoring. What good is that? She might as well give me a few $100. If I'm going to be one, I want to be like Jang Chen, the homeroom teacher, the kind who stands by his students right away, unlike that bitch who just asks me what I did. Sigh, why did those two scumbags have to make me a guy? If I were like that green tea bitch Jang Shu, I wouldn't have to do anything and would have plenty of people fawning over me. Plus, I heard being a girl is more comfortable. Heh. That idiot Feng Zihao is pretty twisted too. If it weren't for a few bucks, who would want to hang out with him? However, his family is quite big, and his mom is pretty good looking. Last time, I even casually picked up a few gold necklaces at his place. Too bad I didn't grab the receipt, making it hard to sell them for a good price at the jewelry store. Gurgle. The sound of his stomach growling broke the silence. I'm a bit hungry. That bastard Feng Zihao hit me and didn't even give me $100 or $80 for medical expenses. What a damn cheapskate. I should have known better than to give him such a good face. Sigh, I have no money for food again. Should I go to the cafeteria and borrow a meal card from a student? No, that's not right. I should go find some elementary school kids outside. Or go to that convenience store to loot again? I smashed his window last time. I wonder if it's fixed. If it's not, I'll smash his surveillance cameras. Last time, I think I was caught on camera. Just right, since I'm still not an adult, I should hurry and hit a few more places. I was thinking of going back to change clothes. I just got them dirty thanks to that idiot Feng Zihao, but those two scumbags even changed the locks at my house. It's just a bit of money, right? Really speechless. Anyway, if I die, aren't they still going to give me something? As he spoke, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he fell asleep just like that. The sky gradually darkened. The non-mainstream Lin Yang, deep in slumber, didn't notice that the environment around him had become eerily silent. The summer night's cicada chirps, the usual clamor of Ningjiang Middle School, all sounds had vanished. Only a dead silence remained. The air was heavy and stagnant, pressing down so hard that it was hard to breathe. At that moment, a soft hee came from the surrounding grass, a sticky sound, like something viscous writhing, mixed with suppressed, intermittent giggles. Rustle. The grass blades were crushed, producing a muffled yet clear crisp sound. Around Lin Yang, a depression appeared on the lawn, as if some invisible heavy object had rolled over. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The strange marks were not just one, spreading from all directions, slow and steady, carrying a nauseating rhythm, slowly encircling the sleeping Lin Yang. 10 meters. The grass lay down silently. 5 meters. The faint smell of blood in the air intensified slightly. 3 meters. Hee. A cold, slippery object brushed lightly against Lin Yang's earlobe. The intense stench, mixed with the smell of rotten earth and dead rats, rushed into his nostrils. Ah! Lin Yang suddenly sat up, screaming, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air. His face was pale, his forehead and back soaked with cold sweat, the damp school uniform clinging tightly to his skin, cold and sticky. The sky had darkened, barely allowing him to see the outlines nearby. Lin Yang's heart raced as he frantically looked around, apart from the shadows of trees swaying in the wind, he found nothing unusual. He swallowed hard, trying to calm his racing heart, convinced it was just a nightmare. Scaring himself, damn, was it a dream? Lin Yang muttered under his breath, the lingering fear after waking making him feel a wave of irritation and nausea. He instinctively pulled out a cigarette pack and a cheap plastic lighter, wanting to light a cigarette to calm his nerves and dispel the lingering feeling of disgust. But the cigarette pack was empty. The last cigarette had been smoked during the day, and halfway through, it had been knocked away by that bastard Feng Zihao. Annoyed, he raised his hand to throw the empty pack away, but the gloomy face of Director Wang flashed through his mind, along with his magical source tracing. So, he could only stuff the empty pack back into his pocket in frustration. Damn it! What a fucking bad luck! Lin Yang cursed under his breath as he pushed against the ground to stand up. Just as he got up, he suddenly stepped on a round, slightly elastic object. His body swayed, nearly causing him to fall flat on his face. The 2-yuan cheap lighter slipped from his hand, tracing an arc in the air. Clatter. The lighter seemed to hit a sharp stone, suddenly bursting forth a small cluster of weak yet glaring orange-red flames. The light flickered and vanished. In that brief moment of brightness, Lin Yang's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the object that had tripped him, a highly decayed, swollen, deformed human head. Black liquid oozed slowly from its 7 orifices. The left eye socket was hollow, with a maggot poking out half of its body writhing. The right cheek had a few patches of rotten, waxy yellow skin tightly clinging to the exposed, stark white bones, with even a few dried grass blades stuck to it. That head was staring straight at him. The hollow, dark eye sockets were unfathomable, and the corners of its mouth seemed to stretch into a stiff and eerie arc, as if revealing a strange smile. Ah! A ghost! Lin Yang's scream was several times more piercing than before. His body, which he had barely managed to stabilize, was completely shattered by this terrifying glimpse. His legs went weak, and he fell heavily to the ground. Again, his butt hitting the hard stone, causing him to grimace in pain. No! Impossible! This is a damn school. How could there be such a thing? What kind of international joke is this? Lin Yang's mind went blank, his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. He desperately told himself he must have seen it wrong. It was an illusion. It was an illusion. But in the thick darkness, he was trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. This kind of situation is quite common, right? People, scare them to death. Humans are born afraid of the dark. In the darkness, things that can't be seen can be imagined as terrifying entities, scaring oneself. Lin Yang desperately self-hypnotized, trying to use this reasoning to explain everything before him. And to rid himself of this fear, the method was actually quite simple. All he needed to do was figure out what that thing was, right? Maybe it was just a rock? Just a deflated basketball? After all, the flicker of light had just vanished, and it was really normal to misinterpret things in a daze. So, to escape the fear that had seeped into his bones at this moment, Lin Yang's mind was left with only one thought: run. Immediately. Right now. Damn it. Damn it! Only an idiot would turn back to see what that thing is. I'll come back tomorrow during the day. No! I'll never come to this damn place again. Lin Yang used both hands and feet, almost rolling and crawling, recklessly rushing towards the direction of the campus path in his memory. The pitch-black, sultry night suddenly stirred with a bone-chilling, icy wind. The wind carried a damp, earthy smell, causing goosebumps to rise on his exposed skin. He. Lin Yang actually heard that eerie, chilling laughter from his dreams once again in reality. Moreover, this laughter was clearer and more unrestrained than before, as if it were not far behind him. What the hell is going on? Fear made Lin Yang's voice tremble, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, clashing incessantly. Lin Yang felt his limbs go weak, his blood nearly freezing. But he dared not stop. Instead, he desperately moved his legs even faster. He wished that his parents, who had given him life but never cared for him, had given him 2 more legs when they brought him into this world. At this moment, Lin Yang was indeed at school, with familiar teaching buildings and streetlights not far away. He stumbled and ran a dozen steps, already able to vaguely see the blurred outline of the teaching building and the warm light from the streetlights that symbolized safety. Seeing the light, Lin Yang felt as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope and despair. He was almost moved to tears, involuntarily squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying, a smile of relief. Just a few more steps. Just a few more steps and I'll be safe. Just as he was about to step into the edge of that light rustle, a heavy and hurried sound, like some giant reptile quickly moving and scraping against the ground, suddenly erupted from behind him. And that sound was amplifying and approaching at an astonishing speed. Lin Yang's heart jumped violently, an ominous premonition exploding in an instant. Something is behind me. It's catching up. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, which had gone blank from extreme fear. As Lin Yang ran wildly, his body instinctively wanted to speed up, even if it was just by a fraction of a second. Right, I can use magic. If I use Thunder Flash now. Just as this thought surfaced in Lin Yang's mind while he was running, something cold and slimy suddenly wrapped around his right ankle. That sensation felt like a giant, temperatureless python, tightly constricting him. In an instant, all the blood in Lin Yang's body seemed to flow back to his heart, then instantly freeze into ice. His scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. That eerie laughter was close at hand. It was right behind him. It was pressed against my back. It's still there, licking me? Lin Yang could even clearly sense the disgusting feeling of that thing wetting his back, sticking to his skin. Accompanying this was a nauseating stench. A strong, suffocating fear engulfed Lin Yang like a tidal wave. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide, wanting to let out a heart-wrenching scream, wanting to call for help. However, before he could make any sound, something thick, cold, and viscous, carrying a nauseating odor mixed with dirt and decaying flesh, violently surged into his mouth, which was agape in terror. The scream was forcefully shoved back down his throat. The sensation was slippery and resilient, triggering waves of fiery pain and unbearable nausea. He erupted into a fit of intense, uncontrollable coughing, tears and mucus uncontrollably smearing his contorted face. Lin Yang couldn't care less about the deep-seated feeling of disgust. He reached out with trembling hands, desperately trying to pull the foreign object out of his throat. But all he could grasp was a handful of slippery, cold, nauseating slime, unable to budge that thing even a fraction. This was just the beginning. Rustle. Rustle. More, denser sounds came from the darkness surrounding him. As Lin Yang emitted desperate sounds due to his mouth being blocked. Countless tentacle-like things of varying thickness, accompanied by a nauseating squirming sound, instantly wrapped around his limbs, waist, and chest. He was firmly bound in place, like a bug ensnared in a spider's web, unable to move an inch. Lin Yang looked in terror at the warm light that was so close yet so far away. The outline of the teaching building twisted and deformed in his tear-blurred vision. His face, contorted in a grimace, was filled with fear and despair. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and all he could emit were indistinct, beast-like sounds. Crack, a series of nauseating, dull sounds of bones being forcibly compressed and shattered echoed from within his wrapped body. Lin Yang's struggles, initially fierce, gradually weakened. In the end, only unconscious, slight convulsions remained. His consciousness began to blur, and the light before him was gradually swallowed by boundless darkness. Until, a thickest tentacle, carrying a strong stench, suddenly wrapped around his head completely, sealing it off. Lin Yang's world fell into eternal, cold darkness. Ultimately, the entire forest returned to a heart-pounding calm. Only a faint, slippery chewing sound gently echoed in the darkness. Nan, in the distance, towards the warm teaching building, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang melodiously, breaking the tranquility of the campus. The pale moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, illuminating a torn, dark red-stained piece of School uniform fabric in the woods. Hee hee, on the same day Lin Yang died. At night, a bright full moon hung high in the sky. In the Grey Wolf Mountain no man's land. Here, ancient trees stood tall, branches intertwined, and moonlight barely penetrated, leaving only mottled ghostly shadows. The scent of decaying vegetation mingled with a faint, barely perceptible fishy smell. Twisted vines sprawled through the woods like snakes, thick ones tightly coiling around tree trunks, while slender ones emerged from the shadows, their tips swaying slightly in the darkness, filled with the danger of preying on the unwary. An invisible aura of malevolence lingered in the air, weighing heavily on the heart. In such a perilous place, 3 figures stealthily moved through the night. The 3 figures were surrounded by a faint layer of shadowy power, cleverly distorting the light, blurring and fading their forms, merging them into the natural deep shadows of the woods. At the same time, their footsteps were incredibly light, each step enveloped and dissipated by that layer of shadow energy. The 3 seemed to walk with the darkness, wandering deep within the mountains. 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a somewhat burly middle-aged man with a weathered face. Following closely was a young man whose features still bore a hint of youth, but his gaze was resolute. The woman at the rear was agile, her eyes displaying an unusual crimson hue in the darkness. The middle-aged man, Li Ge, used mind-based magic to create a small communication network through an invisible mental link. At that moment, silent thoughts intertwined in their minds. Li Ji's voice resonated in their heads, tinged with a sense of pride. Hey, all 3 of us have reached the mid-level in dark magic. We can venture deeper now, whether it's treasure hunting or exploring secrets, the money will just flow in, right? He shifted his tone. Ming, don't get too fixated on passing the Anti-Magic Bureau exam. That place has too many rules and restrictions, always talking about doing it for humanity and such, it's simply maddening. The more Li Ge thought about it, the more pleased he became. Let's be free hunters, going wherever we want, making plenty of money. Just the 3 of us working together, isn't that great? Shi Tong, you should persuade him too. Shi Tong's voice was cool but carried a hint of warmth. I'll listen to Ming. Ming spoke firmly. Li Ge, I will definitely become an anti-mage, so you don't need to persuade me anymore. Spending all day at Grey Wolf Mountain with these little monsters won't get me anywhere. If it weren't for my insufficient qualifications and the need to accumulate merit, I'd rather be at home training for the exam. Li Ge didn't really expect much, he had already tried to persuade him many times before. He sighed helplessly. Alright, I can't argue with you. But speaking of which, a hint of doubt crept into his voice. Isn't something a bit off about Grey Wolf Mountain tonight? Shi Tong's crimson eyes narrowed slightly in the darkness. Not quite right? Li Ji's voice grew heavier. It's too quiet. Forget about those tough-skinned fire pigs, we haven't even encountered a single common Vinewood Grey Wolf. This isn't normal. Ming chimed in. Li Ge, the fire pigs have long been extinct on Grey Wolf Mountain. Li Ge was taken aback. What? Extinct? So soon? Those fellow hunters are too ruthless, right? They've dug them all out? Ming chuckled bitterly. It wasn't the hunters. Li Ge, your information is way out of date. The fire pigs were wiped out by the Vinewood Grey Wolves. Li Ge was even more puzzled. The Vinewood Grey Wolves are that fierce? Aren't they what attribute? Wouldn't they be completely countered by the fire pigs? Ming pondered. I'm not sure about the specifics, but there were indeed hunters who witnessed it. A lone fire pig was worn down to death by a large pack of Vinewood Grey Wolves. It seems that was when the number of fire pigs began to plummet until they completely disappeared. Shi Tong interjected. So it's normal that we can't see any fire pigs. But why? Is there not even a shadow of a single Vinewood Grey Wolf? As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them changed their expression simultaneously, their footsteps halting. Abruptly, muscles tensed, scanning their surroundings warily. They had been to Grey Wolf Mountain before. In the past, traversing it was not just easy, they were quite familiar with the paths. However, after realizing it, they found that tonight's Grey Wolf Mountain was eerily silent, exuding an indescribable strangeness and oppression. Yet, they were hunters. What they did was high-risk, high-reward work. They had infiltrated Grey Wolf Mountain at night precisely for the high rewards that might lie behind this high risk. The unease they felt now didn't deter them, instead, it ignited the long-suppressed restlessness within them. Excitement, mixed with a hint of chill, rose from their feet. The 3 exchanged glances, silent. Thoughts quickly reaching a consensus through their mental link. Continue deeper. They carefully pushed aside the obstructing vines, their figures appearing even more ghostly under the mottled moonlight, stealthily making their way into the deeper recesses of Grey Wolf Mountain. The metallic scent in the air seemed to thicken. Finally, after passing through a dense thicket, Li Ge suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. Not only was he a shadow mage, but also a telekinetic mage. With the support of perception magic, he was more sensitive to changes in the environment. Not far ahead, in the shadows, a Vinewood Grey Wolf stood rigidly. However, the state of this vinewood gray wolf exuded an indescribable strangeness. It
lacked the agility and ferocity typical of a demon wolf, instead resembling a puppet controlled by invisible threads, moving slowly and mechanically.
Even more perplexing was that it seemed to be gnawing on a long dried branch.
This was completely contrary to the habits of vinewood gray wolves. Although they were entirely made of plant material, they were actually
carnivorous demons. Why would a carnivorous demon gnaw on a branch? A hint of confusion flashed through the minds of the three.
The vinewood gray wolf remained oblivious to their presence, stubbornly gnawing on the dead branch. Then, it turned and began to move step by step toward a specific direction. Li Gu communicated through the telekinetic network, "Let's
follow it and see."
The three held their breath, pushing their shadow magic to the limit, their forms almost merging with the darkness, silently trailing behind.
A bizarre scene began to unfold. Before long, they discovered a second demon wolf.
Then came the third, the fourth.
Each vinewood gray wolf exhibited that same rigid and strange state, performing odd actions, and then, as if on cue, converging toward the same direction. As the three of them lay in the dense shadow of a massive ancient tree that required several people to embrace, the sight before them made even the most experienced hunters feel a chill run down their spines. In their line of sight, countless vinewood gray wolves were emerging from all directions. They formed a gray-green torrent, silent yet suffocatingly oppressive, moving slowly and steadily deeper into the valley. Through their mental link, they clearly sensed the heavy gravity in each other's hearts. Li Ji's breathing became somewhat labored.
Ming tightened his grip on the long spear magic weapon in his hand, his gaze sharp. The crimson light in his red eyes flickered unpredictably. They all understood that tonight, they had stumbled upon something truly significant.
An event that was rare and sought after, yet also meant extreme
danger and immeasurable returns, a major event. Without a moment's hesitation, the three reached a consensus once again.
Continue.
They held their breath and focused, like three of
the most inconspicuous shadows, quietly following the massive wolf pack.
The deeper they went, the more intense the demonic aura became, tightening their hearts to the point of almost
solidifying.
The air seemed to thicken, each breath carrying a heavy pressure. Finally, when they cautiously climbed up a steep cliff and peered down into the valley shrouded in deep darkness, the sight before them made their hearts skip a beat, their pupils suddenly constricting. The silver moonlight struggled to penetrate the layers of twisted branches, casting a
few faint patches of light.
At the bottom of the valley, on a relatively open patch of ground, hundreds, even thousands of vinewood gray wolves seemed to be responding to some invisible command, one after another, collapsing and disintegrating on their own. Their resilient vinewood bodies emitted cracking sounds, countless dark brown demon vines snapping and peeling away, then bizarrely swirling, twisting, and reassembling in midair. All the demon vines, all the demonic power, flowed into the deeper, more twisted shadow ahead like rivers
returning to the sea.
Woo! A deep, distant roar echoed through the valley. The twisted shadow began to writhe and expand violently. A massive demon was slowly taking shape from the endless demon vines and shadows, the Vine Wolf King. Its size was immense, nearly occupying half the valley, with gnarled and intertwined vines forming its grotesque body, each vine as
thick as an ancient tree, shimmering with a dark luster. 2 points of dark green light slowly brightened at its head, those were its eyes.
The cold moonlight poured down, casting its glow on the tangled vines of this demon king, not bringing any sense of purity, but rather highlighting a chilling pallor and ferocity.
An indescribable aura of terror seemed to solidify, sweeping violently in all directions like a tsunami. The mountains trembled, and the grass and trees bowed low. Absolutely. We must not be discovered by this demon. Otherwise, we're done for. This thought exploded in the minds of the three like a brand. The sixth sense from the depths of their souls screamed and warned them, urging them to flee immediately from this place filled with the scent of death. Li Ji's mental power spread silently like the finest spider silk, tightly connecting the shock and fear of the three. Damn! What the hell is this thing? Li Ji's voice trembled violently in the mental link, feeling his palms drenched in cold sweat. Chiton's complexion was pale under the dim moonlight, devoid of any blood color. The old wolf king of Grey Wolf Mountain, along with other fierce demons. Wasn't it completely eradicated last year by Xiao Lijun leading a team of over a dozen mid-level mages? How could it still? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Grey Wolf Mountain, located within the human city cluster, was entirely different from the demon empires on the outskirts. It resembled a demon territory that humans tacitly allowed to exist, embedded within human influence. Initially, there was little developmental value here. Until the demons began to breed, the demons themselves became the most direct resource. Not to mention the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that accompanied the demons. Therefore, every few years, human society would organize a sizable demon hunting expedition. This was both to eliminate the demon threat within human territory and ensure safety. At the same time, it was a concentrated harvest of various resources from these lands. At this moment, after the initial shock, Ah Ming had calmed down. He said coldly, "Perhaps we have all been deceived by these cunning demons. That so-called old wolf king may have been just a facade from the very beginning." Hearing this, Li Gu and Shi Tan's expressions grew serious. Ah Ming continued to analyze, "The true leader of Grey Wolf Mountain, that one which has reached the peak of a fierce level, or perhaps even touched the threshold of a higher level, has likely long since divided its power and will into countless ordinary little demons. It lurks in every corner of Grey Wolf Mountain, like a ghost, repeatedly evading human demon hunting expeditions." This also explains why the Flame Boar clan was exterminated by the Vine Grey Wolves. Without a fierce leader, the Flame Boar clan simply cannot compete with the Vine Grey Wolves that possess fierce or even king-level leaders. This deduction made Li Go and Shi Tong simultaneously gasp in shock. Dividing into pieces? Shi Tong gasped, exclaiming, "But do the Vine Grey Wolves have such an ability? I remember they..." Exactly. Ah Ming's eyes sharpened. "The Magic Suppression Bureau has conducted thorough research on the Vine Grey Wolves. They do not possess such a bizarre ability. Ordinary mortal level and fierce level demons cannot possibly master such power out of thin air." Li Ji's expression was grave. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is," Amin said word by word, "either there is some unknown external force intervening, granting it this ability, or, within the Grey Wolf Mountain demons, a terrifying existence beyond our imagination has emerged, causing a mutation in its bloodline or abilities." A glint of horror flashed in his eyes. Even, both situations might exist simultaneously. A king-level demon born or supported by external forces. How is that possible? King-level? Li Ji's crimson eyes were filled with disbelief. This? The voice of the red-eyed one changed pitch. "Then why say there will be external forces intervening? If there really is a king-level demon, wouldn't its own power be enough to explain everything happening now?" Because Amin took a deep breath. Whether it is king level or fierce level, this demon had been lurking well before, yet tonight it suddenly revealed its true form, and made such a commotion, it doesn't add up. In the heart of human territory, what gives it the audacity to be so brazen? It is either an idiot, or it has received some kind of instruction. Or rather, its appearance itself is part of some plan. And the one who can give instructions to a suspected king-level demon, or include it as part of a plan, must be a deeper, more sinister external force. A series of deductions struck Li Gu and the red-eyed one like heavy hammers, sending chills from their souls. This news, this speculation based on the terrifying scene before them, was truly terrifying. The three were shaken to their core. The value of this intelligence was simply immeasurable. Once reported to the Magic Suppression Bureau, it could trigger tremors in several surrounding districts, even at higher levels. This message must be conveyed immediately. Retreat. This thought flashed like a spark in Amin's mind. However, it was too late. Swish, swish, swish. The ground beneath their feet suddenly exploded without warning. Countless thick, glowing demon vines burst forth from the earth like venomous snakes that had been coiled for too long. Not good. We've been exposed. The three were terrified, their scalps tingling. There was no time to think about why they had been discovered. Various magical lights for survival flashed in an instant. Shadow power, telekinetic barriers, earth enhancement. They fought desperately, using their last resort techniques, trying to break through. But the demon vines that burst from the ground were overwhelming, endless. Not only that, even the ordinary vines that wrapped around trees and crawled on the ground began to writhe, as if they would transform into deadly tentacles in the next moment. In an instant, the three were forced to back against each other, forming a temporary defensive formation. In the shadows, several giant wolves, far larger than ordinary vine grey wolves, slowly approached from different directions. Their bodies were entwined with dark, vine-like armor, exuding a fierce aura, and they moved with heavy steps, completely sealing off their escape route. Each of these giant wolves radiated a terrifying pressure no less than that of fierce-level demons. Red-eyed. Li Gu. You guys go. I'll hold them off. Amin, at this moment, had no trace of youthfulness or jest on his face, only a resolute and determined look. As if facing death. No. The red-eyed one cried out anxiously, "We leave together. Amin, the three of us are shadow mages, we can definitely shake them off." Li Ji's sturdy body trembled slightly as he shouted angrily, "That's right, Amin. Don't be foolish. Don't throw your life away here. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood." The three of them had all broken through to the intermediate level in dark magic, not only working well together but also having spent years navigating demon-infested areas, equipped with various life-saving techniques and rich combat experience. If it were any other time, encountering 3 or 5 fierce low-level monsters would not have been a problem. They would have had the confidence to maneuver and find a way to escape even if they were outmatched. But now, facing these obviously elite Vinewood giant wolves under the new Wolf King, who coordinated seamlessly, despair spread through their hearts like a tide. It's too late. Amin roared, his voice hoarse and distorted from extreme emotion. In his hand, the magic spear suddenly erupted with a blinding ghostly light, the spear tip vibrating violently from the infusion of magical energy, emitting a deep hum. In an instant, a massive, shadowy spear shot forth from the tip, narrowly deflecting the vine claw that lashed out like a steel whip from the Vinewood giant wolf. This information is too bizarre and too important. Someone must survive to deliver it. Otherwise. Amin suddenly looked at Chiton, bloodshot eyes bursting with intensity, and shouted, "Run!" Chiton cried out in despair, "But didn't you say you would listen to me?" Amin's voice was resolute, "Then hurry and take this information back." He turned abruptly. The magical energy surged like a torrential flood. Amin charged unhesitatingly toward the terrifying Vinewood Wolf King, radiating overwhelming ferocity. Chiton wanted to follow, to stop his reckless act of throwing himself into danger. However, a gentle yet irresistible silver telekinetic force suddenly enveloped her. In the next moment, her body was forcefully thrown far away, escaping the most dangerous core of the battlefield. Li Ji's coarse voice erupted, "Damn it! You've really gotten me killed. If it weren't for your parents saving me, I wouldn't care if you died." His voice paused, carrying a hint of hoarse promise. "Chiton, you run first. I'll get him out." Amin. Li Gu. Chiton let out the most heart-wrenching cry of despair in her life, her heart breaking. She watched helplessly as two figures, like candles flickering in the wind, burst forth with the brightest light, bravely facing the terrifying monsters. "Go! Survive!" Amin's resolute roar, along with Li Ji's deep, angry shout, exploded behind her. Following that was the deafening roar of magic and the intense clash of energy. Rocks shattered, and the earth trembled. "Earth element!" Amin's final shout, burning with the essence of life, pierced through the chaotic battlefield, clearly reaching Chiton's ears. A dazzling golden beam of light, like a spear of judgment, surged into the sky, tearing through the dense demonic aura. Then came an even more overwhelming and radiant light. That light was so intense that it illuminated the path ahead of Chiton, who was fleeing in panic. Chiton gritted her teeth, not daring to look back. She feared that if she turned, the strength supporting her would instantly dissipate. Her lover, her companion, had exchanged their lives for this slim chance of survival. They had also sacrificed their lives to obtain this information that could potentially save countless others. She could not let their sacrifice be in vain. Countless ferocious demon vines continued to surge from the ground in shadows, transforming into deadly thorns and cages, obstructing her path. Even though Amin and Li Gu fought desperately to hold back the Vinewood Wolf King and most of the wolf guards, powerful Vinewood demon wolves still emerged before Chiton. Grey Wolf Mountain, a terrifying place that harbored countless fierce monsters, possibly even king-level beings, had now turned into a hellish battlefield. Chiton was drenched in blood. Her clothes were already tattered, revealing deep wounds that showed bone beneath. She relied solely on an indomitable will and an obsession with the promises made to Amin and Li Gu, carving a bloody path through the demon-infested Grey Wolf Mountain. Grey Wolf Mountain, originally deemed to have little development value due to its scarce resources, is situated at the junction of several human cities, belonging to a no-man's land. On ordinary days, apart from the mountain patrols and demon hunting activities, only hunters like them would dare to tread here. The direction in which Chiton desperately fled was the closest path to Ningjiang City. She relied almost entirely on her body's instincts, dragging her broken and near-collapsed body. She delivered the information, soaked in the blood in hopes of 3 people, which was exchanged for their lives, to the cold and imposing gate of the Magic Restriction Bureau in Ningjiang City. Just before she completely lost consciousness, her vision blurred. She seemed to see the 3 of them countless times, delivering the demon information they had fought for from various perilous places to this very spot. Then, they would take their generous rewards and feast at the best restaurant in the city, dreaming of a bright future. Li Gu wanted to save enough money to open a magic equipment shop and then marry and have children. Ming aspired to become a forbidden mage, slaying demons and monsters. She herself had no particular thoughts, just wanting to follow Ming. Once, they completed a big deal and earned a substantial sum of money. The 3 of them were incredibly excited. In a moment of drunken revelry, Ming suddenly nervously pulled out a simple yet shiny ring from his pocket. He knelt on one knee and proposed to her. Chiton's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The last image that froze in her mind was a Ming holding the ring, looking at her with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The sunlight fell on his face, and his smile was brighter than the sun. That might have been the happiest and warmest moment of her life. The image in Chiton's memory gradually blurred. Boundless darkness completely enveloped her. The grassroots personnel on duty inside the Magic Restriction Bureau were startled by the sound. of something heavy falling outside the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a blood-soaked, barely breathing female hunter collapsed on the steps outside. Her face was streaked with tears, long dried, and mixed with bloodstains. The guard was instantly taken aback. He recognized this female hunter. It was Chi Tong. She and her team were somewhat well known in the hunting community, having delivered valuable information that had helped Ningjiang City avoid significant losses several times. For her to end up in such a life-and-death situation, something extraordinary must have happened. The guard's gaze quickly swept around. Then, on the cold ground beside Chi Tong's limp right hand, he discovered a line of charred writing, barely scorched by flames. The handwriting was crooked and nearly illegible. Yet it exuded a sense of despair and urgent dread. It was written with her last ounce of strength: Grey Wolf Mountain, several fierce-level Vine Wolf Kings, suspected to be king-level, they escaped. Human purging, tonight they will emerge in full force. Fang Qiming, Li Chengdong, fight to the death at the rear, please rush to rescue. This. The grassroots personnel felt a chill shoot from his feet straight to the top of his head, his scalp instantly tingling. He dared not delay for a moment and immediately reported the information urgently through the ranks. Then, he carefully called his companions to urgently send the severely injured and unconscious Chi Tong to the medical center within the Magic Restriction Bureau. As long as there was still a breath left and she had not been tainted by a demon curse, with humanity's current medical level, she could still be saved. Soon, this urgent information, capable of triggering regional panic, was placed on the desk of a mid-level leader in the Magic Restriction Bureau. In front of the desk sat a person, impeccably dressed, with a calm demeanor. He picked up the report and casually scanned it. At first, his gaze held only the routine scrutiny. However, when the words "several fierce-level demons" and "suspected king-level" burned into his sight like a red-hot iron, his fingers gripping the paper tightened imperceptibly, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. Grey Wolf Mountain, hiding fierce-level monsters? Several? The leader's expression instantly turned serious. He straightened his back and read the intelligence report twice, word for word, his brows tightly knitted. A bunch of useless fools. He slammed the table, producing a dull thud. How could such a thing happen right under my nose? Now I have to clean up the mess? Damn it, I worked so hard to climb to this position. Why couldn't they hide better? To be discovered by 3 blind fish, just adding to my troubles. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. Yet the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled into a smirk, a chilling delight evident in his expression. He murmured softly, but it doesn't matter, after all, the final negotiations are about to begin. Soon. He settled back into his large office chair, leaning back lazily. This intelligence, heavier than life itself, was casually pressed beneath a pile of inconsequential ordinary documents. Moreover, he picked up the internal communicator, his voice regaining its usual calmness and authority. Xiao Li. I've reviewed the urgent intelligence report about Grey Wolf Mountain that was just delivered. The situation is currently unclear, and the content seems to be exaggerated. Have the people below verify it carefully, be sure to exercise caution, and absolutely do not spread the news carelessly. To avoid unnecessary local panic. Rescue? Of course, we need to rescue them. Send a few teams over and confirm the situation there. If the situation is true, report it quickly. However, if it turns out that this so-called Crimson Eye is just making things up to trick us into sending people to rescue those 2 clueless hunter mages, you need to handle it seriously. Do you understand what I mean? After receiving an affirmative response, he hung up the communication. He wasn't particularly worried about the disobedient beasts at Grey Wolf Mountain. They must have received some tacit approval to dare to show themselves. Once everything is settled, they would naturally retreat and not really escalate the situation. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest. Ningjiang City. Why would such a small place like Ningjiang attract the attention of those big shots above? Why go to such lengths to make all these arrangements? He found it somewhat puzzling. Clearly, in the north, the negotiations between the Xia Kingdom and the Kangwu Demon Kingdom have entered the most critical stage. Logically, at this time, shouldn't we be investing more resources in the north to ensure the negotiations develop in our desired direction? Are we really letting that negotiation proceed so smoothly? Unfortunately, his status in both organizations was not high, and the information he could access was limited, leaving him unable to come up with a reason. However, he didn't need to know too much. He only needed to serve his master well. That was enough. He rose from his seat and walked slowly to the giant floor-to-ceiling window of the office. He lifted his head, his expression devout, gazing at the enormous and bright full moon in the sky. The moonlight was cold as frost. Sacrifice is necessary, blood is the key, fear is the sustenance. With the blood moon hanging high, all things return to silence. May my master bless. He devoutly clasped his hands together. In his palms, a ring engraved with a scarlet moon pattern reflected an eerie glow under the moonlight. More than a week had passed. The atmosphere in Ningxiang City had quietly become somewhat heavy, unbeknownst to ordinary people. A sense of oppressive anticipation loomed over the city. Ningxiang High School, teacher's office. Jang Chen. Yang Jian, with a kind and gentle demeanor, spoke to Jang Chen beside him. Have you encountered any bottlenecks in your recent cultivation? Brother Jian, just say what you need to say. I'm not used to this. Cough, you brat. Yang Jian awkwardly coughed a few times, his prepared speech instantly thrown into disarray. He decided to skip the preamble and asked straightforwardly, have you heard of the South Bay Area Youth Arcane competition? Arcane competition? Jang Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling belittled by Yang Jian for asking such a condescending question. I've heard of it, it's a high-difficulty math competition. How did it turn into math? Have you really heard of it? Yang Jian gave him a look that suggested he was underestimating him. Jang Chen fell silent, his heart calm, even feeling a bit amused. Well, is this another cultural difference from another world? Forget it. Yang Jian rubbed his forehead and explained, this is a high-standard youth magic combat competition led by the state. Jointly organized by the Southern Military District, the Magic Prohibition Bureau, and top universities, aimed at selecting and training practical magic talents through high-difficulty magical combat. I don't understand. Jang Chen expressed bluntly. Yang Jian rolled his eyes and said helplessly, it means the state will gather decent young mages like you, throw them into the demon territory to fight, and finally determine the strongest one. Got it, where do I collect the prize? You just directly loaned the championship, right? Yang Jian laughed in anger, momentarily forgetting himself and saying something he would only share in private with friends. Jang Chen shrugged, unfazed, and continued, what rewards does this competition have? Does extra points for the college entrance exam count? Yang Jian said weakly. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Yang Jian's eyes widened, 1 point in the college entrance exam can take down 1,000 people. Do you understand? I could let them all score 100. Ha! Yang Jian sneered, what about guaranteed admission to Long University? I can't get in? Zhang Chen retorted. Yang Jian was left speechless, caught in a breath that wouldn't come out, unable to respond. Clap, clap, clap. A teacher nearby couldn't hold back a laugh, covering it with applause. Zhang Chen grinned and gave a slight bow to the teacher. Seeing Zhang Chen unyielding, Yang Jian took a deep breath and finally threw out the real trump card. If, and I mean if, you can win the South Bay Area Championship. Wait. Zhang Chen suddenly raised his hand, stopping. Yang Jian. Teacher, isn't this competition national in nature? Yang Jian thought he was going to ask something, but was surprised it was such a common-sense question. For a moment, he genuinely worried whether this student would find something to eat when hungry or run home when it rained. Do you think this is like taking a high-speed train for tourism? Yang Jian explained impatiently, there's no need to spend such a high cost for a national competition for high school students. The cost and danger of traveling across city clusters are extremely high. Do you really think demons are just decorations by the roadside? Zhang Chen finally understood. Although transportation in this world was developed, the risks and costs of traveling across city clusters due to the existence of demons were far beyond what he had experienced in his previous life. I understand now. Zhang Chen nodded. Teacher, please continue. What happens if I win the championship? Yang Jian's excitement was interrupted, and the atmosphere he had built up dissipated, leaving him to announce the answer blandly. The reward is an opportunity to enter the Mage Tower for training, and a chance to select Arcane. Yang Jian worried that Zhang Chen might not know what the Mage Tower and Arcane were, so he continued to explain, the Mage Tower. It is the crystallization of human magic. A true sacred place for cultivation. Not to mention even a second-tier mage entering it can have their cultivation soar to the peak of the third tier in a very short time. A single entry spot is worth nearly $1 million. And it's priceless. Zhang Chen felt a slight shock after listening. Spending over $1 million just to save a year or two of hard training. The world of the wealthy is truly simple and unadorned. And the arcane is also known as the profound magic. Yang Jian stared intently into Zhang Chen's eyes, enunciating each word. First-tier profound magic can unleash power comparable to second-tier ordinary magic. And so on. Profound magic should also be quite precious, at least Zhang Chen had never seen it among the spells he collected at school. Yang Jian and Zhang Chen locked eyes, waiting for the anticipated ecstasy. So when is this competition held? During the summer vacation. Seeing Zhang Chen finally moved, Yang Jian let out a sigh of relief. Before that, I will conduct special training for you. Summer vacation, huh? Zhang Chen frowned at the mention, seemingly hesitating. He hesitantly spoke up, asking a question that made Yang Jian's blood pressure spike. Teacher, about the training opportunity at the Mage Tower. Can I sell it after I win? Of course not. Yang Jian nearly shouted, springing up from his chair. That's bound. It's registered. The country prevents geniuses like you from speculating and selling opportunities. He pointed at Jang Chen's nose, looking heartbroken. Are you short on money? Just how short are you? You'd give up such a precious opportunity for money? You're throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. If you're really short on money, I can help you. Teacher. Jang Chen calmly interrupted his rant. I've fully mastered the third tier. Yang Jian's passionate voice abruptly stopped, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. In that moment, the entire office was silent enough to hear a pin drop. All eyes were focused on Jang Chen's calm face. You? Yang Jian looked at Jang Chen, his expression frozen in utter disbelief, making him appear somewhat comical. Jang Chen met his incredulous gaze and continued calmly, I plan to use the summer vacation to earn enough resources to break through to the fourth tier. So, I might not have time to participate in this competition. Or perhaps, this mage tower can help me break through to the intermediate realm? Boom! A vast surge of pale silver energy erupted uncontrollably from Yang Jian's center. In the office, all metallic items, cups, staplers, file racks, emitted a piercing hum in an instant. Then, they trembled violently, floating uncontrollably into the air. Yang Jian's emotions surged, causing the surrounding elements to fluctuate violently, revealing the terrifying turmoil he was experiencing within. Yang Jian's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Jang Chen. You fully mastered the third tier? Yang Jian's voice trembled slightly. The only thought in Yang Jian's mind was this: a student who hasn't even finished his second year is saying he's preparing resources for the fourth tier? Jang Chen replied nonchalantly, actually, I'm still a bit short. How much short? Jang Chen extended 5 fingers. Then, under the gaze of Yang Jian and all the teachers, he slowly retracted 2%. Jang Chen said casually. The expression on Yang Jian's face completely froze. He stared blankly at Jang Chen, his mind a blank slate, with only the phrase 2% echoing in his head. What does a bit short even mean? This is practically fully mastered. This guy quietly pulled a big one on me. He's definitely showing off in front of us teachers today. You need to show off in front of the teachers. To feel comfortable, huh? Ordinary students can't satisfy you anymore, can they? Yang Jian swayed slightly, suddenly sitting back down in his chair, instinctively reaching for his cup to take a sip of water to calm down. But he realized that, due to his earlier lapse in focus, the cup was floating in midair. The water in the cup even condensed into crystal-clear water balls, floating and drifting. And at the moment when Yang Jian realized he had lost control of his mind, clang crash, all the objects suspended in midair lost the support of telekinesis in an instant. With a crackle, they all fell down. The office was instantly in disarray, shattered cups and scattered documents littering the floor. Yet Yang Jian seemed oblivious. He scratched his head and waved his hand. A layer of silver telekinesis precisely swept across the entire space, miraculously reassembling the broken cups and automatically returning the scattered documents to their places, restoring the chaotic office to its original state in a matter of seconds. But the stormy waves in his heart were not something that telekinetic magic could easily calm. Back in my day, I was considered a well-known genius in the surrounding areas. I worked tirelessly, day and night, and only approached the threshold of full mastery of the third transition right before the college entrance examination. Although the cultivation conditions back then were nowhere near as good as they are now, still, truly, talents emerge in every generation. Yang Jian's heart was filled with mixed emotions, which ultimately transformed into a long sigh. Teacher, say something. Jang Chen, seeing Yang Jian silent for a long time, as if he had lost his soul, couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him. That mage tower, can it really help me break through the initial realm's bottleneck? Oh. Yang Jian jolted, pulled back from his reverie, and looked at Jang Chen with an incredibly complex expression. Accelerating cultivation and breaking through realms are two different matters. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen understood. The mage tower couldn't help with breakthroughs, or rather, its effect wasn't that significant. But Yang Jian suddenly became excited, slapping Jang Chen's back heavily, his face flushed with excitement. You kid, you've done exceptionally well. He was genuinely proud and happy for his student. There's still a whole year left. Even if you just lay around every day, just grinding, it would be enough for you to break through from the third transition to the fourth. At that moment, Yang Jian was as excited as a child weighing over 140 pounds. Just as Jang Chen himself said, Longdu University. It was already in this kid's pocket. With that premise, Yang Jian indeed felt embarrassed to push him to participate in any competitions. Not bad, really not bad. Yang Jian, rarely seen without his serious face, broke into a hearty laugh. Since that's the case, the arcane competition doesn't hold much significance for you anymore. Your goal should be grander, focusing all your energy on breaking through. That's the real deal. Jang Chen nodded, then rubbed his fingers together, making an international gesture for tight on funds, and pointedly asked, "So, teacher, does our school, or our city, have any resource reward policies for genius students?" Jang Chen came to the office, actually wanting to ask Yongjian if there were any high-paying jobs that a stay-at-home mom could do, allowing him to quickly accumulate resources for his breakthrough. Yongjian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Well, there are resource policies, but they are usually encouragement policies aimed at college students. Jang Chen was puzzled. Why not for high school students? Do you think the ground is filled with people like you, who cultivate as easily as drinking water? Yongjian couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Don't even talk about my generation, even. Now, in the top-tier cities of Xia country, those who can achieve your level of progress in high school are extremely rare. And those people, aren't they all either rich or noble? They don't lack those resources at all. Do you understand what I mean? But there must be commoner geniuses like me. Jang Chen was unconvinced. A genius from the commoners? Yongjian's expression grew serious as he looked intently at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, you must understand, the college entrance examination is the fairest path laid out by the country for the vast majority of commoner geniuses. As long as you can get into a top university, there will naturally be a wealth of resources waiting for you. Investing a large amount of promotion resources during high school is, in fact, a form of overreaching. You must know that realm does not represent everything. How far a mage can go ultimately depends on the accumulation and sedimentation of knowledge. And high school is the most critical period for you to lay this foundation. The realm is just a part of a mage's strength, and even a relatively small part. At least within the same major realm, the differences brought by levels are not that significant. Yongjian's words made Jang Chen completely abandon the idea of taking advantage of official channels. Jang Chen felt that if there was really no other way, he would have to participate in that arcane competition. Any acceleration would be better than nothing. The resources to break through the intermediate realm start at 1 million, and without official or major power support, he had no idea how long he would have to work to earn that much money. Just as Jang Chen was preparing to compromise, Yongjian changed his tone. However, just because there are no conventional policies doesn't mean there are no alternatives. What alternatives? Jang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Some universities, in order to compete for students, will be willing to offer some resources in exchange for locking in talents like you early. Or, enlisting early to join the military district is also a path. Alternatively, some major banks and commercial families prefer to invest in potential stocks like you. What's the cost? Jang Chen grinned. He understood all too well. There's no free lunch in this world. Yongjian spread his hands helplessly. All these paths mean you have to use your future as collateral. This made Jang Chen recall his previous life. At that time, he had given up his studies for the house left by his parents, sacrificed many things, and chose a future of working to pay off the mortgage. After that, he constantly overextended himself for KPIs, promotions, and mortgage payments, ultimately collapsing dead at his desk. In the end, he lost both his life and wealth. PTSD flared up. Jang Chen felt that he was progressing quickly enough and didn't need to sell his future. He just needed to take steady steps forward. Then forget it, I'm not short on half a year or a year. As Jang Chen showed a face full of resistance and disdain, ready to sign up for the arcane competition on the spot, Yongjian sighed and said, "How about this, don't rush to sign up just yet. I'll put my old face on the line and help you ask if there are any other options." This. Jang Chen felt a bit embarrassed to trouble Yongjian like this. "Teacher, I'm not short on this little time." Enough with that nonsense. Yongjian waved his hand, impatiently interrupting him. "I'm just helping you ask. It's not like I'm directly handing resources to you. Whether it works or not is still up in the air." "Then, thank you, teacher." Jang Chen slightly bowed, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Go back to the classroom for now, and remember, don't be arrogant or impatient." After the discussion, Yongjian waved him off. After Jang Chen left, the teacher who had previously applauded for him quickly walked over to Yongjian, lowering his voice, looking anxious and confused. "Brother Jian, are you crazy? Aren't you just a little short of the grades needed to be rated as a special level teacher? As long as Jang Chen participates in the competition, with his strength, getting a good ranking should be a piece of cake, right? This is good for both you and him. If you get rated as special level, you might even have a chance to obtain precious resources for breaking into high-level mages in the future. How could you just let him go like that? You even said you'd help him find ways to earn resources." After listening, Yongjian simply smiled faintly, his tone calm yet firm. "Oldly, we are teachers. Teaching and nurturing students is our primary job. How can I delay a child's future for my own matters? Besides, I have plenty of excellent students in my class. Jang Chen is just one of them. Sigh, Jin Ge, you are sometimes just too rigid. He, is that so? Yang Jian smiled, non-committal. After their casual chat, Yang Jian stood up and walked towards the principal's office. A few days later, during the big break, Jang Chen was quietly reading at his desk when someone slapped his shoulder hard. Hey, come out for a second, the person said in a not-so-friendly tone. Jang Chen looked up. The newcomer was Akai, one of the trio who had extorted money from Tianyu. Before, he was wearing a school uniform covered in graffiti, trying to act tough like a character from a TV drama. However, Jang Chen's classmates, Tianyu and Jiang Shu, suddenly stood up. Students from nearby classes also gathered around, their gazes unfriendly. Akai was startled by the scene, instantly recalling Jiang Chen's fierce demeanor when he had acted before, and his bravado was extinguished on the spot. Akai felt he had witnessed what a real gang looked like. Brother, I didn't mean anything. I really have something to discuss with you. Akai's voice became much weaker, as if he were being extorted by a school bully. What can't be said here, his sister said fiercely. Other classmates who had gathered also chimed in. Did we give you too much face? Acting tough will get you nowhere. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? Akai dared not respond, fearing that this group would rush him and beat him to death. Akai's eyes revealed a hint of pleading as he continued to speak to Jiang Chen. It's not convenient to talk here, I'm begging you. Jiang Chen stood up and sighed. What a hassle, let's go. I'll go with you. Tianyu followed. When Jiang Chen saw that Jiang Shu and Yin Ning also wanted to come along, he directly stopped them and asked the other classmates to calm down for a moment. Seeing that Akai didn't seem to be looking for trouble, the others didn't insist too much. In a secluded corner of the campus. Speak. Jiang Chen halted Akai and made a joke. If there are 300 assassins hiding nearby, you better call them out quickly. Akai rubbed his hands, looking hesitant and anxious. He chuckled awkwardly, ignoring Jiang Chen's joke. Have you seen Lin Yang recently? That non-mainstream guy with green hair? Tianyu interjected. He hasn't been around for ages. Didn't he always hang out with you? After that incident last time, he hasn't come to school again. Akai's voice carried a suppressed sadness. I went to his house, and his parents said he hasn't been back for a long time. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. What does it have to do with me if he's gone? Or do you think I secretly got rid of him? Jiang Chen added, I wouldn't risk my future for someone like him. Akai's face instantly turned red. His fists clenched and then relaxed, but he didn't dare to retort a single word. Did his parents report him to the Anti-Magic Bureau? Jiang Chen asked. Akai's head drooped even lower. His parents only found out their son was missing when I went to their door. Jiang Chen and Tianyu exchanged glances. Then you should go to the Anti-Magic Bureau, they are 1,000 times more professional at finding people than you are. Jiang Chen asked again, also, why are you the only one here? What about the guy with the skull necklace? Ha! Akai's face flashed a cold smile, that loser? I asked him to help find Lin Yang, and he completely ignored me. I've come to realize what kind of person he is. Then, seeing Akai looking dejected because he couldn't find any news about his friend, Jiang Chen also fell silent for a moment. Alright, if there's any news about him later, I'll let you know. Akai suddenly looked up, stunned, and after a long pause, squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Thanks. After returning to the classroom, Jiang Chen and a few others discussed the matter for a while, but since no one had encountered Lin Yang again, they couldn't come to any conclusions and eventually stopped thinking about it. However, this matter was far from over. A few days later, during the big break, Yang Jian's figure appeared at the classroom door, directly calling Jiang Chen to the school's conference room. Jiang Chen thought it was about the arcane competition again. But the moment he pushed open the conference room door, he was taken aback. Inside sat 2 men in black uniforms, their demeanor serious. They were forbidden mages, part of the Bureau of Magic Regulation, which specializes in maintaining urban security and handling extraordinary events. One was young and handsome, with sharp eyes. The other had rugged facial features, and his gaze still held a clarity typical of a college student. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Brothers, long time no see, bringing me a thank you letter again? What's this about this time? Jiang Chen recognized the 2 men at a glance. The last time he and his sister had casually kicked a vinehound to death on the street, it was these 2 forbidden mages who came to handle the aftermath. Later, when the siblings went to the market to buy vegetables, they suddenly remembered, why not ask for the vinehound's body? Afterward, the 2 forbidden mages even came to the school to represent the Bureau of Magic Regulation, delivering a thank you letter and a generous reward. This allowed Jiang Chen to show off quite a bit at the time. So it's you, kid.
The young and handsome Captain Wu also recognized him, a hint of helplessness appearing on his stern face.
I thought the name sounded familiar, and I was right. Comrades, if you have something to ask, just go ahead. Don't waste the students' time.
Yang Jian had somehow already sat down next to Jang Chen, leaning slightly forward, taking a supportive stance for Jang Chen.
Teacher Yang Jian, no need to be nervous. We're just doing our routine. Having a simple chat. Captain Wu smiled and gestured for Jang Chen to sit down. The conversation indeed couldn't avoid Lin Yang.
It turned out that Akai had really taken Jang Chen's advice and reported the case to the Bureau of Magic.
Regulation.
Jang Chen wasn't the first person to be questioned. Recently, everyone who had a conflict with Lin Yang had been screened by the Bureau. It was said that at that time, the case officer from the Bureau was also dumbfounded.
After questioning Lin Yang's family, he went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes and encountered 9 people who had conflicts with Lin Yang. Initially, the mages from the Bureau didn't take this as a big deal. After all, with the current advanced
magical technology, there were plenty of means to track people down. They thought it was just another rebellious teenager running away from home. However, after several failed attempts to use tracking magic, the investigating mages finally
sensed something was amiss.
They expended considerable resources to use magic to detect the life and death status of citizens, only to discover Lin Yang was dead. In this world where demons roamed, the death of a few people wasn't unusual.
But the cause of death had to be determined, especially within the city.
There might be mages maliciously committing crimes hidden behind this. Even more likely, some kind of demon had silently infiltrated the heart of human civilization.
Any
of these possibilities could mean a great disaster.
The Bureau of Magic Regulation immediately established a special task force.
They used magic to follow the clues and ultimately locked Lin Yang's last known location at Ningjiang High School. And Jang Chen, who had only had a conflict with him before Lin Yang's disappearance, naturally appeared on their list of concerns. In fact, just a few minutes ago, without Jang Chen's knowledge, the 2 forbidden mages had just finished
questioning Qian Tianyue. Alright, we have no more questions.
Captain Wu concluded the conversation formulaically, signaling to his colleague beside him to turn off the small metallic cube on the table.
That device was both a simple lie
detection magical tool and a law enforcement recording device, which had been flickering with a faint light since the conversation began. Because Jang Chen truly knew nothing, the entire questioning process was as bland as water, even somewhat
boring. Thank you for your cooperation.
In the end, Captain Wu stood up and extended his hand towards Jang Chen.
After a handshake, it marked the formal end of the conversation. Captain Wu, why do I feel like it's just you 2 running errands? For the entire Anti-Magic Bureau? You seem to be everywhere.
With the matter settled, Jang Chen relaxed and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark.
Ahem, didn't I tell you last time? Captain Wu rubbed his brow wearily. The Kangwu Demon Kingdom to the north has been quite unstable lately, and most of our personnel have been deployed to the front lines for security.
His voice grew somber.
The manpower in the city is very tight right now. I see. Jang Chen's smile faded, and he nodded. The Kangwu Demon Kingdom.
A vast empire primarily composed of plant-based demons. It worships the earth and sky, loves rain, and is one of the 7 demon empires currently ravaging the land of the Summer Kingdom.
At the
same time, the Kangwu Demon Kingdom is not only a major factor restricting the southern Bay Area city cluster's outward development but also one of the greatest threats it faces. So, you students should behave yourselves lately.
Captain Wu's expression turned serious. Don't think that just because Ningjiang is in the heart of the city cluster, you're safe. Have you seen the news?
Those dark organizations that operate in the shadows have been getting more rampant lately.
And we've already taken down several of their hideouts. I've seen it. Jang Chen replied honestly. That's good. Hurry home after school, don't wander around outside, got it? Teacher Yong Jian, you should also remind the students more.
As a law mage and a good comrade of the people, Captain Wu, who usually did a lot of grassroots publicity work, couldn't help but add a few more reminders.
After the conversation ended, the 2 law mages hurriedly left the conference room, clearly heading to the next investigation site. Alright, since this matter has nothing to do with you, don't take it to heart.
Yong Jian patted Jang Chen's shoulder heavily, signaling that he could return to the classroom.
Okay, thank you. Teacher. Jang Chen responded and turned to walk towards the door. Wait. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Yang Jian's voice came from behind him. Last time I mentioned I would help you inquire about some leads. I have news. About last time?
Jang Chen paused for a moment, then his breathing quickened.
Really? Teacher. Is there really a way for a high school student to earn enough resources to break through to the intermediate realm? You brat, so you had no hope at all. Yang Jian looked at his expression, a bit amused and exasperated. Jang Chen indeed hadn't held out much hope.
After all, a standardized spiritual vein extraction potion that assists in breaking through the initial realm costs over $1 million.
On the market. What could a high school student do to get that much money without selling his future? His original plan was to register with the Demon Hunter Association after participating in the arcane competition during the summer vacation, to see if there were any suitable high-paying jobs. At this moment, seeing the frightening brightness in Jang Chen's eyes, Yang Jian no longer kept him in suspense and explained directly, "A few days ago, didn't Principal Xiao go to the city for a meeting? Since he was already there, I took the opportunity to ask the vice principal." Vice principal? As soon as Jang Chen heard that title, an image of a stern old man, even more severe than Yang Jian, who occasionally roamed the school with a large sword on his back, immediately appeared in his mind. He never expected Yang Jian would dare to provoke that big shot, and it seemed he had succeeded. Yang Jian looked at Jang Chen's somewhat fearful expression and understood what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by the vice principal's usual stern demeanor. He is truly a legend at Ningjiang High School. Even our school's figurehead, Principal Xiao, was taught by him back in the day. If it weren't for the lingering ailments he suffered from battling demons, he wouldn't have stopped at the high realm." "Alright, let's get to the point." Yang Jian's tone became serious. "I told him everything about your full cultivation at the third transition in your second year. Then he said he has a way. During the summer vacation, he will personally arrange things for you. So, you won't need to participate in that so-called arcane competition anymore." Boom! Jiang Chen felt an indescribable wave of immense joy erupting from his heart like a volcanic explosion, instantly sweeping through his limbs. That was 100W. In his past life, he had been crazily exploited by capitalists for years and didn't even know if he had earned that much money. This was a personal arrangement from a high realm mage. What did that mean? It meant a broad and fast road to the middle realm was laid out right in front of him. Even if he threw himself into a pile of demons to fight and train, with such a big shot watching over him, the safety assurance would definitely be top-notch. "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Chen's heart surged, unable to contain his joy any longer. He deeply bowed to Yang Jian. "Hey! You kid!" Yang Jian quickly stepped aside, avoiding the bow. "I just relayed a message, it didn't take much effort. Why are you being so polite with me?" Jiang Chen just smiled foolishly. This news was truly uplifting. "Teacher, did the vice principal say what exactly I need to do?" Yang Jian's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. He recalled a rumor circulating among the old teachers at Ningjiang High School. It was said that the vice principal, back in the day, sold off his few possessions to send the exceptionally talented but impoverished Principal Xiao to a top magic university, even having a big fight with his wife over it. Yang Jian wasn't sure about the truth of the rumor and didn't think the vice principal, now a high realm mage, would still need to sell his possessions, but he didn't want to put too much psychological pressure on Jiang Chen, so he just smiled meaningfully. "In any case, just listen to the vice principal's instructions. When the time comes, don't be so impulsive, understand?" Jiang Chen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After that, Yang Jian also told Jiang Chen some things to pay attention to and shared other details about the vice principal. In short, he repeatedly urged Jiang Chen not to mess things up. Before long, it was time for school to end in the afternoon. Throughout the afternoon, a faint smile lingered at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Recently, the improvement in his cultivation, the development of his relationships, and now the opportunity to break into the middle realm, one good thing after another had come his way, making his heart, which had been as cold as ice after 10 years of fishing at Durenfa, feel a bit lightheaded. Could it be that I'm the protagonist of a feel-good story? Jiang Chen thought happily to himself. Bro, what are you laughing at? You've been laughing all afternoon, and it looks so ridiculous. Jiang Shu was packing her backpack, looking speechless, as if she were watching a foolish man. Ridiculous man, Xian Tianyue commented. Huh, was I laughing? Jiang Chen instinctively touched his face, checking to see if he had drooled while laughing. What did brother Jian want with you? His sister asked curiously. It's still about that matter. Lin Yang is missing, and even the Anti-Magic Bureau has been alerted. Just now, 2 forbidden mages came to ask me questions. They came to find you too? Chen Tianyue was a bit surprised. Why are they looking for you again? This is never ending. Jiang Shu frowned and complained, those people don't study well at school, and now they're out messing around and going missing, and they still have to trouble others like this. Exactly, that Lin Yang is probably at some internet cafe all night. The forbidden mages can check one by one, and they'll definitely catch him, Xian Tianyue chimed in. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Xian Tianyue were still unaware that Lin Yang had already passed away. Before the truth was revealed, the forbidden mages wouldn't casually spread such news. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner, otherwise, if we go late, we'll only get leftovers. Jiang Chen stood up. Wait for me, I'm going too. Yun Ningjing tugged at Jiang Chen's shirt, stopping him. You're also practicing at school tonight? Jiang Chen asked. Yun Ningjing hurriedly packed her bag. Ningjing, why do I feel like your frequency of practicing at school has been increasing lately? The younger sister asked from the side. Is it? Is it really? Yun Ningjing replied softly, not lifting her head, focused on packing her things. Jang Shu squinted his eyes. Ah, then tonight we can do a 4-player cultivation. Qian Tianyue exclaimed excitedly, should we invite Gaowen? We can go for a 5-player team and dominate the heavy magic tower. Jang Chen looked around the classroom but didn't find Gaowen's figure. That guy probably slipped off to the heavy magic tower to practice long ago. This guy is such a study addict. Gaowen, unable to keep up with Jang Chen's pace, would sometimes sneak off alone to practice early, wanting to outdo his classmates. Soon, the 4 of them chatted and had dinner, then strolled in the evening breeze on the playground for a while before heading into the brightly lit 4th floor of the heavy magic tower. Night, 9:55 p.m. Ningjiang High School, Heavy Magic Tower, Meditation Room. The small meditation room was almost empty, with only the elements swirling like tides, constantly in motion. A man sat cross-legged in the center, his hands resting naturally on his knees. The deep blue light on him flickered in and out, like breathing, with each flash drawing in the surrounding elements. The elements around him, accelerated by the formation, continuously flowed into his body. The man controlled the elements, using meditation to constantly merge magical energy with mental power, steadily constructing the second crystal wall of the third-turn magical energy core. Jang Chen sank his mind into the darkness. A deep blue core, composed of double crystal walls, floated in the boundless dark void, emitting a faint but steady light. Above the magical energy core, a brilliant river of pure golden and deep blue energy converged and intertwined, cascading down like a suspended waterfall, roaring as it fell. As the river approached the core, it seemed to be captured by an invisible gravitational pull, circling around the magical energy core like stars orbiting a planet. Finally, it precisely injected into the last imperceptible gap in the second crystal wall. Buzz energy continuously flowed in, causing the magical energy core to emit a resonating hum that vibrated the soul. Its structure became increasingly solid with each impact, and its light grew more restrained. Time flowed. Jang Chen could clearly feel that the completion of the second crystal wall of the third-turn thunder magical energy core was gradually rising. 98.8%, 98.9%, 99%. When the last trace of the blue golden river, formed from Jang Chen's mental power, magical energy, and thunder elements, surged into the gap, the second crystal wall emitted a clear and melodious sound, as if the entire soul world trembled. The second crystal wall was completely repaired. In the next moment, the magical energy core floating in the void suddenly erupted with an incredibly brilliant light, as if a supernova had exploded within his soul. The light illuminated the entire dark void for an instant. In just a moment, the light rapidly receded like a tide, completely retracting back into the core. The light of the second crystal wall completely dimmed, transforming into a layer of gentle glow, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber, quietly waiting for its master to awaken. Jang Chen opened his eyes. A flash of deep blue lightning flickered in his pupils. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of joy evident in his eyes. Only one last push was needed to break through the crystal wall and reach the fourth transformation. After that, as long as he used resources or painstaking effort to penetrate the first crystal wall, he could officially step into the next great realm of a mage. Jang Chen clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to howl at the sky and recite a poem on the spot. After all, not far from him, Jang Shu, Yun Ningjing, and the others were still in meditation. Tonight, he would hasten the progress, working overtime to complete the second crystal wall, and Jang Chen felt as if he had just finished a major project, which filled him with excitement. Cultivation was like a super demanding job, requiring 8 hours of work every day, often with overtime, and no weekends. The only difference was that the overtime was for the boss's luxury car fragments, while cultivation was for himself. Jang Chen stood up excitedly, stretching his somewhat stiff body, pacing back and forth in the cramped space, venting the tumultuous emotions within him. When they come out, I have to show off in front of them. Jang Chen smiled, calming his mind, preparing to sit down again and continue solidifying his progress while the iron was hot. Just then, ding, the hour hand of the school clock tower pointed precisely at 10. The melodious evening bell rang on time, reminding the students still in cultivation to pay attention to the time. But immediately after, another sound, without warning, tore through the entire night sky. Woo woo woo. An alarm sound, piercing and sharp enough to make one's soul tremble, instantly echoed through every corner of Ningjiang City. The smile on Jang Chen's face froze instantly, his breath halting for a moment. He murmured to himself, disbelief lacing his voice. This is blood red alert, a natural disaster approaching. The alarm rang out, echoing through the heavens and the earth. That sound seemed to carry a certain magic, causing every listener to feel a primal shiver rise from the depths of their bones. Blood red alert. This was almost the highest level of disaster warning in the Xia kingdom. Its meaning was singular, natural disaster approaching. Common level, fierce level, king level, disaster level. This was imprinted in the memory of every person in the Xia kingdom regarding the levels of monsters. And a disaster level monster meant that merely being near the city, just passing by, could turn one or several modern cities into ruins, even if it had no intention of targeting the ants within. In the face of such a level of disaster, all mortals could do was cower in a corner, trembling in fear and praying. Praying that they would not be in the path of that world-destroying existence. Praying that the strong in the city were powerful enough to exterminate the monsters, or lead them away. Praying that the aftermath of that cataclysmic battle would not affect them, the mere ants. Natural disaster. Jang Chen murmured, the peaceful notions brought by a comfortable society in his past life clashing violently with the harsh reality of this life in his mind. He suddenly pushed open the door of the meditation room, his figure shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. Almost at the same time, the doors of several other meditation rooms were also flung open, and Jiang Shu, Yun Ningjing, and Qian Tianyue stumbled out. Except for Yun Ningjing, panic was written all over everyone else's faces. What's going on? Is it a drill? Qian Tianyue asked anxiously. When faced with matters beyond their control, humans often develop a psychological response similar to that of an ostrich, instinctively hoping that everything before them is merely an illusion, subconsciously avoiding the impact of reality. If it's a drill, everyone will be notified, so. Younger sister Jiang Shu was also in a panic, instinctively moving closer to Jang Chen, as if that was the only safe harbor. So, it's true, the natural disaster has come. Jang Chen's voice was soft, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, completely shattering their last shred of hope. Yun Ningjing tightly pressed her lips together, just about to say something when she suddenly looked up. It wasn't just her. At that moment, all the students who had rushed out in a panic in the corridor, including Jiang Chen and his group, fixed their gazes on the night sky above. In the night sky, several dazzling beams of light, so brilliant they seemed to burn through the entire night, shot up from various corners of the city. Those beams emitted magical radiance that was either as fierce as the sun, as deep as the abyss, or as sacred as a song. They transformed in the air into dazzling points of light, tearing through the night sky at a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, racing towards the distant north. Each point of light left a long, lingering trail of light on the pitch-black night, resembling a magnificent galaxy hanging upside down in the sky. That is, a high-level mage? Qian Tianyue exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Not just that, there might be extreme-level mages, even. Jiang Shu murmured, already mesmerized. Every high-level mage and those of even higher realms were true guardians of humanity, legends walking among the world. However, the simultaneous appearance of so many powerful beings did not bring a shred of security. Instead, it cast a deeper despair over everyone's hearts. This meant that a war capable of destroying the heavens and the earth could erupt at any moment. Quick! To the school's underground shelter. Jang Chen was the first to react, shouting sternly. However, before his words could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the opposite end of the city, in stark contrast to the direction the high-level mages were heading. A sound more terrifying than 1,000 thunders exploded. A devastating shockwave swept towards them. The entire heavy magic building seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking violently and groaning under the unbearable strain. Ah! The students in the corridor instantly toppled over, screams and cries rising and falling, countless people falling to the ground like rolling gourds. Jiang Shu also let out a cry, losing her balance, along with Yun Ningjing, and was about to fall. In an instant, a flash of azure lightning flickered. Jang Chen's figure left behind several faint azure arcs as he almost slid along the violently shaking ground. He wrapped his left arm around Jiang Shu, held Yun Ningjing with his right, and with his other hand, firmly grasped the protruding metal fire hydrant on the wall, anchoring the three of them in place. As for Qian Tianyue, he rolled and crawled, desperately clinging to a load-bearing pillar, barely avoiding being swept away by the terrifying shockwave. Brother! Jiang Shu was still in shock, her heart racing. Jiang Chen, however, seemed not to hear her. He suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the direction of the explosion, his pupils reflecting the shocking flames. They were on the 5th floor, and the view was relatively clear. They saw a massive, eerie blood-red mushroom cloud slowly rising at the horizon of the city. The flames shooting into the sky dyed half of the night sky an ominous blood red. The city's defenses had been torn open. The distant burning flames illuminated the faces of the boys and girls. Faced with such a sudden disaster, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Neither in his past life nor this life had he ever witnessed such a terrifying sight. What is happening? Has the natural disaster and demons already broken in? His sister's eardrums buzzed, almost screaming at the top of her lungs. If it's a natural disaster, we're already dead. Jiang Chen shouted back just as loudly. The tremors gradually subsided. He had just released the two girls in his arms, preparing to organize everyone for an immediate escape. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound suddenly erupted from beneath their feet. It felt as if a colossal beast from the depths of hell had violently thumped its heart right under them. This tremor, though not as intense as the previous one, made everyone feel as if their internal organs had been displaced. Moreover, this time, it's so close. Xian Tianyue's face drained of color, his voice trembling slightly. The four of them were enveloped in a glow of magic. Even if hope was slim, they would struggle to the death. However, what descended was not the anticipated second explosion, but something more direct and far more brutal: destruction. In the next moment, Jang Chen suddenly looked up, his pupils narrowing into the most dangerous pinprick shape. His gaze was locked onto straight ahead, less than 100 meters away, that teaching building. Rumble! The earth cracked open. The solid concrete ground was as if lifted by a giant hand from below, suddenly arching up and tearing apart. Dust and debris shot into the sky. A massive, unimaginably large dark green vine erupted from the ground with a piercing shriek that could tear eardrums. The vine was covered in menacing barbs and bizarre patterns, resembling a colossal drill from hell. It surged upward in an utterly savage manner, instantly piercing through the entire teaching building. Crack, boom. The steel reinforcements wailed, and the concrete roared. The 6 or 7-story building was as fragile as a sandcastle before it. Walls and floors disintegrated in an instant, countless desks and miscellaneous items were thrown into the air. In a moment, the entire building shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. With his third-tier cultivation and the extraordinary vision and perception granted by his double casting talent, Jang Chen could even see clearly. Among the shattered building, some students who had not managed to escape wore expressions of extreme terror and despair. The underground, the entrance to the shelter. Yun Ning, who had remained silent, spoke in a voice that was almost cold and devoid of emotion, revealing a fact that plunged everyone into an icy abyss. It's right behind that building. The enormous vine that had pierced through the teaching building seemed unsatisfied. It continued to stretch upward with a howling wind, as if it aimed to pierce the very sky. In the next moment, the tip of the vine exploded open, transforming into a gaping maw filled with layered sharp teeth. Immediately after, the vine let out a deafening roar into the pitch-black night sky. After the colossal vine descended, it thrashed wildly in the air, each strike tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing sonic boom. In the next instant, it suddenly changed direction, the massive dark green body contracting downward, wrapping around the teetering teaching building like a giant python coiling around a coffin. Creak! The already crumbling structure groaned under the vine's constriction, the wall structure being crushed inch by inch. Brother! There are still people inside. Jiang Shu exclaimed, his voice trembling. But Jiang Chen and the others were barely able to protect themselves. In the face of such disaster, survival had become a luxury. Just at this critical moment, a wave of heat so intense it felt as if it could ignite their very souls swept in without warning. Above the night sky, a massive red lotus of fire bloomed in layers, resembling a lotus seat descended from the gods. Each petal of flame formed from the fire glimmered like crimson glass, its edges burning with dark golden flames. The flames, like a blood-red sun, instantly illuminated everyone's faces to a deep crimson. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, the air began to warp, and rolling heat waves spread outward. The terrifyingly massive vine suddenly halted its movements. It clearly sensed the deadly threat. But immediately, it intensified its stranglehold on the teaching building. This enormous vine seemed to understand that the master of the Red Lotus fire would not abandon those inside the teaching building who were calling for help, so it became exceptionally rampant. The Red Lotus fire in the air did not directly crash down. Instead, it rapidly condensed and compressed in the air. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, it transformed into a massive, blazing red lotus greatsword, towering as high as 7 or 8 stories. The guard of the greatsword was formed from the red lotus, with the blade extending from the center of the lotus, its golden patterns covering the blade, exuding an aura of majesty and destruction. This red lotus greatsword showed no signs of hesitation, directly slashing down with the momentum of splitting heaven and earth towards the enormous vine that was entangling the teaching building. Roar! The giant vine let out a roar that seemed unearthly, suddenly releasing its grip on the teaching building. Then, using the reaction force, it swung back with even more ferocity, retracting. Boom! In the instant the teaching building was suddenly forced, a large section of the wall was violently torn away, exposing more concrete debris and steel bars, as if a layer of flesh had been brutally ripped off. Phew! The students who had narrowly escaped death took a breath, feeling a sense of exhaustion from surviving a disaster. However, they saw that the giant vine, having detached from the teaching building, did not flee. On the contrary, the retreat of the enormous vine was merely to gather even greater power. The rapidly retracting giant vine traced a visible pitch-black trajectory in the air. It did not immediately release the teaching building but instead spun wildly around the structure, circle after circle. With each rotation, its momentum surged. With each circle, it accumulated even more terrifying power. At the moment of the third circle's release, it finally let go of the building, on the verge of collapse. In the end, this dark blue giant vine, charged with surging kinetic energy, lashed out like a magical whip tearing through the heavens, accompanied by layers of sonic booms, violently striking towards the Red Lotus greatsword in the sky. In the next instant, the Red Lotus greatsword collided with the enormous vine. Boom! A blinding light erupted. Following the light was a deafening roar that temporarily rendered people deaf. The sword light and charred smoke intertwined as the two colossal entities collided in the air, and the terrifying energy waves swept outwards like a tsunami. Countless window panes shattered into layers. Nearby trees were uprooted by the fierce winds. The hard concrete ground rolled and cracked as if it had been plowed through. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky. Just the aftermath of the battle made the students standing 100 meters away, nearly unable to keep their footing. Jang Chen and the others could only shield their faces from the oncoming wind, barely peering through the gaps in their arms to continue observing the battle not far ahead. This kind of power. Jang Chen stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene, his heart churning. In the face of such might, Jang Chen and the other students truly felt no different from ants. Look! A powerful figure has made a move. It's a high-level mage. We're saved. Great. We're saved. Why not just use a destructive spell? Can't you see how arrogant this monster is? Are you stupid? Can't you see? There are still people inside the teaching building? Who cares if they die? If the monster doesn't die, we're all going to die. In the corridor of the heavy magic building, the relief of surviving, selfish shouts, and desperate cries mixed together. Grandpa Fong. Yun Ning stared intently at the Red Lotus greatsword, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Grandpa Fong. Ning Jing, is that powerful figure the old butler who used to take you to and from school? Jang Chen asked after hearing Yun Ning's murmured words. Yes. A hint of worry appeared on Yun Ning's usually expressionless face at that moment. In Jang Chen's mind, an image of a grandfather with white hair, always dressed in a well-fitted suit, emerged. He never expected that the usually amiable old man was actually a high-level mage. And does a high-level mage usually just pick up and drop off Ning Jing? Isn't it strange that someone at such a high level still has to work? Jang Chen's mind wandered. Don't worry, Grandpa Fong will be fine, after all, this is the city center. Jiang Chen instinctively comforted. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he found himself unable to continue. The city center? The distant, still dissipating blood-red mushroom cloud was the greatest irony to the statement, the city center is very safe. Jiang Chen looked at Yun Ningjing. The girl still maintained her cold expression, but the small hand gripping his clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white, her tightly pressed lips, and her slightly furrowed brows all revealed her inner worries, fears, and unease. Any comforting words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. However, the young boys and girls were too weak, they could protect nothing, not even their own lives. Jiang Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and forced himself to squeeze out a confident smile. He looked directly into her eyes and said word by word, it's okay. I will take you out, you just need to stick close to me. Yun Ningjing's gaze shifted from the distant battle to Jang Chen's face. In her pitch-black eyes, his serious face was clearly reflected. After staring at him for a second or two, she nodded gently. The girl nodded slightly, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit. The battle between the Red Lotus greatsword and the enormous vines continued. However, before they could catch their breath, bang, 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 familiar vibrations came from all directions, each one more intense than the last. Is there more? There's not just one of these monsters? We're doomed, we're doomed. Mom! The series of shocking changes spread despair like a plague among the students. As expected, in several other directions of the campus, several massive dark green vines burst through the ground, instantly piercing through buildings like the library and the experimental building. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, these later appearing vines were visibly smaller. Moreover, Jiang Chen realized that these damaged buildings had one thing in common, they all had powerful mages stationed there. Many teachers also stayed at school at night, using the school's facilities to cultivate, almost simultaneously, around those smaller giant vines, various brilliant magical lights lit up, clearly indicating that the teachers who stayed were taking action. Ningjiang High School, at this moment, had completely turned into a battlefield between mages and monsters. And at this moment, the heavy magic building beneath Jiang Chen's feet trembled violently, like never before. It was a cry of impending collapse, coming from the very foundation. the walls above him instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and countless fragments and dust poured down like a waterfall. Oh no! Jang Chen's scalp tingled, a deadly sense of crisis gripped his heart. There were also some below this building. If you don't want to die, jump down. Jang Chen used all his strength to let out a roar that echoed through the corridor. This roar was like a heavy hammer, waking up those students who were still hesitating and crying out. Before his voice faded, Jang Chen moved. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and picked up his sister, holding her tightly around the waist. Jang Shu instinctively wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. She believed in him 100%. Jang Shu was an earth mage, and as a novice earth mage, she had no suitable magic for jumping off buildings. Jump! Jang Chen shouted one last time at Qian Tianyue and Yun Ningjing. Then, holding his sister, he was the first to rush toward the already twisted and deformed railing on the 5th floor. Without any hesitation, Yun Ningjing and Qian Tianyue followed closely behind. The four of them leaped from the heavy magic tower, as if diving into an abyss shrouded in firelight and darkness. At this moment, it was already the end of the second year of high school. Jang Chen and his companions had all become third-tier mages. They were among the top students at Ningjiang High School. And even if they were thrown into the third year to take the college entrance examination, they could surpass the vast majority of others. Therefore, their mastery of low-tier magic was already superb. At this time, most areas of the campus had fallen into darkness due to the disaster. Only the distant battlefield of demons and mages occasionally erupted with blinding light, casting flickering reflections on the pale faces of the young boys. Almost the moment Jang Chen roared, different colored magical glows lit up around the four of them. Below them was a bottomless void of 15 meters. The cold night wind rushed up wildly, causing their clothes to flutter loudly. This 15-meter drop was significantly higher than when Jang Chen jumped off a cliff with his cousin during the winter break of their first year. But now, Jang Chen's thunderflash was no longer comparable. An extreme sense of weightlessness suddenly struck. Jang Shu instinctively clung tightly to his neck, her long black hair flying wildly in the wind. Jang Shu had also gathered her magic, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. However, Jang Chen's gaze was calm and indifferent, his thoughts racing. Crack! A brilliant blue lightning bolt exploded beneath his feet, and violent arcs of electricity danced across his body like countless silver snakes. Boom! A dull thunderclap echoed in the air. Jang Chen's falling figure momentarily paused in midair, the terrifying force of his descent instantly reduced by several degrees. Boom! Boom! Following that, two even more explosive thunderclaps rang out in succession. Jang Chen's figure flickered 3 times in the night, each flicker dissipating the impact of his fall, transforming it into bursts of blue lightning that exploded outward. Finally, he landed on the ground, holding his sister, as lightly as a feather. His feet touched the ground without stirring up a speck of dust. Almost at the moment Jang Chen landed, not far to his left, several translucent, flame-formed crimson feathers slowly floated down and dissipated. Yun Ningjing's figure gracefully landed, her face slightly pale, but her breath remained steady. On the other side, damn it all. Ah 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 ah. A scream filled with fear and a hint of a broken voice rang out. Then came a muffled thud. A small whirlwind erupted, and Qian Tianyue tumbled awkwardly in the wind, getting up covered in dirt and dust. After Jang Chen and his companions landed safely, some students also screamed as they jumped down from above. Almost at the same moment they successfully landed or failed to land. Hiss! A giant vine, slightly smaller than the one that had just pierced through the teaching building but still terrifyingly grotesque, violently burst forth from the ground directly beneath the heavy magic tower where they had just been. It surged upward with the same ferocity, instantly piercing through the entire heavy magic tower. Rumble! The solid structure of the building let out a desperate wail, crumbling like paper before the giant vine, disintegrating in an instant. Countless bricks, twisted steel bars, and shattered concrete blocks rained down like a torrential storm. Those students who hesitated by the railing, hoping to avoid jumping down immediately, had their expressions freeze in an instant, filled with extreme regret and fear. Just a few seconds of hesitation had plunged them into a life-or-death situation. Of course, there were also some who simply couldn't use displacement magic, or lacked the proficiency to cast it in a short time. At this critical moment, a series of flexible yet sturdy azure streams appeared out of nowhere, like living silk ribbons, wrapping around the students who were on the brink of despair. The water curtain flowed, emitting a faint glow. The debris from the collapsing building crashed heavily onto the water curtain, creating ripples, yet it did not immediately harm those inside. But that was all it could do. The force of the landslide and tsunami was simply too terrifying. Some students were in such poor positions and failed to escape actively, that even with the water flow protecting them, they were instantly submerged along with the water curtain by the landslide-like ruins, their fates uncertain. Even worse, some unfortunate souls were pierced through the water curtain's defense by sharp rebar or jagged stones under the immense impact. In the midst of the piercing screams, blood instantly stained the azure. Only a few lucky ones managed to escape unscathed from the edge of the ruins under the protection of the water curtain. On the other side, Jang Chen had already taken the other three and was sprinting away from the heavy magic tower without looking back. The collapse of the heavy magic tower was like a giant block tower crashing down, with debris and dust spreading like a tsunami in all directions. Jang Chen and the others had to retreat again and again. It was only because they had retreated far enough that when they looked up, they could finally see the so-called small one gigantic vine in its entirety. It was a deep blackish green, covered in menacing barbs that glimmered with a dark metallic sheen. The surface of the vine flowed with a layer of eerie, almost living dark patterns. A stench, mixed with decaying earth and a strong metallic smell of blood, assaulted their senses, making them nauseous. Its diameter was still large enough to obscure half the sky, instilling fear in those who gazed upon it. The menacing vine slowly stirred above the ruins, casting a massive shadow that completely enveloped the four tiny figures. Qian Tianyue opened his mouth, making a hiss sound from his throat, but not a single word came out. The other three were equally shocked. What on earth was this small one? This was fucking small one? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched violently. He had no doubt that even the third tier magic he currently controlled would probably not be able to break through this thing's defenses. Bro, what do we do now? Should we go find a teacher? Jang Shu was somewhat at a loss, gripping Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Qian Tianyue and Yun Ning were in a similar state. Just a few minutes ago, they were the admired prodigies on campus, diligently practicing in the tranquil and safe heavy magic tower, perhaps even thinking about grabbing some late-night snacks or catching up on a show when they got home. And now, they found themselves in a real hellish battlefield. Ruined walls and cries of despair filled the air. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, choking dust, and the nauseating stench of blood and demons. In the face of such a terrifying upheaval, who could remain unflinching? Not to mention that apart from Jiang Chen, the other three were merely 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The murky air, mixed with dust, blood, and foul odors, filled his lungs, cold and sharp, yet it forced his heart, which was racing with fear and shock, to calm down. Stay calm. The more it was such a time, the more one needed to remain calm. If they ran around like headless flies like the other students, they would only die faster. From the information he had just observed, Jiang Chen understood that these terrifying vines emerging from the ground had one primary target: the powerful mages who remained in various buildings of the school to practice. They, as students, were at most collateral damage caught in the aftermath of the battle. As long as they were not foolish enough to provoke these incomprehensible monsters or stand in the way of their attacks on the mages, they would be safe for the time being. Moreover, the teachers guarding the heavy magic tower had already taken action. As expected. In the next moment, a completely different magical aura, gentle yet vast, suddenly descended. It was a plump woman with a gentle demeanor, now exuding a powerful presence that contrasted sharply with her appearance. Beneath her feet, waves of water swirled, lifting her body as she stood gracefully atop a high, broken concrete slab. She gazed directly at the menacing giant vine stirring the ruins ahead, her eyes showing no sign of retreat. All personnel below the intermediate level, break through to the south gate immediately. The school's shelter has collapsed. I repeat, break through to the south gate. A clear and urgent female voice, wrapped in silver telekinetic energy, thundered like a clap of thunder in every corner of the ruins. Jiang Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice. The source was right in front of the menacing giant vine stirring the ruins, that gentle-looking plump woman. It was she who had just used water magic to wrap around those students, saving a portion of them from the collapsed ruins. Jiang Chen recognized her. She was one of the teachers in Jiang Chen's class, Teacher Lu. So she is an intermediate mage duel cultivating in water and telekinesis. This teacher was quite mysterious. The students didn't even know her secondary element was water. A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, but his heart sank heavily. Not enough. Just one intermediate mage facing such a terrifying monster was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Upon hearing the command, the surviving students clung to the last straw of hope, scrambling and rolling towards the south gate in a desperate escape. Some, in their panic, unconsciously rushed towards the more terrifying battlefield near the Red Lotus Greatsword, but were jolted awake by the shout and quickly turned back. Teacher Lu. There are still people in the building. Jang Shu shouted anxiously, looking at the ruins. Teacher Lu glanced back, and despite being in a dire situation, her face still bore that gentle smile from class. Don't worry, the teacher will save them. Her voice remained soft. You all should hurry and leave, staying here will only be a burden to the teacher. But you are all alone. Qian Tianyue looked up at the teacher with a worried expression. They all understood that this powerful monster, even among the fierce ones, was not something an intermediate mage could contend with. Yun Ningjing said nothing, merely staring at the teacher's figure with her beautiful eyes. Who said I am alone? Teacher Lu said with a smile. As soon as her words fell, a visible azure spherical tornado suddenly formed at the other end of the ruins. At the center of the storm, countless torn stones and debris spun at high speed, emitting a piercing shriek, like an azure meteor carrying the power of destruction, violently crashing into the giant vine that stirred the heavens and earth. The two collided with a thunderous crash. The giant vine let out a piercing roar of pain, and countless sharp wind blades cut into its hard surface, leaving behind a dense array of pale scars. Damn it, this beast has tough skin. A rough male voice came from the other side of the ruins. There, a tall man, surrounded by a sky-blue glow, pressed his hands down, firmly controlling the destructive storm. The man was their physical education teacher, Wen Bin. Alright, I know you are all good kids. But don't waste time, hurry and leave. Teacher Lu's voice rang out again as she gently raised her hand. Boom! A surging curtain of water shot up into the sky, transforming into a towering wave that crashed violently against the giant vine, temporarily blocking the vine's view of Jang Chen and the others. At the same time, a gentle yet irresistible silver telekinetic force suddenly pushed against Jang Chen and the three others, stumbling them towards the south. Jang Shu wanted to say something. Go! Jang Chen's reluctant roar burst forth, almost squeezed out between his teeth. Then, he no longer hesitated for a moment, grabbing his sister's wrist and dragging her forward as they ran wildly. We'll only hold each other back here. Jang Shu stumbled as her brother pulled her along, and she turned back for one last look. The two figures, seemingly insignificant before the overwhelming magical might, suddenly erupted with brilliant magical light. Teacher Lu. Teacher 1. You must be extra careful. Qian Tianyue shouted loudly, pushed by telekinesis, before stumbling and starting to run frantically. Jang Chen did not look back, he just exerted all his strength and let out a tremendous roar. Teachers! You must survive. In response, the magical brilliance behind the two teachers surged once more, along with the deafening roar of the monsters. Keep up! Jang Chen shouted again, pulling his sister as his figure instantly accelerated, disappearing into the endless darkness ahead. Yun Ningjing's gaze withdrew from that brilliance, landing on Jang Chen's resolute back, and without a moment's hesitation, she followed closely behind. As they ran, her fingertips subconsciously brushed over the necklace around her neck. Ningjiang High School had already turned into a battlefield. During their escape, Jang Chen's mind was racing, roughly sorting out the current situation in his heart. To the north gate was the battlefield of the Red Lotus Greatsword and the most terrifying vines. Even the residual waves of battle were enough to instantly evaporate them, low-level mages. Other directions were also erupting with battles between mages and giant vines. And the south gate was the lifeline pointed out by Teacher Lu. Moreover, there was an emergency shelter underground in the municipal park outside the south gate. This was survival knowledge that every citizen had to engrave in their bones during the chaotic times of monsters. Since the goal was clear, there was no reason to hesitate. The four of them ran towards the south gate of the campus. The south gate of Ningjiang High School was the main entrance Jang Chen used daily, where the century-old banyan tree grew. Ningjiang High School had over 3,000 students just in the high school section, and the campus was enormous. However, from the heavy magic building to the south gate, it usually took only 5 to 10 minutes to walk. But now, it had become an unreachable chasm. Many roads were covered by collapsed buildings. Moreover, there were battlefields everywhere with powerful mages and monsters fighting. So, they had to spend several times the usual time to detour. A dead silence pressed on everyone's hearts, leaving them mute among the broken walls, only quickening their pace and burying their heads in their journey. The exposed steel bars of the surrounding building wreckage, under the distant flashes of magic, pointed menacingly towards the sky like the fangs of a monster. The air was thick with the smell of scorched earth, mixed with choking dust. There was also a faint, yet lingering, sweet smell of blood, making every breath feel like swallowing knives. They had just rounded a half-collapsed teaching building. Suddenly, Jang Chen's footsteps halted. In the green belt of the campus to the right front, a chilling sound that made the scalp tingle emerged. Rustling. The sound was fine and sticky. It also carried a slippery, nauseating friction, as if countless soft-bodied creatures were writhing beneath the decaying leaves. And they were gnawing on something. Occasionally, there were also the sickening sounds of bones cracking. The sound was fine and sticky, like countless tiny claws crawling over the dry leaves, or some creature writhing collectively. It was also like the painful crunch sound made when bones were forcefully chewed apart. Jang Chen suddenly stopped, his right arm crossing to instantly block his companions behind him. There was no need for words. Jiang Shu, Yun Ningjing, and Qian Tianyue all held their breath almost simultaneously. Different colored magical lights quietly flowed around them, warily gazing towards the green belt from which the strange sounds emanated. The four exchanged a glance and cautiously moved a few steps forward, trying to bypass the other without alarming them. However, the rustling sounds not only did not diminish, but instead amplified several times in an instant. Jang Chen and the others immediately understood that a battle was inevitable. "What's inside?" Qian Tianyue whispered to the other three, a hint of uncontrollable tremor in his voice. Jang Chen responded directly. "Hello, is anyone there?" Jang Chen raised his voice to ask. His voice echoed through the desolate ruins, yet there was no human response. Or rather, what answered him was the increasingly agitated noise from the greenery. The rustling sounds surged like a black tide, overwhelming them. Among them were several muffled roars, suppressed to the extreme, filled with a bloodthirsty desire. The roars rose and fell, rapidly encircling them from the right flank along the edge of the greenery. On the left were towering ruins, and on the right, an unknown threat loomed closer from the shadows. Their escape route was instantly cut off. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dozen twisted and terrifying figures finally tore through the foliage, bursting forth from the darkness. When their forms were fully revealed before the four, even with some mental preparation, their pupils still constricted sharply. Among the terrifying figures, 7 or 8 familiar monsters were the vinewood gray wolves. They varied in size, their bodies entirely composed of countless dark green vines, their eyes glowing with a ghastly green light, locking onto them tightly. Fresh blood and blurred human tissue fragments hung from the corners of their mouths. This indicated that students had already fallen victim. What chilled Jiang Chen and the others even more was the thing that followed the wolf pack. It was a type of monster they had never seen in any bestiary, something they had never heard of. Some grotesque beings, a bizarre combination of decaying plants and human flesh, barely maintaining a human outline. Their levels of decay varied. Some were relatively intact, still showing human features. Others had completely turned into a mass of writhing rotten flesh, forcibly bound into twisted shapes by dark green vines. A stench so strong it almost solidified the air assaulted them. As they moved, the creatures swayed unsteadily, their joints emitting a nauseating crack sound. However, they did not find any fresh students in uniforms transformed into these monsters. "Do you recognize those? Let's call them plant zombies?" Jang Chen casually named these unfamiliar monsters. "No, I don't recognize them." Qian Tianyue swallowed nervously, as life and death combat loomed before them. "What should we do, Jang Chen?" Qian Tianyue's face turned a bit pale. Should we charge straight in, or?" He intended to suggest taking a detour, but looking at the quickly forming encirclement of those monsters, he knew how naive that proposal was. These plant-based monsters had long been hiding and ambushing in the greenery, waiting for prey like them to walk into their trap. Jang Chen's response was calm yet brutal. "Kill them all." His voice held no ripples, his gaze swiftly scanning the group of monsters before them. "Since ordinary-level monsters have appeared here, the entire campus is likely already overrun. If we don't eliminate this group of small fry now, we could easily be caught in a pincer attack as we move forward." Jang Chen's logic was clear, his tone rapid. "All right." Yunjing's gentle yet firm voice rang out, a flicker of intense firelight dancing at her fingertips. "Brother, how should we fight?" Jiang Shu looked up at Jiang Chen, filled with trust and calm. "Jiang Shu, focus on defense and support. Tianyue, keep watch for the wind, use wind blades for assistance. Jing, clear the monsters with me." Jiang Chen quickly completed the division of labor based on each person's mastery of magic and corresponding characteristics. "Quick battle, quick resolution, save magic energy," Jiang Chen added, taking a deep breath of the air mixed with blood and decay. The moment his words fell, the demons opposite had already formed a half-moon encirclement, roaring and charging forward with a nauseating foul wind. The four of them leaned against a crumbling concrete wall, forming a small battle formation. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's right hand grasped the air. Sizzle! A light sound echoed as arcs of electricity danced in the air. A blue light blade, slightly longer than a dagger and slightly shorter than a long sword, formed from raging lightning, appeared in his right hand, emitting a heart-pounding hum. Immediately, countless silver serpentine arcs of blue lightning erupted beneath his feet. "Thunderbolt, Godspeed!" Boom! A dull thunderclap resounded. Jang Chen's body instantly transformed into a blur of blue lightning. At a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye, he charged into the swarm of demons, fiercely carving out a sharp Z trajectory. Lightning flickered, folding in an instant. Put, 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 put. Four muffled sounds of cutting through rotten flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Four oddly shaped plant zombie heads shot into the sky. What gushed from the severed necks was not blood, but a dark green, foul-smelling slime. 3 displacements, swiftly killing 4 demons. Jang Chen's figure quietly stood behind the horde of demons, the lightning blade pointing diagonally to the ground, arcs of electricity still leaping tirelessly along the blade. A feeling of invincibility surged in Jang Chen's heart, as if he had begun to slice through vegetables. The lightning sword had no weight, but each time it cut and collided with an object, it consumed an unpredictable amount of magic energy. And Jang Chen could naturally feel the magic energy core surging forth. Each time he cut through a demon, the magic energy surged, bringing waves of sensation, combined with the real sensory feedback from slaying demons. These factors combined made Jang Chen feel as if he truly experienced a satisfying impact, as if every punch landed and every slash was a critical hit. This exhilarating feeling caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curl into a slight arc. At the same time, Jang Chen could clearly perceive that with every turn and every thrust, he had precisely controlled the output of magic energy to the finest degree. The sudden ambush of Thunderbolt Flash, aside from the consumption of the lightning sword, only used the magic energy of a standard second-tier spell. At this moment, with his mastery of the Blue Brilliance level Thunderbolt Flash, Jang Chen could easily break down a complete ordinary Thunderbolt Flash into 3 shorter, yet more flexible, high-speed displacements. Previously, to ensure his sister's safe and smooth landing, Jang Chen had used the Blue Brilliance level Thunderbolt Flash at any cost, consuming the magic energy equivalent to 3 full second-tier spells. Of course, its power and speed far exceeded the Thunderbolt Flash he used now. The improvement in magical proficiency allowed mages to do more with less magic energy. Managing magic energy was also a necessary skill for becoming a strong individual. Jang Chen had a premonition that tonight's battle was probably just beginning. Therefore, he had to adopt the most efficient and energy-saving method of killing to preserve his strength for the potentially more brutal battles to come. Are these plant zombies only as strong as ordinary mortal-level demons? They're about the same as the Vinewood Grey Wolves, right? Moreover, their weakness is in the head. Although they still have some vitality after decapitation, they can no longer get up. However, if I cut other parts, it might be difficult to kill them completely. Let's give it a try. After swiftly slaying 4 plant zombies in an instant, Jang Chen gathered some information. On the other side, Yun Ning's fair cheeks and brisk movements made it impossible to see her usual social anxiety and introversion. She seemed to have truly transformed into the lonely and aloof girl of fire. Her slender hands were slightly pressed together, then stretched out to the sides. 3 blazing orange-red fireballs appeared out of thin air. Each fireball was nearly twice the size of an ordinary first-level fireball, with flames that burned more intensely and explosively, radiating an astonishing heat. Xiao Shu, Yun Ningjing called out coldly. The 3 blue-glowing fireballs, operating at full power, seemed to wrap the trembling air, tracing 3 graceful and precise arcs as they rushed towards the 3 Vinewood Grey Wolves that were about to encircle from the side. As the 3 Vinewood Grey Wolves moved, they made a rustling sound, their pitch-black pupils flickering with a ghostly green light. They sensed the size of the fireballs and that they could be controlled by a human. Thus, they wisely chose to dodge instead of foolishly exposing their hollow bodies. However, just as their vine-like muscles tensed and they prepared to leap aside, Jiang Shu's voice rang out at that very moment, crisp and deadly. Ningjing! Now! Suddenly, the ground trembled imperceptibly. The land beneath the 3 Vinewood Grey Wolves suddenly collapsed, forming 3 small pits. Although the pits were not deep, the timing was clever enough to cause the demons to falter and lose their balance. It was Jiang Shu's first-level earth magic ground collapse. In the next instant, boom! 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 3 explosions erupted almost simultaneously, and a violent wave of fire swept out, engulfing the shattered vines and charred flesh. The 3 ordinary-level demons couldn't even let out a wail before evaporating on the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Tianyue was fixated on the 2 plant zombies directly in front of him. His face was still somewhat pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but the pale blue wind blades he conjured from wind elements were remarkably stable. 3 solid wind blades whistled out in succession. Whoosh! The first wind blade sliced towards the 2 plant zombies charging at him. The 2 plant zombies, clearly lacking intelligence, were caught off guard by the sudden attack and instinctively veered to the side. And just as they paused, exposing their weaknesses for a moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other 2 wind blades from Chen Tianyue arrived at an awkward angle, targeting the vulnerable necks they had exposed by turning. Thud! Thud. Two ugly heads shot into the air, dark green foul liquid gushing forth like a spring. Qian Tianyue took a breath, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination of having survived a disaster, murmuring, "Fortunately, the practice of predicting movements wasn't in vain." With a slight exertion, the four of them had already reduced the originally aggressive group of over 10 demons by more than half in the blink of an eye. Jang Chen, Jang Shu, Yun Ningjing, and Qian Tianyue, these four top students ranked in the top 10 of their sophomore class, displayed combat skills far beyond their peers when facing these Vinewood wolf demons and plant zombies. Their attacks were precise, efficient, and deadly. After Jang Chen discovered the weaknesses of the plant zombies, all their attacks targeted the vital points. Even the Vinewood Grey Wolves were beheaded one by one, striving for a single fatal blow, not allowing them the chance to root themselves and slowly recover from their injuries. Moreover, while they launched their fierce attacks, they were also cautious. The four never relaxed their guard against the plant zombies that had been decapitated and were writhing on the ground, only slightly easing up once they had completely lost their power and lay limp on the ground, but they still made sure to keep their distance from the corpses. The rhythm of the battle had been firmly in their control from the very beginning. "Brother! Can you not charge in so recklessly next time?" Jiang Shu's voice rang out with a hint of reproach and fear. This was not a regular ranking match, but a battlefield where one could die at any moment. The girl watched Jang Chen's aggressive tactics, charging into the midst of the demons with his frail body, her heart leaping to her throat. "That's a pile of demons. What if my rock shield can't keep up with your speed and I can't reinforce you in time?" Jang Chen's speed, under the enhancement of the blue glow level thunder flash and double release speed, far surpassed that of his peers who were lightning mages, both in casting speed and the actual performance speed of the magic. This put Jiang Shu, as a defensive support, to the ultimate test in terms of prediction and timing for casting. The girl thought about it and felt a chill. If her brother accidentally crashed directly into the arms of a demon, and she made even a slight misjudgment, then her brother would be torn apart by those disgusting things. She didn't even want to imagine such a scene. "Don't worry, I have it under control," Jiang Chen's voice revealed. Little emotion. Jiang Chen's figure flickered. He dodged a plant zombie's swinging vines and bloodied arms, then countered with a sword of lightning, cleanly severing it at the shoulder. "By the way, what level is your rock shield now?" Jiang Chen asked casually. It's almost blue glow level." Jiang Shu replied anxiously, her small face tense, the manipulation of magic energy not relaxing for a moment, not daring to be distracted in the fierce battle. She couldn't help but quickly add, "Just be careful. Don't charge in too recklessly." After saying that, the girl fell completely silent, pouring all her focus into observing the battlefield and covering the other three. The second-tier Earth Magic Rock Shield. This was a spell Jiang Shu chose from the school's collection of magic after winning first place in the athletics competition during her first year of high school. Compared to the heavy and slow Earth Wall in textbooks, the advantage of Rock Shield lay in its extreme flexibility and moldability. Correspondingly, this magic also placed high demands on the caster. To master this spell, Jiang Shu had endured countless hardships in private. "Oh? Almost blue glow level?" A hint of a smile crept into Jiang Chen's voice as he praised her. "That's quite impressive. How about I see if your shield is hard enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant blue arc of electricity leaped from the tip of his left finger. A faint smell of ozone began to permeate the air. Jiang Chen slowly raised his left hand. At the tip of his index finger, a blinding bolt of lightning was wildly condensing and compressing. And the direction he was aiming at was none other than his own sister, Jiang Shu. "Brother?" Jiang Shu's pupils constricted slightly, her face showing more confusion than fear. This sudden scene made Yun Ningjing and Qian Tianyue, who were nearby, tense up instantly. What was Jiang Chen about to do? "Don't move." Jiang Chen uttered two words. The next moment, swoosh! A bolt of blue lightning, refined to perfection, shot out from Jiang Chen's fingertip. The speed was so fast that it left only a brief blue afterimage on the retina. For the target aimed at by the lightning, if they didn't dodge before it was shot, it meant they couldn't evade at all. The speed of the lightning was too fast, low-tier mages facing lightning had to either withstand it with magic or dodge in advance. At that moment, Jiang Shu made no move to evade, not even casting any defensive magic. The lightning flashed by. Jiang Shu could even feel that the bolt of lightning almost grazed the edge of her body. The faint electric arcs that dispersed even made the fine hairs on the side of her face stand up. A whiff of ozone passed by, causing her to wrinkle her nose instinctively. Behind Jiang Shu, in the previously empty air, a pale yellow creature appeared out of nowhere. It didn't even have time to react. Put! Accompanied by a barely audible sound, a palm-sized, entirely pale yellow, butterfly-like creature was precisely pierced through the center by that bolt of lightning. The charred remains fell helplessly from the air. "You be careful too." Jang Chen's indifferent voice came through. The parasites on thee are almost crawling onto your face. Oh, okay. The younger sister nodded blankly. It seemed that Jang Chen's attack made the surrounding realize that using parasitic demons for sneak attacks was futile. In an instant, a large number of earthy yellow shadows erupted from the surviving and the fallen corpses. They were dozens of identical parasitic demons. They surged towards the four like a withered yellow storm, emitting piercing shrieks. This was the demon's last trump card. However, once all the demon's trump cards were revealed, what remained was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Clear the area. Jang Chen said flatly. In an instant, fireballs howled, wind blades crisscrossed, and earthen walls rose, accompanied by the occasional flicker of deadly lightning from Jang Chen. A one-sided slaughter was carried out efficiently and brutally. Just a dozen seconds later, in front of the screen belt, there was no sound but the steady breathing of the four. Hiss! A flash of azure swordlight passed. The last parasitic demon didn't even have time to let out a shriek before being torn apart by the violent power of lightning, igniting into charred flames, and ultimately turning into a wisp of ash. The battle was over. More than 10 demons, and it's just us 4 who are decent in strength. If it were anyone else, it would probably be dangerous. Jiang Chen glanced in the direction they came from and said lightly. Xian Tianyue let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, indeed. But where did these plant zombies come from? It can't be a biohazard, can it? How cliché. Jang Chen complained, you all be careful not to get bitten. You're the one who should be most careful. Jiang Shu shouted. Jang Chen made a face at his sister and continued. Speaking of which, it's one thing to have plant zombies, but where did those huge vines and these come from? The city of Ningjiang didn't have much economic development, its only advantage was its safe geographical location in the central part of the South Bay area. However, now it had been invaded by demons even inside the school, and he didn't know what the situation outside was like. At this moment, Yun Ningjing, who had been observing the demon corpses on the ground, spoke up. These plant zombies don't seem to be naturally generated. Yun Ningjing's cold gaze swept over the mess, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, she said softly, I once saw a similar situation in the demon encyclopedia. They resemble some kind of powerful demon, wraith. Wraith? Jiang Shu's little face turned pale, instinctively grabbing her brother's clothing. Does that mean there's a stronger demon nearby? Jang Chen noticed the subtle change in his sister's emotions and reached out to rub her head. The familiar warmth and sense of strength eased some of Jiang Shu's fear. Jiang Shu looked up at her brother, and only then did she realize that she had indeed grown much taller. Yet she still had to look up at him. Jang Chen felt his sister's gaze and smiled at her. The warm smile made Jiang Shu feel that even in this dark battlefield, it wasn't so frightening after all. The 4 of them stopped here to chat, aside from slightly recovering their magical energy. More importantly, they all sensed something. Yun Ningjing, Jiang Shu, and Xian Tianyue believed that Jang Chen must have sensed it too. But seeing that Jang Chen remained silent and stood there leisurely, the 3 tacitly accompanied him and waiting quietly. Sure enough, their 4 had dealt with the demons, yet their stance of not moving forward soon made some hidden mice unable to hold back. Hey! You! Guys, why aren't you leaving after killing the demons? What are you dawdling for? A very impatient, somewhat commanding male voice rang out from the direction the 4 had come from. Immediately after, 7 students stumbled out. Their faces a mix of fear and bluster, looking fierce yet cowardly. Jang Chen's gaze swept over them, recognizing a few faces. They were the same ones who had slandered Yun Ningjing in the KTV and later spread rumors about Jang Chen in various campus group chats. The one who had just spoken with an unfriendly tone and a bit of aggression was one of them. I'm tired from walking, let's take a break, Jang Chen said. What, are you not convinced? Before Jang Chen's words had even finished, he was already striding towards them. At the same time, a loud crackle erupted. His lightning sword screamed wildly in his hand, as if infused with a furious soul, instantly erupting with blinding, deafening arcs of electricity. Silver serpentine arcs of electricity shot out in all directions, striking the ground and walls, leaving behind charred cracks and producing a series of explosive sounds. Hey, big brother. Big brother. Calm down. Let's talk this out. The leading boy, who had just been shouting, was instantly replaced by extreme fear, his voice trembling. He staggered backward while frantically waving his hands, forcing a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. He said, and no, it's nothing. We didn't mean anything. You guys have worked hard, it's time to rest, yes, time to rest. Seeing his face change so quickly, Jang Chen calmly scanned the other 6. Anyone who met his gaze hurriedly retreated. Their faces immediately filled with friendly, fawning smiles, and they hurriedly said, resting is good, yes, it's time to take a break. Truly the top student, lightning sword. That last move was so cool. Really, so cool. We were just worried, afraid that more monsters would come, so we were just trying to remind you out of kindness. Jang Chen looked at their honest expressions and thought to himself that it was indeed easier to talk when one held the upper hand. I see, Jang Chen said with a faint smile, then why were you all hiding in the back just now? He tilted his head and asked innocently. Weren't you afraid that the monsters would find you first? This. The leading boy, Wu Jianming, was suddenly at a loss for words, stammering and unable to say anything. At that moment, another girl who had participated in slandering Yun Ningjing, Li Yuxuan, hurriedly stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. We were afraid of interfering with your monster slaying. So we thought, we'd wait and see, and it would be a good opportunity to help you. Yes, we were just waiting for an opportunity. Right, you guys agree? The nonsense she spun almost made her believe it herself. The other students nearby quickly chimed in, echoing Li Yuxuan's words. After hearing their nonsense, Jang Chen and his companions felt somewhat speechless, nearly laughing in anger. They had already noticed this group of audience following them from a distance while they hunted those dozen or so monsters. These 7 had been hanging back, neither coming forward to assist nor daring to face the monsters, let alone turn and run away. They were merely waiting for Jang Chen and his companions to clear the obstacles in their path, to finish off all the monsters. Then they would reap the benefits. Safe and easy, moving forward with glee. Ironically, these rookies were probably truly scared out of their wits. They were afraid that monsters would pop out from some corner, and they clung tightly to their magic, not letting go. Moreover, they had no skills to hide their magical fluctuations. The glaring elemental fluctuations made them 7 look as if they were holding torches, walking in the dark, exceptionally conspicuous. Not to mention Jang Chen, a monster with double the elemental perception. I'm afraid that even a passing demon could easily lock onto their location. The funniest part is that they still thought they were hiding well. Well, how about we hurry up and leave? Li Yuxuan said somewhat ingratiatingly, otherwise, the demons might come back soon. You all go ahead, I have depression, and if I'm not careful, I might go crazy and start chopping people. After saying that, Jang Chen suddenly raised the thunder sword in his hand, pretending to chop someone. The few of them immediately covered their heads and fled. They ran a few steps before realizing that Jang Chen hadn't charged at them, so they stopped and turned back. They saw Jang Chen retract his right hand and leisurely said, "See, I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might chop you all to death." Wu Jianming was at a loss for words, unable to say a single word. Brother, big brother, Jang brother, we were wrong. Li Yuxuan reacted quickly, pleading with a sobbing tone, we were just too scared, please, take us with you. We don't want to die here. We can do anything. The others also began to plead, lowering their postures significantly. They would rather give up their dignity than walk on this terrifying battlefield alone, even though the most terrifying demons had already been restrained by the teachers. They had witnessed Jang Chen and his companions crushing the demons and had long regarded them as their only lifeline. They hoped that the few big shots could lead them out of this dangerous battlefield, or rather, they wanted Jang Chen and the others to be their bodyguards. When Jang Shu heard that green tea bitch called Jang Chen brother, veins suddenly popped out on her forehead, and she felt a bit angry. However, Jang Shu still reached out her small hand and tugged at her brother's hand. The siblings had a very tacit understanding. Jang Chen didn't even need to turn around to know what his sister meant. She wasn't pleading for mercy. She was reminding him that this was school, and there were many teachers still in the school either cultivating or on duty. These teachers not only didn't run away but instead risked their lives to protect the students, so she hoped her brother wouldn't escalate things too much and leave a moral burden. Of course, the pure-hearted and kind sister would also think that although these 7 people were a bit terrible, they were still lives. However, they were on a battlefield at the moment. So, she just shook Jang Chen's hand, letting him make the decision. Jang Chen understood and squeezed his sister's hand to show he got it. He looked over the 7 people in front of him again. To be honest, facing such cowardly and clearly ungrateful trash, Jang Chen was reluctant to take them along. Saving such garbage would only raise the price of rice in society. It was civilization that saved them. But, taking them along wasn't without benefits. If something happened later, they could be used as cannon fodder. After all, they definitely couldn't run faster than the 4 of them. Isn't it just being bodyguards? Watch me protect you in front of me. Xian Tianyue and Yin Ningjing beside him also said nothing, just quietly waiting for Jang Chen's decision. Thus, Jang Chen revealed a sincere smile and said gently, then let's go together. After all, I'm not a devil. The 7 people immediately showed relieved smiles. Lord Jang Chen's grace was not to be forgotten. However, the 7 immediately focused their attention again. Dissolve the broken magic in your hands. But the 7 looked at each other. If you don't dissolve it, get lost. Jang Chen's gentle expression suddenly turned cold, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Dissolve! Dissolve! I'll dissolve it right away. One of the boys was startled and immediately dispelled his magic. The others, seeing this, didn't dare to hesitate any longer. One by one, they dispelled their magic. They lowered their heads, and no one spoke. But the tense jaws, slightly trembling shoulders, and clenched fists betrayed their true emotions. With their heads down, their eyes were filled with humiliation, anger, disgust, and disdain, yet their bodies were honest. Very good, Jang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Jang Chen could see their emotions from their small movements. But he paid no attention to their reactions. He didn't care what they thought, as long as they didn't get in the way. With these 7 deadweights added, the 4 of them didn't feel that more people meant more strength. Instead, they became even more vigilant. However, soon, the 4 of them wouldn't have to worry about having a few more burdens. The group advanced along the remnants of broken walls. The once flat school path had long been blocked by collapsed buildings, forcing them to take a detour. After climbing over a few barely passable ruins and casually slaying a few oblivious monsters, a fork in the road appeared before them. Even though the campus had turned into a mess, everyone had a rough idea of where the 2 paths led. After all, they had been studying here for 2 years. The road on the right led to a small garden within the campus. The garden was lush with flowers and plants, and there was a pavilion for teachers and students to rest. Many students liked to stroll there on ordinary days. Now, if they passed through here, they could reach the south gate in less than 5 minutes and escape from Ningxian High School. The road on the left, however, required them to continue along the edge of the building ruins, taking an extra 10 to 20 minutes to reach the south gate and escape from Ningxian High School. The difference between the 2 paths was that, on the left path, they wouldn't have to come into contact with much vegetation. Take the left path. Jang Chen didn't hesitate at all, pointing directly to the farther road. Why? Wu Jianming almost shouted immediately, can't we get out in 5 minutes if we go through the garden? Jang Chen glanced at him, his tone as flat as if stating a fact. Did you not see where the monsters came out from along the way? The places with dense vegetation are the natural hunting grounds and best ambush points for these plant monsters. Xian Tianyue rubbed his arms and said, my wind-sensing magic also tells me that something's off about that garden. Yun Ningjing wasn't very concerned about the situation at hand. She noticed that Jang Chen's clothes had accidentally gotten dusty, so she casually helped him pat it off. But didn't we kill all the monsters before? Li Yuxuan retorted stubbornly. Jang Chen was almost amused to the point of anger. We? Damn it, did we work hard together to slay 41 monsters? You 7 also contributed? What business do you have in this? I ask you. Not to mention contributing, when encountering monsters, each of you just shrank back and, in the end, after it was all over, not even a defensive spell was cast. Jang Chen recalled the time in college when he had to finish the PPT report himself because his group members did nothing, and then on the day of the report, he publicly kicked them out of the group. You want to go that way, then go, Jang Chen shrugged, saying indifferently, I'm not your dad, I can't control you that much. The faces of the 7 students turned from green to white. But Jang Chen's recent crazy demeanor, along with the rumors of him nearly beating a senior to death, left them unable to utter even a harsh word. The 7 exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts. Finally, one of them steeled himself and squeezed out a sentence. Then we'll go this way. Then we'll go this way. We still think the garden side is faster. Let's go, don't mind them, Wu Jianming urged in a low voice. Exactly, we can escape. In 5 minutes, why take such a big detour? Another girl muttered along, her words laced with obvious displeasure. Does he really think he's a savior? Does everything have to go his way? Some even whispered sarcastically, afraid that Jang Chen would hear them, yet unable to hold back their frustration. Jang Chen's double perception allowed him to hear every word clearly, but his heart remained unperturbed. He couldn't be bothered to waste another breath. Turning his head to lead Jang Shu and the others down the path covered by ruins to the left. If all went well, they could avoid all the vegetation. The 7 students watched Jang Chen and his companions leave without hesitation. They exchanged their opinions in hushed tones once more. TCH, he took care of a few minor monsters and thinks he's something special. Those monsters are nothing. If he has the guts, he should tackle those big vines. No worries, this path is much shorter. We can sprint through and get out in no time. Why take a long route with someone like him? Following a lunatic like him, he might use us as shields first. It's better to go on our own. Exactly, there are 7 of us, all ready with magic. Aren't we stronger than just 4 of them? Ha! I figured out those monsters' tricks the moment they made their move. But I didn't want to help them. Don't you think he's just showing off? In the end, they no longer hesitated and headed straight for the shortcut through the garden. They had long been displeased with Jang Chen. Now that the exit for survival was right in front of them, who would want to follow him and endure that? Frustration? The two groups thus parted ways. Jang Chen led Jang Shu and the others carefully along the edge of the building ruins. The figures of the 7 students quickly disappeared around the corner at the garden entrance. As soon as they stepped onto the garden path, Wu Jianming and the others felt as if the air around them had thickened. Don't you think those guys are so pretentious? They act like they're too good to talk to us. The moment they were out of Jang Chen's sight, someone couldn't help but start complaining. Exactly. Li Yuxuan seemed to find a vent for her frustrations, immediately pouting and speaking up. Who does he think he is, acting all high and mighty? Just wait until we get out, I'll post about them on the school forum so everyone knows their true colors. As if to dispel the fear in their hearts, they began to chatter loudly, their voices growing bolder. What a joke, forcing us to disperse our magic just to see us make fools of ourselves. Scared out of our wits, yet he insists on dragging us on a long detour. I think he's just crazy. Just wait and see who gets out first. Without him, are we still afraid? Hearing these words, Wu Jianming felt a surge of confidence and snorted coldly. He's just an idiot, forget about them. Let's keep our magic ready and move faster. They grumbled as they made their way toward the garden exit. Though they still felt a bit anxious, the anger stirred by Jang Chen and the hope of a shortcut to survival had long overshadowed their fear. However, the once fragrant and peaceful resting place was now shrouded in deep darkness, every inch of the land exuding a sense of eeriness and the unknown. The night wind blew. Rustle. The sound of swaying branches and leaves now felt like the whispers of monsters in their ears. Wu Jianming couldn't help but shiver, lowering his voice to curse. Damn it, why is it so creepy here? Shut up. Do you want to attract the monsters? A girl beside him scolded sharply. Wu Jianming was about to retort, but the thick darkness surrounding them made him swallow his words. Jang Chen's earlier warning, dense vegetation is the best ambush point for these plant monsters, suddenly echoed in their minds like a spell. The menacing figure of V and the eerie shape of the plant zombies seemed ready to pounce from the nearby bushes at any moment. In the distance, the magical light from powerful mages battling occasionally tore through the darkness, flashing and vanishing in an instant. Coupled with the glow of the magic surrounding the 7 of them, it barely allowed them to see the path beneath their feet. However, in the fleeting moments of the distant flickering light, the uniquely shaped trees that usually stood out now twisted their branches and leaves, casting shadows that resembled clawing monsters. This interplay of light and dark was far more terrifying than pure darkness. Move, hurry up. The south gate is just ahead, a boy urged, his voice tense. No one responded. They simply focused on the direction of the south gate as they quickened their pace, faster and faster. The sound of their footsteps echoed sharply on the quiet path. Each step felt like a jolt of fear. If it weren't for the poor visibility at night, they would have wanted to fly out of this chilling place immediately. They had never been so eager to see that century-old banyan tree. Li Yuxuan struggled to endure the dark environment and the oppressive silence, so she spoke up, seeking some sense of security. Think about it, those previous waves of monsters, didn't those 4 handle them like chopping vegetables? Li Yuxuan said, raising her voice a bit, those monsters look scary, but aren't they just like that? Exactly. Wu Jianming adjusted his glasses and said, forcing himself to sound calm, there were only 4 of them. We have a full 7. If we really encounter monsters, can 7 of us not handle a few creatures? Right, I think those monsters aren't that tough either. Mainly, we were scared before and didn't dare to act. A slightly chubby boy chimed in, if we had acted back then, there wouldn't have been any trouble with Jang Chen. He's just enjoying the feeling of everyone having to listen to him, really thinking of himself as our leader? A girl who had been silent finally spoke up, motivating herself, I think he just wants to use us as cannon fodder. Deliberately choosing a difficult path to wear us out. Now that we're gone, they're stuck on that broken road, who knows how much they regret it. They deserve it. Let's go, let's go. We'll be out soon. He chose that path, and it might take until next year for them to get out. By then, who the fool is will be obvious. That's hilarious, maybe they've already been squashed by some monster however. They were so focused on boosting their courage with loud talk that no one noticed. In the neglected corners of the garden, the leaves trembled gently in the still air. Certain cold, sticky rustling sounds were completely drowned out by their panicked footsteps, heavy breathing, and increasingly loud conversations. In the air, a faint, almost imperceptible smell reminiscent of rotting fruit began to spread. What Jang Chen and the others, as well as these 7, did not know was that this small garden was precisely the place where Lin Yang, with his non-mainstream bangs, had gone missing. Look! I see the big banyan tree at the south gate. Wu Jianming, who was at the front, pointed at a vague outline in the distance, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Great! We're about to get out. I told you this path was right. 5 minutes. At most 5 minutes. That Jang Chen is probably still running in circles with those mindless monsters in the ruins, what an idiot. Long suppressed tension of the seven transformed instantly into exhilaration and pride upon seeing the glimmer of hope. They felt as if they had already safely escaped, standing outside the school gate. Turning back to mock the cowards still struggling in danger. Li Yuxuan couldn't wait to pull out her phone, using the glow of magic to open the campus forum. When I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is post about that Jang Chen, exposing his selfish and cowardly face. Let everyone see what kind of person he really is, she said fiercely, her fingers already tapping on the screen. That's right. People like him should be exposed. Let's see how he manages at school after this. The seven of them exchanged words, their voices growing louder, almost forgetting that they were still in a battlefield overrun by monsters. However, none of them noticed. The faint smell of rotting fruit in the air had somehow become thick and suffocating. It was sweet yet carried a hint of nauseating stench. What is that smell, so disgusting? Li Yuxuan wrinkled her nose and complained. Just as her words fell, a short, sharp scream came from the back of the group, abruptly cut off as if something had choked it in the throat. Everyone froze and turned around sharply. At the end of the line, the slightly chubby boy who had been echoing the insults at Jang Chen was gone. The spot where he had stood was empty. They worried they had miscounted and quickly began to tally the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 people. Wang Hao, a girl's voice trembled, tinged with tears. He was just behind me. Silence. Aside from the sound of the wind, the garden was utterly silent. The lively chatter that had filled the air moments ago was now stifled as if an invisible hand had gripped it, rendering them voiceless. Wu Jianming's face turned pale, he pushed up his glasses and forced himself to shout, Wang Hao? Stop joking. Come out. No one responded. Only the sweet, rotting smell grew stronger, as if it were rising from deep within the earth, invading everyone's nostrils. He was standing on. Li Yuxuan pointed at the ground where Wang Hao had been. Her lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. The others followed her finger. On the soft soil, there were 2 shallow depressions, as if someone's feet had just sunk into them, but there were no signs of struggle around. The person had simply vanished into thin air. Monsters! Someone shouted first, and panic exploded like a plague. Quick! Use magic! Defense! Wu Jianming screamed hysterically. The 7 of them, now 6, frantically summoned their magical energy, raising earthen walls, water armor, and light shields, huddling closely together. However, at that moment, sizzle, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked open without warning. It wasn't a dry crack caused by an earthquake, but as if a giant beast was turning beneath the earth, breaking through the soil. Countless white vines surged out from the fissure. These vines were not the green of plants but a ghastly white, resembling the color of a corpse, covered in a sticky liquid, with tips that split open to reveal structures resembling teeth. The moment they appeared, it was as if a group of pythons, having caught the scent of blood, rushed toward the 2 closest students at a speed too fast for the eye to catch. No! The 2 students could only let out a desperate scream. The thin magical light shield in front of them shattered like fragile glass under the strike of the pale vines, dispersing into specks of light. The vines instantly wrapped around their ankles, waists, and necks, yanking them downwards with tremendous force. Help me! The 2 couldn't even utter a complete sentence before their bodies were dragged into the crack in the ground. Only 2 muffled thuds, muffled by the earth, remained. The fissure quickly closed again, as if nothing had happened. The remaining 4, including Wu Jianming and Li Yuxuan, were left utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the place where their companion had disappeared, their minds a complete blank. The demons they had previously dismissed as nothing much now revealed a terrifying power that instantly shattered all their hopes and arrogance. Run fast! Wu Jianming was the first to react, letting out a howl that sounded inhuman as he turned and sprinted towards the south gate. Rationality, dignity, anger, all became insignificant in the face of death. His only thought now was to escape this place. Li Yuxuan and the other 2 also seemed to awaken from a dream, screaming as they scrambled after him, tumbling and rolling. As they looked at Wu Jianming, who was running ahead, Li Yuxuan and the others unconsciously showed expressions of resentment. But no matter how fast they ran, how could they outrun the demons that had already turned this garden into a battlefield? Sizzle! 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 More ground cracked open, and more pale vines burst forth from the earth, weaving a net that sealed off all their escape routes. Get away! Get away! Wu Jianming frantically waved his arms, hurling a fireball the size of a basketball at a vine blocking their path. The fireball exploded but only singed the vine slightly, leaving not even a trace. What a joke! Did they just encounter a boss? Why couldn't they even break through its defenses? It wasn't like this when they fought the Vinewood Grey Wolf just now. The vine suddenly snapped back, like a white whip, striking Wu Jianming hard in the chest. puff, Wu Jianming was hit hard, flying backward as a mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, too late to complain about why the three behind him didn't cast a shield on him. He wanted to get up quickly, but 4 or 5 vines had already emerged from the soil beneath him, tightly wrapping around his limbs and body, slowly pulling him upward. No. No. Wu Jianming's eyes were filled with extreme fear and regret. He regretted it. He regretted not listening to Jang Chen. He regretted taking this so-called shortcut. If he could do it all over again. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. He looked at Li Yuxuan, who was also entangled by vines, tears and despair on her face, just within reach. He watched as he was slowly dragged into the cold, dark earth. Jang Chen, save! The last sound was drowned in the muffled thud of the earth closing in. Li Yuxuan watched helplessly as Wu Jianming disappeared. Her phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, the screen still lit up, displaying the draft of a post she had just written but not yet sent. In the next moment, the vines wrapping around her suddenly tightened. A scream echoed through the garden, quickly fading into silence. Moments later, the garden returned to tranquility. The cracked ground had completely healed, as if the brutal massacre had never occurred. Only on the ground lay a pair of broken glasses and a phone with a dimming screen, silently testifying that something horrific had once happened here. In the air, the sweet, rotten smell seemed to have intensified. A group of people moved through the shadows of the ruins, their footsteps heavy and swift. Jang Chen suddenly asked in confusion, Tianyu, did your listening wind pick up anything? Qian Tianyu perked up his ears and listened carefully. No, why? Did your listening wind not hear anything? Jang Chen scratched his head and replied, then it must have been my illusion. Bro, is there something going on? Jiang Shu had a blind trust in Jang Chen's judgment, so she turned to Qian Tianyu and said, Tianyu, why don't you cast listening wind again? Listening wind is a continuous state magic. If several listening winds stack together, wouldn't that surpass the power of blue radiance in one go? Do you want me to die? Magic is not just simple arithmetic. Addition. Qian Tianyu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said helplessly, if a mage's proficiency in magic is insufficient, it is very difficult to cast spells that exceed their own level of power. Even if you manage to do it, you'll face backlash. Jang Chen added, Xiao Shu, you were daydreaming in class. Previously, when Jang Chen faced off against Yun Ningjing, he hadn't yet mastered the blue glow level spell Thunder Flash, and when he used it at high speed, he had to employ special movements to maintain ultra-fast movement without crashing. Spells like Lightness and Listening to the Wind, which are continuous state spells, when stacked on the same mage and exceeding the caster's proficiency limit, could easily lead to fatal consequences. It's somewhat similar to the fitness world where taking too many performance-enhancing drugs can lead to sudden death. In this world, it would mean bad news from the magic community. Of course, for a second-tier spell like Earth Wall, a mage can stack several earth walls in front, but in that case, it provides n times the thickness of defense, not n times the power of defense. In terms of flexibility, it loses out significantly. Spells like Light Shield and Rock Shield are even more akin to water armor. If a mage wears 2 layers of water armor, it becomes very difficult to cast spells, just like a person wearing 2 sets of armor finds it hard to move flexibly. This is also why mages must improve their magic proficiency. Using magic rigidly leaves too many openings. Jang Chen gave Jiang Shu a brief review of magic theory. I forgot all of a sudden. Jiang Shu stuck out his tongue. I'm a bit nervous. Don't be afraid, we will definitely escape. Jang Chen encouraged everyone. Jiang Shu nodded heavily, also cheering himself on. Once we escape, I want to binge watch those dramas. Brother, you have to watch with me. Okay. Jang Chen felt a bit reluctant to escape. The atmosphere here was actually quite pleasant. Then once we escape, I'm going back home to get married. Qian Tianyu added, I hope my dad secretly arranged a betrothal for me with a beautiful girl when I was little. Saying such auspicious things at a time like this, or something. Jiang Chen gave Qian Tianyu a thumbs up. Jiang Chen thought Qian Tianyu was even less eager to escape from Ningjian High School than he was. At that moment, Yun Ningjing tugged at Jiang Chen's shirt hem. She said somewhat shyly, once we get out, I want to try catching a toy. I've never done it before. Previously, when Yun Ningjing was out shopping with the siblings, she had seen a claw machine but hadn't had the courage to mention it. Sure. Jiang Chen didn't turn around, just chuckled lightly. As he walked, he said, then when we all get out, let's go have some fun together. At that moment, the 4 of them were filled with a desire for life, and for a moment, the gruesome and brutal battlefield didn't seem so terrifying anymore. On their escape route, Jiang Chen and the others cleared 2 more waves of vine wolves and plant zombies that had emerged from nowhere. The air was thick with the smell of ozone from the lightning burns and the stench of demon flesh charred by flames. The 2 odors mixed together, making one feel nauseous. The continuous battles had also drained a significant amount of their magical energy.
Jang Shu's small face had turned a bit pale, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly indicating considerable magical energy depletion.
Even the usually calm Ningjing was breathing heavier than usual. Qian Tianyue leaned on his knee, panting heavily, beads of sweat mixed with grime trickling down his forehead. Phew, finally, dealt with it.
He looked at Jang Chen, only to find that the latter was just standing quietly, even his breathing hardly disturbed, as if the intense battle they had just fought was merely a round of fruit ninja.
Don't let your guard down, this is no ordinary school anymore. Who knows what other ghostly things might be lurking here?
Jang Chen spoke, his voice flat and devoid of inflection.
After finishing,
he scanned the surroundings. The charred remains of the vinewood grey wolves, the scattered bodies of plant zombies, and the fallen remnants of butterfly-like parasitic demons created a bizarre scene.
Jang Shu jogged over to Jang Chen's side and whispered, "Bro, should we keep going? My magic energy is running low."
Only then did Jang Chen snap out of his thoughts, as if he had just realized
this issue. "Oh, are you guys almost out of mana?"
Qian Tianyue exclaimed, nearly choking on his breath, and weakly retorted, "You make it sound like you still have plenty of magic energy left."
Were those few thunder strikes just now cast by someone else? They don't come for free, you know? Do you understand the fine management of magic energy?
Jang Chen replied dismissively, his gaze returning
to the darkness ahead.
The commotion from the earlier battle was quite loud. Let's find a place to rest for now.
Stay close. Yun Ningjing, who had been quietly listening to Jang Chen, nodded silently.
The four of them suppressed their presence and cautiously navigated through the debris-laden main road. The moonlight was obscured by thick dark clouds, and only the occasional flicker of magical light in the distance briefly illuminated this wasteland-like campus. After walking less than 100 meters, Qian Tianyue suddenly halted, grabbing Jang Chen's arm and whispering in a tense voice, "Wait. There's something ahead." The four of them instantly focused their gazes. Beside their path, under an old locust tree with a slanted trunk affected by the battle, there was a vague figure
leaning against it.
The figure remained motionless, most of its body covered by dark green vines, almost blending into the surrounding shadows.
Jang Chen frowned. Something was off.
In the air, besides the rotten stench of the plant zombies, there was a faint hint of blood. Very subtle, yet very fresh.
Moreover, it was somewhat different from the putrid smell emitted by the previous demons. Is it another plant zombie?
Jang Shu's voice carried a hint of disgust.
Is it another plant zombie? The plant zombies were simply too ugly and repulsive. Wait, look at the clothes on it.
Yun Ningjing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up.
At her reminder, they finally noticed that the figure was wearing the exact same uniform as theirs from Ningjiang Middle School. A chill shot up the spines of the four. All the plant zombies they had encountered before were dressed in various hunting outfits, but now, they were faced with the first one wearing a school uniform. What this implied was self-evident. A student had been transformed into a plant zombie. Don't these things usually appear in groups? Qian Tianyue nervously glanced around. But strangely, this uniform zombie was just sitting there all alone, showing no reaction to the presence of the living, quiet as a trap. A blatant trap laid in the middle of the road. Jang Chen signaled the others to stay alert, while he cautiously stepped forward. After gathering his thunderstrike, he carefully threw stones and poked with branches to test for a reaction. None came. Gradually, Jang Chen realized that the body was too fresh. The exposed skin beneath the grotesque vine showed no signs of decay or shriveling. Instead, it retained a slight elasticity, appearing pallid and bloodless. This didn't look like a zombie. It resembled someone who had just recently died, parasitized by something. Jang Chen stopped about 5 meters away, the azure lightning flickering subtly around him. Yet, the figure remained completely still. After a moment of silence, Jang Chen moved in closer again. This time, he clearly saw the face half covered by vines. His movements halted. There was no need to push aside the vines. The face was twisted in extreme terror and pain, the features all scrunched together. But that exceptionally distinctive, even if smeared with dirt and blood, extremely unaesthetic fringe, Jang Chen would never mistake. Jang Chen's pupils constricted, and he instinctively uttered 2 words. Lin Yang. What? Qian Tianyue didn't hear clearly and asked suspiciously, "Who did you say he is?" "It's Lin Yang," Jang Chen emphasized, his voice cold. "That non-mainstream guy? Wasn't he missing? How could he die here?" Jang Shu looked at the twisted face, feeling a bit scared. This was the one who had fought with his brother before? A living person, now turned into this unrecognizable, ghostly form. The intense visual shock made several young boys and girls, whose minds were not yet fully mature, feel a churn in their stomachs. If they also fell into the hands of demons, would they also end up like this? A bone-deep chill made them shudder. Jang Chen remained silent. He suppressed his nausea, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, dissecting the body pierced by the vines inch by inch. While Chen Tianyue and Jiang Shu were still shocked that the deceased was an acquaintance, Jang Chen had already discovered a deeper horror. Something's not right. Jang Chen's voice snapped the other three back to reality. He pointed at the vines wrapped around Lin Yang. Look, these vines are different from the ones we encountered before. Chen Tianyue and Jiang Shu focused their eyes and realized that these vines were not randomly tearing flesh, but rather like precise conduits, orderly implanted into Lin Yang's body. The surface of the vines glistened with a slick sheen, exuding an ominous aura. Even more chilling was the color of these vines, a dark greenish-black, eerily similar to the color of the massive vines. These vines are more like they are nurturing him. Jang Chen lowered his voice, looking at Lin Yang's face, now a corpse. Besides fear, there was a kind of weakness, as if he had been drained, his cheeks sunken in as if his energy had been siphoned away. And his body. Jang Chen's gaze fell on Lin Yang's pale skin, poking at the corpse with a long branch. The enhanced senses from his third-tier cultivation, along with the practical knowledge he had learned, allowed Jang Chen to clearly feel the difference. Although it hasn't completely rotted, the stiffness of this body definitely didn't die tonight. Qian Tianyue's pupils suddenly constricted, instantly grasping the meaning behind Jang Chen's words, a chill rushing from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Not tonight? Then, when did he die? Qian Tianyue's voice was a bit dry. You mean, before tonight there were already demons in the school? Those massive vines, those vine-gray wolves, those plant zombies, might not have invaded suddenly, but had been lurking in the school all along. This conclusion sent a shiver down the spines of the four present. This meant that in the campus where they lived day and night, some unknown terrifying presence had long been lurking, watching every student like a predator eyeing its prey. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The air, filled with a rotting sweet and fishy smell, seemed to thicken at that moment. They instinctively looked around. The once familiar campus now seemed to have transformed into a lair of a giant beast, ready to devour anyone. Let's not think about it for now, let's take a moment to regroup. Jang Chen broke the silence and made arrangements, calming the panicked three slightly. In a campus fraught with danger, there was no absolutely safe place. The risks of staying and moving forward were almost equal. Since that was the case, it would be better to take the opportunity to recover their magical energy. Jang Chen remained vigilant, urging the three to meditate quickly. His gaze, however, was once again fixed on Lin Yang's corpse, hoping to uncover more information. After a while, everyone, including Jang Chen, had recovered most of their magical energy. They dared not delay any longer. Before leaving, Jang Chen stood before Lin Yang's body. He quietly stared at the face twisted in extreme fear. The grudges of the past had long turned to ashes in the face of death. I'm sorry, Jang Chen murmured. The moment his words fell, a brilliant blue lightning flashed in his palm. Sizzle! A head entwined with dark green vines was instantly severed by the violent lightning, soaring high into the air. It fell dozens of meters away into the ruins, leaving a dark trail of blood and producing a dull thud. The neck was charred black, with nothing left to connect it. Jang Chen was worried it might rise again, so he decided to behead it first. Qian Tianyue and Jiang Shu were stunned. They hadn't expected Jang Chen to do this. Jang Chen said calmly, if I'm still alive afterward, I will come back to collect your body. Yun Ning, upon hearing this, blinked and quietly dispersed the fireball she had almost conjured. Jang Chen shook his hand as if he had merely done something trivial, then turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused slightly, not looking back, just letting out a sigh. Rest in peace. This sentence was so soft it was almost inaudible. It felt less like it was meant for the dead and more like it was for himself. After saying that, he no longer lingered and strode forward. Let's go, we're almost at the south gate, we can't delay any longer. Time rewound slightly. At the very moment Jang Chen and the others leaped from the heavy magic tower, another figure broke through a window from the shadows on the opposite side. Bai Shuyan. Jang Chen's classmate, and among Jiang Shu's many pursuers, he was one of the most persistent. Due to the different locations of the meditation rooms, he perfectly missed Jang Chen and the others. Following the teacher's instructions to break through to the only escape route, the south gate, he chose a path that was completely different from Jang Chen's. At this moment, Xu Yan encountered some problems on his escape route. Ha! A suppressed gasp escaped by Xu Yan's throat as his back pressed tightly against a cold, broken wall, leaving him with no retreat. Cold sweat had long soaked through his school uniform, clinging to his skin and bringing waves of chill. In front of him were dozens of eyes flickering with a ghostly green light. Those were the vinewood gray wolves, their bodies twisted from dry branches, with hollow pupils burning with eerie green flames. There were also the swaying plant zombies approaching. They had once been human but were now rotting bodies, pierced by vines, driven only by the instinct to devour. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Bai Shuyan's right shoulder bore a deep wound that was bleeding profusely, staining half of his school uniform crimson. That was from a sneak attack by a vinewood gray wolf that had emerged from the ground. He had avoided a fatal blow but hadn't completely escaped. Third tier mind system. Mage, top 10 in the academic year. Bai Shuyan felt the life force within him rapidly draining, a pale self-mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. So this is all there is. Glory, talent, pride. All felt fragile and easily crushed in the face of overwhelming numbers and the shadow of death. Another vinewood gray wolf lunged at him with a growl, the stench of blood hitting him like a wave. Bai Shuyan's gaze sharpened, and a silver glow of psychic energy burst forth from his palm. Blue tier, psychic hand. A transparent giant hand, 3 times larger than normal, howled out, slamming toward the demon wolf like a door panel. However, the cunning wolf demon suddenly shot out a mass of vines in midair, using the recoil to twist its body and evade the telekinetic hand, its sharp claws aimed directly at his chest. The injury affected his reaction, and Bai Shuyan could only manage to sidestep. Slish. 3 bloody gashes instantly blossomed on his chest, the excruciating pain causing his vision to darken. Ha! A trickle of blood foam spilled from the corner of his lips. Perhaps this is where it ends for me today. His character was aloof and indifferent, even death seemed to be spoken of lightly. 2 plant zombies pressed forward side by side, and the vines on the ground writhed like venomous snakes, sealing off his last escape route. The breath of death had descended like a tangible shroud. Just at this critical moment, a streak of orange light pierced through the darkness, accompanied by a scorching howl, striking precisely at the foremost plant zombie. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the searing flames erupted, igniting it instantly. The withered vines became the best fuel, and the monster let out a shrill scream that was anything but human, thrashing wildly in the sea of fire. Bai Shuyan suddenly looked up, his pupils reflecting a blaze of fire. At the end of the flames, a figure stood quietly. The school uniform appeared somewhat disheveled in the firelight, but it could not conceal the dazzling aura of that person, shining like the sun. Shang Lang. Bai Shuyan's gaze became complex for a moment, then reverted to its usual coldness. 3 basketball-sized fireballs roared out again, carrying a violent aura of destruction, crashing into the horde of demons in a triangular formation. Boom! 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 The flames surged, the heat waves rolled, illuminating this shattered corner of the campus as if it were broad daylight. The wildness and dominance of fire magic were vividly displayed at this moment. Bai Shuyan. What are you dawdling for? Chen Lang's voice cut through the roar of the flames, laced with a hint of amusement. Are you really going to wait for me to roast them all by myself? Just as Bai Shuyan was about to speak, Chen Lang shouted again. Keep going. Before the words fell, 3 cold glimmers had already been released, tearing through the air, heading straight for Bai Shuyan. They were 3 sharp daggers. Bai Shuyan's pupils suddenly constricted. Almost instinctively, the silver light on him surged, and the overwhelming telekinetic power instantly split. The telekinetic hand divided into 3. 3 small yet solid silver hands precisely caught the 3 rapidly spinning daggers in midair. Just then, another vine wolf had roared and lunged at his face, its foul-smelling saliva nearly splattering onto him. Bai Shuyan remained unfazed. His thoughts like lightning. Buzz. The 3 daggers wrapped in telekinesis drew 3 lines of deadly silver in front of him, intertwining into an invisible net of blades. Put! Put! All the movements of the vine wolf came to an abrupt halt. Its massive head flew high, rolling to the ground with a smooth cut like a mirror. Its body was instantly sliced into several segments, crashing down and turning into a heap of powerless writhing vines. Bai Shuyan's gaze fell on the 3 familiar daggers, his eyes flickering. These 3 daggers actually belonged to Bai Shuyan. Shortly after the sports meeting in his first year, the vice principal had inexplicably come up to give him some pointers. Since then, Bai Shuyan had often carried daggers with him. However, tonight, due to the sudden incident, he had been practicing diligently and had not brought the daggers with him. Now, for some reason, they had been retrieved by Chen Lang and thrown to him at this moment. Busybody. Bai Shuyan replied coldly, his tone as proud as ever, but the telekinetic control over the daggers became increasingly fierce. Is that so? Chen Lang teased lightly while gathering fireballs. How did I see someone just now almost become these guys? Dinner? The 2 exchanged banter, yet their combat coordination was surprisingly seamless. Chen Lang's fireballs were responsible for wide-ranging bombardment and suppression, wild and direct. Bai Shuyan's telekinetic knives were in charge of precise kills and patching up, eerie and deadly. One was hard, the other soft, one bright, the other dark. The telekinesis forcibly dragged several demons together, piling them up. The next second, the searing fireball arrived accurately, igniting the entire scene. In an instant, severed limbs and charred remains flew together, screams and wails blending into one. The battle lasted nearly 10 minutes. When the last demon turned to ashes under the intertwining flames and telekinetic blades, the air was left with a foul smell of mixed ozone and burnt flesh. Bai Shuyan leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to sit. His breathing was rapid, his face pale as paper, and the blood loss made him feel dizzy. Chang Lang walked over, pulled out a bottle of light green potion from his pocket, and tossed it over. It's a hemostatic, works pretty well. Bai Shuyan said nothing, took it, and silently poured the potion onto his wound. The piercing pain made him furrow his brows, but the effect was immediate. The blood quickly stopped flowing on the rolling flesh. How did you end up here? Bai Shuyan broke the silence first. Like you, I escaped from the heavy magic tower, Chang Lang shrugged, sitting down not far away. On the way to escape, I happened to pick up your precious dagger. Bai Shuyan nodded slightly, falling silent again. Between the two, the atmosphere fell into a subtle quiet once more. One was an iceberg, the other a blazing sun. They both liked Jang Shu, a well-known love rival on campus. At the same time, they were also the favorite pairing of the in the dark side of the campus. Yet at this moment, in this apocalyptic campus, they had become each other's only reliable comrades. We need to head to the south gate quickly. Chang Lang looked at the dark sky in the distance, breaking the silence. The demons here feel increasingly off. Bai Shuyan responded, leaning against the wall, struggling to stand upright. The intense pain from his wound made his movements appear somewhat sluggish. Seeing this, Chang Lang naturally reached out to help him. Bai Shuyan waved his hand, brushing off his hand. I can walk by myself. His voice remained cold, but lacked the sharpness that kept others at a distance. Bai Shuyan brushed off Chang Lang's attempt to assist. The movement was small, but his attitude was resolute. Chang Lang's hand froze in midair, shaking his head helplessly. Can't you stop being so proud? What kind of situation is this, big brother? Bai Shuyan ignored his teasing, proving himself through action, supporting himself against the crumbling wall, standing straight step by step. Even though each movement tugged at his wound, bringing waves of tearing pain. I'm used to being alone. His voice was as cold as ice. Is that so? Chang Lang grinned, the firelight reflecting on his face, giving him a somewhat defiant look. But just now, weren't you fighting alongside me honestly? Bai Shuyan's movements paused, leaving him momentarily speechless. The air between them became subtle again, one like an iceberg, the other like a blazing sun, clearly distinct yet strangely coexisting. They continued forward, occasionally encountering demons, but they were all resolved together. As the number of battles increased, their cooperation became increasingly tacit, as if they had been partners for years. How long have you been pursuing Jiang Shu? Chang Lang suddenly asked during a lull in the fighting. Bai Shuyan's expression stiffened. None of your business. 2 years? Chang Lang said to himself, I started in my first year of high school, looks like we started around the same time. Bai Shuyan didn't respond, quickening his pace. But Jiang Shu is like a stone, and you can't warm him up no matter how hard you try. Chang Lang caught up, continuing to speak. Bai Shuyan's steps faltered slightly, coldly saying, he is like a stone, but once a stone is engraved, it lasts until the sea runs dry and rocks decay. Chang Lang was taken aback and said in surprise, you, of all people, can actually say something like that. Bai Shuyan felt a bit embarrassed, so he lowered his head and remained silent, focusing solely on their journey. Chang Lang couldn't help but laugh. If Jiang Shu saw us like this, he would definitely be surprised. Bai Shuyan gently shook his head. If we can make it out alive. We definitely will, Chang Lang said firmly. Yeah, we definitely will, Bai Shuyan replied. The two moved quietly along the shadows of the buildings. The experience of fighting together had reduced the distance between them significantly, and at times, Bai Shuyan would even remind Chang Lang to be careful. In another lull between battles, Chang Lang smiled. I won't give up. He was referring to his pursuit of Jiang Shu. Bai Shuyan quietly said, neither will I. Has she ever smiled at you? I mean, not just a polite smile. No. Have you seen her smile? I have. Yeah. I've seen it too. Chang Lang's voice carried a youthful melancholy. I really hope that one day, she can smile at me like that. Bai Shuyan didn't argue but also fell silent. Both recalled the radiant smile Jiang Shu had once shown. The two former rivals unexpectedly found themselves united in this disaster. Perhaps, if they both survived leaving Ningjiang High School, a unique friendship would blossom in the future. After a while. Wait. Chang Lang suddenly said. Bai Shuyan felt a bit annoyed. Why was this guy talking so much? The atmosphere just now shouldn't have continued with more words. Bai Shuyan remained silent. Chang Lang continued on his own. Is Jiang Shu also training at school right now? Bai Shuyan was startled and turned to look at Chang Lang, who was also looking at him, both their eyes filled with worry and urgency. They were caught in a sudden calamity. In a moment of mutual understanding, they almost regarded each other as confidants. Thus, they were momentarily at a loss. At this moment, they realized that their beloved might be in danger, and their hearts filled with anxiety. Move faster, Bai Shuyan said coldly. Okay. Chang Lang and Bai Shuyan sped through the shadows of the buildings. Gradually, the route they were taking, under normal circumstances, would never overlap with Jang Chen's route. However, to avoid the massive vine battlefield and the towering ruins, perhaps by coincidence, they slowly found themselves at the entrance of a strangely silent little garden. This garden appeared exceptionally tranquil in the night, as if it existed in a different world from the surrounding sounds of battle and explosions. That place is too quiet, Bai Shuyan frowned. In his mental perception, that area was eerily silent, devoid of even the sound of insects. Silence, in a campus overrun by monsters, was often more terrifying than chaos. I can't worry about that anymore. Chang Lang panted, pointing to the other end of the garden. If we get through there, we'll reach the south gate. It's the quickest route. If we take the long way, can your body hold up until the south gate? Bai Shuyan fell silent. He glanced at his still aching wound. Chang Lang was speaking the truth. Bai Shuyan's injury, after all the running, was beyond what simple ointment could heal. Yet Chang Lang, fully aware that there might be danger ahead, still chose to accompany him. In the end, he nodded. The two held their breaths, one in front and the other behind, cautiously stepping into the little garden. As they took their first step in, it felt as if the world had been muted. The sounds of battle and explosions behind them faded away, leaving only their heavy breaths and heartbeats. In the air, a sickly sweet smell of decay invaded their nostrils. Click! A soft sound came from under Chang Lang's feet, and he suddenly looked down. A pair of glasses with shattered lenses lay quietly on the grass. An inexplicable chill rose from the ground beneath him. Almost simultaneously, Bai Shuyan's footsteps also halted, his gaze fixed on a cluster of exceptionally vibrant flowers not far away. With a slight movement of his mind, his silver telekinetic power parted the flowers. Half buried in the soil was a mobile phone. The screen had long since gone dark, but it still hung a cute dog-shaped charm. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Someone else had been here. And something had happened. Bai Shuyan suddenly crouched down, reaching out to touch the soil beneath his feet. It was soft, damp, carrying a scent of recent disturbance. His already pale face turned even paler than his school uniform in an instant. What's wrong? Chang Lang asked in a low voice. Bai Shuyan slowly stood up, his voice seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth, icy and piercing. The ground beneath us was turned over not long ago and then covered again. Chang Lang's pupils suddenly constricted. The glasses, the phone, the disturbed soil, the deathly silence, the sweet, rotting stench. Despite having anticipated it, when all the clues connected in his mind, the truth was still chilling. This place was not devoid of monsters. On the contrary, it was a banquet table for them. A team had likely been wiped out here moments ago by an unknown terrifying presence. And then dragged underground. Damn. A curse stuck in Chang Lang's throat, and he felt his scalp tingle. Chang Lang and Bai Shuyan instantly backed up against each other, entrusting their most vulnerable backs to their former enemies, alert to every inch of darkness around them. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, nothing happened. This garden was as quiet as a grave. Did they get it wrong? Or had the monsters already left? But if they had left, where could they have gone? This unknown wait was more nerve-wracking than a monster suddenly charging out. Finally, the two exchanged a glance and made a decision. They took careful, light steps, inching toward the large banyan tree at the south gate. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. When their feet finally returned to the solid concrete main road, arriving at the banyan tree square outside the south gate, they realized their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. Surviving a disaster. However, before they could catch their breath, they instinctively looked up toward the south gate. In the next second, their pupils constricted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Before Chang Lang and Bai Shuyan could meet up, on the other side of the heavy magic tower, a figure leaped down from the third floor. In midair, he shot out two solidified shadow energy blades from his fingers, which deeply pierced into the wall. With a scraping sound, the two shadow daggers carved deep grooves into the hard wall, perfectly dissipating the force of his fall. After landing, Tu Longyu made no sound, like a cheetah blending into the night. He raised his head, his cold gaze locking onto the direction of the south gate. There lay the path to survival reported by the teacher. Damn it! Tu Longyu cursed softly, the rich scent of blood and decay in the air making his stomach churn. If it weren't for the family's resources all being tilted toward my older brother, I wouldn't have to squeeze into this broken place with a bunch of dead poor souls who aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. I shouldn't have chased Yun Ningjing to this lousy school. What woman in this world do I not want? Let alone encountering this damned situation. Die, die, die. He shook his somewhat numb right hand, a mass of dark shadow energy coalescing in his palm. Just as he turned the corner of the ruins of the teaching building, his footsteps suddenly halted.
A dozen meters away, Bai Shuyan was leaning against the wall, besieged by several monsters, his left shoulder a bloody mess, clearly at
the end of his rope. Oh, isn't that the one from the third-tier mine system?
Tu Longyu squinted, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Bai Shuyan's aloof demeanor in class, indifferent to everyone, seemed to him nothing more than
self-righteous arrogance, as nauseating as Jang Chen. Help him?
2 third-tier mages teaming up would indeed make things much easier.
But why should he?
Tu Longyu's thoughts flickered briefly before he snuffed them out.
Aren't you quite the show-off?
Now, just serve as my bait and lure these beasts away. He retreated without hesitation, his figure blending into the shadows of the corner, silently circling towards another path. As a dark mage, the night was his best disguise.
He didn't
even need to use magic power. Merely by mimicking the elemental manipulation techniques Jang Chen had demonstrated in class, he stirred the surrounding dark elemental energy, perfectly concealing his form. As long as he passed through the grove of trees ahead, he would see the iconic century-old banyan tree at the south gate. Hope was right in front of him. Suddenly, a nauseating rustling sound came from the right. Tu Longyu spun around sharply, shadows swirling in his palm.
3 Vinewood.
Grey wolves leaped out from the thicket, their foul-smelling saliva glistening in the moonlight. Immediately after, 2 sluggish but more troublesome plant zombies blocked his escape route. Silently, over a dozen plant monsters, using the cover of the trees, had already completed their encirclement.
Damn it!
Tu Longyu cursed inwardly, but his hands kept moving. He raised his hand, and 3 shadow blades flew out in a triangular formation, accurately hitting one grey wolf's eye socket, a corrosive black smoke causing the monster to howl in pain. The first-tier magic shadow blade from the 2 family had low single-target damage, but the accompanying shadow corrosion was extremely vicious. However, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. Faced with the relentless assault from all sides, Tu Longyu's magic power and stamina were rapidly depleting. In just a few minutes, he was panting heavily, several wounds added to his body.
Put! A vine claw unexpectedly struck from the side, slicing a deep wound into his thigh.
The excruciating pain made Tu Longyu stagger. He leaned against a tree, blood instantly staining his pant leg.
If only
I had teamed up with Bai Shuyan earlier.
A trace of regret surged uncontrollably in his heart.
2 third-tier mages, even if just temporarily teaming up, would never have fallen to such a state. Compared to the monsters, human mages could better harness the power of teamwork. His vision began to blur, despair flooding over him like
a tide.
A monster had already leaped high from behind, its claws aimed at his back.
Is it over? I won't accept this.
Why does my brother get everything while I have to die here like a dog? I haven't even made my father look at me properly. Nor have I made those who look down on me pay the price. Just as he was about to give up struggling, closing his eyes to await death, the anticipated tearing pain did not come. Instead, there was a crisp sound of a light explosion.
Tu Longyu opened his eyes wide.
A pure and dazzling light sphere pierced through the monster's head, the purifying golden light causing the surrounding monsters to emit fearful howls, instinctively retreating. At the end of the light, Gao Wen held the light orb, his expression resolute.
Gao Wen?
Tu Longyu was both surprised and doubtful, his heart a mix of emotions. How could this bookworm, who only knew how to follow Jang Chen around and constantly talked about studying, be here?
I heard the
commotion and came over, Gao Wen replied succinctly. He felt embarrassed to admit that he had come to the heavy magic tower to train secretly, wanting to surpass Jang Chen and roll over him. Therefore, his training had long been completed, and just as he finished packing up in the teaching building and was about to head home, he stumbled into this disaster.
Gao Wen unleashed another light sphere, which exploded precisely above the head of another plant zombie, the flames raining down and completely purifying it.
Let's go!
Gao Wen shouted.
The 2 of them, one attacking and the other defending, worked together seamlessly. Tu Longyu's shadow magic restrained and corroded, while Gao Wen's light magic executed precise kills.
2.
Longyu looked at Gao Wen's back, a strange emotion flashing through his heart. He never expected that this bookworm he had always looked down upon would actually save him.
If he could survive. Hurry! The woods are coming to an end, the south gate is right ahead.
Gao Wen's voice carried a hint of joy.
However, at that moment, more monsters surged from the darkness all around.
Their eerie green eyes merged into one, extinguishing the last hope of the 2.
Gao Wen, watch out on the right! Tu Longyu suddenly shouted.
The moment Gao Wen turned his head, a shadow-congealed magic ball struck him. A turn of dark magic blindness.
Puff!
Dense dark mist surged towards Gao Wen's eyes like a living thing, instantly robbing him of all
light. Ah!
Gao Wen cried out in pain, covering his eyes as his vision plunged into absolute darkness.
My eyes! Tu Longyu, you!
What answered him was Tu Longyu's voice, cold and devoid of any emotion.
Sorry, Gao Wen. I must survive. After
saying that, he no longer glanced at Gao Wen. Taking advantage of the moment when all the monsters were drawn to the brilliant light in Gao Wen's hand, Tu Longyu, dragging his injured leg, dashed towards the south gate without looking back. Behind him, Gao Wen's cries intertwined with the roars of the monsters. This was the most beautiful sound Tu Longyu had ever heard. Just like this. It should be like this. Let the poor die. You will die because you are not strong enough, Gao Wen. I must survive. Fool, you deserve it. And don't blame me, who told you to be both poor and weak, always groveling to Jang Chen? Tu Longyu limped and ran wildly, his face twisted in a savage joy of having survived. The iconic century-old banyan tree at the south gate was now within reach. The light of hope was right before him. He had survived. After experiencing the life and death struggles of the night, Tu Longyu's sinister, resentful, ecstatic, and extreme desire for survival, all these emotions had reached their peak. These intense feelings were like the best kindling, thrown into the furnace of his soul, burning wildly. Tu Longyu could feel a long dormant power deep within his bloodline, as if it had been completely awakened by this thick malice and darkness, erupting with a roar. Boom! The surrounding darkness surged towards Tu Longyu continuously. In the core of his magic energy, a surge of power far beyond anything before flowed out endlessly. What is this? Tu Longyu's face was instantly drowned in endless ecstasy. This was actually the bloodline talent he had always dreamed of. Black Tide. All along, he had envied his elder brother for awakening his talent while he could not. And now. Ha 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 ha. Tu Longyu felt an unprecedented powerful force within him and couldn't help but laugh wildly towards the sky. He saw it. He saw his future, surpassing his brother, earning his father's respect, and trampling all those who looked down on him underfoot. However, just at that moment, a vine thicker than his thigh suddenly burst from the ground without warning, wrapping tightly around his ankle like a giant abyssal python. What is this? The expression on Tu Longyu's face changed dramatically. As the newly awakened power surged wildly, condensing into a shadow blade 3 times stronger than before, and he slashed fiercely at the vines. With a splat, the vines snapped in response. But before he could catch his breath, the ground around him, in front of him, behind him, all directions erupted simultaneously with a deafening crack. Countless vines, like arms reaching out from hell, frantically wrapped around his limbs, waist, and neck. Get away! Get away from me! Tu Longyu struggled desperately, the newly born power erupting continuously, slicing through the entangling vines. But for every one he severed, 10 more surged forth. The soaring ambition and endless hope that had just risen were instantly shattered by the cold reality. Despair enveloped him once again. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Someone, please save me! He finally let go of all his arrogance and pride, letting out a terrified and desperate scream. But this time, no one would come to save him. In a daze, Tu Longyu recalled the scenes from just moments ago. He had ignored the danger posed by Bai Shuyan and had plotted against the very person who could have saved him, Gao Wen. He remembered that he had clearly awakened his talent, and a bright future was right before him. I don't want to die. I just don't want to die. Tu Longyu murmured to himself. The vines dragged him down, slowly sinking into the ground. The soil engulfed his mouth and nose, leaving no cries for help. Only silent, extreme fear. His desperate eyes stared fixedly at the southern gate, which was so close yet so far. Just a little more, just a little more. Why does heaven treat me this way? Tu Longyu's voice grew weak, tears streaming down his cheeks. The southern gate was right in front of him, within reach yet distant as the horizon. Suddenly, a sharp, dark green main vine seemed to sense something delicious and precisely pierced through his chest. Before the excruciating pain could engulf his entire body, a deeper fear seized his soul. He could clearly see that the power of the Black Tide bloodline, which had just awakened and made him tremble with joy, was being frantically and greedily siphoned away through this dark green vine. His brand new power, his future reliance, the source of all his hopes, was becoming nourishment for an unknown demon. Ah! A silent wail erupted deep within his soul, making him wish for death. Immediately after, a cold, filthy, evil energy surged back into his body through the vine, maintaining the bare minimum of his life. It did not kill him. It wanted to nourish him. A terrifying thought shattered Tu Longyu completely. This demon intended to treat him as a blood bag that continuously produced talent power. Each time the vine sucked, it brought excruciating pain akin to cramping and marrow extraction. He wanted to end it all. But that filthy cursed power firmly locked his body and soul, leaving him unable to live or die. In the final moment of consciousness, Tu Longyu's vision plunged into darkness. In the southern gate square, the branches and leaves of the century-old banyan tree swayed quietly in the night wind, as if silently witnessing this delayed, natural punishment. On the other side, Gao Wen found himself in complete darkness, a stinging sensation radiating from his eyes. He immediately realized it was Tu Longyu's dark magic blindness. Really? Gao Wen gritted his teeth.
flash of light appearing in his hand as a blue glow light sphere emerged. The light sphere gently expanded, and its warm glow instantly dispelled the darkness before him. Tu Longyu's blindness, which hadn't even touched the threshold of blue glow level, vanished in an instant before Gao Wen's light sphere, like thin ice meeting the blazing sun. As his vision cleared, Gao Wen saw that a dozen vine wolf hybrids and plant zombies had surrounded him, their grotesque faces appearing even more terrifying in the dark night. The figure of Tu Longyu fleeing vanished in the gaps between the demons. Gao Wen did not look back at that figure again. He simply sighed softly, a sigh filled with confusion, helplessness, and disappointment. Well, at least from the battle just now, his shadow blade should not have reached the blue brilliance level. Then he must have spent his time cultivating the blinding technique. And just now, he only used a regular blinding technique to hold me back, not the blue brilliance level blinding. Gao Wen muttered to himself, as if justifying Tu Longyu's actions, or perhaps comforting himself. Maybe he was just too scared. It's good that he managed to escape, at least he won't drag me down like before. Despite Gao Wen's continuous self-reassurance, when he realized that the person he had risked his life to save had abandoned him alone in a perilous situation surrounded by demons, an uncomfortable feeling quietly surged in his heart. If it were Jang Chen, he would definitely scold me for being foolish. Thinking of this, a bitter smile involuntarily crept onto Gao Wen's lips. But he quickly straightened his chest, his gaze brightening once more. Now is not the time to be disheartened. Gao Wen tightened his right fist and then slowly relaxed it. A golden sphere of light, even more radiant and brilliant, slowly emerged. The glow seemed to flow from the depths of his soul, clear and gentle. It bathed everything around in a soft, warm, and dazzling golden hue, making it shine brilliantly. Just think, if it were Jang Chen, what would he do? A naive and slightly childish voice echoed in the night wind. Then, Gao Wen seemed to think of something, first furrowing his brow, then unable to suppress a smile. Around him, a dozen demons were already roaring and closing in. And in the shadows of the dark forest, there were even more evil green eyes lurking. Gao Wen took a deep breath, and the light elements around him began to dance actively. Golden light ignited around him. Light sphere, shine. While Gao Wen faced peril, Jang Chen and the others had also nearly reached the end of the second path. After parting ways with the seven, they had been walking along this almost barren road for quite some time. But strangely, since discovering Lin Yang's corpse, they had not encountered a single vine wolf or a plant zombie. It was as if those low-level demons dared not approach this area at all. This was not a good omen. What situation would make those low-level demons hesitate? Jang Chen felt uncertain and could only hope that perhaps those demons were hiding in the dense vegetation, and they had just happened to avoid all the greenery. But reality never bends to human will. Based on Jang Chen's knowledge of the campus, the south gate was not far ahead. Just then, a completely collapsed building ruin, like a small mountain, blocked their way. Beside the ruins was another path they remembered leading to the south gate. But at this moment, this path could no longer be called a path. The originally smooth concrete surface was cracked and shattered by thick, snake-like dark green roots. In its place was a dark, eerie forest that had sprung up out of nowhere. Countless bizarre plants grew wildly, their branches and leaves intertwining, blocking out the sky. It was as if overnight, a corner of the modern campus had been replaced by a patch of primitive jungle. What path is this? Xian Tianyua's voice was filled with a ghostly horror, utterly dry. How could? This was clearly concrete, how could a forest grow here? Jiang Shu was also shocked, the scene before her exceeded her previous understanding. This is not growth, this is a damn invasion of an alien species. Jang Chen exhaled, his gaze sweeping over the eerily tranquil forest, the unease in his heart growing stronger. What lay before him was a glaring trap. A dead end conjured from thin air by supernatural forces. The kind that doesn't even pretend to be subtle. The south gate was the known path to survival. But the closer he got to that path, the clearer the premonition of death became. This broken forest was clearly not a way to go. In the distance, the explosions of magic roared, and the clash of titanic beings echoed. Each wave more intense than the last, shaking the heart. Going back was equally dangerous. If caught in the battlefield of massive vines, one could easily be trampled like a mere insect. Jang Chen looked up, trying to estimate the time needed to climb over the ruins. Boom! In the distance, a gigantic vine, wrapped in a torrent of magical flames, swept toward them with crushing force. Where the giant passed, the earth was plowed into deep ravines, as if the entire ground had been uprooted. Its roots seemed not to be anchored in the earth but rather extended from some unimaginably distant dark source, treating this campus as a target for its reckless strikes. Thus, these enormous vines could move freely, never remaining stationary. As targets, two dazzling beams of light were fiercely entangled with the massive vine, each collision erupting in devastating shockwaves. The ground shook. The ruins before them groaned under the strain, boulders tumbled, and dust rose. The violent aftermath of the battle surged toward them. Like a tsunami. Run. They had to run immediately. Once caught in such a battlefield, they wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Jang Chen turned back to look at the seemingly calm and serene forest before him. From his perspective, that forest appeared to exude a rolling malevolence, like a ferocious beast opening its jaws, waiting for 4 delectable prey to walk into its trap. But Jang Chen also knew there was no time to hesitate. Tianyu, listen to the wind. We charge through this dense forest. Hurry! Jang Chen decisively shouted at Qian Tianyu. Okay. Qian Tianyu instantly understood this was their only choice, and with a low shout, a sky-blue light erupted around him. The second-tier wind system reconnaissance. Spell, listen to the wind. The air around Qian Tianyu abruptly stilled for a moment. Then, an invisible ripple spread silently from him, and wisps of gentle breeze, as if summoned by an unseen force, gathered from all directions, softly brushing against Qian Tianyu's cheek, stirring a few strands of hair on his forehead. Within that wind, countless faint whispers seemed to flow into Qian Tianyu's ears. Follow me. Qian Tianyu growled, leading the way without looking back as he plunged into the bizarre forest that had appeared out of nowhere. Jang Chen, Jang Shu, and Yun Ningjing immediately followed, not daring to slacken their pace. The moment they stepped into the dense forest, it felt as if they had crossed an invisible barrier. All the noise and chaos from the outside world abruptly ceased. They had, in a single step, entered another tranquil realm. The 4 of them instantly heightened their vigilance. Jang Chen's eyes were sharp, his senses highly focused, constantly scanning every inch of their surroundings. Jang Shu clenched her small hands, a slight sweat forming in her palms, her little face tense as she struggled to suppress the fear rising within her. Yun Ningjing, now in a state of readiness, moved lightly, the fire element flickering behind her, prepared to respond to any sudden situation. Behind them was the terrifying battle. Ahead lay an unknown threat. The 4 could only advance cautiously, neither too fast nor too slow. Inside the dense forest, the light was dim. 10 seconds passed. The surroundings were silent, only the faint rustle of their footsteps on the dry branches and fallen leaves could be heard. The air was thick with a sweet, decaying scent mixed with earth. 20 seconds passed. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if countless invisible eyes were lurking in the shadows, sending chills down their spines. The heart pounded in the chest, each beat seeming to urge them to flee this place faster. 30 seconds passed. The eerie calm persisted. Calm? Jang Chen frowned slightly, keenly sensing a hint of discord. It was too quiet. This forest was silent as if it were a painting, with even the most basic sounds of insects and birds completely vanished. At that moment. No! Stop! Qian Tianyu's figure suddenly froze, as if nailed to the spot. This place, something, is very wrong. Qian Tianyu's expression was grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. What's wrong? His sister's heart tightened, and she quickly lowered her voice to ask, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. What met their eyes was still that seemingly peaceful dense forest. The trees were lush and green, with flowers and grasses dotting the landscape, exuding a faint fragrance. The ground was covered with a thick layer of twigs and fallen leaves, soft underfoot. Everything seemed so normal. It truly appeared to be just an ordinary forest. Ahead, through the gaps in the branches, the century-old Southgate banyan tree was faintly visible. Hope was right in front of them. In less than 20 seconds, they would completely break free from this damned thicket. However, just at this critical moment, Qian Tianyu called for a stop. I can't explain it, but if we go any further. Qian Tianyu's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He tightly shut his eyes, seemingly straining to discern the chaotic information relayed back by listening to the wind. His complexion gradually turned pale. Seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with exhaustion, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. If we go any further, we will die. Absolutely die. Late at night, the faint moonlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled silver frost on the ground. The 4 of them stood still, surrounded by an eerie silence. Qian Tianyu's assertion of "we will die" instantly froze the air. We will die? Yun Ningjing's cold voice trembled slightly, her usually calm eyes now unable to suppress their tightening. The other 3 trusted Qian Tianyu, knowing he wouldn't speak nonsense. Therefore, faced with the crisis, no words were needed. The 4 of them almost simultaneously summoned their magical energy, forming a defensive formation back to back. In an instant, various magical lights flared up. However, the surrounding silence was deathly still. Jang Shu pressed her lips tightly together, a palm-sized rock shield forming in her hand, ready to provide shelter for everyone.
Yun Ningjing's gaze turned completely cold, no longer the bland protective color brought on by social anxiety. At this life and death moment, she seemed even more frigid. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Tianyua's forehead, his face pale. The information relayed back by listening to the wind was far more terrifying than the two words he had uttered. Horrifying. Gruesome. Those were not warnings, but wails. The wind elements swirling around him were now agitated like frightened birds, conveying a suffocating threat of death. The surroundings remained eerily silent. No wind, no insect sounds, even the air seemed to have solidified into transparent amber. Nerves were stretched to the limit. Each heartbeat felt like a dull war drum, pounding against everyone's eardrums. In this situation, a rendition of Ambush from 10 sides on the pipa would be just perfect. Jang Chen found himself in a desperate situation, yet this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His dark eyes scanned the surroundings. His expression flat. Just then, rustle. An incredibly faint sound broke the silence. Rustle, rustle. The sound grew closer, gradually increasing in intensity. On a pitch-black night, a sudden chill of autumn wind swept through, sharp and cutting. The atmosphere of the dense forest changed abruptly. No longer was it the pure silence of before, but instantly filled with a dangerous tension, as if swords were drawn and bows were taut. Under the forceful wind, every swaying leaf resembled a poisoned blade. Every shifting light and shadow seemed to conceal deadly traps. Invisible pressure tightened around them like a tangible net, as if it aimed to strangle them within this meticulously arranged ambush. The air was no longer filled with only the sweet, decaying scent, but also mixed with an indescribable restlessness and a metallic tang. At this moment, it felt as if countless eyes and countless blades were coldly and patiently watching them from every shadowy corner of the forest, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Yet, there were clearly no monsters or demons in the dense woods. Even with elemental sight, nothing unusual could be detected. But, inexplicably, the four felt they were trapped in a deadly ambush from all sides. They were so tense that even their breathing had stopped. Thump, thump, thump. Each heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the oppressive, murderous, and tense atmosphere around them, like a prelude to war drums. The four stood in confrontation with the invisible air. Every second felt unbearably long and torturous. In this taut, ready to explode oppressive darkness, suddenly, all sounds, all movements, all changes in light and shadow came to an abrupt halt in an instant. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause. Even the winds ceased to flow, and fallen leaves froze in midair. The forest fell into an instant silence. The hearts of the four also stopped beating for a moment. Then, just as this stillness reached its peak, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, as if a bomb had detonated at the center of the dense forest, exploding before them without warning. Invisible waves surged forth with the force to sweep everything away in all directions. Rustle, 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 rustle. The sound of countless withered leaves rubbing against each other transformed from a barely audible whisper into a terrifying symphony that engulfed the world. These dead leaves seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force. From the ground, from the trunks, from the branches overhead, they surged towards the four, overwhelming and relentless. They were no longer fragile fallen leaves but had transformed into a torrent of withered yellow, like a meat grinder. The torrent of withered yellow rampaged through the forest, ultimately forming a massive yellow tornado not far in front of the four. The wind howled, and dead leaves filled the sky. As the tornado gradually came to a halt, the swirling leaves slowly settled. A menacing giant tiger, 5 meters tall and entirely composed of countless withered yellow leaves, silently appeared before them. It had no flesh, no bones. Its body was made up of countless rapidly spinning yellow leaves. Through the gaps in those leaves, one could even see its hollow interior, still churning with yellow leaves. After the giant leaf tiger appeared, it remained silent, like a voiceless predator. It slowly raised its front paw, making no sound, and took a step forward. The flowing leaves that made up its body, in various shades of bright yellow, withered yellow, and maple red, continued to swirl, making the giant tiger appear dazzling and flickering. Its two hollow eye sockets glowed with a haunting red light, locking onto Jang Chen and the others. A strong scent of decay and death filled the air with the appearance of the giant tiger. What the hell is this thing? Chen Tianyue struggled to spit out a few words from his throat. There was no record of such a monster in the demonology. Jang Chen looked at the demon, its body of withered leaves shimmering with vibrant colors as they swirled, and slowly said, "Let's call it the vibrant withered leaf tiger." 5 meters. This demon was as tall as a floor. Ordinary vinewood gray wolves appeared like stray dogs in front of it. The vibrant withered leaf tiger didn't even need to lift a paw, just walking past was enough for the withered leaves within its body to dismember such a small demon. Such a presence was at least a top-tier demon of the mortal level.
And beings like this generally required multiple third-tier mages working together, or even a mid-tier mage leading the charge, to successfully slay it. But there were only 4 of them, and they were still students. The 4 looked serious. A long cut had appeared on Jang Chen's arm at some point, slowly oozing blood. This was from when the vibrant withered leaf tiger summoned the leaves to reconstruct its body, and one of the sharp leaves had silently sliced him. The wound was shallow, yet it made him instantly understand the horror of this trap. If they had taken a few more steps forward just now, the 4 of them would have already been torn apart by that whirlwind of withered leaves, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Jang Chen didn't even glance at the wound on his arm, he merely licked his dry lips. At night, a huge and bright silver moon hung in the sky. In the dense forest, a chilling atmosphere permeated. Jang Chen and the 3 others stood at a distance, facing the vibrant tiger formed from withered leaves, the air seemingly frozen. This guy seems determined to guard the exit of this dense forest, Jang Chen chuckled. Why did it just summon the leaves to reconstruct its body? Instead of attacking us with a barrage of leaves? Is there some kind of limitation? Jang Shu frowned and asked softly, or does it want to toy with us slowly? It might be that it can't stray too far from that spot, which is why it's lying in ambush there, Yun Ning speculated. Can't stray too far? Xian Tianyue was a bit confused. What could possibly limit it here? I guess it has a core that controls the plant body, similar to the vinewood grey wolf, Jang Chen replied, his gaze wandering over the demon. The farther the core is, the weaker its control over the leaves becomes. The vinewood grey wolf could transform into vines to attack and even create clones, but it couldn't stray too far from its head. The brief exchange among the 4 had given them a preliminary understanding of the demon's characteristics, although it might not be entirely accurate. It pointed to possible strategies for dealing with it. The withered leaves surrounding the vibrant withered leaf tiger grew increasingly restless, producing a grating sound, and a fierce battle was imminent. Let's retreat. Jang Chen decisively commanded. There are leaves everywhere in the forest, fighting it here puts us at a disadvantage. But brother, behind us. Jang Shu hesitated, worried about the massive vines in the mid-tier mages' battlefield, which were continuously encroaching towards their direction. Shen Tianyue's ears twitched, maintaining the listening to the wind state allowed him to grasp the battlefield situation to some extent. It's fine, they have turned. They're not coming directly towards us. What a damn coincidence. A thought flashed through Jang Chen's mind. However, just as the 4 were about to move and prepare to retreat, the vibrant withered leaf tiger, which had been confronting them, suddenly moved without warning. Its massive body, formed from countless withered leaves, disintegrated with a low growl. In the next moment, it transformed into a ferocious, all-consuming whirlwind of yellowish red withered leaves. The whirlwind was like a giant python choosing its prey, skimming the ground and emitting a deafening roar as it charged towards the 4. At the forefront of the whirlwind was a menacing tiger head made of rapidly spinning withered leaves. Its mouth gaped wide, and a glaring crimson light flickered deep within, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Thunderbolt. Blazing wind. Lightness. At the critical moment, the 3 of them instinctively shouted simultaneously, and various magical lights suddenly flared up. Jang Chen reacted the fastest, pulling his sister Jang Shu close. A blinding flash of lightning erupted. Thunder flash. Amidst the jumping arcs of electricity, the figures of the brother and sister instantly vanished from their spot, leaving only a visible wave of air expanding outward, along with faint, lingering blue sparks in the air. The air behind Yun Ningjing surged violently, and a fiery red energy burst forth, seemingly coalescing into a pair of extremely transparent flame wings. The second-tier fire displacement magic, a family heirloom of the Yun family, blazing wind. The scorching waves rolled, propelling her body gracefully and lightly to the side. As the girl's ethereal figure swept by, several crystalline feathers, seemingly formed from flames, silently fell, quickly turning into sparks that dissipated. Xian Tianyue, utilizing his mastery of blue brilliance, cast a doubled power lightness spell. A pale blue airflow streamed from his limbs, making his body incredibly light. Xian Tianyue pushed off the ground with his legs, launching himself sideways in a nearly reckless manner. Although his posture was far less graceful than that of Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing, he barely managed to escape the direct path of the tornado at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them, relying on their superb combat skills and powerful magical control, narrowly avoided the direct impact of the withered leaf tornado. They scattered their figures, coincidentally retreating towards the relatively open ruins behind them. The vibrant withered leaf tiger's unstoppable tornado charge missed, and the massive tornado suddenly came to a halt. Countless withered leaves swirled and danced, quickly reassembling into a fierce tiger shape. It seems it can't turn sharply while charging in a tornado, a thought flashed through Jang Chen's mind. Although the demon's attack did not injure the 4 at all, it closed the distance between them. It charged right into the center of the Scattered 4. Jang Chen was the fastest to cast spells among the 4. Almost at the moment the vibrant withered leaf tiger reformed, a sharp second-tier spell. Thunder had already been completed. A small dark cloud gathered ominously above the demon's head, and violent electric snakes danced and flickered within the cloud. Boom! In the next instant, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the air, descending from the sky to strike the demon's massive body. However, the vibrant withered leaf tiger suddenly shook its body. The countless withered leaves that made up its back to abdomen seemed to detach and scatter like living things, forcibly creating a huge void in the middle of its body. The thunder passed through, leaving only a charred mark and a pungent smell of ozone on the ground. Another trick like this? Jang Chen raised an eyebrow. Although his thunder did not hit, it successfully delayed the demon's movements, creating a precious opportunity for his companions to attack. So, in the next moment, whoosh! A massive fireball nearly half a meter in diameter, carrying the terrifying high temperature and destructive energy brought by blue brilliance magic, whistled in, accurately crashing into the demon's body that had not yet fully reformed. It was Yun Ningjing's six-fold power fireball. Roaring! The withered leaves were already flammable, and even more so when infused with Yun Ningjing's powerful fireball. As soon as the flames made contact, they spread rapidly like maggots on a corpse. Roar! The vibrant withered leaf tiger let out a roar filled with anger and intense pain. At the same time, accompanied by the roar, a visible wave of air radiated from it, violently expanding outward with strong impact. Immediately after, the leaves ignited by the flames began to fall off the demon's body, as if a rain of fire was pouring down. And those leaves that had not been touched by the flames, as well as the withered leaves that had scattered earlier to avoid Jang Chen's lightning strike, began to gather again at an even faster pace. Even the dry leaves piled on the forest floor, the tender green leaves on the trees, and even the broad green leaves of some flowers seemed to respond to an invisible call, rushing towards the demon like rivers returning to the sea. In an instant, the flames on the demon extinguished, and its form became even more solid than before, its aura showing no signs of weakening. Just as the words were spoken, the action was swift. The demon's recovery of its body did not hinder it from launching a new round of attacks. It did not give the 4 any chance to catch their breath. The colorful withered leaf tiger suddenly raised a ferocious giant claw made of countless sharp leaves and swung it forward with great force. Hurricane Claw Kill. 3 solidified, withered yellow claw shadows, accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air, shot out instantly, directly targeting the Jang Chen siblings not far away. As the claw shadows flew, they plowed 3 deep furrows into the ground. The intertwining of withered leaves and fierce winds produced a series of spine-chilling air explosions, creating a terrifying momentum. Be careful. Qian Tianyue's instinctive reaction at this moment was far quicker than his thoughts. He almost instinctively raised his hand. A compressed, triple-powered cyan wind blade, which he had honed to perfection, spun and shot out, attempting to intercept the terrifying claw strike flying at high speed. This wind blade, arriving later but striking first, accurately slashed towards the center of the 3 claw shadows. This guy, clearly acting on instinct, was able to hit the high-speed claw strike with a delayed response. However, this interception turned out to be counterproductive. The colorful withered leaf tiger's hurricane claw kill, upon contact with Qian Tianyue's wind blade, not only did not weaken in the slightest but instead, like a hungry wolf encountering fresh meat, completely devoured that wind blade. In an instant, the power of the claw shadows surged dramatically. The entire claw imprint was tinged with a dull azure hue, moving faster. The momentum was even more ferocious. The dangerous aura it emitted became even more suffocating. The withered leaf tiger's control over the wind element was clearly far superior to Qian Tianyue's. His wind element attack not only failed to hinder it but instead added fuel to the fire. Accidents are always unavoidable in battle. And Jang Shu, as the team's main defensive mage, existed to deal with these endless surprises. She did not need to be distracted like the others, thinking about how to dodge or attack. Therefore, she could devote all her energy to observing the battlefield. The defensive magic she had ready at all times could adapt to the changing situation or remain unchanged in the face of myriad changes. At this moment, facing this suddenly increased, unavoidable deadly blow, Jang Shu's petite body suddenly radiated a thick, steady yellow-brown light. Her delicate, fair hands, usually only used for acting cute, now erupted with astonishing power. She raised her hand and pushed upward with great force. Bang! A loud sound. A heavy, shining yellow-brown magical light of the second-tier earth magic earth wall rose from the ground. It precisely blocked in front of the Jang Chen siblings. The solid earth wall stood firm, exuding a strong and heavy aura. However, merely an ordinary second-tier earth wall, faced with this hurricane claw kill that combined the power of Qian Tianyue's wind blade and nearly doubled its strength, seemed somewhat powerless. Crack, crack, crack. The indestructible earth wall appeared as fragile as paper in front of the terrifying claw shadows of intertwined blue and yellow. It held for less than a second before the surface of the earth wall was instantly covered with spider web-like fine cracks. Countless sharp, knife-like small leaves, mixed with unmatched fierce wind, penetrated through the expanding cracks. Put! A withered leaf brushed against Jang Chen's cheek, leaving a trail of fine blood droplets, and a sharp sting instantly followed. Put! Put! His sister's arms and legs were also instantly marked with several deep and shallow cuts, blood quickly staining her school uniform. Xian Tianyue! You idiot! Jang Chen shouted at him, turning his back to shield his sister from the stray leaves. My bad. I didn't expect. Xian Tianyue's face turned awkward, filled with frustration. He hadn't finished his sentence. The next moment, crack, boom. The earthen wall, which had been struggling to hold up, finally reached its limit under the overwhelming force of the impact. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the thick earthen wall shattered. Countless fragments of stone mixed with a flurry of withered leaves flew wildly in all directions. A cloud of dust instantly spread, completely engulfing the figures of Jang Chen and Jang Shu. Life and death. Uncertain. The dust from the shattered wall billowed out. Withered leaves and debris scattered everywhere. Roar! The colorful withered leaf tiger let out a triumphant roar into the dust. The sound waves, mixed with gusts of wind and withered leaves, instantly blew away all the dust. Its crimson pupils scanned the open ground, ready to relish the mangled prey. However, there was nothing on the ground. The two humans had vanished into thin air. Shoo! Shoo! The sound of footsteps on the soft grass approached. Jang Chen, holding Jang Shu, slowly emerged from behind a giant tree, surrounded by flickering silver-blue arcs of electricity, crackling softly. To be honest, if Jang Chen wanted, he could tease this brainless beast with Thunder Flash all day long. This was not only because Jang Chen was skilled in magic and had a double casting talent. It was also because Thunder Flash, as a textbook spell, had its unique advantages, capable of unleashing lightning speed while requiring less casting time compared to other spells. However, even though Jang Chen was so relaxed and comfortable, brother, his sister still seemed a bit shaken, but she didn't blame anyone, as everyone makes mistakes, especially since they were still in the testing phase, and everyone was holding back. Jang Chen patted his sister's back, but his gaze never left the colorful tiger, his brow slightly furrowed. A huge question lingered in his mind. Brother, your lightning strikes from the sky are already quite concealed. But that monster not only keenly detected your attack but also braved the still fireball, needing to dodge your lightning. Yet the fireball seemed to inflict more damage and was more restraining. Jang Shu voiced Jang Chen's doubts, her clear voice reaching the ears of the other two teammates. Xian Tianyue was taken aback, and Yun Ningjing slightly furrowed her brow. Indeed. Yun Ningjing's double fire magic talent, combined with her mastery at the blue radiance level, made her fireball nearly as powerful as a second-tier spell. Jang Chen's earlier thunder was merely at the level of an ordinary second-tier spell. Not to mention, flames clearly had a certain restraining effect on the withered leaf tiger. However, just now, the withered leaf tiger chose to endure the flames while avoiding Jang Chen's lightning. Was this a mistake of the monster, or just a small detail, and the four of them sensed something strange? But before they could figure it out, the colorful withered leaf tiger launched another attack. A gust of wind that tore through the air rushed towards them. The colorful withered leaf tiger's hurricane claw strike was coming again. Jang Chen lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and his figure instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the spot. Boom! The giant tree where he had just stood was directly torn into countless fragments by the terrifying claw strike. Move back, kite it! Jang Chen shouted as he made space. Thus, the four of them tacitly fought while retreating, using the complex environment to constantly pull and maneuver towards the ruins of the buildings behind them. For a moment, the blue, yellow, red, and green magical lights intertwined in the dense forest, and the intense roar of explosions echoed endlessly. Countless dry leaves danced, burned, and shattered under the violent magical attacks. Yet, countless dry leaves continuously surged in from all directions, replenishing the body of the leaf tiger. In the blink of an eye, humans and demons had fought several rounds. Brother, try using triple thunder on it, the younger sister shouted in Jang Chen's arms during a moment of running and repositioning. Jang Chen complied, a flash of azure lightning flickering at his fingertips. A triple power thunder struck precisely on the colorful dry leaf tiger. However, the colorful dry leaf tiger did not dodge or avoid it, even raising its head nonchalantly to take the attack head-on. Sizzle! Many dry leaves were pierced by the lightning, igniting into charred flames and falling down. But the effect of this lightning was only that. The head isn't a weak point? Or is it? Jang Chen murmured. The next moment, deeper in the forest, more dry leaves were summoned by an invisible force, surging towards the demon like a tide, instantly replenishing all its losses. The demon was restored to its original state in an instant, even more ferocious, charging towards the four with a whirlwind of dry leaves. Is this a damn passive skill? Xian Tianyue stared at the scene, speechless. The four of them actually understood that this kind of recovery could not be infinite, otherwise, it wouldn't be magic. Now they had to either wear down this demon or find its weakness. Did you see anything? Jang Chen asked his sister in his arms during a brief moment. Jang Shu, dedicated to defense and protected by him, was the only one who could observe the situation in detail. Jang Shu furrowed her brows tightly, but her tone was exceptionally firm. Brother, I think we still need to test it with thunder. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen's mouth twitched violently. Xiao Shu, do you really think it's a target? Don't be fooled by its size, it's incredibly agile. Jang Shu certainly knew that the colorful dry-leaf tiger was as large as a small mountain, yet its movements were astonishingly nimble. She saw the demon sometimes running silently through the forest, its body able to pass straight through trees and boulders without obstruction. At other times, the demon transformed into a yellow torrent formed by dry leaves, soaring and howling through the air, making it impossible to lock onto. Its colorful, flickering dry-leaf body echoed the forest environment, as if it were wearing a camouflage suit, making it appear hazy and greatly increasing the difficulty for the four to evade or attack. Moreover, unlike thunder, which could be cast almost instantly and was hard to dodge once targeted, the second-tier thunder required a brief guiding process, similar to the casting wind-up. It wasn't just a matter of casting speed. In fact, if one wanted to use triple power thunder, the wind-up would only be longer. This was also the reason Jang Chen had only used ordinary thunder earlier. Additionally, this demon was not only agile but could also disperse the dry leaves that made up its body to evade. Trying to hit the demon with thunder without strong control was indeed a very difficult task, requiring the right timing, location, and people. However, difficulty was not a reason for inaction. Overcoming difficulties was the opportunity for victory. During the fierce battle, Jang Chen began to attempt using thunder to probe. In one round, he seized the opportunity. He started to guide thunder. In the next moment, a few wisps of dark clouds began to gather in the sky due to Jang Chen's magical energy. The colorful dry-leaf tiger seemed to have anticipated this, abruptly stopping its skirmish with Qian Tianyue and Yun Ningjing. Its massive tiger head twisted sharply, its crimson glowing pupils like two searchlights, locking onto Jang Chen and his sister. Whoosh! The massive body made of withered leaves stirred up a whirlwind, carrying endless killing intent, charging straight at them. Brother! Jang Shu called out to her brother. Immediately, she waved her small hand, and a thick earth wall rose from the ground, attempting to obstruct the demon tiger's tornado charge. But this only served as a brief hindrance. The demon tiger's body was composed of air and withered leaves. It didn't even need to smash through the earth wall. The whirlwind of withered leaves flowed past the structure of the earth wall like water washing over stubborn rocks. That damn dog! Jang Chen cursed, having to interrupt the guidance of thunder. The magical energy returned, and the dark clouds dissipated. He held Jang Shu tightly, and beneath his feet, Thunderbolt Flash roared to life. In a moment of peril, thanks to the slight obstruction of the earth wall, they narrowly avoided the deadly pounce of the colorful withered leaf tiger. The gust of wind from its claws nearly grazed the tip of his nose, stinging his cheek painfully. Hear it! Comes again! Is that dog's nose really that sensitive? Qian Tianyue shouted in frustration not far away. Yun Ningjing and Qian Tianyue, during the battle, learned of the siblings' intentions and continuously created opportunities for them. But Jang Chen failed to cast his spell once more, causing Qian Tianyue to feel a bit defensive. Immediately after, Qian Tianyue crossed his hands and made a motion resembling a five-strike lightning whip, unleashing a series of wind blades. Jang Chen caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye. He saw that these wind blades were completely different from before. They vibrated with an eerie frequency, somewhat blurry like a malfunctioning old television signal. The wind blades sliced toward the colorful withered leaf tiger's flank, attempting to draw its attention. This time, the colorful withered leaf tiger did not casually devour the tricky wind blades as it had before. Instead, it impatiently flicked its tail, sending several clusters of withered leaves howling out, shattering the wind blades in midair. Jang Chen sighed inwardly. After a brief battle, this guy Qian Tianyue had already mastered the technique of using wind blades to attack without being devoured and utilized by the demon. Damn it, this guy must have leveled up. Yun Ningjing's fireball followed closely behind, exploding into a brilliant flame on the demon tiger, scorching a large area of withered leaves. But soon, more withered leaves quickly replenished, and in an instant, the demon tiger returned to its original state. However, After several rounds of consumption, the withered leaves within this withered leaf tiger seemed less dense than at the beginning. Jang Chen, it has been keenly sensing your magical energy fluctuations. Yun Ningjing's cold voice rang out amidst the fierce battle. Holding his sister and completing a high-speed displacement, Jang Chen took a gentle step, stabilizing his form, his expression calm. That's right, it's the fourth time. It's not a coincidence, it is indeed. Wary of thunder. Jang Chen's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. And this guy knows very well that attacking me is less effective than attacking Shu to disrupt my spellcasting. Jang Chen said somewhat unhappily. Xian Tianyue's face instantly fell, wailing, what do we do then? Are we really going to drag this out with this thing? The south gate is not far away. Jang Chen glanced in the direction of the south gate. He knew better than anyone that the sooner they could escape this battlefield, the better. But this demon was like a hunter with boundless patience, clinging tightly to them. It wouldn't allow them to escape toward the south gate, nor would it permit them to retreat back through the dense forest to the previous ruins. The demon wanted to kill all four humans in its territory. The fierce battle erupted again after a brief exchange. Another fleeting moment of opportunity. Jang Chen began to guide his magical energy once more. Above in the sky, dark clouds gathered slowly in response. This time, Jang Chen deliberately slowed the output of his magical energy, suppressing the elemental fluctuations as much as possible, extending the casting time. He attempted to use this technique of stealth casting to evade the demon's perception. However, just as the dark clouds were about to take shape and the lightning was about to be born, the originally pouncing colorful dead leaf tiger suddenly halted. Its massive body. It merely tilted its fierce tiger head slightly. The next moment. Crash. Countless dead leaves that made up its enormous body scattered apart. Without warning, like a collapsing stack of blocks. The demon did not transform into the previous violent tornado but instead became an endless wave of dead leaves, sweeping towards the Jang siblings. This attack was not as ferocious as the pounce, but its coverage was broader and came more suddenly. Jang Chen was looking for an opportunity, and the demon was also seeking one. Jang Chen wanted to test with thunder, while the demon aimed to kill this most threatening human. First, Jang Chen's pupils constricted, and he was once again forced to interrupt his spellcasting, his figure, holding his sister, turning into a flash of lightning, narrowly dodging to the side. Thunder flash. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The torrent of dead leaves lashed against the ground where they had just stood. Like a torrential rain, producing a spine-chilling, dense sound. A few scattered leaves grazed Jang Chen's body, leaving several new bloodstains. Roar. The meticulously planned strike failed to work, and the demon let out a furious roar of impotence. This human spellcasting speed could actually increase. It really isn't that simple, is it? Jang Chen sighed lightly. Just then. We can't delay any longer. Let me be the bait. Qian Tianyue suddenly shouted. Before his words fell, the sky-blue light on his body dimmed for a moment. Immediately, the miniature airflow swirling around him exploded uncontrollably. Centered on him, a violent cyclone erupted uncontrollably, lifting all the dead branches, leaves, and dust from the ground, forming a brief vacuum zone. Following that, an even more brilliant sky-blue light erupted. Countless visible thick azure air currents surged out, wrapping around him, transforming into powerful driving forces. The threefold power of lightness was fully activated. Qian Tianyue's speed instantly surged. It skyrocketed. It multiplied. The ground beneath his feet cracked in response, and he shot forward like a released azure arrow, trailing a brilliant tail, wildly turning among the trees, charging fiercely towards the side of the colorful dead leaf tiger. Hey! You useless lump! Look over here, your father is right here. While Chen Tianyue ran for his life, he unleashed all the crude language he had learned throughout his life on the internet. You look like the paper money burned for the dead. I wouldn't even use you to wipe my ass when I'm out in the wild without paper. You dare to come out and scare people looking like this? Didn't your parents teach you what shame is? Suddenly, Qian Tianyue seemed to think of something and let out a sneer. Oh, no, look at your hybrid breed, how could you possibly have a family looking like that? Hilarious. Trash fish, useless lump, useless lump. Besides frantically talking, Qian Tianyue's hands were also not idle, giving the giant tiger a harsh thumbs down. He even turned his back, crazily shaking his butt at the demon and slapping it hard. Truly shameless to the extreme. That utterly mocking demeanor even made Jang Chen's fists clench. Not to mention the demon, an emotional creature. The demon might not understand overly complex human language, but the provocation in Qian Tianyue's tone and the disdain in his actions were clear signals. The colorful dead leaf tiger let out a deafening roar, its massive head suddenly whipping around, its crimson demon eyes locking onto this tiny yet noisy bug. It abandoned the Zhang siblings, bringing a foul wind, and charged towards Xian Tianyue. I will kill you. Yo, 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 getting anxious, getting anxious.
Xian Tianyue screeched, his voice filled with exaggerated pride.
No way, no way. Do you really think you can catch up to me, your father? Catch up?
I'll make you drink my piss, you useless piece of trash.
With the enhancement of the
Blue Blow Lightness spell, Xian Tianyue's figure darted through the forest like lightning, narrowly avoiding the deadly strikes of the monsters each time.
If one
were to overlook the immense danger involved. At this moment, two figures, one yellow and one green, one large and one small, truly resembled two butterflies,
dancing and playfully chasing each other in the woods.
Jang Chen witnessed his friend's verbal prowess firsthand, marveling at it and humbly learning. He thought to himself, this guy really is quite fierce when he lets loose. Beside him, Jiang Shu and Yun Ning also showed strange expressions.
Little Shu, Ning Ning, keep an eye out for cover, Jang Chen shouted.
The three of them each radiated magical brilliance, yet they did not act recklessly, calmly waiting for the moment
that would determine victory or defeat.
The colorful withered leaf tiger pounced several times in vain, exhaling heavily, its scarlet eyes shining terrifyingly.
The monster's fury already burning the heavens. Bug! 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 You deserve to die.
Why have you stopped?
Useless.
You useless piece of trash,
with all those yellow, red, and colorful bits on you. Could your mother tell which one is your father when she gave birth to you?
After cursing, Xian Tianyue was still not satisfied. He took a deep breath, using all his strength to unleash a mocking roar. Look at me directly. You bastard born of a mother, but with no
father to teach you.
Jang Chen, who had been focused on finding an opportunity, couldn't help but interject with a quip upon hearing this.
Wow. That was harsh. Definitely a critical hit with that insult. Sure enough. The next moment. Roar.
The colorful withered leaf tiger completely went berserk, letting
out a deafening roar that shook the heavens.
The tiger's roar transformed from a mere sound wave into a tangible shockwave, sending ripples through the air. Centered around the monster, the ground cracked inch by inch, countless fragments of stone were blasted into the sky.
In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. It's about to unleash its ultimate move.
Jang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly shouted a warning to the still cursing Xian Tianyue.
Just then, the monster suddenly stomped the ground. Boom!
A dull thud echoed as the ground fractured.
Countless charred withered leaves, struck by lightning, exploded alongside
the intact ones, shooting out like steel needles in all directions.
Immediately after, clang, clang, clang,
a series of jarring metallic scraping sounds came
from within the monster.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the massive and fluffy tiger body made of withered leaves began to shrink and solidify at a visible speed. Countless withered leaves were forcibly compressed and blended by an invisible yet powerful force. The air within its body seemed to be instantly vacuumed out. The originally vague outline of the giant tiger quickly became hard and clear, outlining muscular lines that twisted like tangled roots, resembling
solid rock.
These muscles presented a deep, withered yellow, brimming with explosive power. In just a few breaths, the entire monster's size shrank by half. Yet the ferocity and brutality it exuded only intensified, condensing several times over, making it almost hard to breathe.
From its original towering height
of nearly 2 stories, it transformed into a smaller yet more formidable and refined beast.
Jang Chen's pupils also slightly constricted at that moment. This colorful withered leaf tiger was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Damn! It's like Frisia's second form. Xian Tianyue let out a strange cry, his
voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, echoing through the silent forest.
Before everyone could fully comprehend this sudden turn of events, the withered
leaf demon tiger, with its solid body and sinewy muscles, suddenly raised its right paw, which was bulging with muscle and glimmering with a dry yellow sheen. There was no hint of flamboyance. The demon struck fiercely at the top of Xian Tianyue's head from a distance, delivering a ferocious blow.
Wha! The wind wailed.
But listening to the wind on Xian Tianyue's body had long since issued a heart-wrenching warning.
The wind elements in the atmosphere were frantically
conveying a deadly signal to him, death. Xian Tianyue thus predicted the trajectory of the demon's attack.
He exerted force beneath his feet, and with the
triple lightness boost of the blue radiance level, he suddenly made a sharp turn, trying to shake off this lethal strike.
However,
the seemingly frenzied claws of the colorful withered leaf tiger momentarily froze in mid-air.
It was actually a slow-fast blade.
The trajectory of the demon's claws changed abruptly.
The
claws, like shadows, moved towards Xian Tianyue, who had just completed his evasive maneuver and was already exhausted, and locked onto him fiercely. This beast, seemingly blinded by rage, was actually putting on an act.
With its body solidified, its power and speed had greatly increased, and this move was already faster than its previous claw strike.
Yet, such a ferocious claw attack was still not at full strength.
It deliberately feigned weakness, using a half-hearted attack to completely bait Qian Tianyue into dodging and into a stiffened state. The colorful withered leaf tiger saw that this damned human had finally revealed a flaw. A cruel delight flashed in the demon's crimson eyes.
"Got you, bug. I will kill you."
Roar! The brief pause of the claw strike ended, and it completely locked onto the stiffened Qian Tianyue. The demon tiger suddenly erupted with power far beyond before. Speed. Momentum. 12 times the power. Hurricane. Claw kill. Whoosh!
A fierce wind rushed at him. Qian Tianyue was not even hit, but the grass behind him had already been pressed down by the claw wind,
leaving 3 deep claw marks visible to the bone.
But at this moment, Qian Tianyue was exhausted from his previous efforts, and new strength had yet to arise.
In an instant, he was forced into a life-or-death predicament.
This pause, so brief it was almost negligible, drew the line between life and death.
Am I going to die?
The shadow of the claw loomed larger and larger before him. The breath of death bore down on him, leaving him stiff and his blood cold. He heard the trajectory of the demon's attack, but never expected that this demon could act so well, deceiving even the cunning human into believing it. And it had endured, waiting for this most critical moment. This claw was sinister beyond measure. Jang Shu was just about to make a move, the light of the rock shield already gathering in his palm. However, at this critical moment, "Do you think you can kill me?" Qian Tianyue's eyes instantly turned blood red, and a roar erupted as if he were about to tear his own throat apart. Adrenaline exploded. His heart raced with passion. His blood boiled in an instant. He saw the azure light around him surge once more. Lightness. He disregarded everything and suddenly stepped forward diagonally. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, dirt and grass flying into the air. Explosive wind. A violent azure airflow erupted from behind him, stacking on top of the original triple lightness boost, propelling him forward like a cannonball. With a muffled bang, Qian Tianyue broke through the air, shooting forward with force. Whoosh! Qian Tianyue was almost skimming the edge of that fierce claw wind, shooting out. The air was violently shattered by him, and the withered leaves flying in the forest were pushed aside, creating a visible azure trajectory. A few strands of hair, severed and cut, slowly fell behind him. Boom! The terrifying claw strike ultimately missed, plowing 3 shocking deep furrows into the earth. Having escaped from danger, Qian Tianyue stood on the scarred earth, gasping for breath. Waves of intense pain surged through his body. Ha, damn it, that scared the hell out of me. Ugh. Qian Tianyue, relying on his talent, had used reckless moves, causing his body to feel extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but retch a few times. Blood trickled from his nostrils. His face was unnaturally flushed due to the backlash from the magic core. Awesome! Brother Tianyue. Jang Chen couldn't help but shout. Awesome! His sister Jang Shu also excitedly yelled along. Cow! Yun! Ningjing's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, feeling embarrassed to shout such words. Jang Chen knew in his heart that in that brief moment, Qian Tianyue had unleashed his ultimate life and death technique. Explosive lightness. This was a move that Qian Tianyue had forcibly transformed with his proficiency at the blue radiance level. He twisted the lightness spell, originally meant for sustained acceleration, into an instant burst displacement skill. Although in terms of maximum speed and distance, it couldn't compare to Jang Chen's Thunder Flash or Yun Ningjing's Blazing Wind, which specialized in displacement magic. The preciousness of this move lay in its unexpectedness. Moreover, it could be stacked. If he simply used the explosive lightness, Qian Tianyue's control wouldn't pose much of a problem. But he had recklessly forced it to operate again under the enhancement of triple sustained lightness. The two completely different lightness powers collided and stacked within him, erupting with a force that surpassed the blue radiance level. However, Qian Tianyue's mastery of lightness had not exceeded the blue radiance level. Therefore, both his magic core and body bore an unimaginable burden. It was akin to self-harm to increase power. Qian Tianyue felt a lingering fear. But the next second, he lifted his head and roared even more defiantly. Trash! Haven't you eaten? Is this all you got? Thus, a thrilling round came to an end. The battle between Qian Tianyue and the striped withered leaf tiger began anew. At this moment, the solidified striped withered leaf tiger was completely different from its previous silent mode of action. Now, with every step it took, it sounded like a war elephant trampling, producing a heavy thud that shook the ground. It surged forward with immense momentum, like a small mountain crashing through layers of air. Trees that blocked its path
were no longer passed through as if they were phantoms but were instead smashed and shattered. The striped withered leaf tiger charged straight at Qian Tianyue. Once more. At the same time, even more ferocious hurricane claw strikes were wildly unleashed, turning the dense forest upside down. In an instant, Qian Tianyue found himself in peril again. He dodged and maneuvered through the gaps in the torrential attacks, occasionally activating the explosive lightness to save his life. Due to the magic backlash, blood continued to flow from his nostrils. He was like a small boat in a storm, one misstep away from being crushed to pieces. Even so, Qian Tianyue's mouth was like it had been smeared with honey, chattering nonstop. Ha ha ha. You can't even hit me with all your might? Or did your mom die when you were young and you never had milk? Ha 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 ha. Demons inherently had low rationality, and years of life and death battles made their emotions unpredictable. Most demons, even if they possessed considerable intelligence, preferred to act in the most primitive and savage ways. The striped withered leaf tiger, unable to break through, was now completely driven mad by the human's taunts. Its attacks became even more frenzied, but as a result, it revealed numerous flaws and became increasingly chaotic. This series of changes occurred in the blink of an eye. And this was the opportunity Jang Chen had been waiting for. Qian Tianyue had genuinely created an opportunity at the risk of his life. Unbeknownst to him, a small patch of thick dark clouds had quietly gathered, covering the sky above the fierce giant tiger's head. Within the clouds, blue lightning slithered like silver snakes. A heavy, oppressive thunderous pressure began to spread. At that moment, the nearly mindless demon finally sensed a hint of deadly danger through its battle instincts. The demon felt increasingly uneasy, irritable, and furious. It suddenly halted its pursuit, its scarlet demon eyes burning with frenzied rage, fixated on Qian Tianyue. It had to immediately, right now, tear this damned bug before it into pieces. It threw its head back and opened its gaping maw, large enough to devour everything, letting out a deafening roar. Roar. After the roar, the demon's head turned, its massive mouth still open, and an irresistible, surging suction erupted from its mouth. Whoosh ah! Whoosh ah! The wind howled. Countless withered yellow leaves were forcibly drawn in from all directions by an invisible force, converging into a visible yellow airflow, rushing into the demon's gaping maw. The scene resembled a deep passage leading straight to the underworld. Following that, it wasn't just the dead leaves. The broken stones and branches on the ground, even some low shrubs, were uprooted by this terrifying suction, being pulled toward the abyss-like giant mouth. At the same time, the demon's body, composed of withered leaves, became loose and unsteady. It was spinning wildly, like a washing machine made of countless sharp blades. But it wasn't clothes it was stirring, it was flesh and blood. Clang clang. Anything caught in it was instantly sliced and shredded into powder. With a crisp explosion, Qian Tianyue, who was at the forefront, changed his expression drastically. However, his body was completely out of control, being pulled by a tremendous force toward the bloodstained giant mouth. What the hell is this? Is it a high-speed vacuum suction? Qian Tianyue screamed in shock. The blue light on his body surging wildly, trying to trigger an explosive lightness at the cost of self-harm to break free. However, it was all in vain. Under the demon's furious strike, all his resistance seemed so weak and powerless. Qian Tianyue's feet carved deep grooves into the ground, yet his body continued to slide toward death step by step. Oh no! This demon actually has wide-range control. Tianyue. Jang Shu shouted anxiously, his heart in his throat. But at this moment, the demon indeed remained firmly in place to maintain this terrifying suction. Motionless. You've worked hard, Tianyue. Jang Chen's voice was calm, to the point of being cold, clearly ringing out amidst the howling wind. He snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. In an instant, the long gestating dark clouds in the sky erupted with a blinding white light that tore through the vision. Boom! A thick blue lightning bolt, carrying a destructive aura like divine punishment, ripped through the night, instantly illuminating the entire ruins, accurately striking the unguarded back of the colorful withered leaf tiger. Roar! The colorful withered leaf tiger let out a shrill, twisted roar. The sound was so loud that the entire dense forest trembled. Its massive body convulsed violently, the outer layer of withered leaves charred and scattered by the force of the thunder. That terrifying suction suddenly faltered due to this unexpected heavy blow. Qian Tianyue felt the pulling force on him suddenly lighten, and his body stopped sliding forward. Brother! We finally hit it! Jang Shu exclaimed in delight, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor due to Qian Tianyue's repeated dangers. Yan Ningjing also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, the knuckles she had tightly clenched regaining some color. Jang Chen said nothing, just stared intently at the demon howling in pain under the divine punishment. Jang Chen tried to observe why this demon would rather endure the more restraining fireball than desperately evade his thunder. Damn it! If this is also an act, then tonight will truly be a fight to the death. In an instant, as the thunder exploded, countless azure electric snakes not only slithered across the demon's surface but also ruthlessly tore through its layer of withered leaf defenses, crazily burrowing into its interior. Zizizi. In that moment, millions of fine azure arcs of electricity spread wildly within the storm of withered leaves, connecting and intertwining to form a web. The violent currents seemed to flow through the demon's true limbs and bones, vividly outlining a brief, bizarre, yet incredibly clear energy map. It was as if this amorphous demon, under the thunder, was forced to reveal its true life trajectory for the first time. At this moment, the demon was no longer a chaotic mass of withered leaves. It had no bones, no flesh. The swirling storm of withered leaves now seemed merely an external shell. Under the wash of lightning, the demon appeared to transform into a thunderous specter composed purely of raging currents, revealing a bizarre tiger form of lightning beneath the layers of withered leaves. The spirits of the force suddenly surged. Because in the latter half of the demon's body, the network of lightning was exceptionally dense, converging into an incredibly conspicuous node. It's the core. This thought exploded simultaneously in the minds of the four. However, before they could firmly remember that location, the revealed core node suddenly wriggled. It was moving. Damn it, it was changing position. In the next moment, the thunder dissipated. The trace of the core also vanished amidst the chaotic withered leaves and airflow, never to be found again. Damn it! The core can move, and you hide it so deep. And you call yourself a tiger? You're a dog, aren't you? I at #%. Xian Tianyue, seeing the information he fought for slip away, was furious and cursed loudly. But the four had no time to rejoice or feel dejected over this significant discovery. A far more violent and vengeful aura erupted from the demon. Injured by ants. Provoked by trash. The damned bug had uncovered its greatest secret. This top-tier demon was completely driven into madness. The demon's previously stagnant suction power erupted again, and it was several times stronger than before. Its crimson demon eyes no longer looked at anyone else but locked onto Qian Tianyue. Those angry, cruel eyes seemed to say it would not rest until it had skinned this damned bug alive and carved it into 1,000 pieces. Whoosh woo! The yellow spring passage formed by the suction became even more turbulent, and the surrounding air emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure. Qian Tianyue's face turned completely pale. That gaping blood-red mouth appeared to him to be infinitely magnified, as if it were going to swallow the entire world. The surging suction vortex blew his hair, clothes, and even skin, all pointing towards that ferocious mouth. Brothers! Help me out here! Qian Tianyue could no longer play the hot-blooded game of my life is in my hands. Not in heavens, his voice filled with a desperate desire for life. The demon, seeing this repeatedly jumping bug finally scared, revealed a hint of human-like mockery and delight in its eyes. Then, the suction increased again. The demon was sucking even harder. Damn it, Woo! Qian Tianyue let out a meaningless scream, azure airflow once again gushing out from his body. The explosive lightness was activated again. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked like a spider web. The counterforce of the airflow was undeniably strong. But under the terrifying pull incited by the furious demon, his body still could not resist, inch by inch, sliding towards that abyss-like giant mouth. Even more despairing was that after using such self-harming tactics repeatedly, Qian Tianyue felt a strong dizziness wash over him like a tide, and his vision began to darken. His legs went weak, and he staggered, on the verge of completely losing his balance and falling to the ground. But before his body could touch the ground, that terrifying pulling force had already yanked him up from the ground, suspending him in midair. Qian Tianyue had no doubt that in the next moment he would be shredded into pieces by that swirling leaf-like meat grinder. The cold breath of death had already brushed against his cheek. It's over. I haven't even kissed a girl's soft lips yet. This last regretful thought was all that remained in Qian Tianyue's mind. Just at this life-and-death moment, when everything hung by a thread, a voice that usually sounded cool but now was incredibly calm and resolute suddenly rang out. Don't be afraid. Yin Ningjing had made her move. In front of her fair fingertips, a fireball, heated to the extreme, was compressing and condensing at an astonishing speed. The surface of the fireball flickered with black patterns, emitting a terrifying heat and pressure far beyond any previous fireball. Double the power. Second tier, flame explosion. The target was aimed directly at the demon tiger's gaping maw that devoured everything. Almost in the same instant. I'm coming too. Jang Shu shouted, her small hands suddenly raised. Boom! A solid and heavy earthen wall shot up from the ground, perfectly and precisely blocking the path between Qian Tianyue and the demon tiger. The overwhelming pulling force from the demon tiger towards Qian Tianyue was momentarily halted by this sudden earthen wall. Jang Chen and the others had already forged a deep friendship, often sparring and exchanging ideas. At this moment, after several battles with minor monsters, the four of them were in perfect sync. No words were needed. The moment Yun Ningjing and Jiang Shu made their moves, Jang Chen also acted. Boom! A dazzling blue lightning flashed and vanished on his body. Jang Chen seemed to transform into a streak of lightning, tearing through the darkness. He charged straight towards the precarious Qian Tianyue at an almost imperceptible speed against the overwhelming terrifying pull. Thunder flash. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, like a rabbit springing and a hawk swooping. The next moment, the double-powered flame explosion fireball at Yun Ningjing's fingertips, trailing a dazzling tail flame, shot accurately into the demon tiger's abyss-like mouth like a meteor. Because the demon was still continuously sucking in everything around it, this flame explosion fireball was sucked in with a whoosh like a freshly cracked liquid egg. Immediately after, the moment the earthen wall created by Jiang Shu stood up, it cracked with countless spiderweb-like fissures in the face of the demon tiger's terrifying pull. The earthen wall let out a mournful cry of being unable to bear the weight, and it looked like it was about to shatter. But that was already enough. It was in this less than a second gap, this fleeting moment of cover. Jiang Chen's speed was unreserved, his figure like a true specter, cutting through the swirling dust, charging straight towards Qian Tianyue without losing a bit of speed. Finally, Jiang Chen adjusted his body posture. With a bang, he stomped hard on the earthen wall, his entire body parallel to the ground. As the lightning flowed, his muscles tensed instantly, dissipating all the forward momentum, and he naturally assumed a highly explosive crouching stance. Then, his iron claw-like hand had firmly grasped Qian Tianyue's arm. A steel-like left arm. An unbreakable pull. Go! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. Ignore! Qian Tianyue screamed. And at that moment, boom! A sound so deep and terrifying that it seemed capable of shattering eardrums erupted from within the demon tiger. The fireball infused with double the power finally detonated completely within the demon's body. That terrifying suction force came to an abrupt halt. The massive body of the demon tiger suddenly stiffened, and countless burning dry leaves mixed with charred debris erupted wildly from every crevice of its body. The demon's entire fluffy form, made up of dry leaves, expanded outward in an instant. The horrifying orange-red wave of destruction, mixed with a devastating shockwave, swept outwards from the demon's already hollow body, spreading wildly in all directions. And the demon's gaping maw became the primary outlet for the surging energy. The flames compressed to their limit, and the shockwave of the fireball surged out frantically. The earthen wall could no longer withstand such power and shattered with a thunderous crash. Clouds of dust and fragments of earth scattered everywhere. Godspeed. If the scene were to be played in slow motion at that moment, one could see the brilliant lightning and surging flames, like two living serpents, wrapping around and entwining Jiang Chen and Qian Tianyue's bodies in an instant. The earthen wall bulged under the impact, and the destructive shockwave, mixed with countless fragments and dry leaves, was already chasing them like a tsunami. Immediately, a force so powerful it was beyond description surged forth. The figures of the two vanished from their original spot in an instant. Boom! Amidst the deafening cacophony of complex sounds, Jiang Chen, with a sudden flash of inspiration, used the unmatched force of the impact to roll away with Qian Tianyue in an extremely awkward posture, heading in the opposite direction of the explosion. Finally, the two narrowly escaped the most dangerous core area of the explosion. They rolled uncontrollably on the ground covered with debris, scorched earth, and burning dry leaves. After rolling for several dozen meters, they barely came to a stop amidst the intense friction. They felt as if their entire skeletal structure was about to fall apart. Jiang Chen rolled to dissipate the force and fell to the ground with Qian Tianyue, both in a sorry state. Damn! This fireball magic is so domineering. So powerful. In future textbooks, there must be a note saying prevent babies from accidentally ingesting it. He hadn't even gotten up yet and was already complaining while lying on the ground. Where did this giant baby come from? Eating everything will only harm you. Qian Tianyue, having narrowly escaped death, felt his heart pounding like a drum. It was only after he instinctively echoed Jiang Chen's words that he realized he was alive. Then, unable to contain himself, Qian Tianyue let out a roar with all his might, venting the tumultuous emotions of surviving a disaster. Lying sprawled on the ground, Qian Tianyue shouted at the top of his lungs, "Awo! We survived!" Jang Chen followed suit, also lying on the ground, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "We are the champions of survival! Woohoo!" At that moment, Qian Tianyue looked utterly disheveled, covered in dirt, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Although still dizzy, he had finally snatched back a life from the gates of hell. However, before they could catch their breath, even before they could feel a hint of relief for this life they had regained, when Qian Tianyue shakily lifted his head, he witnessed an unforgettable scene ahead. The colorful dryleaf tiger had now transformed into a massive, burning torch. The raging flames enveloped its entire body, producing a terrifying crackling sound. Yet, it did not emit a single howl of anguish. Nor did it die as expected. Amidst the flames that burned everything, its massive body was slowly rising upright again. All the scattered dry branches and fallen leaves on the ground seemed to respond to some invisible and powerful call. They surged towards the burning body of the demon tiger like moths to a flame, endlessly, frantically, vying to be the first. Withered branches and dead leaves became the fuel that aided the wicked, quickly filling the grotesque voids carved by the flames. The surging firelight shot up into the sky, resembling a massive moving bonfire, illuminating the dark forest as bright as day. That terrifying flame not only failed to burn it to death but seemed to have undergone the most brutal tempering, awakening its more primal and terrifying ferocity. The once scarlet eyes, composed of withered leaves, had lost all traces of rage and fury. In their place was a heart-stopping stillness and coldness, an absolute indifference. At this moment, the resplendent withered leaf tiger stood once more before the four, burning with an unquenchable inferno of hellfire. Countless withered leaves still clustered around it, echoing its presence, as if draping it in a grotesque armor woven from flames and death. It seemed to have transformed into a furious tiger, clawing its way out of hell, the nine-nether inferno raging wind tiger. The demon regarded the four tiny humans before it with its calm, yet quietly murderous, scarlet eyes. That gaze seemed to silently declare, from now on, it's either you die or I perish. Frisia's third form. Jang Chen said with a serious expression. What are you joking about at a time like this? Qian Tianyue nearly roared in response. Faced with the demon tiger, now bathed in flames and gales, its power multiplied several times over, a fear that originated from the depths of his soul gripped Qian Tianyue. The already perilous situation was about to escalate even further. So much so that Qian Tianyue had to temporarily transform this fear into a fiery outburst. Yun Ningjing and Jang Shu instinctively tensed their bodies, ready for action, as if facing a formidable enemy. Don't rush, Tianyue-ji, Jang Chen smiled, unfazed by his friend's current agitation and trembling words. Patience and calmness are the foundation of all wisdom. Jang Chen's relaxed tone was like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing the flames of anxiety in the hearts of the three. The tension and fear seemed a little more bearable now. Jang Chen's gaze refocused on the demon tiger. He observed, the wind aids the fire, and the fire borrows the wind's might. In the forest, countless withered leaves transformed into torrents, madly surging towards the giant tiger. The tiger was surrounded by a whirlwind of fire and wind, with countless burning leaves swirling like rolling magma, its ferocity more terrifying than ever before. Its core is still within its body, but in this ghastly state, even if I strike it with lightning again, the flames will completely obscure my probing. Jang Chen spoke rapidly, clearly articulating his thoughts. This should be why it would rather endure fireballs than face lightning. As a wind attribute creature, when struck by flames, it can manipulate the fire indirectly using the wind, effectively hiding its weakness. But lightning is different. Once lightning enters its body, it will instantly flow through its unique energy meridians, completely exposing its core position. Of course, this is just my guess. I believe there are two ways to break the deadlock. Jang Chen held up two fingers. 1. Find a way to locate its moving core and deliver a fatal blow. 2. Drag it away from this forest until it can no longer replenish its withered leaves. Jang Chen paused, glancing around at his teammates. So, the three asked in unison, their faces filled with confusion and anticipation. So, do you have any ideas? Jang Chen smiled. What the heck? Jang Shu stomped his foot in frustration. You look like you have everything figured out, and I thought you already had a plan. You're addicted to showing off, aren't you? Qian Tianyue couldn't help but retort. I feel like I've been played. Yun Ningjing muttered softly. The almost tangible atmosphere of terror was dissipated somewhat by these few remarks, and everyone regained their composure. Just at that moment, before anyone could come up with a way to break the deadlock, the fiery, multicolored withered leaf tiger moved. It did not roar. It simply lowered its body. In the midst of a dead silence, it launched its most ferocious and deadly attack. Whoosh! A fierce wind surged. Countless burning withered leaves were swept up, entwined with scorching flames, forming a grotesque fire tornado. At the very front of the tornado, all the flames and withered leaves coalesced into a hideously burning tiger's head. It opened its blood-red maw made of flames and let out a deafening shriek. A powerful and terrifying suction force erupted from that massive mouth. Wherever the tornado passed, the air was instantly vacuumed. And everything on the ground was uprooted, completely devoured by that burning tiger's mouth. It was like a moving black hole. And the target of this death tornado was none other than Qian Tianyue. The hairs all over Qian Tianyue's body stood on end in an instant. The azure winds surrounding him felt as insignificant as a candle flickering in the wind. Yahoo! He let out a strange cry, not thinking twice, and rolled and crawled backward in a panic. However, this time, the game of ghost catching was hellishly difficult. That terrifying suction force clung to him tightly. It felt as if countless invisible hands were pulling at his limbs, his body, his soul. Every step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Qian Tianyue stumbled several times, his body uncontrollably falling backward, and it seemed he was about to be swallowed by that storm of death. Fortunately, at every critical moment, Jang Shu always managed to raise a earth wall or rock shield just in time. Boom! The earth wall bought Qian Tianyue a moment to catch his breath, allowing him to barely stabilize his form. The scorching air waves hit him in the face, making his cheeks sting. A burning withered leaf, carrying sparks, brushed past his scalp, singeing a few strands of hair into charred curls. The acrid smell of burning invaded his nostrils. He didn't even have time to pat it out. In the next moment, several transparent wind blades silently separated from the tornado, mingling with the chaotic airflow, slicing through the air, heading straight for his back and neck. At the moment the wind blades approached, Qian Tianyue sensed the deadly air fluctuations with listening to the wind. He had no time to think, not even to turn around. His body's instincts surpassed his brain's commands. He suddenly twisted his waist to one side at an incredible angle while running, almost breaking himself in half. Whoosh! Even so, the razor-sharp wind blades still grazed his ribs and arms. His clothes ripped apart, and 2 deep wounds appeared in an instant. The searing pain made him gasp. In just a round or two, Qian Tianyue's heart was pounding like a drum. He had no doubt that if he slowed down even by 1/10 of a second, he would be completely devoured by that fiery wind tornado. Then he would be torn to shreds, his body engulfed in flames. Damn it! Why is it only chasing me? The running man Qian Tianyue let out a desperate scream. He had cursed with such delight earlier, but now he was running in utter disarray. Jang Shu was even worried he might exhaust himself, so he directly cast a second-tier recovery spell, Earth Power, on him. Tianyue, stand your ground. Don't stop. As long as his feet remained on the ground, Qian Tianyue's stamina would continuously recover. Seeing the monster relentlessly pursuing Qian Tianyue, Jang Chen and Yun Ningjing were not idle either. Boom! Boom! Blinding lightning and scorching fireballs whistled out, accurately striking the fire tornado. However, these first-tier spells that had been effective before now fell like water droplets into boiling oil, exploding into a few inconsequential sparks but having no further effect. The demon tiger was even too lazy to care, allowing the attacks to land on its body while it frantically devoured the surrounding dry leaves, continuously strengthening its body made of wind and fire. Jang Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. Conventional attacks were ineffective. He instinctively raised his hand. Blue arcs of electricity began to dance at his fingertips, attempting to construct a more powerful second-tier lightning magic. But as soon as the thought arose, he extinguished it himself. No! His gaze was firmly locked onto that raging fire tornado. The demon tiger's speed at this moment was several times faster than before, once again transforming into a whirlwind of dry leaves, its movement trajectory chaotic and disorderly, completely a desperate charge. Conventional second-tier and third-tier attack magic had too long a casting time and too rigid a trajectory for Jang Chen right now. In this situation, even with double the casting speed, it was impossible to hit. Unless someone could keep it in place, turning it into a live target. But no one present possessed such powerful control magic. The demon had been tricked once and would not be held in place by Qian Tianyue again. Attack magic was not feasible. Jang Chen's thoughts raced through countless ideas in an instant, his gaze swiftly scanning the chaotic battlefield. His eyes swept over Qian Tianyue's awkward dodging figure. Over Jang Shu, who occasionally provided cover for Qian Tianyue with earthen walls. Under Jang Shu's protection, Qian Tianyue maintained a fragile balance. At any moment he could be completely killed by that desperate demon. What about the displacement magic? Magic is not the same between different tiers. The casting time required for low-tier magic is usually far less than that of high-tier magic. Even among second-tier spells, the casting times of thunder and lightning flash are worlds apart. Lightning flash is specifically designed for explosive displacement. Its casting time is shorter than most spells, ensuring that the mage has a higher margin for error. With this thought, a glimmer flashed in Jang Chen's eyes. He had an idea. Jang Chen's figure appeared beside Jang Shu. "Xiao Shu, do you have a way?" Jang Chen's voice rang out amidst the howling wind, his gaze fixed on the distant figure. Fleeing in a panic. Beside him, Jang Shu's small face was tense with anxiety, her bright eyes tightly locked onto the colorful dry leaf tiger. The brutal battle was forcing this girl to shed her naivety, becoming resilient and calm. Brother, we're about to run out of this dense forest and back to that concrete ruin. Xiao Shu's voice was slightly urgent, but her logic was clear. She pointed in a direction where the trees were thinning, faint outlines of campus buildings made of steel and concrete were visible. Once we get there, this demon won't be able to sustain itself without the leaves. The four of them were not running straight back to the concrete ruins they had started from. The demon was extremely cunning, fully aware that this dense forest was its territory. Therefore, under the demon's frenzied interference, they were forced back into the depths of the forest several times. The situation was exceptionally perilous. So, you want to engage it in a war of attrition? Jang Chen countered. No. Jang Shu's tone was exceptionally firm. We must take the initiative. Tianyue's magic energy is almost depleted, and our consumption is also significant. If we drag this out, what if we run out of magic energy first? Then it's all over. Moreover, Jang Shu took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing the flutter in her heart. Now the demon is fighting for its life. Any small mistake on our part could lead to death. Among the four, only Jang Chen, relying on his double magic energy talent, was still managing well. Jiang Shu, Qian Tianyue, and Yun Ningjing were barely holding on, relying on the blue glow level magic they had mastered to greatly conserve magic energy. Hearing his sister's words, Jiang Chen's tightly pressed lips couldn't help but curve slightly upward, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. Not bad, as expected of my sister, we heroes see eye to eye. Jiang Chen tightened his embrace around his sister's shoulders. Then, he gazed at the figure dancing madly on the edge of death and sighed softly. If your head is already hanging by a thread, reasoning and retreating won't help you escape the tiger's jaws. Brother! If you're going to make a move, hurry up. Qian Tianyue is about to be killed. Jiang Shu couldn't help but shout anxiously, as he saw his brother still posturing at such a critical moment. Don't worry. Jiang Chen's smile remained unchanged, but his tone carried an added confidence. That guy is tough, he won't die so easily. Jiang Chen said this. But in the next moment, his senses became incredibly focused, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Every breath Qian Tianyue took, every stretch of the demon tiger's withered leaves, every turn of the wind and fire tornado was all in his mind. In a certain moment, the demon tiger unleashed a hurricane claw kill, and in that minuscule moment of pause, when its old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to be born, now was the time. Jiang Chen tightened his hold around his sister's soft waist, and the thunderous light erupted around him. Thunder flash. Boom. The blinding electric light flickered and vanished, leaving only a dull roar of thunder in the air. When the figures of the brother and sister reappeared, they had already landed steadily beside Qian Tianyue, successfully entering the battlefield. How is it? Jiang Chen asked succinctly. My legs, they're weak. Qian Tianyue's face was as pale as paper, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with the shock of having survived a disaster. Tonight's flying steps, Qian Tianyue was first. Just as Jiang Chen steadied himself, without even having time to say another word, Jiang Shu, who had already completed her magic construction in his arms, instantly activated her spell. The girl's fair palm gently pushed forward. In the next moment, a thick, rich yellow mist surged out from her palm like a flood breaking through a dam. The mist rolled and roared, carrying the weight and texture of the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it completely engulfed the area where the three stood. A first-tier earth magic stone mist. This artificially created fog not only obscured vision but also transformed into a domain belonging to Jiang Shu and her perception. This magic was taught to Jiang Shu by her mother, although it wasn't an advanced spell, it was indeed a very, very excellent first-tier magic. Roar! As the prey that was almost within reach vanished into the strange yellow mist, the vibrant withered leaf tiger's brutal nature erupted once more. The fierce tornado, woven from flames and fierce winds, showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it plunged violently into the rolling stone mist at an even more frenzied speed. Boom! The stone mist was like a calm water surface struck by a boulder, rippling in layers, instantly torn apart. It then exploded violently, scattering wildly in all directions. The furious wind and fire tornado continued unabated, rampaging through the earth, leaving behind a deep, charred ravine before finally dissipating slowly. The smoke and remaining mist gradually settled. Countless burning, charred leaves scattered like black snowflakes. The vibrant withered leaf tiger's beastly eyes, glowing with a scarlet light, slowly swept across the battlefield. The previously slippery bug, which it had chased to the ends of the earth, had vanished without a trace. Only Jiang Chen and Jiang Shu remained standing quietly in place, as if they had never moved. Oi! Jiang Chen grinned, his smile incredibly arrogant. He slowly extended a finger toward the massive creature, lightly beckoning, making a Yip Man-style provocative gesture. The game of cat and mouse is over. Next, I'll be your opponent, Jiang Chen declared arrogantly. And me too. Jang Shu stood beside her brother, revealing a playful yet fierce smile. The giant mouth of the colorful withered leaf tiger slightly opened, and a scorching wave of hot air surged out, as if it were issuing a silent, cruel sneer. The demon was not picky about its food. Since that mouse was gone, it would first devour these two clueless bugs in front of it. Tear them apart. The demon tiger employed its old tricks again, a whirlwind of wind and fire roaring forth with a fury that could incinerate everything. Jang Chen held his sister tightly, and with a flash of lightning at his feet, he narrowly dodged this deadly strike. Just then, as Jang Chen prepared to cast a countermeasure with his sister, a piece of withered leaf flung by the tornado grazed Jang Chen's cheek. Ha! Jang Chen instinctively turned his face. He was even ready for the pain of his skin being sliced or burned. However, the anticipated pain did not come. The feeling of the withered leaf touching his skin was surprisingly soft, having long lost its original sharpness and lethality. It was like an ordinary, burnt leaf. Jang Chen's movements paused slightly. The demon's withered leaves have significantly decreased in power, it really is nearing exhaustion. This thought flashed through Jang Chen's mind. He slowly raised his head and looked again at the furious demon tiger. Upon closer inspection, its size and the withered leaves rolling inside it seemed to have shrunk considerably without anyone noticing. So it turns out, it was just a paper tiger. Thus, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Jang Chen's mouth. He, tonight, we're having braised lion's head. The demon's exhaustion had long been anticipated by the siblings. This did not hinder their subsequent plans. Boom! 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 The deafening thunder did not come from the heavens but erupted from this dense forest battlefield, caused by a single person. Jang Chen held Jang Shu with one hand, his entire being transformed into a leaping blue lightning bolt. Within the forest, he flickered back and forth, shuttling through. A stench of blood accompanied by scorching waves of heat rushed towards him. The colorful withered leaf tiger's massive claws, capable of shattering rocks, came crashing down, engulfed in raging flames. The terrifying heat even caused the tips of Jang Chen's hair to curl slightly. However, just as the burning claw was about to touch Jang Chen's scalp, boom! The blinding lightning exploded once more, and Jang Chen's figure vanished like a phantom. The wind and fire entwined hurricane claw kill smashed heavily into empty space. The ground cracked in response, exploding into a hideous spider web of fissures. In the next moment, Jang Chen's figure quietly appeared at the side of the demon tiger, only 3 meters away. Jang Shu in his arms had her little face flushed from the extreme speed and excitement, but in her clear eyes, there was not a trace of fear. What filled her was only complete trust in her brother and a kind of excitement that was almost thrilling, something she had never experienced before. This was not a life and death struggle, it was clearly the most extreme and crazy roller coaster she had ever experienced. Roar! The consecutive missed attacks made the demon tiger feel its dignity trampled upon. It suddenly twisted its massive body, and another burning claw, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, swept towards them. Lightning flashed again. Jang Chen's figure disappeared once more from the spot. This time, the colorful withered leaf tiger did not futilely look around to search for that flash of lightning. Relying on its keen sense of elemental fluctuations, it suddenly raised its fierce head. When the two reappeared, they were right above the demon tiger's head. They even boldly lingered for a full second atop its head, which was exuding a strong smell of blood. Jang Chen even slightly lowered his head. With a gaze that appreciated the foolish prey, it looked down upon the demon that was fighting for its life. This extreme act of trampling humiliation drove the colorful deadleaf tiger into a frenzy once more. Roar! It roared, its massive body transforming into a blurred whirlwind of wind and fire, shooting up into the sky. However, the figures of the two once again morphed into lightning and vanished. Thus, the demon recklessly pursued the flickering blue lightning without a care for anything else. This dense forest battlefield had completely turned into the performance stage for the Jang siblings. Jang Chen held Jang Shu securely in his arms, his figure becoming a series of flickering lightning afterimages within the attack range of the colorful deadleaf tiger. At times, he flashed before its left eye, provoking it to pounce fiercely at the ground, only to bite into a mouthful of mud. At other times, he lingered beside its right claw, enticing it to swing out a hollow strike, causing it to stagger. Occasionally, he appeared behind it, forcing it to clumsily turn around. This was no longer kite flying. This was purely walking a dog, toying with a dying beast. And in its impotent rage, the demon had no idea. With each teleportation, Jang Chen left behind not just a gradually dissipating lightning afterimage. There were also swirling clouds of yellow mist, mingling with the smoke rising from the demon's chaotic attacks. Jang Shu was held steadily in her brother's embrace. Her delicate little hands continuously pushed forward, releasing the yellow mist, her rosy little face filled with calmness and focus. Gradually, a bizarre scene emerged on the battlefield. The Colorful deadleaf tiger was frantically devouring the surrounding dead leaves, trying to repair its scorched body.
At the same time, it angrily followed behind the Jang siblings, inhaling the swirling stone mist rich in earth. Magic energy, along with the dead leaves. The demon greedily consumed the dead leaves that allowed it to cling to life, completely unaware that the deadly toxins had already mixed in.
Soon, as it continued to inhale, when the
colorful deadleaf tiger finally sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. The fierce flames that had been burning on its body had unknowingly been extinguished by 90%, its might greatly diminished. What surprised everyone even more was that the stone mist it had inhaled had not dissipated. They, like maggots clinging to bones, outlined clear yellow energy veins within the demon's massive body constructed of dead leaves and formless
energy.
All the yellow lines, like rivers flowing into the sea, ultimately pointed to the same location. There, a core pulsating and shimmering with a faint blue light was completely locked in, laid bare.
The demon also sensed the
exposure of the core. Moreover, this time the exposure was not fleeting like before, the stone mist had solidified and remained.
Roar.
With its weakness exposed for an extended period, the demon was driven to the brink of
anxiety, letting out another roar. Then, its massive deadleaf body suddenly shook, recklessly spinning around. Boom! In an instant, the demon transformed into a gigantic deadleaf tornado, spinning wildly, attempting to fling out
all the stone mist that clung to it like maggots.
However, it was all in vain.
Its size, the dead leaves within it, after rounds of consumption in that recent inferno, were no longer what they once were.
Its body, its strength,
after round upon round of depletion, was already at its last gasp. Even the speed of replenishing dead leaves was as slow as a tortoise. At this moment, the spinning was weak and powerless, the mist expelled was merely a drop in the bucket. If it had been at the beginning, the demon might have only needed to rotate the dead leaf magnetic field once to disperse all the stone mist. But now, after the epic lung clearing of the stone mist, the demon's weakness had become a lighthouse in the night, incredibly conspicuous.
The demon instantly abandoned its futile efforts.
Its suppressed rage transformed into a final frenzy, all the withered leaves suddenly converging, carrying the
stench of destruction as they lunged toward Jang Chen and his sister.
The ferocious demon, even in death, would not flee, it would bite off a piece of its enemy's flesh before it perished.
However, having lost the enhancement of flames and gales, its speed appeared to Jang Chen as slow as a snail.
Jang Chen wrapped one arm around his sister's slender waist, and the lightning beneath their feet erupted once more.
Boom!
The figures of the brother and sister vanished just before the demon's claws could reach them, instantly reappearing several meters away. The demon's deadly strike crashed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
It violently shook its head, its crimson
beast eyes locking onto Jang Chen and his sister, who had once again created distance, and it was about to pursue them recklessly.
Just then,
the vibrant withered leaf tiger's crimson beast eyes, which had been chasing Jang Chen, suddenly narrowed, its massive body abruptly halting its forward momentum. Countless withered leaves were flung forward due to this sudden stop. A profound sense of crisis, as if its core had been locked onto, surged from its side.
Trash! Look at this!
Little flying blades are coming, Shen Tianyue's annoying voice rang out from behind the demon.
Trash! Look at this! Little flying blades are coming, 3 azure wind blades, refined through his special
condensation method, flickered and tore through the air, creating piercing shrieks. They traced 3 completely different yet converging arcs, aimed directly at the demon's core, which had been thoroughly marked by the stone
mist. Roar! The demon let out a furious roar, it could not die so pathetically.
It could not afford to chase Jang Chen anymore, and its massive withered leaf body twisted and rolled to the side, trying to evade the deadly 3
wind blades.
However, just as it made its evasive move on the other side, a cool figure quietly emerged. Yun Ningjing's gaze was cold, and behind her, several translucent flame feathers had yet to completely dissipate. Her fair palm had already thrust forward. 3 fireballs, hot enough to distort the air, shot out in a triangular formation, precisely sealing off all the demon tiger's escape routes.
The demon's retreat was completely blocked. Avoiding
the wind blades would lead to a collision with the fireballs.
Enduring the fireballs would mean the wind blades would pierce its core. In a dilemma. Roar!
The vibrant withered leaf tiger let out a painful and unwilling howl.
Boom! Its body exploded once more.
The entire demon transformed into a fluffy mass of withered leaves nearly 10 meters wide. The stone mist, which had originally outlined its meridians, was suddenly stretched at this moment. It transformed into countless sticky, earth-colored threads, intertwining with the countless flying withered leaves. Its pulsating core was violently pushed away by the explosive force.
From a distance, this exploded vibrant
withered leaf tiger resembled a living, writhing mass of earth-colored viral liquid.
Immediately after, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle,
the 3 azure wind blades narrowly grazed the edge of its core, sending a flurry of withered leaf
fragments flying. At the same time, 3 blazing fireballs, under Yun Ningjing's cold will, plunged into the massive virus. They trailed flames like 3 fire dragons, swirling, howling, and strangling within the mass of withered leaves. They burned vast swaths of leaves into utter nothingness. Not a single shred of withered leaf residue was left for this demon. Boom! A wave of scorching wind swept through. The vibrant withered leaf tiger's body once again shrank and condensed. However, its size had reduced even further, and its aura had withered to the extreme. The stone mist, which clung to it like a festering sore, also returned to its body, reconstructing its earth-colored meridians. However, after such a round of explosive expansion and contraction, the stone mist within the demon had indeed become somewhat diluted. Subsequently, Qian Tianyue and Yun Ningjing once again distanced themselves. The two took advantage of the temporary vulnerability of the demon's core. With one on the left and the other on the right, their ranged attacks formed an invisible net, firmly trapping the fierce demon in place. If there were no external interference, this moment would be a battle of wills between 2 human mages and a brutal demon. Whoever faltered first would fall completely. That person would be the biggest loser of this fight. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, there are no ifs. Jang Chen, holding his sister, landed steadily in the shadow of a giant tree at the edge of the battle circle. Seeing the demon being firmly restrained by Qian Tianyue and Yun Ningjing, unable to escape their blockade, Jang Chen understood. The opportunity had come. He gently set his sister down. Jang Shu raised her small face, dusted slightly, her clear eyes reflecting her brother's profile, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Brother, it's your turn. Leave it to me." Jang Chen took a deep breath, slowly raising his right arm. His fingers spread wide, palm directed at the demon that was struggling desperately in despair. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be sucked away, plunging into a deathly silence. A blindingly bright blue arc of electricity shot out from his palm, instantly wrapping around his entire arm. Following that was the second, the third. Thousands of tiny blue electric snakes erupted from beneath the skin of his arm. They no longer jumped wildly but, under Jang Chen's powerful control, began to intertwine, compress, and condense with an unimaginable precision. A strong, acrid smell of ozone filled the air. Threads of black dust appeared in the atmosphere, clinging to the area around Jang Chen's right arm. The ground beneath his feet trembled as countless small stones began to float slightly, defying gravity. In the blink of an eye, Jang Chen's entire right arm seemed to be wrapped in a blue chain constructed entirely of thunder. This chain of thunder was not still, it continued to shrink and tighten, emitting a low, oppressive hum. Every inch of electric light compressed inward, as if gathering power for an extreme launch. Third-tier lightning magic. Thunder chain. Jang Chen was ready to deliver a fatal blow. Previously, the demon had relied on the wind to borrow the fire's momentum, its speed and evasion maxed out, rampaging across the battlefield, with no one able to restrain it. Now, if you don't die, who will? In Jang Chen's eyes, lightning and reality intertwined, leaving only the constantly pulsating green core within the demon's body. All his focus, all his perception, transformed into the finger that would pull the trigger of this thunder. On the other side, the pressure on Qian Tianyue and Yun Ningjing was also increasing. The demon had already sensed the destructive aura that made its soul tremble, causing its attacks to become more frenzied and reckless. "Be careful. It's going all out," Qian Tianyue shouted, but the wind blades he released became even denser. Sweat rolled down their foreheads, soaking their clothes, and Yun Ningjing's chest heaved violently. After casting another fireball, her face paled further. The demon's crimson, murky eyes fixed intently on the two, each evasion a narrow escape, the green core within its body flickering in and out, constantly tempting their deadly attacks. Qian Tianyue's wind blade acted like a net that kept shrinking, sealing off all possible escape routes for it. Meanwhile, Yun Ningjing's fireball, under her precise predictions, always struck where the demon was about to land. Their increasingly coordinated attacks repeatedly knocked it off balance, forcing it to maneuver clumsily in an ever-narrowing space. Just as it dodged a deadly wind blade and had yet to regain its footing, a compressed fireball had already exploded behind it. The demon instantly solidified the lower half of its body, preparing to withstand this attack. Boom! The shriveled body of the demon, reduced in size, was completely thrown into the air by the violent shockwave. The rigid, solidified body of withered leaves lost control for a brief moment in midair, becoming stiff and motionless. The azure core within it was clearer than ever before. Now is the time. Lightning flashed in Jang Chen's eyes. Buzz! The almost tangible thunder chain on his right arm suddenly contracted inward. The surrounding light seemed to dim for an instant. All the fury and restlessness were completely reined in at this moment. Destruction was about to bloom in the next second. However, it was precisely at this moment. The instant the third-tier magic took shape, all of Jang Chen's senses were focused on the target and the magic. This was also the moment when Jang Chen's vulnerability was most apparent.